Chapter 1. The Awakening. In the somewhat dim yet boisterous internet, CF, Lin Xiao's hands danced upon the keyboard like nimble sprites, wholly absorbed in guiding Zhongli through the trials of the Genshin Impact world. On the screen, the power of the rock element radiated with brilliance akin to dazzling stars, weaving a vivid tapestry of colors. His eyes sparkled with intense focus, an ardent fervor seemingly ready to spill over. In an instant, the computers in the CF emitted a cacophonous shriek as if cursed by a demon, the sound piercing through the previously chaotic atmosphere like the wails of countless tormented souls. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the center of Lin Xiao's screen, reminiscent of a colossal beast breaking free from its cage, rampaging with a cataclysmic force, sweeping through the CF like an unstoppable tide. Wherever the light reached, tables and chairs crumbled as if they were mere fragile sand sculptures, while the walls shattered like broken glass, collapsing in disarray. Lin Xiao barely managed a brief, panicked gasp before he was mercilessly engulfed by the relentless brilliance. His consciousness felt as if it were being pulled into a maelstrom of frenzied roars, spinning wildly as his soul seemed to be torn into countless fragments by invisible hands. Gradually, Lin Xiao emerged from the chaos of his consciousness, initially enveloped by a gentle warmth, akin to the sun's tender embrace in spring. Instinctively, he attempted to move his body, only to realize that his limbs had become diminutive, resembling tender lotus roots, soft and feeble like overcooked noodles. Utterly devoid of strength, he instinctively raised his hand to rub his eyes, only to find that his chubby little hands, resembling plump lotus segments, were the only things swaying gently before him. In that moment, a wave of panic surged within him, overwhelming like a rising tide. He struggled to widen his eyes, yearning to perceive his surroundings, yet all he could discern was a hazy blur of light and shadow, barely sensing the nuances of brightness and darkness. Desperately, he rifled through his memories, the images of the intense battle in the internet CF flickering in his mind like rapidly changing slides. The blinding white light and the horrifying scene of a shattered screen seemed to have just transpired before him. That he attempted to speak, but what emerged from his lips was a feeble sound akin to the chirping of a fledgling. Lin Xiao was engulfed in shock and confusion, as if trapped in a labyrinth shrouded in mist, incessantly questioning himself. Why have I become this way? Is this merely an absurd, bizarre dream? He strained with all his might to awaken from this bewildering state, yet the feebleness of his body felt as heavy as a towering mountain, deepening his sense of despair and helplessness. The fear within him spread like ink in clear water, swiftly consuming his entire being. He felt as though he were at the bottom of an endless abyss of darkness. His mind whipped into a tempest, with countless chaotic thoughts clashing and intertwining like wildly growing weeds. He wished to cry out for help, yet all that escaped his throat was a feeble whimper, barely audible like the flutter of a mosquito's wings. His diminutive form writhed helplessly, resembling a flickering candle swaying in the tempest. The surrounding forest loomed ominously, akin to a malevolent lair of phantoms. The towering trees, like grotesque demons, intertwined their branches and leaves to obscure the sky, creating an immense net of darkness. Eerie sounds occasionally echoed through the gloom, as if countless hidden emerald eyes lurked in the shadows, ravenously watching him. The fear born of the unknown coiled around his heart like a chilling serpent's tongue, quickening his heartbeat to a frenzied drumbeat. Just as despair enveloped him, plunging him into an abyss of darkness, a colossal wolf, reminiscent of a mountain, erupted from the underbrush with the ferocity of lightning. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty gleam, akin to two blazing fires from the depths of hell. Saliva dripped from its razor-sharp fangs, while a foul, rancid wind, reminiscent of a demon's breath, assailed him. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, akin to a leaf helplessly tossed about in a violent gale. In that fleeting moment, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of divine authority, felt an inexplicable surge of intuition as the wolf lunged toward Lin Xiao. He had sensed an unusual energy fluctuation nearby, akin to mysterious ripples disturbing a tranquil lake, and had followed this enigmatic wave to this very spot. The instant his profound gaze met Lin Xiao's, an extraordinary connection seemed to take root within his heart. The man's visage appeared as if sculpted by a master craftsman, with sharp, defined features reminiscent of rugged mountain ridges. His broad, smooth forehead bore the weight of timeless wisdom, akin to an ancient tome. Thick brows arched like swords soaring through the night sky, radiating valor and grandeur. Beneath them lay deep, fathomless eyes, dark as the night, twinkling with an enigmatic light, harboring secrets beyond comprehension. His prominent nose, akin to a peak rising in the wilderness, stood central on his face, nostrils flaring slightly as if attuned to the subtle shifts of the world around him. Much like a keen-eyed leopard, his thin, resolute lips curved slightly, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. His skin gleamed with a bronze hue, a testament to the trials endured, reflecting an indomitable spirit. A cascade of thick, ebony hair flowed freely behind him, swaying gently in the breeze like smooth black satin or a meandering river of night. Draped in an exquisite, unparalleled white robe, its fabric flowed like liquid moonlight, soft and ethereal, radiating a faint luminescence, as though it were a fragment of the galaxy itself. The collar and cuffs were adorned with golden trim, intricately embroidered with mysterious runes that shimmered softly, as if whispering ancient tales, each line singing the Ballad of Time. Lin Xiao's clear yet anxious gaze evoked memories of his own past struggles amidst storms, reflecting the helplessness and tenacity for survival when confronted with the unknown dangers. Having traversed the Douluo continent for many years, witnessing countless lives and struggles, he perceived Lin Xiao's unique light as a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, striking deep into the softest corners of his heart. A pivotal figure within the Spear Hall, he possessed an eagle-eyed perception of strength and talent. In Lin Xiao, he sensed a concealed yet potentially explosive surge of formidable power. This fluctuation was unlike anything he had encountered before. It bore an unfamiliar and peculiar aura, seemingly encapsulating boundless potential, akin to a rare treasure buried deep underground. Radiating an alluring and mysterious glow, he couldn't help but speculate that this infant, who had suddenly appeared in the forest, might possess an extraordinary origin and could potentially become a key figure in altering the fate of the Douluo continent, much like a brilliant star poised to rise in the night sky. Moreover, he steadfastly adhered to the belief that the strong should protect the weak. In his view, every life holds intrinsic value and should not be easily extinguished. Witnessing Lin Xiao in peril, his soul power surged instinctively, akin to a rushing river, compelling him to act without hesitation to save the child. After unleashing a formidable force akin to a mighty tsunami that sent the vicious wolf flying, the middle-aged man approached Lin Xiao with the steady gait of a mountain, drawing closer to sense the mysterious and unique aura emanating from the child, which further solidified his resolve to take Lin Xiao under his protection. That he understood that amidst the dangers and uncertainties of the Douluo continent, their fates were now intricately intertwined, like two entwined vines, inseparable and inextricable. The middle-aged man advanced with his steady and powerful footsteps. A grand and magnificent structure, reminiscent of a dreamlike fairyland, gradually came into view. The edifice soared into the clouds, its domes seemingly poised to pierce the heavens, while immense stone pillars were adorned with ancient and mysterious runes, seemingly containing the secrets of the universe. Sunlight streamed through the vibrant and resplendent stained glass windows, casting shimmering patterns on the ground that resembled flowing golden rivers. The middle-aged man cradled Lin Xiao and strode confidently into the building. Within the solemn and majestic hall, the middle-aged man stood atop a raised platform, sunlight filtering through the colorful stained glass to illuminate him and the infant in his arms, creating a tapestry of enchanting light. He slightly lowered his gaze, his expression gentle yet contemplative as he looked at the baby. Lin Xiao's innocent and pure eyes gazed back at him with curiosity, as if awaiting something. After a moment of introspection, the middle-aged man reached a decision. He raised his voice slightly, and it reverberated through the hall like the ringing of a great bell. From this moment forth, you shall be named Qian Xiao. Qian as your surname, and Xiao, signifying dawn. You have arrived in this chaotic unknown, akin to the light of dawn breaking, destined to pierce the darkness of the Douluo continent and shine with your own brilliance. With that, he gently caressed Qian Xiao's cheek. The infant seemed to sense this, uttering a soft "iya," as if responding to the name. Everything around seemed to be suspended in time, with only the sunlight streaming through the window, quietly flowing and bearing witness to this extraordinary moment. Chapter 2. 6 years. Time has silently passed 6 springs and autumns in the Spirit Hall, flowing gently like a serene stream. Qian Xiao has grown from a swaddled infant into a lively and clever young boy. His fair little face, as smooth as a freshly hatched egg, radiates a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of the most tender blossoms in spring. A pair of dark, bright eyes sparkle like clear lake waters or the twinkling stars in the night sky, each blink seemingly narrating tales of innocence. His long, curled eyelashes resemble tiny fans, gently fluttering with the opening and closing of his eyes that a small, slightly upturned nose adds a playful charm, while his cherry-like lips are perpetually adorned with a brilliant smile that warms the hearts of those who gaze upon him. Dressed in white attire, embroidered with simple runes that emit a mysterious glow, his fluffy black hair dances playfully in the breeze. I could see this moment. He is frolicking in the garden with Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, clad in a pale, golden gown, possesses an elegance that suggests her angelic feathered patterns could take flight at any moment. The gentle hem of her dress sways with her steps, reminiscent of flowing sunlight. Her lustrous golden hair cascades like a river of stars, shimmering under the sun's embrace. A delicate crystal hairpin adorns her hair, sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. Her azure eyes, akin to the vast heavens, seem to hold radiant stars within them when she smiles, captivating all around her. Her long, delicate eyelashes flutter like butterfly wings, each blink conjuring a gentle breeze. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her cherry-pink lips curve into a soft, enchanting arc whenever they lift in a smile. Her skin, as fair as snow, glows with a halo under the sun's kiss. Akin to the finest mutton fat jade on a sunny and bright morning, the garden bursts forth in vibrant blossoms, fiery reds, rosy pinks, and snowy whites. A gentle breeze caresses the air, carrying the fragrances of flowers and the freshness of earth. Vines envelop the flower trellis, with tender green leaves contrasting beautifully against the colorful blooms, creating a natural masterpiece. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Qian Renxue takes Qian Shao's hand and cheerfully exclaims, "Little brother, let us play in the small grove behind the garden today." Qian Shao's eyes sparkle like glimmering black jewels, and he leaps up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, that sounds wonderful. Sister, are there many fun things to do in the grove? Will there be little rabbits?" Stepping into the garden, the air is suffused with the rich fragrance of flowers, while colorful butterflies dance gracefully among the blossoms. The surrounding flowers, basking in the sunlight, appear even more resplendent, with dewdrops rolling on the petals like glistening pearls. Qian Renxue flits through the floral array like a joyful fawn, her steps light and buoyant. Qian Shao trails closely behind, his eyes wide with curiosity as he observes the wonders around him. Occasionally, he crouches down to pick up fallen leaves, raising them high to show Qian Renxue, exclaiming, "Sister, doesn't this leaf resemble a little fan?" Qian Renxue pauses, turning to face him. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting her hair delicately. She extends her fair, slender hand to accept the leaf, examining it closely, her eyes brimming with affection. "It truly does, dear brother. You are so clever." As they continue, Qian Shao is captivated by a vividly red flower. Leaning in to inhale its sweet aroma, he then looks up at Qian Renxue and says, "Sister, this flower smells so delightful, just like you." At that moment, sunlight filters through the leaves, casting golden rays that resemble a fantastical stage. Qian Renxue stands beside him, her face radiating a tender smile as she watches Qian Shao. Suddenly, a brilliantly colored butterfly flutters up from the flowers, and Qian Shao leaps with excitement, waving his small hands and shouting, "Sister, look at that butterfly. It's so beautiful. I want to catch it." The butterfly dances in the air, and Qian Shao chases after it, his laughter echoing through the garden. Qian Renxue, too, is swept up in his joy, joining him in the pursuit of the butterfly. Before long, Qian Shao begins to tire, slowing his pace and tugging at Qian Renxue's sleeve, breathlessly stating, "Sister, I can't walk anymore." Qian Renxue gently crouches down, opening her arms and softly saying, "Come, let me carry you." Qian Shao climbs on her back, wrapping his arms tightly around her neck. Resting his face against her warm back, feeling her comforting presence, he thinks to himself, "Qiangshu's back is so warm, she always takes such great care of me. I must grow up quickly to repay her kindness." Throughout these 6 years, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue have accompanied each other, growing together. Their bond is akin to a mighty tree rooted deep within their hearts, flourishing and thriving. Whether in laughter or in tears, they've shared every moment together. Tomorrow marks the long-awaited and crucial day of their martial soul awakening. That night, Qian Shao lies in bed, filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness about the next day, tossing and turning in restless sleep. He contemplates, "Tomorrow I will awaken my martial soul. I wonder what kind I will manifest. If I could awaken a powerful martial soul, I could assist Qianxue with many things. She is so exceptional, I cannot fall behind." He reminisces about the joyous moments spent with Qianxue in the small forest during the day, his resolve to protect her growing ever stronger. Qian Renxue, equally restless, gazes at the moonlight outside her window, imagining the formidable martial soul she will awaken and how she can protect her brother better in that. future, forging their own legend on the Douluo continent together. The night deepened, yet two hearts brimming with anticipation shimmered with a fervent glow amidst the darkness, as if heralding the dawn of a new journey replete with surprises and challenges. Chapter 3: The Awakening of the Martial Spirit. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently bathed the martial spirit hall, it appeared as though a golden veil had been draped over the magnificent edifice. Today marked a momentous occasion for Qian Rinxue and Qian Zai's day of their martial spirit awakening. Within the solemn and reverent atmosphere of the awakening chamber, towering stone pillars adorned with enigmatic runes emanated a soft luminescence. The officiants of the awakening ceremony, clad in formal attire, busied themselves in the corners of the room, making final preparations. Qian Rinxue was the first to step into the awakening chamber, her gait resolute and assured, the pale golden gown she wore swaying gently with her movements. Qian Xiao watched her sister with a mix of anxiety and expectation, offering silent encouragement. As the awakening ceremony commenced, a seasoned martial spirit awakening master stood at the center of the array, a radiant crystal orb in hand, beginning to channel the fluctuations of soul power. Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, attuning herself to the surging soul energy around her, feelings of anticipation mingling with a hint of tension. She resolved within herself, I must awaken a formidable martial spirit, so as not to disappoint grandfather's expectations and to safeguard my brother in the future. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted behind her, and a colossal and sacred six-winged angel spirit gradually materialized. The angel's wings gently fluttered, emanating a powerful and majestic aura that enveloped the entire awakening chamber. The awakening master gazed in astonishment, eyes wide with excitement, swiftly retrieving a crystal ball to measure soul power and presenting it to Qian Rinxue. As she delicately placed her hand upon the crystal orb, it immediately radiated with an extraordinary brilliance, its luminosity soaring to new heights. Innate soul power at level 20. The awakening master's voice trembled with exhilaration, and this revelation detonated like a bombshell within the chamber. The surrounding attendants were visibly awestruck and envious. Upon learning the news, Qian Douluo hurried to the awakening chamber. He beheld Qian Rinxue amidst the radiant light, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction, the wrinkles on his face seemingly softening. He approached her, gently patting her shoulder, his voice warm yet tinged with uncontainable excitement. Shuer, you truly live up to the Qian family's legacy. Your talent and diligence have not gone unnoticed, and you are the pride of your grandfather. Qian Douluo was overwhelmed with emotion, acutely aware of the expectations resting upon Qian Rinxue's shoulders. And in this moment of astonishing revelation, he felt a profound confidence in the future. Qian Rinxue slightly tilted her head to gaze at Qian Douluo, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Grandfather, she declared, I shall strive even harder. I will not let you down. Qian Douluo spoke earnestly. Shuer, your future is replete with boundless possibilities. Your grandfather hopes you will harness this formidable martial spirit, continually refining yourself to become a great champion of your generation. You must learn to wield both wisdom and strength, perpetually transcending your limits on the path of cultivation. In the future, you may encounter numerous challenges and choices, but no matter the circumstances, always remain true to your heart, upholding the honor of our family and the justice of the spirit hall. Qian Douluo slightly lifted his head, gazing into the distance, and continued, the spirit hall bears a significant mission on the Douluo continent, and you possess the potential to lead it towards an even more glorious future. You must continuously enhance your strength, so that in the days to come, you may command respect far and wide, bringing greater honor to the Qian family name through your accomplishments. At the same time, you must harbor compassion in your heart, showing mercy to the weak and exhibiting bold courage in the face of your enemies. Do you understand? Qian Rinxue listened attentively to Qian Douluo's teachings, her gaze resolute and bright. She nodded earnestly and declared, Grandfather, I shall strive diligently to meet your expectations and not let you down. Qian Douluo smiled and nodded. He turned his gaze to Qian Xiao and said, Xiao, it is now your turn. Qian Xiao took a deep breath, his fair complexion tinged with a hint of nervous crimson, resembling an adorable ripe apple. His large, dark eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation, while his black hair shimmered with a halo under the radiant light. Clad in a white fitted outfit that accentuated his youthful yet emerging stature, he pressed his lips together slightly, encouraging himself with the thought, I can certainly do this. With a blend of anxiety and hope, he slowly stepped into the awakening chamber. Standing at the center of the formation, his heart raced fervently. The awakening master reactivated the array, and the brilliance flickered once more. Qian Xiao closed his eyes, sensing a warm current surging within him. Initially, this warmth felt like a gentle stream, softly flowing through his meridians, gradually intensifying to a comforting heat. As though a latent power was awakening within his being. Suddenly, a mysterious golden light enveloped him, its radiance growing increasingly intense, shrouding him entirely. Within this golden glow, a majestic figure began to materialize. Adorned with a crown of ceremonial tassels, 12 jade beads swayed gently in the light, seemingly orchestrating a mystical symphony. The elaborate robe he wore was embroidered with ancient cloud patterns, each line exuding an aura of enigma. His eyes seemed to harbor countless stars, deep and distant, evoking both awe and an irresistible urge to explore further. Standing tall like a pine tree, his arms hung naturally at his sides, radiating an aura of inherent authority without the need for anger. The onlookers were left speechless, overwhelmed by this sudden spectacle. Qian Xiao himself became immersed in this extraordinary awakening process, feeling a mysterious connection with the figure before him. It seemed as though the apparition was imparting ancient and formidable power to him, causing his body to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from the overwhelming surge of energy within. As the brilliance gradually stabilized, the awakening master promptly presented a crystal ball for testing soul power. Qian Xiao placed his hand upon it, and the crystal ball erupted in a dazzling glow. Golden light, like fine threads, spiraled from his fingertips, entwining around the crystal, the brightness soaring until it ultimately revealed an innate soul power of level 20. Qian Shaoxin was engulfed in a myriad of emotions, a tumultuous blend of undeniable excitement and a hint of disbelief. He gazed at the enigmatic imperial martial soul radiating an otherworldly glow. Pondering to himself, have I truly awakened such a formidable martial soul? Shuer has always been exceptional, and at last, I possess the strength to walk alongside her. From now on, I can protect her, no longer relegated to the shadows of her brilliance. Grandfather has high hopes for us, and I must not let him down. As he contemplated the adventures that awaited him on the Douluo continent, determination and aspiration sparkled in his eyes. I must diligently cultivate and master the immense power of this imperial martial soul. Perhaps one day, I can elevate the glory of the Spirit Hall through this martial soul, ensuring that the Qian family name resonates far and wide. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the surge of power coursing through his veins, as if he could envision a future brimming with challenges and hope unfolding before him. Qian Daoliu's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward to gently pat Qian Zhao's head. "Shower, you are quite remarkable." Qian Rinxue also approached, her face radiating joy. "Brother, this is wonderful." Chapter 4. Whale glue in the Douluo continent. The color of a soul ring signifies its age and quality, and is intrinsically linked to the strength and potential of the soul master. The white 10-year soul ring is the most common and the most basic. Any soul master can absorb it once they reach a certain threshold, although typically, those with specific conditions refrain from choosing such soul rings. The yellow 100-year soul ring is relatively rare, often appearing as the first or second soul ring of a soul master. The purple 1000-year soul ring is quite uncommon, usually found as the third or fourth soul ring. The black 10,000-year soul ring is exceedingly rare, typically manifesting as the 5th to 9th soul rings. The red 100,000-year soul ring is a treasure to behold, accessible only to soul masters of the title Douluo rank. Such soul rings are exceptionally scarce throughout the Douluo continent and often come with 2 accompanying abilities. The golden million-year soul ring is virtually non-existent. For once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of cultivation, it either transforms into a humanoid form or undergoes a tribulation every 100,000 years, making it exceedingly difficult to attain 1,000,000 years. As the sovereign of the Hall of Worship, Qian Daoluo harbored high expectations for the growth of Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao. He planned to lead them to the Douluo forest in search of suitable first and second soul rings. In the early morning, Qian Daoluo summoned Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao to the training chamber, a serious glint flashing in his eyes. "Shower, it is time for you to acquire your first and second soul rings. I will take you to the Douluo forest, where countless soul beasts reside. You are sure to find the most appropriate ones." Seeing this, Qian Xiao hurriedly interjected, "Grandfather, let us not rush into obtaining soul rings just yet. I have heard of a substance called whale glue, which can enhance a person's physique. If we consume whale glue first, we may be able to secure soul rings of a higher age, greatly benefiting our future cultivation journey." Qian Daoluo furrowed his brow slightly, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Whale glue? My grandfather has never heard of such a substance. Xiaojiao, from where did you acquire this information?" Qian Xiao scratched his head, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Grandfather, I stumbled upon a fragment of an ancient text in the Spirit Hall that mentions whale resin. It describes whale resin as an exceptionally precious and rare treasure. It is extracted from the formidable deep-sea demon whale, a colossal soul beast that reigns supreme in the ocean. Whale resin embodies its life essence and soul power, significantly enhancing physical constitution and bolstering one's capacity to endure the strength of soul rings. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo remarked that the efficacy of whale resin remained uncertain and posed certain risks. However, Qianshao remained undeterred, resolutely stating, "Grandfather, I acknowledge the risks. But if successful, we shall grow stronger." Qianrinxue gazed at Qianshao, a flicker of admiration passing through her eyes, before addressing Douluo, "Grandfather, my brother makes a valid point. We should certainly give it a try. I too wish to grow stronger and bring glory to the spirit hall." Observing the unwavering determination in the eyes of the two children, Douluo felt a surge of pride. He nodded, "Very well, since you are so resolute. I shall have someone procure it in a few days." 3 swift days passed, and the experts of the spirit hall fulfilled their promise, returning with the whale resin. Douluo summoned Qianrinxue and Qianshao to the training chamber. Within the training room lay 2 exquisite jade boxes, each containing a portion of whale resin, one a millennium old, the other a millennium older still. The millennium whale resin emitted a gentle blue glow, reminiscent of a profound ocean, while the 10,000-year whale resin radiated a brilliant purple light, subtly pulsating with immense power. Douluo stood before them, his demeanor solemn as he proclaimed, "Shower. This whale resin is not easily obtained. The millennium whale resin is relatively gentle, though its enhancing effects are somewhat inferior. The 10,000-year whale resin possesses immense power, yet the risks it entails are considerably greater. You must choose with caution." Qianrinxue glanced at Qianshao and then said, "Grandfather, I wish to first attempt the millennium whale gel, and once I have acclimated, I will seek a more formidable enhancement of power." Qianshao slightly lifted her chin, determination gleaming in her eyes, and declared, "Grandfather, I desire to challenge the 10,000-year whale gel. I am confident in my ability to endure it." Douluo gazed at Qianshao with a hint of concern, yet upon meeting his resolute gaze, he nodded slightly in affirmation. Qianrinxue approached the jade box that housed the millennium whale resin, delicately lifting the lid. A potent scent of the ocean enveloped her. She gently picked up the whale resin, placed it in her mouth, and began to close her eyes in absorption. Qianshao took a deep breath and slowly approached the jade box containing the ancient whale resin. His hands trembled slightly, yet he opened the box without hesitation. As soon as it was unsealed, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire training room. Qianshao felt an overwhelming and fiery aura assail him, as if it sought to engulf his very being. His pale face flushed crimson in an instant, veins bulging on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the whale resin. The resin was scorching to the touch, akin to a piece of burning coal. Enduring the discomfort, Qianshao placed it into his mouth. The moment the resin touched his tongue, it transformed into a searing torrent, rushing down his throat and into his core. Qianzhao's body jolted violently, his legs instinctively bending slightly as he nearly lost his balance. He felt as though tumultuous waves were violently surging within him, each impact sending excruciating pain through his meridians. Clenching his jaw, blood oozed from his gums, and a low, muffled groan escaped his throat. Sweat cascaded down like raindrops from his forehead and cheeks, soaking his garments. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Qianshao strained to channel the soul energy within him, attempting to guide and merge with this overwhelming force. Yet the power of the whale resin was too ferocious, repeatedly scattering his soul energy. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his legs quaked slightly. Douluo observed their situation closely from the side, ever prepared to lend assistance. After Qianrinxue completed her initial absorption, she opened her eyes and was filled with concern upon witnessing Qianzhao's agonizing state. As time ticked away, Qianshao felt as though he were struggling in a dark abyss. Yet, one conviction resided in his heart: to grow stronger. He continually encouraged himself internally, and with unwavering determination, he once more gathered his soul power. At last, he successfully absorbed the full strength of the whale gel. Rising to his feet, excitement and confidence shone in his eyes. His once-soaked garments clung tightly to his form, his hair drenched in sweat. Yet he emanated an aura of formidable power. Douluo gazed at the two children with a gratified smile. "Excellent. You have both succeeded. Next, we shall proceed to the Douluo forest to acquire the soul rings that rightfully belong to you." Qianrinxue and Qianshao exchanged a glance, each discerning the anticipation and resolve mirrored in the other's eyes. Chapter 5. The Douluo Forest. After a brief preparation, the group embarked on their journey to the Douluo Forest. Qian Daolu, accompanied by Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, soared upon the back of a flying soul beast, racing towards the enigmatic and expansive forest. The scenery below unfolded like a swiftly turning scroll, igniting a mix of anxiety and exhilaration within Qian Shao. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Qian Rinxue, on the other hand, remained composed, quietly contemplating the potential scenarios they might encounter upon entering the forest. Before long, they arrived at the periphery of the Stardow forest. As they touched down, a rich essence of nature enveloped them, mingling the earthy aroma of soil with the fresh fragrance of foliage. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while rays of golden light filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Qian Daolu walked ahead, with Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao closely following. The low growls of soul beasts echoed intermittently around them, imbuing the forest with an air of both mystery and peril. "Grandfather, how shall we seek out suitable soul beasts?" Qian Shao could not help but inquire. Qian Daolu turned his head slightly, patiently elucidating. "We must search according to the characteristics of your martial souls and the limits of soul ring absorption. Schwer, your six-winged angel martial soul, is both pure and formidable, best suited for gentle yet powerful soul beasts of the light attribute. Shower, your emperor martial soul possesses an aura of majesty, necessitating a soul beast that embodies regal presence or is associated with the forces of law." As they ventured deeper into the forest, Qian Daolu exuded a formidable aura of soul power, intimidating the feeble and ill-intentioned soul beast lurking nearby. Suddenly, a groundbreaking armadillo, radiating a soft golden glow, burst forth from the earth. Its colossal form was adorned with scales resembling golden armor, each shimmering with mysterious runes. Upon its emergence, it unleashed a ferocious roar, its menacing presence palpable. In an instant, Qian Daolu flashed forward, positioning himself before the groundbreaking armadillo. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a torrent of powerful soul energy surged forth, enveloping the creature. The groundbreaking armadillo attempted to resist, struggling with its sturdy claws and robust frame. Yet it was utterly powerless against Qian Daolu. After a few exchanges, Qian Daolu had reduced the creature to a state of near exhaustion, leaving it prostrated on the ground, unable to move. Qian Daolu turned to Qian Shao and said, "Shower, although this earth-splitting pangolin is a millennium soul beast, I believe its power may still be a bit overwhelming for you at this moment. Let us seek something more suitable." Qian Shao gazed at the pangolin, a fervent desire swelling within him. He replied, "Grandfather, I sense a profound connection between us. I wish to attempt absorbing its soul ring. I am confident that I can succeed." Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Shao with a hint of concern. "Brother, do not overexert yourself." Qian Shao met his sister's gaze with unwavering determination. "Sister, I shall not push myself beyond my limits. I have confidence." Qian Daolu observed the resolute glimmer in Qian Zhao's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, Shower, you may proceed with your attempt. But should you sense any discomfort, you must cease immediately." Qian Shao stepped forward, gazing upon the injured pangolin before him. Although his heart ached with compassion, he understood that this was an essential trial on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. He summoned his emperor's martial spirit, channeling his soul power into a radiant beam that ultimately extinguished the life of the earth-shattering pangolin. As Qian Shao commenced the absorption of the soul ring, an overwhelming surge of power surged into his being like a tumultuous tide. At first, he felt enveloped by a warm current, his meridians brimming with strength. However, it was not long before the situation took a dire turn. The force suddenly transformed into a tempestuous fury, rampaging within him. Qian Zhao's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He endeavored to channel this force, employing the techniques his grandfather had previously imparted, attempting to circulate the soul power within his body to soothe the agitated energy of the soul ring. Yet, the power remained insubordinate, repeatedly breaching his defenses of soul energy. Qian Shao felt as though his meridians were on the verge of rupture, the pain becoming unbearable. As Qian Rinxue observed Qian Zhao's agonizing state, her heart raced with anxiety. Yet she dared not intrude hastily. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu swiftly placed his palm upon Qian Zhao's back, channeling his soul power to assist him in stabilizing the turmoil within. With Qian Daolia's aid, Qian Shao managed to momentarily regain control, but the power of the soul ring launched yet another assault. Gritting his teeth, Qian Shao fervently encouraged himself in his mind. He recalled his determination, the hopes of his sister and grandfather, and, with his indomitable will, focused once more. He endeavored to communicate with the Emperor's martial soul, seeking to merge its strength with his own to combat the ferocious energy of the soul ring. Gradually, The Emperor's martial soul seemed to respond, emanating a gentle radiance that enveloped the restless power. After a strenuous struggle, Qian Shao finally succeeded in absorbing the energy of the soul ring, integrating it into his being. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze that, though weary, brimmed with joy and confidence. Qian Rinxue smiled and congratulated Qian Shao. Following his successful absorption of the soul ring, the group continued their journey through the Douluo forest, in search of a suitable soul beast for Qian Rinxue. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly serene yet perilous. Qian Douluo, guiding Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, explored with utmost caution, his formidable soul power extending outward in perception. Soon after, they stumbled upon a millennium-old spirit feather sky crane. This ethereal creature radiated a soft white light, its feathers as pure as the finest silk, with each flap of its wings. Shimmering specks of light cascaded down as it gracefully perched upon a branch of a great tree. Qian Douluo moved with the swiftness of lightning, dashing towards the spirit-feathered heavenly crane. The spirit-feathered heavenly crane, alert to the impending threat, immediately took to the skies, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of white energy blades aimed at Qian Douluo. Unfazed, he did not evade but rather swept his hands, conjuring his soul power as a protective shield that effortlessly deflected the blades. Without hesitation, he surged forward, concentrating his soul power into a radiant beam that struck the spirit-feathered heavenly crane. Wounded, the majestic creature plummeted from the sky. Qian Douluo turned to Qian Rinxue and said, "Shuer, this spirit feather sky crane is well suited for you as your first soul ring. You must bring its life to an end and then absorb the soul ring." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly and approached the wounded spirit feather sky crane. Though a twinge of reluctance stirred within her heart, she understood that this was an inevitable path on her journey to becoming stronger. Qian Rinxue summoned her six-winged angel spirit, concentrating her soul power as a gentle golden light emanated from her. The aura of the spirit feather celestial crane gradually faded away. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue commenced the absorption of the soul rings. Initially, a warm energy flowed through her meridians, and she felt as though her body was being purified and elevated. However, before long, the power of the soul rings abruptly became restless. Qian Shao anxiously observed her sister from the sidelines, offering words of encouragement. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo remained utterly focused, vigilantly standing guard and prepared to lend his assistance at a moment's notice. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly, diligently stabilizing the power of her soul ring according to her grandfather's teachings. She silently recited the cultivation mantra in her heart, methodically channeling her soul energy to harness the tumultuous force. However, the power of the soul ring remained unruly, repeatedly battering against her meridians. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The memory of Qian Zhao's unwavering determination surged within her, igniting a fierce resolve to persevere. She intensified her soul power output, resisting the force of the soul ring. In a pivotal moment, the radiance of Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel martial spirit shone brilliantly, as the ethereal figure behind her seemed to extend its hands, aiding her in suppressing the tumultuous energy. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue gathered her strength and fully absorbed the power of the soul ring. Slowly, she opened her eyes, their brilliance intensified, and her aura grew significantly stronger. Qian Shao joyfully rushed over to congratulate her sister. Qian Douluo gazed at the two children, a gratifying smile gracing his face. "You have both performed admirably. Now, please demonstrate your first soul skill to me." Chapter 6. The first soul skill. Upon hearing Qian Douluo's words, Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, a surge of resolute determination welling up within her. She understood that this was her moment to showcase her accomplishments to her grandfather, and she was determined to excel. Taking a step forward, her gaze transformed into one of intense focus and unwavering resolve. She silently promised herself, "I must show grandfather the fruits of my labor and my growth." A golden radiance began to flow from her, as the six-winged angel martial spirit gradually manifested behind her, exuding a divine and formidable aura. First soul skill, Angel Strike, she announced, her voice steady, before she propelled herself forward with tremendous force, akin to an arrow released from its bow. As she surged ahead, a brilliant golden light enveloped her, slicing through the surrounding air with a sharp hiss, like the edge of a blade. At that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on perfectly exhibiting the power and speed of her soul skill. Her eyes locked onto the towering tree ahead. As she approached the tree, there was no indication of slowing down. She collided directly with it. In the instant before impact, the golden light concentrated on her right shoulder, which she thrust forward, striking the trunk with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, a deep dent appeared in the tree, and wood splinters flew in every direction. Yet, Qian Renxue came to a steady halt, turning to face Qian Douluo and Qian Xiao. She noted the astonishment in Qian Zhao's eyes, a flicker of pride igniting in her heart as she eagerly anticipated her brother's forthcoming display. "Grandfather, this is my first soul skill, Angel Strike," Qian Renxue proclaimed. Qian Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Qian Renxue's demonstration. Once again, she activated her soul skill, this time selecting a distant target, a massive boulder. She surged forward like a swift gale, and as she neared the rock, she leapt high into the air, her body spinning gracefully. With her feet together, all the golden light converged at her toes. With a delicate cry, she struck the boulder with her sword. In an instant, the rock shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. Throughout this process, Qian Renxue continuously pondered her grandfather's teachings, reflecting on how to control her soul power with greater precision and how to maximize the potency of her soul skills. Qian Xiao watched from the side, his eyes filled with wonder. He felt a mixture of joy for Shui air and a touch of anxiety, determined to perform admirably and not disappoint his grandfather. Qian Renxue continued to demonstrate the agility of her soul skills, swiftly darting through the woods. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao observed intently, silently absorbing his sister's techniques, while contemplating how to enhance his own rock spear shot by employing a similar approach. After the performance, Qian Renxue returned to Qian Daoliu's side, her breath slightly quickened. She looked at her grandfather with a hint of anxiety, yearning for his approval. Qian Daoliu smiled and nodded, saying, "Shuer, your soul technique possesses commendable power and speed. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the consumption of your soul force and the observation of your surroundings to ensure your safety." Qian Renxue earnestly nodded in response, "Grandfather, I will remember." After Qian Renxue's demonstration, Qian Daoliu turned his gaze towards Qian Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Qian Xiao stepped forward, an aura of imperial might emanating from his being. He encouraged himself inwardly. "I am capable, just as my sister is." His first soul skill, rapid fire of rock spears, surged his soul power towards the ground. The earth before him began to tremble violently, and soon, sharp rock spears erupted from the soil. These spears radiated a warm, earthen glow, their tips glinting menacingly. "Ha!" Qian Xiao shouted, his hands sweeping forcefully. The 6 rock spears shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards an open space in the distance. As they soared through the air, Qian Xiao meticulously calculated their trajectory and force, hoping to strike his target with precision. The 6 rock spears plunged fiercely into the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly, signaling Qian Xiao to continue his display. Focusing intently, Qian Xiao unleashed his soul skill once more. This time, he aimed at a robust tree, and the rock spears whistled through the air, striking the trunk with pinpoint accuracy. With several muffled thuds, deep holes were pierced into the tree, and wood shavings scattered about. A surge of excitement filled Qian Xiao, prompting him to concentrate even more as he prepared to showcase the defensive penetration effect. He directed his soul power, sending the rock spears towards a massive boulder, its surface clad in a tough stone armor, simulating an enemy's defense. Upon impact, some rock spears shimmered with an unusual light, and cracks began to form on the armor of the boulder, gradually widening. Qian Xiao hoped for an even greater effect, continuously adjusting the output of his soul power. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Daoliu addressed, "Shower, endeavor to simultaneously engage multiple targets while adeptly altering your attack direction." Qian Xiao nodded in agreement and commenced the task. He gracefully maneuvered his hands, channeling his soul power once again into the ground. In an instant, another batch of rock spears materialized. With a focused gaze, Qian Xiao dispersed his soul power to control the rock spears. The spears surged forth towards various stone targets in different directions. Throughout their flight, Qian Xiao skillfully adjusted the trajectories of the rock spears with his mind. The spears, originally on a linear path, suddenly veered and struck the stones from diverse angles. Some rock spears dove down from above, while others swept in from the side. With a series of resounding bangs, the stones were shattered, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Qian Xiao exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Qian Daoliu observed Qian Zhao's demonstration with a satisfied smile, expressing his approval. "You have all performed admirably. Continue your diligent efforts, for the future holds great promise." Chapter 7, the second soul skill. After Qian Xiao completed the showcase of her soul skill, the trio took a brief respite before delving deeper into the Star Do Great Forest. Qian Daoliu led the way, his soul power extending like a vast net, meticulously searching for a suitable soul beast for Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao followed closely behind, occasionally exchanging whispers about their recent demonstrations of soul skills. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Qian Rinshua's eyes as she yearned for more formidable power, while Qian Xiao silently cheered for her sister, eagerly hoping to acquire more potent soul skills in the future. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees grew ever taller and sturdier, and the light dimmed considerably. The faint presence of powerful soul beasts wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and exhilarating. Suddenly, Qian Dalu halted, his gaze sharply fixated on a thicket to the left. Emerging from the underbrush was a spirit feather moon deer, radiating a gentle blue glow. Its antlers resembled translucent blue crystals, shimmering with mysterious runes, and with each step it took, a halo of blue light unfurled beneath its hooves. Qian Dalu gently remarked, "Schwer, this spirit feather moon deer is a millennium soul beast. Its abilities might serve as an excellent choice for your second soul ring. It excels in defensive and healing capabilities, which should harmoniously complement your Sacred Radiance Guardian soul skill." Qian Rinxue gazed at the spirit feather moon deer, offering a slight nod as her soul energy began to surge. Qian Daoliu's figure flickered, propelling him towards the spirit feather moon deer. Startled, the deer instantly conjured a shimmering blue shield, while the surrounding azure light intensified, striving to withstand Qian Daoliu's onslaught. With a vigorous motion of his hands, Qian Daoliu's soul energy crashed against the shield like a tumultuous tide, and after several exchanges, the spirit feather moon deer gradually found itself at a disadvantage. After inflicting severe injuries upon the spirit feather moon deer, Qian Daolu retreated to the side of Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue stepped forward, silently expressing her gratitude for the sacrifices made by the spirit feather moon deer, and subsequently unleashed her soul power to bring its life to an end. Qian Rinxue commenced the absorption of the soul ring, the azure luminescence enveloping her form. Initially, a gentle and invigorating energy gradually flowed into her being, and she could perceive her body as if it were being nourished and strengthened. However, as the absorption progressed, the power of the soul ring unexpectedly began to waver. A pang of anxiety gripped Qian Rinxue's heart, yet she swiftly composed herself. Following her grandfather's teachings, she began to regulate her soul force, endeavoring to soothe the tumultuous energy of the soul ring. Qian Xiao anxiously observed her sister from the sidelines, her fists instinctively clenched. Qian Daolu attentively monitored Qian Rengshu's condition, ever ready to offer assistance at a moment's notice. Qian Rengshu focused her mind, repeatedly recalling her determination to protect her family and safeguard the spirit hall. She gradually merged her soul power with the strength of the spirit feather moon deer, guiding that energy to circulate within her body. After considerable effort, Qian Rengshu successfully absorbed the soul ring. She slowly opened her eyes, emanating a gentle blue glow. Qian Rengshu felt the power surging within her and began to attempt the new soul skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian. She raised her hands, channeling her soul energy, and a shield interwoven with blue and gold materialized before her. The shield bore the runes of the spirit feather moon deer and the mark of the six-winged angel, exuding an aura of divinity and strength. Qian Rinxue directed the shield towards a massive boulder, and as the shield made contact, the surface of the stone was enveloped in a radiant glow. Qian Daolu raised his hand and unleashed a soul power attack upon the boulder. Upon striking the luminous shield, the attack was significantly diminished in potency, ultimately landing on the boulder and leaving only a faint mark. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue instructed Qian Xiao to assault the shield with a rock spear. Qian Xiao launched the rock spear with great velocity towards the shield. Upon impact, the shield flickered slightly, absorbing a portion of the spear's force, yet remained steadfast in its integrity. Qian Rinxue enveloped both herself and Qian Xiao with a protective shield, and the two could feel a soothing energy coursing through them, gradually alleviating the slight fatigue that had accumulated from their training and the display of soul techniques. Qian Daolu observed as Qian Rinxue successfully executed her soul skill, nodding in approval. "Schwer," he remarked, "your Holy Radiance Guardian soul skill is quite remarkable. With this ability, both your self-preservation in battle and your capacity to assist your teammates will be greatly enhanced." Qian Rinxue smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. I shall continue to strive diligently in my cultivation." After Qian Rinxue successfully acquired her second soul skill and showcased it, the three of them took a brief respite before embarking once more on the journey to find a suitable soul ring for Qian Xiao. Qian Daolu continued to lead the way ahead, his expression one of unwavering focus and caution, as his formidable soul power diligently sought out any soul beast that might meet Qian Xiao's needs. Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao followed closely behind, with Qian Rinxue softly reassuring her brother, "Do not be anxious, dear brother. you will undoubtedly find a powerful soul ring that suits you. Qianxiao nodded slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Sister, I shall strive for it. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Stardow forest, the surroundings grew increasingly sinister, with dense foliage nearly shrouding the sunlight entirely. The occasional low growls of beasts echoed ominously, as if warning intruders to tread carefully within this territory. Suddenly, Qiandalu came to a halt, his gaze fixated on a small cave not far ahead. From within the cave emerged a colossal rock-armored rhinoceros, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain, clad in an impenetrable rock shell adorned with ancient and enigmatic patterns. The rhinoceros's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and the vapor exhaled from its nostrils carried an air of intimidation. Qiandaoliu's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Shower, this rock-armored giant rhino is a Millennium Soul beast, endowed with formidable defenses and earth-based powers, which should resonate profoundly with you. Furthermore, the soul ring it produces will be of 1,000 years purple hue, bestowing upon you even greater strength. Qiandalu moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting towards the rock-armored giant rhinoceros. Sensing the imminent threat, the rhinoceros lowered its head, charging forward with its formidable horn. Unfazed, Qiandalu gathered his soul power, conjuring a formidable barrier that successfully absorbed the impact of the rhinoceros's assault. In an instant, he deftly maneuvered to the side of the creature, unleashing a series of powerful strikes, with his soul energy striking the rhinoceros's flank like cannonballs. The rock-armored giant rhinoceros let out a series of furious roars, its rocky armor shimmering with a layer of earthy light, significantly augmenting its defenses. It pivoted and charged at Qiandalu once more, each step sending tremors through the ground. A fierce battle ensued between Qiandalu and the rhinoceros. After a delicate dance of combat, Qiandalu finally discerned an opening in the creature's defenses, delivering a potent soul attack that struck at its vital point. The rhinoceros collapsed with a thunderous crash, barely clinging to life. Qianxiao stepped forward, silently expressing his gratitude for the sacrifice of the rock-armored giant rhino. He took a deep breath, summoning the Emperor's martial spirit as his soul power surged forth. A beam of light shot out, bringing an end to the life of the majestic creature. Subsequently, Qianxiao began to absorb the soul ring. The violet glow of the soul ring enveloped him, and he immediately felt a profound and substantial force coursing into his body. Initially, this power flowed gently like a trickling stream, gradually nourishing his meridians and physique, filling him with vigor. However, it was not long before the energy from the soul ring surged with overwhelming intensity. Qian Rinxue anxiously observed Qianxia from the side, her hands instinctively clenched. Meanwhile, Qiandalu placed his palm against Qianxia's back, poised to channel his soul power at any moment to assist in stabilizing the situation. Qianxiao endeavored to maintain his composure, employing the techniques imparted by his grandfather to channel the tumultuous energy within. He repeatedly reminded himself to persevere, the hopes of his family and his own aspirations vividly surfacing in his mind. After a strenuous struggle, Qianxiao ultimately succeeded in absorbing the power of the soul ring. Gradually, he opened his eyes, emanating a formidable aura. Qianxiao rose to his feet, attuning himself to the flow of soul power within, and began to attempt the manifestation of the new soul technique, rock barrier of the world. With his hands forming intricate seals, torrents of soul energy surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a formidable barrier around him and enveloping the nearby Qian Rinxue. The barrier radiated a profound shade of purple, its rocky pattern shimmering with brilliance, unleashing intense pulses of earth element energy. In order to assess the efficacy of the barrier, Qiandalu raised his hand and unleashed a soul power attack. Upon striking the barrier, the force of the attack was evidently diminished, and its trajectory altered significantly. Qianxiao then maneuvered the barrier towards a nearby colossal rock, causing the ground surrounding the rock to fracture instantaneously from the seismic pulse of the earth element, with the area adjacent to the barrier displaying pronounced fissures. Qianxiao felt a surge of joy within, continuing to adeptly manipulate the soul technique. He expanded the range of the rock barrier to its utmost limits, then directed the elemental pulse of stone to radiate outward. The surrounding trees were struck by the pulse, their leaves cascading to the ground, while the trunks sustained varying degrees of damage. Qiandalu gazed at Qianxiao's demonstration, nodding in satisfaction. Shower, your second soul skill is indeed formidable. Continue to strive in your training, and you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master. Qian Rinxue smiled and added, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Yet I can't help but feel that your soul skill bears a striking resemblance to mine, and perhaps surpasses it. Qianxiao retorted playfully, Well, sister, your soul skill possesses healing properties, while mine does not. One must sacrifice to gain. True, although mine may not be as powerful as yours, it provides healing. So I shall forgive you, dear brother, Qian Daolu observed, a subtle smile gracing his lips at the exchange. Chapter 8. Bibi Dong. After Qian Shao showcased his soul skill, the trio returned to the Spirit Hall, having endured numerous trials in the Stardow Forest. Qian Rinxue, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation, stepped confidently and briskly towards the grand and solemn hall, eager to present her newly acquired soul skill to her mother, Bibi Dong. Each stride seemed to embody her dreams for the future and her yearning for her mother's approval. Upon entering the awe-inspiring hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat regally upon her elevated throne, as she always did, dressed in a papal robe dominated by black and gold hues. The black fabric was as profound as the endless night sky, mysterious and oppressive, while the intricate golden embroidery resembled a flowing river of stars, shimmering with a magnificent and commanding radiance. The collar of her robe stood high, adorned with a circle of precious purple gemstones that reflected the chilling and enigmatic light from the crystal chandelier above, as if capable of piercing through the hearts of those who beheld it. Her hair, smooth and lustrous like black satin, cascaded neatly down her back, reaching below the throne, swaying gently with her subtle movements, akin to wisps of cloud in a tranquil night sky. The exquisite papal tiara upon her forehead was set with a large diamond-shaped ruby, surrounded by delicate white diamonds, resembling stars encircling the moon. The ruby's crimson glow complemented her deep purple eyes, enhancing their enchanting allure, captivating yet intimidating, drawing gazes despite the instinct to look away. Qian Rinxue strode forward, her face radiating a blend of pride and anticipation, her clear voice resonating within the grand hall. Mother, I have acquired a new soul skill in the Starry Forest, and I wish to demonstrate it to you. Her tone carried a hint of youthful eagerness, akin to a child yearning for sweets. However, the trajectory of fate took a sudden and dark turn at that moment. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong was inundated by a torrent of memories filled with pain and resentment, surging forth uncontrollably. A shadow flickered in her eyes, representing the eruption of long-suppressed negative emotions born from prolonged power struggles and intricate emotional entanglements. Once, she too had been a woman with dreams. Yet the cruel hand of fate had ensnared her in endless darkness and strife. In that fleeting instant, all her anguish transformed into an inexplicable fury directed towards Qian Rinxue. Before Qian Rinxue could grasp the situation, Bibi Dong leapt from her throne with a speed akin to a black lightning bolt tearing through the fabric of space. Her hands shot out, fingers like iron hooks, viciously gripping Qian Rinxue's throat. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in terror as her feet left the ground. She struggled desperately to pry Bibi Dong's hands away. Confusion and fear marred her face as she managed to choke out a few words. Mother, why? Qian Shao, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming urgency, as if his heart were ensnared by an invisible hand. He shouted, Your Holiness, cease at once. His voice resonated with boundless anxiety and terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, grasping Bibi Dong's arm with all his might in an attempt to halt her. Yet, at that moment, Bibi Dong had succumbed to madness, disregarding Qian Shao's pleas. With a mere flick of her arm, he was cast aside by an immense force. As Qian Daolu witnessed the unfolding scene, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. He bellowed, Bibi Dong, how dare you? His thunderous shout resonated throughout the grand hall. And in an instant, a formidable wave of soul power erupted from his being, surging towards Bibi Dong like a torrential flood. His white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes blazed with the fire of indignation, emanating a sacred aura as if he were a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Yet, Bibi Dong appeared entranced, her purple-black radiance swelling ominously, exuding a sinister and formidable essence akin to that of a demon. In a shocking display, she cast Qian Rinxue aside and turned to confront Qian Daolu. You have long suppressed me, but today I shall not yield, Bibi Dong roared, her hands weaving through the air as dark soul power coiled around Qian Daolu like serpents. The tendrils of this dark energy seemed to possess a life of their own, lunging at Qian Daolu with claws bared, corrupting the very air in their wake. With swift gestures, Qian Daolu formed intricate seals with his hands, as a divine shield of angelic soul power enveloped him, repelling the onslaught of dark soul energy. The shield radiated a dazzling golden brilliance, resplendent as the scorching sun. Yet, Bibi Dong's power far surpassed previous encounters, as the dark soul energy relentlessly battered against the shield, producing a hissing sound with each impact, causing the grand hall to tremble ever so slightly, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The members of the Spirit Hall, originally positioned on either side of the grand hall, were seized by terror at this sight, their eyes widening in alarm. Some timid maidens could not suppress their soft gasps, their bodies quaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. They covered their mouths with trembling hands, attempting to stifle any louder cries. Yet fear rendered them powerless to control their physical reactions. The elders of the Spirit Hall also displayed expressions of panic. They understood that should the battle between the Pope and the High Priestess spiral out of control, the entire Spirit Hall would be plunged into irretrievable disaster. Some elders instinctively gripped their staffs tightly, their knuckles turning pale, as if that was their sole source of solace in this moment. Others retreated hastily, seeking to evade the impending shock, their footsteps frantic, inadvertently colliding with those nearby. Qian Ruxue fell to the ground, coughing violently. Her small face flushed with a deep crimson hue, her eyes brimming with terror and helplessness. She was too preoccupied with her discomfort to care for herself. Anxiously gazing at the fierce battle between her grandfather and mother, Qian Shao swiftly rushed to her side, helping her to her feet. "Sister, do not be afraid." Qian Shao reassured her, enveloping Qian Ruxue in a tight embrace. Qian Ruxue trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend why her mother had so abruptly transformed into this. Qian Douluo was acutely aware that he could no longer hold back. Closing his eyes, he recited incantations, and the ethereal shadows of celestial beings materialized behind him. A radiant golden light erupted like the scorching sun, continuously infusing divine power into his being. This luminescence illuminated the entire grand hall, compelling the dark soul forces to retreat in disarray. Qian Douluo waved his hands, unleashing a radiant beam imbued with angelic power that surged toward Bibi Dong. Her pupils constricted as she summoned her utmost strength to resist. The clash of darkness and light reverberated throughout the grand hall, sending shockwaves that cracked the surrounding stone pillars, causing debris to tumble. "No, I shall not be defeated," Bibi Dong cried out, desperately absorbing the dark energies around her. Yet, the might of the angelic power was insurmountable. Qian Douluo intensified his divine output, the brilliance piercing through the shadows and striking Bibi Dong. She let out a wretched scream as her form was enveloped in the radiant light. Under the purifying influence of the angelic force, her struggles began to wane. Ultimately, the light faded, and Bibi Dong collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Tears streamed down Qian Rinchue's face as she wept openly. Qian Shao held her hand firmly, gently offering solace. "Sister, you still have me and Grandpa. We will always be by your side." Qian Douluo approached Qian Rinchue, gently caressing her head, his eyes filled with compassion. "Shuer, do not be afraid. Grandfather will protect you. This is not your fault." Qian Rinchue collapsed into Qian Daoliu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Subsequently, Qian Douluo turned to face the assembled members of the Spirit Hall. His voice resonant and resolute as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall temporarily assume control of all affairs within the Spirit Hall until a suitable pope is appointed. During this period, all members must fulfill their respective duties. Those who defy this mandate shall face severe consequences." The members of the Spirit Hall exchanged glances, sensing the undeniable authority in Qian Daoliu's words. Some bowed their heads, unable to meet his gaze, while others quickly knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty. A sense of unease and trepidation filled their hearts regarding the future, yet under the formidable pressure exerted by Qian Douluo, none dared voice dissent. Chapter 9. A New Life at the Academy in the wake of the harrowing upheaval within the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo recognized that both Qian Rinchue and Qian Shao desperately required a stable and nurturing environment conducive to their continued training and education. Thus, he resolutely decided to enroll the siblings in the Spirit Hall's primary school. This institution, majestically situated near the heart of the Spirit Hall, boasted impressive architecture. The white marble walls were intricately adorned with various spirit patterns, seemingly alive and vividly realistic. The campus was lush with verdant trees and vibrant flowers, its wide, immaculate pathways inviting and serene. The playground was lined with a variety of training equipment, where students exerted themselves in physical and spiritual training, their spirited shouts rising and falling in a fervent chorus. Qian Douluo led Qian Rinchue and Qian Shao to the entrance of the school. Dressed in a pristine white uniform, Qian Rinchue sported a tidy golden ponytail. Although traces of the previous incident lingered in her gaze, it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of curiosity and anticipation for her new surroundings. Qian Shao, equally clad in white, exuded vitality with his striking black hair. Closely following his sister and grandfather, Qian Douluo knelt down, his gaze affectionate yet solemn as he looked upon the two children. With heartfelt sincerity, he said, "Shuer, Shower. Here you must diligently study and cultivate amicable relationships with your classmates. Grandfather will visit you often. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, resolutely responding, Grandfather, I will give my utmost effort. Qian Shao quickly echoed, Rest assured, Grandfather, we shall be obedient. Upon entering the school, the group proceeded to the administrative office to complete the enrollment procedures. The headmaster was a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man. He meticulously reviewed the records of Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, then raised his gaze to observe them momentarily. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and stated, Qian Rinxue, Qian Shao, you have been assigned to Class 1. Follow me. I shall escort you to your classroom. As they made their way to the classroom, the headmaster succinctly outlined the school's regulations and curriculum. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao listened attentively, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the school life that lay ahead. Upon reaching the classroom door, the headmaster gently pushed it open, and the previously boisterous room fell into an instant hush, with all the students' gazes fixed upon Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao at the threshold. Classmates, these are our new students. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao. Please give them a warm welcome. The headmaster's voice resonated within the classroom. A resounding applause erupted forth. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, slightly bashful, stepped into the room, where the teacher assigned them seats together. Their deskmate, a cheerful and outgoing young boy, beamed at them and said, Hello, my name is Lin Feng. From now on, we shall be classmates. Qian Shao politely replied, Hello, Lin Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qian Rinxue also nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the teacher invited the two new students to introduce themselves to the class. Qian Rinxue elegantly raised her chin slightly, her golden hair shimmering under the gentle caress of sunlight. With a soft parting of her crimson lips, she greeted her classmates. Hello, everyone. I am Qian Rinxue. My martial soul is the six-winged angel. As her voice faded, a radiant light erupted behind her, heralding the arrival of her six-winged angel martial soul. The pristine white wings fluttered delicately, a divine aura radiating outward like ripples in water, evoking expressions of awe and envy among her peers. Following this, Qian Rinxue began to showcase her soul rings. Two enigmatic purple thousand-year soul rings gradually ascended from beneath her feet. The first soul ring glimmered with runes that flowed like a river of stars, as if imbued with the power of celestial bodies. The second soul ring glowed with a depth akin to the ocean, seemingly containing an ancient and mysterious contractual force. My first soul skill is Angelic Assault. A spark of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes as she lightly tapped the ground with her feet, propelling herself forward like a streak of golden lightning. A series of golden afterimages trailed behind her, and as she neared the classroom wall, her entire form was enveloped in resplendent golden light. With her right fist clenched tightly, she struck the wall with a forceful blow. Just before her fist made contact, a layer of gentle soul power quietly enveloped it, causing the wall to tremble slightly and leaving behind a shallow imprint, while Qian Rinxue gracefully descended like a light butterfly. Next came her second soul skill, Radiant Guardian. Qian Rinxue slowly raised her hands, palms facing each other, as her soul power surged between them like a lively stream. A shield, interwoven in blue and gold, materialized before her, adorned with the luminous runes of the spirit feather moon deer. With the silhouette of the six-winged angel gracefully swirling within, the shield expanded continuously, its brilliance intensifying. Qian Rinxue pushed the shield towards her classmates, who immediately felt a soft force gently enveloping them like a delicate veil. At that moment, the teacher unleashed a soul power attack against the shield. Upon contact, the shield shimmered, and the attacking soul power dissipated as if it had vanished into the depths of the sea. Then it was Qian Zhao's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with unwavering confidence, exclaiming, Hello, everyone. I am Qian Shao, and my martial soul is the Emperor. The Emperor martial soul instantly soared from his back, emanating a powerful pressure that surged like a tidal wave, causing his classmates to instinctively straighten their posture. His two purple thousand-year soul rings also gradually manifested. The first soul ring radiated with a heavy and robust earth-type energy, its patterns resembling undulating mountain ranges. The second soul ring flickered with hints of rock, as if embodying the majestic authority of the heavens and earth. My first soul skill is Rock Spear Barrage. Qian Shao swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his soul power into the ground like a torrential tide. In an instant, the earth trembled violently as sharp rock spears erupted from the soil. The spears, a deep purple-black, gleamed menacingly, entwined with strands of rock. With a mighty shout, Qian Shao swung his arms vigorously, sending the rock spears soaring towards the classroom's ceiling like shooting stars. A thunderous crash echoed as the spears struck the ceiling, causing debris to rain down. However, just before the stones could fall upon his classmates, a layer of soul power formed a solid dome, shielding them from harm. My second soul skill is Rock Mountain Dominion. Qianshao once again summoned his soul power, swiftly erecting a formidable barrier around him. This barrier, cloaked in a profound shade of purple-black, bore rock patterns that resembled a dragon coiling and poised to strike. As soon as the barrier was formed, it unleashed a powerful pulse of rock elements, causing the surrounding air to seem instantaneously ionized, accompanied by a crackling sound. Qianshao manipulated the barrier, advancing it like a mighty beast. Everything in its path, from tables to chairs, was sent flying by its immense force. He further commanded the barrier to emit several beams of gray light, which struck the ground like arrows, creating several deep craters in an instant. Once the demonstration concluded, the classroom fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause and cheers. The classmates gathered around, animatedly discussing the spectacular display, their eyes alight with admiration and longing. Qian Rinxue and Qianshao exchanged a knowing smile. In that moment, they felt the joy of their efforts and strength being acknowledged, further solidifying their resolve to strive for excellence at the Spirit Hall Academy. Chapter 10. The growth years on campus. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight, like a gentle veil, quietly fell upon the windowsill of Qian Rinxue and Qianshao. Qianshao rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at his sister, whose cascading golden hair lay disheveled beside him, resembling a flowing river of gold. He gently nudged her, whispering, "Sister, it's time to get up and train." Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes, initially still bearing a hint of languor, which was swiftly replaced by determination. She silently resolved, "In this school, I must become stronger and never disappoint Grandpa's expectations." The two made their way to the training ground, commencing their daily physical training. As Qianshao ran, he soon found himself gasping for breath, his footsteps growing heavier. However, upon seeing the unwavering silhouette of Qian Rinxue ahead, he gritted his teeth and encouraged himself inwardly. "I cannot fall behind my sister. I must keep pace with her." Qian Rinxue, keenly sensing Qianzhao's struggle, slightly slowed her pace and turned to him, saying, "Shower, adjust your breathing, and evenly distribute your soul power throughout your body." Qianzhao obediently nodded, following his sister's advice, and immediately felt a bit more at ease. The school bell rang out with a clear chime, and they hurried to their classroom. Today's lesson was on the theoretical knowledge of soul skills, and Qian Rinxue listened intently, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge as she pondered. "This knowledge may elevate the potency of my soul skills further." Qianshao, however, was somewhat distracted, secretly drawing a small rock beast on a piece of paper and sliding it to Qian Rinxue. Upon seeing the note, Qian Rinxue shot him a helpless glance and wrote back, "Pay attention in class." She then pushed the note back to him. Qianshao stuck out his tongue and began to focus on the lecture. During the break, Lin Feng dashed over, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Qian Rinxue, Qianshao, I heard that the school's spirit cultivation room has opened a new area. Let us go check it out." Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment, intending to use the break to review her notes. Yet Qianshao instantly perked up, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Sister, let us go see. Perhaps it will enhance our soul power." Qian Rinxue gazed at Qianshao, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and nodded in acknowledgement. As they entered the new area of the training chamber, a rich and profound aura of soul power enveloped them. The spacious expanse was adorned with crystals embedded in the ceiling, casting a gentle glow reminiscent of countless stars illuminating the entire space. The ancient Soul Master runes etched upon the walls flickered softly, as if whispering tales of legendary heroes from ages past. The floor was laid with special stone slabs, their intricate soul power patterns allowing a subtle stream of energy to surge into their bodies with every step taken. At the heart of the room, a small soul gathering platform stood out strikingly. Crafted from translucent jade, the inner radiance of the stone shimmered mysteriously. Surrounding it, the concentrated soul power nearly took on a tangible form, enveloped in a delicate mist. Approaching the soul gathering platform, Qian Rinxue closed her eyes to absorb the atmosphere, marveling inwardly at the thought that training here would surely yield extraordinary results with half the effort. Qianshao curiously wandered about, discovering several small cultivation compartments in her surroundings. The doors of these compartments were crafted from unique wood, intricately engraved with exquisite soul patterns. Upon entering a compartment, she found a comfortable meditation cushion, designed to insulate one from external distractions, thus facilitating a deeper focus on cultivation. In one corner of the training room, there was a simulated combat area, featuring animated puppets constructed from a special metal, capable of withstanding formidable soul power attacks. Qian Ringsha pondered, this is an excellent place to test newly acquired soul techniques. Perhaps it will reveal her own shortcomings. Qian Shao eagerly harnessed his soul energy in an attempt to absorb it, joyfully exclaiming to Qian Rinxue, sister. The rate of soul energy absorption here is significantly faster than before. My soul energy is rapidly increasing. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly and seated herself beside the soul-gathering platform to cultivate. She regulated her breathing, allowing the soul energy to circulate within her body. With each cycle, she absorbed a substantial amount of pure soul energy. In her heart, she pondered, if I could cultivate here for an extended period, my strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap. However, not long after, Qian Shao, due to the excessive absorption of soul energy, experienced turbulence within his internal energy. Upon noticing this, Qian Rinxue immediately ceased her cultivation and approached Qian Shao, gently advising, brother, do not rush, guide the soul energy slowly, allowing it to flow orderly through your meridians. With Qian Rinxue's assistance, the soul energy within Qian Shao gradually stabilized. During the afternoon combat training session, Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao were assigned to different groups. An undercurrent of concern stirred within Qian Rinxue for her brother, as she was acutely aware of his propensity for impulsiveness at times. The adversary of Qian Rinxue launched the first strike, a blade of light darting forth like a bolt of lightning. With graceful agility, Qian Rinxue evaded the attack, her mind calculating a swift resolution. Behind her, the radiance of her six-winged angelic spirit erupted forth, and with a delicate tap of her feet upon the ground, she surged towards her opponent like a golden meteor. As she closed in, she unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Assault, while simultaneously channeling her soul power into her right fist, which shone with a dazzling golden light. Her opponent, caught off guard and in a state of panic, found themselves unable to mount a defense in time. Qian Rinxue's fist struck the opponent's defensive soul power, shattering what appeared to be a formidable barrier in an instant, sending her adversary crashing to the ground. Qian Rinxue remained poised and composed, her expression serene. In this moment, as the opponent launched their assault, the brilliance of their martial spirit flickered. Qian Shao remained calm and collected, inwardly reciting, patience is key. One decisive move will secure victory. He concentrated his soul power and shouted with vigor, Rock Spear Barrage. In an instant, powerful waves of soul energy surged from the ground, and several robust rock spears erupted from beneath the opponent's feet. The adversary had no time to react, being thrust into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. With this singular maneuver, Qian Shao emerged victorious. After the training concluded, Qian Rinxue approached Qian Shao. Frowning slightly, she remarked, these opponents are far too weak. Such battles do little to enhance our skills. Qian Shao wholeheartedly agreed, responding, indeed, sister, it is rather dull. Chapter 11. The Radiant Unicorn. After 2 years of diligent study and training at the Martial Soul Temple's primary school, Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao finally attained the 30th level of soul power, marking a pivotal juncture in their journey. Qian Douluo resolved to lead them into the enigmatic and perilous Star Dough Forest to obtain soul rings. As they stepped into the Star Dough Forest, towering, dense trees obscured the sky, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. An abundant aura of life permeated the surroundings, concealing myriad unknown dangers. With a serious expression, Qian Douluo understood well that acquiring suitable soul rings for the two children would not be a simple endeavor. Shower. Stay close to me. The Star Dough Forest is fraught with peril. We must not let our guard down, he cautioned in a hushed tone. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao followed closely behind their grandfather, their eyes brimming with vigilance and anticipation. They advanced cautiously, with Qian Douluo unleashing his formidable soul power to sense the surroundings. Along the way, they encountered several weak soul beasts, yet none met the needs of Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao. Grandfather, when will we find the right one? Qian Shao could not help but inquire. Qian Douluo patted his head, saying patience is essential. The appropriate soul ring requires diligent searching. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a pack of phantom wolves. These social soul beasts possessed exceptional teamwork and keen olfactory senses. Their bodies were a grayish blue, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the shadows. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, reminiscent of ghostly flames. The phantom wolves bore razor-sharp fangs capable of effortlessly tearing through their prey's flesh. They were remarkably swift, often launching their attacks before their targets could react. Among the pack, the alpha wolf was more than twice the size of an ordinary phantom wolf. its soul power fluctuations indicating it was nearing a millennium of cultivation. It let out a low growl, commanding the pack to encircle their prey. Qian Dalu snorted coldly, unleashing his soul power, instantly overwhelming several weaker phantom wolves, rendering them incapacitated. However, the remaining wolves did not retreat. Under the leadership of their alpha, they launched their assault. Qian Rinxue immediately unleashed her six-winged angel martial soul, launching into an angelic assault. She surged forth like a beam of golden light towards the spectral wolf pack, her fists radiating with the brilliance of soul power. Qian Shao, equally undeterred, unleashed a barrage of rock spears, each one detonating amidst the wolves. Under the protective watch of Qian Daolu, they successfully repelled the sinister wolves. As they continued their journey, they arrived at the serene banks of a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the lake bed. Yet Qian Daolu sensed a formidable wave of soul power emanating from beneath the surface. Suddenly, a colossal column of water erupted, and a gigantic water python soul beast surged forth from the depths. This magnificent creature, known as the blue crystal water python, boasted scales that shimmered with an ethereal blue luminescence as hard and beautiful as sapphire. It glided effortlessly through the water, harnessing its element to amplify its offensive and defensive capabilities. The blue crystal water python was adept in water-based magic, capable of unleashing high-pressure jets of water powerful enough to pierce through rock. Its body possessed remarkable flexibility, allowing it to swiftly twist and evade incoming attacks. With nearly 10,000 years of age, its strength was not to be underestimated. The python opened its cavernous maw and lunged at them. Qian Daolu waved his hands, sending forth a beam of white light that temporarily halted the creature's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao launched their soul techniques. Yet the python's defenses were formidable, causing their attacks to merely scatter droplets of water. After a fierce exchange, Qian Daolu discerned the opportune moment to unleash a powerful strike, ultimately vanquishing the water python. As Qian Shao gazed upon the fallen beast, her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Grandfather, can we eat this water python?" Qian Daolu replied with a smile. "Indeed, the flesh of the blue crystal water python is a great delicacy. Today, I shall prepare a sumptuous snake soup for you." Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows slightly and asked, "Grandfather, will making snake soup be quite troublesome?" Qian Daolu, while beginning to prepare the water python, replied, "Not at all. Shue, you and Shao can assist your grandfather." Qian Shao immediately approached and inquired, "Grandfather, how can I help?" As Qian Daolu skillfully peeled the skin from the water python, he instructed, "Shower, go over there and gather some dry twigs to start a fire." Qian Shao excitedly ran off to collect the branches. Qian Rinxue was assisting in washing the snake meat that Qian Daolu had sliced. "Sister, do you think the snake soup will be delicious?" Qian Shao inquired while picking up branches. Qian Rinxue replied with a smile, "It will surely be delicious if Grandpa makes it." Qian Daolu set up a simple stove and kindled a fire. He placed the meticulously prepared snake meat into the pot and began to simmer it. Qian Shao, filled with curiosity, gathered around the stove, gazing at the meat in the pot. "Grandfather, how much longer until it's ready?" Qian Daolu gently tapped his head and replied, "Little glutton, it's still quite early. This snake stew must be simmered slowly to fully extract the meat's exquisite flavor." Qian Rinxue sat quietly to the side, watching her grandfather and younger brother, her heart brimming with warmth. After a while, Qian Daolu added some herbs and spices he had foraged from the forest into the pot. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qian Shao could not help but inhale deeply. "Wow, it smells wonderful. Grandpa, you are amazing." Qian Daolu chuckled. "Make sure to eat plenty. Only then will you have the strength to continue your training." After days and nights of searching, they finally discovered a soul beast suitable for Qian Rinxue deep within the forest, the radiant unicorn. The unicorn emanated a sacred glow, resembling a messenger of light. Its fur was as white as snow, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. The unicorn's horn served as the core of its power, capable of gathering and releasing formidable light energy. It possessed the ability to heal and purify, and its speed was remarkable, allowing it to navigate the forest with extraordinary agility. Nearly 10,000 years old, the soul ring it contained was immensely powerful and pure. Sensing danger, the unicorn immediately became alert. Its snow-white fur fluttered gently with the fluctuations of soul power. The light from its horn shone brightly, and its hooves left trails of luminous shadows on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Qian Rinxue summoned the brilliance of her six-winged angel martial soul, launching an angelic assault like a golden meteor hurtling toward the unicorn. The unicorn swiftly dodged, transforming into a beam of light to evade the attack, simultaneously releasing a dazzling ray of light from its horn towards Qianrenxue. She quickly sidestepped, the radiant beam grazing the edge of her garment before striking a nearby large tree, enveloping it in a sacred halo of light. Upon witnessing her sister engage in battle, Qianxiao refused to be outdone, letting out a fierce battle cry, rapid fire of stone spears. With deft motions, she swiftly formed hand seals, channeling her soul power into the ground. In an instant, sharp stone spears erupted from the earth surrounding the unicorn. The unicorn, displaying remarkable agility, summoned radiant power beneath its hooves, leaping high to evade the spears. It then spun in midair, diving towards Qianxiao, its horn radiating an even more dazzling light, akin to a miniature sun hurtling towards her. Without hesitation, Qianrenxue rushed forward, invoking the holy radiance to create a protective shield before Qianxiao. The shield shimmered with the ethereal dance of six-winged angels, as the unicorn's attack collided with it, producing a thunderous sound. The shield flickered, yet successfully absorbed the impact. Exchanging a resolute glance, the siblings simultaneously launched their counterattacks. Qianrenxue charged once more at the unicorn, her fists enveloped in golden soul power, while Qianxiao commanded the stone spears to thrust towards the unicorn from various angles. The unicorn nimbly evaded, leveraging its speed to weave between them, relentlessly striking with its horn and hooves. Each assault was accompanied by potent radiant energy, leaving the siblings momentarily overwhelmed. Despite their harmonious cooperation, the unicorn's formidable strength gradually placed them in a precarious situation. After a fierce exchange, both siblings bore several scrapes, and their soul power had significantly waned. Suddenly, the unicorn came to a halt, its horn gathering brilliant light in a frenzy before unleashing a barrage of radiant blades in all directions. Qianrenxue and Qianxiao swiftly took evasive action, as the blades cleaved through trees and carved deep gashes into the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Douluo swiftly materialized before them. He extended his palm, summoning a formidable white soul force that glimmered with intensity, and with a gentle wave, those radiant blades dissipated instantaneously. Without hesitation, Douluo charged towards the unicorn, his speed akin to that of lightning. The unicorn, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Douluo, sought to flee, yet it was already too late. Douluo unleashed his potent soul energy, ensnaring the unicorn, and relentlessly commenced his assault, gradually overwhelming the creature. In the end, Douluo unleashed a formidable assault that struck the unicorn, which let out a pained cry. Its massive form swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, breathing labored and faint. Qianrenxue hurriedly approached, settling into a cross-legged position as she began to absorb the soul ring. The soul ring of the radiant unicorn gently ascended from her body, its purple hue shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, interwoven with delicate strands of black patterns. Qianrenxue channeled the soul power within her, guiding the soul ring closer. Upon its contact with her form, a surge of potent and pure energy coursed through her being. Qianxiao stood vigil beside her sister, his gaze fixed intently on their surroundings. Meanwhile, Douluo created a protective barrier nearby, ensuring that Qianrenxue remained undisturbed during the absorption process. As time progressed, the radiance enveloping Qianrenxue intensified, and her aura steadily ascended. After a considerable period, she gradually opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. She had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the radiant unicorn. Rising to her feet, she felt the formidable power coursing through her heart brimming with joy. "Grandfather, I have succeeded," Qianrenxue exclaimed with excitement. Douluo smiled and nodded, his eyes reflecting deep satisfaction. Chapter 12. The Third Soul Skill, the Unveiling and Pursuit of New Soul Techniques. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Qianrenxue took a brief respite before eagerly wishing to showcase her new soul skill to her grandfather and younger brother. "Grandfather, shower. Allow me to demonstrate my third soul skill," she exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Qiandouluo nodded slightly, while Qianxiao gazed at her sister with eager anticipation. Qianrenxue stood upon a vast expanse, taking a deep breath as her six-winged angel martial spirit materialized behind her once more. A radiant light enveloped her, and her soul power surged like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she brought her hands together in prayer, then gradually separated them, forming a luminous sphere of resplendent golden light in her palms. "Holy Radiance Purification Strike," Qianrenxue exclaimed, casting the sphere towards a colossal boulder ahead. The sphere streaked through the air like a shooting star, leaving a trail of golden luminescence in its wake. Upon striking the boulder, it erupted with an intense brilliance, infused with formidable purifying energy and shockwave force. Under the illumination, the boulder first displayed a myriad of cracks on its surface, and then, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered into countless fragments. Qian Zhao's eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly remarkable." Qian Dalu also smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Schwer, your progress has been substantial. The power of this soul skill is formidable, and it possesses a purifying effect, which will undoubtedly prove invaluable in future battles." Qian Rinxue gently raised her chin, a confident smile illuminating her face. Subsequently, they continued their quest to find a suitable soul beast for Qian Shao. After an extensive search through the forest, Qian Daolu finally sensed a formidable surge of soul power that was fitting for Qian Shao. Following the direction of this energy, they stumbled upon a colossal creature known as the Earth Rock Crystal Armor Beast. This soul beast was immense, resembling a small hill. Its surface was enshrouded in a layer of translucent rock armor, which shimmered with earthy hues, each piece of armor remarkably resilient. The Earth Rock Crystal Armor Beast possessed tremendous strength, capable of manipulating the surrounding soil and stone at will, thus altering the terrain. Its methods of attack were diverse, enabling it to unleash rock spikes and even trigger minor earthquakes. Qian Shao beheld the rock soil crystal armored beast, his heart a tumult of excitement and trepidation. Qian Rinxue gently patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Shower, you can do it. You have my unwavering support." Qian Dalu added reassuringly, "Do not fear. Unleash your true potential. Your grandfather and sister shall be here to bolster your efforts." Qian Shao nodded, summoning her courage as she approached the earth crystal armored beast. Sensing her presence, the beast let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding trees to tremble with a rustling sound. It lifted its colossal paw and advanced towards Qian Shao. Swiftly, she sidestepped to evade the oncoming attack and unleashed a barrage of rock spears, which soared towards the creature. Unperturbed, the earth crystal armored beast's armor shimmered with a radiant glow, and as the rock spears struck its formidable shell, they shattered upon impact. Qian Shao remained undeterred as he continued to wield his soul skills, engaging in a dance of combat with the earth rock crystal armored beast. Qian Rinxue stood by, offering timely reminders. "Shower, pay attention to its attack rhythm and seek out its vulnerabilities." Meanwhile, Qian Daolu was ever vigilant, poised to intervene at a moment's notice should Qian Shao find himself in peril. After a fierce exchange, Qian Shao gradually discerned the attack patterns of the Earth Rock Crystal Armored Beast. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed his most formidable combination of assaults. First, he erected a series of rocky barriers around the beast, constraining its movements. Then, concentrating his soul energy, he launched a barrage of rock spears, which hurtled toward the Earth Rock Crystal Armored Beast from all directions. The beast, unable to evade the onslaught, found its armor pierced by the rock spears, resulting in several fissures. Taking advantage of the momentum, Qian Shao pressed forward with renewed vigor, launching another assault. He channeled his soul power into the ground, triggering a violent tremor. The Earth Crystal Armored Beast faltered amidst the quake, its form swaying precariously. Observing this, Qian Daolu seized the opportunity to intervene. He unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, striking the beast at its vulnerable core. The Earth Crystal Armored Beast sustained grave injuries and collapsed to the ground. Qian Shao hurriedly stepped forward and began to absorb the soul ring. It emanated a profound purple glow, adorned with intricate patterns that revealed a formidable aura. Nearing 10,000 years, boasting an impressive cultivation of over 9,000 years, Qian Shao settled into a meditative position, guiding the soul ring to merge with his body. During the absorption process, he felt a powerful and weighty force surge within him, gritting his teeth and striving to endure the overwhelming influx. Qian Rinxue and Qian Daolu observed anxiously from the side. After a period of arduous endeavor, Qian Shao successfully absorbed the soul ring. Rising to his feet, he felt the surging soul power within him and exclaimed with exhilaration, "I have succeeded." Qian Rinxue and Qian Daolu approached, offering their heartfelt congratulations. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Qian Shao was still brimming with excitement and eagerly wished to showcase her newfound soul skill. "Grandfather, sister, allow me to demonstrate my third soul skill," Qian Shao proclaimed with a proud smile gracing her face. Qian Rinxue nodded encouragingly, while Qian Daolu crossed his arms, his gaze filled with anticipation. Qian Shao strode into a relatively open expanse, inhaling deeply as his gaze transformed into one of unwavering focus and determination. He summoned his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. Instantly, a layer of earthen yellow light emanated from him, rippling outward like waves upon a serene surface. Following this, A formidable shockwave surged forth from beneath the ground. The earth began to tremble violently, sending leaves and small stones soaring into the air. Within a radius of 25 meters, soil and rock churned as if the very ground had awakened. Trees caught in the shockwave suffered cracks in their bark, their branches swaying vigorously. At this moment, any adversary within this vicinity would be struck with immediate damage. Not far ahead, a massive boulder stood as a testing target as the shockwave struck it. Fissures appeared across its surface, accompanied by a series of sharp, cracking sounds. Calculating the damage as 55% of his soul power, if this boulder were an enemy's defense, it would undoubtedly experience significant impact. Simultaneously, several simulated dummies within the area found their legs ensnared in a temporary petrified state. The limbs of the dummies were swiftly enveloped in a layer of rock, rendering their movements exceedingly sluggish, their speed markedly diminished as they struggled to advance. Qian Shao gazed at the effects of his soul skill, his heart brimming with joy. Qian Rinxue approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Shower, your soul skill is truly remarkable. It will undoubtedly play a significant role in future battles." Qian Douluo also smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Shower, this soul skill possesses formidable control and damage capabilities. However, you must continue to hone your skills to unleash its full potential." Qian Shao nodded earnestly, replying, "Grandfather, sister, I will strive to cultivate diligently." Chapter 13. Trials and Tribulations. Qian Douluo gazed at Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao with eyes full of expectation, gently stating, "Shuer, Shower, let us continue our journey deeper into the Douluo forest in search of the Millennium Soul Beasts to engage in practical training, so that you may better master your new soul skills." As Qian Rinxue and Qian Xia's gazes intertwined, excitement and determination flickered in their eyes. Qian Rinxue was the first to speak, her voice ringing clear and resolute. "Grandfather, we shall give it our all." Qian Xia nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming. "Yes, I must become stronger." They proceeded cautiously through the forest, with Qian Douluo remaining ever vigilant, attuned to the sounds around them. Suddenly, Qian Douluo halted, lowering his voice to say, "Ahead lies a millennia-old shadow leopard, incredibly swift and skilled in concealment, a worthy opponent for our trials." Qian Rinxue unsheathed the sword from her waist, gradually infusing it with her soul power, causing the blade to emanate a brilliant golden light. "Grandfather, allow me to give it a try first," she declared, while Qian Shao observed anxiously from the side. Qian Rinxue strode purposefully toward the direction of the shadow leopard. Sensing the impending danger, the shadow leopard sprang forth from the shadows with the swiftness of a black lightning bolt, launching itself directly at Qian Rinxue. Unperturbed, she deftly sidestepped, simultaneously calling out, "Third soul skill, Sacred Radiance Dispel." The golden sphere in her hand shot forth like a meteor towards the shadow leopard. With agile grace, the shadow leopard twisted midair, evading the luminous projectile, which subsequently struck a nearby tree, shattering it into splinters in an instant. Qian Shao shouted loudly, "Sister, be cautious of its speed." Qian Rinxue replied, "Shower, observe closely and learn its attack patterns." The shadow leopard lunged once more, and Qian Rinxue brandished her sword to parry, the blade clashing fiercely against the leopard's claws, sending forth a shower of dazzling sparks. Qian Douluo, observing from the side, offered his guidance. "Shuer, do not rely solely on your soul power. It is essential to focus on the intricate harmony between swordsmanship and soul techniques." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her swordsmanship becoming increasingly fierce. She seized the moment when the shadow leopard lunged, deftly sidestepping to position herself behind the beast, and unleashed her Holy Radiance Exorcism strike once more. This time, the shadow leopard was unable to evade and was struck by the sphere of light, letting out a pained roar. Qian Shao, eager to take her turn, exclaimed, "Sister, allow me to give it a try as well." Qian Rinxue stepped aside with a gentle smile, replying, "Very well, Shower, you may proceed. However, do exercise caution." Qian Shao approached the shadow leopard, which, wounded, had become increasingly ferocious. It charged fiercely towards Qian Shao, who swiftly unleashed the seismic wave of the earth. The ground trembled violently, momentarily hindering the shadow leopard's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Shao launched a barrage of rock spears, each one hurtling towards the shadow leopard like a sharpened arrow. The shadow leopard dodged left and right, yet still sustained several grazes from the oncoming rock spears. Qian Shao exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, look at mine." Qian Rinxue smiled and praised, "Shower, you are truly remarkable." Qian Douluo cautioned, "Shower, do not let your guard down." Suddenly, the shadow leopard leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Qian Shao. Initially startled, Qian Shao quickly composed herself, erecting a sturdy rock barrier beneath her feet. The shadow leopard crashed into the barrier, its claws carving deep gashes into the stone. Seizing the moment, Qian Shao unleashed another seismic wave, this time with even greater force, sending the shadow leopard tumbling to the ground. Qian Shao seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly, concentrating her soul energy as a colossal rock sword materialized in her grasp. She swung it with great force toward the shadow leopard. The creature, struggling to evade, found itself unable to escape due to its grievous injuries, and was struck by the rock sword, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Qian Rinxue approached gently and affectionately caressed Qian Zhao's head, saying, "Shower, you have done remarkably well." Qian Shao beamed with joy. Qian Douluo observed them with a sense of satisfaction and remarked, "You have all made significant progress. You must continue to strive forward." Subsequently, they resumed their quest for soul beasts in the depths of the Stardow forest. The surrounding trees grew increasingly tall and lush, while the light dimmed further. Suddenly, Qian Daliu's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Children, be vigilant. Ahead lies a 3,000-year-old thorn devil vine. Its tendrils are incredibly resilient, armed with thorns, and capable of releasing paralyzing toxins. Exercise utmost caution." Qian Rinxue gripped her sword tightly, her gaze as resolute as iron. "Grandfather, allow me to first test its range of attack." With that, she summoned her soul power, and the brilliance of her six-winged angel martial soul surged forth. She gracefully leaped into the air, unleashing a magnificent wave of golden sword energy toward the horizon. The sword energy soared like a rainbow piercing the sun, instantly striking a designated area. In an instant, several dark green vines erupted from the ground, dancing in the air like agile serpents, effortlessly dispersing the sword energy. The shattered remnants of the sword energy transformed into motes of golden light, dissipating into the atmosphere. Qian Shao anxiously remarked, "Sister, these vines appear quite formidable." Qian Rinxue replied, "Shower, do not worry. We shall devise a solution together." Qian Daolu advised from the side, "Shuer, attempt to purify the toxic nature of its thorny vines with the Holy Radiance Breaker. Shower, coordinate with your sister and employ the Earth Pull Shockwave to disrupt its subterranean assaults." Qian Rinxue nodded, swiftly condensing her soul power into a dazzling orb of light that took shape in her hand. With a resounding shout, she unleashed her third soul technique, Radiant Holy Break. The luminous sphere hurtled toward the dense mass of vines. Simultaneously, Qian Shao activated the Earth Pulse Shockwave, causing the ground to tremble violently. Under the brilliance of the Radiant Holy Break, some of the thorns on the Thorn Demon Vine emitted wisps of black smoke, indicating a slight diminishment of their toxicity, while the Earth Pulse Shockwave also slowed the vine's emergence from the underground. However, the Thorn Demon Vine refused to yield, as several tendrils lashed out like whips towards Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao. With the swiftness of lightning, Qian Rinxue moved, her sword weaving a tapestry of shimmering light as she swiftly severed the encroaching tendrils. Yet, the numerous vines and their cunning angles of attack posed a challenge. One tendril stealthily approached Qian Rinxue from behind. Noticing this, Qian Shao immediately exclaimed, "Sister, be careful," and activated her second soul technique, Rock Barrier. In an instant, a sturdy rock formation surged from the ground, shielding Qian Rinxue from the impending strike. The tendril struck the rock formation, leaving a deep gouge, but successfully thwarted the attack aimed at Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue cast a grateful glance at Qian Shao, continuing her fierce battle against the vine-like monstrosities with her sword. Meanwhile, Qian Shao relentlessly unleashed a barrage of rock spears, skillfully disrupting the onslaught of the thorny magical vines. After a series of intense clashes, Qian Rinxue seized an opportunity, soaring into the air. With her wings unfurling magnificently behind her, she radiated an even more brilliant light, charging forth like a resplendent shooting star towards the thorny magical vines. Executing an angelic assault, Qian Rinxue transformed into a golden streak of light. During her dash, the tendrils of the thorny vines lashed out furiously towards her. She deftly evaded left and right, her sword slicing through the obstructive vines with relentless precision. Qian Shao quietly maneuvered to the side, unleashing her soul power with full force. Suddenly, numerous rock spikes erupted from the ground, driving towards the roots of the Thorn Demon Vine. Sensing the imminent danger, the vine hastily entwined its surrounding tendrils for defense. The rock spikes struck the tendrils, penetrating only partially and producing a series of muffled thuds. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's angelic assault had successfully hit its target. the immense impact revealing a flaw in the thorn demon vine's defenses. Yet, it refused to surrender. It suddenly released a billowing cloud of green toxic mist, enveloping Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao. Observing this, Qian Douluo swiftly waved his hands, conjuring a formidable soul power barrier to repel the poisonous fog. The mist collided with the barrier, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. After a fierce battle, the thorn demon vine finally succumbed. Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao, panting heavily, were expressions of triumphant joy. Qian Rinxue invoked her second soul skill, Holy Radiance Guardian, as a sacred light emanated from her, enveloping both herself and Qian Xiao. Wherever the light reached, their fatigue swiftly dissipated, gradually restoring their stamina and soul power. Qian Rinxue felt her strength rising once more. While the abrasions on Qian Zhao's body began to heal under the luminous glow, Qian Douluo approached with a smile and remarked, "Well done, children. Through this battle, you have mastered the synergy of your soul skills with greater finesse. Let us take a brief respite." Chapter 14. Guidance after a short intermission. Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao had significantly replenished their stamina and soul power. Observing them, Qian Douluo smiled and said, Shower, we shall now engage in a practice duel. I will refrain from using my soul rings, allowing you to unleash your soul skills with full force against me. This will greatly enhance your practical combat abilities. Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao exchanged a glance, each perceiving the eagerness reflected in the other's eyes. Qian Rinxue stepped forward first and declared, "Grandfather, let us commence." With that, the radiant light of her six-winged angel martial soul erupted, her sword firmly grasped in hand, as soul power surged within her. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao stood ready beside her, surrounded by a swirling aura of earth and stone. Qian Rinxue let out a fierce cry and unleashed the Holy Radiance Exorcism Strike, sending the golden sphere in her hand soaring towards Qian Douluo. Unmoved, Qian Douluo slightly tilted his body, allowing the golden orb to graze the hem of his garment before striking a massive tree behind him, which was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, only to be reduced to ashes moments later. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue then executed the angelic assault, transforming herself into a streak of golden light as she charged towards Qian Douluo. With a graceful leap, Qian Douluo ascended into the air, leaving Qian Rinxue to miss her target entirely. At this moment, Qian Xiao unleashed the seismic waves of the earth's veins, causing the ground to tremble violently. Jagged rock spears erupted from beneath the surface, aiming directly at Qian Douluo. With the grace of a leisurely stroll, Qian Douluo deftly tapped the tips of the rock spears with his toes, utilizing their force to fluidly shift his position in midair. Observing this, Qian Rinxue soared into the sky to engage Qian Douluo, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of sword energy. Yet, Qian Douluo either deftly flicked away the sword energy with a casual gesture or gracefully sidestepped, evading every single strike aimed at him. Qian Xiao once again erected a formidable rock formation, endeavoring to ensnare Qian Douluo. Yet, Qian Douluo glided through the rocky terrain like a phantom, his speed so extraordinary that Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao could scarcely discern his figure. The two collaborated seamlessly, unleashing a myriad of soul techniques. But Qian Douluo effortlessly evaded each assault. After a flurry of attacks, both Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao found themselves slightly breathless, having failed to graze even the hem of Qian Daolu's garment. Growing anxious, Qian Rinxue concentrated once more, channeling all her soul energy into her sword to execute her most potent offensive combination to date. Qian Xiao coordinated with her, unleashing a series of rock spears and seismic waves around them. However, Qian Douluo merely waved his hand gently, and a wave of gentle soul energy radiated outward, dissipating their attacks entirely. With a sense of frustration, Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao came to a halt. Qian Douluo descended gracefully to the ground and approached them, gently saying, "Children, do not be disheartened. You have performed admirably, however, in combat. It is essential for you to observe your opponent's movements with greater acuity and anticipate their positioning. Furthermore, the synergy of your soul skills could be rendered even more seamless." Qian Rinxue nodded and said, "Grandfather, we understand. We shall continue to strive." Qian Xiao added, "Grandfather, I comprehend. The gap between us and you remains substantial." Qian Douluo gently patted their heads and smiled, saying, "You are still young, and there is ample room for growth." The trio continued their journey through the starry forest, while Qian Douluo began to impart combat techniques to Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao. Swear, when employing the Holy Radiance Break-Evil Strike, do not be overly eager to unleash it. You can first utilize positioning and regular attacks to confound your opponent. Wait for them to reveal a flaw or become distracted before executing your soul skill. This will significantly enhance your accuracy, Qian Douluo explained patiently. Qian Ruo Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Grandfather, I comprehend now. Just as when I battled the shadow leopard, I should first unleash several feigned sword energies, and then, when least expected, employ the holy radiance breaking evil strike. Indeed, Qian Douluo regarded her with approval before turning to Qian Xiao. Shower, when you activate your earth vein tremor wave, you might consider concealing the fluctuations of your soul power initially. For instance, you could first gather a subtle amount of soul power beneath your feet, feigning a defensive stance. And then, as the enemy approaches, unleash it suddenly. This approach will yield a far more effective outcome. Qian Xiao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she exclaimed, Grandfather, I comprehend now. It is akin to fishing. One must first properly set the bait. Qian Douluo smiled and nodded, then added, Shuai's Angel Assault is a formidable offensive skill. However, during the sprint, one must remain vigilant to the changes in the surrounding environment. Should you encounter an adversary wielding a defensive soul technique or a trap, be prepared to alter your trajectory or adopt alternative countermeasures. Shower, when collaborating with Shuai, not only can the rock barrier serve as a means of defense, but it can also be utilized to reshape the terrain and restrict the enemy's range of motion. As they continued their journey, engaged in conversation, a millennium-old wind spirit wolf suddenly materialized ahead. Qian Douluo remarked, Children, let us put into practice what I have just discussed. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, adhering to the teachings of Qian Douluo. She first unleashed a series of sword energies directed towards the wind spirit wolf, which nimbly evaded the onslaught. Feigning a moment of disarray in her failed attack, Qian Renshue's steps became somewhat erratic. The wind spirit wolf, perceiving an opportunity, lunged toward her. Seizing the moment, Qian Renxue bellowed, Third soul skill, Sacred Radiance Break, Evil Strike. A sphere of golden light hurtled towards the wind spirit wolf, which, caught off guard, was struck and injured. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Xiao swiftly concentrated her soul energy beneath the wind spirit wolf, and then abruptly unleashed the seismic wave of the earth's pulse. The wind spirit wolf was thrown off balance, and Qian Xiao promptly activated the rock barrier of the world, summoning towering cliffs that rose around the wind spirit wolf. Encasing it within, Qian Renxue seized the opportunity to soar into the heavens, her wings radiating brilliance as she prepared to unleash her angelic assault. Qian Douluo, standing nearby, cautioned, Shuai, be vigilant and observe its movements. Qian Renxue fixed her gaze upon the wind spirit wolf, noticing its intent to break to the left. She swiftly adjusted her trajectory and surged towards that direction. The wind spirit wolf, ensnared by the rocky outcrop, found itself unable to evade Qian Renshue's onslaught, and was struck by the angelic assault, collapsing to the ground. Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao eagerly gazed at Qian Douluo. With a gentle smile, Qian Douluo remarked, Well done. However, there are numerous details to consider during battle. For instance, after using Angel's Assault, Shuai will experience a brief period of soul power depletion. Shower. You must be prepared to defend promptly and protect your sister. Qian Xiao nodded earnestly and replied, Grandfather, I shall. Qian Douluo continued, Moreover, your soul skill combinations can be more diverse. If Shuai's Sacred Radiance Breaking Evil Strike and Shower's Rock Spear Rapid Fire are unleashed simultaneously, with one attacking from the front and the other disrupting from the side, the enemy will find it exceedingly difficult to defend themselves. Chapter 15. The Saintess and the Saint, the glorious inheritance of the Spirit Hall. After enduring a series of arduous trials in the Douluo forest, Qian Douluo, accompanied by Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao, embarked on their journey home, returning to the magnificent and grand Spirit Hall. Throughout the journey, the siblings reminisced about the perilous battles they had faced in the forest, exchanging insights and reflections, and unbeknownst to them, their strength had further advanced. As they entered the majestic and solemn gates of the Spirit Hall, they were greeted by a meticulously arranged assembly of its members in the front square, all displaying expressions of reverence, welcoming their return. The warm sunlight bathed the towering structures, bestowing upon them a sacred and dignified radiance. Qian Douluo led Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao directly towards the grand hall, with the crowd closely trailing behind. Once everyone had settled within the hall, Qian Douluo cleared his throat, his voice resonating with grandeur and solemnity, echoing like a resounding bell throughout the chamber. Today, there are two significant matters to announce. In an instant, the hall fell into silence, all present holding their breath, their gazes fixed upon Qian Douluo, awaiting his further words in hushed anticipation. Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao had demonstrated exceptional prowess during their trials in the Douluo forest, showcasing remarkable bravery, extraordinary wisdom, and formidable strength. Their mastery of soul skills had become increasingly refined, and their combat synergy was seamless. Qian Daolia's eyes brimmed with pride and admiration as he slowly surveyed the crowd, his gaze imbued with a warm, empowering aura. He then elevated his tone, his words striking with conviction. From this day forth, I hereby appoint Qian Rinxue as the saintess of the Spirit Hall. She shall be the foremost heir of the Spirit Hall's future. Qian Shao is to be the saint's son, serving as the second heir. Upon the announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the Spirit Hall, with voices of dissent rising in chorus. An elder with flowing white hair stepped forward first, his gaze laden with caution and skepticism. Master, the future of the Spirit Hall is of paramount importance. Such decisions must not be made hastily. These two children are still quite young. How can they bear such heavy responsibilities? The others nodded in agreement, murmurs of discussion buzzing throughout the grand hall. Qian Daoliu's demeanor was as tranquil as water. He merely raised his hand slightly, signaling Qian Rinxue and Qian Shaoxin, who understood the implication and stepped forward, ready to showcase their prowess. Qian Rinxue displayed an air of composure and serenity as she stepped forward, her six-winged angel martial soul emanating an extraordinary brilliance that illuminated the entire hall like a resplendent sun. 3 millennia-old purple soul rings gradually ascended, their formidable soul power radiating outward in rippling waves. With a gentle sweep of her sword, golden light cascaded along the blade, as if capable of rending the very fabric of space. Qian Shao inhaled deeply, commencing the release of his emperor martial soul. In an instant, a powerful and majestic aura surged forth from within him, as the emperor martial soul gradually materialized behind him, resembling a sovereign gazing down upon the world. The emperor adorned a resplendent crown embellished with 12 flowing tassels, each gem emanating an enigmatic, ethereal glow. His dragon robe, intricately embroidered with a tapestry of mountains and stars, pulsated with his soul power, causing the stars to twinkle and the landscapes to appear to flow. His first soul ring shimmered in a delicate lavender hue, reminiscent of violets blooming in spring, radiating a gentle luminescence. The second soul ring bore a deeper shade, akin to the mysterious amethyst found within ancient castles, captivating and profound, subtly exuding an aura of oppression. The third soul ring was rich to the point of near blackness, resembling the core of the most enigmatic nebula in the night sky, its overwhelming presence instilling a sense of dread. With unwavering determination, Qian Shao gazed into the astonished eyes of the crowd and proclaimed, "My sister and I have endured countless trials and tribulations in the starry forest, and these soul rings stand as powerful testament to our strength." A young soul master could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Such formidable martial souls and soul rings are indeed a rarity in this world." They are but 8 years old. After demonstrating their soul skills, Qian Zhao's gaze burned brightly as he scanned the assembly, inquiring, "Is there anyone else who doubts our prowess?" The members of the Spirit Hall exchanged glances, and one by one, they knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming, "We are willing to honor Qian Rinxue as the Holy Maiden and Qian Shao as the Holy Son, and we shall heed their command." However, even after the crowd had knelt, the atmosphere within the grand hall remained charged with tension. An elder, still harboring doubts, could no longer suppress his curiosity and stood once more, slightly bowing towards Qian Douluo. He questioned, "Master, how is it that these two children possess 3,000-year soul rings at such a tender age? Particularly, the first 2 rings are already at a millennium. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented. How have they achieved this?" His eyes gleamed with inquisitiveness as he scrutinized Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao. Upon hearing the question, Qian Daoliu's gaze instantly sharpened, transforming into a blade-like intensity as he turned to face the elder. He uttered no words, merely fixating his piercing stare upon the elder, his eyes akin to a chilling arrow that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Under this scrutinizing gaze, the elder felt an overwhelming and intangible pressure envelop him, akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon his heart. In but a fleeting moment, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, and his complexion paled to an ashen hue. He suddenly realized the inappropriateness and audacity of his inquiry. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, now bestowed the titles of Saintess and Saint, were destined to become the pivotal figures of the Spirit Hall's future. His doubts were, without a doubt, a challenge to Qian Daoliu's supreme authority and an affront to the recognition of these two heirs. The elder trembled slightly, hastily lowering his head, and respectfully implored, "Master, I acknowledge my error, please forgive me." With that, he slowly retreated until he vanished into the throng of people. Qian Dalu withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, his eyes once again radiating the warmth and affection of yesteryears. He inclined his head slightly and spoke softly. Shower, you may retire for now. In the days to come, you must continue to diligently cultivate, leaving no room for complacency. The future of the Spirit Hall rests upon your capable shoulders. Qian Renxue and Qian Shaoqi responded in unison. Yes, grandfather. Subsequently, under the watchful and reverent gazes of those present, the two departed from the grand hall. Once they had left, Qian Douluo turned to face the members of the Spirit Hall, his expression grave and his tone solemn as he proclaimed, from this day forth, Qian Renxue and Qian Shaoqi shall be recognized as the Holy Maiden and Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. This is an established fact that cannot be questioned. All must wholeheartedly support them. Any further dissent or disrespect will be met with severe punishment. The assembly responded in unison, we shall obey the Pope's command. Chapter 16. Return to the academy. After Qian Renxue and Qian Xiaoyu completed that remarkable ceremony at the Spirit Hall, they returned to the familiar academy. News spread like a swift gale throughout the institution. The moment they stepped through the academy gates, the once vibrant and boisterous campus fell into an eerie silence. The gazes of their peers converged upon them, filled with a tapestry of complex emotions. Envy sparkled like twinkling stars, while shock surged like a tumultuous tide, interspersed with traces of undeniable fear. Those who had once shared lectures and played together in carefree camaraderie now seemed as distant as the brilliant stars in the sky, unattainable. This sudden transformation in status was akin to a fierce tempest, sweeping through the collective consciousness of the crowd, leaving them frozen in place, bewildered and disoriented. A classmate, who had once been inseparable from Qian Xiaoyu, found his feet seemingly shackled by heavy stones, making his movements laborious and slow. He fidgeted with the hem of his garment, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before mustering the courage to approach. His voice trembled, imbued with uncertainty and reverence. Qian Xiaoyu, have you truly become the Holy Son? Qian Xiaoyu gazed at his classmate's anxious, somewhat pallid expression, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. The former intimacy seemed veiled by an invisible shroud. Yet he understood the necessity to bridge this chasm. A warm and gentle smile swiftly illuminated his face, echoing the warmth of days gone by. His eyes radiating steadfast kindness as he softly replied, Indeed, I am now the Holy Son, but in my heart, you shall always remain my dearest friend. Our past bond remains unchanged. Nevertheless, his classmate's eyes reflected a lingering trepidation as he instinctively took a small step back, his body slightly recoiling. Qian Renxue astutely sensed the subtle atmosphere, gracefully advancing with a delicate step. Her gaze, gentle as a babbling brook, parted her crimson lips as she spoke. Fear not, everyone. The Spirit Hall upholds the creed that might is justice, and power safeguards all beings upon this continent. The Spirit Hall bears the noble mission of maintaining the order of spirit masters and perpetuating the power of martial spirits. We have endured trials in the Douluo forest. Each battle, each breakthrough, embodies the will of the Spirit Hall. We are acutely aware of the significance of strength. Yet we comprehend even more profoundly that such power must be wielded for protection and to unite the masses. Here, regardless of our identities, we remain comrades and friends, learning and growing together. Our progress is inseparable from the companionship and support you have bestowed upon us. Today, we fervently wish to continue this journey with you, spreading the glory of the Spirit Hall even further. Yet, her classmates remained hesitant, exchanging glances that conveyed a myriad of intricate emotions, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Reluctant to approach as they once did, news reached the teachers, who hurriedly arrived. A seasoned instructor adjusted his attire, bowing respectfully before addressing them. Holy Maiden, His Highness the Holy Son, I truly did not anticipate such remarkable achievements from you both in such a brief period. A pang of concern gripped Qian Zhao's heart, prompting her to step forward, her hands hovering in a gesture of support as she earnestly replied, Teacher, your words are too kind. Your past guidance has illuminated our path like a beacon, and your kindness is forever etched in our hearts. Before you, we shall always remain your students. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and continued. We have gained abundant experiences during our training in the Starry Forest and wish to share them with everyone. In our future studies and practices, we can continue to engage in discussions and exchanges as we did in the past. Upon hearing this, the students' initial fear gradually dissipated, replaced by expressions of eager anticipation. Qian Xiao took a deep breath and began to recount the thrilling experience of encountering the Millennium Shadow Leopard in the Starry Forest. His eyes sparkled with intensity as his hands gestured animatedly. vividly illustrating the details of the battle and how he cleverly employed his soul skills to navigate through one life-threatening crisis after another. His classmates were captivated, gradually drawing closer, their curiosity and focus intensifying with each word. Qianrong timely supplemented the discussion, her voice crisp and clear as she eloquently shared key techniques and insights. A classmate's eyes sparkled with excitement as he curiously inquired, "How did you overcome the thorn demon vine?" A confident smile graced Qianrong's lips as she patiently replied, "This requires our close cooperation. Qianxiao's rock barrier can shield me from attacks, creating opportunities for counterattacks. My holy radiance purification can cleanse toxins and weaken the vine's power, which perfectly aligns with the Spirit Hall's pursuit of collaborative victory. In battle, we support each other, striving for the glory of the Spirit Hall." As the conversation deepened, the students' initial tension began to thaw like ice and snow under the warm sun, and they eagerly posed questions, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. Qianxiao and Qianrong maintained their smiles, patiently and meticulously addressing every inquiry while engaging in spirited discussions about soul technique cultivation methods and sharing their experiences. Gradually, the once intimate ambience returned. One classmate, regaining his spirited demeanor, joked, "Qianxiao, you must help us enhance our strength in the future. Perhaps we too can become as formidable as you and Qianrong." Qianxiao nodded vigorously with a smile. "Of course, we shall strive together." Subsequently, Qianrong and Qianxiao continued their fulfilling academic lives at the academy. They not only diligently pursued their own cultivation, aspiring for higher realms, but also actively assisted their classmates. They demonstrated through their actions that, although their identities had changed, their friendships remained steadfast, and they were still integral members of the academy family. Under their influence, the faculty and students of the academy felt invigorated, striving ever harder in their studies and training, harboring dreams of contributing to the glory of the Spirit Hall and shining brightly. Chapter 17. Warmth. The melodious morning bell awakened a new day at the academy. As usual, Qianxiao arrived early at the training grounds. The rising sun cast a golden glow, outlining his poised silhouette. Before long, Qianrong gracefully approached, her presence light and airy, reminiscent of a gentle breeze on a spring day. Qianxiao raised a radiant smile and said, "Sister, good morning. Where shall we commence our journey of cultivation today?" Qianrong slightly tilted her head, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her starry eyes, and replied softly, "Let us first focus on the precise control of soul power, for I still feel lacking in this regard." Qianxiao nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, I too aspire to enhance my abilities in this area. Let us begin at once." The two sat cross-legged facing each other, palms turned upwards, and commenced the gradual accumulation of soul power. Qianxiao broke the silence first. "Sister, do you see if my control over the output rate of soul power is correct?" As he spoke, the soul power in his hands flowed forth like a delicate thread, gradually intensifying. After observing intently, Qianrong responded, "Shower, at the outset, your speed is somewhat hasty. It should be more stable. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, the soul power in her hands surged forth like a gentle stream, flowing smoothly and evenly. Under the guidance of Qianrong, Qianxiao earnestly made adjustments, and before long, he exhibited remarkable progress. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Sister, I believe I have grasped some essential techniques. How do you find my performance at this moment?" Qianrong smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, quite commendable. However, we must not succumb to arrogance. Continuous effort is still required." After a period of diligent practice in the precise control of soul power, Qianxiao stood up, stretching his body, and proposed, "Sister, let us engage in a spar with our soul skills. This will allow us to better assess the fruits of our training." Qianrong readily agreed. "Very well. But do exercise caution." Qianxiao was the first to unleash his first soul skill, the rock spear barrage. With swift movements of his hands, his soul power surged forth like a mighty tide, coalescing before him. In an instant, the ground trembled slightly as sharp rock spears erupted from the earth with ferocious speed, resembling a herd of untamed wild horses charging towards Qianrong. Maintaining her composure, Qianrong deftly wielded her sword, creating shimmering arcs of golden light that effectively thwarted the oncoming rock spears. At the same time, she praised Xiao. "Your rock spears have shown remarkable improvement in both speed and strength." With a broad smile, Qianxiao remarked, "Thank you for the compliment, sister. But I shall not show mercy." He then unleashed a formidable roar, activating his second soul skill, Rock Barrier of the World. Instantly, the ground surged with numerous solid rock formations, encircling Qianrong and constricting her movement. The six-winged angel martial spirit behind her radiated with brilliant light, with a fierce cry. She brandished her sword and executed the sacred radiance break, sending a golden sphere hurtling towards the rock formations. The collision between the rock barrier and the luminous sphere erupted with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying in all directions. Qianxiao swiftly unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. With a powerful stomp upon the ground, immense soul power surged beneath the surface, causing the earth to tremble violently as waves of formidable shock energy cascaded towards Qian Rengshu. Sensing the vibrations of the ground, Qian Rengshu promptly ascended into the air, her wings fluttering gracefully to maintain her balance. In that moment, she executed Angel's Assault, transforming into a beam of golden light as she charged towards Qianxiao, attempting to engage him in close combat while he continuously wielded his soul skill. While sustaining the Earth Vein Shockwave, Qianxiao deftly manipulated the rock formations to fend off Qian Rengshu's assault. The rocks quivered under the influence of the shockwave, yet they steadfastly held their ground. However, Qianxiao's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and Qian Rengshu began to struggle. Biting her lip, she suddenly darted forward, feigning a powerful strike aimed at Qianxiao. Upon reaching him, she unexpectedly reached out to tickle him, playfully exclaiming, "Shower, your move is too formidable. I can't take it anymore. Please, let me have a chance." Qianxiao was tickled, laughing uncontrollably as his soul power became disordered, causing the rock spears, rock peaks, and seismic waves to dissipate. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Sister, you are being unfair. How can you act this way?" Qian Rengshu straightened her posture, playfully winking, and replied, "Hee, who told you to press me so tightly? However, Xiar, your strength has indeed improved remarkably." The two exchanged hearty laughter, and then sat side by side on the ground. Qian Rengshu took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. She spoke softly, "Xiar, today's training has yielded significant results. Our cooperation has grown increasingly harmonious." Qianxiao took a sip of water, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, sister, I can feel my strength has increased a bit more. However, there are still many aspects in which I need to learn from you." Just then, a teacher approached with a warm smile, saying, "You two children are training diligently. If you have any questions or insights, feel free to share them with me." Qianxiao quickly rose and respectfully said, "Teacher, while practicing our soul skills, we notice that sometimes the connection of soul power is not smooth enough. Do you have any good advice?" The teacher stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding. "Before you unleash your soul skills, you may first silently recite the incantation of the skill and the key points of exertion in your mind. This will facilitate a smoother mobilization of your soul power. Furthermore, always pay attention to your opponent's movements and fluctuations in soul power to anticipate their direction of attack." Qian Ruxue and Qianxiao exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Qian Ruxue slightly inclined her body and spoke, "Thank you, esteemed teacher, for your meticulous guidance. We shall strive to improve." The teacher smiled and nodded. "Very well, continue your training. I look forward to witnessing your significant breakthroughs." Once the teacher departed, Qianxiao and Qian Ruxue immersed themselves fervently in yet another round of training. They encouraged one another and learned from each other, pouring their diligent sweat onto the training grounds of the academy. For the glory of the Spirit Hall and in pursuit of their radiant dreams, they resolutely pressed forward. Chapter 18. The Awakening of Affection. 3 years slipped by like a fleeting shadow, passing swiftly. Throughout this expanse of time, Qian Ruxue and Qianxiao persevered on their path of cultivation, evolving from innocent novices to a state of maturity. Now, at the tender age of 11, they shone like brilliant stars, radiating their brilliance within the academy. Qian Rengshu possesses a tall and slender figure, reminiscent of an elegant white poplar, standing gracefully and creating a stunning landscape of her own. Her flowing golden hair cascades down to her waist, bathed in sunlight, each strand seemingly infused with the brilliance of stars. Her azure eyes, clear and profound like a deep lake or the vast cosmos, captivate the heart and soul with their enchanting gaze. Her long lashes flutter gently, akin to the delicate dance of butterfly wings. Beneath a high-bridged nose, her cherry lips, naturally flushed, are irresistibly alluring. Her complexion, fairer than snow and as delicate as porcelain, radiates a sacred luminescence. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with intricate golden embroidery at the hem, she resembles the flowing rays of sunlight, shimmering with brilliance. A subtle golden belt cinches her waist, accentuating her slender silhouette and enhancing her noble and elegant demeanor. Although her six-winged angelic spirit remains unseen, a divine aura seems to envelop her, rendering her akin to an angel descended from myth. exuding an air of nobility and purity that inspires reverence and makes it difficult to look away. Qian Xiao, with a physique both graceful and robust, has already begun to embody the essence of youth at the tender age of 11. His figure is well-proportioned, radiating an aura of strength. His raven black hair cascades casually over his forehead, accentuating the brilliance of his bright, expressive eyes. Those eyes resemble the profound night sky, occasionally flickering with the light of distant stars, reflecting both determination and intelligence. His eyebrows arch sharply into his temples, exuding an extraordinary charisma. The contours of his face are sharply defined, with bold lines softened by the gentle qualities of youth. His sun-kissed skin glows with health, and a warm smile often graces his lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze that invites a sense of closeness. Clad in a striking black ensemble, his garments flutter elegantly, adorned with mysterious purple embroidery at the cuffs and collar, suggesting an immense reservoir of power within. Standing there, he embodies the stature of a towering pine, akin to a dazzling new star in the night sky, radiating a unique charm. Within the academy, their presence invariably draws attention. Peers regard them with a mix of admiration, envy, and endearment. In the tranquil garden of the academy, where flowers bloom vibrantly and a gentle breeze carries fragrant whispers, Qian Rinxue stands alone amidst the blossoms, her gaze somewhat distant. Her heart, a tangled mess of emotions, prompts her to ponder, what is happening to me? Why does the image of Xiao Er persistently linger in my mind? She recalls their encounter in the starry forest, where they faced a formidable soul beast. Without hesitation, Xiao Er stood protectively in front of her, his eyes devoid of fear. When he unleashed his martial spirit, his resolute silhouette seemed capable of shielding her from the world. There was also that moment when she struggled with a training plateau and felt despondent. Xiao Er quietly stayed by her side, sharing amusing stories to lift her spirits. The concern and encouragement reflected in his gaze left an indelible mark upon her heart. Growing up together and training side by side, those cherished memories have become the most treasured jewels of her heart. Each time she witnesses his diligent efforts in training, a mix of pride and tenderness fills her. His unwavering gaze and warm smile possess an enchanting quality that resonates deeply within her soul. Is my affection for him truly limited to that of siblings? Yet, what is this fluttering sensation that stirs within me? I yearn to draw closer, to remain by his side, yet I fear this may be mere unreciprocated longing. I dread that if I were to voice these feelings, it might disrupt the intimacy we share. Gently biting her lower lip, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flush with a soft hue, reminiscent of the delicate hues of dawn. She gazes at a blooming lily, yet her thoughts remain consumed by the visage of Qian Xiao. Meanwhile, in the academy's training room, Qian Xiao sits in a corner, his gaze somewhat vacant, his mind filled with the image of Qian Rinxue. Shui Er, do you realize how tumultuous my heart has become these days? Ever since I acknowledged that my feelings for you transcend simple sibling reliance, I find myself lost in contemplation. Each time I see you training under the moonlight, you appear like a celestial being descended to earth, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. I recall that moment when we accomplished a task together for the academy, and when danger arose, you instinctively shielded me from harm. In that instant, I sensed your protective instincts towards me. Since then, every gesture you make has become an indelible imprint on my heart, impossible to erase. Witnessing your graceful presence in the training arena fills me with pride, while glimpses of your occasional sorrow compel me to alleviate your burdens immediately. I long to share everything about myself with you, to become your steadfast support forever. Yet I am apprehensive that once I confess my feelings, you may reject me. And in that case, we might not even be able to maintain our current closeness. This emotion within me continues to swell, leaving me at a loss as to how to proceed. Qian Xiao unconsciously clenches his fists, his heart filled with both anticipation and a hint of worry and confusion regarding this affection. In class, their gazes inadvertently meet, and in that fleeting moment, time seems to stand still. Qian Rinxue's heart trembles, and she hastily lowers her head to feign reading, although her thoughts have already drifted towards Qian Xiao. Similarly, Qian Xiao feels a flush on his cheeks, quickly diverting his gaze elsewhere, striving to concentrate on the teacher's lecture, yet not a single word registers in his mind. During the break, classmates gather around them, seeking guidance on their cultivation queries. Qian Rinxue patiently responds, while Qian Xiao occasionally steals glances at her. However, whenever her gaze sweeps in his direction, he hurriedly averts his eyes. Qian Rinxue secretly smiles, acutely aware of Qian Zhao's attention, feeling both bashful and elated. Does Xiao share these subtle and sweet sentiments as I do? Qian Rinxue muses inwardly. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao wrestles with his thoughts, hesitating whether to seize the opportunity to express his feelings yet fearing the disruption of their existing relationship. This innocent, naive, yet profoundly sincere emotion unfurls like tendrils in the spring, intertwining and spreading between their hearts, uncertain of where it will lead them in the future. Chapter 19. A meeting of hearts. Sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, casting delicate strands of golden light upon the Academy's garden. The gentle breeze dances like a nimble fairy, caressing the blooming flowers, which seem to sway joyfully. The red blooms blaze like fire, the pink petals exude a softness akin to dawn, and the white blossoms radiate purity like frost, weaving together a breathtakingly beautiful, dreamlike tapestry akin to a poetic masterpiece. The air is laden with the rich sweetness of blossoms and the fresh scent of earth, as if nature, the exquisite perfumer, has meticulously crafted this enchanting fragrance. A stream in the garden flows melodiously, the water colliding with stones, composing a crisp and melodious symphony that resonates like celestial music. Qian Ruxue and Qian Xiao walked side by side along the path, where butterflies occasionally flitted up from the grass beside them, their vividly colored wings shimmering with enchanting brilliance under the sunlight. Qian Zhao's steps appeared somewhat hesitant, while Qian Ruxue unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her dress. The distance between them was so close that they could distinctly hear each other's breaths, yet it felt as though there existed a gossamer veil separating them. From time to time, Qian Xiao cast furtive glances at Qian Ruxue, his gaze filled with turmoil and deep affection. Yet, once their eyes met, he would quickly avert his gaze, like a startled fawn. In that moment, his heart raced as if a little deer were trapped in a cage, desperately pounding against his chest. Qian Xiao felt as though his heart were a drum enchanted by magic, each beat resonating with a fervor of tension and anticipation. His blood surged like a torrential flood, racing through his veins and rushing towards his head, rendering his cheeks ablaze and his ears seemingly scorched by an unrelenting fire. His palms were slick with perspiration, and despite his attempts to wipe them dry on the hem of his garment, he remained unable to quell the tumultuous anxiety that surged within him like an unbridled tide. His throat felt constricted, as if a foreign object lodged within, rendering each breath a Herculean task. He struggled to swallow, endeavoring to regain his composure. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his courage to shatter the silence. "Sister, I have something I wish to share with you." In that instant, Qian Rinchue's cheeks were suffused with the delicate blush of twilight, and she replied softly, "Yes. Please go ahead." Qian Xiao came to a halt, turning to face Qian Rinchue directly, his gaze resolute yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. He pressed his lips together slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he were mustering greater courage. First bowing his head, memories surged in his mind like a tidal wave. Those moments spent alongside Qian Rinchue glimmered within his heart like brilliant stars. He raised his eyes to meet hers once more, his expression now brimming with profound affection, and spoke slowly. "Sister, the years spent in your company are the most resplendent radiance of my life. I still recall that time we practiced by the stream. You focused intently on guiding the soul power, sunlight cascading upon you, as if draping you in a golden veil. When the gentle breeze passed, your hair brushed against my cheek, carrying a delicate fragrance, and in that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had tenderly stirred my heart." Qian Shaodan paused for a moment, taking a small step forward. At that instant, the surrounding blossoms seemed to cease their dance, quietly listening to his heartfelt confession. He continued, recounting a particular time when we participated together in the Academy's trials, becoming lost in that enigmatic forest. As night descended, an eerie atmosphere enveloped us. The moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting peculiar shadows all around. I was filled with trepidation. Yet, you held my hand tightly, recounting the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. Your voice, soft yet imbued with strength, gradually calmed my fears. From that moment, I realized how profoundly important you were to me. Each time I laid eyes upon you, my heart would involuntarily quicken its pace. In the Stardew Forest, when danger approached, you rushed to protect me without hesitation. In that moment, I beheld the resolve and care reflected in your eyes. From that day forward, I understood that I wished to stand by your side for eternity. My affection for you is not rooted in your exalted status as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, nor in your breathtaking beauty and formidable strength. It is solely because you are Qian Rinchue, the one who feels my pain when I am hurt, who guides me when I am lost, and who has always been there to provide me warmth and strength. Tears of emotion shimmered in Qian Rinchue's eyes as she gently raised her head to meet Qian Zhao's gaze. Memories flooded back of their time atop the towering spire of the Spirit Hall, where they once gazed at the stars together. Qian Zhao had pointed to the brightest star, declaring it a symbol of their friendship that would forever shine. She spoke softly, Shower. I have long been evading my own heart. From the moment you stood before me to confront the soul beast, I felt my heart stir. Your presence, your care, have become an indispensable part of my life. I adore you, a sentiment that has been nestled deep within my heart for an eternity. A brilliant smile illuminated Qian Zhao's face as he stepped forward, gently grasping Qian Rinxue's hand. She trembled slightly but did not pull away, allowing him to hold her. In that moment, Qian Zhao's eyes were filled with tenderness and deep affection. He lowered his head slightly, gazing at their intertwined hands, and declared, Schwerer, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I shall walk it alongside you. I will strive to cultivate my strength, transforming into the one who can truly safeguard you. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with trust. Suddenly, with a playful glint and a hint of concern, she tilted her head and inquired, Shower, if grandfather were to discover our affair, he might become so furious that his beard would curl up. And then he would chase after us in a fit of rage. What shall we do then? After speaking, she cheekily stuck out her tongue. Qian Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, Even if grandfather were to be upset, I shall never release your hand. I will strive to demonstrate my resolve to him, to show that I possess the capability to bring you happiness. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. She lifted her other hand and gently placed it atop Qian Zhao's, saying, Shower, I believe in you. Let us strive together for the spirit hall and for our future. The surrounding flowers seemed to sense their bliss, swaying delicately with the breeze. A gentle wind tousled their hair, and Qian Zhao caught the faint fragrance of flowers emanating from Qian Rinxue's locks, while Qian Rinxue basked in the warmth radiating from Qian Zhao's palm. It felt as though time stood still in that moment, leaving only two hearts drawing closer, radiating warmth towards one another. Chapter 20. The star's whisper promises the moonlight, akin to a soft silver veil, quietly draped over Qian Rinxue and Qian Zhao. On the tranquil rooftop of the academy, they appeared to inhabit a dreamlike realm that belonged solely to them. During their training, with each vigorous punch and kick, Qian Zhao could palpably sense a warm current coursing through him, a miraculous power bestowed by the deep affection and hope reflected in Qian Rinxue's gaze. In his heart, he silently vowed countless times, Schwerer, I shall become an indomitable force for you, to shield you from storms and ensure your peace for a lifetime. Meanwhile, whenever Qian Rinxue's eyes fell upon Qian Zhao, tirelessly training and drenched in sweat, a tide of tenderness surged within her. She understood that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only through their own power could they hope for a beautiful future together. Thus, during breaks, she would meticulously prepare nourishing meals to bring to Qian Zhao. The exquisite delicacies emanated an enticing aroma, complemented by fresh fruit and vegetable juices. With a gentle smile, she would hand them to him, her gaze soft yet resolute. Shower, take a moment to eat and replenish your strength. Do not overexert yourself. I will always be here with you. Yet, as night fell and silence enveloped them, a heavy cloud of anxiety regarding the future would quietly descend upon their hearts during their moments alone. The stern and formidable rules of the Spirit Hall loomed like an insurmountable chasm between them. Whenever Qian Rinxue thought of the elders' austere faces and the potential for vehement opposition, her heart felt as though gripped by an invisible, icy hand. She wrestled with her conflicting emotions, pondering, I do not wish to defy the regulations of the Spirit Hall, yet my profound love for you, Shower, has woven itself into the very marrow of my being, making it impossible to sever. How should I choose the right path? On a night as serene as a painted canvas, the radiant moonlight gently cascaded over the academy's rooftop. Qian Rinxue and Qian Zhao sat side by side, gazing up at the boundless starry sky. The twinkling stars seemed to whisper their enduring sentiments. Qian Zhao slightly turned, his gaze filled with deep affection for Qian Rinxue. Under the caress of the silvery moonlight, she appeared as an ethereal fairy descended from the moon palace, enchanting in her beauties. As if time itself paused in reverence to her loveliness, Qian Zhao broke the tranquil silence. Schwerer, I am acutely aware that our path ahead is fraught with thorns and challenges, yet the love I harbor for you and my fearless courage burn like an unquenchable flame, resolutely unwavering. Whenever I contemplate the myriad challenges and tribulations that the future may hold, my heart races with the fervor of a relentless drumbeat. Yet, the moment my gaze meets yours, I feel as though I am imbued with an extraordinary strength capable of overcoming any adversity the world may present. I long to traverse this journey of life hand in hand with you, regardless of the tempest that may rage ahead or the passage of time that may alter our surroundings. His voice trembled slightly, and his hands instinctively clutched the hem of his garment, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Qian Rushu gently rested her head upon Qian Zhao's shoulder, whispering softly, "Shower." I too share this sentiment. Each time the formidable and solemn visage of my grandfather surfaces in my mind, an overwhelming sense of trepidation envelopes me. For I fear that upon discovering our affection, he would unleash his wrath. Yet, my affection for you has taken root within the very depths of my heart. Akin to a towering tree that stands unwavering against the fiercest tempests, the mere thought of possibly losing you pierces my heart like a razor-sharp blade, inflicting agony that resonates to my very core. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture, reflecting a tumultuous blend of entangled emotions, confusion, and torment intertwining within her reddened gaze. Qian Zhao steadied his mind, slowly extending his hands to tightly grasp the gently trembling, delicate fingers of Qian Renxue, as if holding the most precious and rare treasure in the world. His gaze was unwavering, akin to the brilliant dawn that pierces through the heavy layers of clouds. Schwerer, though we are still young, time will bestow upon us the invaluable opportunity to grow and strengthen. We make a promise to each other that when we reach the age of 18, equipped with sufficient strength and fearless courage, we shall declare to the world our steadfast and unwavering bond, as solid as a rock. At that moment, we shall strive with our own formidable power to seize the happiness that is uniquely ours. I shall diligently cultivate day and night, becoming a peerless powerhouse who will earn my grandfather's admiration and silence all doubters. His eyes burned with a passionate and radiant flame, imbued with infinite aspirations for the future and profound affection for Qian Renxue. Tears shimmered in Qian Renshue's eyes, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky, their brilliance embodying both a beautiful anticipation for the future and an undeniable sense of anxiety. She gently tilted her head and spoke. "All right, Shower. At 18, we shall bravely stand before the world and proclaim our love. Yet, if by that time, grandfather remains unwilling to grant us his blessing, what path shall we then take?" Her heart was tumultuous, resembling a vast ocean, with waves of conflicting emotions continuously surging and crashing against her soul. Qian Zhao gently placed Qian Renshue's delicate hand against his warm cheek, speaking softly, "Schwer, do not dwell in worry any longer. The myriad experiences we have shared, those precious memories as beautiful as poetry and paintings, serve as a formidable source of strength that propels us forward. As long as our hearts remain steadfastly intertwined, no force in this world can cruelly tear us apart. I firmly believe that one day, my grandfather will recognize our sincerity, understand our intentions, and wholeheartedly bless our union." He silently encouraged himself, vowing to create an unwavering and blissful sanctuary for Qian Renxue, a haven of warmth and security. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, as if gathering boundless strength within herself, and softly uttered, "Yes, Xiao Xiao, I believe in you. Together, we shall strive in our cultivation. Before the day of our promise arrives, I will exert every effort to enhance my own prowess, becoming someone who can stand beside you, weathering the storms together." A surge of resolute courage ignited within her heart. For the sake of their beautiful future, she was willing to brave any hardship without hesitation. The moonlight gently cascaded upon the two, and Qian Zhao slightly loosened his grip on Qian Renshue's hand, yet tenderly enveloped her hands within his palms. His gaze was sincere and fervent, as if it could melt the chill of the night. "Schwer, I make you a solemn promise." Qian Zhao's voice resonated with calmness and conviction, echoing through the tranquil night like a poignant melody. "In the days to come, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to every training session. Regardless of whether I encounter treacherous mountains or turbulent rivers ahead, I will never waver in my determined stride. I shall continuously push the limits of my soul power, mastering even more formidable soul techniques." He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, as if proclaiming his unwavering resolve to the brilliant constellations. "I will tirelessly seek the cultivation methods that resonate with my spirit, even if the journey leads to injury and bloodshed, or leaves me utterly exhausted to the brink of collapse. Yet, the moment your visage appears in my mind, and I envision our splendid future, I will be instantly filled with boundless strength. I aspire to be the one who stands resolutely in front of you when danger arises, to stand alongside you, courageously confronting all the doubts from the spirit hall, earning the heartfelt recognition and blessings of all." Qian Zhao cast a heartfelt gaze upon Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with profound affection and boundless tenderness. "Each fresh morning, I shall earnestly pray for your well-being, wishing you peace and joy, untroubled by worries. In the stillness of each tranquil night, I will slowly drift into slumber, enveloped in deep longing for you. I shall remember every flavor of your cherished delicacies. Preparing meals with meticulous care, I will recall every word you have spoken, delving deeply into your every preference. Together, we will marvel at the grandeur of each sunrise and the exquisite beauty of every sunset, experiencing the gentle, yet splendid, passage of time. When faced with adversity, I shall not choose to flee, nor shall I waver even a step. I will steadfastly hold your hand, our hearts intertwined, confronting every trial and tribulation together. I will wield my wisdom and formidable strength to alleviate your burdens and shield you from storms. I aspire to ensure that your smile remains as radiant as the warm sun of spring, as brilliant as the most luminous star in the night sky, never to fade. Qian Shao gently placed Qian Rinxue's hand against his chest, feeling the fervent heartbeat that thrummed solely for her. Shuer, can you truly feel my heartbeat? It beats solely for you, a promise as precious as life itself, destined to remain unchanged and everlasting. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face, the crystalline droplets glistening under the moonlight with a mesmerizing shimmer. Choking back her emotions, she declared, Shower, I have unwavering faith. Your promise will be tenderly cherished in the softest recesses of my heart. I shall tirelessly strive to become someone worthy of standing beside you. A gentle breeze caressed their hair, as if quietly listening to this heartfelt and profound vow. In this enchanting and challenging world of martial spirits, their love shone like brilliant stars, illuminating their path and warming their souls. Chapter 21. Walking hand in hand beneath the tender and lingering moonlight. After Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao exchanged solemn and unwavering promises, they wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to their cultivation. Every inch of the Academy's grounds bore witness to their indomitable spirit and relentless pursuit of progress. As the dawn timidly lingered on the distant horizon, the first rays of sunlight, akin to a languid traveler, had yet to fully penetrate the deep night, casting a gentle light over the Academy. Yet, Qian Shao took steadfast steps toward the tranquil, idyllic lakeside, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. He sat firmly upon the lush green grass, his hands skillfully forming seals with the grace of flowing water, then steadily placing them upon his dantian. Embarking on the sacred journey of absorbing the ethereal soul power that permeated the cosmos. With his eyes gently closed, his countenance remained serene as still water, reflecting the placid surface of a lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. He focused intently, as if the world around him had quietly faded away, leaving him alone to embrace the elusive and mysterious soul power. Every strand of soul energy flowed into him like a gentle stream, nourishing a long dry riverbed yearning for the life-giving rain. Yet, he knew that to transcend the layers of obstacles and reach a more expansive realm, he needed to draw upon a more profound and formidable strength. Calmly and methodically, he adjusted his breathing, akin to a master artisan, utterly absorbed in the meticulous crafting of an unparalleled treasure, striving to achieve an impeccable harmony between his body and soul power. Occasionally, when the soul energy became chaotic and unruly, his strong brows would furrow momentarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like dewdrops on tender morning grass. However, he never entertained the slightest thought of retreat. With an unwavering will forged of iron, he persistently reined in the restless soul energy, guiding it to flow steadily and orderly through his meridians. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue often immersed herself in deep cultivation beneath the sprawling, ancient tree in the depths of the Academy's garden. Surrounded by a riot of blossoms, a kaleidoscope of vibrant flowers entwined and embraced one another, creating a dreamlike, resplendent ocean of colors. The essence of soul energy wafted and lingered in the air, more intense and rich than in other places, exuding an enticing fragrance. She stood tall and proud at the heart of this floral tapestry, her arms gracefully lifted as if the palms of her hands were tender lotus leaves welcoming the crystalline morning dew, fervently absorbing the natural energies that enveloped her and skillfully transforming them into her own soul power. Her cascading golden hair danced softly in the gentle breeze, resembling golden flames pirouetting in the air, shimmering brilliantly. She embodied an immense and boundless vortex, exuding an irresistible allure that continuously drew forth the soul energy from the heavens and the earth, like a surging tide converging upon her. Throughout the arduous and protracted journey of cultivation, she unwaveringly challenged her limits, striving to compress greater volumes of soul energy within her essence. On several occasions, the rapid intake of soul power caused her delicate form to tremble slightly, akin to a fragile flower bravely swaying in a fierce wind, refusing to succumb. Yet, with gritted teeth, she persevered, leveraging her indomitable spirit and rock-solid will, gradually alleviating the overwhelming pressure by deftly adjusting the unique aura of her martial soul. In the hallowed and luminous classroom, filled with knowledge, they resembled two parched sponges, fervently thirsting for enlightenment, diligently absorbing the profound wisdom and intricate techniques imparted by their instructor regarding soul power cultivation. Whenever confronted with doubts and perplexities, they would unhesitatingly raise their arms high, their focused and determined gazes shimmering with the fervor of an insatiable quest for knowledge, earning the genuine admiration and respect of every teacher. During the fleeting interludes of respite, they seized every precious opportunity to exchange insights. Qian Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm and joy, would share her unique revelations and wondrous discoveries gleaned from the operation of her soul power with Qian Renxue, who, drawing from her rich and diverse experience, would offer practical, incisive, and effective suggestions for improvement. As nightfall enveloped the earth like a soft black satin, and the stars scattered across the vast expanse of sky like dazzling gemstones, they would, with an unspoken understanding, converge at the Academy's enchanting stargazing platform. Side by side, their hands solemnly placed before them, they would remain wholly immersed in the boundless world of soul power cultivation. The gentle moonlight, like liquid silver, cascaded upon them, draping them in an ethereal, dreamlike veil, rendering them as transcendent beings, radiating a sacred and noble luminescence. Time, akin to a fleeting shadow, slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Half a year had flowed away like water. After countless days and nights of arduous training and relentless dedication, their soul power remarkably ascended to an impressive level of 40. When the mentors learned of Qian Renxue and Qian Xiaohuan's exhilarating breakthrough, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves upon waves. The news spread like a tempestuous wind, swift and thunderous, sweeping through the entire academy. Everyone was left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Fellow students, who had practiced alongside them, gathered in clusters, their eyes brimming with an unmistakable mixture of incredulity and profound envy. How could they cultivate so swiftly? It seemed nothing short of a myth, utterly astonishing. One student's eyes widened like saucers, his voice quivering with excitement. Another student bit his lip tightly, as if striving to suppress the tumultuous shock within, nodding vigorously in agreement. Indeed, I always believed I had exerted enough effort. Yet in comparison to them, I am leagues behind and can only watch from afar. All gazes were directed towards the duo, whispers rising and falling like a swarm of industrious bees, buzzing with admiration and awe. The Academy's teachers could hardly contain their astonishment and admiration either, exchanging whispers filled with their own astonishment and reflections. A venerable and experienced soul mentor gently stroked his graying beard, his eyes sparkling with a blend of surprise and contemplation. These two children undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent, yet what is even rarer is their perseverance and diligence, which far surpass that of ordinary individuals. To reach level 40 soul power in such a brief period foretells a future of limitless potential, brimming with infinite possibilities and hope. Upon hearing these words, the other teachers nodded in agreement, their gazes imbued with earnest anticipation and beautiful dreams for their future. Qian Renxue and Qian Xiao stood at the center of attention, yet their expressions remained characterized by the usual humility, calmness, and composure. Qian Xiao, his cheeks slightly flushed, offered a gentle nod to his classmates who cast envious glances in their direction. Internally, he resembled a clear yet boundless lake, fully aware that this was merely a starting point, with a long and arduous journey filled with challenges awaiting them ahead. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue tenderly linked her arm with Qian Zhao's, her lips gracing a soft, warm smile reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, embodying both the joy of achieving a milestone and the unwavering courage and steadfastness in the face of future unknown challenges. To honor their extraordinary and remarkable achievements, the Academy meticulously organized a grand and solemn celebration ceremony. At the event, the dean, with a serious yet joyful demeanor, personally awarded them with shining medals symbolizing honor and recognition, encouraging them earnestly to continue striving forward, fighting valiantly, and bringing further glory to the Academy. Qian Xiao received the medal with solemn reverence, his gaze as resolute as iron and as fervent as fire, speaking in a steady and powerful tone. We are grateful for the Academy's meticulous guidance. We shall endeavor with all our might, never to disappoint everyone's heartfelt expectations. Qian Renxue, too, gazed ahead with unwavering determination, as if she could already envision the hopeful and challenging path stretching out before her, leading to the unknown yet alluring horizon. However, behind this limitless glory, they keenly sensed subtle changes. Jealous glances, akin to hidden serpents poised to strike, began to flicker with cold light, occasionally accompanied by sour, envious remarks. Yet, Qian Renxue and Qian Shao paid little heed to these distractions, standing firm like towering mountains. Fully aware of their goals and unperturbed by trivial matters that could disrupt their peace and progress, they persisted in their rigorous training with an extraordinary tenacity. During the day, they could be found in the training grounds, engaging in intense and exhilarating sparring sessions. As night fell and the stars adorned the vast, deep sky once more, they would dutifully arrive at the stargazing platform to immerse themselves in their practice. The star's gentle and mysterious glow enveloped them, bestowing upon them an enigmatic, magical aura. In their training, they remained wholly focused on exploring the profound mysteries of soul power, like two fearless explorers bravely venturing into the unknown, seeking a more powerful and refined method of cultivation to achieve a qualitative leap in their abilities, boldly advancing toward a resplendent future. Chapter 22. The journey of the starry rings within the academy. Through unwavering perseverance and relentless effort, Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao, after countless days and nights of diligent practice, finally succeeded in elevating their soul power to the pivotal level of 40. Qian Douluo was acutely aware of the significance of acquiring the appropriate soul ring for their future cultivation journey. He resolutely decided to lead the two children into the mysterious and perilous Star Doe forest in pursuit of the fourth soul ring, which was vital for them. The moment their footsteps entered the Star Doe forest, it felt as though they had stepped into an isolated and enigmatic realm. The lush branches and leaves intertwined, forming an immense green dome that obscured the sky entirely. The sun struggled valiantly to penetrate the layers of foliage, casting down patches of golden light that shimmered like fragments of gold in a dreamlike wonderland. Qian Douluo maintained a calm demeanor, striding forward with steady and powerful steps at the forefront of the group. The robust and formidable aura he emanated surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling fear in the soul beasts that had previously lurked nearby, causing them to hesitate and shy away from approaching. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao followed closely behind, their eyes brimming with curiosity about the unknown, yet laden with vigilant awareness. They resembled intrepid adventurers keen on uncovering a hidden treasure, each step cautious yet filled with anticipation. "Grandfather, how can we find a suitable soul beast?" Qian Shao inquired softly, tilting her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a thirst for knowledge and understanding. Qian Douluo turned slightly, his gaze imbued with affection and patience as he gently explained, "Shower, selecting a soul beast is not a trivial or arbitrary matter. It necessitates a close consideration of your respective martial soul attributes and unique characteristics. The power contained within the soul ring must resonate perfectly with your own, otherwise it may sow unforeseen troubles along the arduous path of cultivation ahead." Before long, they encountered a formidable earth tyrant bear in a clearing ahead. Its massive, mountain-like frame resembled an impregnable fortress. The bear's powerful paws thumped against its chest, emitting a thunderous roar that proclaimed its absolute dominion over the territory. Qian Douluo immediately halted, his soul power flowing forth like nimble threads, meticulously assessing the earth tyrant bear. After a thorough examination, he shook his head slightly and remarked, Shower, this bear possesses immense strength. However, its attributes are overly aggressive and domineering, rendering it incompatible with your martial souls." Qian Rinxue gazed at the imposing earth tyrant bear, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes, yet she soon nodded in understanding and said, "Grandfather, I comprehend that an unsuitable soul ring cannot be forcibly acquired." They then continued deeper into the forest. In the shadowy undergrowth, they encountered a pack of phantom wolves. Their eerie green eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light in the darkness, and their low growls rose and fell, as if performing a chilling symphony of dread. Qian Douluo instantaneously unleashed a formidable pressure, prompting the wolf pack to retreat in response to the palpable threat. The trio pressed onward, and near a marsh deeper within the forest, a jade-scaled serpent gradually revealed itself. Its body shimmered with an eerie luminescence, while its flickering tongue emitted a hissing sound. Intrigued, Qian Rinxue leaned closer to investigate, but Qian Douluo, with swift reflexes, grasped her arm and admonished, "Shuer, do not act recklessly. This jade-scaled serpent possesses a potent venom. Its soul ring harbors a sinister energy. Should you attempt to absorb it, it would corrode your soul power and severely hinder the growth of your martial spirit." Qian Rinxue stuck out her tongue and obediently replied, "Grandfather, I understand my mistake." As time flowed like water, the pursuit of a suitable soul beast yielded no tangible progress, and Qian Rinxue began to feel anxious. "Grandfather, why is it so difficult to find a suitable soul beast? When shall we succeed?" Qian Douluo gently patted her head, smiling reassuringly, "Patience, Shuer. The Star Doe forest is vast and teeming with soul beasts. We shall surely find the one that is most fitting for you." Patience and confidence are the key elements to success. Qian Xiao chimed in from the side. Sister, grandfather is right. Let us continue our search. The three of them continued their quest in the Douluo forest, their footsteps softly rustling the layers of fallen leaves. At that moment, Qian Douluo resembled a seasoned master hunter, ever vigilant to the surrounding sounds, as his soul power extended like an intricate and sensitive web. Suddenly, an unusual breeze swept through, reminiscent of ethereal celestial music interlaced with faint, melodious chirps. Qian Douluo's gaze sharpened, and he quietly warned, "Children, be alert, our target may be approaching." Both Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao instantly became vigilant, their martial spirit energies quietly accumulating in their palms. Before them, in a clearing within the forest, a radiant spirit bird gracefully emerged. Its feathers, as white as snow, glimmered with a sacred light, as if gently caressed by the soft glow of the moon. Each feather seemed to flow with pure radiance. Its long tail resembled a brilliant ribbon of light, effortlessly sweeping through the air as if it could pierce through the darkness. Its eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky, exuding an enchanting and lively aura. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "Schwer, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. This radiant spirit sparrow appears to have recently transcended the millennium threshold. Its aura, though formidable, still bears an essence of youthful instability. Observe how its radiant power resonates with your martial soul in an exquisitely subtle manner. Such a degree of compatibility is truly rare. The luminous elements it embodies are both pure and robust, and once you absorb its soul ring, it will undoubtedly propel your strength to unprecedented heights. Moreover, its character, soft yet unyielding, aligns harmoniously with the path of cultivation that lies ahead for you." In Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes, a spark of surprise blossomed as she attentively gazed at the luminous spirit sparrow. The spirit sparrow seemed to sense the gaze of the crowd, slightly tilting its head upward, a blend of caution and curiosity evident in its demeanor. Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, this radiant spirit sparrow seems as though it was specially prepared for you. You will undoubtedly succeed in absorbing its soul ring." Chapter 23. The Journey of Douluo to Seek the Soul Rings 2. Qian Daolia's piercing gaze was firmly fixed upon the luminous spirit sparrow ahead. He then turned his head, his expression grave and solemn, and spoke to Qian Rinxue in a steady voice. "Schwer, prepare yourself. I shall first weaken its power, and then you shall deliver the final blow and absorb the soul ring." Qian Rinxue took a deep breath, her countenance as resolute as iron, and nodded firmly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, as if stars were gestating within them. In an instant, Qian Douluo moved like lightning, transforming into an ethereal shadow that surged towards the radiant spirit sparrow with astonishing speed. The spirit sparrow, acutely sensing the impending danger like a storm approaching, instantly took flight. Simultaneously, it unleashed a barrage of brilliant and razor-sharp light blades from its beak, which sliced through the air with a hissing sound reminiscent of the wails of death. Qian Douluo swiftly maneuvered his hands, channeling his soul power that cascaded before him like an unrelenting torrent, forming an impenetrable barrier in the blink of an eye. The light blades relentlessly struck against the barrier, erupting in dazzling brilliance akin to a fireworks display. With a light step, Qian Douluo leaped into the air like an arrow released from its bow, his formidable soul power coalescing in the palm of his hand, transforming into a colossal, illusory hand that descended upon the spirit sparrow with overwhelming force. The spirit sparrow darted left and right, its form as graceful as ribbons dancing in the wind. Yet Qian Daolia's assault shadowed its every move, offering no chance of escape. After an intense and breathless exchange, Qian Douluo seized the moment, a majestic surge of soul power, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, struck the spirit sparrow like a bolt of lightning. The spirit sparrow emitted a mournful cry, instantly left on the brink of collapse, plummeting from the sky. Qian Rinxue hastily stepped forward, her hand descending with precision to swiftly extinguish the spirit bird. Thereafter, she settled down in a stable, cross-legged position. With her eyes firmly shut, she focused her mind and began to channel the soul power within her, which surged like a tumultuous tide. Subsequently, she gently placed her hands upon the spirit bird, formally embarking on the arduous journey of absorbing the soul ring. However, as she commenced the absorption, Qian Rinxue immediately sensed a powerful and tumultuous force, akin to a wild stallion unbridled, flooding into her body like a relentless wave, as if it sought to mercilessly rupture her meridians. She gritted her teeth, her lips quivering slightly, while beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down her forehead, dampening her hair at the temples. Qian Xiao stood anxiously by, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qian Renxue, her eyes brimming with concern and urgency. Meanwhile, Qian Douluo stood a short distance away, his demeanor as grave as that of a statue, wholly devoted to safeguarding Qian Renxue, attentively observing every subtle change in her condition. Qian Rengshu's body trembled uncontrollably as the force of light rampaged within her, wreaking havoc on her meridians, drawing upon the methods she had learned through diligent practice. She exerted every ounce of strength to guide this power, attempting to tame it. Yet the radiant spirit sparrow, as a millennium-old soul beast, possessed an overwhelmingly potent force. Qian Rengshu felt as though her very soul was on the verge of being shattered by this relentless power. Unbidden, scenes from her days in the academy, where she had tirelessly honed her skills, surfaced in her mind, along with cherished moments spent with Qian Xiao and her grandfather. Memories that were as warm and beautiful as a picturesque scroll. These precious recollections shone like a beacon in the darkness, imbuing her with boundless strength and courage. She silently reassured herself that no matter how arduous the path, she must persevere. As time flowed steadily onward, Qian Rengshu's complexion grew increasingly pale, resembling parchment. Yet her gaze remained resolute, akin to the brilliant stars glimmering in the night sky. She continuously adjusted her breathing rhythm, carefully channeling her soul power into the tumultuous light force, gradually wearing down its rebellious will. Suddenly, without warning, the light force erupted violently, and Qian Rengshu could not suppress a pained moan. Qian Xiao, filled with anxiety, turned to Qian Douluo, her voice trembling slightly. "Grandfather, will sister be all right?" Qian Douluo's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze intently on Qian Rengshu, yet he gently reassured her. "Shower, do not panic. Shuer possesses ample willpower and courage. She will surely prevail." Qian Renxue endured the excruciating pain, once again concentrating her spirit, perfectly merging her willpower with her soul energy. She recalled her grandfather's earnest teachings, as her martial soul operated at full capacity within her, enveloping her in a gentle golden glow. Like a valiant warrior, she infused her willpower into the soul energy, gradually eroding the resistance of the light force. After a prolonged and arduous ordeal, the light force finally began to be accepted by Qian Renshua's body, the pace of integration steadily increasing. Her breath became more stable, and the radiance surrounding her intensified, resembling a brilliant sun. At last, Qian Renxue successfully absorbed the soul ring of the radiant spirit sparrow. She slowly opened her eyes, a bright light flickering within them, akin to the brilliance of the stars. For soul rings, purple, black, and black, descended gracefully around her. Rising to her feet, she gently stretched her body, savoring the immense and surging power within her. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, Qian Renxue was overwhelmed with profound insights regarding her newfound power. She gently closed her eyes, meticulously attuning herself to the surging currents of soul energy coursing within her, as well as the strength of the radiant spirit bird that had become one with her essence. Qian Xiao gazed at Qian Renxue with eager anticipation and said, "Sister, do try your fourth soul skill." Qian Douluo, standing nearby, nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting encouragement and hopeful expectation. Qian Rengshu took a deep breath, stepping forward with determination as her soul energy surged forth, radiating brilliance. With the invocation of her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent, a colossal angelic apparition gracefully materialized behind her, exuding a sacred and solemn aura that instantly enveloped the surroundings. The wings of the ethereal figure fluttered gently, casting a cascade of golden light. With both hands forming intricate seals and reciting incantations, she summoned her divine soul power, which converged like a golden torrent before her, coalescing into a magnificent golden longsword. The blade shimmered with a dazzling luminosity, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Qian Rengshu's gaze was resolute as she swung the longsword towards a sturdy tree ahead. The golden blade shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with a hissing sound, as if the atmosphere itself were being cleaved apart. In an instant, the sword struck the tree with a thunderous roar, piercing through it completely, sending wood shavings flying in all directions, while the tremendous force left a deep crater in the ground. Qian Xiao gazed in astonishment, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. The power of this soul skill is astonishing." Qian Douluo also revealed a satisfied expression in his eyes, remarking, "Shuer, your mastery of this soul skill is commendable. However, further practice is essential to unleash its full potential." Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Grandfather, I understand. I will continue to strive in my cultivation." She summoned her soul power once more, attempting to exert a more precise control over the form and direction of the golden sword. The golden blade danced gracefully through the air under her command, at times transforming into a brilliant ray that pierced forward, and at other moments dispersing into countless smaller swords that fell like raindrops. After a period of practice, Qian Rinxue grew increasingly adept at mastering her fourth soul skill. Her heart brimmed with joy, and she felt even more confident about her future path of cultivation. Observing Qian Rinxue's progress, Qian Douluo remarked, "Let us continue onward in search of a suitable soul beast for Shower." Chapter 24. The journey of Stardo's soul rings. The three of them delved deeper into the Stardo Great Forest, with Qian Douluo resembling a steadfast lighthouse, his formidable soul power extending like delicate tendrils to sense the surroundings. Qian Zhao's heart was intertwined with both anxiety and anticipation, her eyes sparkling like stars, constantly scanning the flora and fauna around her. They entered an area replete with oddly shaped rocks, shrouded as if by a mysterious veil, where a tranquil yet perilous atmosphere lingered. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as though an earthquake had struck, and an earth-shattering rock bear erupted from the earth like a malevolent deity. Its colossal form resembled a mountain, seemingly constructed from countless indomitable boulders, with the earthen armor upon its body exuding a weighty presence in the mottled light. With each step it took, the surrounding stones shattered and flew apart like fragile tiles. It let out an enraged roar that resonated like thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears, as if proclaiming its absolute dominion over this territory to the world. Qian Douluo swiftly advanced, his gaze piercing as he meticulously examined the aura of the earth-shattering bear. He then slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "This earth-shattering bear is a soul beast of the 20,000-year rank. Its attributes exhibit a certain affinity with your martial soul, Shower. However, its power is excessively fierce and wild, making the absorption of its soul ring a perilous endeavor for you. It is not the most desirable choice." Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Zhao with a heart full of concern, softly uttering, "Brother, perhaps we should continue our search. We might encounter something more suitable." Yet, Qian Zhao's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon the rock-earth-violent bear, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. "Sister, grandfather, I can distinctly sense the immense power it possesses. I long to take on this challenge. I am resolute in my belief that I can master it." Qian Douluo gazed at Qian Zhao for a moment, then nodded slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall exert every effort to assist you." With that, Qian Daoliu's form flickered like a wraith, resembling a streak of lightning that pierced through the void, as he surged towards the earthquake bear. The earthquake bear, witnessing this, widened its furious eyes and swung its enormous paw, akin to a towering pillar, unleashing a howling gale that surged forth with the force of a tidal wave, striking fiercely towards Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo, agile as a darting swallow, deftly sidestepped, his hands weaving swiftly to form an intricate array of mystical seals. A brilliant beam of soul energy shot forth like a meteor towards the earthquake bear. The earthquake bear presented its back, armored in rock as solid as a mountain. To meet the beam, upon impact, the collision erupted into a dazzling spectacle of sparks, akin to a vibrant display of fireworks. The onslaught of Qian Douluo surged like a tide, his form shifting unpredictably in the air. At times, he descended like a majestic eagle, talons aimed directly at the bear's body. At other moments, he struck with the swiftness of a leopard, launching rapid assaults from the side, as fast as a tempest. Despite the imposing bulk of the earth elemental bear, its reflexes were surprisingly agile, as it continuously swatted with its powerful paws, unleashing waves of earthy yellow light in retaliation. After a breathtaking and intense exchange, Qian Douluo seized a perfect opportunity. A formidable surge of soul power, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, struck the bear's leg. The massive creature stumbled, its defenses compromised. Seizing the moment, Qian Douluo unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, leaving the earth elemental bear gasping for breath. Qian Zhao gripped a razor-sharp dagger with unwavering determination as he advanced toward the rock-earth rampage bear, drawing a deep breath to steady the turbulent mix of trepidation and exhilaration within. He swiftly delivered a fatal strike. Without hesitation, he immediately assumed a cross-legged posture, placing both hands before him to commence the absorption of the spirit ring. From the very onset, Qian Zhao was overwhelmed by a torrential surge of energy, wild and untamed, like a stampede of frenzied stallions. This formidable force raged through his meridians akin to an enraged primordial beast, wreaking havoc with unrestrained fury. His complexion drained to a deathly pallor, while beads of cold sweat cascaded like shattered pearls down his forehead, drenching his robes. His lower lip bore the marks of his clenched teeth, now deeply indented and bleeding. as he painstakingly guided the tempestuous energy according to the esoteric techniques imparted by Douluo. Yet the power proved overwhelmingly potent. Qianshao felt as though his body had become a fragile leaf adrift upon a storm-tossed sea, teetering on the brink of being torn asunder. His breaths came in ragged, labored gasps reminiscent of a tattered bellows straining to function. His frame trembled violently as if pierced by countless searing currents. Qian Rengshu watched in agonized distress. Her fingers interlaced so tightly that her knuckles blanched white, her eyes brimming with profound concern and fervent prayers for his safety. Qian Douluo stood vigilantly by, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, firmly fixed upon Qianshao, ready to intervene at any critical moment. Amidst the endless torment, images of warm and cherished moments with his family continuously surfaced in Qianzhao's mind, like beams of comforting light. Simultaneously, his unwavering determination to grow stronger and protect his loved ones burned fiercely within him, becoming the powerful driving force that kept him persevering through clenched teeth. As time slowly passed, Qianzhao's consciousness gradually blurred, as though he were lost in a fog of chaos. Yet, his stubborn will, unyielding as steel, prevented him from surrendering to the struggle. Suddenly, the violent energy erupted once more like a volcanic explosion, forcing a gut-wrenching cry of agony from the depths of his throat. Qian Renshue's heart raced with anxiety, her feet involuntarily stepping forward as she nearly rushed to his side. Qian Douluo's heart clenched, his hands lifting slightly before he restrained himself from acting. Qianshao endured the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very marrow. Summoning his indomitable willpower once more to concentrate his spirit, he gathered every ounce of his mental strength, meticulously adjusting the flow of soul power within his body like a helmsman struggling against turbulent rapids, gradually wearing down the rebellious will of that violent force. After what seemed an eternity of torment akin to purgatory, the raging energy finally began to yield, slowly merging with his own soul power. Time lost all meaning. It could have been a century before Qianshao successfully absorbed the spirit ring. He opened his eyes slowly, exhaustion evident in his gaze. Yet it shimmered with profound joy. Qian Renshue rushed to him in exhilaration, embracing him tightly as tears of happiness streamed down her face. "Brother, you did it," she cried. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, his face illuminated by a smile as warm as the spring sun. "Shower, you've performed exceptionally well," he praised. "Now, show us your fourth spirit skill." Chapter 25, The Journey for the Spirit Ring, Part 4. Qianshao listened intently to Qian Douluo's words, his heart swelling with exhilaration and anticipation like surging tides. Standing tall with dignified posture, he gradually rose to his feet, gently closing his eyes as he began channeling the newly assimilated soul ring energy within him, still pulsating with restless vigor. As he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteorite Impact, the heavens suddenly fractured with bizarre luminous streaks. These crisscrossing beams resembled invisible yet powerful hands violently rending apart the celestial tapestry, where the light shimmered. An eerie and arcane glow hinted at portals to unfathomable dimensions, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. From these luminous fissures emerged clusters of small meteors, each wreathed in blazing flames of dazzling vermilion brilliance. Carrying cataclysmic momentum like a stampede of unbridled stallions, they streaked across the open terrain with unstoppable ferocity. The hurtling meteors shrieked through the atmosphere, their friction creating shrill hisses like wrathful howls. Their blazing trails resembled magnificent comets scouring the cosmic expanse, painting ephemeral masterpieces across the firmament. Upon impact, the earth trembled as if struck by a titan's fist, releasing thunderous groans while dust billowed like stormy ocean waves, obscuring the skies. The bombardment left behind an apocalyptic landscape. Gaping craters resembling monstrous maws yawned ominously, while smaller indentations formed mysterious runic patterns across the terrain. Shattered stones became deadly projectiles, some embedding themselves into nearby trees like arrows, others clattering across the ground in chaotic percussion. Qian Renshue beheld this sight with astonishment painted across her countenance, her eyes shimmering with an interwoven radiance of delight and admiration. Unable to restrain herself, she applauded and exclaimed, "Little brother, your soul skill is truly remarkable." Qian Douluo nodded slightly, his visage revealing a satisfied and gratified expression as he spoke measuredly. "Shower, the potency of this soul skill is indeed extraordinary. However, you must continue practicing diligently to master it thoroughly." A confident smile graced Qianzhao's lips as he responded, "Grandfather, elder sister, I shall." Thereafter, he repeatedly attempted to unleash this formidable soul skill. With each successive practice, his mastery over the technique grew increasingly effortless and natural. As dusk descended, The inky night unfurled like black satin across the forest, while a gossamer mist began to permeate the woodland like an ethereal dreamscape. Surveying their surroundings, Douluo declared, "We should return to the academy now. Our gains today have been substantial. Upon our return, you must devote yourselves to cultivation and consolidate these achievements." In unison, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue replied, "Yes, grandfather." The trio retraced their path through the forest. As they walked, Qian Xiao mentally replayed the events of their Douluo forest expedition like a cinematic reel, his heart brimming with emotion. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue intermittently exchanged cultivation insights with her younger brother, their soft voices resonating gently through the tranquil woods. Douluo led the way, his piercing gaze vigilantly monitoring their surroundings like a towering mountain shielding the pair from harm. During their journey, they encountered several minor soul beasts. However, with merely a subtle release of his formidable aura, as awe-inspiring as a majestic peak, Douluo deterred any approach. After their lengthy trek, they successfully emerged from Douluo Forest and returned safely to the academy. Following brief respite, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue, armed with unwavering determination, proceeded to the academy's administrative office. Standing side by side in the solemn chamber, Qian Xiao mustered his courage and declared resolutely, "Teacher, we wish to apply for early graduation." The instructor, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized the pair with astonished eyes. Qian Renxue supplemented, "Teacher, through arduous trials in Douluo Forest, we've obtained soul rings perfectly suited to us. Now brimming with confidence to face greater challenges, we aspire to graduate early and pursue higher realms of cultivation." Frowning slightly, the teacher responded gravely, "Early graduation is no trivial matter. The academy maintains stringent regulations and standards. You must understand, while the outside world offers opportunities, it equally conceals innumerable perils." With ironclad resolve gleaming in his eyes, Qian Xiao replied unhesitatingly, "Teacher, our forest experiences have forged our transformation. We're comprehensively prepared and believe ourselves fully capable." The teacher rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment before speaking. "According to the academy's procedures, you must await the arrangements for the relevant assessments. There will be a series of rigorous evaluations to determine whether you truly qualify for early graduation." Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, before nodding resolutely in agreement. In the days that followed, the two of them diligently adjusted their states of mind while pouring their utmost effort into preparing for the impending examinations. Their application for early graduation sparked fervent discussions throughout the academy. Some classmates admired them, offering thumbs up and praise, while others shook their heads skeptically, doubting their capabilities. Yet, the pair remained entirely unswayed by external opinions, focusing solely on their cultivation and progress, advancing steadily along their path of refinement. Chapter 26. The Impending Journey Within the Academy. An atmosphere of tension and anticipation hung thickly, saturating every corner like a dense mist. Qian Xiao stood proudly at the center of the examination hall, as unyielding as an ancient pine. In an instant, four soul rings surged forth from beneath his feet, 3 violet and 1 black, their radiance intertwining like the most dazzling stars plummeting from the night sky. The gazes of the onlookers were instantly seized, and waves of astonished exclamations swept through the hall like a roaring tide. Even the instructors struggled to suppress their amazement, their eyes widening slightly as they exchanged silent glances of profound awe. Beneath the blinding brilliance of the soul rings, the first test, soul power control, commenced. With a gentle lift of his fingertip, empowered by the overwhelming force of his violet-black soul ring, his soul energy danced like a host of nimble, jubilant sprites, weaving intricate and arcane sigils with flawless precision. The symbols blazed with scorching radiance, as steady and resplendent as the blazing sun suspended in the heavens. Witnessing her younger brother's extraordinary and earth-shattering display, a faint smile curved Qian Renxue's lips, her eyes alight with unwavering confidence. During the combat assessment, Qian Xiao fearlessly confronted the simulated phantom of a soul beast. His 4th soul skill, Meteoric Rock Strike, erupted with devastating force, the violet-black energy surging like an unstoppable tidal wave. The sky seemed to be torn asunder by the wrath of an ancient, primordial beast, as meteors, imbued with the power to obliterate all in their path, streaked downward with lightning speed. The air shrieked from the violent friction, a piercing howl that sent chills down the spine. Amid the chaotic descent, Qian Xiao darted through the gaps with the agility of a swift and nimble panther. At the same moment, Qian Renxue unfurled her divine angel spirit, her sacred wings radiating resplendent light as countless blades of radiance streaked across the profound night sky like meteors, surging toward her opponent with thunderous momentum. After an intensely fierce and breathtaking contest, they successfully surmounted all trials through their extraordinary and formidable prowess. This news spread like wildfire, instantly setting the entire academy ablaze with excitement. With hearts brimming with exhilaration, the two stood before Qian Douluo. Qian Zhao's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation as he spoke. "Grandfather, we have passed the trials and wish to journey across the continent to further hone ourselves." Qian Rinqiwei added softly, "Grandfather, beyond these halls lies a vast and boundless world awaiting our exploration." Gazing upon his spirited grandchildren, Qian Douluo felt a tempest of emotion swirling within him. Reluctance surged like an unrelenting tide, yearning to shield them from all harm beneath his protective wings. Yet reason whispered that this pilgrimage was the pivotal metamorphosis they required, akin to a silkworm breaking free from its cocoon. The expansive continent held infinite opportunities and trials, a mystical mine of untold treasures awaiting their discovery and conquest. Only through such trials could they grow indomitable and invincible. Then, summoning them closer, Qian Douluo revealed two softly glowing objects, exquisitely crafted spatial spirit tools shaped like rhomboid pendants. Their surfaces bore intricate patterns resembling ancient, enigmatic runes. Their texture neither jade nor stone, yet warm and unyielding to the touch. Around them shimmered a celestial glow, exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery. Qian Douluo spoke softly. "These two spatial spirit tools can store living beings. While traveling, you may also collect some weaker spirit beasts encountered along the way and keep them within, should the need arise." Qian Xiao and Qian Rinqiwei accepted the spirit tools with hearts brimming with gratitude. Qian Rinqiwei hung the spirit tool around her neck, feeling its faint coolness against her skin, and silently thought to herself, "With grandfather's thoughtful gift, our journey will surely proceed more smoothly." Meanwhile, Qian Xiao examined the spirit tool meticulously, his curiosity piqued as he explored its inner space, vast and boundless, sustained by a peculiar energy that preserved life within. Qian Douluo gazed at Qian Xiao and Qian Rinqiwei, who were about to embark on their journey, then turned to the hidden figures of Douluo and Douluo in the shadows, saying, "Yu Guan, Gue Mei, come forth." Douluo Yu Guan emerged with graceful, flowing steps as light as drifting clouds. His tall, slender frame was draped in a moon-white robe that fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling the soft, tranquil glow of moonlight. His delicate features were as pale as jade, with narrow, upturned eyes that subtly exuded an air of delicate charm. A cascade of long hair was neatly tied back, with a few stray strands framing his face, enhancing his ethereal and otherworldly aura. In his hand, he held an exquisite scepter formed from his chrysanthemum martial soul, surrounded by petals that emitted a faint, dreamlike radiance. Gue Mei drifted forward like a silent, ghostly apparition, cloaked entirely in a voluminous black robe. His face remained shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of eerie, emerald green eyes that flickered like ghostly flames in the depths of a cavern, sinister and unsettling. His entire presence seemed to merge seamlessly with the shadows, exuding a chilling aura of dread, as though approaching him would draw one into an abyss of endless darkness. With a solemn and dignified expression, Qian Douluo spoke gravely. "During their journey abroad, I entrust their safety to your covert protection. The road ahead shall be fraught with peril and thorns. Ensure they suffer no mortal harm." Douluo bowed slightly, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Rest assured, Grandelder, I shall spare no effort in safeguarding their well-being." From the shadows, the chilling voice of Ghost Douluo seemed to rise from the depths. "With me present, no harm shall befall them." Qian Douluo nodded solemnly and exhorted with profound sincerity, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourselves. Let them grow through trials and tribulations. But at the brink of life and death, intervene without hesitation." The Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded in unison before vanishing into the shadows, silently trailing Qian Xiao and Qian Rinqiwei as they embarked upon their arduous journey across the vast continent. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinqiwei walked side by side, bathed in the gentle warmth of the sunlight. Qian Rinqiwei exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, the outside world must be truly magnificent." With resolute determination and his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, his eyes ablaze with fervor, Qian Xiao responded, "Indeed, sister, we shall encounter numerous challenges, but through them, we shall grow stronger." Unbeknownst to them, two Douluos silently watched over them from the shadows as their journey, filled with unknowns and wonders, had only just begun. Chapter 27, Training in Stardow Forest, Part 1. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinqiu strolled side by side out of the academy town, stepping into the bustling, vibrant marketplace teeming with life. The crowded bazaar pulsed with energy as the cacophony of haggling voices and merchants' cries intertwined, composing a lively symphony of daily existence. Their first destination was the carriage depot. Rows of carriages stood in orderly formation, some adorned with exquisite, intricate carvings that dazzled the eye, while others embraced simplicity, prioritizing sturdiness and practicality. Qianxiu's gaze swept across the array before settling on a particularly majestic carriage with broad, robust wheels. Approaching the coachman with refined courtesy, he inquired, "Sir, what might be the price of this carriage?" The coachman's eyes flickered with momentary surprise upon seeing Qianxiao and Qian Rinshu before he enthusiastically elaborated, "Young master and miss, this carriage is truly exceptional. The horses are specially trained steeds of remarkable endurance and swiftness, while the body is crafted from premium ironwood, both unyieldingly durable and remarkably lightweight. As for the price, it would be 30 gold spirit coins." Qian Rinxue slightly furrowed her delicate brows and softly said to Qian Xiao, "Shower. The price seems rather steep." Qian Xiao nodded gently and addressed the coachman. "Uncle, we are students embarking on a distant journey. Might you consider offering us a more favorable rate?" The coachman scratched his head, pondered for a moment, then replied, "Seeing as you two youngsters are clearly in difficult circumstances, I shall charge you 25 gold soul coins. This is my final offer." After exchanging a glance with Qian Rinxue, Qian Xiao responded, "Very well, uncle. We accept your terms." Subsequently, they proceeded to procure daily necessities. Standing before the butcher's stall, Qian Rinxue observed the fresh pork, tender mutton, and succulent beef displayed on the wooden block. She requested, "Shopkeeper, please prepare 8 caddies of pork and 5 caddies each of mutton and beef." With remarkable dexterity, the butcher began slicing and weighing the meats. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao carefully stored the provisions in their soul storage device, contemplating inwardly, "This quantity shall sustain us for a considerable duration." With the soul storage device preserving the meats, spoilage shan't be a concern. Qian Rinxue picked up some fresh and alluring fruits, saying to Qian Xiao, "Shower, consuming more fruits is beneficial for your health." Qian Xiao responded with a gentle smile, "Shuer, you should have some too." Not far away, Douluo and Douluo, who had been discreetly following them, overheard their affectionate address and exchanged bewildered glances. A flicker of doubt and unease passed through Douluo's slender eyes as he pondered inwardly. The way young Master Xiao and Lady Rinxue address each other is far too intimate for ordinary siblings. There must be something unusual about this. If the Pope were to find out, how would she react? Should I report this immediately? But if this is something the Pope has tacitly permitted, wouldn't I be inviting trouble by acting rashly? Douluo's expression remained hidden in the shadows, but the faint tremor in his stance betrayed his astonishment. He lowered his voice and warned Douluo, "Old Jew, I advise you not to meddle in matters beyond our duty. It's possible the Pope is already aware of this. Our task is merely to ensure their safety as instructed. Let us not overstep." Douluo frowned slightly and murmured, "Old Gue, though you speak sense, this situation is undeniably peculiar. In all our years at the Spirit Hall, we've never encountered anything like this." Douluo scoffed coldly. "You always overthink things. The emotions between youngsters are not for us to fully decipher. Perhaps they simply share an unusually close sibling bond, nothing more." Though still hesitant, Douluo found some merit in Douluo's reasoning and reluctantly dismissed the idea of reporting back. Silently, the two continued their covert surveillance of Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue also purchased an abundance of aromatic spices. With a radiant smile, she said to Qian Xiao, "With these spices, we can still prepare delectable cuisine even during our travels." Qian Xiao nodded in agreement and selected some exquisitely crafted cookware, water flasks, and other daily necessities, along with numerous candles and lamps. Qian Rinxue picked up thick woolen blankets and warm clothing, while Qian Xiao carefully stored all these items into their soul storage device. After completing their purchases, Qian Rinxue took her seat at the front of the carriage, flicked the reins, and the carriage gradually set into motion. Inside, Qian Xiao meticulously inspected the supplies within the soul storage device once more, ensuring everything was perfectly prepared for the journey ahead. Qian Rinxue turned to Qian Xiao and inquired, "Shower, what route shall we take on this journey?" Qian Xiao unfolded a simple map and replied, "Shuer, we shall first head towards the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest. Then we'll pass through Suatua City, where we can restock supplies and take a brief respite. After that, we'll proceed to Balak City before finally arriving at Heavendo City. Along the way, we'll not only experience diverse customs and cultures, but may also encounter intriguing individuals and events. Moreover, on the fringes of the Douluo Great Forest, We might even discover rare herbs or weaker spirit beasts. Qian Rinshue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "That sounds absolutely fascinating. Let us depart at once." Chapter 28, Star Doe Training Expedition, Part 2. The carriage advanced steadily toward the Star Doe Great Forest, its wheels rolling gently over the earth, producing a faint yet rhythmic sound. Qian Rinshue held the reins with steady hands as a soft breeze, like a tender caress, played with her loose strands of hair, causing them to flutter delicately against her cheeks. Inside the carriage, Qian Shao peered through a narrow gap in the curtain, his gaze filled with a mix of nervous anticipation as he observed the gradually shifting scenery outside. His heartbeat quickened slightly from excitement, though a trace of tension lingered beneath. As they drew nearer to the forest, the surrounding trees loomed like towering giants, their trunks thick and sturdy, their branches and leaves interlacing like an intricately woven emerald canopy. The air carried a refreshing yet enigmatic fragrance, a harmonious blend of earthy soil and the sweet scent of unnamed wildflowers, creating an aroma both unique and mystifying. Upon officially entering the outskirts of the Star Doe Great Forest, the light dimmed noticeably, as if swallowed by the dense foliage. The occasional low growls of spirit beasts echoed around them, prompting Qian Rinshue to tighten her grip on the horsewhip instinctively. Meanwhile, Qian Zhao's sharp eye swept vigilantly across their surroundings like a hawk's. "Shuer, we must remain cautious," Qian Shao whispered in a hushed tone. Qian Rinshue nodded slightly and responded softly, "Shower, I know." Before long, a 1,000-year gale wolf emerged within their line of sight. Its form moved like a gust of wind, darting between the trees with astonishing swiftness. Its emerald green eyes glinted with a cold, ruthless gleam in the dim surroundings. Qian Rinshu swiftly stored the carriage and horse within the soul guide. Qian Shao initiated the assault first, his hands dancing swiftly as soul power surged like flowing water. His first soul skill, Rock Spear Barrage, was unleashed in an instant. The rocks upon the ground rapidly converged, forming several sharp stone spears within the blink of an eye, which shot toward the swift twin wolf like arrows. The swift twin wolf moved with ghostly agility, leaping left and right with effortless grace, evading the spears with ease. Then, baring its bloodthirsty maw, it lunged at Qian Shao with a gust of foul wind. Reacting swiftly, Qian Shao activated his second soul skill, Rock Bastion Defense, summoning a sturdy stone shield before him. The wolf crashed into the barrier, its razor-sharp claws scraping against the shield, sending sparks flying in dazzling streaks. Qian Rinshue swiftly reacted, her angel martial soul blooming with radiant brilliance behind her. She unleashed her first soul skill, Angel's Assault, manifesting a luminous sword forged from sacred energy in her grasp. Charging toward the gale wolf, the holy aura emanating from her blade instilled a trace of trepidation in the beast. The wolf sidestepped slightly to evade. Yet though the strike didn't land directly, the glancing touch of the sacred energy still grazed its body, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Enraged by the attack, the gale wolf whirled and lunged at Qian Rinshue. Unfazed, she raised her hands with graceful composure, activating her second soul skill, Sacred Radiance Shield. Before her materialized a resplendent barrier, woven with hues of azure and gold, adorned with the mystical runes of the spirit feather moon deer and the divine sigils of the six-winged seraph. The shield exuded an aura of sanctity and formidable power. As the wolf collided with it, the immense force contained within the shield instantly repelled the beast backward. Seizing the fleeting moment as the gale wolf was repelled, Qian Shao unleashed another barrage of stone spears that whistled through the air toward the beast. The wounded creature, unable to evade in time, was struck by the projectiles, its injuries fueling its frenzy yet gradually revealing signs of exhaustion. With impeccable timing, Qian Rinshue gathered sacred energy into her radiant sword once more, its brilliance surpassing previous intensities. She thrust the luminous blade toward the vulnerable wolf. This time, the gale wolf failed to dodge. The sword found its mark, piercing vital organs. After several feeble struggles upon the ground, the beast fell still forevermore. Qian Shao was panting slightly, yet her face radiated exhilaration. "Shuer, we've succeeded." Qian Rinshue also revealed a smile. "Indeed, Shower, but we mustn't let our guard down." As they ventured deeper into the Star Doe Great Forest, the light grew increasingly dim, as if dusk had descended prematurely. The towering trees loomed denser and more imposing, while an ever-thickening aura of mystery permeated the surroundings. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshue proceeded with heightened caution, their breaths and heartbeats resonated distinctly in the profound silence. Each step measured and deliberate, as though even the faintest rustle of fallen leaves could trigger their vigilance. Suddenly, a deep and overwhelming pressure surged from ahead, causing the very ground to tremble faintly. From the shadows emerged a colossal dark shadow demon bear, its massive form draped in black fur as rigid as tempered steel, each strand resembling a needle-sharp spike. Its eyes burned with a crimson glow like smoldering flames, while jagged fangs protruded from its maw, capable of rending flesh with terrifying ease. With every lumbering step, the surrounding trees quivered, emitting a hushed whisper of leaves, a testament to the might of this 5,000-year soul beast. Qianshao swiftly pulled Qian Ringshu behind him. Whispering urgently, "Shuer, this spirit beast is formidable. We must proceed with caution." Qian Ringshu gave a subtle nod, the radiant glow of her sacred sword flaring once more. The brilliance of her angel spirit akin to resplendent stars, growing even more resplendent. The Shadow Fang bear unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound so potent it seemed capable of shattering souls, and lunged into the attack first. Like a black war chariot, it charged toward them, its path churning fallen leaves and dust into the air. Without hesitation, Qianshao activated his first spirit skill, Stone Spear Barrage. Multiple stone spears, sheathed in spirit energy, shot toward the Shadow Fang bear. The beast swung its massive paws, deflecting the spears with mere shards of stone scattering upon impact. Though the assault failed to inflict substantial harm, it succeeded in slowing the beast's relentless charge, if only for a moment. Qian Rinshu swiftly launched her angel strike, moving like a flash of lightning as she thrust her luminous sword towards the eyes of the shadow bear. Sensing the imminent danger, the shadow bear raised its massive paw to block the attack. Seizing the moment, Qianshao activated his second soul skill, Rock Barrier, rapidly conjuring a colossal stone shield in front of Qian Rinshu to deflect the fierce backlash from the bear's paw. Enraged, the shadow bear opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged towards the two. As the energy wave passed, it seemed to corrode the very air, emitting a hissing sound. Without hesitation, Qian Rinshu raised both hands, invoking the Holy Light Guardian, causing the shield to radiate a brilliant glow. The black energy wave collided with the shield, causing its brilliance to flicker uncertainly, akin to a candle flame swaying in the wind. Meanwhile, Qianshao launched his own attacks. All the while Qian Rinshu sought an opportunity to counter, her bright eyes fixated on the shadow bear. She finally discerned its relatively weak defense in the abdomen and shouted to Qianshao, "Shower, strike at its underbelly." Understanding her intent, Qianshao summoned his soul power, causing the rocks beneath them to coalesce into a massive stone spear. With a mighty shout, he hurled the stone spear towards the bear's exposed belly. Caught off guard by the recent onslaught, the shadow bear could not evade in time and was struck by the spear, letting out a pained roar that echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Seizing this opportunity, the angelic silhouette behind Qian Rinshu surged with light as she poured her entire soul power into her sword, unleashing her strongest attack, the Angel Strike. The sword, radiating blinding brilliance, pierced straight toward the bear's heart. The shadow bear thrashed desperately, its massive form writhing and crashing into several trees around it. Yet, with the seamless coordination between Qianshao and Qian Rinshu, it ultimately proved powerless to resist. The sword plunged into its heart, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo observed the scene, with Zhu Douluo unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming, "The growth of these two children is truly remarkable. Their harmonious collaboration bodes well for the future." Chapter 29, Stardo Training 3. Qianshao and Qian Rinshu nestled closely together, dragging their immensely fatigued bodies as they slowly made their way towards the edge of the starry forest. Their garments, tattered and worn, clung to them in disarray, while damp strands of hair, soaked with sweat, adhered closely to their cheeks, revealing ghastly scars left by battle. Nevertheless, their eyes remained bright and resolute, filled with an intense yearning to escape the confines of the forest. Dappled sunlight filtered through the sparse foliage, casting a mosaic of light upon them, as if nature itself had laid a path of hope before them. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and a deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted, as though the heavens were being rent asunder. A demon-like unicorn python, its body enveloped in deep azure scales, suddenly appeared before them. Its robust form, reminiscent of a millennia-old tree, writhed with abandon, effortlessly snapping the trees in its path like fragile straw. The sound of splintering would echoing relentlessly. Arcane sparks danced upon its azure horn, as if capable of tearing through the void with merciless precision, while its blood-red eyes glowed like a burning pool of blood, exuding a chilling, bloodthirsty radiance. This ancient soul beast, which should not have appeared at the forest's periphery, surged forward with an overwhelming aura, rendering the surrounding air as if frozen in time. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Shao drew Qian Rinxue behind him, his hands moving with the grace of dancing butterflies. Unleashing his soul power like a surging tide, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a tumultuous sea. Rocks erupted from the earth, swiftly converging to form a solid and formidable shield adorned with flowing runes. The shield emanated an ancient and powerful aura, serving as a steadfast bastion of protection. The long tail of the unicorn serpent swept through the air like a fierce steel whip, tearing through the atmosphere with a sharp, piercing howl. With a resounding crash, the shield was struck with tremendous force, instantly fracturing into countless shards that scattered like blossoms in the wind. In the depths of Qian Rengshu's enchanting gaze, a flicker of cold brilliance flashed, while the ethereal radiance of her angelic martial spirit erupted like the blazing sun behind her. With a fierce cry, a luminous sword materialized in her hand as she unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Assault, with audacity. She transformed into a swift bolt of golden lightning, hurtling toward the unicorn serpent. The unicorn serpent opened its cavernous maw and exhaled a cloud of eerie blue poison mist, which caused the surrounding leaves to wither and decay instantaneously. Qian Rengshu deftly maneuvered midair, narrowly evading the toxic fog, and thrust her sword fiercely toward the serpent's eye. The serpent's head tilted slightly, causing the sword to graze its scales, igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Douluo observed the perilous predicament of Qian Rengshu and Qian Shao. He raised his hand slightly, the glow of his martial spirit flickering, poised to intervene. However, Douluo swiftly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, "Let us wait and see. These two children may yet have a strategy. Now is not the opportune moment for us to act." Douluo furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern as he intently watched the battlefield, yet ultimately acquiesced to Douluo's counsel. Qian Shao subsequently unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. With a forceful stomp of his feet, the ground reverberated as if struck by a colossal giant's drum, producing a resounding, thunderous roar. The immense power of the shockwave emanated from him, surging outward like a tumultuous tide. Leaves and debris on the ground were propelled into the air, creating a chaotic tableau. The unicorn serpent, despite its massive form swaying slightly amidst the shockwave, quickly regained its balance, unleashing a furious roar. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and charged toward Qian Shao like a tempest. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue swiftly formed hand seals, and a rune radiating with divine light materialized in the air, representing a unique application of her second soul skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian. The rune, like an agile spirit, floated toward Qian Shao, merging into his shield. The shield's brilliance intensified, its cracks instantly mended, and a dazzling golden aura emerged upon its surface. Qian Shao maneuvered the shield with the audacity of an unyielding war chariot, resolutely charging towards the unicorn serpent. As the unicorn serpent thrust its horn against the shield, the moment of collision erupted in a burst of radiance akin to fireworks, with shockwaves sweeping violently in all directions. Qian Rinxue soared into the air, her ethereal angelic silhouette radiating a brilliance so intense it was almost blinding. The fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent, was unleashed with full force, unleashing countless golden sword shadows that cascaded like a torrential rain upon the unicorn serpent. The creature writhed its colossal form, desperately evading the onslaught of sword shadows. With several piercing sounds, a few swords struck its body, causing droplets of blue blood to spatter upon its ethereal azure scales, hissing as they corroded the ground beneath. Enraged beyond measure, the unicorn serpent exhaled dense clouds of toxic mist, while its scales rose like razor-sharp blades, spinning at high speed and swirling towards Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue like a tempest. The duo darted in every direction to evade the onslaught, as surrounding trees succumbed to the slicing fury of the scales. In the midst of evasion, Qian Shao executed a nimble roll, glancing sideways to observe, and was pleasantly surprised to notice that each time the unicorn serpent attacked, a particular scale beneath its neck would slightly bulge. Qian Shao shouted loudly, "Shui air! Strike at the scales bulging beneath its neck." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue channeled her remaining soul power without reservation into the luminous sword. The sword shone brilliantly, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Qian Shao also focused intently, as the surrounding rocks swiftly converged, forming a colossal stone spear under his precise control. The surface of the spear was adorned with sharp spikes, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Qian Rinxue soared towards the unicorn serpent, her form both ethereal and resolute. Qian Shao deftly maneuvered the stone spear, pursuing closely behind, its passage through the air accompanied by a whistling sound. Perceiving the imminent threat, the unicorn serpent unleashed a fearsome roar, opening its maw to expel a column of black energy, intent on engulfing them. With agile grace, Qian Rushue executed a deft roll in midair, evading the onslaught of energy. Her light sword plunged directly towards the creature's scaled hide, while simultaneously, Qian Xiao's stone spear crashed down with tremendous force upon the serpent's neck. A piercing cry of agony echoed throughout the forest as the colossal beast writhed in torment, its long tail sweeping through the underbrush, uprooting trees in its tumult. Yet, undeterred, Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue gritted their teeth and pressed on with their assault. Once more, Qian Rushue's light sword found its mark, and Qian Zhao's stone spear struck true again. Ultimately, the unicorn serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengsha collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, yet their faces bore triumphant smiles. After resting for a moment, they supported each other to rise and continued their journey towards the edge of the forest. From the shadows, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo emerged. With Zhu Douluo expressing admiration, these two children are truly remarkable. Gui Douluo nodded slightly, and the two once again concealed themselves, closely trailing behind them. Chapter 30, Soto City. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengsha supported each other as they slowly stepped beyond the boundaries of the starry forest. The path beneath their feet meandered like a gigantic serpent, gradually widening as it led towards the enigmatic and alluring city of Soto. In the distance, a magnificent city shimmered like a brilliant pearl, exuding a unique charm within the embrace of the earth. The closer they approached Soto, the grandiose silhouette of its imposing walls became ever clearer. These towering fortifications, meticulously constructed from massive, weighty stones, bore the marks of time as if sculpted by a master artisan, inscribing deep and shallow traces that whispered tales of legendary pasts. Upon the walls, vibrant banners danced freely in the gentle breeze, their rustling sounds akin to jubilant cheers, warmly welcoming distant travelers. Passing through the bustling city gates, one would feel as though they had entered an entirely new realm. Flanking the streets, buildings stood in harmonious disarray, each boasting its own unique style. The wooden structures resembled graceful maidens, exquisite and elegant. Beneath their eaves, an array of colorful signs hung, akin to cheerful wind chimes, swaying gently in the breeze and producing melodious, crisp sounds. Within some shops, an overwhelming assortment of spirit-related artifacts dazzled the eye. Those soul-guiding devices sparkled like stars in the night sky, emanating a mysterious and enticing glow that captured the curious gazes of passers-by. Additionally, the fragrant food stalls exuded tempting aromas, steam rising from bamboo baskets like fluffy clouds. The vendors skillfully turned the food on the grills, the sizzling sounds mingling with the air, as the delightful scents tantalized the senses, as if invisible hands were playfully teasing the olfactory nerves. The cobblestone path, though worn by the passage of time and the tread of many feet, retained a smoothness reminiscent of a mirror in certain places. The inhabitants of the city donned a myriad of distinctive garments. Simple linen robes fluttered in the wind, showcasing the humility and diligence of the common folk, while resplendent satin robes sparkled with opulence, reflecting the wealth and luxury of the affluent. Qian Rengshu resembled a cheerful little bird, curiously gazing at everything around her, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement and wonder. Qian Xiao, slightly turned to the side like a loyal guardian, remained ever vigilant of their surroundings, carefully ensuring Qian Rengshu's safe passage. They weaved through the streets of the city like two agile fish gliding through a stream, in search of a haven where they could rest comfortably, a suitable inn. As they passed through a tranquil and enchanting alley, the walls were adorned with lush, verdant vines, as if cloaked in a vibrant green garment. Occasionally, a few unknown little flowers playfully peeked out from among the tendrils, resembling bashful little sprites, adding a touch of vivacity to the alley. Upon reaching a broader and bustling street, lined with numerous inns, they found one called Uli Inn, where the innkeeper warmly greeted passing guests with enthusiasm. With weary yet determined steps, Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu approached. The innkeeper's face was adorned with a radiant smile, akin to a blooming sunflower, as he warmly welcomed them, esteemed guests. Are you seeking accommodations? Uli Inn is one of the most comfortable and cozy inns in Suatua City. Our rooms are as clean and pristine as a spring sky, and our meals are delectable, reminiscent of heavenly delicacies that linger in one's memory. Qian Xiao nodded slightly, her voice gentle yet resolute. Please prepare 2 upper rooms for us. Upon entering the inn, they found the lobby spacious and bright, sunlight streaming through the windows and casting patches of golden light on the floor. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Several guests sat leisurely, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, their cheerful laughter resonating throughout the lobby. The walls were adorned with a few profoundly artistic landscape paintings, adding an air of elegance and tranquility to the inn. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue followed the innkeeper as they ascended the staircase slowly. The wooden boards creaked softly beneath their feet, reminiscent of an elderly sage whispering the ancient tales of the inn. Upon entering the room, they found it tastefully decorated in a simple yet inviting manner. The bed was soft and comfortable, akin to a gentle cloud. The window faced the street, providing a clear view of the bustling scene below. Qian Rinxue approached the bedside, gently massaging her slightly sore legs, her slightly furrowed brows resembling two delicate willow leaves. After a brief respite, they made their way to the dining hall downstairs to partake in a meal. On the dining table lay an array of local delicacies, each dish exuding an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Qian Xiao picked up a pair of chopsticks, deftly selecting a piece of tender fish and placing it in Qian Rinxue's bowl, smiling as he said, "Shuer, do give this a try. It appears quite delightful." Qian Rinxue gazed at the fish meat in her bowl, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Shower." She delicately picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth, savoring it with meticulous care. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It's truly delicious. Shower, you should eat quickly." As she spoke, she also served a piece of crispy rib to Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao took a bite of the rib, nodding in appreciation and remarked, "Indeed, it is delicious. The cuisine of Soto City truly possesses a distinctive charm." Qian Rinxue surveyed her surroundings, observing the other diners in the hall, and softly remarked, "Shower, look at how lively the people are here. It feels as though this city is brimming with tales." Qian Xiao followed her gaze and nodded slightly. "Indeed, after a restful respite here, we can leisurely explore, perhaps uncovering many intriguing discoveries." Chapter 31. The auction. After a night of ample rejuvenation at the inn, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue felt invigorated, as if they were embraced by the gentle caress of spring, vitality coursing through them like a babbling brook. Upon hearing of the grand and highly anticipated auction about to be held in Suatua City, their curiosity burgeoned like wild grass flourishing in a sunlit meadow. They strolled along the bustling and lively streets, where the cacophony of voices rose and fell, intertwining to create a stirring and vibrant symphony. Before long, a magnificent and breathtaking structure suddenly appeared before them, the venue for the auction. The architectural style of the venue was both solemn and elegant, with towering Roman columns resembling the robust arms of giants, steadfastly supporting the exquisite entablature above. Adorning the grand entrance were dazzling gems scattered like stars in the night sky, shimmering under the gentle caress of sunlight, casting a mesmerizing and dreamlike brilliance. Flanking the entrance stood 2 rows of attendants, proud and erect like stately poplar trees. Clad in immaculate and meticulously arranged uniforms, their expressions grave and dignified, akin to loyal guardians safeguarding treasures. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue arrived at the entrance of the venue, courteously expressing their intentions to the staff before seamlessly stepping into the auction hall. The interior of the hall was spacious, resembling an expansive and boundless realm, with a lofty dome that reached for the heavens. Above, breathtaking murals, vividly depicting ancient and enigmatic tales, captivated the gaze, whispering stories of old. Countless crystal chandeliers cascaded from the dome like waterfalls, casting a gentle yet radiant glow that illuminated the entire hall, rendering it a dreamlike paradise. Rows of luxurious seats were arranged in an orderly fashion, upholstered in soft, delicate fabric akin to silk and velvet, offering an unparalleled comfort to those who sat upon them. At that moment, the hall was filled with a diverse array of guests. Elegantly attired nobles, akin to proud peacocks, adorned with dazzling jewels that sparkled brilliantly, engaged in lively conversation, exuding an innate air of arrogance and nobility. Shrewd merchants, their eyes sharp and calculating, sparkled with anticipation for coveted items, and the enigmatic soul masters, appearing like distant stars in the profound night sky, emanated an elusive aura of soul power, invoking a sense of mystery. As a clear and melodious bell chimed, a distinguished auctioneer, moving with the grace and poise of a noble gentleman, stepped confidently onto the stage. Clad in a tailored black tuxedo, he radiated a warm, confident smile, his eyes gleaming with fervor and professionalism. The auctioneer gently raised a delicate gavel, tapping it lightly in the air, producing a crisp, ethereal sound that heralded the commencement of the auction, officially unveiling this grand event. The first auction item was presented by the staff, cradled with utmost care as if it were a rare treasure. It was an extraordinary crystal, within which danced threads of dreamlike light, as if imbued with a vibrant life. The auctioneer, with a voice as magnetic as a siren's call, introduced it. Esteemed guests, what lies before you is a soul crystal, sourced from the depths of the enigmatic starry forest. Wearing it can gently nourish one's soul power like a trickling stream, and under fortunate circumstances, it may assist soul masters in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. The starting bid is 8,000 soul coins. The audience immediately erupted into animated discussions, with bids rising and falling like the tide. Qian Xiao and Qian Wanshui remained seated, their gazes serene, showing no intention of participating in the bidding. Next, an ancient, weathered manuscript was brought forth. The pages, now yellowed with age, exuded a sense of history, as if a venerable elder were quietly recounting tales of yore. The auctioneer expressed with fervor, this manuscript is said to contain the cultivation insights of a titled Douluo, potentially concealing the mysterious secrets to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. The starting price was set at 15,000 soul coins. In the eyes of many soul masters, a glimmer of interest emerged. However, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui, having perused the extensive collection of books in their family since childhood, remained largely unmoved. Subsequently, a set of exquisite soul-guiding tea utensils was unveiled before the crowd. The tea set was adorned with intricate and masterfully crafted patterns, boasting remarkable features such as automatic heating and maintaining the temperature of the tea, while effectively purifying impurities from the water. The auctioneer raised his voice, proclaiming, "This tea set is not only highly practical but also a splendid piece of artistry." The starting bid was set at 12,000 gold soul coins. Qian Renshui turned to Qian Xiao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of disinterest, subtly shaking her head to indicate her lack of enthusiasm. Qian Xiao understood her sentiment. They indeed had no need for such ostentatious items. Another item presented was a cloak meticulously crafted from 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk. The cloak was soft and lightweight, resembling clouds drifting in the sky. Yet it possessed formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding piercing cold. The auctioneer, holding the cloak aloft, showcased its unique charm, stating, "This cloak is undoubtedly exceptional gear for soul masters venturing into frigid environments or engaging in battle." The starting bid was set at 20,000 gold soul coins. After a brief contemplation, Qian Xiao decided against bidding, considering their upcoming journey might not lead them to extremely cold regions. Chapter 32. The Obsidian Tower. The auction proceeded in an atmosphere of extraordinary fervor, with each item finding new owners amidst a chorus of astonished gasps and fervent bids. Just as the audience believed the auction was nearing its conclusion, the auctioneer's resonant and impassioned voice rang out once more, rich with an unprecedented air of mystery and exhilarating excitement. He announced, "Next, we shall present the most unique and rare item of this auction." The auctioneer paused momentarily, skillfully igniting the audience's intense curiosity. All eyes swiftly focused on the forthcoming enigmatic item, the room falling into a hushed silence, save for the soft sounds of breathing. A solemn and cautious staff member slowly wheeled in a remarkably exquisite stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient and weighty obsidian tower, exuding an aura reminiscent of times long past. The tower's overall hue was a profound, earthy brown, akin to the color of sedimentary rock formed over eons deep within the earth, imposing and dignified. The structure was artfully assembled from precisely shaped, sharp-edged stones, their surfaces adorned with delicate, silk-like patterns that resembled mysterious runes etched by the hands of time, quietly narrating ancient tales. At the pinnacle of the tower, a crystal, as clear as morning dew, was securely embedded. The crystal seemed to shimmer with a flowing light within, as if it contained boundless mysterious energy, each flicker of brilliance beckoning those present to unravel its secrets. Surrounding the tower was a faint, earthy yellow halo, reminiscent of a sacred aura, evoking an indomitable yet enigmatic sensation. The auctioneer cleared his throat and began to introduce with a tone of solemnity and detail, "Esteemed guests, the extraordinary treasure presented before you is known as the Tower of Obsidian. It hails from a distant and mysterious realm. Akin to a celestial paradise yet brimming with the unknown, it has been birthed from the exceedingly rare obsidian, nurtured over countless ages. The acquisition of this artifact is fraught with difficulty, requiring the defeat of the immensely powerful formless rock to claim it. It is said that the possessor of this tower can not only deeply perceive the unique and formidable power of the earth element, but also experience remarkable benefits in the cultivation of soul energy. Moreover, the enigmatic forces contained within may bestow upon its owner extraordinary and unforeseen opportunities in the future." The starting bid is 50,000 soul coins. As the auctioneer's words faded, the atmosphere in the room erupted with fervor, akin to boiling water. The attendees' gazes were fervently fixed upon the Tower of Obsidian, their expressions a mixture of awe at its singular appearance, insatiable greed for the treasure, and a flurry of questions and curiosity. Upon witnessing the tower, Qian Xiao's eyes sparkled like stars, and a fierce wave of desire surged within him. He understood the profound significance of this tower for himself and silently vowed that it must be his. The bidding commenced, and the price soared like an arrow released from its bow. 55,000 soul coins, exclaimed a man adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of aristocracy, his elevated chin and confident gaze proclaiming his intent to acquire the treasure. 60,000, followed a shrewd-looking individual, radiating the essence of a businessman, his voice tinged with urgency and anticipation. Qian Xiao remained composed, raising his paddle with a calm demeanor, declaring in a voice both soft yet resolute, 70,000. His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, momentarily quieting the surrounding air. 75,000. Another bidder interjected, their tone revealing a hint of reluctance and competitiveness. Qian Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he countered, 80,000. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the auction house reached a palpable tension, akin to a tightly drawn string ready to snap. Everyone held their breath, entirely engrossed in this fierce contest. Qian Ringshu, standing nearby, watched Qian Xiao with a hint of anxiety. Her bright eyes clearly reflected his steadfast figure, and she could acutely sense his passion and yearning for the Tower of Obsidian. As the price continued to escalate, several bidders gradually opted to withdraw in the face of such soaring amounts. When the price reached 100,000 soul coins, only a few persisted in their bids. Qian Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering, and boldly declared, 120,000. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if a pin could be heard falling. The crowd was left speechless by the exorbitant price, and after a brief moment, no one dared to bid further. The auctioneer surveyed the room, his face alight with a blend of excitement and joy, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, 120,000 gold soul coins. Going once, 120,000 gold soul coins. Going twice, 120,000 gold soul coins. Going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this young gentleman for acquiring the Obsidian Tower. Qian Xiao stepped forward steadily, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the Obsidian Tower. He could distinctly perceive the mysterious and formidable power emanating from the tower, as if it were softly resonating with his very soul, each surge of energy igniting his fervor. Qian Rinxue also approached, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly addressed him. Shower, congratulations. Qian Xiao gazed at Qian Rinxue, his eyes brimming with joy and determination. Swear, with this, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Subsequently, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, with the Obsidian Tower in hand, departed the auction venue with resolute strides, amidst a blend of envy and astonishment from the onlookers. Chapter 33, The Harbinger of Warmth, Shinian. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, clutching the tower of Xianyan, meandered along the cobblestone streets, gradually making their way towards the inn. The warm sunlight gently cascaded upon them, yet the looming shadow, akin to a dense cloud, clung closely, impenetrable and oppressive. Upon entering a secluded alley, the once flowing air seemed abruptly seized by an invisible and frigid hand, rendering the atmosphere starkly tense. Time appeared to emerge silently from the abyss of darkness, like a ghost rising from the shadows. In his narrow, elongated eyes, a sinister glimmer flickered, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf's gaze on a frigid night, sending shivers down the spine. The contorted smile upon his face resembled a serpent slithering with malevolence, exuding a chilling aura. Surrender the Tower of Xianyan, or today shall mark the end of your lives. His voice sliced through the air like a cold blade against solid ice, sharp and frigid, each word a venomous dart aimed directly at the heart. Qian Xiao stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, his solid form resembling a towering mountain, steadfastly shielding Qian Rinxue behind him. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, his soul power surging like a turbulent yet silent undercurrent within his being. His gaze was piercing, vigilantly fixed on Shinian. The audacity to seize what is ours shall never come to fruition. Qian Zhao's response rang out with resounding clarity, his resolute tone imbued with indomitable courage. Shinian let out a cold snort, his black robe swirling like a dark cloud, and a dagger gleaming with a ghostly light materialized in his hand with a flicker. In an instant, he shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards Qian Xiao. Qian Zhao's reaction was astonishingly swift, his hands danced like agile butterflies. And in the blink of an eye, his first soul skill, Rock Spear, was unleashed. The ground erupted with several sharp rock spears, akin to unleashed arrows, whistling as they surged towards Shinian. With rapid, fierce movements, Shinian wielded the dagger, transforming it into a flurry of cold light and shadows. Shattering the rock spears under the relentless edge of his blade, with fragments of stone scattering like chaotic locusts. Simultaneously, the angelic martial soul behind Qian Rinxue radiated with brilliance akin to the dawn's first light, her light sword instantly coalescing into form. With a spirited cry, she charged towards Shinian as unhesitatingly as a bird plunging into the forest. Shinian's form was extraordinarily elusive. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear like a specter behind Qian Rinxue, his dagger glinting ominously as it struck forth like a serpent's tongue. Qian Zhao's heart raced with urgency, and he shouted, "Swear, be careful." Qian Rinxue reacted with the swiftness of lightning, her soul power coalescing behind her into a pair of resplendent wings of light. With a powerful flap, she soared forward, narrowly evading Shinian's deadly strike. Once again, Shinian vanished, and the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Back to back, Qian Zhao and Qian Rinxue stood tense, their muscles taut, their vigilant eyes scanning their surroundings with the sharpness of an owl in the night. Suddenly, Qian Zhao sensed a bone-chilling aura rapidly approaching from the left. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and raised his arm to block Shinian's fierce attack, a deep gash instantly opening on his arm as blood began to seep forth. Qian Rinxue brandished her luminous sword, striking fiercely in the direction of Shinian's attack, yet her blade merely cleaved through the void of empty air. Shinian's chilling voice echoed ominously around her. "You cannot escape the grasp of my hand." Qian Zhao tightly closed his eyes, centering his mind and attuning himself to the subtle fluctuations of soul energy surrounding him. To his astonishment, he discovered that each movement made by Shinian generated an almost imperceptible ripple of soul power. Lowering his voice, he swiftly conveyed to Qian Rinxue, "Swear. Pay attention to the fluctuations of his soul energy as he moves." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting an increasingly resolute determination. Qian Zhao struck the ground with great force, invoking her second soul skill, Rock Barrier, which instantly conjured an impenetrable stone shield that rose majestically around them. At that moment, Shinian launched a surprise attack from above, his dagger aimed fiercely at the barrier. Observing this, Qian Rinxue swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, Radiant Guardian, enveloping the stone shield in a resplendent golden light that shone like the warm sun, significantly augmenting its defensive power. Shinian's assault was firmly repelled, momentarily halting his advance, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Without delay, Qian Zhao rapidly moved her hands, unleashing a torrent of soul power as she activated her third soul skill, Earthquake Wave. A formidable shock wave emanated from their center, surging outward like a roaring tide. Shinian was thrown off balance by this overwhelming force, stumbling as he struggled to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue swiftly condensed a brilliant golden orb of light in her hands and exclaimed, "Holy Radiance Breakthrough." She hurled the orb towards Shinian with the swiftness of a shooting star. The orb sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of golden light in its wake. Caught unawares, Shinian was struck forcefully by the orb, the potent purifying energy and impact within it crashing over him like a torrential flood, plunging him into agony as his body convulsed uncontrollably. His eyes widened in fury as he let out a thunderous roar, rapidly forming hand seals while chanting incantations. In an instant, the surrounding space warped and distorted, conjuring an illusory realm reminiscent of a nightmarish abyss that engulfed Qian Zhao and Qian Rinxue. The darkness was as thick as viscous ink, accompanied by chilling, terrifying sounds that echoed around them, haunting wails of spirits and piercing screams of despair. A sense of unease gripped Qian Rinxue, causing her to instinctively clutch Qian Zhao's hand tightly. Qian Zhao tightly closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental faculties, relying on the subtle connection with the obsidian tower to fervently seek a way to transcend the illusion. Suddenly, he was filled with joy as he noticed the obsidian tower tremble slightly, emitting a radiance akin to a dawn blade, capable of dispersing a portion of the darkness. He swiftly raised the obsidian tower high, its brilliance intensifying, resembling a resplendent star shimmering in the shadows. Shinian, realizing that the illusion was utterly ineffective against them, was instantly consumed by rage, pouncing forward once more like a frenzied beast. Qian Zhao and Qian Ruoxue, sharing an unspoken bond, coordinated their efforts seamlessly. Qian Zhao manipulated the rocks to strike like cannonballs in a relentless barrage, continuously restraining Shinian's movements. Shinian was compelled to divide his attention, evading the torrential assault of rocks. Meanwhile, Qian Ruoxue's gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixated on Shinian as she sought the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Qian Zhao swiftly formed hand seals, his soul power converging like a raging river, and with a thunderous shout declared, "Fourth soul skill, Meteoric Impact." In an instant, the sky appeared to be shrouded by an invisible colossal hand, dark as the night. Small meteors, trailing long fiery tails, plummeted from the heavens like hammers of divine retribution, hurtling with precision towards the area where Shinian stood. Shinian, eyes wide with terror, was etched with fear as he frantically sought refuge. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angelic Judgment Light. Her sword radiated brilliance akin to the blazing sun, transforming into a colossal beam of sacred light, bearing an immense pressure as it surged towards Shinian. Under the dual onslaught of the meteors and the Judgment Light, Shinian found himself utterly powerless to resist. Struck relentlessly by the meteors, his body was sent flying like a withered willow in the wind. Immediately afterward, the sacred beam of the sword cruelly pierced through his form, eyes wide with unyielding despair. His body fell slowly, akin to a kite severed from its string. Qianshao and Qian Rengshi heaved a sigh of relief, their garments thoroughly drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their forms. Numerous wounds on their bodies throbbed with sharp pain, yet their gazes remained resolute. The two clasped the Xianyan Tower firmly, supporting one another. By chance, their eyes caught sight of a peculiar bone emanating an extraordinary glow at the spot where Xinian had fallen. Qianshao furrowed her brow slightly, approaching with caution, closely followed by Qian Rinxue. As they drew near to examine the object in detail, they discovered that it was, in fact, a soul bone from a head. A flicker of surprise and contemplation crossed Qianzhao's gaze, for she was acutely aware that soul bones were exceedingly precious and rare treasures in the Douluo continent. The emergence of each soul bone could potentially stir a significant upheaval within the realm of soul masters. Qian Rinxue gazed at the soul bone, and a hint of curiosity flickered in her beautiful eyes. Could this be the soul bone belonging to Xinian? Qianshao nodded thoughtfully and replied, "It seems likely. As a formidable soul master, it is not surprising that Xinian possesses a soul bone. Yet, we remain unaware of its true function." They cautiously lifted the soul bone, scrutinizing it with great care. The radiance emanating from the soul bone appeared to harbor an enigmatic power. Qianshao endeavored to sense the attributes of the soul bone using his soul energy, only to discover a subtle barrier that seemingly obstructed his exploration. Qian Rinxue also made an attempt, yet she too found it challenging to discern the specific information of the soul bone. After a moment of contemplation, Qianshao remarked, "This soul bone has an unclear origin. We should secure it for now and undertake a thorough examination once we are in a safe environment." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Consequently, they procured a cloth bag and carefully placed the soul bone within it before resuming their journey back to the inn. Throughout their return, both remained acutely vigilant, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Upon arriving at the inn, Qianshao and Qian Rinxue promptly secured the door and began to meticulously study the soul bone. After a series of trials and explorations, they discovered that this soul bone appeared to be connected to mental energy, emanating a unique resonance that influenced the psychological states of those nearby. Qianshao speculated that this might be related to the martial soul of the year, as his martial soul possesses the ability to create illusions. This soul bone may have enhanced his capacity for illusion. Qian Rinxue pondered thoughtfully, suggesting that, if this is the case, the soul bone could be an exceedingly powerful treasure for spirit masters proficient in mental attacks. Chapter 34. Harvest. Upon returning to the inn, Qianshao and Qian Rinxue sat quietly in their room. The soft light within gently cascaded, illuminating the table where the subtly glowing mystic rock tower and the exquisite spatial soul guide device stood out prominently. Qianshao cast his gaze upon the enigmatic soul bone. His brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, "Shuer, this soul bone is exceedingly precious, yet we remain uncertain whether it harmonizes with our absorption. Should we act recklessly? We may inadvertently invite peril." Qian Rinxue nodded gently, responding in a soft tone, "What you say is indeed wise, Xiao Xiao. Let us first secure it properly and deliberate upon our strategy in the future." Subsequently, Qianshao delicately lifted the soul bone and gradually placed it into the spatial soul guide. Once the soul bone was ensconced within, its radiance instantly vanished, as if it had sunk into an abyss of darkness. Then, Qianshao's gaze shifted to the Xinyan Tower, a profound desire for exploration surging within him. He turned to Qian Rinxue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Shuer, I intend to attempt to harness the power of the Xinyan Tower." Qian Rinxue met his gaze with warmth, softly encouraging. "Xiao Xiao, I have complete faith in you." Qianshao promptly settled into a meditative position, his hands firmly placed upon the obsidian tower, gradually channeling his soul energy into it. At first, the tower trembled slightly, but soon it erupted with radiant brilliance, a formidable power surging through his arms and into his very being. Qianshao gritted his teeth, fully concentrating on guiding this energy through his meridians. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Qian Ringshu, "Shuer, I have succeeded. I can distinctly sense the soul energy growing more potent, and the power of my soul skills has significantly increased." Qian Ringshue's smile radiated warmth. Her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. "Wonderful, Shower. I have always believed that you would surely succeed." Qian Shao stood up and gently took Qian Ringshue's hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Qian Shao gazed at her with deep affection and said softly, "Shuer, having you by my side on this journey is truly my greatest fortune." Qian Ringshue's voice was as soft as a whisper. "Shower, I will always be by your side." Qian Shao recalled the battle scene, smiling as he said, "Shuer, today you exhibited remarkable bravery in combat, especially the moment you wielded your lightsaber to attack. Resembling a celestial being descending to earth, truly magnificent." Qian Rinshue playfully shot him a glance. "You only know how to sweet-talk me to make me happy. However, you were impressive as well. Your rock spears and meteors caught Shern Yin completely off guard." The two exchanged gentle smiles, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the room. Qian Shao once again unleashed his first soul skill, rapid-fire rock spears, and from the ground surged several sturdier and more resilient rock spears, their tips gleaming with a chilling light and exuding an intimidating aura. Qian Rinshue marveled. "Wow, Shower, the transformation of these rock spears is astounding. They have become even more formidable." Qian Shao then demonstrated her second soul skill, the rock barrier of the world. In an instant, a rocky shield surged upwards with unprecedented speed, its thickness and hardness achieving a qualitative leap, resembling an indomitable fortress. Qian Rinshue applauded, exclaiming, "Shower, with such formidable defense, we shall face future dangers with greater confidence." Qian Shao unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Pull Shockwave. This time, the shockwave's impact radius significantly expanded, and its power grew more formidable, causing the furniture in the room to tremble incessantly. Qian Rinshue, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Shower, do exercise caution. We wouldn't want to dismantle the inn." Qian Shao responded with a smile, "Rest assured, Shuer, I have it under control." However, as Qian Shao formed hand seals to cast his fourth soul skill, the meteorite strike, he found himself lacking in mastery due to his recent absorption of the power from the Xian Rock Tower. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and meteorites began to plummet like a torrential storm. The inn's roof was punctured by massive holes, and the walls began to shake violently, at risk of collapse. With dust swirling chaotically, Qian Rinshue's face paled as she shouted, "Shower, stop immediately." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Shao hastily withdrew his soul power. The innkeeper and his staff rushed over upon hearing the tremendous commotion, only to find the room in utter disarray. The innkeeper's expression darkened instantly, filled with remorse. Qian Shao quickly said, "I sincerely apologize, boss. We will compensate for all the damages." After a thorough assessment, the compensation sum proved to be quite substantial, causing both Qian Shao and Qian Rinshue some distress, yet they did not hesitate to produce their coin purses for payment. Once the compensation matters were settled, Qian Rinshue feigned anger as she glared at Qian Shao. "Look at what you've done. You've depleted our finances considerably." Qian Shao scratched his head, his face flushed with regret. "Shuer, I truly did not intend for this. I merely wished to test my newfound power." Unable to contain herself at his awkwardness, Qian Rinshue burst into laughter. "All right, I know you didn't mean it. However, you must refrain from such reckless behavior in the future." Qian Shao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I will remember this lesson." Chapter 35. Soto City Soul Arena. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshue were seated in a quaintly restored room, enveloped in a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rinshue, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, and spoke first. "Shuer, I have been contemplating our next adventure. How about we embark on a journey to the Soto Great Soul Arena for some training? There, we can not only assess our own strengths but perhaps also encounter formidable adversaries, which would undoubtedly aid in our quest for greater power." Qian Rinshue tilted her head slightly, her fingers gently tapping her chin. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "That sounds like a splendid idea. Let us tidy up and set forth." After a brief preparation, the two made their way to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they gradually approached the arena, the lively and boisterous atmosphere surged towards them like a roaring tide. A grand and majestic structure came into view, resembling an ancient colossal beast that loomed over the area, exuding an air of authority and mystery. The exterior walls of the building were constructed from massive stones, intricately carved with various reliefs depicting the valorous postures of spirit masters unleashing their martial spirits, as well as breathtaking moments from fierce battles, rendered with remarkable vividness. The entrance to the arena was tall and wide, soaring over 10 meters high. With two heavy iron doors adorned with enormous metal rings, their surfaces embellished with exquisite patterns, as if narrating the long-standing history of the arena. Upon entering, a warm and enthusiastic guide approached them. Clad in a neat uniform embroidered with the emblem of the arena, the guide greeted them with a professional smile. His eyes bright and friendly. "Welcome to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, esteemed guests. Allow me to introduce you to the various aspects of our arena. Our Soto Great Spirit Arena is renowned as the most prestigious combat venue in this region. We offer a variety of combat modes to cater to the diverse needs of spirit masters. First, there is the one-on-one duel, the ultimate test of personal strength and skill. Look over there at the competition platform." The guide gestured towards a direction, and they turned to see a circular arena, its surface meticulously polished from hard rock, etched with patterns to prevent slipping and inscribed with runes that enhance the conduction of spirit power. Surrounding the platform was a faint translucent barrier, a protective shield that safeguarded the audience from the aftermath of battles while allowing them to witness every detail of the contest clearly. On this platform, participants fought under the supervision of a designated referee, relying solely on their formidable martial spirit abilities, combat experience, and quick-wittedness to overcome their opponents. The guide elaborated with hand gestures. There is also the 2-on-2 team duel, which necessitates a seamless synergy between teammates. If the two martial spirits can complement each other, their combined strengths often yield unexpected results. The guide winked, seemingly reminiscing about thrilling duo battles. "We have designated arenas for team duels, equipped with various mechanisms and terrain obstacles to enhance the excitement and challenge of the combat. Additionally, there is the group battle mode, typically involving multiple participants. Each team can devise strategies based on their characteristics, with assault types leading the charge, control types managing the battlefield from the center, and support types providing assistance from the rear. This mode is the most exhilarating yet complex, where teamwork and strategy are of utmost importance." The guide led them to a massive model of the battleground, showcasing the layout of the group battle arena, complete with undulating terrain and concealed cover for stealth. Subsequently, the guide began to explain the rules of the arena. Prior to engaging in the soul battle, soul masters must undergo a registration process to ascertain their respective soul battle rankings. A preliminary assessment will be conducted based on the prowess exhibited by the soul masters. However, subsequent elevation in rank will be contingent upon a series of battles. The rankings are categorized from the lowest to the highest as Iron Soul, Copper Soul, Silver Soul, Gold Soul, and so forth, with each category further subdivided into distinct stages. Victorious outcomes in battles will yield corresponding points, and upon accumulating sufficient points, one can ascend to a higher rank, alongside receiving substantial rewards and prizes. Throughout the course of combat, certain explicit regulations must be adhered to. The use of prohibited weapons and hidden devices is strictly forbidden, as are any unscrupulous tactics. Moreover, intentional harm to an opponent is impermissible unless both parties have entered into a life-and-death contract prior to the match. Our Soul Battle Arena is equipped with a professional panel of judges who will oversee the proceedings to ensure fairness and impartiality. Any infractions discovered will incur severe penalties, ranging from point deductions and forfeiture of prizes to disqualification from future competitions. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue listened attentively to the guide's introduction, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming Soul Battle challenge. They exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a reflection of determination and excitement. The guide, with a warm smile, inquired, "May I ask which Soul Battle mode you two esteemed guests wish to choose? I can assist you with the necessary arrangements." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue locked eyes and began to discuss their options. Qian Xiao raised her hand to scratch her head and spoke first. "Shuer, let us come up with a name for our group. It should be a striking name. We cannot fall short in terms of presence." Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she gently nodded her chin in agreement, saying, That is a splendid idea. Let us ponder it carefully." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xiao proposed, "How about Rock and Snow's Brilliance? It signifies that we are as steadfast as rock and as sharp as snowflakes." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly, and after a brief pause, she replied, "This name feels somewhat ordinary, lacking in uniqueness and flair." Qian Renxue then expressed her thoughts. "What about Starlight Snow Team? It embodies the essence of brilliance while incorporating elements of our names." Qian Xiao shook her head and shared her perspective. It seems rather too straightforward and lacks that captivating allure that lingers in one's memory. The two continued to brainstorm several names, yet none met their expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Zhao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as she proposed. Xiao Dream Snow Dance. You see, Xiao represents me, encapsulating hope and aspiration. Dream symbolizes our pursuit of formidable strength in the soul arena. And Snow Dance not only aligns with your essence, but also evokes the image of our graceful movements in battle, reminiscent of snowflakes dancing in the wind. What do you think of this name? Qian Rinxue's lips curled upwards, revealing a radiant smile, her eyes shaped like enchanting crescent moons. Shower, this name is simply splendid. Let us adopt it. The guide, observing their interaction quietly from the side, chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it is a melodious and poetic name. Now, let us proceed to complete the registration for the 2-on-2 soul duel. Please follow me to record your information. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue followed the guide to the registration desk. The registrar, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor, held a pen in his hand and gazed lazily at the two, saying, "Please state your names, martial souls, and spirit power levels." Qian Xiao responded first. "I am Qian Xiao, and my martial soul is the Rock King Emperor." As he spoke, he subtly released a hint of his martial soul's aura, causing the surrounding air to feel heavy, while the shadows of rocky formations faintly materialized behind him, resembling a towering mountain. Qian Rinxue followed suit, stating, "I am Qian Rinxue, and my martial soul is the Angel Martial Soul." In that instant, a pair of radiant, ethereal wings appeared behind her, dazzling and mesmerizing. The registrar nodded slightly, preparing to note their spirit power levels when Qian Xiao calmly declared, "My spirit power is at level 43. The pen in the registrar's hand suddenly halted. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, as if he had heard an unbelievable tale. He involuntarily repeated, "Level 43? He quickly shifted his gaze to Qian Rinxue, who, with a composed expression, nodded and replied, "I am also at level 43. The registrar appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The pen fell with a clatter onto the desk, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him for a long moment. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to awaken from a trance, abruptly rising and leaning forward to scrutinize the two once more. His eyes brimmed with astonishment and incredulity, his voice trembling with excitement. "Are you certain of your claims? You both look so young, yet you have already achieved level 43 spirit power? This is unprecedented in the realm of spirit masters." The guide, who had been quietly waiting nearby, gasped in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. His eyes widened like saucers, darting back and forth between Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, his face a canvas of disbelief. He couldn't help but exclaim, "In my years of working at this battle arena, I have encountered various spirit masters, but I have never seen anyone so young with such high spirit power levels." The registrar picked up the pen again, his hand still trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, "According to the information you have provided, we will arrange opponents of similar strength for you. However, given your age and spirit power levels, this battle will undoubtedly cause quite a stir. You must be well prepared." Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes filled with unwavering confidence as they replied in unison, "We will be." After completing the formalities, the guide led them to the resting area, offering his best wishes. "Please take a moment to rest here. You will be notified when it is time for your match. I wish you outstanding success." In the bustling resting area, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue clasped hands tightly, gazing into each other's eyes, conveying boundless strength and determination. The cacophony surrounding them seemed to herald the prelude to battle, filling their hearts with both a palpable tension and an exhilarating anticipation for the imminent clash. The Xiaoming Xuewu team and the Liyan Shuangxing team, please proceed to Soul Arena number 2 for preparations. The announcement suddenly pierced the fragile tranquility. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue gradually rose to their feet, taking deep breaths to steady their emotions, before proceeding with measured steps towards the arena. As they set foot on the arena, the formidable duo of the Li and Shuangxiang followed closely behind. These two were of imposing stature. One bore the flame lion spirit, flames dancing around him as if he were a colossal beast ablaze, while the other wielded the fire python spirit, the serpent appearing vividly lifelike, exuding a chilling, searing aura. The referee, standing regally at the center of the arena, declared with authority, "Both sides, prepare to showcase your martial spirits." The Liyan Shuangxiang struck first, their voices resonating in unison as 4 soul rings instantly ascended from beneath their feet. The white, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings intertwined in a splendid display, their formidable soul power surging forth like tumultuous waves, igniting the surrounding air with a searing heat that warped the very atmosphere. The audience, upon witnessing their soul ring configuration, could not help but erupt in waves of astonishment. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a tacit glance and simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls. Behind Qian Shao, the colossal phantom of the Rock King Emperor flickered into view as 4 soul rings shimmered into existence, purple, 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 and black, intertwining like a mysterious nebula, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of formidable power. Qian Rinxue's angelic martial soul radiated with resplendent brilliance, a sacred presence sweeping across the arena like a tidal wave. Her soul rings were equally dazzling, leaving the audience in stunned silence. In an instant, the spectators were rendered speechless, quickly erupting into thunderous gasps and fervent discussions. Who were these 2 young individuals that possessed a black soul ring? Moreover, the first 2 soul rings were purple. This was truly unprecedented. How could such youth possess such terrifying strength? The referee was momentarily taken aback but soon regained composure, announcing loudly, "The match begins." The flame brawler from the Firestorm duo charged toward Qian Shao like a bolt from the blue, his fist engulfed in raging flames, resembling a blazing meteor hammer, exuding overwhelming force. Yet, Qian Shao remained calm and unperturbed, promptly activating his first soul skill, Rock Gun Barrage. In an instant, numerous razor-sharp rock spears erupted from the ground, roaring toward the flame brawler like wild stallions. The flame brawler reacted swiftly, striking with electrifying speed to disperse several rock spears. However, Qian Shao skillfully manipulated the rock spears to alter their trajectory, launching them again at the flame brawler from an exceptionally cunning angle. The flame brawler, unable to evade in time, was struck in the leg by a rock spear, the tremendous impact forcing him to kneel. Without delay, Qian Zhao's hands moved fluidly as he formed seals, amplifying his soul power output. Instantly, more rock spears rained down upon the flame brawler from all directions like a storm of arrows. The flame brawler exerted every ounce of strength to fend them off, but the sheer number and rapid approach of the rock spears overwhelmed him. Amidst the cacophony of colliding rock and flame, the flame brawler gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately ensnared by the relentless barrage of rock spears, rendered immobile and stripped of combat capability. Meanwhile, the flame python lunged at Qian Rinxue with its gaping maw. With a gentle flap of her luminous wings, Qian Rinxue gracefully evaded the serpent's assault, while simultaneously condensing her light sword and invoking her first soul skill, Angelic Assault. A golden light shield materialized upon her sword as she charged valiantly toward the massive serpent, the shield colliding with the python in a thunderous clash. The sacred energy emanating from the light shield struck the flame python with tremendous force, causing its fiery glow to dim significantly. Qian Rinxue swiftly unleashed her third soul skill, the sacred radiance of Purification Strike. With a commanding cry, she hurled the luminous sphere from her hand, sending it hurtling toward the fiery giant python like a shooting star. As the sphere traversed the air, it left behind a dazzling golden trail. Upon striking the massive serpent, it erupted with an intensely brilliant light, imbued with formidable purifying energy and shockwave force. Enveloped in this radiant glow, the fiery python initially manifested numerous cracks upon its body, subsequently writhing in agony as it struggled against its fate. Seizing the moment, Qian Rinxue pressed her advantage, denying the creature any respite. With her luminous sword, she executed a series of swift strikes, each assault gradually sapping the giant's will to resist. Ultimately, the fiery duo collapsed helplessly to the ground, unable to rise and continue the fight. The referee raised the hands of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue high, proclaiming loudly, "The Xiaoming Shuewu duo emerges victorious." The arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Chapter 37, The Storm Siblings. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue basked in the radiant glow of victory upon the soul arena, the audience's resounding cheers reverberating through the air like an undulating tide. Yet, they were acutely aware that their journey in the formidable Soto City Soul Arena had merely commenced. Soon, the drums of battle would echo once more, heralding the arrival of their adversaries, the Storm Siblings. As the elder brother unleashed his Gale Eagle martial spirit, it soared majestically behind him, its keen eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all. Meanwhile, the younger sister's Storm Spirit Butterfly danced gracefully, conjuring miniature tornadoes that swirled around her. The powerful aura exuded by the siblings crashed over the arena like a surging wave. The moment both sides stepped onto the soul arena, their gazes locked, and the air crackled with palpable intensity. The referee stood tall at the center of the arena, calling out in a commanding voice, "Both sides, prepare to showcase your martial spirits." Without hesitation, the storm siblings unleashed their martial spirits, their yellow and purple soul rings ascending in succession. As waves of soul power surged forth, accompanied by howling winds, instantly heightening the tension within the arena to an unprecedented level. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding flowing between them. In unison, they summoned their martial souls. The ethereal figure of the Rock King loomed majestically, resembling an immovable ancient mountain. The angelic martial soul radiated a sacred brilliance, akin to the dawn's first light illuminating the entire arena. The unique configuration of soul rings once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. With a swift motion, the referee announced the commencement of the match. In an instant, the brother of the Gale Eagle martial soul soared into the air, executing a graceful spiral before diving towards Qian Shao like a bolt of lightning. His hands transformed into eagle claws, slicing through the air with razor-sharp wind blades. Qian Shao remained composed, unfazed as he unleashed his first soul skill, Rock Gun Barrage. The ground erupted with several sharp rock spears, hurtling towards his brother in a swift, arrow-like assault. The brother deftly maneuvered midair, where the wind blades collided with the rock spears, sending sparks flying. Qian Shao raised an eyebrow, quickly altering his hand seals to redirect the rock spears, launching them again from an unexpected angle towards his brother. Caught off guard, the brother felt his clothing grazed by a rock spear. Simultaneously, the sister of the storm spirit butterfly martial soul darted across the ground like a flash of lightning, her hands weaving through the air as a flurry of wind blades rained down upon Qian Renxue. With a smirk, Qian Renxue unfurled her luminous wings, gracefully ascending and effortlessly evading the onslaught of wind blades. Immediately, she concentrated her energy into her light sword, executing her first soul skill, Angelic Strike. Resembling a golden meteor hurtling towards her sister, unperturbed, the sister swiftly conjured a small storm to envelop herself. The light sword clashed against the tempest, which acted as a resilient shield, diminishing some of its power. Yet, Qian Renxue remained unruffled, the radiance of her light sword suddenly intensifying as she swung it forcefully, tearing open a breach in the storm. As Qian Shao effortlessly countered the aerial assaults, his attention was divided, keeping a vigilant eye on Qian Renxue's battle situation. With his hands forming intricate seals, he activated his second soul skill, Rock Barrier, conjuring an unassailable stone shield that rose instantaneously before him, deflecting the approaching blades of wind with ease. Following this, he flicked his fingers, sending several shards of rock hurtling through the air like concealed weapons, aimed to disrupt his elder brother's movements. Qian Renxue dashed into the tempest, engaging in close combat with her sister, the wind spirit butterfly's wielder. Her sister's hands moved rapidly, summoning razor winds that assailed Qian Renxue from every angle. With a luminescent sword in hand, Qian Renxue spun it before her, creating a shimmering barrier that deflected the wind blades while she sought an opportunity to counterattack. Observing his sister in distress, the brother executed a swift turn in midair, chanting incantations as he unleashed his third soul skill, Gale Rift Slash. In an instant, a colossal vortex of wind blades encircled him, roaring forth like a ferocious beast towards Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. Qian Shao wore a calm smile, standing back-to-back with Qian Renxue. He pressed his hands firmly against the ground, causing a rocky barrier to expand rapidly, rising like a small mountain before them. Qian Renxue infused her divine soul power into the rocky shield, bestowing it with a sacred radiance. The windblade vortex relentlessly battered against the rocky barrier, emitting a piercing sound. Yet, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue remained composed, as if this formidable assault was merely a gentle breeze. Sensing the force of the attack waning, Qian Shao's lips curled into a confident grin as he shouted, "Tremor Wave." With a forceful stomp, a powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, surging towards the tempestuous siblings like a tumultuous tide. The brother and sister were momentarily destabilized by the unexpected onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Renxue activated her first soul skill, Angelic Charge, while Qian Shao unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteoric Impact. The sky was suddenly filled with numerous flaming meteors, trailing long tails of fire as they hurtled towards the storm siblings. Qian Renxue, wielding her luminous sword, darted towards the enemy like a graceful fairy, shielded by the meteors. The brother hastily conjured a protective shield of wind around himself and his sister, striving to withstand the meteor strike. However, the meteors possessed immense power, causing immediate cracks to appear and spread across the shield. The sister desperately summoned the storm in defense, but Qian Renshue's speed was akin to lightning, effortlessly breaking through their defenses in the blink of an eye. The luminous sword of Qian Rengshu lunged toward her sister, while the brother, seeking to intervene, found himself ensnared by falling meteors. The sister exerted all her strength to evade the strike. Although she narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the sword still grazed her arm. At that moment, Qianshao orchestrated the meteors to continue their assault on her brother, who, in attempting to dodge the incoming debris, left himself vulnerable. With a flick of her finger, Qianshao unleashed several rock spears from unexpected angles. The brother, unable to avoid them, was struck in the shoulder and plummeted from the sky. Upon witnessing her brother's injury and fall, the sister's heart raced with turmoil. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with confidence and composure. They advanced together, with a sweep of Qian Rengshu's luminous sword and a simultaneous launch of Qianshao's rock spears. The Storm's siblings ultimately succumbed, collapsing upon the battle platform. The judge raised his arm high and proclaimed loudly, "The Xiaoming Shuama duo is victorious." Instantly, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Hand in hand, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu bowed slightly to express their gratitude to the audience. Chapter 38. Renowned across the continent after enduring 6 months of bloodshed and strife at the Soto Great Soul Arena, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu emerged as deities of war, forging an illustrious legend of 100 victories. Their renown spread like a tempest, sweeping across the Douluo continent with an overwhelming force, becoming an immortal myth spoken of in awe by countless soul masters. On this day at the arena, sunlight cascaded down, yet the fervor of the audience, akin to a blazing fire, intensified the atmosphere. Fresh from yet another commanding victory, cheers and shouts intertwined, composing a resounding anthem of exhilaration that reverberated through the hearts of all. They had achieved an astounding 100 consecutive wins, a feat unparalleled in history. The name Xiaoming Shuemu, resonant and thunderous, would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Douluo continent's history, shining brilliantly and eternally indelible. Within the crowd, cheers rose and fell like waves, each more fervent than the last, as if striving to pierce the very heavens. With their fame soaring and their presence commanding, various factions hurriedly converged from all corners of the continent, drawn like bees to nectar. An envoy from the Douluo Royal Academy strode forward with confidence, his embroidered robe bearing the illustrious insignia of the royal family billowing in the wind, accompanied by a cadre of distinguished and imposing attendants. His eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence and eager anticipation as he pondered that, with the Academy's profound heritage and unrivaled stature, he could surely secure the allegiance of these extraordinary talents. When he stood before Qianshao and Qian Rengshu, he bowed slightly, a blend of respect and pride in his demeanor, and proclaimed, "Esteemed individuals of remarkable talent that could stir the heavens and move the spirits, I am the envoy of the Douluo Royal Academy. The Academy has long admired your exceptional abilities and yearns for your presence. Should you choose to join us, you will receive the guidance of the finest mentors, access to boundless resources for cultivation, and an immediate elevation to core disciples, earning the adoration and respect of many. In the realm of soul masters, your future will undoubtedly shine resplendently." The president of the Tiando Royal Chamber of Commerce wore a smile that bloomed like a chrysanthemum, while behind him, attendants carefully carried boxes filled with treasures of inestimable value. With a steady and powerful stride, he approached, his eyes shimmering with shrewdness and avarice. "Esteemed young friends," he began, "I am the president of the Tiando Royal Chamber of Commerce. Our association is prepared to offer you boundless wealth and rare treasures seldom seen in this world. As long as you choose to collaborate with us, we shall fulfill any and all of your desires. We will spare no effort, leveraging all our connections to promote your name, elevating your reputation to new heights." Simultaneously, some enigmatic organizations appeared like phantoms, cloaked in dark robes. They exuded an aura of inscrutable mystery. One among them lowered his voice deliberately and said, "We can grant you extraordinary power and unparalleled cultivation methods, enabling you to transcend the limits of your martial soul and reach the pinnacle of supremacy. However, you must follow us, dedicating yourselves wholeheartedly to our cause." Qianshao and Qian Renshua stood side by side at the heart of the Soul Arena, facing the crowd with calmness akin to tranquil waters and an imposing presence reminiscent of mountains. Qianshao stepped forward, his gaze piercing and resolute as he surveyed the assembly. In a voice that resonated like thunder, he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, we are deeply grateful for your recognition and kindness. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Qianshao, the son of the Spirit Hall, and she is Qian Renshue, the daughter of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing these words, the venue fell into an immediate silence. The sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness, soon followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The envoy from the Douluo Royal Academy felt a sudden jolt of surprise, reflecting inwardly. So, it is the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall. No wonder they possess such extraordinary strength and talent. The Spirit Hall's influence is currently at its zenith, and they have considerable ties with our royal family. While we cannot entice them to join our academy, we certainly cannot afford to make enemies of them. Thus, he quickly concealed any trace of arrogance. Adopting a demeanor of utmost respect and humility as he remarked, "It is indeed an honor to have esteemed guests from the Spirit Hall. We sincerely wish for more opportunities for exchange and collaboration between our academy and the Spirit Hall in the future." Upon hearing this, the president of the Tiando Royal Commerce felt as if a rapid calculation were taking place in his mind. The sound of an abacus clattering as he assessed the situation. The son and daughter of the Spirit Hall, two glittering prizes indeed. If I can seize this opportunity to forge a connection with the Spirit Hall, the future benefits for the commerce will undoubtedly be immeasurable. He quickly adorned his face with an even brighter smile and declared, "It is a tremendous honor to meet the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall. Our commerce is willing to traverse any obstacles and provide all necessary resources and unwavering support." Meanwhile, those from the mysterious organization were filled with trepidation and fear upon hearing this news. They are indeed core figures of the Spirit Hall. Our insignificant organization cannot afford to provoke them. They hastily retreated, avoiding any potential danger, disappearing as silently as shadows. Qian Shao continued. "Our training in the Soul Arena is solely aimed at continuously enhancing our own strength. We sincerely appreciate your kind intentions and will certainly convey the events of today to the Spirit Hall with utmost honesty." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her divine and noble presence instilling a sense of awe that made it difficult for others to gaze upon her directly. Chapter 39. The tremor of the Spirit Hall within the Spirit Hall of Soto City. The usual bustle was now enveloped in a heavy and anxious atmosphere. Soul Masters moved about, yet their expressions betrayed an undeniable anxiety. A piece of news, akin to a thunderous shock, swept in like a tempest, plunging the entire hall into unprecedented chaos and fear. "Master, we face a grave situation. The Holy Son Qian Shao and the Holy Maiden Qian Rinxue have been residing in our Soto City's Grand Soul Arena for half a year, achieving an astonishing record of 100 consecutive victories, and we remained utterly oblivious." The Soul Master responsible for intelligence, burning with urgency, rushed to Master Zhao Taizhu. His face etched with panic and urgency, his voice trembling with emotion. Zhao Taizhu, who had been calmly seated and tending to his affairs, felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing this news. He sprang to his feet, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep self-reproach. His mind momentarily blanked before being inundated with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. How could this be? The Holy Son and Holy Maiden had been in Soto City for 6 months, yet we were like ignorant puppets, completely unaware. This is an egregious dereliction of duty. He began to pace the room hurriedly, his steps heavy and frantic, attempting to compose himself and devise a response. As the master of the Spirit Hall in Soto City, he understood well the illustrious and unparalleled status of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden within the Spirit Hall, as well as the Pope's high expectations and deep concern for them. Now, with such a situation unfolding in his domain, the consequences of the Pope's reprimand would be utterly unimaginable. Quickly summon all high-ranking officials of the hall to the assembly room. Zhao Tieju's voice thundered with authority as he issued the command, leaving no room for hesitation. Before long, the hall's senior officials hurried to the assembly room, their faces marked by tension and confusion. From the urgent summons and the frantic words of the intelligent Soul Master, they grasped the gravity of the situation, yet remained unaware of the specifics. Zhao Taizhu stood at the forefront, his expression as grave as iron. After scanning the room with a piercing gaze, he spoke slowly. "Esteemed colleagues, I have just received confirmed news that Holy Son Qian Shao and Holy Maiden Qian Rinxue have endured 6 months of arduous battles in our Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, achieving the magnificent feat of 100 victories. Yet, we were blind and deaf to this reality. This represents a serious and unforgivable dereliction of duty on our part." Upon hearing this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, as they murmured amongst themselves, their faces reflecting shock and profound concern. "Master, how could this possibly happen? We have been closely monitoring every movement in the city. How could we be entirely ignorant of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden's whereabouts?" An elder inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Zhao Taizhu shook his head gravely, his voice low and serious. "Now is not the time to pursue the reasons. In the present moment, We must urgently devise a means to atone for our transgressions, demonstrating our sincere apologies and unwavering loyalty to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. After a brief contemplation, he continued, I have resolved to meticulously prepare a lavish gift, which I shall personally present alongside the others at the Grand Soul Arena to pay our respects to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Concurrently, it is imperative that the branch's operations enhance the collection and monitoring of various information within the city, ensuring that such blunders do not occur again. The assembly nodded in agreement, their expressions grave and solemn. Thus, the members of the Spirit Hall immediately sprang into action, carefully selecting an array of precious and rare gifts, diligently preparing for the forthcoming significant meeting. Zhao Taiju stood by the window, his gaze resolutely fixed toward the direction of the Grand Soul Arena, his heart tumultuous and anxious. He understood that this meeting would serve as a pivotal key, determining the future trajectory of both himself and the Spirit Hall of Swoto City, thus requiring utmost caution. Deep within, he was filled with curiosity and profound reverence for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, eagerly anticipating their presence to rectify the grave mistake of the past. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Taiju led the branch in the careful preparation of gifts, adorned in their formal attire, as they majestically proceeded toward the Grand Soul Arena. Their dignified and imposing procession captured the awe and curiosity of numerous onlookers, yet Zhao Taiju remained singularly focused on the imminent encounter, oblivious to all else around him. Upon arriving at the Grand Soul Arena, Zhao Taiju respectfully communicated their purpose to the staff. The personnel, recognizing the gravity of the moment, promptly conveyed the message to Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. During the waiting period, Zhao Tieju's anxiety intensified, his heart pounding like a fervent drumbeat, as he repeatedly rehearsed the words he wished to convey upon meeting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Before long, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue emerged, graciously guided by the staff. Upon seeing them, Zhao Taiju and his companions immediately knelt on one knee, collectively proclaiming, the members of the Spirit Hall of Swoto City pay their respects to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Qian Xiao slightly raised her hand, her expression calm yet imbued with an air of authority. Please, rise. Zhao Taiju stood up, bowing his head slightly, his gaze filled with both remorse and reverence. Holy Son, Holy Daughter, I beg your forgiveness for my tardiness. We have just learned of your remarkable achievements in Soto City, and our hearts are filled with astonishment and joy, while we simultaneously feel profound guilt for our negligence. Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a gentle yet noble smile. Lord Zhao, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. Our purpose in coming here is not to seek ostentation. Zhao Taiju promptly replied, Thank you, Holy Maiden, for your magnanimity. We have prepared a modest token of our esteem for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, and we hope you will graciously accept it. With that, he hurriedly gestured for the people behind him to respectfully present the gifts. Qian Zhao's gaze swept over the gifts, and he nodded slightly. Master Zhao, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but we shall decline the gifts. Subsequently, Zhao Taiju began to provide a detailed report to Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue regarding the recent circumstances of the Soul Hall branch in Sotoa City, as well as various matters pertaining to the Soul Hall within the city. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue listened intently, occasionally offering unique insights and valuable suggestions on certain issues. Throughout the discussion, Zhao Taiju increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the son and daughter of the Holy. Not only were they endowed with formidable strength that commanded respect, but their minds were also sharp as blades, possessing profound and unique perspectives on the affairs of the Soul Hall. As the conversation drew to a close, Qian Xiao spoke solemnly. Master Zhao, the Soul Hall branch in Sotoa City must continue to strive tirelessly to cultivate more exceptional soul masters for the Soul Hall. Zhao Taiju responded with reverence. I shall heed the son's teachings. We will undoubtedly exert our utmost efforts and live up to expectations. Chapter 40. Shipo. After engaging in discussions with the members of the Soul Hall branch in Soto City, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue embarked on their journey to the headquarters of the Soul Hall. Along the way, they delved deeply into the key aspects and directions for guiding the various operations of the Soul Hall, their thoughts racing like gallant steeds, sparking flashes of insight. Upon their arrival at the headquarters, they wasted no time and immediately immersed themselves in the demanding work ahead. Their first stop was the training arena, where they observed numerous young soul masters diligently training, sweat pouring down their brows. Qian Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave, his gaze piercing as it swept across every corner of the training ground. At times, he furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At other moments, he appeared pensive, as if in search of more effective training methods. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood nearby, her eyes sharp as a drawn sword, missing no detail, no matter how minute. Qian Shao spoke slowly. Look, while the training for soul masters is indeed rigorous, the methods appear somewhat monotonous. As he approached a soul master engaged in strength training, he earnestly remarked, though strength training is undeniably vital, one must not overlook the cultivation of technique and agility. In the heat of battle, adaptability often plays a crucial role. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly in agreement, stating, Indeed, we should formulate a more scientific and rational training regimen that comprehensively considers various factors such as strength, speed, and technique. Subsequently, they arrived at the resource allocation department of the Spirit Hall, where an array of precious herbs and resources was beautifully displayed. Qian Shao meticulously examined the resource registry and solemnly declared, the distribution of resources must be more equitable and reasonable. It cannot solely depend on the soul master's rank, but must also take into account their potential and contributions. Qian Rinxue added, For those with exceptional talents but currently weaker strength, we ought to provide a preferential allocation of resources to aid their rapid development. They then inspected the talent selection mechanism of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao carefully reviewed the selection records and stated gravely, talent selection should not merely focus on superficial strength. It must also involve a thorough evaluation of character, willpower, and teamwork abilities. Qian Rinxue suggested we could incorporate practical assessment segments, allowing candidates to fully demonstrate their capabilities in real combat scenarios. Throughout the guidance process, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue left no detail unexamined. They engaged in profound discussions with various management personnel of the Spirit Hall, attentively listening to their opinions and suggestions, collaboratively exploring methods for improvement. Their diligence and professionalism shone like brilliant stars, earning them the respect and admiration of all within the Spirit Hall. After a period of unwavering effort, significant improvements were evident in the workings of the Spirit Hall. Training became more scientific and efficient, resource allocation more rational, and the talent selection mechanism more refined. As Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed upon the rejuvenated Spirit Hall, smiles of satisfaction blossomed on their faces, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. While inspecting the treasury of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue unexpectedly discovered a peculiar stone. This stone emanated a mysterious aura, its hue and texture strikingly reminiscent of the legendary amber. Qian Shao tightly clasped the amber in his hand, deeply attuning himself to the subtle, enigmatic energy fluctuations it emitted. He faintly sensed a unique connection between himself and this amber, realizing that it could potentially offer immense assistance in enhancing his strength. Qian Rinxue gazed at the contemplative Qian Shao and softly inquired, Qian Shao, do you truly believe that this amber can be of assistance to you? Qian Shao nodded slightly, her gaze resolute as a rock, and spoke, I can distinctly sense the energy within it resonating with the power that resides within me. I wish to attempt to absorb its energy and discover the transformations it might bring. Qian Rinxue expressed her concern, cautioning, the origin of this amber is enigmatic, and we remain uncertain about any potential risks it may pose. You must act with utmost prudence. Qian Shao smiled gently, softly reassuring, rest assured, I shall exercise caution. Before I proceed with absorption, I will meticulously study its properties to ensure absolute certainty. Thus, Qian Shao devoted himself entirely to the examination of the amber. He employed his soul power to perceive the intricate structure and energy flow within the amber, akin to a relentless explorer striving to uncover the optimal method for absorption. After considerable effort, he ultimately discerned that the energy within the amber could be gradually absorbed through a specific guiding technique of soul power. Qian Shao sat cross-legged, carefully placing the amber in the palm of his hand, and began to slowly circulate his soul power. A stream of enigmatic energy flowed from the amber, quietly entering his body through his palm. Qian Shao meticulously controlled his soul power, guiding this energy to meander through his meridians. As the energy continued to influx, Qian Shao sensed a gradual transformation within his body. His soul power solidified, becoming as unyielding as iron. His spirit surged with vitality, brimming with boundless energy. However, the absorption process was fraught with challenges, as the energy within the amber was exceedingly potent, and any misstep could inflict serious harm upon his body. Qian Shao gritted his teeth, drawing upon his indomitable will and precise control to continue absorbing the energy of the amber. Throughout this arduous process, Qian Rinxue remained anxiously by his side, ever ready to lend her assistance, her gaze filled with concern and apprehension. After what felt like an eternity, Qianshao finally succeeded in absorbing the majority of the energy contained within the amber. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a spark of exhilaration illuminating them. Akin to the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in the strength of his soul skills. Qian Rinxue let out a sigh of relief, her face adorned with a gratifying smile, akin to a gentle ray of warm sunlight. It appears that this stone amber has indeed been of great assistance to you. Nevertheless, we must persist in uncovering its secrets to avert any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Qianshao rose to her feet, affirmatively nodding as she declared, "Indeed, we must not let our guard down. The emergence of this amber may well signify that even more mysteries await our discovery." Chapter 41. Source Qianshao tightly clutched the enigmatic amber, enveloped in an aura of mystery, while his eyes sparkled with two blazing flames of curiosity. He slowly directed his gaze toward Zhao Taizhu beside him, his voice laced with urgency and anticipation, inquiring, "Master Zhao, from whence did this amber originate?" Zhao Taizhu promptly replied with utmost respect, "Your Holiness, this amber was brought by merchants from the kingdom of Balak. These merchants deemed this stone to be remarkably unique, thus they preserved it, hoping to exchange it for some benefits at the spirit hall." Qianshao nodded slightly, descending into a contemplative state. His fingers gently caressed the surface of the amber, attuning to the elusive currents of mysterious energy that radiated from it. He then turned to face Qian Rinxue, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "Sister," he expounded, "this amber holds immense value for me. I can profoundly sense the powerful energy it encompasses. If I could gather more, it would undoubtedly elevate my strength to new heights. Moreover, our journey to Douluo City conveniently leads us through the Barak Kingdom. Perhaps we could explore there and uncover even more amber." With a grave expression, Qianshao addressed Zhao Taizhu, saying, "Master Zhao, you must promptly seek out the merchant who brought this amber. Inquire diligently about its exact origins within the Barak Kingdom. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be treated with any degree of negligence." Zhao Taizhu responded without delay, "I shall heed the Holy Sun's command and set forth immediately." With that, he sprang into action like a gust of wind, fervently scouring the corners of the spirit hall and questioning anyone who might have encountered the merchant, leaving no stone unturned. A day later, Zhao Taizhu returned in haste. Though weariness marked his visage, excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he had unearthed a clue to treasure. Approaching Qianshao and Qian Rinxue, he respectfully announced, "Holy Son, Holy Maiden, I have located the merchant and inquired thoroughly about the amber's provenance. According to him, this amber was serendipitously discovered in a canyon within the Barak Kingdom. This canyon lies perilously in the northwestern reaches of Barak, characterized by its daunting terrain and bewildering environment, seemingly possessing a unique magnetic field that attracts various mysterious energies. The merchants endured countless hardships to procure this amber. It is said that the canyon is often illuminated by mysterious glows and emits strange sounds that send chills down one's spine. They faced numerous dangers there, including fierce beast attacks and sudden inclement weather, yet through their indomitable will and courage, they ultimately succeeded in gathering some amber. Upon hearing this, a brilliant glimmer flashed in Qianzhao's eyes, akin to a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky. He turned to Qian Rinxue and said, "Sister, it seems that the canyons of the Balak Kingdom must conceal even more secrets. We must hasten our journey there to thoroughly investigate." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her exquisite brows furrowing gently, resembling two enchanting crescent moons. She remarked, "Indeed, this matter should not be delayed. However, we must also be thoroughly prepared, for the treacherous environment of the canyon may harbor unforeseen dangers. We need to stockpile sufficient provisions, including food and water, as well as an assortment of healing remedies." Qianshao nodded in agreement and said, "What you have said is indeed correct, sister. Let us first organize our belongings, prepare the necessary supplies and equipment, and then formulate a detailed action plan. We must ensure the safety and smoothness of this endeavor. I firmly believe that within that canyon, we shall certainly discover more amber, enhancing my strength." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qianshao gently inquired of Zhao Taizhu, "Master Zhao, did the merchant mention any other peculiarities regarding the canyon?" Zhao Taizhu promptly replied, "Your Holiness, the merchant did indeed mention that, aside from the mysterious glow and strange sounds, there appear to be some ancient relics faintly visible within the canyon. However, due to their fear of potential dangers, they did not dare to delve deeper into the exploration." Qianzhao's eyes sparkled, akin to a brilliant beacon illuminating the darkness, as she remarked, "Ancient ruins? This may indeed have a profound connection with the emergence of the stone amber. Master Zhao, could you kindly inquire further with the merchants about the characteristics of those ruins? Zhao Taizhu displayed a look of hesitation and replied, Holy Son, I have also pressed for details. Yet the merchants merely took a fleeting glance and could not discern the specific appearance of the ruins. They only mentioned that those ruins appeared to be of great antiquity, emanating an aura of mystery. Qian Shao furrowed her brows, resembling two dark clouds intertwined, and remarked, It appears that the secrets within this canyon are more abundant than we had anticipated. Lord Zhao, please inquire further and see if there are others who have ventured into that canyon. Gather as much information as possible. Zhao Taizhu responded earnestly, Yes, Holy Son. I shall dispatch individuals to investigate immediately, and I will endeavor to collect more intelligence for you and the Holy Maiden's endeavors. Qian Shao nodded gently and said, Very well. I appreciate your hard work, Lord Zhao. This matter is of great importance, and we must not be negligent. Zhao Taizhu once again bowed respectfully and assured, Rest assured. Holy Son, I shall exert every effort. Chapter 42. The journey begins the following morning. Golden sunlight streamed through the window like a delicate veil, quietly illuminating every corner of the room. Qian Shao woke early, his heart brimming with anticipation for the expedition to the canyons of the Balak Kingdom, his mind conjuring various enchanting scenarios that might unfold. He swiftly rose, tidied his attire, and, filled with joy and eagerness, made his way to the door of Qian Rinxue's room, gently knocking. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing Qian Rinxue's unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders in silky waves. Qian Shao gazed at her tenderly, softly saying, Shuer, a new day has dawned, and we are about to embark on a journey filled with the unknown. The mere thought is exhilarating. Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes reflecting warmth as she replied, Indeed, Shower, I wonder what delightful discoveries this adventure will unveil for us. In that moment, their gazes met, as if they shared a silent understanding, and they exchanged a knowing smile. They both understood that today might mark the beginning of a new journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Zhao Taizhu rushed in. His face bore an expression of excitement as he respectfully saluted Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue before speaking, Holy Son, Holy Maiden. As per your instructions, we are fully prepared. Food, water, and healing supplies have been gathered. Moreover, we have come across new information. An old hunter who has ventured into the mysterious canyons of the Balak Kingdom several times has shared his insights. It is said that within the canyons, alongside mysterious lights, strange sounds, and ancient ruins, there are peculiar soul beasts guarding the amber. The old hunter described these soul beasts as exceptionally fierce, and he himself could only glimpse them from a distance, filled with dread and unable to discern their true forms. Furthermore, it appears that enigmatic runes occasionally manifest within the canyon, but their purpose remains unknown. Qian Shao nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. He strolled to the window and gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. What secrets lie hidden within this canyon? How formidable might those soul beasts be? What do the enigmatic runes signify? He murmured to himself. Qian Shao turned around and inquired, Master Zhao, have you thoroughly questioned the old hunter regarding the topography of the canyon and the paths of entry? Zhao Taizhu promptly replied, Holy Son, I have indeed inquired in detail. The old hunter mentioned that the entrance to the canyon is exceedingly concealed, surrounded by dense foliage. Once one ventures into the canyon, the terrain becomes treacherous, characterized by numerous cliffs and turbulent streams. He also specifically cautioned us to be wary of the attacks from those peculiar soul beasts. Qian Shao turned to Qian Rinxue and said, Sister, this undertaking will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, yet we must not falter. We must be thoroughly prepared to confront any possible eventuality that may arise. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, a resolute expression gracing her exquisite features. She gently brushed her hair aside and remarked, Indeed, we must proceed with caution. However, with the emergence of additional clues, we are imbued with greater confidence to delve into the secrets of that canyon. Perhaps there, we may uncover further opportunities to enhance our strength. Qian Shao addressed Zhao Taizhu once more, saying, Master Zhao, I appreciate your efforts. For the time being, I entrust the affairs of the Spirit Hall to your capable management. Should any new developments arise, please keep us informed at all times. Zhao Taizhu replied solemnly, Your Excellencies, rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this task. I wish you a safe journey and a swift return. After bidding farewell to Zhao Taizhu, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue embarked on their journey to the canyons of the Kingdom of Balak. Along the way, they walked side by side, as a gentle breeze delicately caressed their hair, and the sunlight poured down upon them like a golden veil, seemingly draping them in a resplendent glow. Shower. How many unknown dangers do you think lie in wait for us within this canyon? Qian Ruxue inquired, slightly turning her head to gaze at Qian Xiao with her enchanting eyes. Qian Xiao gently grasped Qian Ruxue's hand, her gaze filled with unwavering determination. Swear, she said. No matter the perils that lie ahead, I shall always stand by your side to protect you. Together, hand in hand, we shall confront all challenges and undoubtedly overcome every obstacle. A gentle smile of happiness graced Qian Ruxue's face as she responded, Indeed, I believe we shall succeed. With you by my side, Shower, I fear nothing. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the canyon in the kingdom of Balak. Surrounding them was a dense forest, its lush vegetation resembling a verdant ocean, rendering it difficult to discern direction. Shower, the entrance to this canyon is indeed elusive. Qian Ruxue remarked, her brows slightly furrowing. Yes, Shuer. However, if we search patiently and meticulously, we will surely find it, Qian Xiao gently reassured. They commenced a careful search for the canyon's entrance. Qian Xiao intermittently ascended heights to survey the landscape, while at other times, she meticulously explored the underbrush. Qian Ruxue, employing her soul power, sought to perceive the surrounding environment, hoping to uncover some clues. Shower, do you see that pile of rocks over there? Might there be some clues hidden within? Qian Ruxue inquired, pointing toward a nearby heap of stones. Qian Xiao followed the direction indicated by Qian Ruxue and took her hand as they ventured forth. They meticulously examined the rocky outcrops. Yet no signs of an entrance were to be found. It seems this is not the place, Shuer. Let us continue our search, Qian Xiao remarked. They persevered in their quest within the forest for quite some time. As the sun gradually dipped toward the west, its remaining rays painted the woods in a golden hue. Yet they still had not discovered the entrance to the canyon, causing a twinge of anxiety in their hearts. Shower, I am feeling a bit weary, Qian Ruxue said. Her breath slightly labored. Qian Xia gazed empathetically at Qian Ruxue and said, Shuer, let us take a moment to rest. Perhaps a brief respite will inspire us. They sought out a level patch of ground and settled down. Qian Xia retrieved water and food from his pack and offered it to Qian Ruxue. After taking a sip of water, Qian Ruxue looked at Qian Xia and inquired, Xiar, what shall we do if we cannot find the entrance? Qian Xiao declared resolutely, Fear not. Shuer, we shall undoubtedly find it. With the clues from the old hunter, as long as we do not relent, we will surely discover the entrance. After a brief respite, they resumed their search. Just as despair began to loom over them, Qian Xiao suddenly stumbled upon an area cloaked in vines. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he approached for a closer inspection. Shuer, come quickly and take a look here, Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Qian Ruxue hurriedly ran over, and together they pushed aside the vines, revealing a concealed entrance before their eyes. We found it. This must be the entrance to the canyon, Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement. In Qian Ruxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Shower, we have finally found it. They exchanged a glance, then hand in hand, they stepped into the entrance of the canyon. Chapter 43, A Paradise on Earth. Qian Xiao and Qian Ruxue walked hand in hand, slowly entering the mouth of the canyon. At that moment, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely new and wondrous realm, with the sights before them instantly captivating their gaze. Within the canyon, the mist rose gracefully like delicate veils, enveloping the entire area in an aura of mystery and enchantment. The mist varied in density, at times thick and tumultuous like rolling white waves, while at other moments it became ethereal and translucent, drifting gently and evoking a sensation of being in a fairyland. Towering peaks soared into the clouds, standing resolutely like majestic giants, loyally guarding this enigmatic land. The surfaces of these mountains were steep and treacherous, with sheer cliffs that instilled a profound sense of awe in the heart of any observer. Yet, upon these perilous precipices, an array of extraordinary flora flourished. The blossoms were vibrant and diverse, with hues of crimson that burned like flames, soft blues reminiscent of tranquil lakes, and pure whites that resembled enchanting spirits. They swayed gently in the caress of the breeze, as if joyfully revealing their beauty to the world. The peculiar leaves varied in shape, some slender like threads, dancing gracefully in the wind, others broad like fans, exuding grandeur, and some curled like spirals, showcasing their exquisite designs. They thrived against the cliffs, infusing the austere mountains with splashes of vitality and color. Sunlight streamed down through the gaps in the clouds, creating radiant golden beams that resembled the mystical fingers of celestial beings, lightly touching every corner of the canyon. These shafts illuminated certain areas, rendering them even more mysterious and beautiful. Under the sun's embrace, the flowers appeared more vibrant, the leaves glistened with freshness, and the rocks shone with a polished brilliance. In contrast, the shaded regions remained cloaked in obscurity, inviting an irresistible urge to explore. In the distance, a crystalline stream flowed gently, its waters transparent as crystal, revealing the sands and pebbles below, along with playful fish darting about. The stream splashed against the rocks, sending up white sprays that resembled falling pearls. The stones along the bank had been smoothed over the years by the relentless flow of water, some adorned with patches of moss, imparting a sense of ancient and natural beauty. Occasionally, one could glimpse small fish frolicking in the water, weaving playfully between the rocks, or leaping joyfully above the surface. As if reveling in the tranquility offered by this serene aquatic haven, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue proceeded slowly along the narrow path, the ground beneath their feet somewhat slick. Qian Shao held Qian Rinxue's hand tightly, his gaze filled with concern and tenderness, as if she were the most precious treasure in his life. Qian Rinxue deeply felt Qian Zhao's care, and a warm current surged within her heart. She gently tilted her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. The air around them was infused with a refreshing and pleasant essence, evoking a sense of serenity as if all their troubles had been cast away into the ether. This atmosphere was intermingled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, the scent of fresh grass, and the coolness of flowing streams, making one feel as though they were enveloped in a natural floral paradise. Qian Shao inhaled deeply, relishing the crisp air, his heart filled with joy and contentment. He turned to Qian Rinxue and gently remarked, "Shuer, this place is truly beautiful, resembling a realm of immortals." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, Shower, the scenery here is utterly enchanting." They continued to venture deeper into the canyon, encountering a plethora of breathtaking sights along the way. There were uniquely shaped rocks, some resembling vividly lifelike animals, others embodying figures with varied expressions, prompting admiration for nature's artistry. Colorful butterflies danced gracefully amidst the blossoms, their wings shimmering with resplendent brilliance, akin to lively little sprites. A chorus of unknown small birds sang joyfully from the branches, their melodious tunes adding a vibrant breath of life to the tranquil canyon. As they delved further into the canyon, they stumbled upon ancient relics. Massive stone pillars lay toppled on the ground, inscribed with enigmatic runes. These runes emitted a faint glow, as if silently narrating ancient tales. Qian Rinxue curiously approached one of the pillars, meticulously observing the inscriptions. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a strong desire for exploration, as if she yearned to unravel the secrets concealed within these symbols. "Shower, what do these runes truly mean?" she inquired softly. Qian Shao gently shook her head and remarked, "I am uncertain as well, but these runes are undoubtedly intricately linked to the mysteries within the canyon. We must exercise caution, for there may be other perils lurking here." Qian Zhao's words caused a slight tightening in Qian Rinxue's heart. She was acutely aware that this adventure was fraught with uncertainty and peril. However, she felt no fear, for Qian Shao was by her side. She firmly believed that as long as they ventured forward hand in hand, they would undoubtedly surmount all obstacles. They continued to immerse themselves in the study of the runes, striving to unearth pivotal clues. Qian Shao meticulously examined the shapes and arrangements of the runes, hoping to discern some underlying patterns. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue employed her soul power to sense the energy fluctuations of the runes, aspiring to extract valuable information from them. After relentless effort, they finally uncovered some hints. These runes appeared to be an ancient script, chronicling the history and secrets of the canyon. However, due to the antiquity of the runes, much of the content had become obscured and difficult to decipher. They could only hypothesize, based on the remnants of information, that significant events had transpired in the canyon, events that were likely closely linked to the stone amber and the soul beasts. Just as they were wholly engrossed in their study of the runes, a sudden, deep roar echoed around them. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue immediately became alert, swiftly scanning their surroundings for the source of the sound. Not far away, in the underbrush, pairs of crimson eyes glimmered with a fierce light. A pang of unease struck Qian Zhao's heart. He recognized that these were the soul beasts guarding the stone amber. Chapter 44. The slime's mucus. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue instantly entered a state of combat, their gazes fixed intently upon the pair of ferocious eyes glimmering amidst the nearby thicket. As the underbrush quivered violently, a colossal rock-type slime gradually emerged. This ancient soul beast, akin to a towering hill, possessed a form composed of resilient stone, its surface adorned with radiant, enigmatic runes that seemed to harbor unfathomable power within each intricate design. The slime writhed slightly, causing the ground around it to tremble violently, as if a minor earthquake had suddenly erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Shao swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, the Rock Spear Barrage. With a vigorous sweep of her hands, the stones from the ground soared into the air, coalescing into numerous razor-sharp rock spears. These spears darted towards the rock-type slime like arrows released from a bow, carving through the air with an unmistakable ferocity. However, the body of the rock-type slime proved to be exceptionally resilient. The rock spears merely chipped away at its surface, failing to inflict any significant damage. Enraged by the assault, the slime contracted violently before launching itself towards Qian Shao and Qian Ruoshui with astonishing speed, resembling a colossal cannonball. Reacting instantaneously, Qian Ruoshui invoked her second soul skill, the Holy Radiance Guardian. Raising her hands, she summoned her spirit power, and a shield woven of blue and gold materialized before her in an instant. Adorned with the runes of the spirit feather moon deer and the emblem of the six-winged angel, the shield radiated an aura of sanctity and strength. The slime collided forcefully with the shield, producing an ear-splitting roar. The tremendous impact caused Qian Ruoshui to stagger back a few steps. Yet the shield successfully thwarted the slime's assault. Qian Shao observed as the slime was thwarted by a protective shield, seizing the opportunity to unleash his third soul skill, the Geomantic Shockwave. With a forceful stomp of his foot, he initiated a tremor of the Earth's power, radiating a shockwave from himself, extending across a radius of 25 meters. The rock attribute slime within the shockwave's domain trembled slightly, its movements noticeably disrupted. In a fit of rage, the slime roared defiantly, contracting its body once more, preparing to launch a more formidable assault. Witnessing this, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "Holy Radiance Exorcism Strike." She hurled the luminous orb she had conjured towards the slime. The orb streaked through the air like a dazzling meteor, leaving behind a trail of golden light. Upon impact with the slime, it erupted in a brilliant flash, suffused with potent purifying energy and concussive force. The surface of the slime's body fractured deeply under the radiant onslaught. Yet, rather than succumbing, it thrashed even more violently. Qian Shao instantly recognized the necessity for a more powerful strike to decisively vanquish the soul beast. He exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Rinxue, and in that instant, they were united in purpose. Qian Shao unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteor Strike. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, his hands weaving through the air. As his soul power surged, moments later, a dark speck appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging into a small meteorite. This fiery rock, imbued with tremendous force, plummeted from the firmament, precisely striking the rock-type slime. At that moment, Qian Rinxue also invoked her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. A colossal angelic silhouette manifested behind her, its divine soul power transforming into a golden sword that pierced toward the rock-type slime. The formidable sacred energy harmonized with Qian Zhao's meteorite assault. With a resounding crash, the rock-type slime could no longer withstand this relentless barrage of power. Its form shattered into countless fragments that scattered upon the ground. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at the defeated rock-type slime, which shattered into countless fragments scattered across the ground, their hearts brimming with the elation of victory. However, they soon noticed an unusual phenomenon emerging from the remnants of the slime, a glowing mass of slime liquid, emanating a faint luminescence. Qian Shao furrowed his brow as he gazed at the viscous mass of slime, expressing his disdain. This substance truly appears repugnant. Qian Rinxue also slightly frowned, clearly finding the appearance of the slime difficult to accept. However, as Qian Shao carefully attuned himself to the aura emanating from the slime, an unusual sensation surged within him. This gelatinous substance seemed to harbor a mysterious power. Despite its repulsive exterior, it held an inexplicable allure for him. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Schwerer, I sense that this slime might be beneficial to me." Qian Rinxue looked at him with concern, saying, "Shower, this thing seems so peculiar. Can it truly be of any use?" Qian Shao nodded resolutely and replied, "I can feel the power contained within it. I wish to attempt absorbing it to see what effects it might yield." Qian Shao cautiously approached the massive slime essence, channeling his soul power in an attempt to draw the energy from the slime into his own body. As his soul power made contact with the viscous substance, it trembled slightly before gradually merging with his essence. Qian Shao immediately sensed a peculiar energy coursing through him, one that was both unfamiliar and brimming with potential. With the continuous assimilation of the slime essence, subtle transformations began to manifest in his body. A faint luminescence flickered upon his skin, and his soul power steadily augmented. Qian Rinxue observed Qian Shao with bated breath, poised to offer assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. After a period of time, Qian Shao finally completed the absorption of the slime essence. He opened his eyes, excitement sparkling within them. Swear, this slime essence has indeed proven beneficial. My soul power has experienced a modest enhancement. Chapter 45. Abundant Amber. After successfully defeating the rock-type slime and absorbing its essence, Qian Shao and Qian Ruxia continued their brave exploration of the mysterious canyon, their hearts filled with a blend of curiosity and heightened vigilance. Hand in hand, they cautiously advanced, as if delving into a fantastical realm shrouded in mystery. As they ventured deeper, the landscape ahead gradually opened up. In a tranquil valley, they were delighted to discover a plethora of amber stones. These ambers emitted a dazzling and enigmatic glow, seemingly whispering ancient tales that stirred their profound desire for exploration. Qian Shao gazed excitedly at the ambers, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and exclaimed, "Swear, these ambers must harbor immense power. Let us hasten to collect and absorb them." Qian Ruxia nodded slightly, and the two promptly began their diligent gathering of the ambers. Qian Shao picked up a piece of amber, channeling his soul energy in an attempt to draw the mysterious power within the amber into his own being. The amber quivered slightly, and in an instant, a powerful surge of energy flooded into his body like a roaring tide. Qian Shao immediately felt his soul energy intensifying, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. He turned to Qian Rinxue and said, "Shuer, you should give it a try as well." Qian Rinxue took a piece of amber and attempted to absorb the power within it, following Qian Zhao's method. However, despite her efforts, the energy from the amber eluded her grasp. With a helpless shake of her head, she remarked, "Shower, I can't absorb the power from these ambers." Qian Shao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Shuer, it's all right. You shall guard me while I absorb the energy from these ambers. Once I have finished, we will continue our exploration of the gorge." Qian Rinxue nodded, stepping aside to focus entirely on protecting Qian Shao. Qian Shao dedicated himself to absorbing the power of the amber with unwavering focus. Piece by piece, the amber crumbled to dust in his hands, its formidable energy continuously merging with his soul force. As time flowed gently by, a mysterious aura enveloped Qian Shao, making him appear as a resplendent star within this enigmatic valley. Qian Rinxue observed him with bated breath, ever vigilant for any potential dangers, her eyes reflecting a blend of concern and resolve. After a long day, Qian Shao finally completed the absorption of all the amber. He slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet, and felt the powerful energy coursing through his body. Approaching Qian Rinxue, his excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Shuer, I sense that my soul skill has undergone some marvelous transformation. I just contemplated it quietly, and it seems my soul skill's power has roughly doubled." As Qian Shao shared his exhilarating news with Qian Rinxue, both of their gazes sparkled with anticipation and yearning for future explorations. Eager to test the newfound potency of his soul skill, he moved to a more open area, inhaling deeply as he prepared to unleash his first soul skill. Rapid Rock Spear. With a sudden flourish of his hands, a multitude of rocks surged from the ground, coalescing into rock spears that were not only sturdier and sharper than before, but also propelled with greater velocity. Like lightning, the rock spears hurtled towards a distant boulder, resulting in an explosive crash as the stone shattered into countless fragments, debris scattering in all directions. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Qian Rinxue's face brightened with a smile, as if she glimpsed the hope that lay within their adventurous journey. Qian Shao then attempted to unleash his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave, with a forceful stomp. The shockwave generated by the power of the Earth Vein spread over a wider area and exhibited greater strength than before. The ground within a 50-meter radius of him trembled violently, and the surrounding trees rustled as if in awe of his formidable power. Qian Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as he addressed Qian Ruoxue, "Shuer, the power of this stone amber is truly remarkable. With such an enhancement, our adventures in the canyon shall surely proceed with greater ease." Qian Ruoxue nodded slightly, a glimmer of caution reflecting in her gaze as she responded, "Shower, although your strength has increased, we must not let our guard down. The canyon harbors numerous unknown dangers that await us." Qian Shao solemnly nodded, fully aware that this expedition was fraught with challenges. Yet, he held firm in his belief that, bolstered by his newfound strength and accompanied by Qian Rinxue, they would undoubtedly surmount all obstacles and unveil the enigmatic veil of the canyon. As they ventured deeper into the gorge, Qian Shao familiarized himself with his enhanced soul skills, constantly contemplating how to wield them more effectively in response to potential adversities. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue remained ever vigilant, serving as a steadfast guardian along their path of exploration, akin to a devoted protector. As they delved further, the sights within the canyon grew increasingly extraordinary. They encountered flora and fauna unlike anything they had ever seen, each exuding an air of mystery, as if whispering the secrets concealed within the depths of the canyon. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue understood that they were gradually drawing closer to the heart of the gorge, a realm that perhaps harbored even greater mysteries and formidable powers, awaiting their discovery and exploration. Chapter 46. The ruins. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue advanced side by side through the canyon, their hearts brimming with an intense curiosity and boundless anticipation for the unknown. As they ventured deeper into the core of the canyon, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre and enigmatic. Unfamiliar flora and fauna exuded an aura of inscrutability, as if quietly narrating the concealed secrets hidden within the depths of the canyon. Suddenly, a mysterious ruin emerged before their eyes. This ancient edifice radiated a powerful, archaic presence, as though it had endured the relentless passage of countless ages. The entrance of the ruin remained firmly sealed, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes and patterns. Qian Shao turned to Qian Rinxue and softly remarked, "Schwer, this relic appears to be extraordinarily complex. It surely harbors numerous unknown secrets and formidable powers." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly in response, saying, "Shower, we must exercise utmost caution. The power here instills within me a subtle sense of unease." Qian Shao approached the entrance of the ruins with utmost caution, gently making contact. In that fleeting moment, an immensely powerful force emanated from the door, nearly propelling him backward. Qian Rinxue hurriedly steadied Qian Shao, her eyes brimming with concern. "Shower, are you all right? The power of this door is formidable." Qian Shao regained his composure, his heart filled with awe. "Shui, I am fine. This ruin harbors astonishing power. We must exercise the utmost caution as we proceed with our exploration." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue began to concentrate intently on the ancient gate of the relic, exerting every effort to discover the method to unlock it. They discerned that the runes and patterns adorning the gate seemed to conceal a certain enigmatic power, requiring a specific approach for revelation. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Qian Shao mused, "Schwer, these runes and patterns are so intricate. Where shall we commence our endeavor?" Qian Rinxue also fell into deep thought, and after a moment, she replied, "Shower, if we closely observe the patterns within these runes, we might uncover a clue." After a strenuous and arduous effort, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue finally discerned the means to unlock the gate. As the door slowly creaked open, an overwhelmingly potent aura surged forth to greet them. Cautiously, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stepped into the interior of the relic, where the sights left them utterly astounded. The relic was adorned with towering ancient stone pillars and statues, and the walls were etched with mysterious runes and patterns. At the heart of the relic stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a mysterious treasure chest. Qian Shao exclaimed excitedly, "Shui, behold the treasure chest. It must contain something of great significance." Qian Rinxue replied, "Shao, let us not be hasty. We must tread carefully, for there may be traps." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stepped forward, intently examining the ornate treasure chest. The chest was adorned with intricate runes and patterns, emanating a formidable aura. With great care, Qian Shao lifted the lid, revealing an ancient tome and a mysterious gemstone nestled within. As Qian Shao opened the book, he discovered it contained secrets of the depths of the canyon and the origins of great power. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue grasped the gemstone, sensing the immense strength it harbored. Qian Shao remarked, "Schwer, we have uncovered significant clues. It seems our exploration is on the right track." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement and said, "Shower, let us continue our quest through the ruins, seeking more secrets and formidable powers." Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon the entrance to a vast cavern, shrouded in layers of mysterious forces, making it difficult to discern a means of entry. Qian Shao gazed at the cave's mouth, perplexed, and inquired, "Schwer, this entrance is so enigmatic. How shall we gain access?" Qian Rinxue pondered and replied, "Shower, let us carefully observe our surroundings for any clues." They searched diligently throughout the ruins, persistently attempting various methods to unravel the cave's enigmatic barriers. Each endeavor was fraught with challenges and peril, as if an invisible force sought to deter them from approaching the cave. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qian Shao expressed, "Schwer, the barriers of this entrance are exceedingly difficult to breach. Are we destined to fail?" Qian Rinxue resolutely replied, "Shower, do not despair. We will surely discover a way." After an extensive period of effort and relentless exploration, they finally unearthed the key to unsealing the cave entrance, successfully gaining entry. Within the cavern, a formidable aura emanated, as if some powerful entity lay in slumber. Qian Shao and Qian Renshui cautiously stepped inside, their senses overwhelmed by the astonishing sights that unfolded before them. In the depths of the cave, a colossal dragon-shaped soul beast lay in repose, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qian Shao and Qian Renshui exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with tension and exhilaration. Qian Shao whispered, "Shuer, this dragon-shaped soul beast may serve as the guardian of the depths of the canyon, or perhaps be the key to our exploration." Qian Renshui softly responded, "Shower. We must proceed with utmost caution." Chapter 47. A perilous encounter. Qian Shao and Qian Renshui gazed anxiously at the slumbering dragon-shaped soul beast before them, their hearts seemingly gripped by an invisible giant hand, rendering them breathless. The colossal form of the soul beast coiled within the cave like a mountain, its scales glimmering with a mysterious, profound radiance akin to obsidian, each scale seemingly imbued with the weight of countless years and immense power. The pair of curved horns atop its head resembled ancient war spears, exuding an aura of chilling majesty. Its tightly shut eyes were like two enigmatic portals, and should they open, those orbs would reveal two deep whirlpools, emanating a terrifying light that seemed capable of perceiving the very essence of all things in existence. Its robust and powerful body displayed muscular contours, subtly revealed beneath the scales, with every slight movement conveying a sense of the terrifying power contained within. The dragon's tail swayed nonchalantly, stirring up a tempest, as if it could effortlessly obliterate everything in its vicinity. The intricate patterns on its body resembled ancient runes, silently narrating the lengthy passage of time it had endured and the countless glorious battles it had fought. However, their presence ultimately disturbed this formidable 20,000-year-old soul beast. Slowly, the soul beast opened its eyes, which glimmered like two profound whirlpools, radiating a fearsome light. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the space, rendering Qian Shao and Qian Renshui immobile. They felt as though an invisible, towering mountain pressed down upon them, each cell in their bodies enduring an unimaginable weight. Terror filled their hearts, as they had never encountered such an oppressive force, one that threatened to shatter their very souls. Just as they believed their demise was imminent, the soul beast unleashed an attack in the form of an ice pillar. The icy projectile, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and formidable destructive power, howled toward them, freezing the air in its wake. Qian Shao and Qian Renshui, in despair, shut their eyes, fully aware that against such an assault, they stood no chance of defense. At a critical moment, the formidable Douluo and Douluo intervened to provide timely assistance. Douluo's gaze sharpened as he bellowed, "The chrysanthemum wilts. The ground is stained with sorrow, the flowers fall, and the heart breaks." In an instant, the radiant light of the extraordinary chrysanthemum surged, with countless petals swirling like razor-sharp blades, erecting an impregnable barrier before them. The icy pillar crashed violently against this petal shield, producing a deafening roar. The tremendous force of the impact caused the petals to quiver slightly, yet Douluo channeled his soul power with unwavering determination, making the brilliance of the extraordinary chrysanthemum even more resplendent, resolutely withstanding the assault of the icy pillar. Simultaneously, Douluo flickered, merging his spectral form into the shadows, and appeared instantaneously on the opposite side of the icy pillar. With a sweeping motion of his hands, dark energy surged forth, warping the very air around him with its might. He shouted, "Phantom shadows!" Countless silhouettes erupted from behind him, surging towards the icy pillar like a relentless tide. The synergy of Douluo and Douluo's powers intertwined, as the light of the extraordinary chrysanthemum melded with the dark force, creating a formidable united front. The advance of the icy pillar began to wane under this combined onslaught. However, the ancient soul beast, aged over 200,000 years, was not to be easily deterred. It roared once more, augmenting the power of the icy pillar as if it sought to shatter their defenses. Douluo's expression turned grave. He understood that this stalemate could not continue. He intensified his soul power, causing the light of the extraordinary chrysanthemum to blaze forth, with petals shooting towards the icy pillar like meteors. Douluo, not to be outdone, formed hand seals as dark energy coalesced into a massive black blade, striking fiercely at the icy pillar. At that moment, Qian Shao and Qian Renshui were not idle. Qian Shao channeled his soul power, his hands shimmering with light, ready to support Douluo and Douluo at a moment's notice. Qian Renshui, with unwavering determination, radiated a holy glow as she sought the soul beast's weakness. Through the collective efforts of the four, the icy pillar was ultimately shattered into countless shards that scattered across the ground. Yet, the soul beast's onslaught did not relent. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a terrifying dragon breath. This breath contained immense power, melting the very rocks in its path. Douluo and Douluo acted swiftly, dodging the dragon breath's assault. Douluo once again wielded the extraordinary chrysanthemum, conjuring a colossal floral array that enveloped all four of them. Douluo then established a dark barrier around this floral formation to bolster their defenses. The dragon-shaped soul beast seemed to sense the formidable strength of Douluo and Douluo, refraining from pursuing them further. Perhaps it recognized that these two tidal Douluos were not to be trifled with, and an impulsive chase could lead to unnecessary complications. Once the immediate danger had passed, Qianshao and Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Qianshao regarded Douluo and Douluo with respect, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your timely rescue. Without you, both Schwerer and I would surely have met our demise." Qian Rinxue slightly inclined her body, adding, "I am profoundly grateful to both elders for your swift intervention." Douluo nodded slightly and replied sternly, "Saint son, Saint daughter, this place is fraught with peril. You should not have recklessly ventured here. That soul beast is a formidable entity with an age of 200,000 years, its power comparable to that of a peak Douluo. Given your current strength, should you truly engage in combat with it, victory would be utterly unattainable." The ghost Douluo concurred, stating, "Indeed, the might of that soul beast is exceedingly terrifying. Even the two of us can only manage to withstand it for a brief moment. You must refrain from acting with such recklessness." Qianshao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, and a wave of apprehension surged within them. Qianshao remarked, "What the two elders have said is indeed true. Should we engage in combat, we would likely not stand a chance against that soul beast. This time, we have been exceedingly reckless." Qian Rinxue then added, "We shall take this lesson to heart and ensure that we act with greater caution in the future." Qianshao and Qian Rinxue stood at a distance from the canyon, gazing longingly at the enigmatic land before them, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Qianshao furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Schwer, this canyon is indeed shrouded in mystery. Though the experience was perilous, it has also unveiled the immense secrets and formidable powers hidden within." His eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for the unknown and a fervent anticipation of the challenges ahead. Qian Rinxue nodded gently in response, saying, "Shower. Our current strength is still insufficient. To venture forth recklessly may lead us into further danger. It would be wiser to return and dedicate ourselves to cultivation, and return only when we have enhanced our abilities." Her gaze radiated with unwavering determination. Though their eyes reflected a sense of reluctance, they were predominantly filled with resolve. They understood that only by becoming stronger could they truly unveil the mysteries of the canyon. Qianshao grasped Qian Rinxue's hand tightly and declared, "Schwer, we must strive diligently to cultivate. When we return, we shall uncover all the secrets of the canyon." His voice resonated with conviction and assurance. Qian Rinxue's eyes shimmered with brilliance as she replied, "Indeed, Shower. Let us endeavor together." Subsequently, the two turned and departed, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 48. Journey to the Division Hall. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue entered the imperial capital of the Balik Kingdom side by side. The bustling streets were alive with throngs of people, the calls of vendors mingling with the clamor of carriages, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Yet, their thoughts were far removed from this vibrant scene, as the recent harrowing encounter lingered in their minds, casting a shadow over their spirits. As they proceeded, a sudden, synchronized sound of powerful footsteps echoed ahead. Raising their eyes, they beheld the branch master of the Spirit Hall, hurrying forward alongside a cadre of Spirit Hall members. The branch master wore an expression of utmost respect, his hurried steps balanced with composure. He approached swiftly, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, "I humbly welcome the presence of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden in the imperial capital. Upon learning of your arrival, I have brought the others to greet you." Qianshao nodded slightly, his demeanor calm, yet imbued with a hint of authority. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. "No need for formalities," he intoned, his voice steady and commanding. Qian Rinxue offered a gentle smile, graceful and dignified, her expression reminiscent of the warm sun on a spring day, evoking feelings of comfort and solace. The branch hall master rose and gestured with a courteous invitation. "Holy Son, Holy Maiden, a resting place has been prepared for you within the hall. Please follow me." Accompanied by a throng of admirers, Qianshao and Qian Rinxue made their way towards the branch of the Spirit Hall. Along the path, curious and awestruck gazes followed the two distinguished figures, who remained steadfast and unyielding, exuding an air of nobility and aloof elegance. As they entered the branch of the Spirit Hall, The grandeur of the architecture and the solemn atmosphere instilled a sense of reverence. Towering stone columns supported the vaulted ceiling, while intricately carved designs on the walls narrated the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. The branch hall master carefully led the way, guiding them to an opulent chamber. The room was adorned with exquisite decorations, epitomizing the luxury and grandeur of the Spirit Hall. Soft carpets covered the floor, giving the impression of walking on clouds, while the ornate chandelier cast a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space. After a brief respite at the branch of the Spirit Hall in the imperial capital of Balik Kingdom, they resolved to commence an inspection of the branch's conditions. Their arrival was akin to the descent of two resplendent stars, enveloping the entire hall in an atmosphere of solemnity and anticipation. The assembled crowd awaited eagerly, and upon the appearance of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, all bowed their heads respectfully, their eyes filled with reverence. Draped in a flowing white robe embroidered with golden patterns, Qian Shao emanated a cold yet noble aura. His gaze was deep, seemingly capable of unraveling the mysteries of existence. Each glance hinted at his wisdom and decisiveness. In contrast, Qian Rinxue donned an exquisite gown that flowed like wisps of cloud, her graceful figure captivating all. Her eyes reflected both intelligence and resolve, each smile capable of warming even the coldest hearts. As they traversed the long corridor of the branch hall, every step seemed imbued with an invisible force. The murals adorning the walls recounted the glorious history of the Spirit Hall, depicting heroic figures so vividly that they appeared to narrate tales of past glories. The smooth stone floor mirrored their reflections, casting an ethereal ambience. While walking, Qian Shao meticulously observed every corner of the branch hall, contemplating ways to further enhance its strength and influence. His keen, incisive gaze missed no detail, scrutinizing the arrangement of every corner and the state of every disciple. Upon reaching the materials warehouse of the branch hall, Qian Shao suddenly sensed something amiss. The supplies appeared orderly at first glance, yet a closer inspection revealed subtle anomalies. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. With a discreet glance at Qian Rinxue, she understood his silent cue, and the two continued their observation with unwavering composure. They discovered discrepancies between the quantities of certain materials and the records, as well as a marked inconsistency in quality. Some items bore evident signs of previous use, while others appeared woefully outdated. Qian Xiao's gaze deepened with realization. He sensed that there might be underlying issues at play. As their inspection progressed, they observed peculiar behaviors among some members of the branch. Certain disciples averted their eyes upon noticing them, as if concealing something. Others exhibited signs of anxiety, their movements awkward and restless. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue resolved to investigate further, enlisting the assistance of some senior members of the branch to inquire about the situation. Initially hesitant, these veterans ultimately divulged that the branch leader had engaged in favoritism, misconduct, and embezzlement. It turned out that the leader, driven by personal desires, had abused his authority, depriving disciples of their rightful resources. He had appropriated several precious items for himself, while the materials distributed to the disciples were of inferior quality. Furthermore, he had callously disregarded the lives of others in the pursuit of his own ambitions, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. Upon hearing this, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue were enveloped in a torrent of indignation. They had never anticipated such occurrences within the halls of the Spirit Hall sub-branch. Qian Shao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles paling from the exertion. "Shuo, this matter must be addressed with utmost seriousness. We cannot allow individuals like him to tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall." His voice resonated with unwavering determination. Qian Rinxue, her gaze resolute, replied, "Shower speaks truthfully. We must ensure that everyone understands such behavior is utterly intolerable within the Spirit Hall." They resolved to convene all members of the sub-branch without delay, publicly exposing the transgressions of the sub-branch leader. Before the assembly, Qian Shao eloquently articulated the issues they had uncovered, presenting irrefutable evidence. His voice was thunderous and potent, each word resonating like a hammer upon the souls of the gathered. The sub-branch leader's complexion turned ashen as he attempted to feign innocence. Yet, confronted by the undeniable proof, he found himself defenseless. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, for he knew that his misdeeds were now beyond concealment. Qian Shao stated solemnly, "The Spirit Hall has always adhered to the principles of justice, fairness, and righteousness. Anyone who contravenes these principles shall face severe consequences. Branchmaster, your actions have gravely tarnished the reputation of the Spirit Hall, and you must bear the repercussions of your deeds." His gaze emanated authority and justice, rendering it difficult for others to meet his eyes. Qian Rinxue then proclaimed, From this moment forth, the position of the branch hall master is hereby revoked, and the case shall be submitted to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall for judgment. Simultaneously, we shall undertake a comprehensive restructuring of the branch hall to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Her voice rang out clear and resolute, instilling confidence in all who heard it. Chapter 49. Disposition, however, at that very moment. A glimmer of fierce determination and despair flashed in the eyes of the exposed branch hall master. He understood all too well that once sent to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall for trial, he would face dire consequences, thus steeling his heart. He resolutely decided to lash out violently and seize the opportunity to escape. In an instant, the branch hall master unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, charging at Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue like a frenzied beast. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as none could have anticipated such a reckless act from the branch hall master. Qian Zhao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reacted. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his second soul skill, and an incredibly sturdy barrier erupted from the ground in an instant. The division leader's attack collided violently against the barrier, producing a dull thud. Qian Zhao's body trembled slightly, yet the soul power barrier steadfastly withstood the onslaught. The division leader was taken aback. Utterly astonished by Qian Zhao's formidable strength, his full-force strike had been so effortlessly repelled. A wave of despair surged within him, yet he remained unwilling to succumb so easily. Just as the division leader prepared to launch another assault, a powerful presence suddenly descended. The figure of Douluo appeared in the arena like a wraith. His gaze was icy as he fixed his stare upon the division leader, filled with authority and fury. How dare you to act so recklessly in the presence of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden? Douluo bellowed, and his immense soul power erupted instantaneously. Under the oppressive force of Douluo, the division leader found himself utterly powerless to resist. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes brimming with terror. Douluo coldly regarded the division leader and proclaimed, "You audaciously engaged in favoritism, disregarded human life, indulged in corruption, and even dared to harm the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Today, there is no escape for you." Qian Xiao gazed at the esteemed Douluo and nodded slightly, expressing, "I appreciate your efforts, Elder Douluo. This individual must face severe punishment to serve as a deterrent." Douluo replied with utmost respect, "Rest assured, Holy Son. I shall escort this individual back to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, where His Holiness the Pope will determine his fate." Subsequently, Douluo gestured for several elite Spirit Hall experts to firmly restrain the branch master. Overwhelmed by despair, the branch master lowered his head, fully aware that his fate had been sealed. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue gazed thoughtfully at the departing branch lord, their hearts filled with profound emotions. They understood well that upholding the integrity and honor of the Spirit Hall was their solemn duty. They must remain ever vigilant, ensuring the purity and strength of the Spirit Hall. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they discerned unwavering resolve and determination. They understood that although this incident had been resolved, the internal management of the Spirit Hall still required fortification. Qian Xiao furrowed her brows and said, "Schwer, this incident concerning the branch hall has sounded an alarm for us. We must exercise more stringent oversight over the operations of each branch to ensure that similar occurrences do not transpire again." Qian Renxue gently nodded in agreement, responding, "What you say is indeed true, Xiao. We must ensure that every corner of the Spirit Hall is imbued with fairness and justice." At that moment, Douluo stepped forward respectfully and stated, "Holy Son, Holy Maiden, we too bear some responsibility for this incident. Henceforth, we shall strive diligently, working tirelessly for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Qian Xiao regarded Douluo and remarked, "Elder Zhu, this matter cannot solely be attributed to your oversight. However, it is imperative that we strengthen our supervision to prevent these parasites from undermining the foundation of the Spirit Hall. Elder Zhu, we are grateful for your timely intervention regarding the branch master. This individual acted with audacity, daring to behave so insolently before us. Had it not been for your decisive action, the consequences would have been dire. He must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others." Douluo replied respectfully, "Your words carry weight, Holy Son. Upholding the dignity and order of the Spirit Hall is our solemn duty. The branch master's transgressions of favoritism, disregard for life, corruption, and attempts to harm both the Holy Son and Holy Maiden are indeed unforgivable. I shall personally escort him back to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall to be dealt with by His Holiness, ensuring he receives the punishment he so rightly deserves." Qian Xiao nodded slightly and continued, "This incident has also served as a wake-up call for us. The internal management of the Spirit Hall requires further enhancement. I hope Elder Ju and everyone else will remain vigilant in our shared commitment to safeguarding the justice and glory of the Spirit Hall. Douluo solemnly assured, rest assured. Holy Son, we shall exert our utmost efforts to reinforce supervision and ensure that such parasites are never afforded another opportunity, striving for the brilliance of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue remained in the branch hall, commencing a comprehensive overhaul of the establishment. They summoned the various levels of management within the branch and solemnly underscored the discipline and principles of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao stood before the crowd. Her expression stern as she proclaimed, from this day forth, the branch hall must adhere strictly to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, with no tolerance for any acts of favoritism, corruption, or embezzlement. Those who violate these rules will face severe consequences. Following her, Qian Renxue added, let us take this incident as an opportunity to strengthen the construction of the branch hall, enhancing its power and influence. 2 weeks later, the branch hall of the Spirit Hall in the imperial capital of the Balik Kingdom welcomed a new branch master. This individual bore a resolute countenance, and his gaze revealed both wisdom and loyalty. Clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall, he emanated a demeanor that was both composed and restrained. Upon learning of the arrival of the new branch master, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue proceeded to meet him. The new branch master, upon encountering the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Qian Shao nodded slightly, her expression imbued with a hint of anticipation. Welcome to your esteemed position as the branch master, Qian Shao remarked. I hope you will remember the mission and responsibilities of the Spirit Hall, managing the branch with integrity and fairness, striving for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue added with a smile. We have faith in your ability to lead the branch towards a brighter future. The new branch master solemnly responded, rest assured, Holy Son and Holy Daughter. I shall devote myself fully, living up to your trust. I will hold myself and the members of the branch to rigorous standards, ensuring its smooth operation. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, nodding in satisfaction. They understood well that the new branch master bore a significant mission, and they hoped he would contribute to the development of the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue resolved to continue their journey of training. They bid farewell to the new branch master and the members of the branch, embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 50. The Setting Sun Forest. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue walked side by side, their silhouettes gradually fading into the vast expanse of the earth as they resolutely ventured towards the enigmatic sunset forest. A gentle breeze caressed them, playfully lifting the corners of their garments, as if heralding the stirring prelude to their courageous journey. Soon, the periphery of the sunset forest unfolded before them like a magnificent tapestry. This forest stood as a grand emerald barrier, with ancient and towering trees piercing the clouds, their robust branches coiling like colossal serpents. Lush leaves layered upon one another, intricately woven together, formed a rich and dense canopy of green. Sunlight struggled to filter through the gaps in the foliage, transforming into dappled patches of light and shadow, as if silently narrating the countless mysterious and legendary tales hidden within the depths of the forest. As they stepped onto the forest's threshold, the ground beneath their feet was soft and moist, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. The fragrance of the earth intertwined with the unique scent of the woods, enveloping them in an embrace that made them acutely aware of the primal and unblemished power of nature. The melodious chirping of birds and the rhythmic hum of insects resonated around them, akin to a grand symphony of the natural world, seemingly celebrating their arrival with fervent applause. They advanced cautiously, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Each step was taken with utmost care, for they were well aware that within this mysterious forest, they could encounter unknown perils at any moment. The sunset forest was teeming with formidable soul beasts, countless in strength. Those powerful soul beasts lurking in the shadows could launch a fatal assault at any time. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly enigmatic and tense. The towering trees obscured the sun, casting an ever-deepening gloom. Occasionally, the roars of soul beasts echoed through the woods like distant thunder, causing their hearts to race involuntarily. Yet, they did not waver. Instead, their resolve to press on strengthened. They continued deeper into the sunset forest, the atmosphere growing ever more somber. Suddenly, the underbrush ahead stirred once more, and several massive soul beasts lunged forth. These creatures were robust, with thick skin and a powerful aura, clearly far superior to the lower-tier soul beasts they had previously encountered. Some resembled giant bears, their fur coarse as steel needles, with eyes gleaming with ferocity. Others bore the likeness of fierce tigers, their bodies adorned with vibrant patterns, muscles rippling with raw strength. With a focused gaze, Qian Shao unhesitatingly unleashed his first soul skill, Rock Spear Barrage. In an instant, the surrounding stones seemed to be endowed with a magical vitality, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of razor-sharp rock spears. With a flourish of his hands, the rock spears shot forth like lightning towards the soul beasts. Infused with tremendous force, they pierced the creatures fiercely. Although the soul beasts were rugged and robust, they struggled to withstand the ferocity of the onslaught, emitting anguished roars in response. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue invoked her own first soul skill, Angelic Assault. The long sword in her grasp shimmered with a resplendent golden light as divine energy concentrated upon its blade. With a commanding shout, she surged forward like a flash of lightning towards the soul beasts. A golden light shield materialized before her, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. As she approached the beasts, she swung her sword, unleashing a tidal wave of divine energy that suppressed and eroded their soul power. Under the weight of this formidable attack, the soul beasts began to retreat in disarray. Beneath the relentless onslaught from Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, the massive soul beast ultimately proved unable to withstand the assault. The rock spears, akin to lethal blades, plunged deeply into their thick bodies, causing blood to gush forth and pool upon the ground in dark crimson puddles. The once ferocious-eyed soul beasts, resembling giant bears, gradually lost their fierce demeanor, their colossal forms crashing to the earth with a tremor. Meanwhile, the soul beasts that bore the likeness of fierce tigers succumbed to the dissolving pressure of the golden divine energy. Their former might dissipating as they collapsed limply to the ground, their life force slowly fading away. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed upon the lifeless spirit beasts before them, devoid of any semblance of compassion. In the perilous setting of the Twilight Forest, the laws of survival were undeniably harsh. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. They understood all too well that only by continually fortifying their own strength could they hope to endure within this enigmatic woodland. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rinxue, her eyes reflecting admiration. "Swear, your angel assault has become increasingly formidable." Qian Rinxue offered a gentle smile in response. "Shower, your rock spear barrage is equally impressive. Let us proceed." As Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue continued their journey through the sunset forest, time seemed to blur into an indistinct haze. Eventually, they arrived at a place steeped in mystery, markedly different from the other realms of the forest. The atmosphere was enveloped by an enigmatic force, casting an otherworldly aura around them. At the entrance of this mystical domain, a thick miasma loomed like a heavy, mysterious veil, exuding an air of danger and intrigue. Stopping in their tracks, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue regarded the impenetrable miasma with vigilant apprehension. They attempted to disperse the noxious vapors with their soul power, only to find the miasma remarkably stubborn, resisting their efforts with unwavering tenacity. Just as despair began to settle over them, two familiar and potent presences materialized beside them. Like specters emerging from the shadows, Douluo and Ghost Douluo appeared, their forms ethereal yet commanding. Gazing at the mysterious land before them, shrouded in miasma, Douluo spoke slowly. "Saint's son, saint daughter, this is a hidden sanctuary within the sunset forest, and the miasma here is exceedingly formidable. You must not venture in recklessly." Ghost Douluo nodded slightly in agreement and added, "Fear not. Follow us. We shall guide you inside." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Under the guidance of the chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo, they cautiously approached the miasma. The two Douluo unleashed their formidable soul power, enveloping them in an impervious protective barrier. The shield radiated a resplendent glow, firmly isolating the noxious vapors beyond its confines. They gradually stepped into the miasma, which relentlessly assaulted the barrier, yet it remained unyielding. Fortified by the might of the chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo's immense soul power, at last, they successfully traversed the miasmic region and entered the heart of the enigmatic realm. Upon their successful passage, the sight that unfolded before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Here lay the legendary twin eyes of ice and fire. The twin eyes appeared as two colossal whirlpools, one crimson and the other azure, exuding potent and mysterious waves of energy. The red side emanated scorching heat, seemingly capable of melting all that existed, with the surrounding earth cracked as if scorched by flames, and the air distorted under the relentless high temperature. Conversely, the blue side radiated an oppressive chill that sent shivers down the spine, with the ground cloaked in frost, glistening with a crystalline brilliance. Surrounding the twin eyes of ice and fire flourished an array of exotic flora. Some blossoms were resplendent, akin to blazing flames, exuding a fervent aura. Others resembled sculptures of ice and snow, casting a chilling luminescence. These extraordinary flowers and plants thrived under the nurturing of the twin eyes, emanating a unique fragrance and an extraordinary vitality. On the ground, peculiar patterns resembled naturally formed exquisite designs, seemingly whispering the ancient tales of this mysterious land. The air around them, influenced by the presence of the twin eyes, became remarkably peculiar, oscillating between scorching heat and frigid cold, immersing them in a realm of stark contrasts. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed in awe at the extraordinary eye of ice and fire, their hearts brimming with wonder and astonishment. Chapter 51. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo stared intently at the peculiar flora surrounding the eye, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. With great fervor, he began to recount to Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, Saintess, every herb here is a rare treasure of the world. Behold, over there, the fiery apricot blossoms, resembling a blazing inferno, are so vividly striking that one's gaze cannot possibly be diverted. Their petals exhibit an extraordinarily vibrant crimson hue, curling slightly as if they were the tongues of animated flames, ready to unleash searing heat at any moment. The temperature in their vicinity is astonishingly high. Approaching them brings an immediate sensation of an intense heat that seems capable of melting one in an instant. The surging waves of warmth envelop you, making it feel as though you are standing within a colossal furnace. Then, there is the eight-angled profound ice grass, shaped like a lotus yet emanating an intensely chilling glow. Its leaves are crystal clear, with distinct veins resembling nature's purest ice meticulously sculpted. The air around it is imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Even a gentle proximity causes that icy essence to seep into one's being, as if one's blood were on the verge of freezing. The eight-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms counterbalance each other, one exuding heat while the other radiates cold, embodying two extremes of existence. Indeed, a pair of extraordinarily precious herbs. Further along, one can observe the autumn water-revealing dew, resembling a delicate crystal vial, translucent and breathtaking. In the unique environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire, it radiates an enigmatic brilliance. Although its light is faint, it seems to harbor boundless mysteries. It is said to possess extraordinary effects, significantly enhancing one's vision, enabling the beholder to perceive the world's secrets as if gazing through autumn waters. Moreover, the Douluo tulip dazzles with its resplendent colors, its petals layered like exquisite silk. Each petal appears to be meticulously crafted by nature's most delicate strokes, exuding an enchanting fragrance that pervades the air, uplifting the spirit. It possesses formidable supportive properties, greatly enhancing the talents of those who consume it, ensuring a smoother and more prosperous path in their cultivation journey. Lastly, we have the narcissus jade skin flower, resembling the daffodil, with blossoms as pure as snow, radiating a refreshing aura. Its immaculate white petals, akin to snowflakes, evoke a sense of reverence, making one hesitant to touch them. It exhibits remarkable efficacy in healing and enhancing physical condition, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries, restoring one to their former state swiftly. The nearby heartbreak red is steeped in legend. Its blossoms resemble peonies yet shine with an eye-catching brilliance. The crimson hue is as vivid as blood, seemingly dripping with vitality. When nourished by the heartfelt blood of a truly devoted individual, it blossoms into unparalleled radiance, wielding immense power. It is fiercely loyal to its master, and only one with the deepest sincerity and passion may possess it. Once one recognizes their master, a profound connection is established, providing the master with formidable assistance. This extraordinary mushroom known as the celestial chrysanthemum boasts impressively large blossoms, radiant in a dazzling golden hue that captivates the eye. The golden petals shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight, as if meticulously crafted from pure gold. Its potent medicinal properties greatly enhance soul power and physical constitution. I am particularly familiar with its capabilities. Its power can significantly amplify one's abilities in a remarkably short time. Then, behold the exquisite eight-petaled fairy orchid, delicately charming and crafted as if from white jade. Each petal is immaculate, resembling the most pristine existence in the world. It swiftly restores soul power, serving as a tremendous aid in cultivation. When practitioners are weary, a single petal can rapidly rejuvenate their soul power, revitalizing their spirits. Furthermore, there is the dragoness leaf, slender and gleaming with a faint emerald glow, though seemingly inconspicuous. It possesses the miraculous ability to enhance vitality and endurance. Additionally, we have the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, shaped like a proud phoenix, resplendent in vibrant colors, and possessing remarkable effects on the refinement of soul power. Lastly, the snowy swan's kiss, as pure as snow and radiating a gentle light, has unique detoxifying properties. These herbs, nourished by the Eye of Ice and Fire, exude a distinct and potent aura. Each one is a rare treasure, collectively creating a wondrous landscape in this magical realm. Chapter 52. The Covenant of Three moves just as Qian Shao Qianrenxue and the two Douluo, Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, were about to harvest the herbs surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. An overwhelming and tempestuous aura suddenly descended. Douluo, the poison Douluo, appeared before them like a flash of green lightning. His expression was as dark as ink, his eyes glinting with a sharp vigilance akin to a blade. And he burned with the flames of fury. He bellowed angrily, "Who dares intrude upon this Douluo as sacred grounds?" Juju Douluo stepped forward. His demeanor regal as if a king had descended upon the world, his voice resonating like a great bell. "Douluo, open your eyes wide and observe closely. This is Qian Shao, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and this is Qianrenxue, the holy daughter of the Spirit Hall. Our presence here today is a fated coincidence ordained by heaven. Do not act recklessly." Douluo paused momentarily. Aware of the esteemed status of Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo within the Spirit Hall, yet he had never heard of these so-called holy son and holy daughter. His brow furrowed, his gaze intense, he scrutinized Qian Shao and Qianrenxue, filled with skepticism as he inquired, "Holy son and holy daughter of the Spirit Hall? This Douluo has never heard of such. What proof do you have to convince me?" Qian Shao slightly raised her chin, her gaze imbued with an air of disdain that seemed to look down upon the world. Her words, as frigid as a blade of ice, cut through the air. "Douluo, you are but a man of limited knowledge. The presence of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo here renders their words beyond reproach. From this day forth, the Eye of Ice and Fire shall belong to the Spirit Hall. If you possess any sense of propriety, you will withdraw at once. Otherwise, what awaits you is an unending calamity." Douluo felt a chill run through him. He was acutely aware of the might of the Spirit Hall, and the prowess of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo far surpassed his own. Yet, how could he easily relinquish the Eye of Ice and Fire, his secret treasure? Gritting his teeth, he responded with a resolve as unyielding as steel. This Eye of Ice and Fire is a place I, as a Douluo, was the first to discover. How can it be so easily surrendered? Even if you are members of the Spirit Hall, such arrogance cannot be tolerated." Qian Zhao's gaze turned icy, and the soul power within him surged like a tumultuous tide, emanating a formidable sense of oppression akin to a mountain pressing down. He fixed a cold stare upon Douluo, his words slicing through the air like a sharpened blade. "Douluo, do you dare defy the edicts of the Spirit Hall? Are you aware of the implications of such an act?" Qianrenxue furrowed her brow slightly, her long sword glimmering with a sacred radiance. In a voice that was soft yet filled with authority, she declared, "Douluo, those who recognize the times are the true talents. If you depart now, we shall not hold it against you. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the Spirit Hall." The chrysanthemum Douluo added in a grave tone, "Douluo, the identities of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden shine as brightly as the sun, beyond dispute. Should you dare to resist, today shall mark your demise." The ghost Douluo stood quietly to the side, exuding a chilling aura, as if delivering a warning from the depths of hell, dissuading Douluo from any rash actions. Douluo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood he was up against the immensely powerful Spirit Hall. Yet he could not bear to relinquish the Ice and Fire Yin Yagai. Clenching his fists tightly, his gaze resolute as rock, he proclaimed loudly, "I, Douluo, am not one to be easily bullied. I will never part with the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I without a fight. If you wish to take it by force, then come forth. I, Douluo, will risk my life to ensure your failure." In that moment, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, as if a monumental battle were on the brink of eruption. Just as the tension seemed poised to crystallize, Qian Shao stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. He proclaimed with pride, "Douluo, since you are so unwilling to yield, I shall offer you a chance. Let us engage in a pact of 3 strikes. You will suppress your soul power to match mine at level 45. If you can best me within 3 strikes, we shall reconsider the matter of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Should you fail, you will willingly vacate this place." Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, and this young man's bold challenge surely stemmed from confidence. Nonetheless, Douluo was not one to easily back down. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. I, the Douluo, shall accept your challenge of 3 strikes." Qian Shao nodded slightly, his soul power gradually surging as he began to adjust his state, preparing to face this pivotal competition. Qianrenxue, Juju Douluo, and Gue Douluo silently observed from the sidelines, filled with anticipation for Qian Shao. confident that he would undoubtedly showcase extraordinary strength in this contest. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, imbued with the tension of the impending confrontation. As the mystical realm of the ice and fire eyes stood poised to witness an intense battle. Chapter 53. The disparity. The tense atmosphere spread slowly around the ice and fire eyes like a thick fog. Qian Shao calmly raised his hands, his soul power quietly flowing as he readied to reveal his soul rings. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from Qian Shao, followed by the sequential appearance of 4 soul rings surrounding him. The first soul ring displayed a deep and resplendent purple, its light swirling as if containing boundless mysterious power. This purple glow resembled the enigmatic stars twinkling in a profound night sky, eluding comprehension. The second soul ring exhibited an even richer shade of purple, its brilliance emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a formidable mountain that instilled awe. The third soul ring approached the hue of deep violet, its dazzling light evoking an immediate sense of reverence. As the fourth soul ring emerged, the dense black appeared like a profound nightfall, causing the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate, as if time itself had crystallized at that moment. Douluo, upon witnessing Qian Zhao's soul ring configuration, was filled with astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer incredulity as he murmured, "Purple? Purple nearing black? This is absolutely impossible. How could a level 45 soul master possess such a formidable soul ring configuration?" His voice was laden with skepticism, his gaze fixed intently on Qian Shao, as if seeking answers from him. Qian Shao slightly raised his chin, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. He gazed silently at Douluo and calmly stated, "What is impossible? This is my strength." "Douluo, do you still dare to underestimate me?" Douluo fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and inquired, "How on earth did you achieve this?" Qian Shao smiled faintly, yet did not rush to respond, merely regarding Douluo with a serene expression, as if awaiting something. Although Douluo was astonished by Qian Zhao's extraordinary soul ring configuration, he was also instantly ignited by a fierce fighting spirit. With a cold snort, he initiated the attack, unleashing his first soul skill, the phosphorescent poison fire, in an instant. The green flames surged forth, carrying a pungent odor and intense corrosiveness, resembling a vicious demon as they lunged toward Qian Shao, as if intent on engulfing him completely. Qian Shao remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he swiftly unleashed his second soul skill, Rock Barrier. An incredibly sturdy stone shield rose instantaneously, firmly repelling the toxic flames. The poisonous fire collided with the shield, emitting a hissing sound, while green toxic mist swirled around the rock's surface, yet it could not breach the shield's defenses. A subtle smile of confidence graced Qian Zhao's lips as he thought, "Douluo, with such tactics, you cannot contend with me." Upon witnessing this, Douluo felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and promptly activated his second soul skill, Crimson Iron Python. A colossal serpent, composed of crimson energy, surged forth, its fangs bared as it lunged toward Qian Zhao's shield. The enormous python, imbued with tremendous strength, struck the shield with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, Qian Zhao's shield, continuously reinforced by the rock, stood firm as a mountain. Douluo, seething with anger, declared, "Boy, do not become too complacent." Gritting his teeth, Douluo unleashed his third soul skill, Corrosive Black Witch Serpent. A black serpent slithered forth, spewing a noxious venom upon the shield. The venom, possessing potent corrosive properties, emitted a pungent odor, causing visible signs of erosion to appear on the shield's surface. However, Qian Shao swiftly channeled his soul power to bolster the shield's defenses, the rock surging forth to rapidly mend the corroded areas. With a cold tone, he remarked, "Douluo, your assaults are merely trivial." Douluo's eyes widened in fury as he deployed his fourth soul skill, Verdant Phosphor Maze. Green toxic mist swiftly enveloped Qian Shao, shimmering with an eerie glow that disoriented the senses. Yet, shielded by his rock barrier, Qian Shao remained unaffected by the miasma. Calmly, he attuned himself to the surrounding energies, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Despite Douluo's relentless onslaught of 4 soul skills, he could not shatter Qian Zhao's second soul skill, and a profound sense of defeat surged within him. Breathing heavily, he gazed at Qian Zhao's shield, his eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Qian Shao, with a slight upward curve of his lips, resolved to counterattack. He swiftly retracted the shield and unleashed his first soul skill, Rock Spear Barrage. The surrounding stones rapidly coalesced into razor-sharp rock spears, shooting like lightning towards Douluo. The rock spears, propelled by immense force, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Douluo was caught off guard, struck by the rock spears. He let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps. Looking at Qianshao, his eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet he could not deny his defeat. Qianshao gazed at Douluo and calmly spoke. Douluo, do you now comprehend the extent of my power? You must relinquish the Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, today I, Douluo, concede. However, do not overstep, Spirit Hall, should the opportunity arise in the future. I shall not let this matter rest. Douluo stood there, his gaze complex as it remained fixed on Qianshao. His heart was heavy with reluctance and resignation. Yet he could not deny that he was indeed outmatched. He pondered to himself, what is the origin of this holy son of Spirit Hall? Such formidable strength at such a tender age, and the configuration of his soul rings is astonishing beyond measure. I, Douluo, have roamed freely throughout my life. Yet today I have stumbled so profoundly before a junior. This Eye of Ice and Fire, which I have always regarded as a treasure, I now must surrender. Yet, this affair shall not end here. While the Spirit Hall is powerful, I am no mere pushover. If the chance arises, I will undoubtedly seek to reclaim the humiliation I have suffered today. He contemplated his current predicament, aware that facing the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, along with the formidable Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, left him acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. To resist forcefully would likely summon even greater troubles. Yet, to relinquish the Eye of Ice and Fire so easily was a bitter pill to swallow. Very well, I shall endure this indignation for now. Once I find an opportune moment, I will devise my plans. Douluo clenched his teeth, suppressing the fury that simmered within. He shot Qianshao a fierce glare, as if to etch the visage of this youth deeply into his memory, awaiting the day he could exact revenge. Chapter 54. The heartbroken red with a fierce glare at Qianshao, Douluo abruptly flicked his sleeve and departed resolutely. In the distance, his retreating figure was shrouded in an aura of profound reluctance and rage. Qianshao gazed intently in the direction where Douluo had departed, a slight furrow forming on her brow as she spoke in a low tone. This individual undoubtedly harbors resentment within his heart, should an opportunity arise. He will certainly not relent. Since he has already positioned himself as an adversary to our Spirit Hall, we cannot afford to leave this potential threat unaddressed. Qianrenxue nodded subtly, her eyes reflecting a similar understanding. Qianxia immediately turned to look at Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo, decisively instructing, esteemed Douluos, this individual must not be allowed to remain. You must swiftly and stealthily follow him and eliminate him. Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo exchanged glances, revealing their hesitation. Ju Douluo spoke up. Holy Son, if we depart, we fear that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden may encounter unforeseen dangers here. Gui Douluo nodded in agreement, voicing his concerns. Qianshao raised her chin slightly, her gaze unwavering as she stated with utmost conviction, rest assured, this place is presently free from danger. If Douluo is still alive, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. We must act decisively to eliminate this peril. Qianrenxue then spoke. Ju Douluo. Gui Douluo, you may proceed. We shall exercise caution. Persuaded by the earnest entreaties of Qianshao and Qianrenxue, Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo finally nodded in agreement. In a flash, they departed, swiftly pursuing the direction taken by Douluo like phantoms. After a while, Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo returned quietly. Their expressions bore a hint of gravity, yet their eyes shimmered with determination. Ju Douluo proclaimed, Holy Son, Holy Maiden, we have successfully eradicated Douluo through our combined efforts. Gui Douluo nodded slightly in affirmation, adding, this individual possessed considerable strength. We exerted great effort, but ultimately, we ensured he did not escape. Qianshao nodded in satisfaction and remarked, well done. Thus, we have eliminated a potential threat. Qianrenxue gazed at the two and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Douluo. Subsequently, the eyes of the group were once again drawn to the Eye of Ice and Fire. The onlookers were captivated by the wondrous herbs surrounding this extraordinary phenomenon, and the first to take action was the chrysanthemum Douluo. He carefully approached a particular herb, treating it with the utmost delicacy as though it were an invaluable treasure. Saintess, behold this flame apricot blossom, he began. It must be harvested and preserved in a special jade box to prevent its fiery essence from dissipating. When gathering it, one must envelop their hands in soul power to avoid being scorched by its intense heat. As he spoke, he meticulously released his soul power, gently lifting the flame apricot blossom and placing it into the pre-prepared jade box. Next, he moved to the octagonal ice crystal grass. The harvesting of this herb was more intricate. One must first introduce an extremely cold object to its roots, allowing it to acclimatize to the chill before carefully extracting it. If the surrounding cold energy were to spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. The chrysanthemum Douluo retrieved a shard of ice crystal emanating coldness and delicately positioned it around the roots of the octagonal ice crystal grass. Once stability was achieved, he cautiously excavated it and placed it into another specially crafted box. Then, he turned his attention to the autumn water dew, which could not be touched directly during harvesting. It required soul power to guide it into a transparent crystal vial to safeguard its mysterious essence. The chrysanthemum Douluo skillfully exerted his soul power, akin to invisible threads, gently drawing the autumn water dew into the crystal vial. After collecting the autumn water dew, his gaze shifted toward the Kiro tulip. The picking of this tulip necessitated a gentle application of soul power. Excessive force could damage its petals. With its rich fragrance and potent effects, it demanded careful handling. The chrysanthemum Douluo gradually released a soul power as soft as a spring breeze, tenderly lifting the Kiro tulip and placing it into an exquisite box adorned with special runes to preserve the flower's efficacy. Next, he approached the water fairy bone. With a serious expression, he stated, "The water fairy bone must be nourished with pure water soul power at its roots before it can be slowly unearthed. This herb is renowned for its remarkable healing properties and enhancement of physical qualities. Thus, utmost caution is imperative." He summoned the water soul power within him, allowing a stream of clear water to envelop the roots of the water fairy bone, and then carefully extracted it, placing it into a specially designed jade box. When faced with the heartbroken red, a glimmer of reverence appeared in the chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes. This heartbroken red was exceptional. Only those of deep affection could hope to acquire it, making its harvesting exceedingly challenging. One must shed a drop of heartfelt blood to elicit a response before it could be gathered. The chrysanthemum Douluo stood silently before the heartbroken red, forcing a drop of his blood to fall, yet it remained unresponsive. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "It seems we are fated to be unable to harvest this flower." Finally, the chrysanthemum Douluo approached the marvelous mushroom sky chrysanthemum, of which he was most familiar. The extraction of this flower required a forceful application of soul power to sever its roots, yet one must exercise precision to avoid harming its blossoms. The chrysanthemum Douluo gracefully moved his hands, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that precisely severed the roots of the extraordinary Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which he then delicately placed into a golden box. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the 8-petal immortal orchid. This exquisite flower, dainty and enchanting, required a meticulous wrapping of soul energy during its harvest before being placed into a jade-white vial. Renowned for its ability to rapidly restore soul energy and assist in cultivation, it is a rare treasure indeed. Treating the 8-petal immortal orchid with the utmost reverence, the chrysanthemum Douluo carefully encased it within the jade-white vial using his refined soul energy. As the onlookers beheld the chrysanthemum Douluo as careful harvesting of the herbs, their attention shifted once more to the heartbreaking red. At that moment, Qian Rinxue stepped forward slowly, her eyes revealing a blend of determination and tenderness. Qian Rinxue gazed quietly at the heartbreak red, her heart inevitably drifting back to the myriad moments shared with Qian Xiao over the past 12 years. From their initial encounter, a fleeting glance seemed to weave the threads of fate together. Since then, they had faced countless challenges side by side, supporting one another through adversity. In those shared moments, laughter rang out like silver bells, echoing through the corridors of time. Tears glistened like pearls, imbued with deep affection and emotion. They fought fiercely together, hand in hand, undaunted by formidable foes, and enjoyed the warmth of each other's company, akin to the comforting sun in winter, soothing their souls. Each moment sparkled like brilliant stars, shining brightly in her heart. She understood that harvesting the heartbreak red required a drop of heartfelt blood, a supreme test of sincerity. Yet, Qian Rinxue hesitated not for an instant. She gently closed her eyes, summoned her soul power, and slowly coaxed forth a single drop of blood from her heart. That droplet shimmered with a radiant light, embodying her profound love and unwavering commitment to Qian Xiao. When her blood touched the heartbreak red, a surge of powerful energy radiated outward. Visions of her past with Qian Xiao flooded her mind, their arduous training in the spirit hall, sweat pouring as they relentlessly pursued higher realms, facing formidable adversaries with unwavering courage, demonstrating their remarkable synergy, and striving for the future of the spirit hall, shouldering great responsibilities with steadfast resolve. These memories coursed through her heart like a warm current, solidifying her conviction. The heartbreak red seemed to sense Qian Rinxue's sincerity and trembled gently. It emitted a soft glow, enveloping her in its light. Qian Rinxue grasped the miraculous herb tightly, tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes. She understood that it was not merely an herb, but a testament to the profound bond between her and Qian Xiao. As onlookers beheld Qian Rinxue's successful harvest of the heartbreak red, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Qian Xiao too was subtly moved, watching her with a surge of warmth in his heart. Beside the eye of ice and fire, their destinies appeared once more intricately intertwined. Chapter 55. Absorption. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qian Xiao slowly withdrew his gaze from the heartbreak red in Qian Rinxue's hand, his thoughts surging like a tumultuous tide. He then turned his attention back to Douluo, solemnly inquiring, "Senior Douluo, I would like to ask, among these celestial herbs, which ones would be suitable for Qian Rinxue and myself? Furthermore, what about my grandfather Qian Douluo, and you, as well as Ghost Douluo?" Douluo pondered for a moment before responding gravely, "Young master, given your current condition, the Chilua tulip may be the most suitable for you. The Chilua tulip is a rare treasure among celestial herbs. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, along with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Should you absorb this herb, not only will it significantly enhance your soul power, but it will also comprehensively improve your physique, ensuring a smoother path in your cultivation journey. As for Her Highness, the Heartbreak Red has already recognized her as its master. It is a divine-grade celestial herb, incomparable to ordinary ones, serving only its chosen master. Consuming this herb bestows upon one the immortal prowess akin to that of the heavens and the earth, capable of elevating one's soul power by 10 levels or more, while also facilitating a comprehensive transformation of physical strength. The Saintess, having acquired this divine herb, is destined to shine resplendently in the future, her potential boundless. As for Lord Qian Douluo, he embodies the pinnacle of light attributes, akin to fire in essence. Should he absorb the fire apricot blossom, a rare herb possessing potent fiery toxins, known to flourish only in searing environments, even thriving amidst molten lava, it could amplify his formidable fire energy to unprecedented heights. With Lord Qian Daolu's already unparalleled strength, mastery over such an intense fire attribute would significantly augment his offensive capabilities, rendering him even more formidable in combat. Alternatively, the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower may also be worth consideration. This herb is a potent tonic for pure yang, substantially enhancing fire attribute effects. If absorbed by him, it would enrich his soul power and purify his fiery essence. I have harvested the celestial chrysanthemum, which, if absorbed, could further bolster the strength of my martial soul and soul power. The martial soul of the Ghost Douluo is eerie and enigmatic, perfectly aligning with the attributes of the octagonal ice grass. Should he absorb this peculiar frigid herb, capable of instilling a chilling dread and immobilizing one's core, his soul power would become increasingly sinister. In battle, he would move like a specter, his attacks becoming ever more elusive and unpredictable. Qian Xiao listened attentively to the analysis provided by Douluo, nodding slightly, her understanding of the efficacy of these celestial herbs becoming remarkably clearer. Qian Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking. Elder Douluo, Elder Douluo, these celestial herbs hold immense significance for our spirit hall. Now that we have identified the appropriate herbs for you, it is imperative that you absorb them swiftly to enhance your strength and continue striving for the glory of our spirit hall. With that, Qian Xiao produced the rare Qirong Tong Dian Ju and the octagonal Shinbing grass, presenting them to Douluo and Douluo, respectively. Douluo solemnly accepted the Qirong Tong Dian Ju, his eyes brimming with emotion and determination, and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, Holy Son. I shall not fail in my mission and will devote myself to enhancing my strength for the service of the spirit hall." Douluo also received the octagonal Xianbing grass with both hands, a grave expression crossing his shadowy visage. "Rest assured, Holy Son, I will diligently absorb this celestial herb, fortifying myself to fight for the future of the spirit hall." Subsequently, the two exchanged glances and each sought a tranquil spot to prepare for the absorption of the herbs. Douluo found a secluded valley near the Eye of Ice and Fire, seated himself cross-legged, and placed the Qirong Tong Tian Ju before him. He gradually released his soul power, carefully enveloping the Qirong Tong Tian Ju, attuning himself to the formidable and righteous energy contained within the herb. Taking a deep breath, Douluo began to guide the herb's power into his body. The strength of the Qirong Tong Tian Ju surged like a torrential flood, violently impacting Douluo's meridians. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his soul power, gradually taming this potent force, allowing it to merge with his martial soul. As the absorption continued, a resplendent golden radiance gradually enveloped Douluo, and his aura grew increasingly robust. Meanwhile, Douluo entered a dim cave. He gently placed the octagonal xianbing grass on the ground, closed his eyes, and summoned the chilling soul power within him to resonate with the herb's frigid attributes. As the two forces harmonized, Douluo slowly opened his eyes, extending his hands to gently touch the octagonal xianbing grass. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold permeated his entire being, yet Douluo showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he resolutely guided this cold energy into his body. The power of the octagonal xianbing grass flowed steadily through Douluo's meridians, rendering his soul power increasingly sinister and chilling. A layer of icy mist enveloped the cave, and Douluo's figure flickered within it, resembling a specter. As the two absorbed the celestial herbs, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue stood vigil not far away. Chapter 56. Abundant Harvest. As Douluo and Douluo devoted themselves to the absorption of the herbs in their respective cultivation locations, time seemed to stretch infinitely, becoming exceedingly protracted. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue stood quietly nearby, their gazes filled with anticipation, yet a lingering sense of worry accompanied them. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, in the tranquil valley where Douluo was situated, a golden light suddenly soared into the sky before gradually receding. Douluo slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet. At that moment, his presence was far more powerful and steady than before. Meanwhile, within the shadowy cavern where Ghost Douluo resided, the chilling mist gradually dissipated, revealing his form, which now emanated an even more formidable aura. The two returned to the sides of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. Douluo slightly bowed and solemnly declared, "Holy Son, Holy Maiden, we have successfully absorbed the celestial herb. Although our soul power has only increased by approximately half a level, the strength of our martial souls has indeed been significantly enhanced. In the future, we shall devote ourselves entirely to the Spirit Hall, ensuring that we do not betray this blessing." Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. Qian Renxue gazed at the red flower in her hand, the heartbreak amaranth, her eyes reflecting an unparalleled determination. Qian Renxue was acutely aware that absorbing the heartbreak red of longing was no simple feat nevertheless, in her unwavering pursuit of strength. And with the intention of safeguarding the Spirit Hall alongside Qian Shao, she resolutely embarked on this arduous journey. She discovered a tranquil and spiritually rich location, whereupon she sat cross-legged. Gently placing the heartbreak red before her, Qian Renxue slowly closed her eyes, diligently striving to attain a harmonious state. Qian Shao and Douluo, as well as Douluo, fixed their gazes intently upon Qian Renxue, their hearts laden with anxiety. They were acutely aware of the immense difficulty in absorbing the heartbreak red. Fearing that Qian Renxue might encounter peril during this process, Qian Renxue began to gradually mobilize the soul power within her, allowing her mind to attain a state of tranquility and resoluteness. The heartbroken red, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura, seemed to test the sincerity of Qian Renxue's heartfelt devotion. Memories of shared experiences with Qian Shao flooded her mind, those arduous trials they had faced together and the warm, beautiful moments they cherished. As Qian Renxue's soul power continued to circulate, the heartbroken red appeared to sense her unwavering determination and profound affection, beginning to quiver gently. A soft radiance emanated from the heartbroken red, enveloping Qian Renxue in its glow. She felt a warm force gradually flowing into her body, initiating a remarkable transformation. Under the influence of this power, her meridians widened and her soul power steadily ascended. However, as the absorption process advanced, the challenge intensified. The strength of the heartbroken red grew ever more formidable, subjecting Qian Renxue to immense pressure. Sweat soaked her garments, and her complexion gradually paled, yet her gaze remained steadfast as ever. Qian Shao, along with Douluo and Douluo, felt their hearts leap into their throats, anxiously watching Qian Renxue and silently praying for her success. As time gradually slipped away, Qian Renxue began to tame the power of the heartbroken red, which slowly integrated into her being. Her physical strength incrementally augmented, and she could distinctly sense each of her cells brimming with vibrant energy. This process endured for a considerable duration. And when Qian Renxue finally succeeded in absorbing the heartbroken red, she slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with a brilliance akin to stars. Rising to her feet, she reveled in the immense power coursing through her, her soul power level now reaching the remarkable threshold of level 50. Qian Shao and Douluo, along with Douluo, observed with satisfaction as Qian Renxue successfully absorbed the heartbreak red. A smile of contentment graced their faces. Qian Shao stepped forward, exclaiming with delight, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. Congratulations on the successful absorption of the heartbreak red." Douluo and Douluo joined in the celebration. expressing their heartfelt congratulations. Your Highness, the Saintess, your power has significantly increased. This is indeed a blessing for the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinshui responded with a smile, her heart brimming with joy and confidence. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rinshui, who had successfully absorbed the Heartbreak Red, her power significantly enhanced. A profound yearning surged within him. He longed to grow stronger, to stand alongside Qian Rinshui in safeguarding the Spirit Hall. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the enchanting Chilua tulip. He understood that this celestial herb would be the key to elevating his own strength. Taking a deep breath, Qian Shao sought a tranquil spot and settled down cross-legged. He placed the Chilua tulip before him, gradually releasing his soul power, attuning himself to the essence of the heavens and earth, and the brilliance of the sun and moon contained within the miraculous herb. Qian Shao closed his eyes, focusing his mind as he began to channel the essence of the celestial herb into his being. The power of the exquisite lily flowed through him like a gentle yet potent current, gradually coursing through his meridians. He could sense his body transforming under the nurturing influence of this force. As the absorption progressed, Qian Shao's soul power surged steadily. A faint halo began to manifest around him, a reflection of his soul energy in motion. However, the process of absorbing the celestial herb was not without its challenges. At one moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if his very body might burst under the weight of this force. Yet, Qian Shao did not waver. He gritted his teeth and, with unwavering determination, summoned all his soul power to tame this formidable energy. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. Yet his gaze remained resolute. As time passed, Qian Shao gradually acclimated to the power of the celestial herb, fully integrating it into his essence. When the absorption reached its zenith, his body erupted in a brilliant radiance. Once the light faded, Qian Shao slowly opened his eyes, confidence shimmering within them. He rose to his feet, feeling the immense strength coursing through him, and at that moment, his soul power level ascended to 50. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive a subtle enhancement in his martial soul, rendering it more resilient and formidable. Qian Shao returned to Qian Rinshui, where they were joined by Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. Upon witnessing Qian Zhao's successful absorption of the celestial herb, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Qian Rinshui smiled and remarked, "Brother, we have both grown stronger. We shall undoubtedly better safeguard the Spirit Hall." Qian Shao nodded in agreement, replying, "Sister is right. We shall join forces to fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo chimed in unison. With the son and daughter of the Spirit Hall's enhanced powers, a more splendid future awaits us. Chapter 57. The Rock Tyrant Beast. Following the successful absorption of the celestial herb, both Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui experienced a substantial enhancement in their abilities. However, they were acutely aware that to fulfill a more significant role within the Spirit Hall and to protect its honor, relentless dedication to their cultivation was essential. Thus, the two resolutely decided to embark on a quest to seek out their suitable fifth soul rings. Qian Shao found Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, and with a solemn expression, addressed them, "Respected Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo. My sister Qian Rinshui and I are embarking on a quest to seek the fifth spirit ring, approximately 30,000 years old. We may require your esteemed assistance." Zhu Douluo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding, "Rest assured, holy son and holy daughter, we shall exert ourselves to ensure your safety." Gui Douluo added ominously, "With our presence, you shall not suffer the slightest harm." After a brief preparation, the four set forth on their journey to locate the spirit ring. They traversed through the dense forest, attuned to the mysterious and perilous aura surrounding them. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui closely followed Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance. Along the way, they encountered various formidable spirit beasts. Some exuded an intensely ferocious aura, sending chills down their spines, while others lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Utilizing their extensive experience and formidable strength, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo successfully averted crisis after crisis. Throughout their quest for the spirit ring, Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui continuously honed their own skills, engaging in combat with weaker spirit beasts to enhance their practical abilities. Simultaneously, they meticulously observed their surroundings, searching for signs indicative of the 30,000-year spirit beast. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally discovered an immensely powerful spirit beast within a valley. This beast, colossal in size, loomed like a towering mountain in the valley. Its body was encased in a layer of rock-hard armor, its rough and heavy gray-brown surface resembling an ancient relic sculpted by the hands of time. The armor was adorned with enigmatic patterns that occasionally shimmered with a faint light, seemingly harboring some arcane power. Its head bore a pair of enormous, curved horns, akin to two exceptionally sharp scimitars, glinting with a metallic sheen. Flickering arcs of electricity danced along the horns, suggesting the capability to pierce through any sturdy object with ease. Its eyes resembled two blazing flames, radiating a scorching brilliance that was difficult to behold. The fiery gaze exuded both wildness and majesty, as if declaring its dominion to the world. Its limbs were robust and powerful, resembling four massive stone pillars, each step causing a subtle tremor in the earth. The enormous paws were covered in thick, rocky scales, each scale akin to an impregnable shield, emanating an aura of invincibility. Its tail, resembling a colossal steel whip, was adorned with sharp rocky spikes, producing a fierce wind as it swung through the air. Douluo, with a grave expression, remarked, "Holy son and holy daughter. This rock tyrant beast is exceedingly powerful. We must not underestimate it. We must proceed with caution, seeking out its weaknesses before launching our attack." Douluo grimly concurred. "Indeed, this beast is formidable. We must respond with utmost care." With a furrowed brow, Qianshao inquired, "Senior Douluo, Senior Douluo, how shall we engage the rock tyrant beast?" After a moment of contemplation, Douluo replied, "Saint, let us first observe its patterns of movement, discerning any vulnerabilities in its offensive and defensive maneuvers. Douluo, we shall draw its attention from either side, allowing the saint and the saintess to seek their opportunity." Douluo nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." They began to meticulously scrutinize the soul beast's movements, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Qianshao and Qianrushiwei watched the creature with bated breath, their hearts filled with both anticipation and trepidation. At last, through the harmonious coordination of Douluo and Douluo, they successfully diverted the soul beast's attention, initiating a fierce battle. The beast's assaults were extraordinarily ferocious, each strike imbued with tremendous force. It suddenly lowered its head, its massive, pointed horns darting toward Douluo and Douluo like lightning. The horns sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, as if determined to pierce everything in their path. Douluo nimbly evaded the onslaught, his hands weaving a tapestry of radiant soul energy that surged toward the beast. Douluo, like a wraith, flitted around the creature, launching surprise attacks that left the beast unable to defend itself. In a fit of rage, the soul beast roared, its tail lashing out like a steel whip towards Douluo. In an instant, Douluo vanished from sight, reappearing behind the beast. He formed a series of intricate seals, unleashing a chilling wave of soul energy directed at the creature. The beast, feeling the sting, pivoted towards Douluo. Seizing the moment, Douluo unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy that struck the beast squarely in the abdomen. After an arduous battle, the soul beast lay battered and bruised, its breath shallow. It collapsed to the ground, the flames in its eyes gradually dimming. Douluo and Douluo ceased their assault, turning their gaze towards Qianshao and Qianrushiwei, understanding that the time had come for him to absorb the soul ring. Qianshao inhaled deeply and approached the fallen beast. He summoned the soul energy within him, coalescing it in his hand. Looking at the creature before him, he felt no pity. To grow stronger, to protect the spirit hall, he had to absorb this soul ring. With a decisive strike, Qianshao unleashed a punch, the potent surge of soul energy colliding with the beast's head. The creature emitted a final, faint roar before succumbing to its fate. Qianshao and Qianrushiwei gazed at the fallen soul beast, their hearts brimming with joy. Qianshao realized that the soul beast would become his fifth soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Under the protection of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, Qianshao successfully absorbed the soul ring. He felt a surge of immense power within him, filling his heart with confidence. They understood that they had taken another step closer to their goal of safeguarding the spirit hall. Chapter 58. The fifth soul skill. With the assistance of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, Qianshao adeptly absorbed the soul ring of the rock tyrant beast. He attentively sensed the newfound power coursing through him, his heart filled with anticipation. After a brief moment of rest, Qianshao turned to the chrysanthemum Douluo, the ghost Douluo, and Qianrushiwei, and spoke. "The new fifth soul skill I have acquired is called the rock prison confinement spell. I would like to demonstrate its power, and I kindly request the esteemed chrysanthemum Douluo to assist me in testing this skill." The chrysanthemum Douluo nodded slightly, a hint of curiosity evident in his expression. Qianshao stood firm, focusing his spirit energy. He aimed at a nearby open space and shouted, "Rock prison spell." Instantly, a cage constructed of solid rock rose from the ground. The walls of the prison exuded an incredibly heavy aura, seemingly impervious to any force. Douluo swiftly entered the confines of the rock prison. Upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed the oppressive presence of the rock element. He attempted to channel his spirit power and discovered, to his dismay, that its flow had significantly diminished, barely reaching a quarter of its usual capacity. Concurrently, the persistent damage elicited a slight frown from him, although such harm was not lethal given his strength. The pressure was undeniably palpable. After a while, Qianshao dispelled the rock prison. Douluo emerged, his eyes filled with astonishment. Holy Sun, this rock prison spell is astonishing. Not only can it confine enemies, but it also greatly restricts their spirit power flow, and the continuous damage should not be underestimated. Douluo ominously added. The Holy Sun's strength has greatly increased. This soul skill will undoubtedly play a significant role in battle. Qianshao smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction within her heart. Qian Rinxue gazed at her brother's growth, her eyes filled with pride and contentment. After the completion of the experiment, the four of them continued their journey to find a suitable fifth spirit ring for Qian Rinxue. They tread cautiously through the forest, ever alert to the sounds of their surroundings. After a period of searching, they finally encountered a formidable soul beast in a vast expanse of grassland. This soul beast was known as the Holy Radiant Celestial Unicorn, a majestic creature of immense size, radiating a dazzling aura. Its fur was as white as snow, seemingly woven from pure light, with each strand glimmering with a divine brilliance. Adorning its head were a pair of grand and ornate antlers, shimmering with a flow of light that seemed to harbor boundless power. Its eyes resembled brilliant golden suns, emanating an intense and bright glow, making it difficult to behold directly. Its limbs were robust and powerful, each hoof striking the ground with a force that seemed to make the earth tremble. Its tail resembled a luminous ribbon, gently swaying in the air, radiating enchanting colors. The Holy Radiant Celestial Unicorn possessed attributes of light, wielding a formidable power of illumination. Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, both recognizing the strength and potential of this soul beast. They carefully positioned Qian Rinxue behind them, beginning to observe the creature's patterns of movement. Qianshao softly spoke, "Sister, this soul beast appears exceptionally formidable. You must exercise caution." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her gaze imbued with determination. "Do not worry, brother. I shall successfully absorb this soul ring." With the seamless collaboration of Douluo and Douluo, they successfully captured the attention of the Holy Radiant's heavenly beast, leading to an intense confrontation. The beast's assaults were as fierce as swords of light, each strike infused with formidable luminous power. Its radiance could temporarily blind adversaries, creating significant challenges for Douluo and Douluo. However, through their extensive combat experience and formidable strength, they gradually gained the upper hand. Continuously attacking the Holy Radiant's heavenly beast, they wore it down, leading to its eventual downfall. Ultimately, under the combined force of their onslaught, the beast was left battered and gasping for breath. Qian Rinxue gazed at the fallen Holy Radiant Sky Beast, inhaling deeply as she approached it, swiftly delivering the final blow. Channeling her inner soul power, she prepared to absorb the soul ring. Under the vigilant protection of Douluo and Douluo, Qian Rinxue commenced the absorption process seamlessly. After a protracted duration, she finally succeeded in assimilating the soul ring of the Holy Radiant Sky Beast. Rising to her feet, she sensed the formidable power coursing through her veins, her eyes shimmering with confidence. The four of them beheld Qian Rinxue's triumph, their hearts brimming with joy. As she embraced this newfound, potent energy within her, her gaze radiated unwavering confidence and determination. Qianshao eagerly remarked, "Sister, your new soul skill must be exceptionally powerful. Please demonstrate it for us." Both Douluo and Douluo displayed expressions of curiosity, equally yearning to witness the formidable soul skill that Qian Rinxue had recently acquired. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, grounding herself as she focused her mind and summoned the soul power within her. With the invocation of her fifth soul skill, Angel's Judgment, a radiant light flickered before her, as divine flames swiftly coalesced into a magnificent and formidable longsword. The blade emanated a searing brilliance, seemingly capable of incinerating all malevolence to ashes. Qian Rinxue let out a sharp cry, brandishing her longsword as she struck towards a distant massive boulder. As the blade sliced through the air, it seemed as though the very atmosphere ignited, producing a sizzling sound. The moment the sword made contact with the boulder, an immense force cleaved it effortlessly in two, the cut surface smooth as a mirror and emanating a subtle, sacred aura. Qianzhao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Sister, the power of the Angel's Judgment is truly astounding." Douluo could not help but echo her sentiments, remarking, "Indeed, the soul skill of Her Highness the Saintess is formidable. Its striking potency is genuinely captivating." Douluo ominously stated, "With such a soul skill, The saintess shall undoubtedly prevail in every battle. Qian Rinxue observed the reactions of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 59, Stardew City. After Qian Rinxue successfully displayed her new soul skill, Qian Shao was filled with thoughts of future plans. He approached Qian Rinxue, his expression solemn, and said, "Sister, I have contemplated repeatedly and believe that we must venture to various places to endure trials in order to enhance our strength and contribute even more to the protection of the spirit hall." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration, and replied, "What you say is indeed true, Shower. Have you thought about where we should train specifically?" After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shao responded, "Sister, let us go to the Heaven-Do City in the Stardew Empire." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. "Very well, then we shall proceed to Stardew City." Subsequently, Qian Shao sought out Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. With a serious demeanor, he addressed them, "Elder Ju, Elder Gue, my sister and I are preparing to head to Stardew City. This journey may encounter considerable dangers, so we kindly ask you both to protect us discreetly. If our lives are not in peril, please refrain from intervening." Ju Douluo slightly bowed and responded firmly, "Rest assured. Holy Son, we will conceal our presence and ensure your safety." Gue Douluo ominously added, "With us around, you shall face no danger." Grateful, Qian Shao expressed, "Thank you, both elders." Thus, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue resolutely embarked on their journey to Stardew City. Along the way, the verdant mountains stretched endlessly, undulating in a picturesque landscape adorned with lush trees, resembling a painting crafted from emerald. Occasionally, birds soared across the sky, leaving behind graceful arcs, as if nature itself had painted these lively lines. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrant scent of flowers and grass, uplifting their spirits. Observing the idyllic scenery, Qian Shao felt an extraordinary sense of joy. He turned to Qian Rinxue, smiling, and said, "Shuer, look at this beautiful landscape. In my eyes, it pales in comparison to you." A blush crept onto Qian Rinxue's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "You are quite the charmer." Yet, Qian Shao remained unfazed and continued, "Shuer, do you remember the days we played together in our childhood? How blissful those times were." Qian Rinxue's gaze softened as she replied, "Of course, Shower, I remember. You were always so mischievous, it gave me quite a headache." Qian Shao chuckled and said, "Now that I've grown up, I will surely protect you well." As he spoke, he firmly grasped Qian Rinxue's hand. She struggled slightly, but then allowed him to hold it. Feeling the softness of her hand, warmth filled Qian Zhao's heart. Hand in hand, they continued onward, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. After a lengthy trek, they finally arrived at Stardew City. Nestled upon the vast plains, the city's towering walls coiled like a great dragon, emanating an aura of ancient majesty. Constructed from massive stones, the walls were exceptionally sturdy, seemingly narrating the city's long history and glorious past. Upon the walls, guards patrolled diligently, vigilant in their observation of the surroundings. Clad in exquisite armor and wielding sharp weapons, they showcased the formidable defensive power of Stardew City. As they entered through the city gates, a broad avenue lay before them. On either side of the Grand Avenue, an array of shops flourishes, with the marketplace bustling vibrantly, teeming with a constant flow of people and a cacophony of sounds rising and falling. The variety of goods is dazzling, featuring precious soul-guiding devices, exotic herbs, exquisite crafts, and more, overwhelming the senses. The architectural style of Stardew City is distinctive, showcasing both towering and magnificent palace-like structures, resplendent with gilded embellishments and intricate carvings, exuding an air of nobility, as well as charming and delicate residences, artfully arranged, steeped in antiquity, radiating a rich atmosphere of daily life. At the heart of the city lies a vast square, dominated by a magnificent statue, purportedly representing the city's hero, symbolizing the courage and glory of Stardew City. Surrounding the square is a thriving commercial district and significant institutions, marking the core of the city. The terrain of Stardew City is remarkably intricate, encircled by mountains that form a natural barrier. Within these mountains, it is said that formidable soul beasts roam. Flowing through the city are crystal-clear rivers, which enhance its ethereal beauty. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood on the bustling streets of Stardew City, surveying their surroundings. Qian Shao furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Shuer, while this Stardew City possesses its unique qualities, it pales in comparison to our spirit city. The differences seem rather negligible." Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Shower. Nevertheless, since we are here, let us explore what challenges this place may offer us." Their expressions remained composed, unshaken by the sights of Douluo City. In their hearts, they felt that the scale and grandeur of this city were quite similar to that of Spirit City. Their purpose for visiting was to enhance their strength through experience, rather than to indulge in the beauty of the scenery. Chapter 60. Salas Qianshao and Qianrenxue strode with a steady and powerful gait, gradually making their way towards the sub-palace of Wuhuan City. The radiant sunlight cascaded down, illuminating their figures like upright pines, exuding an extraordinary aura of nobility and confidence. The grand doors of the Wuhuan City sub-palace opened slowly, revealing Salas, adorned in resplendent platinum bishop attire, who led a group of Wuhuan temple members to greet them. In Salas's gaze, authority and wisdom intertwined. He slightly inclined his body, his tone imbued with utmost respect. "Welcome, holy son and holy daughter." The members of the Wuhuan temple behind him also bowed in solemn reverence. Salas possessed a stature that was neither imposing nor diminutive. His long tenure in a high position allowed him to maintain a dignified demeanor, his spine seemingly unbending, naturally radiating an aura of formidable presence without the need for anger. His face was somewhat gaunt, with slightly prominent cheekbones, lending a ruggedness to his features. A meticulously groomed tuft of beard on his chin added a touch of maturity and gravitas, becoming one of his distinctive markers. Although Salas's eyes were not large, they were profound and piercing, as if capable of effortlessly penetrating the hearts of others. When he scrutinized someone, the authority and astuteness in his gaze made it daunting to meet his eyes. His thick eyebrows arched slightly, enhancing his visage with a hint of heroism. A prominent nose and thin, tightly pressed lips left a deep impression of resoluteness and decisiveness. As the platinum bishop of the Wuhuan temple, Salas's white robe was adorned with exquisite golden thread patterns. These intricate designs not only signified his noble status and lofty position but also imbued him with an air of elegance. A golden belt cinched his waist, embedded with several dazzling gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. On his hand, he wore a ring set with a large gem, symbolizing his esteemed identity. Salas possessed a soul power level of 82, undeniably a formidable presence within the realm of soul masters. Straightening his posture, Salas smiled at Qianshao and Qianrenxue, his eyes brimming with admiration. He gently inclined his body, making an elegant gesture of invitation, and said, "Holy son, holy daughter, you have traveled a long way. Your efforts are commendable. The sub-palace has prepared a comfortable residence for you. Please follow me." Qianshao nodded slightly, walking alongside Qianrenxue. Salas strolled beside them, gradually elaborating on the circumstances of the branch hall. The architecture of the branch hall was magnificent and imposing, with exquisite patterns carved into the walls, all of which showcased the majesty and glory of the spirit hall. In the courtyard, flowers, plants, and trees were arranged in a harmonious manner, exuding a refreshing and delightful fragrance. Upon entering the grand hall, Salas invited Qianshao and Qianrenxue to take their seats, and immediately, attendants presented steaming hot tea and exquisite pastries. Salas regarded them earnestly and said, "Your Highnesses, the son and daughter of the Holy Spirit. Should you require anything during your training in Douluo City, please do not hesitate to command us. The entire branch hall will exert its utmost efforts to ensure your safety and guarantee a smooth training experience." Qianshao lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, responding, "Thank you, Bishop Salas, for your thoughtfulness. Our purpose here is to enhance our strength, and we do not wish to impose excessively. However, should the need arise, we will certainly seek your assistance." Qianrenxue also nodded slightly in agreement. Salas bowed once more, respectfully stating, "I shall faithfully obey the commands of your Highnesses." After Qianshao and Qianrenxue settled into the branch hall, a vague sense of unease regarding Salas lingered in their minds. Qianshao furrowed her brow slightly and whispered to Qianrenxue, "Swear. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss with Salas, yet I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is." Qianrenxue nodded gently, a flicker of contemplation dancing in her beautiful eyes. "I share your sentiments, Xiao. We must conduct a thorough investigation to avert any potential dangers." Thus, the two discreetly began to observe Salas's every move. They covertly monitored his interactions with the members of the branch hall, scrutinized his approach to handling affairs, and even quietly explored the nooks and crannies of the branch hall in hopes of uncovering any clues. However, after several days of meticulous investigation, they found not a single suspicious detail. Qianshao shook her head in resignation, realizing that perhaps they had been overly cautious. This Salas seemed to pose no threat. Qianrenxue furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating that they might have been too sensitive, yet caution should not be dismissed. Since no abnormalities had been detected for the time being, they decided to set this matter aside. The two resolved to redirect their focus back to their training, continuing their exploration of Star City in search of opportunities to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Salas dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities, appearing utterly oblivious to their suspicions. After Qian Xiao and Qian Rinshui settled in the branch hall of the Spirit Hall City, their days unfolded in a tranquil yet fulfilling manner. They devoted their time to recuperation and the accumulation of strength while meticulously contemplating their future training plans. One day, an unexpected guest arrived at the branch hall. It was an envoy from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who presented a beautifully crafted invitation with utmost reverence. The envoy slightly bowed and spoke in a sincerely humble tone. Your Highness, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, I am a representative of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Having heard of your presence in the branch hall of Heavendo City, our sect has specially sent you an invitation to our upcoming auction. We have meticulously prepared a plethora of rare treasures for this event, which will surely broaden your horizons. We earnestly hope that you will grace us with your esteemed presence. Qian Xiao furrowed her brows slightly and exchanged a glance with Qian Rinshui. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinshui remarked, the invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at this juncture is indeed rather unusual. However, given their apparent sincerity, it would be prudent for us to attend. Perhaps we might see some opportunities at the auction that could enhance our experience. Qian Xiao nodded in agreement. Qian Xiao gazed at the messenger and said, return and inform your sect leader that we shall contemplate participating in the auction. If time permits, we shall certainly attend. The messenger bowed once more and then turned to depart. Once the messenger had left, Qian Xiao slightly furrowed her brow and turned to Qian Rinshui, saying, Schwerer, the sudden invitation from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect must harbor some hidden intrigue. Qian Rinshui gently lowered her chin, a flicker of contemplation passing through her beautiful eyes. What Xiao said was indeed profound. Their actions must harbor deeper significance, yet at this moment, it is truly challenging for us to fathom their true intent. Qian Xiao clasped her hands before her chest, her expression grave. Yet, there is no need for us to succumb to fear, regardless of their schemes. We shall respond with prudence at the auction. Qian Rinshui nodded slightly. Indeed, let's observe what ulterior motives the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is truly harboring. Chapter 61, The Old Fox. After a thorough discussion, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinshui resolved to attend the auction hosted by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to satisfy their curiosity. Adorned in exquisite garments, the intricate embellishments on their attire shimmered delicately under the illumination, epitomizing their noble demeanor. Accompanied by their respectful attendants, they walked gracefully towards the auction venue. Upon reaching the entrance, Qian Xiao elegantly presented the invitation, which the usher received with both hands, examining it with reverent delight. A broad smile instantly illuminated his face, and with a slight bow, he gestured for them to enter, subsequently leading them to the prestigious Box 1. Along the way, the opulent decor of the auction hall left them in awe. The brilliant lights cascaded like stars across the expansive corridor, illuminating every corner with a radiant glow. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings, seemingly treasures of time, each stroke narrating ancient and mysterious tales. The landscapes, figures, and floral depictions within the scrolls came to life, transporting one into a dreamlike realm of art. At last, the usher halted before a door of unparalleled magnificence, intricately carved with elegant patterns. Golden lines outlining complex and enigmatic designs, exuding an air of nobility and solemnity. Gently pushing the door open, the usher slightly turned to say, Your Highness, the Saint's son and Saint daughter, we have arrived at Box 1. As Qian Xiao and Qian Rinshui stepped into the box, they were greeted by an environment of utmost elegance and luxury. The spacious interior featured a soft carpet that muted their footsteps, akin to walking on clouds. The walls were adorned in subtle hues, displaying profound landscape paintings that appeared animated, with misty peaks, gently flowing streams, and lush woods, contributing an aura of tranquility and refinement to the space. The windows were expansive and bright, resembling a grand crystal mirror, offering a clear view of the auction stage with excellent visibility. A few comfortable chairs embellished with intricate patterns, reminiscent of blooming flowers, were placed beside the windows. The soft cushions invited one to sit, enveloping them in a gentle embrace. At the center of the box stood a delicate table adorned with fresh fruits, their vibrant colors exuding an alluring fragrance. There were also exquisite pastries, crafted into charming shapes akin to works of art. Nearby, a pot of fragrant hot tea released wisps of steam, readily available for the guests. Meanwhile, Ning Fingxi, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and Douluo and Xin had been awaiting their arrival within the box. Dressed in a simple yet elegant robe, the fabric billowed lightly, reminiscent of silk. His demeanor was refined, exuding the grace of a cultured scholar emerging from a painting. His handsome features bore soft lines, and his gentle, wise gaze seemed capable of perceiving the essence of the world. His hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead, akin to polished jade. A faint smile perpetually graced his lips, akin to a breath of spring, promising the dissolution of all worries in its warmth. Ning Fengji held a folding fan, its ribs exquisitely crafted, while the fan's surface bore an elegant landscape painting. He gently waved the fan, his movements graceful and unhurried, further enhancing his scholarly demeanor. Douluo and Xin, clad in a pristine white robe, appeared immaculate, as pure as freshly fallen snow. His silvery hair billowed softly in the breeze, reminiscent of frost left by the passage of time. His gaze was cold and piercing, akin to two sharp swords, deterring anyone from meeting his eyes. His countenance was stern, with well-defined features that exuded an aura of authority without the need for anger. Towering and statuesque, he stood like a majestic peak, radiating a formidable presence. In his grasp, he held a long sword, its scabbard adorned with glimmering gemstones that shimmered with an enigmatic light, as if harboring boundless strength. Within Xin's eyes lay a resolute and fearless spirit, suggesting that nothing in the world could instill fear in him. He resembled a guardian deity of justice. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshua exchanged slight nods, and Qian Xiao took the initiative to speak. Master Ning, the esteemed sword Douluo, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. Qian Renshua softly remarked. It is indeed a surprise to see both of you waiting here. Ning Fengji smiled in response. With the presence of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, our seven-treasure glazed tile school is truly honored. If we could have your esteemed participation in this auction, it would undoubtedly enhance its brilliance. Sword Douluo and Xin nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Seeing you today, it is clear that your reputation is well-deserved. Qian Xiao humbly remarked, Your Excellency, the sword-fighting Douluo, your praise is too generous. We have come this time, having heard of the numerous rare treasures at the auction of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, eager to witness them firsthand. Qian Renshua then inquired, Master Ning, what distinguishes this auction? Ning Fengji gently waved his folding fan and replied with a smile, Your Highness the Saintess. The specific items for this auction must remain confidential for the time being. However, I assure both of you that our seven-treasure glazed tile school has meticulously prepared an array of astonishing treasures that will undoubtedly broaden your horizons. Chapter 62. Reunion at the Xianyan Tower. As a melodious tune gracefully filled the air, the auction of the seven-treasure glazed tile school commenced. The host, with an elegant poise, ascended the stage, clad in a form-fitting purple gown that shimmered like flowing silk under the luminous lights, exuding an enchanting and mysterious glow. Her stature was tall and graceful. Each step she took was akin to a beautiful melody in motion, radiating an irresistible charm. Her visage was breathtaking. Her skin as pure as snow, seemingly sculpted from the finest white jade. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance and depth, resembling two radiant stars, seemingly capable of piercing into the very depths of one's soul. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the gently curled ends lending a playful and lively essence. Her lips, akin to luscious rose petals, curved upwards in a confident and captivating smile. She held in her hand an exquisitely crafted microphone, adorned with dazzling gemstones that sparkled with a resplendent brilliance. Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a mountain spring flowing gently into the ears of all present. Esteemed guests, welcome to the auction of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Today, we have meticulously prepared a plethora of rare treasures that are sure to delight your senses. The first auction item was carefully brought onto the stage, a remarkable soul guide item known as the Phantom Cloak. The cloak displayed a profound blue hue, its surface adorned with elusive, mysterious patterns. The host elaborated, this Phantom Cloak is a high-grade soul guide item, capable of rendering the user invisible and undetectable for a limited time, akin to a wisp of smoke. It serves a significant purpose for covert reconnaissance or evading pursuers. After intense bidding, the cloak was successfully acquired at a high price by a soul master skilled in stealth. Next, the second item dazzled as it made its entrance, a rare piece of extraterrestrial iron, exuding a mysterious metallic luster and astonishing weight. The host remarked, This extraterrestrial iron hails from a mysterious realm beyond the skies, its hardness unparalleled, making it an exceptional material for crafting top-tier weapons and soul guide items. For soul masters in pursuit of supreme equipment, the value of this iron is immeasurable. The piece garnered considerable interest from numerous buyers, with the price escalating continually. Subsequently, an ancient soul technique manual was unveiled. Its cover had yellowed with age, yet the inscriptions remained vividly legible. The host introduced. This soul technique manual records a powerful technique known as the flame explosion. The invocation of this soul technique summons formidable fiery powers, inflicting tremendous damage upon adversaries. For fire-attributed soul masters, this tome is undoubtedly a treasured artifact. The soul technique manual has garnered considerable interest from various buyers, ultimately falling into the possession of a fire-attributed soul master. As the auction progressed, rare treasures were successfully sold, and the atmosphere became increasingly fervent. Eventually, a mysterious item was gently presented upon the stage. It was a petite yellow tower, emanating a warm and enigmatic glow. This obsidian tower possessed an ancient, yet elegant silhouette, adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly etched by the passage of time. The yellow hue of the tower was not a singular shade, but rather a tapestry of varying tones of yellow, reminiscent of ancient relics under the setting sun, exuding a unique aura of both antiquity and mystery. Atop the tower was encrusted a resplendent gem, radiating a mystical light, as if containing boundless power. Surrounding the tower appeared to be subtle energy fluctuations, allowing one to profoundly sense its strength and enigma. The host's voice grew solemn. We now arrive at the final item of this auction. The enigmatic obsidian tower. Our knowledge regarding this tower is scant. We only know it hails from a mysterious realm and possesses immense power. This tower shall not be auctioned, but rather exchanged for other treasures. Should any guest possess a valuable artifact that they deem worthy of trading for the obsidian tower, please feel free to contact us. A hush fell over the crowd, all captivated by the mysterious obsidian tower, each speculating about its origins and purpose. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue focused intently on the tower. With Qian Shao pondering privately, this object resonates with the sensation I experienced when absorbing last time. Perhaps it could enhance my soul technique. Chapter 63. Exchange at the auction venue. The gaze of the crowd was magnetically drawn to the enigmatic obsidian tower. The yearning within the hearts of the audience blazed like a fierce flame, compelling them to suppress their excitement and begin bidding fervently. A wealthy merchant, adorned in opulent attire, was the first to speak. I offer 100,000 gold soul coins, along with a high-grade soul guiding device, in exchange for this tower. However, the host subtly shook his head, indicating that such an offer was far from sufficient. Then, a powerful soul master rose, proclaiming loudly, I shall exchange a piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone, along with a unique soul technique manual that I possess. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a bid was undeniably high, yet the members of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school remained unmoved. The bids continued to escalate, as various rare treasures were displayed. Yet none succeeded in securing the obsidian tower. Qian Shao gazed upon the bustling scene before him, his yearning for the Xian Yin Tower growing ever more intense. He turned to Ning Fengji and inquired, Master Ning, may I ask what one must offer to exchange for the Xian Yin Tower? Ning Fengji smiled gently, his folding fan swaying lightly in his hand, and replied, Your Highness, the Xian Yin Tower is shrouded in mystery and its value is beyond measure. To obtain it, one must present something that would captivate the heart of my Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. At present, what I desire is the secret that would enable the first and second soul rings of a soul master to be augmented with a Millennium Soul Ring. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a fleeting complexity. They were indeed aware of the secrets behind the first and second soul rings enhancement with Millennium Soul Rings, yet these secrets were exceedingly precious. Once disclosed, it was impossible to fathom the tumult it would incite within the realm of soul masters. Qian Shao furrowed her brow slightly, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. On one hand, the Tower of Obsidian held an immense allure for her. She could distinctly sense that the mysterious power contained within the tower might significantly enhance her strength. On the other hand, relinquishing the secret could potentially have unforeseen consequences for the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue was also lost in contemplation, gently biting her lower lip as a glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. She was acutely aware of the significance of this decision. She did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to acquire the Xianyin Tower, yet she was apprehensive that such an action might yield uncontrollable repercussions. After a brief silence, Qian Shao slowly spoke, Master Ning, this secret is of utmost importance. If we were to exchange it for the Xianyin Tower, could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School assure that this secret will remain undisclosed? Ning Fingji narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing with his folding fan, and replied solemnly, "Rest assured. Your Highness, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is founded on integrity. Should we obtain this secret, we will ensure it remains strictly confidential and never divulged." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances once more, their hearts still tinged with hesitation, yet the allure of the Xianyin Tower proved irresistible. Taking a deep breath, Qian Shao spoke, "Master Ning, we must deliberate this matter further. I hope you can grant us some time." Ning Fingji smiled and nodded, "Of course. The Holy Son and the Holy Daughter may take their time to ponder. My Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall await your favorable response." At that moment, the atmosphere at the auction became increasingly tense and delicate, with all eyes fixated on the decision of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue. While the enigmatic Xianyin Tower continued to radiate an irresistible brilliance, after considerable contemplation, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue ultimately resolved to agree to the exchange. They were acutely aware of the potential consequences of their decision, yet the temptation of the Xianyin Tower was simply too profound to resist. Qian Shao gazed earnestly at Ning Fingji and said, "Master Ning, we agree to exchange the secret of attaching a Millennium Soul Ring to the first and second soul rings for the Xianyin Tower." A glimmer of joy flickered in Ning Fingji's eyes as he nodded with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden are quite forthright." Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the exchange was executed. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue discreetly imparted the secret to Ning Fingji, who in turn entrusted the Xianyin Tower into their hands. Qian Shao cradled the Tower of Xianyin, feeling the enigmatic energy emanating from within, her heart brimming with anticipation. Qian Rinxue equally gazed at the tower with fervent intensity, sensing its extraordinary essence. At that moment, Ning Fengji spoke, "Holy Son, Your Highness, I shall enlighten you. This Tower of Xianyin was discovered on an island near coastal city, following the defeat of a peculiar soul beast. However, we have yet to fully comprehend the origins of this soul beast and the precise purpose of the Tower of Xianyin." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged subtle nods, their hearts brimming with curiosity about the enigmatic island and the peculiar soul beast it harbored. Qian Shao carefully stored the obsidian tower within the soul guide device, her eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. She softly remarked, "Schwer, this obsidian tower shall undoubtedly enhance our strength significantly. Although we have exchanged a precious secret, I feel it is well worth the cost." Qian Rinxue nodded gently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. "What you say is indeed true, Shower. The mysterious power emanating from this tower fills me with confidence, and I believe we have made the right choice." Meanwhile, Ning Fingji, gazing at the secret he had just acquired, felt a profound satisfaction within. He smiled at Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, saying, "Saint Son, Saint Daughter, this transaction has been exceedingly pleasant. I hope there will be opportunities for us to collaborate again in the future." Qian Shao politely responded, "Master Ning, we are quite satisfied with this transaction. Should the opportunity arise, we shall certainly collaborate once more." Qian Rinxue also smiled and nodded in agreement. Qian Shao slightly cupped her hands and, with a gentle smile, said, "Master Ning, today's transaction has been exceedingly pleasant. Until we meet again." Ning Fingji likewise returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, "Holy Son, Your Highness, I look forward to our next encounter. May both of you sail smoothly on the path of trials." Qian Rinxue softly remarked, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your kind words. We shall part ways here." The sword Douluo, Qinshin, nodded slightly and solemnly stated, "Holy Son, Holy Maiden, take care." Chapter 64. After the exchange, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue returned to the Spirit Hall branch with a lightness in their steps. Throughout their journey, both were enveloped in an extraordinary sense of joy, as if the entire world had become more radiant. The moment they stepped into the branch, the excitement on Qian Zhao's face was unmistakable. He eagerly turned to Qian Rinxue and exclaimed, "Schwer, we have truly struck gold with this exchange. Just think about it. The Xianyin Tower caused such a stir at the auction, with countless bidders vying for it yet failing to secure it. And now it is firmly in our possession." Qian Rinxue nodded gently, a gleam of joy shimmering in her beautiful eyes. She responded softly, "Indeed, Shower, the Tower of Profound Rock emanates a mysterious power. I can distinctly sense its extraordinary nature. Although we have relinquished the secret, this is undoubtedly a most advantageous exchange." Qian Shao approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away. "Schwer, do you recall the hesitation we felt when we first learned of Ning Fingji's conditions for exchange? On one hand, we were concerned that revealing our secret might bring unforeseen consequences to the Spirit Hall. On the other, We were captivated by the enigmatic power of the Xianyan Tower. In hindsight, it appears that our choice was indeed the right one. Qian Ruxue approached Qian Xiao, standing beside him as they gazed out the window. She gently leaned her head on Qian Xiao's shoulder and spoke tenderly. "Xiao, we originally intended to share that secret with the continent in a few years. Now, having exchanged it for the Black Rock Tower ahead of schedule, we have not only fulfilled our immediate desire to enhance our strength, but also remained true to our original intentions. Furthermore, this Black Rock Tower may enable us to become even more powerful in a shorter span of time, allowing us to better guide the development of the Soul Master realm." Qian Xiao extended his hand gently, encircling Qian Rinxue's waist, his eyes brimming with deep affection. "Swear, once we thoroughly explore the Mystic Rock Tower and fully harness its potential, our strength will undoubtedly soar. At that time, we shall possess greater influence within the Spirit Master realm and bring even more glory to the Spirit Hall. And I shall remain by your side, ensuring that you are shielded from any harm." Qian Ruxue lifted her gaze, meeting Qian Zhao's eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Xiao, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Together, we shall strive, and undoubtedly, we can forge a brighter future." Qian Xiao lowered his head and gently kissed the forehead of Qian Rinxue. "Swear, you are the most significant person in my life. This Tower of Obsidian stands as a divine gift bestowed upon us. We must seize this opportunity to forge a legend that belongs to us." Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin fervently deliberated the recent transaction with Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. Ning Fengji, seated in his study, lightly waved a folding fan, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "This exchange with the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden has proven immensely profitable for our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The secret that allows the first and second soul rings to inherit a Millennium Soul Ring is indeed a treasure beyond measure. With this, the descendants we nurture will undoubtedly grow even stronger." Sword Douluo Qinshin, standing nearby, nodded slightly. "The sect master is wise. This secret is truly invaluable. It will usher in new opportunities for our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If our young disciples can acquire powerful soul rings early on, their future achievements will be limitless." Ning Fengji squinted thoughtfully. "However, we must not let our guard down. This secret is of utmost importance and must be handled with caution to prevent any leaks. Should it fall into the hands of other powers, it could bring us unnecessary troubles." Sword Douluo Qinshin replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Sect Master. I will strengthen the sect's defenses to ensure the secret's safety. Simultaneously, we must identify the most promising disciples to impart this secret, enabling them to contribute to the future of our sect." Ning Fengji nodded and continued, "This transaction has also rendered our relationship with the Spirit Hall more intricate. The willingness of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden to offer such a precious secret in exchange for the Tower of Obsidian indicates a certain level of trust in our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. We must capitalize on this opportunity to maintain a suitable collaboration and communication with the Spirit Hall in the days to come." Sword Douluo Qinshin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sect Master, the Spirit Hall wields immense power. We must tread carefully in our cooperation with them. After all, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has its own interests and positions to uphold." Ning Fengji smiled gently and replied, "Qinshin, I understand your concerns. However, in the realm of Soul Masters, cooperation and competition coexist. We must navigate various situations flexibly while safeguarding the interests of our sect. Collaborating with the Spirit Hall can provide us with additional resources and opportunities, further solidifying our standing in the Soul Master community." After a moment of contemplation, Sword Douluo Qinshin nodded. "Your words resonate deeply, Sect Master. We must assess the circumstances judiciously and manage our relationship with the Spirit Hall wisely. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant of the Spirit Hall's ambitions to ensure the security of our sect." Ning Fengji rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. "This transaction is merely a beginning. For our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to flourish, we must actively seek new opportunities. The origins of the Tower of Obsidian are shrouded in mystery. We must swiftly ascertain its specific uses, as it may bring us even greater surprises." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sword Douluo Qinshin's eyes. "The sect master speaks the truth. We must assemble a team to conduct an in-depth study of the Obsidian Tower, striving to unveil its secrets at the earliest opportunity. Simultaneously, we must intensify our investigation of the island near coastal city to ascertain whether there are any additional treasures or clues to be discovered." Chapter 65, Absorbing the Obsidian Tower. Upon their return to the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue were instantly captivated by the alluring radiance emitted by the enigmatic Xianyan Tower. which shone like a resplendent star. Within the hall, it seemed as though they were enveloped by this mysterious luminescence, creating an atmosphere brimming with anticipation. Qian Shao gazed tenderly at Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with affection and anticipation. He spoke softly, "Shuer, behold the enigmatic tower of Xianyan. Perhaps we should endeavor to harness its power. It may very well elevate our strength to unprecedented heights, enabling us to traverse further along the path of soul masters." Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the light of expectation, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. She understood well that in this challenging realm of soul masters, every opportunity to enhance one's power was exceedingly precious. Qian Shao recalled a time when he had successfully absorbed a similar mysterious object, and a swift resolution formed in his heart. His gaze brimmed with tenderness and determination as he gently addressed Qian Renxue, saying, "Shuer, why don't you attempt to absorb this mysterious rock tower first? If you succeed, your strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, and together we shall face greater challenges." Qian Renxue's eyes glistened with emotion. She profoundly felt Qian Zhao's care and protection for her. In a world rife with competition and peril, this deep affection from Qian Shao enveloped her in an unparalleled warmth. Qian Renxue gracefully settled down, her movements exuding elegance and composure, reminiscent of a noble goddess. She placed the obsidian tower before her, gently closed her eyes, and concentrated intently on attempting to absorb the tower's enigmatic power. At that moment, her heart brimmed with anticipation and apprehension. She yearned for success, for the acquisition of greater strength, so that she could stride alongside Qian Shao on the path of soul masters. However, as time inexorably passed, Qian Renxue found herself helplessly unable to assimilate the power of the obsidian tower. A sense of bewilderment and disappointment enveloped her, her delicate brows knitting together like two crescent moons. Slowly opening her eyes, filled with confusion, she inquired, "Shower, for some unknown reason, I find myself unable to absorb the power of this obsidian tower. Have I perhaps erred in some way?" Qian Shao hurriedly approached Qian Renxue, his eyes brimming with concern. He gently clasped her hand, offering her strength and solace. After a moment of deep contemplation, he remarked, "Shuer, let us consider whether this might be due to the attributes of our martial souls. Perhaps the power of the Xianyan Tower is not entirely compatible with your martial soul's attributes." Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her expression thoughtful as she replied, "That is a possibility. Might your martial soul's attributes align more harmoniously with the Xianyan Tower?" The two began to earnestly analyze the relationship between martial soul attributes and the Xianyan Tower. Qian Shao carefully recalled his previous experience of absorbing a similar mysterious substance, seeking to uncover any clues therein. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue pondered the characteristics of her martial soul and the potential aspects that might be incongruent with the Xianyan Tower. After an in-depth discussion, they increasingly felt that martial soul attributes could indeed be a pivotal factor influencing absorption. Resolute, Qian Shao decided to personally attempt to absorb the power of the Xianyan Tower. He calmly seated himself, adjusting his state of mind, and positioned the Xianyan Tower before him. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination, reminiscent of a valiant warrior poised to confront a significant battle. Qian Shao slowly closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, striving to attune himself to the enigmatic power emanating from the obsidian tower. In this moment, tranquility enveloped him, accompanied solely by a yearning for strength and a vision of the future. Gradually, a formidable force began to surge into his being. A wave of elation washed over Qian Shao, for he knew his endeavor had borne fruit. This power surged like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering his body. He felt as though his martial soul had been awakened, beginning to resonate with this mysterious force. His form transformed into a vast vessel, incessantly absorbing the energy of the obsidian tower. After a period of absorption, Qian Shao slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with exhilaration. Rising to his feet, he felt imbued with strength, as if he could conquer any adversity. He turned to Qian Renxue and proclaimed, "Shuer, I have successfully absorbed the power of the obsidian tower. It appears that this tower indeed aligns harmoniously with the attributes of my martial soul." Although Qian Renxue felt a twinge of disappointment, witnessing Qian Zhao's success brought her joy. She understood that his strength was also a shared power between them. "Shower, since the obsidian tower resonates with your martial soul attributes, you must harness this power wisely to enhance your abilities," Qian Renxue said gently, her gaze filled with trust and anticipation. Qian Shao grasped her hand firmly and vowed, "Shuer, rest assured, I shall become even more formidable, protecting you and safeguarding our future." With Qian Zhao's successful absorption of the obsidian tower's power, he distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in the potency of his martial soul. It seemed to be infused with a vigorous vitality, radiating an even more resplendent glow. Each ray of light appeared to harbor boundless strength, evoking awe in those who beheld it. His martial soul became not only more resilient, but also increasingly aggressive. Qian Shao was acutely aware that this newfound power would serve as a formidable ally on his journey as a soul master. Moreover, the efficacy of his soul skills had markedly increased. Previously, his soul skills might have unleashed only a fraction of their potential, but now, each skill seemed to encompass limitless power, rendering them formidable and not to be underestimated. He envisioned himself in battle, wielding his powerful soul skills to triumph over one formidable foe after another. Qian Shao began to ponder how to harness this newfound power more effectively. He understood that with greater strength comes greater responsibility. He must continually refine himself and elevate his capabilities in order to safeguard both himself and Qian Rinxue in this challenging world of soul masters. Chapter 66. The challenge on a day radiant as golden brocade. The gentle sunlight cascaded over the vast earth like a delicate veil, enveloping all in a warm and resplendent embrace. Qian Shao walked side by side with Qian Rinxue, slowly advancing towards the imposing Douluo Royal Academy, which stood majestically like a giant. The architecture of the academy soared into the heavens, magnificent and grand, with ancient bricks seemingly imbued with the weight of countless years. The towering gatehouse resembled a wise sage, silently narrating the illustrious history of the institution. The academy's doors stood wide open, warmly welcoming students from all corners, while solemnly showcasing its unassailable dignity and authority, reflecting its esteemed position within the Tiando Empire. With resolute and confident strides, the two entered the academy, their figures standing tall in the bright sunlight, akin to valiant warriors poised to embark on a glorious battlefield. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and the thrill of challenge, as if in pursuit of the path to the glory that befits the strong. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue walked directly towards the expansive square at the center of the academy. The square was adorned with smooth, polished stone slabs, encircled by lush, verdant trees and vibrantly blooming flowers. Sunlight playfully filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting enchanting patches of light that resembled a breathtakingly beautiful carpet meticulously laid by nature itself. Qian Shao, with his athletic build, was the first to leap onto the imposing arena in the center of the square. His movements were light and agile, akin to a spirited and graceful cheetah. He stood firmly at the center of the platform, his gaze sharp and vigilant like that of a hawk, exuding an overwhelming sense of confidence and authority. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood quietly to one side of the arena, her exquisite visage resembling a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. Her noble demeanor evoked the presence of a goddess descended to the mortal realm, drawing the admiration and respect of those around her. The glint in her eyes reflected calmness and wisdom, as if she held the reins of the world within her precise control. Qian Shao gazed at the gathering faculty and students of the Tiando Royal Academy and proclaimed, "Esteemed members of the Tiando Royal Academy, we have come today to challenge you, solely to validate our own strength and seek a formidable opponent. I am Qian Shao, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and this is Qian Rinxue, the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall." As his words resounded like a mighty bell, an enveloping silence descended upon the square, as if time itself had momentarily halted. The crowd was profoundly astonished by their exalted status. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, embodiments of unparalleled reverence. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her aura subtly radiating around her. Her beauty and nobility harmonized with Qian Zhao's power and confidence, evoking an instinctive sense of awe. Without hesitation, Qian Shao unleashed his martial spirit. A tremendous and suffocating wave of soul power surged forth, sweeping through the air like a tidal wave, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. 5 soul rings ascended in succession, their purple and black radiance illuminating the entire square like a constellation of brilliant stars. The overwhelming brilliance dazzled the onlookers, leaving them utterly entranced. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the students, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Why have they come here to challenge us? One student exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulity. Another remarked in awe, such an astonishing soul ring configuration. Possessing 5 rings at such a young age, and in purple and black, their expressions were filled with admiration and reverence for these formidable figures. Yet, despite the collective astonishment, none dared to step forward to accept the challenge. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue patiently awaited on the platform, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, yearning for a brave adversary to emerge and face them. On the first day, the platform was surrounded by a throng of spectators, all whispering and speculating about the intentions and remarkable prowess of these uninvited guests. However, as the day wore on, no one dared to take a single step onto the stage. On the second day, the crowd swelled even further, as if the entire academy had been captivated by this astonishing challenge. Everyone longed to witness this heart-stopping confrontation, eager to see if anyone would muster the courage to accept the Holy Son and Holy Maiden's challenge. Yet, another day passed without a single contender stepping forth. The overwhelming strength of Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue left the onlookers in awe, dissuading them from initiating a challenge. By the third day, a hint of disappointment flickered in Qian Xiao's gaze. He raised his voice once more. Is there truly no one at the Tiando Royal Academy willing to face us? We have waited here for 3 days. Should no one dare to fight, we shall have no choice but to depart. His tone resonated with resignation and regret, reminiscent of a lone warrior desperately seeking a worthy opponent. Qian Rinxue softly remarked, it appears that the Royal Academy of Tiando is rather lacking. Not a single soul possesses the courage to challenge us. Her voice resonated with disappointment and disdain, as if she had lost faith in the students of the Tiando Royal Academy. After a prolonged silence, still no one stepped forward. Qian Xiao, with a sense of resignation, shook his head and addressed Qian Rinxue, Shuer, since no one dares to compete, we must take our leave. His gaze was filled with a sense of loss, yet it also held a glimmer of determination. He understood that they could not squander any more time here. There were far more pressing matters awaiting their attention. Qian Rinxue nodded and remarked, let us depart, Shower. It appears that we have not encountered the adversaries we seek here. Her gaze was imbued with disappointment, yet she remained undaunted. She held a steadfast belief that in the days to come, they would undoubtedly find more formidable opponents, thereby continually enhancing their own prowess. The two retracted their martial spirits and, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, gradually made their exit. Their figures receded into the distance. Yet the awe inspired by their 5 soul rings, along with the illustrious reputation of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall, lingered in the hearts of the students and faculty of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Their challenge, though unanswered, profoundly illuminated the shortcomings of the Academy's members and ignited a fervent resolve to strive for greater diligence in their cultivation. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue walked along the path away from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, their hearts weighed down with a sense of melancholy. They had anticipated formidable adversaries within the academy, rivals worthy of a fierce contest, yet to their surprise, there was no one to challenge them. Nevertheless, they did not succumb to discouragement. They understood that on the path of soul masters, challenges are omnipresent. They must continuously enhance their strength to confront even more powerful opponents. Shower, where shall we go next? Qian Rinxue inquired softly. Let us head to the Grand Soul Arena in Heaven Do City, replied Qian Xiao. Chapter 67. The Grand Soul Arena of Heaven Do. After departing from the Royal Academy of Tiando, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue leisurely made their way towards the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando, traversing the bustling streets filled with a throng of people. The cacophony of voices created a lively atmosphere, making their presence particularly striking amidst the crowd. Qian Xiao stood tall and resolute, exuding an air of confidence, while Qian Rinxue radiated beauty and elegance, resembling a goddess. Their appearance inevitably drew the attention of those around them. In the distance, a magnificent structure came into view. The Grand Soul Arena loomed like a majestic fortress, its towering spires piercing the heavens as if to breach the firmament. The robust walls emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, whispering tales of countless fierce battles. Above the grand archway, dazzling gemstones were embedded, sparkling with a mystical luminescence under the sun, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky. Surrounding the arena, a throng of souls, merchants, and spectators converged, filling the air with a palpable tension and excitement. Upon reaching the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena, a guide clad in a neat uniform approached them with a warm smile. The guide respectfully greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando. This is the stage where soul masters showcase their prowess and pursue glory." The guide's voice was melodious, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring flowing gently into the heart. Subsequently, the guide elaborated on the regulations governing the arena. The Grand Soul Arena was divided into various competition zones, featuring individual matches, pair contests, and team battles, each possessing its unique allure and challenges. The individual match served as a platform to test personal strength, requiring participants to rely on their skills and intellect to overcome adversaries. The pair contest demanded seamless cooperation between competitors to tackle challenges together, while the team battle emphasized collaboration and strategic planning. The guide's eyes sparkled with passion and pride for the Grand Soul Arena. The competition operated on a points system, where the victorious side would earn corresponding points. The higher the points, the greater the ranking within the arena. Those ranked higher would receive more honors and rewards, garnering increased admiration and attention from the masses. Each match was overseen by stringent referees to ensure fairness and impartiality. These referees, seasoned soul masters, would render just judgments based on the unfolding events. In the arena, the use of any prohibited soul-guiding devices or drugs was strictly forbidden. Any violator would be disqualified and face appropriate penalties. The guide's tone conveyed the seriousness and integrity of the arena's regulations. The guide also outlined the competition process and essential considerations. Prior to the matches, participants needed to register, specifying the type and level of competition they intended to enter. The staff at the registration desk would recommend suitable competition levels based on the contestants' abilities and experiences. Once the matches commenced, participants would engage in combat within designated arenas, with the environment and terrain varying according to the type of competition. In the heat of battle, competitors must fully harness their prowess and intellect, leveraging the advantages of the arena to triumph over their adversaries. The contest continues until one side concedes, loses the capacity to fight, or is declared defeated by the referee. Spectators can observe the match from the stands, fervently cheering for their favored contestants. The enthusiasm and support from the audience invigorate the participants, instilling them with greater motivation and confidence. Additionally, the Grand Soul Arena boasts a variety of reward systems. Those who exhibit exceptional performance will have the opportunity to receive substantial monetary prizes, rare soul bones, and esteemed titles. These accolades not only acknowledge the competitors' skills, but also serve as a testament to their dedication and hard work. The words of the guide are imbued with allure and inspiration, igniting anticipation for the competitions held in the Grand Soul Arena. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui attentively listened to the guide's introduction, gaining a profound understanding of the rules governing the Grand Soul Arena. Qian Xiao nodded slightly, remarking, "It appears the regulations here are both stringent and equitable. Only within such an environment can one truly assess an individual's prowess." Qian Renshui concurred, "Indeed, this is a splendid venue for evaluating strength. Through competition, we can continually enhance our abilities and experience." Having grasped the rules, the duo resolved to register for the singles tournament. They approached the registration desk and filled out the requisite information. The staff at the registration counter greeted them warmly and issued their participation credentials. As Qian Xiao gazed at the certificate in hand, excitement sparkled in her eyes. "Schwerer, let us showcase our strength in this Grand Soul Arena. I am confident we shall achieve remarkable results." Qian Renshui smiled gently, responding, "Agreed, Xiao. Let us strive together, regardless of the opponents we encounter. We must face them with bravery and embody the grace of the sacred son and sacred daughter of the Spirit Hall." At that moment, the Grand Soul Arena resonated with fervent music and the cheers of the crowd, heralding the commencement of fierce battles. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui awaited their match with eager anticipation, ready to shine on this challenging stage. They understood that within the Grand Soul Arena, they would confront a myriad of opponents, each match presenting a grueling contest. Yet, they felt no trepidation, for they believed in their abilities and their capacity to overcome all obstacles. While awaiting their turn, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui observed their surroundings. The interior of the Grand Soul Arena was spacious and brilliantly lit, adorned with opulent decorations. The stands were filled with spectators hailing from diverse locales, each possessing unique identities and backgrounds. However, they shared a common purpose: to witness the exhilarating matches and cheer for their favorite competitors. Chapter 68. Overwhelming dominance within the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. The stirring music surged like a mighty tide, and the cheers crescendoed, creating an atmosphere that was both vibrant and electric, as if the very air were ablaze. At long last, the moment everyone had eagerly awaited arrived. It was Qian Zhao's turn to take the stage. Qian Zhao advanced with a steady and powerful gait, resolutely making his way towards the center of the arena. His gaze was as unwavering as the twinkling stars, and his posture stood tall like an unyielding and majestic mountain peak. Once he firmly established his stance, his piercing eyes slowly surveyed the crowd, and in a voice resonant like a mighty bell, he proclaimed, "I am Qian Xiao, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the Emperor of the Rock King Spirit. Here today, I stand solely to challenge myself and pursue a higher realm of strength." With that, Qian Xiao released his spirit without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful wave of soul energy surged through the arena like a tempest as 5 soul rings rose sequentially. their purple and black radiance illuminating the entire arena, the brilliant light seemingly capable of piercing through all. The audience erupted in astonishment, deeply shaken by the formidable configuration of soul rings before them. Their eyes brimmed with wonder and reverence, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. On the opposite end of the arena stood Qianxiao's formidable adversary, a spirited warrior named Lin Feng. His gaze emanated determination and resilience. Upon beholding Qianxiao's soul rings, he felt a jolt of astonishment, yet there was no hint of retreat in his demeanor. Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, "I am Lin Feng. Today, I shall engage in battle with you. Though I am aware of the immense challenges that lie ahead, I shall not waver. My martial spirit is the Storm Wolf." With that, Lin Feng summoned his martial spirit, and a majestic Storm Wolf materialized behind him. 5 soul rings ascended in succession, despite the slightly inferior configuration of yellow, purple, and black compared to Qianxiao's. It was enough to leave the audience in awe. The horn of battle sounded, and the clash was imminent. Lin Feng initiated the attack, his first soul ring radiating a brilliant light as he unleashed the wind blade slash. Countless razor-sharp wind blades whistled forth, akin to a multitude of daggers aimed at Qianxiao. Wherever the wind blades passed, the air seemed to cleave apart, producing a sharp sound. Yet, Qianxiao remained unperturbed, calmly observing Lin Feng's onslaught, his eyes betraying no sign of disturbance. With measured grace, he executed his second soul skill, Rock Barrier. In an instant, an incredibly sturdy stone shield materialized before him, resembling an insurmountable mountain, effortlessly blocking the wind blade's assault. The wind blades struck against the rock shield, emitting a crisp sound before dissipating into nothingness. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately launched a second offensive. His second soul ring ignited, its brilliance so intense that it was blinding. He unleashed Storm Assault, as a tempest rapidly coalesced into a formidable tornado, sweeping towards Qianxiao. The tornado roared like a dragon, imbued with a cataclysmic force. Nevertheless, Qianxiao remained composed, the rock shield steadfastly absorbing the tornado's impact. The tornado relentlessly battered the rock shield, producing a deafening roar, yet the shield remained unyielding. Immovable as a rock, unwilling to concede defeat, Lin Feng pressed on with his assault. His third soul ring shone brightly as he executed the Fury of Wind. The power of the Storm Wolf surged, significantly enhancing both speed and attack strength. Lin Feng commanded the Storm Wolf to pounce upon Qianxiao with ferocity, as if intent on devouring him whole. Yet, Qianxiao remained unflinching, the rock shield as steadfast as ever, proclaiming his invincibility to Lin Feng. With gritted teeth, Lin Feng resolved to go all in. His fourth soul ring illuminated, and he performed the Wind Shadow clone. In an instant, multiple clones of Lin Feng emerged, attacking Qianxiao from various angles. These phantoms were elusive as shadows, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against their onslaught. Qianxiao frowned slightly, yet the rock shield stubbornly withstood all attacks. The clone strikes continuously collided with the rock shield, yet it remained impervious, showing no signs of cracking. Ultimately, Lin Feng decided to risk it all. His fifth soul ring gleamed with the most radiant light. He unleashed Storm Devastation. A tremendous force of tempestuous energy engulfed the entire arena, as if bent on annihilating everything in its path. The tempest appeared as terrifying as the advent of doom, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. However, Qianxiao's rock shield remained steadfast, successfully absorbing all of the powerful attacks. The shield trembled slightly under the onslaught of the storm, yet it remained unbroken. The audience was profoundly moved by the intensity of the battle, erupting into cheers for the remarkable performances of both combatants. Their applause surged like tumultuous waves, filling the grand arena with exuberance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having unleashed 5 consecutive soul techniques without breaching Qianxiao's defenses, was overwhelmed by shock and helplessness. Observing the impenetrable rock shield, he realized he had exerted all his efforts. Yet, the battle was far from over. Qianxiao resolved to counterattack, and his first soul ring glowed once more, unleashing a barrage of rock spears. The stones transformed into lethal projectiles, hurtling towards Lin Feng with blinding speed and formidable force. Lin Feng hastily attempted to evade, but the velocity of the rock spears was too great, and he was struck. Injured and collapsing to the ground, he lost his combat capability. The referee, witnessing the turn of events, promptly declared Qianxiao the victor. As Qianxiao gracefully descended from the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, Qian Ringshu had long been waiting nearby, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy and pride. Qian Rinxue approached with a gentle smile and said softly, "Shower, you were truly remarkable. The battle just now was nothing short of spectacular." Even with all his might, Lin Feng could not penetrate your defenses, while you concluded the fight with a single move. You are indeed worthy of being the son of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao gazed tenderly at Qian Renxue, gently taking her hand in his. Schwerer, he said, this is but a trifling matter. With you by my side, I shall grow ever stronger. Qian Renxue slightly lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks as she spoke. Shower, you are always so remarkable. I am truly in awe of you. In the battles to come, I have faith that you will continue to achieve greatness. Qian Shao gently placed his hand on Qian Renxue's shoulder and softly said, Schwerer, let us strive together. No matter the challenges we encounter, we shall advance hand in hand. Qian Renxue nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as she spoke. Yes, Shower, with you by my side, I fear nothing. We shall undoubtedly tread further along the path of Soul Masters. In Chapter 69, titled Overwhelming Dominance. The lingering resonance of Qian Zhao's spectacular victory seemed to waft through the air like an ethereal mist, while the audience's fervor blazed with an intensity akin to a raging inferno. At this moment, all eyes converged, united in anticipation, upon the imminent appearance of Qian Renxue. She resembled a radiant star poised to burst forth in brilliance, captivating the eager gazes of the crowd. Qian Renxue's figure is as graceful as a swan dancing elegantly. Each step light yet resolute and powerful. Her alluring silhouette, illuminated by the lights of the Grand Soul Arena, captivates all attention, her gaze emanating unwavering determination and confidence. As if no challenge in the world could shake her ironclad resolve, she strides with a delicate poise, each step measured and steady. The sound of her footfalls echoing like a solemn proclamation of her impending glory. When Qian Renxue firmly stands at the center of the arena, she slightly raises her chin. Her noble demeanor reminiscent of a queen's commanding presence. Her voice rings out, crisp and filled with strength. Like a celestial melody resonating throughout the Grand Soul Arena, I am Qian Renxue, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, the six-winged angel. In today's battle, I shall undoubtedly showcase the majesty of the Spirit Hall. With that, Qian Renxue unwaveringly unleashes her martial spirit. The ethereal brilliance of the six-winged angel shines forth, as if a divine messenger from heaven has descended upon the mortal realm. 5 soul rings rise sequentially, their purple and black radiance sparkling like magnificent gemstones, instantly illuminating the entire arena. The audience is once more awestruck by the formidable configuration of her soul rings, their eyes filled with reverence and eager anticipation. Her opponent, a formidable soul master named Lu Yun, possesses an intensity in his gaze akin to that of a hawk, exuding a powerful aura. He proclaims loudly, I am Lu Yun, and in today's battle, I will give my all. My martial spirit is the flame tiger. As his words resonate, a mighty flame tiger materializes behind him, its claws bared and ready to pounce ferociously upon its adversary. His 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, illuminate, showcasing his formidable prowess that cannot be underestimated. The battle erupts instantaneously, the tension enveloping the arena like a dense fog. Lu Yun launches the first attack, his first soul ring radiating an intense light, akin to a small sun on the verge of a cataclysmic explosion. He unleashes the flame impact, a torrent of searing flames surging towards Qian Renxue, reminiscent of an enraged dragon, ready to incinerate everything into ashes. The air distorts and warps in the wake of the flames, producing a terrifying hissing sound. Yet, Qian Renxue remains unfazed, her enchanting visage betraying not a hint of fear. She gracefully raises her hands, her soul power flowing smoothly like a crystal-clear spring. She invokes her second soul skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian. A shield, interwoven with blue and gold, materializes before her, adorned with the mysterious runes of the spirit feather moon deer and the sacred emblem of the 6-winged angel, exuding an aura of sanctity and immense strength. As the fiery torrent collides with the shield, a dull thud resounds, akin to a colossal hammer striking an indomitable barrier. Yet the shield steadfastly withstands this fierce assault, showing no sign of faltering. Witnessing this, Lu Yun promptly initiates a second attack. His second soul ring ignites, its brilliance blindingly radiant. He unleashes the flame storm, a multitude of fiery whirlwinds sweeping forth, wielding a devastating power capable of obliterating everything in their path. The fiery whirlwind danced like the terrifying tendrils of a demon, frantically striving to breach the formidable defenses of Qian Renxue. Yet, she remained composed, narrowing her eyes as she intently observed the approaching inferno. The shield, imbued with sacred light, valiantly resisted the onslaught of the flame storm, its blue and golden brilliance shimmering even more resplendently amidst the flames. However, Lu Yun was not inclined to concede defeat so easily. The third soul ring upon him radiated with a luminescence akin to a raging inferno. He unleashed the power of the blazing fury, augmenting the strength, speed, and ferocity of the flame tiger to unprecedented levels. The beast roared, as if intent on shaking the very foundations of the arena. Lu Yun commanded the flame tiger to pounce fiercely upon Qian Wanxue, its momentum fierce and commanding. Akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, Qian Wanxue responded with calm poise, continuously and precisely adjusting the shield as position, skillfully deflecting the flame tiger's relentless assaults. Each impact resounded with a thunderous noise, yet she displayed unwavering resolve, refusing to yield a single step. Throughout the defensive engagement, she meticulously scrutinized Lu Yun's assault patterns, keenly seeking any vulnerabilities. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, missing not a single-minute detail. At last, she perceived Lu Yun's waning soul power following his consecutive strikes, noting the repetitiveness of his attack strategy. A sense of triumph swelled within her. She recognized that her opportunity had finally arrived. Qian Rinxue resolved to counterattack, her first spirit ring igniting with brilliance akin to the dazzling golden rays of sunlight. She unleashed the angel strike, concentrating the sacred energy of the six-winged angel upon her sword, sending forth a golden luminescence that surged toward Lu Yun with tremendous velocity. Akin to lightning streaking across the sky, Lu Yun hurriedly attempted to evade, yet the swiftness of the golden light proved overwhelming, leaving him somewhat flustered. Taking advantage of this moment, Qian Rinxue swiftly adjusted her state. The third soul ring on her body gleamed, radiating brilliance akin to resplendent stars. With a delicate yet commanding shout, she unleashed the sacred radiance-breaking evil strike, hurling the luminous orb in her hand towards Lu Yun with great force. The orb soared like a shooting star, leaving behind a beautiful golden trail in its wake. This trail resembled the sacred path of an angel, both exquisite and divine. Upon striking Lu Yun, the orb erupted in an intense burst of light, imbued with formidable, purifying, and impactful power. Enveloped by the radiance, Lu Yun momentarily froze, as if immobilized, before being forcefully propelled away, injured and incapacitated. Observing this, the referee promptly declared Qian Rinxue the victor. Standing at the center of the arena, she basked in the cheers and fervent applause of the audience, her eyes shimmering with pride. It was a profound acknowledgement of her own strength and a resolute defense of the glory of the Spirit Hall. She gently lifted her gaze towards the sky, as if solemnly declaring her victory to the world. Meanwhile, below, Qian Shao watched Qian Rinxue's remarkable performance, his eyes brimming with affection and pride. He knew that Qian Rinxue was both powerful and beautiful, a goddess in his heart, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. He realized that together they would forge even greater brilliance on their path as soul masters. In the stands of the Great Soul Arena, spectators fervently discussed Qian Rinxue's battle. Captivated by her strength and beauty, marveling at the might of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, this battle not only showcased Qian Rinxue's prowess, but also amplified the renown of the Spirit Hall within the Great Soul Arena. Chapter 70. Surpassing levels within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. The splendid performances of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire arena. With a fierce and decisive combat style, they swiftly vanquished opponent after opponent, reminiscent of autumn winds sweeping away leaves, earning thunderous applause from the audience. However, as victories continued to accumulate, they gradually sensed that their adversaries were far too weak, failing to satiate their craving for intense battles and the challenge of furthering their own strength. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood quietly at the edge of the arena, their gazes lingering on the opponents they had effortlessly defeated, who now left the stage in dejection, stirring a tinge of disappointment within them. Qian Shao furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes filled with contemplation as he spoke softly. "Shuer, do you see these adversaries? They are utterly feeble. Such battles do not allow us to genuinely enhance our prowess." Qian Rinxue nodded gently, her beautiful eyes reflecting a similar dissatisfaction as she replied in a hushed tone. "You are right, Shower. We indeed require more formidable opponents. Only then can we continuously transcend ourselves and journey further along the path of soul masters." They exchanged a glance, and in that instant, an unspoken understanding seemed to flow between them, kindling a bold idea in their hearts. Qian Shao's gaze grew more resolute as he fixed his eyes on Qian Rinxue, declaring, "Shuer, in my opinion, we should petition the organizers to face a six-ring soul emperor. It is only through battling such powerful foes that we can continually hone our skills and grow stronger. Excitement shimmered in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she readily concurred with Qian Zhao's proposal, her tone brimming with anticipation. Very well, Shower, I share the same sentiment. Let us proceed with this course of action. Thus, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue strode with determination towards the organizer's office of the Grand Soul Arena. They entered a lavishly adorned room, where a stern-looking middle-aged man sat. He was the person in charge of the arena. Qian Xiao respectfully bowed and then straightened his posture. Speaking steadily, Honorable Organizer, we are Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall, the Saint Son and Saint Daughter, respectively. After participating in several rounds of combat, we find our current opponents to be too weak, failing to meet our intense yearning for battle. Therefore, we humbly request the opportunity to challenge a six-ring Soul Emperor. The organizer lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, internally astonished. He noted the audacity of these young individuals in daring to challenge such a formidable opponent. Yet, he was aware that the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the Spirit Hall were not to be underestimated. Their abilities were indeed formidable. After a moment of silence, the organizer slowly replied, Your courage is commendable, but the strength of a six-ring Soul Emperor is exceedingly powerful. Are you certain you wish to challenge them? This is no trivial battle. You may face significant risks. Qian Xiao responded without hesitation. We are certain. We yearn to engage with stronger adversaries. For it is only through such challenges that we can continuously elevate our own prowess. We do not fear risks, for we possess the confidence to confront them. Qian Rinxue asserted with unwavering determination. Please trust in our capabilities. We are confident in our ability to triumph over the six-ring Soul Emperor. We shall not bring shame to the Spirit Hall, nor will we let you down. The official gazed into their resolute eyes, feeling a surge of admiration within him. He nodded slightly and remarked, Very well, since you are so confident, I shall grant your wish. However, I must reiterate that the strength of the six-ring Soul Emperor is incomparable to any foes you have encountered thus far. They are exceedingly formidable. You must approach this challenge with utmost caution and never let your guard down. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue expressed their heartfelt gratitude once more, bowing deeply as they said, Thank you for your support. We shall strive with all our might. Regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, we shall not falter. With that, they turned and departed from the office, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. They understood that the impending battle would pose an unprecedented challenge. Yet they firmly believed that only through such trials could they forge a more resolute path on their journey as Soul Masters. Chapter 71. Ascending beyond limits within the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando, a palpable tension hung in the air, akin to a thin veil of frost. Yet there was an underlying warmth that hinted at an imminent eruption. Qian Xiao, the son of the Spirit Hall, was about to engage in a breathtaking combat with the formidable six-ring Soul Emperor. The news spread like wildfire throughout the arena, drawing spectators who were filled with both excitement and anxiety. This confrontation was destined to resonate deeply within their souls. The six-ring Soul Emperor was the first to manifest his soul, conjuring a fearsome giant beast that loomed large, as 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose in succession, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance and exuding an atmosphere of formidable power that sent chills down the spine. Qian Xiao stood resolutely at the center of the arena, his gaze unwavering and composed, his posture erect like a proud pine tree. Despite a hint of nervousness within, a greater sense of longing for battle and profound confidence in his own abilities prevailed. Opposite him, the six-ring Soul Emperor approached slowly, each step seemingly imbued with immense power, his formidable aura rendering the surrounding air heavy with tension. The six-ring Soul Emperor's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a blade as he coldly regarded Qian Xiao, proclaiming, Young man, you dare to challenge me. Your courage is commendable. However, today you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Unfazed, Qian Xiao responded, Elder, I am not arrogant. I merely yearn for a true battle that will allow me to break through. Today, I shall give my all. With that, Qian Xiao summoned his martial soul, the Rock King Emperor, 5 soul rings of purple and black ascending in succession. Though the radiance of his rings was somewhat dimmer than that of the 6-ring Soul Emperor, they emanated an unyielding spirit. The battle commenced instantaneously. The 6-ring Soul Emperor unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Void Storm, as a powerful dark tempest surged forth, swirling with myriad bizarre energies, seemingly intent on engulfing Qian Xiao. In response, Qian Xiao calmly activated his 2nd soul skill, the Rock Shield of Dominion. Instantly, a formidable and solid rock shield materialized before him, its surface etched with ancient, mysterious patterns. As the void storm collided with the shield, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, the rock shield, though quivering under the impact, remained steadfast, effortlessly absorbing the assault. Then, without hesitation, Qian Shao invoked his fifth soul skill, the Rock Prison Incantation, conjuring a sturdy rock prison at the location of the Six-Ring Soul Emperor, aiming to confine his opponent within. Despite the Six-Ring Soul Emperor's formidable strength, Qian Zhao's cunning strategy rendered his resistance somewhat hasty. With a roar of fury, the Six-Ring Soul Emperor activated his third soul rings, unleashing the power of frenzy in an attempt to shatter the confines of the rock prison. Yet, Qian Shao had anticipated this reaction, skillfully countering his struggles with ease. The Six-Ring Soul Emperor snorted derisively, his second soul ring aglow as he employed the Soul Shock, unleashing an intangible yet immensely potent force directed at Qian Shao. A power that seemed capable of piercing the very soul, inducing excruciating pain. Sensing this oncoming force, Qian Shao merely furrowed his brow slightly, focusing his energy to execute his third soul skill, the Seismic Wave. By stomping the ground, he triggered the tremors of the Earth's power, radiating a shockwave with a 25-meter radius centered around himself. The two forces collided mid-air, producing a sound akin to distant thunder, warping the surrounding air in the aftermath. Qian Shao effortlessly withstood the recoil, his expression remaining composed. Qian Shao resolved to take the initiative. He unleashed his first soul skill, the rapid-fire rock spear. Manipulating the earth, he formed a spear of stone that hurtled towards the Six-Ring Soul Emperor with incredible speed. The Six-Ring Soul Emperor hastily attempted to evade. Yet the velocity of the rock spear was overwhelming, and he was struck. Nevertheless, he did not succumb immediately. Despite the excruciating pain, he summoned his first soul ring, radiating a brilliant light, and unleashed a tremendous force that surged towards Qian Shao. In response, Qian Shao deftly activated his rock barrier, effortlessly withstanding this onslaught, as though everything lay within his dominion. At this juncture, the battle had escalated to a fervent intensity, although Qian Shao maintained a commanding presence. He understood the urgency to conclude the conflict swiftly, lest he falter due to depleting soul energy. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his mind, readying himself to unleash his most formidable soul skill. The soul power within Qian Shao surged, and the 5 soul rings radiated brilliance. He unleashed his fourth soul skill, Starfall Impact. Qian Shao closed his eyes, gathered his focus, and then abruptly opened them wide. Countless flaming meteors appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the Six-Ringed Soul Emperor. The Six-Ringed Soul Emperor sensed this overwhelming force and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The meteors, engulfed in fierce flames and imbued with tremendous impact, struck the Six-Ringed Soul Emperor. He let out a piercing cry, propelled by the force of the meteors, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, the referee immediately declared Qian Shao the victor. The audience erupted in a fervent cheer, applauding Qian Zhao's spectacular performance. Qian Shao stood at the center of the arena, breathing lightly, with beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. At that moment, Qian Renxue gracefully entered the arena, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride and delight. Qian Renxue smiled at Qian Shao and said gently, "Shower, you are truly remarkable. In the face of such a formidable Six-Ring Soul Emperor, you managed to achieve victory with such ease. Your strength astounds me. You are indeed worthy of being the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall." Qian Shao gazed at Qian Renxue, a gentle glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Swear," he said, "this is but a trifle. With you by my side, I shall grow ever stronger." Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with resolute brilliance as she remarked, "Shower, your combat skills and composed demeanor command my utmost admiration." Qian Shao grasped Qian Renxue's hand and said, "Swear, let us continue our journey on the path of Soul Masters, embracing the myriad challenges that lie ahead." Chapter 72, The Extraordinary Showdown at the Grand Soul Arena, Qian Renxue vs. Mo Yuan. In the majestic Grand Soul Arena of Tiando, the echoes of Qian Zhao's splendid victory had yet to fade when the spectators' attention shifted once more to the imminent appearance of Qian Renxue. With a graceful demeanor, Qian Renxue moved with poise and elegance, each step exuding an indescribable authority, causing the very air around her to feel momentarily suspended. Upon taking her stance, Qian Renxue slightly raised her chin, her voice resonating with clarity and strength, echoing through the grand arena like a celestial melody. "I am Qian Renxue, the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, the wielder of the six-winged angel martial spirit. In today's battle, I shall showcase the might of the Spirit Hall." Her words brimmed with unwavering determination, allowing each listener to profoundly sense her confidence and pride. Her opponent was the formidable Six-Ringed Soul Emperor, Mo Yuan. with a cold and stern gaze. He emanated a powerful aura, akin to a towering mountain. He regarded Qian Rengshu and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "A mere Soul King dares to challenge me? Today, let me demonstrate true power." Mo Yuan's voice was low and potent, reminiscent of a roar from the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. His presence surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly impacting the surrounding space, showcasing his immense strength. Both combatants simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Behind Qian Rengshu appeared the resplendent six-winged angel, with 5 soul rings of purple, black, and black ascending in succession, radiating brilliance. The sacred aura seemed capable of purifying all malevolence, as the angel's light illuminated the entire arena, enveloping it in a divine atmosphere. In contrast, Mo Yuan summoned a ferocious dark magic lion, with 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and blue glowing sequentially. The dark magic lion exuded a chilling presence, warping the very air around it with its dark power, towering and imposing. The lioness' shroud of darkness spread like a dense fog, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The battle commenced instantaneously. Mo Yuan was the first to strike, his first soul ring shimmering as he unleashed the lion's roar. The dark magic lion opened its massive jaws and emitted a deafening roar, the powerful sound waves surging toward Qian Rengshu like a relentless tide. These sound waves contained formidable dark energy, fracturing the ground beneath as if torn apart by immense force. Observing this, Qian Rengshu swiftly activated her second soul skill, Holy Radiance Guardian. A shield, interwoven with blue and gold, materialized before her, adorned with ethereal runes of the moon deer and the emblem of the 6-winged angel, radiating a divine glow. When the sound waves collided with the shield, a muffled thud resounded, and the shield trembled violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, Qian Rengshu gritted her teeth, pouring her soul power into the shield, forcing it to endure. Her eyes reflected unwavering conviction, as if proclaiming to Mo Yuan that she would not be easily vanquished. Mo Yuan let out a cold snort, his second soul ring illuminating as he invoked shadow binding. Countless black shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, writhing like ethereal serpents, coiling toward Qian Rengshu. These shadowy appendages danced as though imbued with life, persistently seeking opportunities to strike. Feeling the weight of this formidable force, Qian Rengshu's heart tightened. She concentrated, striving to evade the entanglement of shadow binding, yet her movements were severely constrained. Qian Rengshu, fully aware that she could not remain passive, resolved to counterattack. She unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Assault, concentrating the sacred energy of the 6-winged angel into her sword. A golden radiance surged towards Mo Yuan. However, Mo Yuan reacted swiftly, effortlessly evading the strike. The golden light struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that kicked up a cloud of dust, resembling a miniature sandstorm, obscuring the battlefield from view. Mo Yuan then launched a more ferocious assault, his third soul ring gleaming as he invoked the power of the Dark Lion Rampage. The strength of the dark magical lion surged dramatically, significantly enhancing its offensive capabilities. With its eyes blazing crimson, the lion let out a series of furious roars as it lunged towards Qian Rengshu with an overwhelming ferocity that left no time for response. In a desperate effort, Qian Rengshu activated her Holy Radiance shield once more, yet the shield teetered on the brink of collapse under the relentless onslaught of the rampaging lion. Gritting her teeth, she fervently channeled her soul power, barely managing to sustain the shield. Though the shield contorted under the lion's fierce attacks, it remained unbroken. Beads of sweat formed upon her brow, yet her eyes remained resolutely determined. Qian Rengshu felt a surge of urgency within her as she meticulously observed Mo Yuan's attack patterns, searching for vulnerabilities. At last, she discerned that although Mo Yuan's assaults were formidable, his agility was lacking. Resolving to alter her strategy, Qian Rengshu opted to exploit her speed advantage by employing a kite-flying tactic. She unfurled her graceful form, darting swiftly across the arena, her silhouette akin to a resplendent butterfly dancing amidst a bloom, captivating all who beheld her. Mo Yuan commanded his dark magic lion to pursue relentlessly, yet he could never quite close the gap on Qian Rengshu. She deftly evaded the lion's strikes while simultaneously seeking opportunities for counterattacks. A glimmer of wisdom shone in her eyes, as if she were orchestrating a brilliant battle. As she continued her agile maneuvers, Qian Rengshu gradually depleted Mo Yuan's soul power. His attacks began to grow increasingly frantic, revealing more and more openings. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, she halted her movements, her soul power surging forth. And 5 soul rings radiated their brilliance. She invoked her 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. A longsword, forged from sacred flames, materialized in her grasp. With a vigorous swing, she directed the blade towards Mo Yuan. As the sword sliced through the air, it ignited the atmosphere, leaving a trail of searing heat in its wake. The flames surged forth like a colossal dragon, roaring towards Mo Yuan, imparting an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Mo Yuan, sensing this immense power, hastily attempted to evade, but was ultimately struck by the lingering force of the longsword. He fell to the ground, incapacitated. The referee, witnessing the turn of events, promptly declared Qian Renxue the victor. Standing in the center of the arena, she breathed heavily, her garments soaked with perspiration. Her eyes reflected exhaustion yet sparkled with the joy of triumph. She lifted her gaze to the heavens, as if proclaiming her victory to the world. In the audience, Qian Shao watched Qian Renxue's splendid performance, his heart brimming with both pride and concern. He gazed intently at her somewhat fatigued yet still radiant figure, overwhelmed by a tide of emotions. Qian Shao slowly rose to his feet, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern. He looked at Qian Renxue as if she were the sole focus of his universe. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Shuer, you are truly astonishing. In this battle, the courage and resilience you have displayed command my deepest admiration. In the face of such formidable adversaries, you have never wavered, steadfastly fighting on. Every movement you make, every counterattack, is imbued with boundless strength and wisdom." Qian Shao gently pressed her lips together before speaking. "Witnessing your arduous struggle fills my heart with profound sorrow. You need not exert yourself so tirelessly. Yet, for the glory of the Spirit Hall and the convictions that reside within your heart, you have resolutely embraced this formidable challenge. Your unwavering strength leaves me feeling inadequate." Qian Shao took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement within. He spoke. "Shuer, your victory is not merely a personal glory. It is also a source of pride for our Spirit Hall. Through your exemplary actions, you have demonstrated the might of our Spirit Hall to all. I firmly believe that under your leadership, our Spirit Hall shall undoubtedly stride towards an even more illustrious future." Chapter 73, Dreaming of Snow, The Battle at the Pinnacle. In the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, the names of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue resounded like thunder. Over the past half-month, the two had triumphantly overcome numerous challenges, achieving 10 consecutive victories without a single defeat. Their spectacular performances captivated countless spectators, igniting an overwhelming fervor throughout the entire Spirit Arena. The steadfast courage and formidable prowess of Qian Shao, along with the graceful resilience and divine martial spirit of Qian Renxue, have become a topic of fervent discussion among the audience. Each of their battles unfolds like a visual feast, drawing spectators into an immersive experience from which they cannot extricate themselves. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in order to sustain this extraordinary popularity, the Great Seoul Arena has clandestinely orchestrated a special showdown, pitting Qian Shao against Qian Renxue in direct confrontation. On this day, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue arrived at the Great Seoul Arena, as they did routinely, ready to face new challenges. Upon hearing the name of their opponent, they were both taken aback, for he had never anticipated that he would be matched against Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue felt a profound sense of surprise. As she gazed at the battle roster in her hand, a tumultuous wave of emotions surged within her. On one hand, she was reluctant to confront Qian Shao, as they had shared countless experiences together, forging a deep bond. On the other hand, as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she could not decline this impending combat. The two stood opposite each other on the arena, their eyes filled with helplessness and inner turmoil. The audience, however, was abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating this pinnacle showdown and speculating who would emerge as the ultimate victor. Qian Shao was the first to break the silence. He gazed at Qian Renxue and softly remarked, "Shuer, I never anticipated we would confront each other here. Nevertheless, I shall show no mercy." Qian Renxue nodded slightly in response, stating, "Shao, I feel the same. This is a fair battle, and we must both give our utmost." The impending clash electrified the atmosphere, enveloping the entire arena in tension. Both Qian Shao and Qian Renxue unleashed their martial spirits, the overwhelming surge of soul power causing the surrounding air to seemingly solidify. Qian Shao furrowed his brow slightly, yet his gaze bore a subtle tenderness. He unleashed his first soul skill, the rock gun barrage. The ground trembled gently as the rocks began to rise. However, the once formidable rock spear advanced languidly towards Qian Renxue, its speed reminiscent of a gentle whisper of their affection. The tip of the rock spear seemed to waver, as if Qian Shao yearned to draw closer, yet feared causing harm to Qian Renxue. He pondered in his heart, Shuai will surely understand my intentions in this battle. I wish to shield her from any harm. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Renshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement and tenderness. She gently waved her sword, invoking her first soul skill, Angel Strike. A golden radiance gradually illuminated the space, as soft and gentle as the first rays of dawn, leisurely advancing towards Qian Shao. This golden glow seemed to carry Qian Renshue's gentle caress. When the two attacks met in midair, they produced a faint sound before dissipating into the void, as if their emotions had momentarily brushed against each other before silently parting ways. A secret smile crept across Qian Renshue's heart. Shao remains as gentle as ever. Let this battle be merely a game between us. The spectators exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, Qian Shao and Qian Renshue appeared to be immersed in a world that belonged solely to them, continuing their duel. Qian Shao stamped her foot and, in a seemingly serious manner, unleashed her third soul skill, the Earth Pulse Shockwave. However, the powerful shockwave that was expected instead resembled gentle ripples, gradually spreading outward. A sense of helplessness welled up within Qian Shao. This battle was indeed arduous, as it required captivating the audience while ensuring no harm came to Shuai. Not one to back down, Qian Renshue summoned her second soul skill, the Holy Radiance Guardian. The shield manifested rather half-heartedly, with intertwining blue and golden light that shimmered faintly, seemingly only to safeguard the tender bond between them. In her heart, Qian Renshue mused, Shuai, do not go too far. I cannot allow you to have it too easy either. Qian Shao deliberately revealed a flaw, tilting her head slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Qian Renshue, fully capable of seizing the opportunity to strike, merely shook her head gently, feigning ignorance. Their gazes intertwined, brimming with affection and resignation. The two engaged in a seemingly fierce battle, yet it resembled more of a playful exchange, with each movement and glance imbued with profound emotion for one another. The audience began to express their discontent, clamoring for them to engage in earnest combat. However, Qian Shao and Qian Renshue remained oblivious, continuing their unique duel. A spark of inspiration ignited within Qian Shao's heart, prompting him to elevate the intensity of the battle scene. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteoric Stone Strike. In the heavens above, a faint glow flickered, yet the once formidable meteorites that were destined to crash with great force transformed into delicate, charming orbs, gently descending towards Qian Renshue like whimsical stars. Amused, Qian Shao chuckled inwardly, knowing that Shuai would undoubtedly find this spectacle captivating. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renshue's lips curled into a slight smile. Unwilling to be outdone, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. A colossal angelic apparition materialized behind her, yet the golden sword, formed from her sacred soul energy, floated delicately towards Qian Shao, as if merely offering a gentle greeting. In her heart, Qian Renshue mused, Shower, let us see what other tricks you can conjure. Qian Shao gazed at the slowly approaching sword thrust, feigning panic as he dodged momentarily. Then, with renewed vigor, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Rock Prison Enchantment. A diminutive stone cage gradually took shape beside Qian Renshue, resembling nothing more than an exquisite ornament. With a smile, Qian Shao remarked, Shuai, you find yourself ensnared. Qian Renshue lightly hummed a tune as she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Angelic Judgment. A long sword, forged from sacred flames, materialized in her hand. With a gentle swing, she merely grazed the fiery blade across the rocky prison, leaving behind a faint glow. Shower, this cannot confine me, Qian Renshue declared. Their battle unfolded with delightful banter, utterly disregarding the spectators' reactions. Their playful exchanges served as a hearty feast for the audience, evoking both exasperation and amusement. However, the viewers' patience began to wear thin. What on earth is this? Can you take it seriously? Someone in the crowd shouted. Soon, discontented murmurs erupted, filling the grand arena with the echoes of the audience's protests. Qian Shao, upon hearing the audience's protests, felt a sense of helplessness. He glanced at Qian Renshue, and a flicker of hesitation flickered in his gaze. Qian Renshue appeared to understand his thoughts, and she subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Qian Shao resolved to conclude the battle in a comical manner. He deliberately feigned great effort, once more unleashing seemingly formidable yet utterly harmless soul techniques. Then, while evading Qian Renshue's onslaught, he exaggeratedly tumbled to the ground. Lying there, he raised his hands and proclaimed loudly, Shuai, I concede. You are simply extraordinary. Qian Renshue gazed at Qian Zhao's comical demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She approached him, extending her hand with the intention of helping him up. However, Qian Shao seized the opportunity to grasp her hand, gently tugging her closer to him. Their eyes met, brimming with mirth. The audience, witnessing this scene, was filled with indignation. What kind of battle was this? It was far too trivial. Complaints echoed throughout the arena. Yet Qian Shao and Qian Renxue remained oblivious, lost in their own world, relishing this extraordinary moment. The overseer of the Grand Soul Arena observed the farcical outcome of the duel with a grim expression. He had intended to utilize this confrontation to elevate the arena's popularity, but it had devolved into such a spectacle. Nonetheless, he found himself powerless to intervene, for Qian Shao and Qian Renxue's prowess and fame were undeniable. They were the holy son and holy daughter of the Spirit Hall, and he dared not offend them lightly. Amidst the discontent of the onlookers, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue departed the arena hand in hand, leaving behind a cacophony of turmoil and disorder. Chapter 74. The Journey Home. After departing from the great fighting soul arena, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue joyfully embarked on their long journey back to the Spirit Hall. Resolute in their intent to revel in the picturesque landscapes and fully savor this rare time together. In the early morning, the resplendent sunlight gently cascaded upon the earth, as if draping all of creation in a shimmering, golden robe. Side by side, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue leisurely strolled along the winding mountain path. The wildflowers by the roadside swayed delicately in the gentle breeze, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance that captivated the senses. Qian Renxue gracefully bent down, plucking a delicate flower that seemed to glisten with dew, tucking it behind her ear. With a radiant smile, she turned to Qian Shao and inquired, "Shower, do I look beautiful?" Qian Shao gazed at her with a tender adoration, his eyes reflecting an infinite affection as he softly replied, "Schwerer, in this world, you are the most exquisite scenery, unmatched by anyone." Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully chided, "You are the only one who knows how to speak sweetly." Qian Shao gently took her hand and placed it over her heart, declaring, "Every word I speak is sincere. My heart is filled with thoughts of you." They strolled slowly to the edge of a crystal-clear stream, where the water flowed gently, producing a melodious sound. Qian Renxue knelt down, extending her delicate hand to lightly touch the water, savoring its refreshing and pleasant sensation. Qian Shao was diligently searching for beautiful stones nearby, and before long, he approached Qian Renxue, cradling several vividly colored stones in his hands. "Schwerer, these stones are for you." Qian Renxue accepted the stones with immense joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Shower, you are always so thoughtful." She gently caressed the stones, remarking, "These stones are truly exquisite, just like our love, so vibrant and colorful." Qian Shao smiled at her, saying, "As long as you like them, that is enough for me." By midday, they paused on a lush green meadow. Qian Shao carefully took out food from his bag and arranged it neatly on a clean, tidy cloth. Qian Renxue gazed at the array of delicacies and smiled, "Shower, your preparations are truly thoughtful." Qian Shao offered her a piece of cake, saying, "This is your favorite. Do give it a taste." Upon taking a bite, Qian Renxue nodded in approval, declaring it delightful. The two settled on the ground, savoring the exquisite food while becoming entranced by the surrounding beauty. Qian Shao frequently served dishes to Qian Renxue, who looked at him with a smile, her eyes brimming with happiness. "Shower, being with you fills me with joy." Qian Renxue leaned against Qian Zhao's shoulder. He embraced her, replying, "I feel the same, Schwerer. With you by my side, everything becomes so wonderfully splendid." In the afternoon, they continued their journey, arriving at the entrance of an ancient and majestic temple. The chimes of the temple bell resonated melodiously, as if gently narrating the poignant tales of time's passage. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue entered the temple side by side, humbly offering their reverence to the Buddha statue. Qian Shao murmured, "May our love endure for eternity." Qian Renxue grasped his hand, affirming, "It surely will." Within the sacred confines of the temple, they made heartfelt promises to one another, wishing that their love would forever remain as exquisite as a poetic painting. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a vibrant tapestry of twilight hues across the sky. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue ascended to a majestic mountaintop, gazing down upon the picturesque landscape that unfurled beneath them like a masterpiece. Qian Renxue gently leaned against Qian Zhao's shoulder, softly whispering, "Shower, the moments spent with you are truly exquisite." Qian Shao firmly grasped her hand, resolutely declaring, "Schwerer, I shall always stand by your side, never depart." "Shower, do you know, I am genuinely afraid of the day I might lose you." A flicker of concern crossed Qian Renxue's eyes. Qian Shao tenderly kissed her forehead, assuring her, "That will never happen. We will always be together, never separated." As night fell, they found refuge in a tranquil and serene inn nestled within a quaint little town. The inn's room was adorned with warmth and comfort, where Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue embraced each other in slumber, drifting into a sweet dreamland. The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the window, softly caressing their faces. Qian Shao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the still slumbering Qian Rinxue, his heart brimming with tender affection. He placed a heartfelt kiss upon her forehead, and sensing his presence, Qian Rinxue stirred slightly before gradually opening her eyes to meet Qian Zhao's gaze. Offering him a gentle smile. "Good morning, shower," she greeted, her voice laced with a hint of drowsiness. Qian Shao smiled in return. "Good morning, Shuer. Did you sleep well?" Qian Rinxue nodded. "With you by my side, I slept soundly." After packing their belongings, they set forth on their journey once more. As they passed through a vibrant sea of flowers, Qian Rinxue was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of colors, excitedly tugging Qian Shao into the floral expanse. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rinxue, who danced gracefully amidst the blossoms, resembling a celestial fairy, exquisitely beautiful and utterly captivating. "Shuer, you are truly enchanting," Qian Shao exclaimed earnestly. Qian Rinxue halted her dance and approached Qian Shao, inquiring, "Shower, do you enjoy my dancing?" Qian Shao took her hand and replied, "Indeed, I adore it immensely. You are like a spirit among the flowers, utterly mesmerizing." Qian Rinxue smiled and waved at Qian Shao, who hurried over and gently embraced her delicate waist. They twirled joyfully amidst a sea of blossoms, their laughter ringing melodiously in the air. As they strolled, the sky suddenly released a gentle drizzle. Qian Shao promptly removed his coat and held it high above their heads, shielding Qian Rinxue from the wind and rain. They took refuge beneath a sturdy tree, quietly watching the raindrops descend, with Qian Rinxue nestled in Qian Zhao's embrace, savoring his warmth. Qian Shao softly remarked, "Shuer, this rain mirrors our love, though storms may arise. We shall remain hand in hand." Qian Rinxue nodded, her eyes brimming with emotion. "With you by my side, I fear nothing," she replied, embracing Qian Shao tightly. Qian Shao gently caressed her hair, assuring her, "I will always protect you, Shuer." As the rain subsided, the sky unveiled a breathtakingly beautiful rainbow. Hand in hand, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue emerged from beneath the tree, walking toward the radiant arc. They arrived at the edge of a crystal-clear stream, where the water was so translucent that they could see fish frolicking beneath the surface. Qian Shao picked up a flat stone and tossed it onto the water, where it danced lightly across the surface, creating ripples that spread outward in gentle waves. Qian Rinxue eagerly imitated Qian Shao, throwing stones with unrestrained joy. "Shower, look. I can throw them quite far too," she exclaimed with a radiant smile. Qian Shao gave her a thumbs up, declaring, "Shuer, you are truly remarkable." As dusk fell, they paused by a tranquil lakeside. Qian Shao skillfully kindled a bonfire, while Qian Rinxue meticulously prepared their dinner. They gathered around the fire, savoring the delectable food and gazing at the shimmering starry sky reflected upon the lake's surface. Qian Shao pointed at a star in the sky and said, "Shuer, that star shines as brightly and beautifully as you do." Qian Rinxue smiled and replied, "Then you must be the star beside me, watching over me." "Shuer, I will always protect you," Qian Shao said, gazing at Qian Rinxue with deep affection. Leaning into Qian Zhao's embrace, she responded, "I will always be by your side as well." Chapter 75. Confession in the vast and enchanting realm of Douluo continent. The tale of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue unfolds like a magnificent tapestry, vibrant and splendid. After bidding farewell to the grand soul arena, they embarked on a journey filled with endless joy and sweet moments. Now, this unforgettable odyssey has gracefully reached its conclusion, as they finally returned to the grand and majestic Hall of Spirits. As their figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, it was as if a gentle and warm spring breeze had swept through, bestowing a delightful and pleasant atmosphere upon the imposing edifice. Qian Douluo, the supreme guardian of the Hall of Spirits, had long awaited their arrival within the grand sanctuary. His commanding presence subtly revealed a hint of eager anticipation. His gaze fixed intently on the entrance, brimming with expectation. At long last, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue approached hand in hand. Qian Rinxue, like a joyful and lively little bird, gracefully leaped into Qian Daolia's arms, her face radiant with a blissful smile as she playfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, our journey was so much fun. We encountered no danger, and Shower took great care of me." Her voice was melodious and clear, resonating like silver bells within the hall. Meanwhile, Qian Shao respectfully bowed and spoke earnestly, "Grandfather, I apologize for causing you concern. Though we faced a few minor setbacks along the way, we navigated through them safely." His eyes shone with steadfast sincerity, revealing profound respect for Qian Douluo. Douluo carefully scrutinized them, his eyes filled with a sense of gratification. He observed the radiant happiness on Qian Rushue's face and the composure and responsibility reflected in Qian Zhao's gaze. It is good that you have returned. It seems that your bond has deepened during your time apart, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Qian Rushue smiled and nodded, her face aglow with joy as she said, Grandfather, Xiao is so wonderful to me. No matter what happens, he always stands up to protect me first. Her eyes brimmed with dependency and affection for Qian Xiao. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You must always support one another, do you understand? In unison. Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue replied, Grandfather, we will. Qian Xiao gazed at Qian Rushue, his heart overflowing with tenderness. Rushue, I will always protect you. At that moment, a warm current of emotion seemed to flow gently through the hall between them. However, within Qian Zhao's heart, a fierce flame burned. For he understood that certain words must be spoken. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and said, Grandfather, I have something to say. Douluo raised an eyebrow slightly, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Oh, what is it? Qian Xiao took a deep breath, as if attempting to inhale all the courage within him, and slowly articulated, Grandfather, my feelings for Rushue are not merely those of siblings. I am in love with her, in a romantic sense. Anxiety surged within him, for he was uncertain of how his grandfather would react. His heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from his chest. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression instantly darkened, his eyes widening with fury. His gaze radiated shock and anger, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the sky. What? You dare entertain such thoughts? You are siblings. How can you be so audacious? Douluo's voice resonated like thunder within the hall, causing Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue's hearts to tremble. Qian Xiao shuddered in the face of Douluo's wrath. Yet he resolutely straightened his posture. He understood that his feelings were profoundly sincere and could not be retracted out of fear. Grandfather, I recognize that this may be inappropriate, but my feelings for Shuai are uncontrollable. I truly care for her and wish to be with her. Qian Zhao's voice was firm and resolute, revealing the depth of his affection for Qian Rushue. At this moment, Qian Rushue was visibly flustered, hastily grasping Douluo's sleeve. Her eyes were filled with urgency and concern, fearing that her grandfather would oppose their affection. Grandfather, please do not be angry. Xiao is sincere, she implored, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. In her heart, she fervently hoped that her grandfather would not disapprove. Douluo maintained a stern expression, remaining silent for a brief moment. The atmosphere within the hall seemed to freeze, enveloping them in an oppressive tension. Just as Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue were engulfed in apprehension, Douluo suddenly burst into hearty laughter. This unexpected sound left Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his reaction. Their eyes were filled with confusion, unsure of why their grandfather was responding in such a manner. Douluo, looking at them with a smile, remarked, You two little rascals thought you could deceive me? I have long discerned the depth of your feelings for one another. Qian Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of surprise. Grandfather, you knew all along? Douluo nodded, a hint of cunning glimmering in his eyes. Humph. Am I unaware of the little antics you've been up to along the way? However, Qian Xiao, since you harbor feelings for Shuai, you must treat her well. You share no blood ties, yet your talents are well suited for her. But should you dare to bully her, I shall not spare you. I will break your legs. Moreover, your affair must remain a secret from others for now. Though his words carried a threat, they were imbued with a profound affection for Qian Rushue. Qian Xiao promptly assured him, Grandfather, I will cherish Shuai and never let her down. In his heart, Qian Xiao silently vowed, I shall protect Shuai diligently, ensuring she suffers no harm. Qian Xiao then took out the flame apricot blossom from her satchel, reverently presenting it to Douluo with both hands. This celestial herb emanated a mysterious glow, as if it harbored boundless power. Grandfather, this is the celestial herb, the flame apricot blossom that we discovered on our journey, especially for you. Her voice brimmed with respect and gratitude. Douluo accepted the flame apricot blossom, appreciation gleaming in his eyes. You are thoughtful. This herb is indeed precious. Will you not keep it for yourselves? Qian Xiao shook her head and resolutely replied, Grandfather, your love and guidance towards us are beyond what we can repay. Let this herb serve as a token of our heartfelt intentions. Douluo nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with a sense of contentment. Well, good children, I do not oppose your affection for one another. But you must also remember the heavy responsibilities that rest upon your shoulders as members of the Spirit Hall. In your pursuit of love, Do not forget your mission. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue replied in unison, Grandfather, we understand. We will strive diligently for the future of the Spirit Hall and cherish our bond. Chapter 76. The Advanced Academy. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood side by side before Qian Douluo. Upon hearing his acknowledgement of their feelings, their hearts were instantly filled with joy and emotion. Qian Douluo gazed at them, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Though you have made considerable progress, you must continue to strive for self-improvement. I have decided to send you to the Advanced Academy of the Spirit Hall for further study, Qian Douluo stated earnestly. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a profound anticipation for the new journey ahead. Tinged with a hint of apprehension in the face of the unknown, Qian Shao spoke first, his voice resolute and powerful. Grandfather, we shall strive diligently in our studies, ensuring that we do not betray your earnest expectations. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured, Grandfather, we will cherish this rare opportunity immensely. Qian Douluo nodded slightly and continued, In the prestigious Academy of the Spirit Hall, there exists a multitude of exceptionally gifted mentors and students. There, you shall acquire a wealth of diverse knowledge and skills, as well as forge friendships with like-minded individuals. However, it is imperative to remember to avoid arrogance and complacency, and to consistently maintain an attitude of humility and diligence. Qian Shao listened intently, secretly resolving to dedicate herself fully to enhancing her abilities within the academy. Qian Rinxue felt similarly, acutely aware of the significant and sacred responsibilities she bore as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. Upon arriving at the academy, you must look after one another and strive for mutual progress, Qian Douluo reiterated. Qian Shao grasped Qian Rinxue's hand tightly and vowed, Grandfather, I will take good care of Shuer. A faint blush graced Qian Rinxue's cheeks as she softly replied, I will also work hard alongside Shuer. 3 days later, Qian Douluo personally escorted them to the academy gates. Remember your mission, study diligently and strive relentlessly for the future of the Spirit Hall, he emphasized once more. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue solemnly bowed before turning to enter the academy. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood before the grand entrance of the Wuhuan Hall Advanced Academy, gazing up at a magnificent edifice that loomed before them. The academy's gates, meticulously carved from sturdy black stone, bore intricate patterns of martial spirits, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. Upon entering the academy, a wide avenue unfolded before them, flanked by towering trees whose leaves gently swayed in the caress of a soft breeze, producing a soothing rustle. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dreamy patches of light upon the ground. As they leisurely traversed the pathway, they beheld imposing teaching buildings, their architectural style both ancient and dignified, adorned with various martial spirit motifs and runes that enveloped the atmosphere in a rich scholarly ambience. The classrooms resonated with the sounds of fervent recitations and spirited discussions, allowing Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue to deeply appreciate the fervor for learning that permeated the air. At the heart of the academy lay a vast square, dominated by a colossal statue of a martial spirit. The statue appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. Students gathered in small clusters throughout the square, some exchanging insights on their studies, while others engaged in martial arts practice, infusing the space with vitality and enthusiasm. To one side of the square stood a spacious and luminous library. The library's doors were wide open, revealing an array of books and documents meticulously arranged within. As Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stepped inside, they were greeted by the rich aroma of aged paper. They observed fellow students seated quietly at their desks, engrossed in reading, submerged in the vast ocean of knowledge. Behind the academy sprawled an expansive training ground, equipped with various training apparatuses, where students exerted themselves, striving to enhance their abilities. Instructors stood nearby, rigorously guiding the trainees, occasionally offering cheers and words of encouragement. The Wuhuan Hall Advanced Academy boasted an exquisite environment, comprehensive facilities, and an exceptionally profound academic atmosphere. It was not merely a sanctuary for learning, but also a cradle for nurturing the future pillars of the Wuhuan Hall. Shortly after their arrival, news of their identities as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Wuhuan Hall swiftly circulated. The Academy's principal hurriedly approached, his face a mask of reverence. Your Highness, Holy Son, Your Highness, Holy Daughter, it is indeed a profound honor to encounter you both within our academy, he said. Inclining his body slightly in respect, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, and Qian Shao took the initiative to speak. Dean, there is no need for such formality. We have come here to learn, just like the other students, and we hope that you will treat us equally without any discrimination. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Dean, we do not wish to receive preferential treatment due to our identities. Rather, we aspire to grow and progress alongside everyone." The dean was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes, Your Highness and Your Grace. I shall certainly adhere to your wishes and ensure equality in our teaching management." Chapter 77. Class Division. After bidding farewell to the dean, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue walked side by side towards the teaching office. The sunlight bathed them in a golden glow, as if bestowing upon them a radiant mantle. Along the way, the scenery of the academy unfolded like a vibrant tapestry. The winding cobblestone path stretched forward, resembling a mysterious passage leading to the hallowed halls of knowledge. Flanking the path, resplendent flowers swayed gently in the tender caress of the breeze, their colorful petals fluttering in the wind, as if joyfully celebrating the new journey that awaited them. Qian Shao gently tilted her head, glancing at the enchanting Qian Rinxue beside her. Her exquisite beauty was rendered even more captivating under the sunlight. A wave of warmth surged within Qian Shao as they were about to embark on a shared journey of growth within the esteemed Spirit Hall Academy. Striving diligently for the future of the Spirit Hall, it seemed Qian Rinxue sensed Qian Zhao's gaze as she turned her head in response, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The two exchanged a knowing smile and continued onward. Upon arriving at the door of the teaching office, Qian Shao politely rapped lightly on the door. The crisp sound echoed through the tranquil corridor, as if heralding the commencement of their new journey. Shortly thereafter, a steady and authoritative voice invited them in. They slowly pushed open the door to reveal a teacher, whose serious visage and composed demeanor exuded an air of gravitas, seated behind the desk, diligently organizing documents. His eyes were deep and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through to one's innermost thoughts. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing a broad forehead, imparting a sense of rigor and professionalism. "Good day, esteemed teacher. We are the new students. I am Qian Shao, and this is Qian Rinxue," Qian Shao said, slightly bowing with utmost respect. His voice was clear and resonant, imbued with confidence and resolve. Qian Rinxue also inclined her head slightly, showing her respect to the teacher. The teacher raised his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before quickly returning to calmness. Clearly, he had not anticipated the humility and courtesy exhibited by the prince and princess of the Spirit Hall. "Ah, it is His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess. Welcome to the Spirit Hall Academy. Please, take a seat." The teacher's voice was steady and gentle, instilling a sense of reassurance. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue sat steadily in the chairs opposite the teacher. Their postures were upright, and their expressions were focused, reflecting commendable decorum. The teacher began to meticulously inquire about their martial soul attributes, soul power levels, and other fundamental details, attentively listening while diligently recording his observations. His gaze was earnest and intent, as if he were engaged in an exceedingly significant matter. "Both of you possess extraordinary talent. With your exceptional qualifications, I firmly believe you will achieve even greater progress within the academy." The teacher regarded them with profound expectation in his eyes. His words were imbued with encouragement and trust, igniting within Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue a profound sense of responsibility. Qian Shao nodded slightly and solemnly declared, "Teacher, we shall endeavor to study diligently, never to betray your earnest expectations." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, revealing a profound confidence and determination for the future. Qian Rinxue then spoke up. "We earnestly yearn to acquire more knowledge and skills here, contributing our share to the future of the Spirit Hall." Her voice was gentle yet steadfast, emanating a sense of inner strength and dedication. The teacher smiled with satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Next, we shall proceed with class assignments. The academy will allocate you to different classes based on your capabilities and spirit attributes." His words were imbued with gravity and seriousness, underscoring the significance of the class divisions. The teacher picked up a roster and scrutinized it carefully for a moment, then said, "Qian Shao, you have been assigned to Elite Class 1. The students in that class are all exceptional talents, and I believe you will receive superior training and development there. Qian Rinxue, you have been assigned to Elite Class 2. Although you are in different classes, you must both strive to learn, encourage one another, and progress together." The teacher's gaze was filled with anticipation, confident that Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly showcase their strengths in their respective classes, bringing honor to the academy. Qian Shao furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Teacher, we do not wish to be treated differently due to our identities. Could we perhaps be placed in the same class? This way, we can better look after one another." His words were imbued with a sense of reluctance. He did not want to be separated from Qian Rinxue. The teacher shook his head and patiently explained, "Your Highness the Saint's son, this class division is not arbitrary, but rather a specific directive from His Holiness the Pope. His Holiness is well aware of your potential and capabilities and wishes for you to each lead different classes, carving your path through the competition within the Academy. This is not only a test for you, but also an opportunity for you to fully harness your leadership talents, nurturing more exceptional individuals for the Spirit Hall. Each class possesses its unique characteristics, and by being in different classes, you will encounter diverse styles of students and teaching methods, which will greatly benefit your growth. Although you may not be in the same class, your goals remain aligned to strive for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Trust in your strength and wisdom. You will undoubtedly play a leading role within your respective classes, guiding your peers to achieve remarkable results." Upon hearing this, Qian Zhao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. As he comprehended his grandfather's heartfelt intentions, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Teacher, I understand. Since it is the arrangement of His Holiness the Pope, I shall devote myself entirely to this endeavor and uphold the mission with honor." Qian Ruxue resolutely declared, "I shall also strive to fulfill my responsibilities and lead the elite Class 2 students courageously forward." The teacher gazed at them with satisfaction and replied, "Excellent. I have faith that you will not disappoint His Holiness the Pope. Now, you may each report to your respective classes. Within the classroom, engage actively with your classmates, collaborate, and progress together." Qian Shao and Qian Rengsha rose to their feet, bowing once more to their teacher before turning to depart from the teaching office. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered in their hearts, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of conviction and duty. They understood that from this moment forward, they would bear a weightier responsibility, striving tirelessly for the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 78. The Class Leader. The moment Qian Shao stepped into the elite class's classroom, it was as if a dazzling brilliance had suddenly illuminated the space, casting a radiant glow throughout. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to him, as if by a powerful magnet. In those eyes, curiosity sparkled like twinkling stars, anticipation blazed like a roaring flame, and a hint of reverence lingered like an enigmatic, hazy mist. The students fixated their attention on Qian Shao, as though they were witnessing the arrival of a legendary figure. The teacher at the podium cleared his throat, signaling for silence. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the teacher's eyes, clearly indicating that he had not anticipated the immense stir this new student would create. "Classmates, this is Qian Shao, the newest addition to our class. Now, let us invite Qian Shao to introduce himself." Qian Shao nodded slightly, his gaze resolute and confident. His tall stature resembled that of a majestic mountain, exuding a calm, yet formidable aura. As he took a step forward, the energy surrounding him gradually expanded, as if an invisible and potent force surged through the air. "Greetings, everyone. I am Qian Shao, and I am delighted to join this warm family of Elite Class 1. As his words echoed, he felt a tremor within, and his soul power surged forth, instantaneously manifesting 5 soul rings beneath his feet, 3 purple and 2 black, appearing in succession, their brilliance almost blinding to the eyes. The purple soul rings radiated a mysterious and powerful essence, as if ancient, arcane forces were softly narrating legendary tales. Each purple ring resembled a profound vortex of mystery, captivating the gaze of onlookers and igniting an irresistible desire to delve into their secrets. In contrast, the black soul rings loomed like endless abysses, instilling a sense of heavy oppression, as though they could consume all that stood before them. Amidst the dazzling light, the entire classroom was illuminated by the resplendent soul rings. The students gazed in astonishment at the magnificent spectacle beneath Qian Zhao's feet, their hearts filled with awe. Some widened their eyes, mouths agape, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Others inhaled sharply, profoundly impressed by Qian Zhao's immense prowess. They marveled inwardly, recognizing that this new classmate possessed extraordinary strength, truly deserving of the title of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao continued, "I am currently a level 57 Soul Emperor, classified as a strong attack type. In the days to come, I hope to work diligently alongside all of you, striving for collective progress and to fight valiantly for the glory of our class in the Spirit Hall." His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with confidence and determination. His words seemed to possess a magical quality that ignited a fervent spirit within the hearts of his classmates. They understood that with Qian Zhao's presence, Class Elite 1 would grow even stronger, and under the guidance of this prodigious figure, they too would tirelessly strive for the honor of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Elite Class 2, Qian Renxue stood gracefully at the podium. Her exquisite beauty resembled that of a blooming, resplendent flower. and her noble demeanor radiated an air of innate royalty. Every movement she made exuded elegance and self-assurance, captivating all who beheld her. The glimmer of wisdom in her gaze beckoned others to draw near, eager to absorb her enlightened teachings. Qian Rinxue smiled gently, her smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, enveloping all in an unparalleled warmth. Subsequently, her soul power surged as 5 soul rings ascended gracefully, purple, 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 black, and black, arranged in a dazzling display of brilliance. The formidable aura emitted by the soul rings instantly permeated the entire classroom, as if an invisible force surged through the air. Her soul rings, akin to Qian Zhao's, were imbued with mystery and immense power. Each ring seemed to narrate an enchanting tale, enticing one to delve into the mysteries within. Greetings, I am Qian Rinxue. It is an honor to be a member of Elite Class 2. I am a level 57 Assault-type Battle Soul Emperor, with a soul ring configuration of purple, 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 black, and black. I eagerly anticipate learning and growing alongside all of you, contributing our strength to the future of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue's voice was gentle yet resolute, brimming with confidence and determination. Her words stirred a profound sense of responsibility within the hearts of the Elite Class 2 students. They understood that with Qian Rinxue's presence, they would shoulder an even greater mission. As the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue's arrival undoubtedly brought immense honor and formidable motivation to Elite Class 2. After Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue concluded their self-introductions, the atmosphere in the classroom remained fervent and electrifying. At that moment, the instructor of Elite Class 1 cleared his throat and spoke. In light of the formidable strength exhibited by Qian Xiao, I propose that he be appointed as the class leader of Elite Class 1. Do any of you have objections? The instant the instructor's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The students exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison, indicating their agreement. They were acutely aware that Qian Xiao, both in strength and demeanor, was entirely deserving of the class leader position. One student stood up first and declared, Qian Xiao possesses remarkable strength. I wholeheartedly support his appointment as class leader. Others nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, the instructor of Elite Class 2 made a similar proposal. Given that Qian Rinxue is the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, with exceptional prowess and graceful demeanor, I propose that she be appointed as the class leader of Elite Class 2. What do you all think? The students of Elite Class 2 also voiced no dissent. One girl, her face brimming with admiration, remarked, Qian Rinxue is like our role model. We wholeheartedly accept her as our class leader. The other students echoed their approval. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue were taken aback by the teacher's proposal, yet they also felt the weight of the responsibility. Standing on the podium, Qian Xiao gazed resolutely at her classmates and declared, Since you all place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will lead us in diligent study, striving together for progress, and fighting for the glory of our class in the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue solemnly pledged in Elite Class 2. I shall exert my utmost effort to guide everyone in our collective growth and contribute our strength to the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 79. The special trio in the esteemed Elite Class 2 of the Spirit Hall Academy, Qian Rinxue, as the class leader, embarked on a profound journey of understanding each of her classmates. Her graceful figure and noble demeanor radiated like a brilliant light, illuminating the entire class. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and responsibility, driven by a resolute determination to lead the class toward greatness. Before long, Qian Rinxue's gaze firmly settled upon 3 exceptionally talented students, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. They shone in the class like resplendent stars, each exuding a unique brilliance. Their remarkable talents garnered the Academy's keen attention, prompting it to provide them with precious whale glue and to allocate significant resources to procure rare soul rings. Consequently, their second soul rings transformed into a vibrant purple at an early stage, granting them power that far surpassed their peers. Xiaoyu stood tall like a majestic pine, his dark red hair gently flowing, reminiscent of flickering flames, enhancing his aura of wildness and pride. His features were chiseled and stern, with sharply defined contours that seemed to be masterfully sculpted by nature itself. The resolute lift of his chin revealed an inner strength and confidence. Clad in the Academy's exquisite uniform, adorned with golden embroidery on a black robe, he shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the sunlight. This refined attire complemented his dashing and carefree demeanor, amplifying his extraordinary charm. As a 3-ring soul master, Xiaoyu's soul rings were yellow, purple, and purple. The first soul ring emitted a steady glow, signifying his solid foundation. The second, a purple ring, resembled a mysterious violet, radiating both alluring charm and formidable power. Whenever he unleashed his soul power, the brilliance of his rings illuminated the entire space, allowing others to feel his immense prowess. Xieyu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through all. His eyes often sparkled with unwavering determination, reflecting confidence in his abilities and aspirations for the future. In battle, his figure moved like a wraith, swift and agile. The moon blade in his hand swung with a force that seemed capable of severing all obstacles, his strikes decisive and fierce, commanding respect and caution. Hulaina was a remarkably captivating young lady. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering under the sun with an enchanting luster, as if woven from pure gold. Each strand exuded an air of elegance that compelled one to reach out and touch it. Her eyes, bright as amber, sparkled with intelligence, seemingly able to perceive all. Within those profound depths lay boundless wisdom and courage, drawing others irresistibly toward her. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, delicate to the touch. This smooth complexion, akin to white jade, radiated a gentle glow. Her lips, slightly curved upwards, perpetually wore a faint smile, enveloping those around her in a refreshing warmth. Her smile possesses an enchanting charm, capable of making one forget all worries and fatigue. Hulaina's graceful figure exudes a captivating aura with every gesture. Her steps are light and elegant, reminiscent of a delicate dance. Each movement is gentle and intricate, akin to the performance of a beautiful melody. Her soul ring configuration consists of yellow, purple, and purple, marking her as an exceptionally gifted individual within the academy. The purple second soul ring further underscores her uniqueness and strength. In battle, Hulaina's presence resembles that of a nimble fox, cunning and agile. Her martial spirit is that of a mystical fox, bestowing upon her formidable allure and dexterity. She adeptly employs her enchanting powers to disorient her foes, seizing the opportunity to strike. Though her attacks may appear soft, they harbor immense force, rendering her adversaries defenseless. Yan, tall and robust, boasts a physique as solid as forged steel. His powerful frame stands like an unyielding mountain, instilling a profound sense of security. His hair, a fiery crimson, seems to embody boundless passion and strength. Under the sun, the vibrant red locks shine brilliantly, reflecting the fervor of his spirit. His face is chiseled, akin to a masterful sculpture. The prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and resolute chin create a harmonious visage. His gaze brims with confidence and dominance, proclaiming his might to the world. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuates his muscular build, intricate red patterns akin to flames embellish his attire, complementing his fiery hair. Yan's soul rings, too, are yellow, purple, and purple, with his powerful fire attribute martial spirit, granting him formidable explosive capabilities in combat. The yellow first soul ring radiates intense light, as if capable of incinerating all in its path, while the purple second soul ring enhances his prowess significantly. In the heat of battle, Yan's figure manifests as a colossal fireball, engulfing everything in flames wherever he goes. His attacks are fierce and overwhelming, instilling fear in all who encounter him. When Qianren beheld these three exceptional students, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She understood well that their talents and potential were immense. With proper guidance and meticulous cultivation, they were destined to become the backbone of the Spirit Hall in the future. Qianren stepped forward, smiling as she addressed them. Your prowess and innate talent are truly remarkable, especially that unique purple second soul ring, which highlights your exceptional qualities. I am delighted to witness such outstanding students in Elite Class 2. In the days to come, let us strive together in pursuit of the glory of the Spirit Hall. Xieyou nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Your Highness, we will surely endeavor to meet the Academy's expectations in acquiring our soul rings, using our strength to bring honor to the Spirit Hall. His voice was deep and resonant, filled with resolve and confidence. Hulaina smiled sweetly. With your Highness leading us, we shall work even harder to let our purple soul rings shine with greater brilliance. Her tone was gentle and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Yin proclaimed loudly, we will undoubtedly become the pride of the Spirit Hall. That purple soul ring is a testament to our strength. His voice was robust and fervent, brimming with fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Chapter 80. Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling within the esteemed Academy of the Spirit Hall, Elite Class 1 radiated a unique and resplendent aura, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. In this class, Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling, both support-type soul masters, emerged as the focal point due to their extraordinary abilities and distinctive charm. Tuo Yun, a tall and graceful female soul master, seemed to embody a striking panorama upon her arrival. Her cascading black curls, reminiscent of a flowing waterfall, gently framed her shoulders, with the slightly curled ends resembling dancing musical notes, adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity to her demeanor. Her bright and profound eyes sparkled like dazzling stars, radiating wisdom and tenacity that seemed capable of penetrating the hearts of those who gazed upon her. Her refined features were marked by distinct contours, her brows, shaped like distant mountains, arched slightly, enhancing her countenance with a hint of heroism. Her eyes, clear and luminous like autumn waters, appeared to harbor endless tales. Beneath her prominent nose, her lips curved slightly upward, perpetually adorned with a confident smile, reminiscent of warm sunlight capable of dispelling the shadows of the heart. Draped in the white robe of the Spirit Hall Academy, embellished with golden dragon patterns that coiled and twisted vividly. Tuo Yun's attire was not merely decorative but emblematic of her formidable spirit, the white-armored earth dragon. The golden pattern shimmered brilliantly under the sun, perfectly complementing her spirited essence, as if she were a divine warrior descended to the mortal realm. Her steps were firm and resolute, each stride resonating like a clear and powerful note upon the hearts of the onlookers, compelling them to focus their gaze upon her, as if she were the very center of the universe. As a three-ring soul master, Tuo Yun's strength was not to be underestimated. Her soul rings, in succession, were yellow, purple, and purple, each imbued with formidable power. The first yellow soul ring emanated a warm and stable glow, serving as a steadfast support for her companions. In the heat of battle, when her comrades find themselves in dire straits, Tuo Yun's first soul ring manifests a formidable supportive effect, providing her allies with a stable reservoir of soul power. The purple hue of her second soul ring resembles a mysterious bloom, exuding a powerful and unique auxiliary force. This enigmatic flower radiates an enchanting glow, capable of enhancing her teammates' speed, thus significantly augmenting their swiftness. With her exquisite mastery over the white-armored earth dragon martial spirit, Tuo Yun can astutely assess the battlefield dynamics, offering her companions the most appropriate assistance, allowing them to thrive and unleash their utmost potential in combat. Her presence has become an indispensable element of the team, her supportive prowess akin to a razor-sharp sword, carving a path toward victory for her allies. In contrast, Yi Lingling embodies the essence of a fresh and exquisite lily, emanating an aura of gentleness and tranquility. Her lustrous black hair, silky and cascading, drapes effortlessly over her shoulders, resembling a waterfall of ebony. The strands dance softly in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that captivates the senses. Her eyes mirror the clarity of pristine lake waters, pure and bright, shimmering with a tender glow. That gentle gaze seems capable of healing all wounds, enveloping others in an endless warmth. Her delicate features appear as if sculpted by divine hands, each aspect perfectly rendered. Her skin, fair as snow and as smooth as porcelain, radiates a soft sheen akin to the luster of fine jade. Clad in a light blue gown adorned with intricate begonia patterns, she harmonizes beautifully with her martial spirit. The nine-heart begonia. The gown, reminiscent of clear lake waters, conveys an aura of serenity and elegance. The begonia motifs at the hem are exquisite and delicate, as if crafted by nature itself. In sunlight, these patterns shimmer faintly, perfectly complementing Yi Lingling's grace, transporting one to a splendid garden. Her demeanor exudes warmth and elegance, and her every gesture radiates a tranquil beauty. She stands quietly, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, evoking a desire to draw near yet instilling a sense of reverence. As a fellow three-ring soul master, Yi Lingling's soul rings are also yellow, purple, and purple. The first yellow soul ring emanates a gentle glow, providing her teammates with initial healing effects. In the midst of conflict, when her allies are injured, Yi Lingling's first soul ring activates its powerful healing prowess, soothing their pain and enabling them to continue fighting. As her soul ring levels rise, the second purple ring significantly amplifies her healing abilities, seemingly capable of mending all injuries. Regardless of the ferocity of the battle, Yi Lingling remains steadfast in harnessing the healing power of the nine-heart begonia, safeguarding her companions. Her presence is akin to a warm dawn on the battlefield, bestowing her allies with the courage and strength to persevere. In the midst of battle, Yi Lingling always stood silently behind her teammates, offering unwavering support with her gentle strength. At that moment, Qian Xiao, the leader of Class 1, an extraordinary young man of remarkable demeanor, found his gaze drawn to the exceptional talents of both Tuo Yun and Yi Lingling. Qian Xiao, tall and handsome, exuded an air of determination and confidence. He donned the blue uniform of the Spirit Hall Academy, adorned with golden embroidery, enhancing his striking appearance. As he approached with a measured pace, a smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Your prowess is indeed remarkable, and your talents are exceptional," drawing attention. The role of a support-type soul master in battle is of paramount importance, and your presence will undoubtedly add new brilliance to the glory of the Spirit Hall. Tuoba nodded slightly, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Your Highness, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost, maximizing the potential of support-type soul masters, striving diligently for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Her voice was clear and powerful, imbued with determination and confidence. Yilingling spoke softly, "With your Highness's guidance, we shall endeavor even more, ensuring our supportive powers serve as a steadfast foundation for the Spirit Hall's victories." Her voice was gentle and melodious, reminiscent of a celestial melody. Chapter 81. The Captain within the hallowed halls of the Spirit Hall Advanced Academy. An atmosphere of tension and solemnity enveloped every corner like a dense fog. This grand institution, renowned as a cradle for nurturing elite soul masters, now faced a significant collective task to select 7 outstanding students from Class 1 and Class 2 to undertake a crucial mission. Students were permitted to form teams freely, in pairs or trios. The selection process was to be a thrilling showdown, where only the most exceptional students could rise above the rest. Bearing the weight of this important responsibility, Qian Xiao, as the esteemed leader of the elite class, made an unwavering decision to team up with Tuoba and Yilingling the moment he learned of the mission. The 3 stood in the academy's courtyard, sunlight cascading upon them, as if donning them in a golden armor of valor. Qian Xiao stood tall and resolute, his blue uniform of the Spirit Hall adorned with intricate golden patterns that shimmered brilliantly under the sun. His gaze exuded determination and decisiveness, a reflection of the steadfast spirit forged through countless challenges. He looked at Tuoba and Yilingling, his voice steady and powerful. "This mission is of paramount importance. We must exert our utmost effort to showcase our true strength. Only in this way can we bring honor to the Spirit Hall and live up to the Academy's expectations of us." Tuoba nodded slightly, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, glinting with lively brilliance in the sunlight, reminiscent of dancing musical notes that added a playful vitality to her demeanor. Her bright and profound eyes sparkled like radiant stars, imbued with wisdom and resilience that seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of others. With delicate, defined features, her brows arched gracefully, lending a touch of heroism to her visage. Her eyes, akin to clear autumn waters, were vivid and bright, seemingly harboring endless tales. Clad in a white robe of the Spirit Hall, adorned with golden dragon motifs that coiled and twisted in lifelike splendor, she confidently reassured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not disappoint you. In this confrontation, we will unleash our full potential and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Yilingling, with a gentle smile, radiated a refreshing elegance akin to a lily. Her lustrous, ebony hair flowed down her shoulders like a cascading waterfall, soft and silky. The strands danced in the gentle breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance that captivated the senses. Her eyes resembled clear lake waters, pure and bright, glimmering with a tender light. That gentle gaze seemed capable of healing all wounds, imparting an overwhelming warmth. She wore a delicate blue gown, its hem intricately embroidered with begonia patterns, harmonizing beautifully with her spirit, the 9 hearts begonia. The gown, reminiscent of tranquil waters, evoked a sense of calm and grace. The begonia motifs, exquisitely detailed, appeared as nature's masterpiece, shimmering faintly in the sunlight, perfectly merging with Yilingling's aura, transporting one to a beautiful garden. She softly said, "We will strive diligently, Your Highness. With your guidance, we believe we shall achieve remarkable results in the competition, contributing our strength to the glory of the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, Qian Renque and Yin stood side by side. Qian Renque, the noble saintess, possessed an aura akin to that of a queen, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld her. Her graceful figure was draped in an opulent robe that fluttered in the wind, showcasing her nobility and authority. Her beauty was unparalleled, her gaze imbued with a chilling pride, as if nothing in the world could capture her discerning eye. Yin was filled with fighting spirit, his fiery red hair resembling blazing flames, exuding an intense aura. In his eyes burned a fierce battle intent, as if he were ever ready to plunge into a fierce confrontation. Qian Rushue's cold voice rang out, "We shall fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. In this duel, we must showcase our formidable strength, ensuring that all recognized the invincibility of the Spirit Hall's elite. Yan immediately responded with fervor, "Your Highness, the Saintess, we shall surely succeed. With your leadership, we will be unstoppable, striving to the utmost for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the academy, Xiaoyu and Hulaina stood together in perfect harmony. Xiaoyu's stern visage bore a resolute expression, his gaze sharp as a sword, seemingly capable of piercing through any enemy's defenses. His dark red hair fluttered slightly, akin to flames, adding an air of defiance and pride. Hulaina's captivating eyes sparkled with intelligence, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an enchanting luster. Her visage was exquisite, perpetually adorned with a charming smile. Xiaoyu said, "Laina, this time we must let everyone witness our strength. In this confrontation, we shall demonstrate the synergy between us as siblings, making our prowess known to the adversaries." Hulaina nodded slightly, her lips curling into a mesmerizing smile. "Brother, we shall not falter. We will surely stand out in this duel, fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall." After a fierce competition, it was ultimately decided that the team for the mission would consist of Qian Xiao, Tuoba Yun, Yi Lingling, Qian Ruxue, Yan, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina. They stood in the academy square, under the gaze of the crowd. The mentors of the academy stood before them, their eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement. The mentors solemnly declared, "This mission is arduous. You must unite and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. During the execution of your tasks, you may encounter various dangers and challenges, but I believe in your capacity to overcome them. You are the elite of the Spirit Hall, the future and hope of our institution." The 7 responded in unison, "Yes, we shall not fail our mission. We will stand united, fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall, and regardless of the difficulties and dangers we face, we shall not retreat." In the academy square, a brief stalemate ensued due to the selection of a captain. Qian Xiao and Qian Ruxue exchanged polite refusals, creating a subtle tension. Ultimately, it was decided that a vote would determine the captain. The voting process was tense yet orderly. Tuoba Yun, Yi Lingling, Hulaina, and Qian Ruxue each cast their pivotal votes. When the results were revealed, Qian Xiao garnered the majority's support and was elected as captain. However, Hulaina's vote left Yan, Xiaoyu, Yi Lingling, and Tuoba Yun astonished. They looked at Hulaina in confusion, unable to comprehend her reasoning behind such a choice. A hint of jealousy stirred within Qian Ruxue, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qian Xiao, though she endeavored to maintain an exterior calmness. Qian Xiao, perceptive to the subtle shift in Qian Ruxue's emotions, quietly approached her side and softly spoke, "Sister, there is no need for such feelings. Though I have been elected as the captain, I am well aware that your leadership abilities are no less formidable than my own. We strive together for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Qian Ruxue slightly lifted her chin, a fleeting softness crossing her frosty countenance as she replied, "Humph. Since you have been chosen as captain, you must shoulder this responsibility earnestly. We are siblings, but more importantly, we are comrades fighting for the Spirit Hall." Chapter 82. Coma. Upon determining their captain, the 7-member team immediately devoted themselves fully to the preparations for the mission. When they learned that the task involved the pursuit of a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, a soul sage of a formidable level 72, a tremor of realization coursed through them, deeply impressing upon them the formidable nature of their undertaking. As the captain, Qian Xiao swiftly gathered everyone to discuss the combat strategy. Standing resolutely at the center, his gaze unwavering and composed, he solemnly declared, "The objective of this mission is a formidable soul saint. We must approach this with utmost caution. Let us first share our thoughts and collaboratively devise a comprehensive strategy." Tuoba Yun furrowed his brow slightly and was the first to speak. "This soul saint possesses immense power. We cannot act recklessly. I propose that we first gather intelligence about him, understanding his martial spirit characteristics and combat habits in order to identify his weaknesses." Yi Lingling gently nodded, her soft voice resonating. "We must also pay attention to our cooperation, providing timely support to our teammates during the battle." Qian Ruxue clasped her arms, her voice imbued with an icy authority. "We must fully harness our respective strengths and avoid fighting as isolated individuals. Qian Xiao and I possess considerable power, allowing us to draw the enemy's attention directly, while the rest can seek opportunities to strike." Yan, filled with fervor, proclaimed, "Your Highness, the Saintess, speaks the truth. We must not fear the might of our adversaries. We must fight with courage." Shiyue's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Nana, my brother and I can launch a flanking assault to disrupt the enemy's formation. Hulaina smiled alluringly. Brother, we will undoubtedly succeed. After devising their preliminary strategy, the 7-member team embarked on their quest to hunt the Soul Saint. Along the way, they remained vigilant, ever alert to their surroundings. Little did they realize that the so-called fugitive was, in fact, a teacher from their academy in disguise, intended to cultivate their sense of teamwork in preparation for the Soul Master competition 3 years hence. Within a dense forest, the team members suddenly sensed a powerful surge of soul energy. They halted, cautiously scanning their environment. Qianshao lowered his voice. Everyone, be wary. The enemy may be close. At that moment, a formidable presence surged forth from the thicket, revealing a figure before them. It was none other than the Soul Saint they sought to capture, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in their hearts. Qianshao immediately shouted, "Prepare for battle." The members of the squad swiftly entered a state of combat readiness, bracing themselves for the formidable challenge ahead. The Soul Saint exuded a surge of soul power, and a powerful aura radiated outward in an instant. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue bore the brunt of it, promptly channeling their soul power to withstand the force. Meanwhile, the other 5 prepared to unleash their martial soul abilities. However, the speed of the Soul Saint was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he charged before them. With a sudden, forceful strike, a torrent of soul power surged forth like a roaring wave, crashing towards Tuo Baiyun, Yilingling, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina. The 5 were unable to react in time, feeling an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. Tuo Baiyun attempted to defend herself using the power of her martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, but the force was too immense. She was engulfed in darkness and lost consciousness. Yi Lingling had just begun to summon the healing power of the 9-heart begonia when she was knocked out by the impact. Yin sought to ignite flames for a counterattack, but before he could form the fire, he was rendered unconscious. Xiaoyu and Hulaina, poised to launch a flanking assault, were also struck down by the unexpected blow, losing their senses entirely. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue widened their eyes, their hearts filled with astonishment. Qianshao let out an enraged roar, attempting to charge forward, but Qian Rinxue swiftly restrained him, her gaze brimming with caution. After successfully landing a strike, the Soul Sage did not pursue further. Instead, he cast them a cold glance before retreating into the distance. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue gazed at their fallen comrades, a profound sense of worry and responsibility swelling within them. Qianzhao's brow furrowed, her eyes betraying a steadfast determination and resoluteness. A hint of gravity also appeared on Qian Rinxue's icy visage. "Sister, it seems that this Soul Sage is far more formidable than we had anticipated," Qianshao murmured softly. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, expressing the urgency of the situation. "We must swiftly devise a solution to prevent our companions from falling into peril." Qianshao swiftly approached Yan, gently turning him over with delicate movements. He extended a finger, cautiously resting it on Yan's pulse, clearly sensing the faint yet steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought a modicum of reassurance to his heart. Following this, he meticulously examined Yan's body for any visible injuries. After a thorough inspection, he determined that Yan had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, and thus he gently laid him down once more. Subsequently, he moved to the side of Xiaoyu, intently observing the cold, austere features of Xiaoyu, whose complexion appeared slightly pale at that moment. Qianshao gently shook Xiaoyu in an attempt to rouse him, however. There was no response. Undeterred, Qianshao diligently checked Xiaoyu's pulse and breathing, ensuring that his vital signs remained stable. He then rose, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he descended into profound contemplation regarding the next course of action. Qian Rinxue approached Hulaina, gently brushing aside her flowing golden locks to reveal her exquisite, radiant visage. She delicately placed her slender fingers upon Hulaina's carotid artery, and upon sensing the steady rhythm of her pulse, she let out a soft sigh of relief. Next, she meticulously examined Hulaina's body, ensuring there were no external injuries before shifting her gaze to Tuo Baiyun and Yi Lingling. Qian Rinxue first assessed Tuo Baiyun, noting his finely sculpted features and the vividly intricate golden dragon patterns adorning his white robe, which ignited a flicker of concern within her. After confirming that he was merely unconscious, her attention turned to Yi Lingling. The fresh and elegant appearance of Yi Lingling, reminiscent of a lily, softened Qian Rinxue's heart as she gently caressed her hair, carefully checking her vital signs. Once assured that Yi Lingling was also unharmed, Qian Rinxue rose to her feet and exchanged a resolute glance with Qianshao. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination and resolve. In a cool, measured tone, Qian Rinxue spoke. "We must hasten to awaken them before we decide whether to continue with our mission." Qianshao nodded solemnly in agreement, responding, "You are right, sister. Let us first seek a safe haven." Chapter 83. Recuperation. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue gazed at their unconscious companions, filled with deep concern. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xiao proposed, "Sister, let us store everyone in the soul-guiding device. This way, our movements will be more convenient, and we can better safeguard them." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly in agreement. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue each retrieved their soul-guiding devices, meticulously securing Tuoba Yun, Yilingling, Yin, Shiyue, and Hulaina within. These soul-guiding instruments possessed ample internal space and were equipped with unique protective mechanisms, ensuring the safety of living beings within. After safeguarding their companions, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue resumed their quest for a sanctuary. They navigated through the dense forest, remaining perpetually vigilant, attuned to the sounds of their surroundings. Qian Xiao's gaze was intense, missing no potential hiding spots for danger. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue maintained a serene countenance, acutely sensing the fluctuations of soul power. After an arduous search, they finally stumbled upon a suitable cave. The entrance was concealed, shrouded by thick foliage, making it difficult to detect. Inside, the cave was dry, spacious, and well-ventilated. Truly an ideal refuge for recuperation. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue entered the cave, meticulously inspecting their surroundings. After confirming it was safe, they carefully extracted their companions from the soul guide and gently laid them on the ground. Qian Xiao conducted another examination of their companions' vital signs, ensuring that they had not suffered any adverse effects while in the soul guide. Qian Rinxue began to organize the cave, gathering some dry grass and branches to construct a relatively comfortable resting area for her companions. Qian Xiao set up some rudimentary defenses at the cave entrance to guard against any intruding foes or wild beasts. The following morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the cave, illuminating the interior. The first to awaken was Tuoba Yun, who slowly opened her eyes, her head still somewhat heavy with sleep. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings of the cave, a moment of confusion washed over her. But she quickly recalled the battle that had transpired earlier. Shortly thereafter, Yilingling, Yin, Xieyu, and Hulaina also began to stir from their slumber. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, upon hearing the commotion, hastened to the side of their companions. A look of relief adorned their faces. Qian Xiao inquired, "It is splendid that everyone has awakened. How do you all feel?" The group responded in unison, expressing that although they felt somewhat weak, they were otherwise unscathed. Qian Rinxue retrieved food and water from the soul-guiding device and distributed them among the group. "First, let us nourish ourselves and regain our strength." Though the sustenance was modest, it felt exceptionally precious at that moment. The members accepted the provisions in silence, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. Once they had consumed the food, their spirits visibly lifted. Qian Xiao regarded the group, his expression grave as he spoke. "We now face a pivotal decision. Should we continue with this mission? The power of that soul sage surpasses our expectations, and persisting may expose us to even greater peril. Yet, to abandon our quest would leave us with a sense of regret, for this is our calling." Tuoba Yun furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I believe we cannot surrender so easily. Although this mission is fraught with challenges, it also presents a rare opportunity for growth. We can learn from our past experiences, devise a new strategy, and perhaps still achieve our objective." Yilingling gently nodded, her voice soothing. "I too concur with the continuation of our mission. We must not shy away from a single setback, especially since we have developed some countermeasures. If we unite in our efforts, success is within our reach." Yin, filled with determination, proclaimed, "Indeed, we must not fear adversity. For the glory of the Spirit Hall, we must confront these challenges with courage." Xieyu, with a keen gaze, added, "Nana and I are also willing to persist in this endeavor. The two of us will surely contribute significantly to the team's efforts." Hulaina smiled alluringly and affirmed, "Brother speaks wisely. We cannot afford to give up." Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, recognizing unwavering determination in each other's eyes. Qian Xiao stated, "Since we have all resolved to continue with the mission, let us devise a new plan, ensuring we exercise utmost caution." Qian Rinxue gave a slight nod, her voice imbued with a chilling authority. "We must harness the full strength of our team and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Chapter 84. Tactics. Within the dimly lit cavern, the group sat in a circle, their expressions grave as they deliberated the course of their upcoming actions. Qian Xiao softly cleared her throat, breaking the silence, and gradually began, "Esteemed colleagues, as we once again confront this task, it is imperative that we possess a more lucid and profound understanding of each other's abilities, so that we may devise more effective strategies. Let us commence with Tuoba Yun's introduction." Tua Bayun inclined his head slightly and spoke in a deep voice. My martial soul is the white-armored earth dragon. My first soul skill, Soul Power Surge, allows me to unleash the power of the white-armored earth dragon, creating a vortex of soul power that swiftly restores the soul power of my comrades. My second soul skill, Swift Shadow Enhancement, envelopes my allies in an invisible energy field, increasing their speed by 30%. My third soul skill, Attack Amplification, significantly enhances the potency of my teammates' offensive soul skills. In battle, I shall exert every effort to support you all. Xiaoyu then continued, I am Xiaoyu, and my martial soul is the Moonblade. My first soul skill, Crescent Slash, allows me to unleash a formidable crescent strike with the Moonblade, characterized by its rapid speed and powerful attack. My second soul skill, Moonblade Barrage, enables me to wield the Moonblade at a high frequency, inflicting damage upon multiple targets. My third soul skill, New Moon Assault, permits me to advance with remarkable swiftness, launching a surprise attack against the enemy. I can strike from the flank, disrupting the enemy's formation. Hu Lai Na smiled alluringly and softly stated, I am Hu Lai Na, and my martial soul is the Enchanting Fox. My first soul skill, Fox Charm, allows me to release a captivating power that ensnares enemies and illusions. My second soul skill, Foxfire Command, summons Foxfire to pursue foes, inflicting continuous burning damage. My third soul skill, Charmed Skull, activates the power of the Enchanting Soul Bone, enhancing the charm effect and even providing a chance to control the enemy's actions. I can disrupt the adversary, creating excellent opportunities for our assault. Yin proclaimed loudly, I am Yin, and my martial soul is the Lord of Flames. My first soul skill, Hellish Lava Surge, summons molten lava to strike the enemy. My second soul skill, Molten Eruption, transforms the ground into searing lava, inflicting continuous damage while restricting the enemy's movement. My third soul skill, Flame Shield, forms a powerful barrier around me that not only deflects attacks but also inflicts burning damage upon nearby foes. I shall provide formidable firepower support. Yi Ling gently remarked, I am Yi Ling, and my martial soul is the Nine-Heart Begonia. All three of my soul skills are healing-oriented. In battle, I shall be ever vigilant to heal the wounds of my companions. Qian Shao solemnly declared, I am Qian Shao, and my martial spirit is the Rock King Emperor. My first soul skill, Rapid Fire of the Rock Spear, enables me to manipulate stones to form rock spears for offensive strikes. The second soul skill, Rock Barrier of the World, serves as a defensive shield. My third soul skill, Seismic Wave of the Earth's Veins, allows me to stomp the ground, triggering seismic disturbances that impact and disrupt my foes. The fourth soul skill, Meteoric Rock Strike, summons small meteors to precisely strike my enemies. Lastly, my fifth soul skill, Rock Prison Incantation, can instantaneously generate a sturdy rock prison at the enemy's location, confining them while simultaneously impeding their soul power circulation. I will adapt my tactics to either attack, defend, or control the adversary based on the circumstances of battle. The ethereal voice of Qian Renshue resonated. I am Qian Renshue, and my martial soul is the Six-Winged Angel. My first soul skill, Angel Assault, harnesses sacred energy to launch an attack, creating a light shield that balances both offense and defense, while also dissipating the soul power of my adversaries. My second soul skill, Holy Radiance Guardian, involves raising my hands, channeling my soul power to conjure a shield interwoven in shades of blue and gold, offering both defensive and restorative effects. The third skill, Holy Radiance Purification Strike, propels a luminous sphere that unleashes formidable purifying energy and impact. My fourth skill, Angel's Descent, manifests a colossal angelic apparition, with divine soul power transforming into a golden sword that pierces my foes, exemplifying a powerful offensive technique. Lastly, my fifth soul skill, Angel's Judgment, materializes a longsword forged from sacred flames, boasting exceptional attack potency and an accompanying purifying effect. I shall draw the enemy's attention towards me, thereby creating advantageous opportunities for my companions. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shao spoke, Look, we can arrange our tactics in this manner. Tuo Bayun will monitor everyone's soul power status, utilizing soul techniques to restore and amplify our energy at the opportune moment. Shi Yue and the Hu Laina siblings will launch an assault from the flanks. Yin will provide fire support and restrict the enemy's movements. Yi Lingling stands ready to heal any injuries. Qian Renshue and I will draw the enemy's attention head-on. What do you all think of this plan? The group nodded in agreement. Qian Renshue said solemnly, We must coordinate closely and fully leverage our individual strengths. For the glory of the Spirit Hall, we must accomplish this mission. Chapter 85, Futile Efforts. Once their discussion concluded, they embarked once more on the arduous journey to pursue the Soul Sage. They tread cautiously through the forest, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. However, just as they began to advance slowly, an overwhelming wave of soul power suddenly surged forth. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts, and they immediately halted, focusing intently to prepare for the impending danger. Before them, the Soul Sage appeared like a specter, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his fifth soul skill. In an instant, a formidable radiance enveloped the entire area, and the powerful surge of soul energy crashed upon them like a relentless tide. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue immediately channeled their soul power to resist with all their might, yet the others were not as fortunate. Tuo Bayun, Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, and Yu Lingling had no time to react and were struck by the overwhelming surge of soul power. They instantaneously lost their combat effectiveness and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue widened their eyes, their hearts brimming with shock and indignation. They had intended to rush forward and engage in battle with the Soul Sage. Yet he afforded them no such opportunity. He cast a cold glance in their direction before swiftly turning on his heel and departing. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at their fallen, unconscious companions, a profound sense of worry and responsibility swelling within them. They understood that they must swiftly devise a means to revive their allies and formulate a new battle strategy. Qian Zhao's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. A hint of gravity also graced the otherwise serene countenance of Qian Rinxue. Swear, this soul saint is exceedingly formidable. We must find a way to uncover his weaknesses if we are to have any hope of defeating him, Qian Shao murmured. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, suggesting that they first relocate their companions to a secure location before devising a plan. They carefully stowed their unconscious friends into the soul guide device and proceeded towards a relatively safe haven. Along the way, they remained ever vigilant, apprehensive of the potential reappearance of that soul sage. At long last, they discovered a concealed refuge. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gently laid their comrades down and commenced an assessment of their injuries. Fortunately, while their companions were unconscious, their wounds were not of a grave nature. Qian Shao furrowed his brow, his mind racing through a myriad of possibilities. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a pivotal insight. Swear, I sense something amiss. This soul saint, who possesses the capability to eliminate our 5 companions, has merely rendered them unconscious. Logically, one would assume that a wanted criminal from the Spirit Hall would be an irreconcilable enemy, showing no mercy whatsoever. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Qian Zhao's voice was deep and resonant. Qian Rinxue slightly raised her head, her icy gaze fixed upon Qian Shao, patiently awaiting his continuation. This soul saint is very likely an instructor from the academy in disguise, with the intention of testing us, Qian Shao asserted with unwavering conviction. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "That makes sense. If that is truly the case, we must not disappoint our teacher. We must swiftly awaken our comrades, re-establish our strategy, and successfully navigate this trial." Qian Shao furrowed her brows, and after a moment of contemplation, she addressed Qian Rinxue. "Swear, we must carefully deliberate our strategy. The strength of this soul sage surpasses our expectations. Yet if it is merely the 2 of us confronting him, do we not stand a chance? After all, the disparity between them and the soul sage is vast. However, if it is solely us, we are not entirely devoid of the ability to retaliate." Qian Rinxue's cold visage revealed a contemplative expression as she slowly spoke. "You make a valid point. Our strength, relative to others, is considerable. If we collaborate effectively, we may indeed stand a chance against him. However, we must remain vigilant and meticulously devise our strategies." Qian Shao nodded and continued to analyze. "Swear, your martial soul. The 6-winged angel possesses formidable offensive capabilities. You can draw the soul saint's attention head-on, while I will seek an opportunity to launch a flanking attack." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly and remarked, "Your idea is commendable. However, we must also take into account the soul saint's reaction. He will undoubtedly not fall for our trap easily. We should devise a contingency plan, just in case." Qian Shao resolutely declared, "No matter what, we must not give up. This trial is an opportunity for us to enhance our strength, and we must devote ourselves entirely to it." Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Shao, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes as she spoke. "Very well, let us take this bold step. First, we must find a way to awaken our companions, so they can await our message in safety. Then, we shall seek out the Soul Sage and engage him in a decisive battle. Chapter 86. A renewed conflict and defeat. The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the foliage, cascading upon the hidden spot like threads of gold. One by one, the 5 unconscious individuals stirred from their slumber, rubbing their still-dazed heads, their faces etched with confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. Upon witnessing that everyone had regained consciousness, Qian Xiao stepped forward with a solemn expression and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, I have a matter of great significance to share with you. After careful analysis and speculation, I believe that this so-called Soul Saint may very well be a ruse orchestrated by one of our esteemed instructors with the intent of testing our capabilities." At these words, the crowd was initially taken aback, quickly succumbing to deep contemplation. Tuoba Yun furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "If this is indeed the case, then the trial ahead will be exceedingly arduous." Yu Lingling nodded gently, her soft voice resonating. Yet, one can appreciate the instructor's noble intentions. Xieyu, with a sharp gaze, inquired, "What course of action should we pursue next?" Qian Xiao cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and then spoke. "My sister and I have decided to confront the Soul Saint together. You all shall remain here. We cannot afford to disappoint our teacher and must exert every effort to complete this trial." Yan's face was etched with concern as he remarked, "Is it not too perilous for just the 2 of you?" Qian Xiao shook her head and replied resolutely, "There is no need for worry. We will tread carefully. Furthermore, our strengths are relatively formidable among us, and if we can coordinate effectively, we may stand a chance in battle." Qian Rushue's cool voice resonated. "This is our opportunity. We must seize it firmly. You all should rest here and await our good news." Although the others remained apprehensive, they understood that this was currently the most prudent course of action. Hulaina smiled alluringly and said, "Brother, let us place our trust in them. Qian Xiao and Qian Rushue will undoubtedly succeed." Xieyu nodded slightly. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes brimming with unwavering determination. They meticulously adjusted their gear and set forth once more on the arduous journey to challenge the Soul Sage. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue advanced through the forest with solemn expressions, their gazes as sharp as that of hawks, ever vigilant of even the slightest disturbance in their surroundings, poised to confront any potential manifestation of a Soul Sage. Suddenly, a formidable wave of soul power surged forth, akin to a tumultuous tide, and the imposing figure of the Soul Sage materialized before them in an instant. His gaze remained as frigid as ice, and 7 resplendent soul rings gradually ascended behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. Qian Xiao reacted swiftly, decisively unleashing his 3rd soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. With a forceful stomp, the immense power of the earth surged forth, radiating in a shockwave with a radius of 25 meters from his epicenter. The Soul Saint was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Qian Xiao's prompt assault. He hurriedly invoked his 2nd soul skill, summoning a sturdy barrier of soul power that instantaneously rose to withstand the impact of the shockwave. Qian Rinxue, undaunted, let out a fierce cry as she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Angel's Descent. A magnificent angelic silhouette emerged behind her, and sacred soul power coalesced into a golden sword, striking towards the Soul Sage with the swiftness of lightning. The Soul Sage's gaze sharpened, and he promptly activated his own 4th soul skill. A tempestuous storm of soul power surged forth, clashing violently with the golden sword, resulting in a powerful eruption of energy waves. Qian Xiao, seizing the opportunity, promptly unleashed his 1st soul skill, Rock Spear Barrage. Several rock spears shot forth like arrows released from a bow, aimed directly at the Soul Saint. Attempting to inflict harm during the brief moment when the Soul Saint was preoccupied with the golden sword and the soul power tempest, the Soul Saint let out a cold snort, swiftly evading the onslaught of rock spears with an agile movement, while simultaneously activating his own 1st soul skill, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power that surged towards Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising her hands to instantly unleash her 2nd soul skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian. A shield woven from hues of blue and gold manifested before her, effectively absorbing the oncoming wave of soul power. Following this, she called out once more, activating her 3rd soul skill, Sacred Radiance Exorcism Strike. The orb of light in her grasp streaked through the air like a shooting star, imbued with potent purifying force and tremendous impact, hurtling towards the Soul Sage. The Soul Sage was compelled to deploy his own 3rd soul skill, conjuring a colossal soul power shield that barely withstood the assault of the luminous sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Xiao unleashed his 5th soul skill, the Rock Prison Incantation. which instantaneously conjured a formidable stone prison at the location of the Soul Sage, ensnaring him within. However, the Soul Sage's power proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. With a thunderous roar, he summoned his own fifth soul skill, generating a powerful vortex of soul energy that effortlessly shattered the confines of the prison. After a grueling and arduous battle, both Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue found themselves gradually succumbing to fatigue, ultimately facing an inevitable defeat. The Soul Sage regarded them coldly and remarked, "It seems you have discerned my true identity. Therefore, retreat now to devise your strategy and return tomorrow." Although Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu were filled with reluctance, they were acutely aware that their current strength was indeed insufficient to defeat the Soul Sage. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with determination. They resolved to return and thoroughly discuss their strategies, planning to challenge the Soul Sage once more the following day. Chapter 87. The appearance of the team deep within the dense forest. There lay a concealed area, currently enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu, dragging their somewhat weary bodies, slowly made their way back. As soon as their figures emerged, the crowd instantly gathered around them, their eyes filled with concern and expectation. Qian Xiao let out a soft sigh and spoke slowly. "We were unable to secure victory. Despite a fierce battle against the Soul Saint, we ultimately faced defeat. However, we are not without means to retaliate. We were merely a fraction short of success. Perhaps with a slight adjustment to our strategy, the possibility of triumph could be within our grasp." His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it also revealed an indomitable spirit. Qian Rinxue gently nodded, a grave expression surfacing on her otherwise icy countenance. Her glacier-like demeanor now exuded an additional layer of resolve. The others, upon hearing his words, displayed a variety of expressions. Tuoba furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Her exquisite features were illuminated by the glimmer of thought in her bright eyes. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Xieyu's gaze. Hulina's face reflected concern, her alluring visage slightly creased as she pondered the impending challenges. Yin clenched his fists tightly, his fervent eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Yilingling gazed tenderly at Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, silently offering them encouragement. Her gentle presence, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, provided a measure of solace in this tense moment. At that instant, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue's eyes suddenly sparkled in unison as they turned to Tuoba Yun. Qian Xiao spoke slowly, "I have an idea. Tuoba Yun's soul skills may prove to be the key to our victory over the Soul Saint." His voice brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of triumph. Qian Rinxue added, "Indeed, Tuoba Yun's first soul skill, Soul Power Surge, can rapidly restore our soul energy, allowing us to maintain prolonged combat effectiveness. Additionally, her second soul skill, Shadow Acceleration, and her third soul skill, Attack Amplification, can enhance our speed and offensive capabilities, which are crucial in our confrontation with the Soul Saint." Tuoba Yun paused momentarily, then solemnly replied, "If I can assist everyone, I will certainly give my all. However, the Soul Saint is formidable. We indeed require a more comprehensive strategy." Her words conveyed a resolute determination, evoking a sense of responsibility. Qian Xiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us convene and devise a more effective battle plan. Tomorrow, we must triumph over the Soul Saint and complete this trial." The group gathered closely, fervently discussing the strategy for the battle ahead. Qian Xiao remained focused, attentively listening to everyone's opinions while continually refining the tactics in his mind. He understood that this battle pertained to their collective honor and future, demanding careful consideration. "For tomorrow's confrontation, we must exercise greater caution," Qian Xiao asserted gravely. "I have decided to bring Tuoba Yun along. Her soul skills are vital to our success. Sister will lead the main assault, drawing the Soul Saint's primary attention with your formidable offensive power. I will focus on protecting Tuoba Yun while assisting in the attack." His gaze radiated unwavering conviction, instilling confidence in those around him. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her voice imbued with a chilling yet resolute tone. "Very well. I shall exert every effort to exert formidable pressure upon the Soul Sage." Her words were succinct and powerful, mirroring her character, decisive and unwavering. Tuoba Yun also nodded solemnly. "I will do everything within my power to provide support for everyone." Her voice brimmed with determination, evoking a profound sense of responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, Xieyou remarked, "We, too, must remain active. We can stealthily follow and scout for opportunities to launch a timely ambush." His eyes sparkled with the glint of wisdom, clearly engaged in devising a specific action plan. Hulaina smiled alluringly. "Brother speaks true. We must unite our efforts." Her smile resembled a blooming flower, beautiful and enchanting, radiating a touch of warmth. Yin declared with fervor, "Indeed, we must triumph over the soul sage. For the glory of the spirit hall." His voice was filled with passion, akin to a blazing flame, igniting the spirits of those around him. Yi Lingling gently proclaimed, "I will ensure the provision of healing support from the rear." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, instilling a sense of reassurance. Qian Shao gazed at the assembled crowd, his heart brimming with confidence. United in purpose, they would undoubtedly triumph over the Soul Saint the following day and surmount this formidable trial. His words resonated with a motivating force, igniting the spirits of all present. Subsequently, they engaged in a thorough discussion, meticulously refining their tactical strategies. They diligently analyzed the potential movements of the Soul Saint, crafting countermeasures with great care. In this process, each individual showcased their intellect and talents, striving towards a common goal. Chapter 88. The Power of Teamwork. The next day, sunlight streamed through the dense foliage like golden threads, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. An air of tension enveloped the woods, thick as fog. Qian Shao, Chenrenchue, and Tuoba Yun advanced with solemn determination, resolutely embarking on the arduous journey to confront the Soul Saint. They were acutely aware that this battle would be exceptionally grueling. Yet for the sake of completing the trial and attaining unparalleled honor, they pressed forward without fear. With utmost caution, the trio advanced, maintaining a heightened vigilance, attuned to every movement in their surroundings. The rhythm of their heartbeats echoed in the stillness of the forest, each step resonating like a note upon the strings of fate, heralding a stirring battle song. At last, that familiar and immensely powerful wave of soul energy surged once more, and the figure of the Soul Saint materialized before them like a wraith. The Soul Saint's gaze remained as frigid as ice, 7 resplendent soul rings slowly ascending behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Qian Shao inhaled deeply, exchanging a resolute glance with Qian Renshua, who nodded slightly, affirming their shared conviction. Without hesitation, Qian Renshua launched her attack, a fierce cry escaping her lips as she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Angel's Descent. A colossal angelic silhouette emerged behind her, and the sacred soul energy transformed into a golden sword, striking towards the Soul Saint with the swiftness of lightning. The Soul Saint scoffed, his form flashing like a bolt, effortlessly evading the onslaught. However, Qian Renshua's assault did not wane. She swiftly executed her 3rd soul skill, Holy Radiance Purge. As a luminous sphere streaked across the sky like a meteor, imbued with powerful purifying energy and force aimed directly at the Soul Saint. The Soul Saint was compelled to invoke his own 3rd soul skill, summoning a massive soul energy shield that barely absorbed the impact of the luminous sphere. Concurrently, Qian Shao sprang into action. He unleashed his 1st soul skill, Rock Spear Barrage, sending a volley of rock spears hurtling towards the Soul Saint with the velocity of arrows. The Soul Saint adeptly sidestepped, simultaneously activating his 1st soul skill, unleashing a formidable wave of soul energy directed at Qian Shao and Qian Renshue. In an instant, Qian Shao stomped the ground, invoking his 3rd soul skill, Earth Pulse Shockwave, which radiated outward in a 25-meter radius from his position, counteracting the soul energy wave. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Yun decisively activated her 1st soul skill, Soul Energy Surge, swiftly restoring the soul power of Qian Shao and Qian Renshue. She then employed her 2nd soul skill, Shadow Acceleration, enveloping both Qian Shao and Qian Renshue in an invisible energy field, significantly enhancing their speed. At last, Tuoba Yun unleashed her 3rd soul skill, amplifying her power. A resplendent beam of light emanated from her, striking precisely upon Qian Shao and Qian Renshue, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu felt their powers surge, launching a fierce assault once more. Qian Shao summoned his 4th soul skill, Meteorite Strike. As small meteors descended from the heavens like shooting stars, accurately striking the Soul Sage. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu unleashed her 5th soul skill, Angelic Judgment, a longsword forged from sacred flames, exuding unparalleled might and purifying effects, fiercely slashing towards the Soul Sage. The Soul Sage sensed immense pressure and was compelled to exert his full strength. With a roar, he activated his 4th and 5th soul skills in rapid succession, unleashing a tempest of raging soul energy that intertwined with his formidable attacks, clashing violently against those of Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, the overwhelming energy fluctuations snapping trees around them and creating deep fissures in the ground. As if the earth itself trembled, the battle intensified, revealing the Soul Sage's power far beyond their expectations. At a critical moment, the Soul Sage manifested his true martial spirit. A colossal, enigmatic martial spirit emerged behind him, radiating a terrifying aura. His attack and defense capabilities surged exponentially, rendering each of his strikes nearly insurmountable for Qianshao, Qian Rengshu, and Douluo Yun. The trio gradually found themselves in dire straits, yet they exhibited no inclination to retreat. Gritting their teeth, they continued to fight tenaciously. Qianshao invoked the rock prison spell once more, attempting to ensnare the Soul Sage, but the Soul Sage effortlessly shattered the prison. Qian Rengshu's attacks were also neutralized one by one. And Douluo Yun's supportive soul skills began to falter. Just as despair began to settle in, Shiyue, Hulaina, and Yin emerged. They had been observing the battle from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Now, witnessing the Soul Sage's true martial spirit and recognizing the trio's predicament, they knew the time had come. Shiyue brandished his Moonblade, unleashing his second soul skill, Moonblade Barrage. A flurry of slashes that rained down upon the Soul Sage like a tempest. Hulaina unleashed her charm power to disrupt the Soul Sage's judgment, while Yin activated a fiery assault, creating chaos with his formidable flames. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the Soul Sage found his focus momentarily shattered, leading to a fleeting lapse in awareness. Seizing this opportunity, Qianshao, Qian Rengshu, and Douluo Yun wasted no time in launching their most potent attacks. Qianshao once again summoned the Meteorite Strike, while Qian Rengshu unleashed the full force of Angel's Judgment. Douluo Yun also activated his offensive enhancement, amplifying the strength of their assault once more. The combined attacks of the three surged forth like a cataclysmic torrent, hurtling towards the Soul Saint. In a moment of disorientation, the Soul Saint was unable to react in time and was struck by this overwhelming force. His martial soul manifestation dissipated instantaneously, and his body was sent flying. Struggling to rise, he found himself bereft of the capacity to continue the fight. Qianshao, Qian Rengshu, and Douluo Yun gazed upon the defeated Soul Saint, their hearts brimming with joy and pride. They understood that this victory was hard-won, a testament to their collective effort. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin hurried over, joining in the jubilant celebration of their arduous triumph. They recognized that this trial had not only enhanced their strength, but had also imparted the invaluable lesson of unity and the indomitable spirit of perseverance in the face of adversity. They believed that on the path ahead, they would confront challenges with even greater courage, fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 89. Recognition. As the cheers gradually subsided, Yi Lingling approached with a light step, her gentle voice resonating. "Allow me to mend some of the teacher's injuries." The group nodded in agreement, instinctively creating a space for her. Yi Lingling slowly summoned the power of her martial soul, the 9-heart-seed butterfly radiating a soft glow, reminiscent of the warmest sunshine in spring. With a delicate wave of her hands, healing energy flowed like a gentle stream toward the Soul Saint. The Soul Saint slightly closed his eyes, quietly absorbing this comforting force. In a short while, a hint of color returned to his face, and his injuries stabilized significantly. Opening his eyes, the Soul Saint surveyed the young disciples before him, his gaze filled with admiration. He sat up slightly, his eyes sweeping over each individual, and with a tone imbued with satisfaction, he remarked, "You have all performed exceptionally well. In this trial, you have demonstrated courage, wisdom, and unity. From the initial helplessness in the face of my attacks to your later calm analysis of the situation and strategic response, your growth astonishes me." Qian Shaojing listened quietly to the teacher's praise, her heart brimming with pride. She respectfully replied, "Teacher, this is the result of our collective effort. Without the unity and cooperation of everyone, we could not have triumphed over you." Qian Rengshu gently inclined her head, a subtle smile gracing her otherwise visage. She spoke softly. "Master, your trials have profoundly illuminated our shortcomings and have further solidified our resolve to forge ahead." The Soul Sage nodded slightly and continued. "Each of you has leveraged your unique strengths and collaborated harmoniously, ultimately overcoming me. Holy Son, your composure and astuteness are truly commendable. From the outset, your perceptive assessment of the situation led you to deduce my identity as an instructor of the Academy, and subsequently, your strategic planning and guidance in navigating the challenges have showcased your remarkable leadership abilities. Every decision you made was impeccably timed, illuminating the path for all." Qianshao, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her head and humbly replied, "Teacher, you flatter me. I merely did my utmost." The Soul Saint then turned his gaze towards Qian Rengshu, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Saintess, your formidable offensive prowess is truly astounding. Your martial spirit, the six-winged angel, has played a significant role in battle, with each strike imbued with power and majesty." You courageously embraced the role of the primary attacker, drawing my full attention and creating opportunities for everyone. Your steadfastness and determination serve as an exemplary model for us all. Qian Rinxue slightly raised her chin. Her cold voice infused with a hint of determination. I will continue to strive, living up to the expectations of my teacher. The soul sage then addressed Tuo Yun. Your soul skills have provided vital support to everyone. Your first soul skill, Soul Power Surge, swiftly restores soul power at critical moments, allowing everyone to maintain enduring combat strength. Your second skill, Swift Shadow Enhancement, and your third skill, Attack Amplification, have further elevated our speed and offensive capabilities, laying the groundwork for our victory in battle. Tuo Yun replied earnestly, I am delighted to assist everyone. I shall devote myself even more diligently to my training to enhance my abilities. The Soul Sage turned to Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Smiling as he spoke, Xiaoyu and Hulaina, your synergy as siblings is remarkable. Xiaoyu's crescent blade attacks are fierce, while Hulaina's enchanting powers have, at crucial moments, disrupted my judgment, creating splendid opportunities for our attacks. Your ambush was perfectly timed, showcasing your courage and intelligence. Xiaoyu, with steadfast resolve, stated, Teacher, we have learned immensely from our battles. We understand that the power of unity is boundless. Only by working together can we conquer formidable foes. Hulaina added with a charming smile, Indeed, teacher, we have gained a deeper understanding of each other's abilities through combat, and our future collaborations will be even more harmonious. The Soul Sage then looked at Yin, saying, Yin, your fiery assaults have infused our battles with tremendous firepower. Your enthusiasm and fighting spirit have inspired everyone, empowering us all during combat. Yin clenched his fist and declared loudly, For the glory of the Spirit Hall, we shall forge ahead and continuously enhance our strength. The Soul Sage, observing the group with satisfaction, continued, Yi Lingling, your healing powers serve as a robust support for us all. During battle, you consistently monitor everyone's injuries, providing timely treatment. Your gentleness and kindness also bestow strength upon us, allowing us to fight with greater peace of mind. Yi Lingling replied softly, Everyone is remarkable. I will continue to ensure our healing support, so that we may fight without concerns. The Soul Sage reflected with emotion, This trial is not merely a test of your strength, but also of your resolve. In the face of immense pressure and adversity, you did not falter, but bravely confronted the challenges. This spirit is invaluable. I hope you will maintain this determination in your future training, continually enhancing your prowess. Qian Xiao earnestly declared, Teacher, we shall remember this trial. On our future journey, we will unite more closely and face challenges with greater courage. We shall strive relentlessly, fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue remarked, Teacher, we shall draw motivation from this victory, continuously surpassing ourselves to become more exceptional soul masters. The Soul Sage nodded slightly and replied, Excellent. Now, you may return and take some well-deserved rest, reflecting on the lessons learned from this experience. I am confident that in the days to come, you shall achieve even greater accomplishments. In unison, the group responded, Yes, teacher. Subsequently, they began to tidy the battlefield, preparing for their journey back. On the way home, everyone felt particularly at ease. As they walked, they engaged in discussions about the recent battle. Xiaoyu expressed, This battle was truly exhilarating. Had it not been for our collective effort, we might have faced defeat long ago. Hulaina nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, brother. We must strive for greater unity in the future, ensuring we do not disappoint our teacher. Yin smiled and added, This victory has bolstered my confidence. I believe that with continued diligence, we can undoubtedly become the pride of the Spirit Hall. Tuo Yun remarked, This battle has made me acutely aware of my shortcomings. I shall intensify my training to enhance my soul skills. Yi Lingling gently stated, Everyone is quite remarkable. I will continue to provide support through healing, ensuring that none of you have concerns during combat. Qian Xiao gazed at everyone, his heart brimming with emotion. He proclaimed, This victory is a shared glory that belongs to us all. We must cherish this honor and continue to strive, fighting for our dreams. Qian Rinxue stated, Indeed. We must continually advance and become more formidable soul masters. As they engaged in discussion, their figures appeared particularly resolute in the golden glow of the setting sun. They understood that this trial was merely a milestone on their journey of growth, with countless challenges awaiting them in the future. Yet, they brimmed with confidence, for they had one another, the strength of unity, and an indomitable spirit. Upon their return to the academy, night had already fallen. Although weary, their hearts were filled with joy and pride. They recognized that this trial would transform into a cherished memory in their lives, inspiring them to forge ahead. Chapter 90. Celestial Herb. After returning to the academy and taking some time to recuperate, a thought suddenly blossomed in Qian Zhao's mind. He felt that his companions had exerted tremendous effort during their battles, and he should bestow upon them some extraordinarily precious celestial herbs, not only to express his gratitude for their heartfelt dedication but also to hope that these herbs would aid them in further enhancing their abilities. Thus, Qian Zhao resolved to gather everyone in the training ground. When all had assembled at the training ground, Qian Zhao approached Lingling first. With a warm smile that radiated like the gentle sun of spring, he tenderly presented the 8-petal celestial orchid into her hands. Lingling, behold this 8-petal celestial orchid. Its petals are as crystalline as water, emanating a soft and enchanting glow. It holds immense benefits for the 9-heart, Si-Tang martial soul, Qian Zhao patiently elucidated. When you employ the 9-heart Si-Tang for healing, the unique aura of the 8-petal celestial orchid will subtly merge, significantly enhancing the efficacy of your treatment. Moreover, it will expedite your soul power recovery, allowing you to provide steadfast healing support to everyone during battles. Lingling accepted the 8-petal celestial orchid, her eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. She gently replied, "Thank you, Qian Zhao. I will treasure it and utilize it wisely." Qian Zhao smiled and nodded, saying, "Lingling, when you absorb the 8-petal immortal orchid, you can gently place it in the palm of your hand and then channel your soul power to envelop the herb gradually. Afterwards, calm your mind and sincerely attune yourself to the essence of the 8-petal immortal orchid, guiding its energy to slowly integrate into your being." Lingling listened attentively and replied, "I understand, Qian Zhao. I will follow your method." Subsequently, Qian Zhao approached Yin and solemnly presented him with the coxcomb amaranth. "Yin, this coxcomb amaranth is truly a match made in heaven with your flame lord martial soul." Qian Zhao pointed at the vibrant coxcomb amaranth, stating, "Observe. The bright and striking colors of this herb, shaped like a coxcomb and a phoenix's tail, are imbued with a fervent aura. It has the power to enhance the potency of your flames, making them more intense and expanding your attack range accordingly. Additionally, it will bolster the strength of your flame shield, ensuring greater safety and reliability in battle." Yin excitedly accepted the herb and exclaimed, "Wonderful. With this coxcomb amaranth, I am certain I will grow stronger." Qian Zhao continued, "When absorbing the energy of the coxcomb and tail palm, you must first seek a tranquil place and sit cross-legged. Then, place the coxcomb and tail palm before you and awaken its energy with your soul power. Once you genuinely perceive its fervent essence, gradually guide this energy into your body, facilitating its perfect fusion with your flame lord martial spirit." Yin nodded vigorously and replied, "I understand, Qian Zhao. I will diligently absorb the energy of the coxcomb and tail palm." Qian Zhao once again sought out Hu Laina, presenting her with the elixir of piercing autumn waters. "Laina, this elixir of piercing autumn waters will greatly aid your enchanting fox spirit martial soul," Qian Zhao softly remarked. The elixir, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring, emanated an air of mystery. It has the power to amplify your allure, rendering your fox charm abilities even more irresistible. Furthermore, it enhances your soul force perception, allowing you to better anticipate your adversary's movements during combat. Hu Laina responded with a charming smile, saying, "Qian Zhao, you are truly considerate. I adore this gift." With a gentle smile, Qian Zhao remarked, "When absorbing the essence of longing, you must seek a tranquil place on a serene night. Lightly apply the essence to your eyes. Then close your eyes and channel your soul power. Allow the energy of the essence to flow slowly into your body through your eyes, merging with your fox spirit." Hulyina nodded and replied, "All right, I shall follow your instructions." Subsequently, Qian Zhao presented the water fairy bone to Xieyu. "Xieyu, this water fairy bone will greatly enhance your moonblade spirit," Qian Zhao stated. "Its pure white hue emanates a chilling aura. It will render your moonblade exceptionally sharp, increasing your attack speed. Moreover, it will augment your physical strength, making you more resilient in battle." Receiving the precious herb, Xieyu's eyes shimmered with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Qian Zhao, I will treasure this gift dearly." Qian Zhao continued, "When absorbing the water fairy jade bone, you must hold it tightly in your hand and activate its energy with your soul power. Then, attune yourself to its cool aura and guide this energy into your body, merging it with your moon blade martial soul." Xieyu solemnly replied, "I understand, Qian Zhao. I will diligently absorb the energy of the water fairy jade bone." Finally, Qian Zhao approached Tuo Bayun, presenting her with the sweet potato golden dragon. "Tuo Bayun, This sweet potato golden dragon possesses a unique enhancement effect for dragon-type martial souls, Qian Xiao explained. Observe how it resembles a small dragon, exuding a formidable dragon might. It can significantly elevate the strength of your dragon martial soul, making your white-armored earth dragon even more formidable. Tua Bayan earnestly accepted the divine herb, stating, Qian Xiao, rest assured, I will strive to improve myself and honor this precious gift. Qian Xiao instructed, when absorbing the sweet potato golden dragon, you must envelop it with your soul force, creating a soul force field. Gradually, guide the energy of the sweet potato golden dragon into your body, fostering a fusion with your white-armored earth dragon martial soul. Tuoba Yun nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, I will remember. After delivering the celestial herbs, Qian Xiao gazed at the expectant and determined expressions of his companions, his heart brimming with confidence. He understood well that with the aid of these celestial herbs, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. On the path ahead, they would stand united, confronting numerous challenges together, courageously striving for the glory of the martial soul hall. Qian Xiao proclaimed loudly, Comrades, let us strive together, grow stronger, and fight for the glory of the spirit hall. The crowd responded in unison, Yes. We shall all endeavor together. Chapter 91, Empowerment of the Celestial Herb in the training ground of the Academy. Everyone was filled with a complex mix of excitement and anticipation, ready to embark on the journey of absorbing the precious celestial herb bestowed by Qian Xiao. Yi Lingling took the initiative, gracefully sitting cross-legged with poise and tranquility. She then carefully placed the 8-petaled fairy orchid, radiating a gentle and enchanting glow, before her. As soon as the orchid appeared, it resonated wonderfully with Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia spirit, as if a mysterious connection existed between them. Yi Lingling slowly closed her eyes, concentrating all her energy and beginning to channel her soul power. A soft green soul power, delicate as fine threads, gently coiled around the 8-petaled fairy orchid. The gentle luminescence seemed to actively respond to her soul power, flickering softly as if communicating with her. Fully immersed in the vitality and vigor contained within the celestial herb, Yi Lingling resembled a skilled artisan, meticulously guiding this wondrous energy, allowing it to gradually and delicately merge into her being. As the energy continued to flow in, Yi Lingling felt as though she were surrounded by a resplendent sea of flowers brimming with boundless life. Her 9-heart begonia spirit quivered slightly, its petals becoming more translucent, emanating a healing aura far more potent than before. Each petal seemed to harbor infinite healing power, poised to bestow hope of life upon her companions. Yin sat closely beside Yi Lingling, also adopting a cross-legged posture, steadily placing the vividly striking coxcomb and phoenix tail sunflower before him. A torrent of red soul power surged from him, enveloping the sunflower like a fervent flood. The air instantly became suffused with a searing heat, raising the temperature of the training ground several degrees. Beads of sweat formed on Yan's forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering, filled with an insatiable thirst for power. He diligently guided the energy of the sunflower, while his Fire Lord spirit within him roiled restlessly, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, eagerly yearning for this formidable flame power. The brilliant sunflower blazed like a roaring flame, continuously releasing an intense energy. Yin was wholly focused, gradually drawing this powerful energy into his body, sensing the transformative force of this searing power, making him increasingly formidable. Hulaina stood not far away, her movements graceful and alluring. She gently retrieved the autumn water elixir, tilting her head slightly to let the crystal-clear liquid cascade onto her eyes. Instantly, a mysterious aura enveloped her, akin to a delicate mist. Hulaina closed her eyes, beginning to channel her soul power. She felt a refreshing energy flowing slowly into her body through her eyes, reminiscent of a cool breeze on a summer day, bringing immense comfort. In that moment, her enchanting fox spirit became even more agile, resembling a wise spirit fox, poised to unleash its captivating powers. Hulaina felt as if the surroundings transformed into a clearer vision, enabling her to perceive even the faintest ripples of soul energy in the air. Every detail vividly unfolded in her mind, enhancing her ability to anticipate her opponent's movements during combat. On the opposite side stood Xiaoyu, firmly grasping the water fairy bone, his gaze intense and profound. A chilling aura emanated from the water fairy bone, causing Xiaoyu's moonblade spirit to tremble slightly within him. As if responding to this frigid power, he channeled his soul power to awaken the energy of the celestial herb, allowing himself to deeply sense the icy breath surrounding him. As the energy gradually infused, his moonblade grew sharper, shimmering with a frosty light, as if capable of severing all that exists. It felt as though a mysterious force fortified his body, imbuing each muscle with strength and rendering every bone more resilient. In the center of the training ground stood Tuoba Yun, her expression grave as she enveloped the sweet potato golden dragon with her soul power, forming a formidable soul energy field. The sweet potato golden dragon exuded a powerful dragon might, akin to a true giant dragon coiled in place. Tuoba Yun's white-armored earth dragon spirit roared within her, brimming with a yearning for strength. Gradually, she guided the energy of the sweet potato golden dragon into her being, feeling her spirit grow ever stronger. Each infusion of energy filled her with vigor, as if she had truly transformed into a mighty dragon, possessing boundless power and majesty. Within the training ground, everyone was immersed in the process of absorbing the celestial herb's energy, as if time had come to a standstill. Only the flickering brilliance of soul power and the pervasive mysterious aura bore witness to their efforts and growth. The entire atmosphere was charged with tension and hope, with each individual striving to become more formidable. After a prolonged and intense period, the group finally completed the absorption of the celestial herb. They slowly opened their eyes, which sparkled with surprise and confidence. They could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in their strength. Upon introspecting their soul power, they were thrilled to discover that their levels had all reached 40. Yi Lingling smiled and remarked, "The effects of this 8-petal celestial orchid are truly astonishing. I feel my healing powers have grown stronger, and I will undoubtedly serve everyone better in the future." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, brimming with confidence. Yin excitedly pumped his fist and proclaimed, "The coxcomb phoenix tail sunflower has made my flame lord's spirit stronger than ever. I am now filled with energy and can hardly wait to showcase my skills in battle." His eyes burned with fighting spirit, resembling a blazing flame. Hulaina smiled alluringly and said sweetly, "The autumn water dew has elevated my enchanting powers to new heights. In future battles, I will surely wield a greater influence, ensnaring my enemies in my irresistible charm." Her smile radiated confidence and charm, rendering her utterly irresistible. In her eyes, a flicker of self-assuredness shone brightly as she calmly declared, "The enhancement of my moonblade martial soul through the exquisite beauty of the narcissus has ignited an eager anticipation within me to test my newfound strength and uncover just how formidable I have become." Her voice resonated with power and resolve. Tuoba Yun spoke with solemnity, stating, "The sweet potato golden dragon has fortified my white-armored earth dragon martial soul, and I am determined to wield this strength effectively, contributing even more significantly to our collective efforts." Her gaze was resolute and unwavering, imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. Xianxiao gazed at everyone, her heart brimming with joy. The enhancement of their abilities would undoubtedly instill greater confidence and hope for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 92. The eve of departure in the training grounds of the Spirit Hall. A marvelous transformation had just concluded. Everyone successfully absorbed the energy of the celestial herb, achieving a qualitative leap in their strength, their hearts filled with joy and self-assurance. Standing before them, Qianxiao's eyes sparkled with pride as she smiled and said, "Today, we have all reaped significant rewards. Now, let us return and solidify our cultivation. Tomorrow, my sister and I will lead the way to the Stardoe Forest to acquire soul rings." Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Departing the training ground in an orderly fashion, filled with anticipation for the future, Yilingling returned to her quarters with a light step, gently closing the door behind her as if to shield herself from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. As she settled down, her thoughts fluttered like butterflies, drifting towards the wondrous 8-petaled celestial orchid. A wave of emotion and awe washed over her, for the miraculous changes brought about by the orchid illuminated her inner world like brilliant stars. She softly closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the healing power within her. It surged like warm spring water, as if a mysterious life force flowed gently through her body. She could distinctly perceive the profound difference within herself compared to before. Although her healing abilities had once been formidable, they had now ascended to a new level. Each circulation of soul power was infused with vitality and vigor. Yilingling pondered to herself, "With this newly enhanced healing ability, I shall undoubtedly be able to better protect my companions in future battles, becoming their steadfast support." Her gaze shimmered with unwavering resolve, as if she could already envision herself playing a pivotal role in fierce combat, bringing hope to her comrades. Imagining her friends wounded in battle, she felt a strong sense of duty surge within her, knowing that with her powerful healing, she could swiftly restore them to the fray. In another room, Yin eagerly dashed back to his own quarters. Upon entering, he immediately began practicing with his flame lord spirit. The fiery flames danced joyfully around him, a vivid embodiment of his fervent fighting spirit. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, his heart alight with excitement and longing. He unclenched his fists, feeling the immense power bestowed upon him by the coxcomb amaranth. That force surged within him, ready to burst forth at any moment. The strength granted to me by the coxcomb amaranth is formidable. In the Douluo forest, I will showcase my true abilities for all to witness, he vowed silently. He envisioned himself in the Douluo forest, wielding the searing flames with an invincible stance, vanquishing foes one by one. The image ignited his blood, and he eagerly anticipated the challenges that awaited him. Hyena gracefully returned to her own quarters, elegantly sitting in front of her vanity. Her movements resembled a butterfly dancing in the air, beautiful and enchanting. She gently caressed her eyes once more, savoring the clarity bestowed upon her by the dewdrops of autumn and the amplified allure they provided. A subtle smile graced her lips, exuding confidence and charm. In her heart, she silently calculated, armed with this newfound power of enchantment, I shall ensnare my foes in the throes of battle, creating exquisite opportunities for my comrades to strike. Her gaze radiated both confidence and seduction, as if she could already envision her enemies losing their way under her captivating influence. She imagined herself on the battlefield, descending like a goddess, wielding her charm to cloud the judgment of her adversaries and forge paths to victory for her allies. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiaoyu stood quietly by the window, clutching the moonblade. The moonlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in an air of mystery. He fixed his eyes upon the blade, feeling the enhancement from the narcissus-like skin and bone. His heart was a tranquil sea, yet brimming with boundless strength. The moonblade had become sharper, and my prowess had ascended to new heights. In the Douluo forest, I shall undoubtedly unveil my true capabilities. His gaze was icy and resolute, as if it could pierce through any obstruction. He meticulously devised his battle strategy for the Douluo forest in his mind, contemplating how to wield this formidable power to secure victory for his team. Tuobayun stood in the courtyard, summoning the white-armored earth dragon spirit. The majestic spirit emanated a powerful aura, igniting a profound sense of pride within her. She gazed at the spirit, feeling the immense strength granted by the golden earth dragon. A deep sense of responsibility surged within her. I must harness this power effectively, contributing significantly to her cause. In the Douluo forest, I will give my all, not to squander this formidable strength. Her eyes shone with determination and tenacity, as if she were poised to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. She envisioned herself fighting alongside her comrades in the Douluo forest, using her power to safeguard them all. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao was engaged in discussions with Qian Renxue regarding the itinerary for the following day. Qian Renxue wore a serious expression, a hint of gravity shadowing her exquisite features. She was acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking in the Douluo forest, yet she held unwavering faith in the growth of her companions. Her heart was a blend of concern and anticipation. These allies, having been tempered by the divine herbs, had significantly bolstered their strength. Yet the unknown perils of the Douluo forest were not to be underestimated. I must lead them safely to acquire their soul rings, allowing them to evolve through battle. She contemplated silently. Her gaze was resolute, as if she had already prepared herself to confront any adversity. Qian Xiao meticulously detailed each individual's circumstances, collaboratively formulating strategies to address various situations. His heart brimmed with anticipation, recognizing the significant progress everyone had made. He believed that this journey to the Douluo forest would yield even greater rewards. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his eyes as he pondered how to enable everyone to unleash their maximum potential within the forest. As dusk gracefully descended, the entire spirit hall was enveloped in a tranquil yet expectant atmosphere. The stars twinkled in the night sky, seemingly bestowing blessings upon their future. Tomorrow, they would embark on a new journey, confronting fresh challenges and bravely advancing for the glory of the spirit hall. Yilingling lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her. Scenes of future battles incessantly danced in her mind. She envisioned herself using her healing powers to rescue her comrades, her heart filled with hope. She understood the weight of her responsibilities and recognized that continuous effort was essential to fully harness her abilities. Yin practiced his martial spirit in his room, unwilling to squander a single moment. He aimed to strengthen his prowess, preparing thoroughly for the battles ahead. His sweat soaked his garments, but he paid it no mind, driven solely by a thirst for victory. Hulaina sat by the window, gazing out at the night. Her eyes radiated confidence and anticipation, as she believed her charm would play a pivotal role in the Douluo forest. Gently caressing her hair, she was filled with dreams for the future. Xiaoyu lay in bed, eyes closed, yet his mind was fervently strategizing for battle. He aspired to become the core strength of the team within the Douluo forest, leading everyone to triumph. His heart was brimming with determination and courage. Tuo Yun continued her training in the courtyard, seeking to stabilize her strength. She understood that only through relentless effort could she meet everyone's expectations. Her sweat dripped onto the ground, yet it could not extinguish the fighting spirit within her. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue were in their room, deliberating over the itinerary, ensuring that every detail was meticulously considered, so everyone could safely acquire soul rings in the Douluo forest. They were filled with a sense of responsibility, willing to sacrifice everything for the future of their companions. As the night deepened, the tranquility of the spirit hall was caressed by a gentle breeze. Tomorrow, they would face new challenges and opportunities. They would fight for the honor of the spirit hall with their strength and courage, believing that as long as they worked together, they could overcome any obstacle and realize their dreams. Chapter 93. Departure. As the first light of dawn softly cascaded over the spirit hall like delicate silk, the group could no longer contain their fervent passion and eager anticipation, gathering en masse in the courtyard. Qian Xiao stood tall at the forefront, his gaze resolute and steady, quietly surveying the spirited faces of his companions, a swell of noble emotion rising within him. Let us depart. With Qian Zhao's command, the group advanced like a disciplined battalion of steel, marching resolutely towards the Douluo forest. Throughout the journey, the group's emotions oscillated between tension and exhilaration, fully aware that they were on the brink of confronting daunting challenges and invaluable opportunities. After a protracted and arduous trek, they finally reached the periphery of the starry forest. Qian Xiao halted, his expression grave as he gazed at his companions. Before we step into the starry forest, we must form our ranks. Sister, you shall lead the way. Your formidable strength and extensive experience equip you to face any peril that may lie ahead. Hulaina and Xie, you will follow closely in second position, your seamless collaboration ensuring readiness to assist the sister at a moment's notice. Yi Lingling and Tuo Yun will occupy the center of our formation, tasked with safeguarding yourselves while also providing essential support to the group. Yin and I will bring up the rear, ensuring the safety of our backline without compromise. Qian Rengshu nodded slightly, her exquisite visage radiating determination and confidence. Behind her stood Huiyina and Xieyue, their gazes meeting in an instant, overflowing with mutual trust. Yilingling and Tuo Yun exchanged a glance, their hands clasped tightly together as they silently prayed for the success and safety of their endeavor. Yin stretched his limbs, the flames within him subtly surging. He turned his gaze towards Qian Xiao, his eyes brimming with fervent ambition. Rest assured, with me here, there shall be no issues from behind. Qian Xiao smiled faintly, fully confident in Yin. Once the formation was established, the group slowly stepped into the Douluo forest. As they entered the woods, a rich and vibrant aura of life enveloped them. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows as sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled light. The atmosphere was imbued with an enigmatic allure and latent peril, for every nook and cranny could harbor a formidable soul beast. Qian Renxue walked cautiously at the forefront of the group, her senses fully attuned and her vigilance heightened, attentively observing every movement in her surroundings. Hulaina and Xie closely followed, their gazes sweeping the area, leaving no suspicious signs overlooked. Yi Lingling and Tuo Yun occupied the middle of the formation, nervously scrutinizing the environment. Yi Lingling silently pondered that should any of her companions be injured, she would administer aid without delay. Meanwhile, Tuo Yun remained fixated ahead, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Yin and Qian Xiao brought up the rear of the group, maintaining a constant state of alertness. Yin's fiery energy surged around him, seemingly poised to counter any attacks from behind, while Qian Xiao calmly assessed the situation of the entire team, prepared to make judicious decisions at a moment's notice. As the group ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They were acutely aware of the formidable power of the soul beasts within, knowing that a single misstep could plunge them into peril. Nevertheless, they displayed no inclination to retreat, for they were united by a common goal, to fight valiantly for the glory of the Spirit Hall and to strive relentlessly for their own growth. With utmost caution, the party advanced through the Douluo forest, with Qian Renxue ever vigilant at the forefront. Along the way, they encountered several small soul beasts, which Qian Renxue effortlessly repelled. Her movements akin to a swift flash of lightning, each strike precise and decisive, showcasing her formidable prowess. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew ever more foreboding. The rustling leaves whispered secrets of the forest mysteries and dangers. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the dense thicket. It was a 10,000-year soul beast, resembling an enormous scorpion, its body encased in a hard, iron-like black exoskeleton that gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its tail arched high, ending in a massive venomous stinger that radiated a chilling, ominous light. Its enormous pincers seemed capable of easily crushing steel, while its eyes glowed with a blood-red ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. Qian Rinxue halted her steps, a hint of solemnity appearing in her gaze. She immediately recognized that the strength of the soul beast was formidable. Qian Shao also sensed the impending danger. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings and decisively declared, "This soul beast is closely aligned with the martial soul of Xieyu. Xieyu, Hulaina, Yilingling, Tuoba Yun, Yin, you five shall engage in combat, while Qian Rinxue and I will provide support from the sidelines." The group promptly entered a state of readiness for battle. Xieyu gripped his moonblade tightly, his eyes brimming with spirited determination. Hulaina stood beside him, her alluring gaze revealing unwavering resolve. Yan's fiery power blazed fiercely, as if igniting the very air around them. Yi Lingling and Tuoba Yun prepared anxiously, ready to assist their comrades at any moment. Chapter 94. The first battle when confronted by the immensely powerful 10,000-year soul beast. The group swiftly adjusted their demeanor, fully focused on the arduous challenge that lay ahead. Xieyu firmly held his moonblade, decisively launching the first attack. In an instant, he unleashed his first soul skill, Crescent Moon Slash, sending forth a powerful crescent-shaped wave of soul energy that surged towards the beast like a bolt of lightning. The soul beast emitted a deafening roar, swinging its massive pincers in a desperate attempt to counter this fierce strike. Simultaneously, Hulaina activated her first soul skill, Fox Charm, subtly dispersing an alluring force in an effort to disrupt the soul beast's movements. A momentary glimmer of confusion flickered in the beast's eyes, but it swiftly regained its fierce demeanor. Following this, Hulaina summoned the Foxfire command, sending forth fiery orbs that danced towards the soul beast, inflicting relentless burning damage. Yin was not to be outdone. He unleashed his first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge, summoning searing magma from below to strike the beast with overwhelming force. The soul beast staggered under the impact of the magma, letting out an enraged roar. However, it quickly retaliated with ferocity, raising its tail high and aiming its lethal poisonous barb at Yin. Just as Yin was about to be struck, Qian Shao reacted swiftly, activating his second soul skill. A formidable shield enveloped Yin in an instant, successfully blocking the beast's deadly assault. Yilingling remained vigilant, closely monitoring her teammates' conditions, prepared to deploy her healing soul skills at the first sign of injury. Tuoba Yun also sprang into action, activating her second soul skill, Shadow Acceleration, enveloping her allies in an intangible energy field that enhanced their speed by 30% in a heartbeat. With the boost from Tuoba Yun's soul skill, Xieyu launched another offensive, employing his second soul skill, Moonblade Slash, executing a rapid series of strikes that rained down upon the soul beast like a tempest. Although the beast fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, it was struck multiple times. Hulaina continued to command the Foxfire, maintaining her relentless assault on the creature. Yin unleashed his Molten Surge once more, transforming the ground into seething magma that inflicted ongoing damage and effectively restricted the soul beast's movement. As the battle raged on, the soul beast's stamina began to wane. At this moment, Tuoba Yun unleashed his third soul skill, Attack Amplification. A dazzling light emanated from the body of the white-armored earth dragon, precisely landing upon Xieyu. Instantly, Xieyu felt his offensive power surge, and without hesitation, he activated his third soul skill, Crescent Assault, charging forward with astonishing speed, while his moon blade was enveloped in an overwhelming surge of soul power. In an instant, Xieyu closed in on the soul beast, and the moon blade struck fiercely against its form. The soul beast emitted a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. The group had triumphed over the 10,000-year soul beast, and this fierce battle had honed their synergy even further. Xieyu gazed upon the fallen soul beast, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that the soul beast resonated profoundly with his martial spirit, allowing him to absorb its soul ring and further enhance his strength. Under Yilingling's meticulous care, the group's injuries were swiftly mended. Xieyu sat cross-legged, focusing intently on absorbing the soul ring of the 10,000-year soul beast. The others vigilantly stood guard nearby, their gazes darting between Xieyu and the surrounding environment to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. As time ticked by, mysterious glimmers occasionally flickered across Xieyu's form. At last, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration and confidence. He had successfully absorbed the soul ring, resulting in a substantial augmentation of his power. Rising to his feet, He surveyed the expectant expressions of his teammates, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Allow me to demonstrate my new soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Crimson Moonstorm. Xiaoyu began to spin, wielding his moon blade with rapid precision, instantly conjuring a formidable storm of soul power. The tempest resembled a crimson vortex, expansive in range, with such potent force that the very air around seemed to be cleaved apart. The onlookers were awestruck by this astonishing spectacle. Yulingling's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoyu, your new soul skill is remarkable. With it, we possess an even greater strength in battle. Yin chimed in excitedly, haha. Now we are more confident in facing the challenges ahead. Tuobayun nodded slightly. Indeed, Xiaoyu's new soul skill is formidable. We must strive harder and not fall behind. Hulaina offered a playful smile. Xiaoyu, with the soul skill, you must protect us well. Qianshao gazed at the crowd, her heart brimming with satisfaction. The harmony in their collaboration has grown increasingly profound, and she firmly believed that in the journeys that lay ahead, they would undoubtedly surmount even greater challenges. Qian Rengshu revealed a smile. Indeed, let us press forward, for the glory of the Spirit Hall and for our own growth. Chapter 95. The enigmatic fox flamed the morale of the group soared as they witnessed Xiaoyu successfully absorb the soul ring and acquire a formidable new soul skill. Filled with fervor, they continued their journey through this realm replete with mystery and peril. Soon, they discovered a soul beast that was exceptionally suited for Hulaina. This soul beast bore a striking resemblance to a colossal nine-tailed fox, emanating a mysterious purple luminescence, with each hair seemingly imbued with potent soul power. The group became instantly alert, swiftly adjusting their stance, preparing to confront this challenging battle. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, his gaze resolute. He understood that as the primary force, he must give his all. Everyone must exercise caution. This soul beast is not to be underestimated. We must coordinate closely to prevail. As the battle commenced, Xiaoyu launched the first strike, unleashing his fourth soul skill, Red Moonstorm. A powerful vortex of soul power surged forth, sweeping rapidly towards the soul beast. The beast emitted a deafening roar, its 9 tails swishing fiercely, easily countering Xiaoyu's assault. Observing this, Hulaina immediately executed her first soul skill, Fox Charm, attempting to disrupt the beast's movements. A flicker of confusion appeared in the creature's eyes, but it quickly regained its ferocity. Subsequently, Hulaina summoned Foxfire Command, sending forth swirling flames that danced like ethereal spirits, inflicting continuous burn damage upon the soul beast. Yun also refused to lag behind, employing his first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge, summoning searing magma from the earth to launch a fierce assault on the beast. The soul beast staggered under the impact of the magma, roaring in fury. Yi Lingling kept a vigilant watch over her comrades, poised to deploy her healing soul skill at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yun activated his second soul skill, Swift Shadow Enhancement, enveloping his teammates in an imperceptible energy field, instantly boosting their speed by 30%. Empowered by Tuoba Yun's skill, Xiaoyu charged forth once more, executing his third soul skill, New Moon Ambush. Advancing with astonishing speed, the moon blade cloaked in formidable soul power. He swiftly closed the distance to the soul beast, delivering a powerful strike. The soul beast, wounded, grew even more ferocious, opening its massive maw to unleash a beam of purple light aimed at the group. Qianshao, quick-witted, activated his second soul skill, conjuring an incredibly sturdy shield that enveloped his companions, effectively blocking the beast's attack. As the battle raged on, the soul beast began to exhaust its stamina. In that moment, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to unleash his strongest blow. He spun his body, swinging the moon blade at high velocity, summoning a powerful soul power storm that surged towards the soul beast. The beast staggered under the force of the strike. At that critical juncture, Tuoba Yun recognized the importance of timing and immediately activated his third soul skill, Attack Amplification. A radiant beam of light shot from the body of the white-armored earth dragon, landing precisely on Hulaina. In an instant, Hulaina felt an immense surge in her power. Her gaze sharpened as she gripped the blade tightly in her hand. A formidable aura emanated from her, as if she had become one with her surroundings. With a swift motion, she darted towards the spirit beast like a bolt of lightning. As she approached the creature, Hulaina leaped high into the air, her blade glinting with a chilling light under the sun. With a powerful swing, the blade sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, striking at the spirit beast with unwavering momentum. The beast attempted to evade, but bolstered by Tuoba Yun's soul skills, Hulaina's speed and strength had reached unprecedented heights, rendering escape impossible. With a resounding thud, the blade plunged deep into the creature's vital spot, eliciting a final, anguished cry before it collapsed to the ground. The dust that had been stirred up gradually settled, signaling the conclusion of this fierce battle. The onlookers gazed at the fallen spirit beast, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. They understood that this victory was not solely Hulaina's achievement, but rather the result of their team's seamless collaboration. Xiaoyu regarded Hulaina with admiration, exclaiming, "Hulaina, splendid work." Hulaina smiled gently in response. "I owe it all to everyone's cooperation." She then sat down cross-legged, focusing intently on absorbing the spirit ring of the 10,000-year spirit beast. The others appeared tense, vigilantly scanning between Hulaina and the surrounding environment, anxious for any unforeseen occurrences. As time passed, mysterious black light flickered around Hulaina intermittently. The light fluctuated in intensity, as if narrating the arduous process of absorbing the spirit ring. At last, Hulaina slowly opened her eyes, brimming with excitement and confidence. She had successfully absorbed the spirit ring, significantly enhancing her power once more. Rising to her feet, she met the eager gazes of her teammates with a slight smile. "Allow me to demonstrate my new soul skill." With a commanding tone, Hulaina unleashed her fourth soul skill, the enchanting fox flame. A heart-shaped flame coalesced before her, radiating a mesmerizing purple hue, as if imbued with a mysterious force. The flame emitted an intense heat, warping the air around it with ripples. The heart-shaped fire seemed almost alive, pulsating rhythmically, each beat releasing waves of exhilarating energy. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, Hulaina sent the heart-shaped flame soaring towards a distant boulder like an arrow released from a bowstring. As it traversed the air, it left behind a resplendent purple trail, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Upon contact with the boulder, there was no thunderous explosion. Instead, it silently penetrated the stone. Moments later, a muffled explosion resonated from within the boulder, which shattered into countless fragments. Debris flew in every direction, some soaring several dozen meters away, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. The spectators were left in awe at this astonishing display. Yilingling's eyes sparkled with delight as she softly remarked, "Hulaina, your new soul skill is incredible. The destructive power is simply astounding." The flame not only possesses the astonishing ability to penetrate massive stones instantaneously, but also ignites explosions within, a truly unexpected phenomenon. Yin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ha! With this soul skill, we have gained a formidable ace in our combat repertoire. The power of the fox demon flame is so immense that it will undoubtedly instill terror in our foes." Tuoba Yun nodded slightly, admiration gleaming in her eyes. "Indeed. The fox demon flame is formidable. Hulaina, we must coordinate our efforts even more closely in battle from now on. The destructive capability and penetration of this soul skill are exceptional. If we can synergize it with our own techniques, we will unleash even greater power." Xiaoyu smiled with satisfaction, gazing at Hulaina as he remarked, "It seems our strength has increased significantly. Let us press onward." Chapter 96. Strengthening the Guardian Shield. Before long, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a millennium-old soul beast perfectly suited to Tuoba Yun. This soul beast resembled a colossal pangolin, its hardened scales gleaming with a metallic luster, exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. Sensing the presence of such a formidable creature, the group immediately heightened their vigilance, bracing themselves for this new challenge. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, his gaze unwavering as he solemnly declared, "This soul beast is incredibly formidable. We must work together with unwavering resolve." The others nodded in agreement, steeling themselves for battle. As the confrontation commenced, they coordinated their efforts with precision. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, and others unleashed their respective soul skills, while Yulingling remained ever vigilant, ready to deploy her healing abilities. Tuoba Yun also activated her soul skills at opportune moments to support the team. However, the soul beast proved to be exceptionally resilient, despite their relentless attacks. It held its ground, and the battle became a stalemate. Ultimately, through their continuous combined onslaught, the soul beast began to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. Tuoba Yun seized the moment, her eyes narrowing with determination. With her weapon shimmering with light, she charged toward the soul beast, delivering a decisive blow. The beast let out a final, anguished cry before crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Tuoba Yun sat cross-legged, fully concentrating on absorbing the soul ring from the millennium-old soul beast. The others stood guard, vigilant and alert. As time passed, mysterious glimmers occasionally flickered around Tuoba Yun. At long last, she successfully absorbed the soul ring, her strength significantly enhanced. Rising to her feet, she smiled at her companions and said, "Allow me to demonstrate my new soul skill." The group, filled with anticipation, gathered around her. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Yun proclaimed, fourth soul skill, Guardian Shield Enhancement. As she executed the move, her white-armored Earth Dragon spirit roared toward the heavens. A surge of mighty energy cascading forth like a torrential tide. This force rapidly spread, seemingly alive, and precisely enveloped each of her teammates. Under the influence of this power, her allies experienced an unprecedented surge in defensive prowess. The soul skill, already possessing inherent defensive capabilities, now became virtually impregnable, akin to a fortress of iron and stone, instilling a profound sense of security. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, admiration evident in his gaze. Tuoba Yun, your fourth soul skill is indeed powerful. With this ability, our survival in battle has been greatly enhanced. Hulaina chimed in with a smile. Indeed, now we possess greater confidence when facing even mightier adversaries. Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Aha, we truly have gained a formidable advantage now. Yilingling's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she responded. Our teamwork has become increasingly harmonious. With this new soul skill, we are certain to achieve greater victories in our future battles. Tuoba Yun gazed at his teammates, whose confidence radiated joy within him. 3 days later, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered suitable 10,000-year soul beasts for Yin and Yilingling. After a fierce battle, through their unwavering teamwork, Yin and Yilingling triumphed over the soul beasts and successfully absorbed their soul rings. Yin rose to his feet, flames of fervor igniting in his eyes. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Blazing Sun True Flame. With a graceful flourish of his hands, he released an extraordinary force of fire, coalescing into a colossal fireball before him. The fireball emanated an alarming heat, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. With a sudden thrust, he propelled the fireball like a shooting star towards a massive rock, which shattered with a resounding explosion, its power immeasurable. Yilingling also showcased her newly acquired formidable healing abilities. With a gentle wave of her hand, a soft radiance enveloped her companions. Under this luminous glow, their fatigue and injuries vanished without a trace. Yilingling's healing prowess had significantly increased, greatly enhancing the team's endurance in battle. As they beheld Yin and Yilingling's new soul skills, the group was filled with joy and anticipation. Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, "Our strength has notably increased. Now, it is time to return to the academy." Hulaina nodded in agreement. Indeed, we shall return to the academy with our newfound strength and glory, continuing our efforts for the future of the Spirit Hall. Tuoba Yun added, "This experience has been incredibly rewarding. I believe we can advance even further at the academy." Yin, brimming with excitement, declared, "Haha, with my new soul skill, let us see who dares to underestimate us." Yilingling gently said, "My healing ability has become stronger, allowing everyone to fight with greater confidence." With hopes for the future, they embarked on their journey back to the academy. Chapter 97. 1 year later, a year later. In the training grounds of the Spirit Hall, sunlight poured down, draping the sacred place in a resplendent golden veil. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxua stood tall like proud pine trees, exuding a powerful and profound aura of soul power that seemed to make the very air around them tremble. After a year of relentless effort and struggle, they had finally succeeded in elevating their soul power levels to 60. Qian Zhao's gaze was steadfast as iron, fixed upon the horizon, her eyes seemingly holding boundless dreams and determination. With her lips pursed, she reflected with deep sentiment, "The sweat and toil of this past year have not been in vain. We now stand at this new starting point of level 60. In the past year, she has grappled countless times with arduous training, and each time she reached the pinnacle of exhaustion. Her yearning for strength blazed within her like an unquenchable flame, urging her to forge ahead. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, she has finally reaped the fruits of her labor today. Yet she is acutely aware that this is merely a beginning, for the road ahead remains long and arduous." Qian Rengshu inclined her head slightly, her golden locks dancing gently in the breeze, resembling a magnificent cascade of gold. Every movement she made exuded an air of nobility and authority, as if she were born to be a symbol of royalty. Her voice, steady and powerful, resonated with conviction. "Indeed, this is merely a new beginning. We must continue to forge ahead valiantly, battling for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Qian Rengshu has always regarded the honor of the Spirit Hall as her own duty. Acutely aware of the significant mission that rests upon her shoulders, a mission that demands her to grow ever stronger. At this moment, Sheyue, Hulaina, Yin, Yilingling, and Tuoba Yun approached to extend their congratulations. Sheyue wore a radiant smile, warm as the sun. He gazed at Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. exclaiming, "Congratulations to you both, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu. Your rapid progress has truly inspired us." Shi Yue understood the arduous nature of cultivation. They had traversed countless battles and challenges together. And the advancements of Qianshao and Qian Rengshu filled him with boundless hope. Hu Laina smiled alluringly, akin to a blooming flower in full splendor, her beauty intoxicating. "With such formidable strength among you, we shall undoubtedly face future battles with greater confidence." Hu Laina had always been a pivotal force within the team, her enchanting prowess often playing a crucial role in combat. Now, witnessing the strength of Qianshao and Qian Rengshu, she was filled with anticipation for the battles that lay ahead. Yin exclaimed with exuberance, "Ha! Our team has grown ever stronger." His enthusiasm burned bright like a flame, and his strength was indispensable to the group. He recognized that with Qianshao and Qian Rengshu's enhancement, their team would be more capable of confronting various challenges. Yi Lingling, gentle as water, softly spoke, "Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I sincerely hope you continue to forge ahead on your future path." Yi Lingling's tenderness seemed to possess the power to heal all, her healing abilities playing a vital role within the team. Having silently devoted herself to the group, she felt immense joy at the achievements of Qianshao and Qian Rengshu. Tuoba Yun stated earnestly, "Let us join hands and strive together for the future of the Spirit Hall." Tuoba Yun's steadiness offered a sense of reassurance, her supportive abilities often turning the tide of victory at critical moments. She understood the strength of unity. Only by working together could they create a more glorious future for the Spirit Hall. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu gazed at the crowd, a warm surge of emotion swelling within them. They understood that on this challenging path, they were not alone. With the support and companionship of their comrades, they felt an invigorating drive to move forward. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu sat regally upon his throne, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. That smile seemed capable of melting the iciest of barriers, warming the hearts of all present. "Ha ha, Qianshao and Rengshu. These two children have indeed not disappointed me. Level 60, what a remarkable achievement," Qian Dalu mused, his heart swelling with pride as he envisioned a future radiant with the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu embodied the hope of the Spirit Hall, a long-held aspiration of his. Their rapid growth filled him with astonishment. He recognized that these two would bring further honor to the Spirit Hall in the days to come. "They are the hope of the Spirit Hall, my enduring expectation. Now that they excel so brilliantly, I must reward them well," Qian Daolu silently resolved. Eager to share this good news with Qianshao and Qian Rengshu, he could no longer contain his excitement. With a sudden surge of energy, he rose and strode briskly toward the academy. Along the way, his spirits soared, as if the very air around him had become fresher and more invigorating. Filled with anticipation for the future, Qian Daolu knew that these two children would become the backbone of the Spirit Hall. These two must have faced considerable hardships to reach this point. "I will personally guide them to acquire their soul rings, elevating their strength to new heights," he resolved. He understood well the significance of soul rings for spirit masters. A formidable soul ring could greatly enhance a spirit master's power. He was determined to find the most suitable soul rings for Qianshao and Qian Rengshu, ensuring they would be even stronger in future battles. Upon arriving at the academy, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu were engaged in sharing their training insights with their companions. The moment they spotted Qian Daolu, expressions of surprise illuminated their faces. Qian Daolu smiled warmly at them, his eyes brimming with affection and admiration. "Qianshao, Rengshu, you have done exceptionally well. I am immensely proud of you both." With respectful bows, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu replied, "Thank you, grandfather, for your praise. We will continue to strive, bringing glory to the Spirit Hall." Their eyes shone with determination and resolve, fully aware of the weight of their responsibilities and the importance of not disappointing Qian Daolu's expectations. Qian Daolu nodded and said, "Let us proceed. I shall guide you in acquiring the 6th spirit ring. Your strength has grown formidable, and it is now time for you to obtain a more powerful spirit ring." Qianshao and Qian Rengshu were filled with anticipation and excitement, fully aware that this was a rare opportunity they must seize. For a spirit master, each spirit ring represents a chance for enhancement, and the 6th spirit ring holds paramount importance. They yearned for greater power to fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Under Qian Daolu's guidance, they embarked on a journey to seek the 6th spirit ring. Along the way, Qian Daolu continuously imparted knowledge and experience regarding spirit rings, preparing them for the challenges that lay ahead. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling boundless confidence. The selection of the spirit ring is of utmost significance, as it will directly influence your future development. You must choose a spirit ring that aligns with your martial spirit's characteristics and combat style. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue listened intently, their hearts brimming with gratitude. They understood that Qian Douluo was considering their futures, and they were determined not to let his earnest expectations down. Chapter 98. The Journey for the Ring with Qian Douluo leading the way. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue cautiously traversed the mysterious and perilous Stardo forest. Each step felt as though they were treading upon the unknown paths of fate. The air thick with tension and anticipation. They bore a significant mission to find a suitable sixth spirit ring for Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao. This endeavor not only pertained to their personal enhancement, but was also a crucial step towards the future glory of the Spirit Hall. The lengthy search was fraught with hardship and challenges. They navigated through dense forests, scaled steep and treacherous mountains, and crossed turbulent rivers. Along the way, formidable soul beasts occasionally appeared, yet they had yet to encounter the perfect soul beast for Qian Rinxue. Nevertheless, the trio remained undeterred, firmly believing that perseverance would lead them to the most suitable soul beast. At last, in a secluded and tranquil valley, they discovered an exceptionally fitting 70,000-year-old soul beast. As their gazes fell upon this creature, they were struck by its beauty and majesty. The soul beast resembled a colossal, divine swan, standing gracefully at the valley's center, as if it were the guardian of this realm. Its body was as pure and white as snow, with feathers that shimmered with a sacred radiance, seemingly formed from pure light. Each feather appeared to be a meticulously crafted work of art, delicate and smooth, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. Its eyes sparkled like brilliant sapphires, deep and enigmatic. Within the blue glow lay an essence of boundless wisdom and power, evoking a sense of reverence in those who gazed upon it. When it slightly turned its gaze, that light seemed capable of penetrating the soul, instilling an involuntary awe. With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, a powerful divine force surged forth. This force felt like a tender spring breeze, yet it bore an infinite majesty. A gentle breeze caresses, causing feathers to dance lightly, as if whispering ancient tales. The surrounding air appears to be purified by this sacred force, becoming fresh and pristine. One cannot help but feel an unparalleled majesty, as if it reigns as the sovereign of this realm. Qian Douluo gazed upon the soul beast before him, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. As a paramount powerhouse of the Spirit Hall, he discerned at a glance that this soul beast's attributes were significantly harmonious with Qian Rinxue's martial spirit. He understood well that should Qian Rinxue successfully absorb the soul ring of this creature, it would undoubtedly grant her a formidable enhancement in strength, bestowing her with a distinct advantage in future battles. Just as Qian Douluo prepared to strike and capture the soul beast in a weakened state, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue hurriedly interceded. Qian Shao looked steadfastly at Qian Douluo, his gaze brimming with determination and courage. "Grandfather, we cannot always rely on your strength. We are no longer children. We possess the capability to confront challenges on our own." His voice was calm, yet powerful, for he understood that true growth could only be achieved through his own endeavors in acquiring a soul ring. He did not wish to remain perpetually sheltered under Qian Douluo's protection. Rather, he yearned to prove himself through his own strength. Qian Rinxue gently raised her chin, her golden locks dancing in the breeze, embodying unwavering determination and confidence. A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes, a reflection of her self-assurance in her abilities and her anticipation for the future. "Grandfather, let us forge our own path," she declared. "We must earn our soul rings through our own efforts. Only then can we truly grow." Her voice resonated with clarity and conviction, for she had always regarded the glory of the Spirit Hall as her solemn duty, fully aware that relentless growth was essential to bear such a significant responsibility. She yearned for challenges, eager to conquer formidable soul beasts with her own strength, thereby adding new brilliance to her journey of growth. Qian Douluo gazed upon the two spirited young individuals before him, his heart a blend of pride and concern. He took solace in their growth, their burgeoning aspirations, and their courage. Yet, he was apprehensive about the peril that lay ahead, fearing for their safety. After a moment of silence, his eyes traversed between Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, and he ultimately nodded. "Very well, take care. Should you encounter danger, I shall intervene at once." Qian Douluo understood that he could not shield them indefinitely. They must learn to confront challenges on their own. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a determined glance, their eyes brimming with resolve. They understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet they felt no fear. Armed with their own strength, they aimed to conquer the powerful soul beast, adding new brilliance to their path of growth. They began to steady their minds, preparing to embrace the imminent challenge. Qian Rinxue took a deep breath, attuning herself to the ambience surrounding her. Within her, Her martial soul surged, seemingly exulting in anticipation of the imminent battle. Her gaze imbued with unwavering resolve. Qianshao stood nearby, wholly focused and preparing himself. He understood that this confrontation was not solely for Qian Rinxue, but also pivotal for their own growth. Chapter 99. The Sacred Swan. As the battle commenced, Qian Rinxue unhesitatingly unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Strike. The sword in her hand emanated an intense radiance, channeling the sacred energy of the six-winged angel into its blade. A golden shield of light materialized before her, embodying both offense and defense as she charged toward the sacred swan. The brilliance was as dazzling as the sun, seemingly intent on incinerating all malevolence in its path. Qian Rinxue's form moved with the swiftness of lightning, propelled by an indomitable spirit. Yet, the sacred swan reacted with remarkable swiftness, its immense wings suddenly unfurled, releasing a torrent of divine power. This force surged forth like a raging tide, effortlessly neutralizing Qian Rinxue's assault and sending her reeling backward. Steadying herself, Qian Rinxue's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, quickly supplanted by renewed determination. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qianshao immediately unleashed his fourth soul skill, Starfall Impact. A radiant beam of light materialized in the sky, as if celestial stars from the universe were summoned forth. A diminutive meteor plummeted from the heavens, bearing an aura of destruction as it hurtled towards the divine swan. The meteor blazed with fierce flames, reminiscent of the wrath of the gods. Yet, the divine swan merely raised its head slightly, a flicker of blue light sparked in its eyes, and a beam of divine radiance shot forth, shattering the meteor into fragments. The shards of the meteor scattered in a dazzling display, akin to fireworks. A knot tightened in Qianzhao's heart, as he realized that the power of the divine swan far exceeded their expectations. Enraged, the divine swan emitted a resounding cry. Its voice was akin to celestial music, yet imbued with an overwhelming majesty. It unfurled its magnificent wings, and a surging divine tempest swept toward Qianshao and Qian Rinxue. This storm, reminiscent of a tornado, bore an immense force that instilled fear. In haste, Qianshao activated his second soul skill, Rock Barrier. An impenetrable stone shield arose instantaneously, resembling a towering mountain, standing steadfast before them. However, under the onslaught of the divine tempest, the shield began to crack, and Qianshao was jolted by the powerful impact, his blood surging. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to maintain the stability of the shield. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth and unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. A colossal angelic phantom manifested behind her, and divine soul power coalesced into a golden sword that pierced towards the holy swan. The angelic specter radiated an aura of unparalleled sanctity, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. The golden sword emitted a brilliant light, imbued with destructive power. However, the holy swan appeared to be well prepared, its brilliance intensified, forming a formidable defensive barrier that enveloped it like a colossal eggshell. Qian Rinxue's attack struck the barrier, merely causing ripples without breaking through. A flicker of anxiety flashed in her eyes, yet she refused to relent. Just as the two found themselves in a precarious situation, the tide suddenly turned. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Qianshao invoked his third soul skill, Earth Pulse Shockwave. He stomped his foot, triggering a tremor in the Earth's core, causing shockwaves to radiate outward from his position in a 25-meter radius. The shockwave surged forth like an earthquake, its immense power rendering one unsteady. The holy swan was momentarily disrupted by this unforeseen assault, causing its movement to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue activated her fifth soul skill, Angelic Judgment. A longsword forged from sacred flames materialized in her hand, and with a powerful swing, she struck toward the holy swan. The longsword radiated intense heat, its attack strength formidable and accompanied by a purifying effect. The brilliance of the holy swan dimmed slightly under this strike. Yet, the holy swan was far from defeated. It let out an enraged roar as its divine power surged wildly. This force, akin to a tsunami, instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Just as it prepared to unleash a more potent attack, Qianshao invoked his fifth soul skill once again, Rock Prison Enchantment. In an instant, a sturdy rock prison materialized around the holy swan, imprisoning it within. The walls of the prison were of exceptional hardness, as if forged from steel. Within the confines of the rock prison, a suppressive aura of earth elements emanated, slowing the holy swan's soul power circulation. The holy swan struggled within the prison, yet it found itself unable to escape. Qian Rinxue swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, Holy Radiance Guardian. A shield woven from blue and gold materialized before her, enveloping Qianshao within its protective embrace. This shield not only bestowed formidable defense but also possessed curative properties. It radiated a gentle luminescence, evoking an overwhelming sense of warmth. Under the sanctuary of the shield, Qian Shao and Qian Renshui gradually regained their vigor, their eyes once again brimming with determination. At last, both Qian Shao and Qian Renshui summoned their most potent attacks simultaneously. Qian Shao invoked her fourth soul skill, Meteoric Rock Strike, and a colossal meteor descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the sacred swan. Concurrently, Qian Renshui unleashed her third soul skill, Radiant Purge Strike. A massive orb of light materialized in her hand, soaring towards the sacred swan. The meteor and the orb of light surged forth together towards the imprisoned sacred swan, and under the tremendous impact and purifying force, the sacred swan ultimately succumbed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 100. A Tough Battle. The white hair of Qian Douluo flowed like snow, gently swaying in the breeze. His gaze was profound and piercing, as if he could see through all the wonders of the world. At this moment, he fixed his eyes upon Qian Renshui, his expression brimming with anticipation and encouragement. "Shuer, this is both your opportunity and your challenge. Face it bravely. Your grandfather believes you will undoubtedly succeed." Qian Daoliu's words were steady and powerful, instilling confidence in Qian Renshui like a stabilizing anchor. Each syllable seemed to contain boundless strength, awakening a warm current within her heart. Qian Renshui took a deep breath, her exquisite visage revealing a resolute expression. Employing her first soul skill, she vanquished the soul beast and gradually settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to embark on the arduous journey of soul ring absorption. Her movements were graceful and composed, reminiscent of a sacred ritual. Qian Renshui's long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, golden hues shimmering around her, a manifestation of the soul power surging within. Her gaze was focused and unwavering, with a singular belief in her heart to successfully absorb the soul ring, enhance her strength, and fight for the glory of the spirit hall. Qian Shao remained utterly focused, vigilantly surveying the surroundings with a watchful gaze. He understood that his sole mission at this moment was to safeguard Qian Renshui with unwavering dedication, ensuring that she remained undisturbed while absorbing the spirit ring. His heart brimmed with admiration and concern for Qian Renshui. He revered her courage and resilience, yet feared the perils she might encounter during this process. Qian Renshui unleashed her soul power, establishing a connection with the soul ring of the divine swan. In an instant, an overwhelming and suffocating surge of sacred energy flooded into Qian Renshui's body like a torrential deluge. She felt as though her body was on the verge of being violently torn apart by this ferocious force, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. The power surged through her like a wild stallion, rampaging within her and bringing forth endless agony. She clenched her teeth tightly, striving to control this force, attempting to guide it to flow gently through her meridians. Beads of sweat continuously emerged on her forehead, her body trembling slightly. Yet her gaze was filled with an indomitable tenacity. Qian Shao anxiously gazed at Qian Renshui, his heart brimming with concern. Occasionally, he cast glances towards Qian Douluo, as if seeking a semblance of reassurance. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, signaling him to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Qian Shao redirected his focus towards Qian Renshui. Silently, he prayed within his heart, hoping that Qian Renshui would successfully navigate through this challenging ordeal. Qian Douluo silently observed Qian Renshui, his soul power subtly enveloping her, ready to intervene at a critical moment. He understood that this was an essential trial on Qian Renshui's path to growth. He could not excessively interfere, yet he could not allow her to fall into despair. His heart brimmed with affection and hope for her, longing for her to emerge from this ordeal as a truly formidable soul master. The power of the sacred swan's soul ring was astonishingly potent, far exceeding Qian Renshui's expectations. That divine force surged within her, seemingly striving to break free from her control. Qian Renshui's body endured immense strain, feeling as if her meridians might burst, every inch of her skin suffering indescribable agony. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender, for she understood she could not betray her grandfather's aspirations. Memories of her mission, the glory of the spirit hall, and thoughts of her shower ignited a fervent flame within her heart, bestowing upon her boundless strength. Qian Shao clenched his fist tightly, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. He understood that he could not merely stand by. He must take action for Qian Renshui. Thus, he began to gradually release his soul power, attempting to resonate with Qian Renshui's energy to alleviate some of her burden. Qian Douluo noticed Qian Zhao's actions and nodded slightly in approval before intervening. "Shower, you must have faith in Shuer. She is capable." As time flowed slowly by, The pressure on Qian Rinxue's body intensified. She felt her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, with pain crashing over her like relentless waves. Yet, she never wavered, fiercely battling against that divine force with her indomitable will. In her heart, there existed but one belief: to successfully absorb the soul ring and emerge as a more formidable soul master. Qian Shaoxin was consumed with anxiety as he cast another glance at Qian Douluo. With a slight furrow of his brow, Qian Douluo spoke slowly, urging him not to panic and to have faith in Shui's abilities. Nodding in agreement, Qian Shaoxin gathered his composure once more. Through Qian Rinxue's unwavering determination, the sacred power was gradually tamed. It began to flow in accordance with her guidance, seamlessly merging with her soul force. Qian Rinxue's form radiated a divine luminescence, as if she had become one with this formidable energy. Her aura steadily grew tranquil, and the agony etched upon her visage began to fade. Observing Qian Rinxue, Qian Daolia's eyes sparkled with a smile of satisfaction. He understood that she had navigated through the most arduous of trials. After a protracted and arduous period, Qian Rinxue ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the sacred swan. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which now shimmered with an even more resplendent brilliance. This radiance was imbued with potent strength and unwavering confidence, rendering it difficult for others to gaze directly upon her. Rising to her feet, she felt the immense power coursing within her, her heart brimming with elation. She recognized that she had taken a significant step toward becoming a formidable force. Qian Douluo gazed at Qian Rinxue, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Shui, you have performed exceptionally well. You are the pride of my spirit hall. Qian Rinxue approached Qian Daolia's side and respectfully replied, Grandfather, thank you for your trust and support. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will fight for the glory of the spirit hall. Qian Shao also stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, Shui, congratulations. Your dedication and perseverance are truly admirable. Qian Douluo gazed at the two of them and remarked, you are both the future of the spirit hall. The road ahead is long. You must support one another and strive together for the glory of the spirit hall. Chapter 101. Rest and Recuperation. After successfully absorbing the sacred swan's soul ring, Qian Rinxue was enveloped in a robust and formidable aura. She gently moved her body, quietly attuning herself to the surging power within. Qian Shao and Qian Douluo gazed at her, their eyes brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. After a brief moment of rest, Qian Rinxue resolved to demonstrate the transformations brought forth by her newly acquired strength. She took a deep breath, her gaze radiating an indomitable spirit. Sensing her resolve, Qian Shao and Qian Douluo instinctively stepped back, granting her ample space to unleash her potential. Qian Rinxue summoned her soul power, and a brilliant golden radiance shone dazzlingly from her being. She gently raised her delicate hand as the divine angelic soul power began to swiftly converge. With a soft utterance, she invoked her sixth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. A resplendent beam of light surged forth from her hand, instantly radiating outward. The brilliance spread like a tide, purifying the surrounding air to a crystalline clarity. The formidable mental impact caused the very fabric of space to tremble slightly. Qian Shao felt this overwhelming force and marveled in silent awe. Qian Douluo nodded slightly, deeply satisfied with Qian Rinxue's growth. However, the astonishing power of this soul skill made them acutely aware of the necessity for caution in battle. Should the opponent's mental strength vastly exceed Qian Rinxue's, the consequences would be dire. After demonstrating her sixth soul skill, a hint of fatigue appeared on Qian Rinxue's face. Qian Douluo gazed at the two of them and spoke slowly. You have just endured an arduous battle and showcased a new soul skill. The expenditure has indeed been substantial. Now, we must seek a safe haven to rest and replenish our soul power before continuing our quest for Shui's soul ring. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, gently nodding in acknowledgement. They were acutely aware that maintaining a favorable condition was of utmost importance in the perilous Douluo continent. Qian Douluo led them in search of a safe haven. They navigated cautiously through the forest, evading various potential dangers. At last, they discovered a secluded cave. Qian Douluo meticulously arranged various defensive measures around the cave to ensure that they would not be disturbed by the outside world during their rest. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shao settled down inside the cave, beginning to regulate their condition and restore their soul energy. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rinxue, her eyes brimming with concern. Shui, are you all right? That soul skill must have taken a considerable toll on you. Qian Rinxue smiled gently. I am perfectly fine, merely feeling a touch fatigued. However, this new soul skill is undeniably formidable and will undoubtedly play a significant role in future battles. Qian Douluo gazed at them with profound seriousness and said, Both of you are exceptionally talented. However, in this world, danger lurks at every corner. You must continuously enhance your abilities to safeguard yourselves and the spirit hall. Qianshao solemnly nodded and said, Grandfather, I understand. I will certainly strive to enhance my abilities and live up to the expectations you and Shui'er have for me. Qi and Rengshu firmly grasped Qianshao's hand and said, Shower, let us strive together. The road ahead is long, and we must support each other as we progress. In the tranquil cave, they practiced silently. Qi and Rengshu reflected on the recent battle and the display of soul skills, carefully contemplating her shortcomings. Meanwhile, Qianshao looked forward to swiftly obtaining a suitable soul ring to enhance her strength. At that moment, Douluo observed the two and began to offer guidance. Renshua, your angel martial soul possesses immense potential, and the newly acquired soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. However, you must exercise greater precision in controlling the output of your soul power to avoid excessive consumption. As for you, Shower, your martial soul has its unique qualities. In combat, you should adeptly leverage its advantages and remain adaptable. In your future battles, always maintain vigilance and observe your opponent's weaknesses, striving for victory with minimal cost. Qian Renshua and Qianshao attentively absorbed Qian Douluo's teachings, pondering deeply within their hearts. Qian Douluo continued, while cultivating your soul power, do not neglect the training of your mental strength. A formidable mental prowess not only enables you to wield your soul skills with greater finesse in battle, but also fortifies you against the mental assaults of adversaries. Qianshao inquired thoughtfully, Grandfather, how shall we cultivate our mental fortitude? Qian Douluo pondered for a moment and remarked, one can enhance their mental strength through meditation and by engaging in spiritual confrontations with formidable soul beasts. However, it is essential to proceed gradually and avoid hasty actions. Qian Renshua nodded, affirming her grandfather's wisdom. He is indeed correct. We shall place significant emphasis on the cultivation of our mental fortitude in our future training. Within the cave, the exchange among the three provided Qian Renshua and Qianshao with a clearer vision for their forthcoming journey of cultivation. Chapter 102. The Lava Behemoth. The trio continued their arduous trek across the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, in search of a suitable soul beast for Qianshao to hunt and acquire a soul ring. They navigated through ancient forests where towering trees reached toward the heavens, their lush canopies creating a tapestry of dappled sunlight that danced upon the forest floor. Suddenly, a deep, resonant rumble echoed from a valley ahead, as if the earth itself were trembling violently. Qian Douluo halted immediately, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Qian Renshua and Qianshao also tensed, acutely aware that this could very well be the stirrings of a formidable soul beast. With a sense of trepidation, they cautiously approached the valley. As they stood at the precipice of the valley, an astonishing soul beast came into view. This magnificent creature was known as the Lava Behemoth. Its colossal form loomed like a majestic mountain, its body encased in a heavy, dark golden rock armor that emanated a resplendent glow. Each segment of its armor seemed painstakingly sculpted over eons, exuding an aura of ancient strength and grandeur. Its head resembled a massive peak, adorned with two robust rock horns that shimmered with a metallic sheen. The creature's eyes, akin to two immense sapphires, were deep and enigmatic, hinting at an ancient and profound wisdom. Its limbs were powerfully built, each step it took causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its weight. Along its back were formidable ridges reminiscent of grand mountain ranges, a testament to nature's artistry. The tail of the Lava Behemoth resembled a massive stone pillar, bristling with sharp rock spikes that inspired a sense of awe and trepidation. This soul beast, boasting an impressive cultivation of 80,000 years, stood quietly in the valley, seemingly one with the surrounding rocks. The potent aura of earth energy it radiated was overwhelming, imposing an unprecedented pressure upon Qian Renshua and Qianshao. They recognized that this soul beast would pose a formidable challenge for Qianshao to acquire his soul ring. Yet it also held the potential to be a crucial opportunity for him to achieve a significant leap in strength. Their gazes remained fixed upon the awe-inspiring Lava Behemoth, a creature exuding a magnificent and powerful presence akin to an immovable mountain, stirring within them a mixture of reverence and fierce determination. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu exchanged a swift glance, a tacit understanding passing between them in that fleeting moment. They were acutely aware that an exceedingly arduous battle lay ahead, yet their eyes bore no trace of retreat. Instead, they reflected unwavering determination and indomitable courage. Qianshao was the first to launch an assault, taking a deep breath as his soul power surged within him. In the fleeting moment, he unleashed his first soul skill, the Rock Spear Barrage, several long spears forged from resilient stone shot forth like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at the lava behemoth. Under the sunlight, those rock spears glimmered with a formidable radiance, as if nature itself had bestowed upon Qian Shao a powerful weapon. However, the immense form of the lava behemoth, akin to a mountain, merely swayed slightly, revealing its astonishing defensive capabilities. As the rock spears collided with its immensely thick rocky armor, they shattered upon impact, scattering into fragments across the ground, seemingly declaring to the world the might of the lava behemoth. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qian Rinqiwei resolutely unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. A determined expression graced her exquisite visage as her long hair danced in the wind. A colossal angelic apparition materialized behind her, divine soul power transforming into a resplendent golden sword, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that instilled trepidation. The golden blade, akin to a weapon of the celestial deities, emanated an aura of sanctity that was untouchable. However, as the sword struck the magma behemoth, the rocky armor upon its form merely bore faint scratches, as if it had been gently grazed. This revelation sent a tremor through Qian Rinqiwei's heart, for she recognized that the soul beasts might surpass their wildest imaginings. The magma behemoth, thoroughly provoked, quivered in its immense stature, unleashing a deep, resonant roar. This bellow reverberated through the valley like distant thunder, piercing the eardrums of all who heard it. It abruptly lifted its foreleg and forcefully stomped the ground. Instantly, a formidable shockwave erupted, surging forth like a tumultuous sea, rapidly expanding in all directions. The earth trembled violently under the force of this wave, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. In haste, Qian Shao executed his second soul skill, Rock Barrier. With a flourish of his hands, soul power surged, conjuring an immensely solid rock shield that rose from the ground, resembling a towering mountain. Successfully blocking the ferocious shockwave, Qian Rinqiwei swiftly activated her second soul skill, Sacred Radiance, summoning a shield interwoven with blue and gold hues before her, affording both herself and Qian Shao dual protection. These two shields quivered under the impact of the shockwave but remained steadfast in their defense. Subsequently, Qian Shao invoked his fourth soul skill, Meteoric Impact. A brilliant light flashed across the sky as a small meteor plummeted swiftly from the heavens, imbued with an aura of destruction, precisely targeting the magma behemoth. The creature lifted its massive head, a glint of fierce light flickering in its eyes, and its rocky armor appeared to harden, impenetrable as iron. Upon collision, the meteor merely stirred a scattering of debris, bursting forth like fireworks in the air. A tightness gripped Qian Shao's heart as he comprehended that the defensive prowess of this soul beast had reached an astonishing zenith. Qian Rinqiwei promptly unleashed her fifth spirit ability, Angel's Judgment. She grasped tightly the longsword forged from sacred flames, which radiated an intense heat and a formidable purifying effect. With a vigorous swing, the sword surged forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the lava giant. The air itself seemed to warp under the influence of this immense power. However, it merely left a shallow wound upon the lava giant's form. The beast roared in fury, and the wound flickered with a faint glow, as if engaged in self-repair. The lava giant began a frenzied counterattack, shedding fragments of its rocky armor to reveal sharper, more menacing spines. These spines glimmered ominously in the sunlight, evoking a sense of dread. It charged towards Qian Shao and Qian Rinqiwei with astonishing speed, resembling an unstoppable tempest. The duo swiftly evaded, their silhouettes darting across the battlefield like lightning. Concurrently, they activated their third spirit abilities. Qian Shao stomped the ground, invoking the tremors of the earth's veins, sending shockwaves radiating outward with a radius of 25 meters. The ground quaked violently under this disturbance, momentarily hindering the lava giant's movements, though it soon regained its composure. Meanwhile, Qian Rinqiwei cast the sacred radiance breaking strike, hurling a sphere of light towards the lava giant. The sphere blazed through the sky like a brilliant meteor, exploding with a dazzling brilliance upon impact with the beast. Nevertheless, the lava giant remained largely unscathed. After an intensely fierce battle, Qian Shao and Qian Rinqiwei had only inflicted slight damage upon the lava giant, leaving them in awe of the creature's extraordinary defensive capabilities. Qian Rinqiwei turned to Qian Douluo and implored, "Grandfather, this spirit beast is exceedingly powerful. We require your assistance." Qian Douluo nodded slightly, his formidable presence emanating a powerful aura. He slowly raised his hand, soul power surging within his palm. He released an overwhelming torrent of soul energy that suppressed the movements of the lava giant like a crashing tide. Under this immense pressure, the lava giant's actions began to slow. Qian Douluo unleashed a formidable and unparalleled assault. A brilliant light, flashing in his hand. A golden beam, akin to a bolt of lightning, shot forth towards the lava giant. This radiant beam, imbued with the essence of annihilation, struck the lava giant with devastating force. The creature emitted a mournful roar, its immense form teetering under the weight of the attack. Once more, Douluo unleashed another strike, and at last, the lava giant, battered and breathless, collapsed to the ground. Qianshao and Qianrenxue gazed upon the fallen lava behemoth, their hearts brimming with profound reflections. They were acutely aware of the arduous journey that led to this hard-won victory and had gained a deeper understanding of their own shortcomings. Chapter 103. The guardian of the emperor, the colossal form of the lava behemoth, lay motionless on the ground, though it hovered on the brink of demise. It still emanated an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of dread. Qianshao fixed his gaze upon the soul beast, his heart a tumult of joy from their triumph intertwined with the anxiety of the impending soul ring absorption. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Rock Lance Barrage. In an instant, multiple lances forged from resilient stone shot forth like arrows released from a bow, piercing once more toward the lava behemoth. However, as anticipated, the rock lances shattered upon striking the soul beast's impervious form, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Subsequently, he invoked his third soul skill, Earth Pulse Shockwave, unleashing a formidable force that radiated outward. Yet, the lava behemoth merely quivered slightly, showing no further reaction. Qianshao furrowed her brows, her heart brimming with confusion and anxiety. At that moment, Douluo slowly spoke. "Shower, the weakness of this soul beast lies in its throat. Although its rocky armor is exceedingly sturdy, the area around its throat is relatively vulnerable." Upon hearing the words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qianzhao's eyes. He took a deep breath, swiftly recalibrating his state of being, and then unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteoric Impact. Once more, the heavens were illuminated by a dazzling light as a small meteorite plummeted with precision towards the throat of the lava behemoth. The meteorite, imbued with tremendous force, struck the creature's throat with a resounding thud. A deep, thunderous roar echoed as the lava behemoth emitted its final, anguished cry before succumbing entirely to oblivion. Qianshao gazed upon the fallen soul beast, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Yet, he understood that the true challenge had only just begun. He slowly approached the colossal lava creature, preparing to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Qianshao sat cross-legged, her hands forming intricate seals as she unleashed her soul power to establish a connection with the soul ring of the lava giant beast. At the moment of contact, a formidable torrent of earth attribute energy surged violently into Qianzhao's being, akin to a ferocious flood. Qianshao felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him, the force both powerful and heavy, rendering his complexion as pale as parchment. He gritted his teeth, striving to control this overwhelming energy, attempting to guide it to flow gently through his meridians. However, the soul ring of the lava beast possessed an extraordinary strength, far exceeding Qianzhao's expectations. The rock attribute energy rampaged within him, seemingly intent on breaking free from his grasp. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained resolutely defiant. As time gradually passed, Qianzhao's body bore an ever-increasing burden. He felt as though his meridians were on the brink of rupture, each inch of his skin enduring immense agony. A flicker of despair began to creep into his heart, as he feared he might not succeed in absorbing the soul ring. Just as he was on the verge of failure, his martial soul suddenly emanated a peculiar power. A warm radiance radiated from his martial soul, enveloping Qianzhao's body. This light seemed to possess a miraculous healing effect, alleviating much of his suffering in an instant. Qianshao felt a surge of joy within, sensing the unwavering support and encouragement of his martial soul. Reinvigorated, he summoned a more resolute determination to harness the formidable power of the earth element. With the aid of his martial soul, that potent force was gradually tamed, beginning to align with his guidance and seamlessly integrating into his soul power. After an arduous and protracted struggle, Qianshao ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the lava behemoth. He slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a brighter radiance. Rising to his feet, he felt the immense power coursing through his body, his heart brimming with elation. After successfully absorbing the soul ring of the lava giant beast, Qianshao took a moment to rest alongside Qianrenxue and Douluo. At this moment, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the newfound power he had acquired, yearning to showcase his growth to Qianrenxue and Douluo. In a vast clearing, Qianshao stood firm, his gaze radiating confidence and determination. "Grandfather, Shuer, allow me to demonstrate my new soul skill," Qianshao declared, his voice steady and resonant. Qian Shao gently raised his hands, and the soul power began to surge within his palms. As he infused his spirit energy, a radiant golden rock elemental guardian seal gradually materialized above his hands. This seal emanated a formidable aura of earth attributes, its golden glow as resplendent as the sun. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed his sixth soul skill, Emperor's Guardian Seal, Enhancement. Qian Shao thrust the guardian seal towards Qian Renxue. Like a sentient being, the seal swiftly flew to her side and delicately settled upon her. Qian Renxue gazed at the protective seal adorning her, feeling an overwhelming surge of safeguarding energy. The seal emanated a warm radiance, instilling within her a profound sense of security. Qian Douluo observed the guardian seal intently, nodding slightly in approval. Shower. This soul skill appears to be remarkably powerful. Please continue to demonstrate its might. Qian Shao nodded and then gestured for Qian Renxue to cooperate in the demonstration. Understanding his intention, Qian Renxue unleashed a small portion of her soul power to simulate an attack on the guardian seal. The moment the soul power made contact with the guardian seal, it flickered faintly, successfully absorbing the attack without inflicting any harm on Qian Renxue. Subsequently, Qian Shao intensified the output of his soul power, compelling the guardian seal to endure a more formidable assault. Qian Renxue also unleashed a more potent soul power attack, and it was evident that the guardian seal had a chance to trigger a counterattack effect while absorbing the impact. A powerful surge of rock elemental energy was instantaneously released from the guardian seal, retaliating against Qian Renxue. She swiftly executed a defensive soul technique to withstand this counterstrike of rock elemental energy. The counterattack effect was exceedingly formidable. If utilized effectively in combat, it could deliver an unexpected blow to the enemy, Qian Renxue assessed. Qian Shao continues to demonstrate another effect of the guardian seal. As time progresses, the guardian seal restores 10% of Qian Renxue's soul power every 5 seconds. Qian Renxue can distinctly perceive her soul power gradually replenishing, which deepens her appreciation for this soul skill. Qian Shao continued to demonstrate another effect of the guardian seal, as a shield gradually enveloped the 3 individuals. It would persist indefinitely unless actively dispelled or shattered. Those within the shield could utilize their soul techniques, and Qian Shao could employ other soul abilities as well. Shower. Your soul technique will undoubtedly play a significant role in combat, Qian Douluo remarked. With this soul skill, you will possess greater confidence in your future battles. Qian Shao revealed a smile of contentment, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. This new soul skill would serve as a formidable support for both him and Qian Renxue as they continued their journey across the Douluo continent. Chapter 104. 2 Adorable Creatures. After Qian Shao successfully demonstrated the new soul skill, the trio found themselves immersed in visions of a promising future. The vast expanse around them seemingly illuminated by their hopes and determination. Yet, at that moment, the ground in the distance began to tremble slightly. Qian Douluo instantly became alert, his imposing figure as still as a statue, yet his gaze was sharp, directed toward the source of the sound. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue anxiously followed Qian Daolu's line of sight, an unsettling mix of curiosity and apprehension swelling within them. Before long, 2 colossal soul beasts emerged into their view. The astonishing scene resembled a mythical tableau descending upon the Douluo continent. The first to capture their attention was the Titan giant ape, its mountain-like stature seemingly capable of supporting the very sky. Its ebony fur, as resilient as steel needles, shimmered with a metallic luster under the sun, as if nature had adorned it with armor. Each strand of fur exuded a formidable aura, narrating tales of countless battles and challenges it had endured. Its arms were robust and powerful, muscles rippling in sculpted lines that radiated strength. Each muscle appeared to harbor boundless power, capable of effortlessly shattering boulders. As it subtly moved its arms, the surrounding air was stirred, producing a whistling sound. The eyes of the Titan giant ape blazed like 2 enormous fireballs, glowing with a crimson light that emanated an overwhelming ferocity. Merely being locked in its gaze could instill a bone-deep terror. Its massive maw revealed sharp teeth, akin to daggers, seemingly able to crush any solid object. When it slightly parted its jaws, a wave of potent energy surged forth, chilling the spine. Its footsteps were heavy, each step resonating with a slight tremor, as if the earth itself trembled in fear of its might. With each footfall, deep impressions marred the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Beside the Titan giant ape, the sky blue bull python was equally awe-inspiring. Its elongated and immense body resembled a sinuous dragon. The azure scales were closely knit, each shimmering with an enigmatic glow, as if harboring immense power. Under the sun's rays, these scales reflected vibrant colors, dazzling like precious gems. Atop the sky blue bull python's head sprouted a singular horn, spiraled and radiating a faint azure light, as if it could pierce the heavens. The luminescence of the horn seemed to possess a mysterious force, evoking a sense of reverence that deterred direct gazes. Its eyes, resembling two vast sapphires, were deep and enigmatic, emanating an ancient and potent aura. Within its gaze lay an infinite wisdom, inspiring awe in those who faced it. Its tail, thick and powerful, swayed through the air like a tremendous whip, capable of conjuring a tempest with a mere flick. The ensuing gale howled past with formidable force, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. When its tail swung vigorously, the surrounding trees were snapped, and dust and stones flew in the air, creating a truly magnificent scene. These two formidable spirit beasts were evidently drawn by the sounds of the recent battle. However, as they approached the trio, particularly upon sensing the immense aura of Douluo, they immediately halted, hesitant to advance any further. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python gazed uneasily at Douluo, their eyes betraying a sense of fear. They could perceive the powerful fluctuations of soul energy emanating from him, a force that loomed like an insurmountable mountain, instilling in them a profound trepidation. Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed upon the two soul beasts. An overwhelming aura of soul power emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel almost solidified. The soul energy surged like a tumultuous tide, radiating outward and instilling an irresistible pressure. The Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python quivered under this force, attempting to resist, yet their efforts appeared feeble in the face of Douluo's formidable power. Nonetheless, Douluo had no intention of sparing them. In a flash, he materialized before the two soul beasts, his movement as swift as lightning, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. He unleashed a powerful attack, golden light striking forth like a bolt of lightning aimed at the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python. The brilliance was blinding, exuding an aura of destruction. The soul beast hurriedly attempted to defend themselves, but under Douluo's overwhelming assault, they struggled immensely. The Titan great ape let out a furious roar, swinging its massive arm in an effort to withstand the onslaught. A dark glow emanated from its arm, signifying a potent defensive force. However, Douluo's attack proved too powerful. The Titan great ape's defense crumbled instantaneously, and the golden light struck its arm, inflicting a deep wound. Black blood oozed from the injury, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound. The sky blue bull python, not to be outdone, lashed out with its colossal tail, sweeping towards Douluo with immense force, as if capable of annihilating anything in its path. Yet, Douluo effortlessly dodged the attack, retaliating with another formidable strike. The golden light pierced through the air like a sharp blade, aiming for the sky blue bull python. Although it hastily evaded, the golden radiance still grazed its side, leaving a shallow cut. After a fierce confrontation, both the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python lay battered and bruised, their bodies marred with wounds, the mingling of black and azure blood staining the ground below. Douluo regarded them coldly and declared, "Today, I shall spare your lives. Depart swiftly." The two soul beasts, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled without hesitation, their figures vanishing swiftly into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue gazed upon this scene, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They were acutely aware of Douluo's formidable prowess, yet witnessing him effortlessly vanquish two powerful soul beasts left them utterly astounded. As they beheld Douluo, their eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Douluo returned to their side, observing the astonishment etched upon their faces. With a slight smile, he remarked, "These two 10,000-year soul beasts possess formidable strength, making them ideal targets for your future quest for the seventh soul ring." Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. They understood that although they were still some distance away from acquiring the seventh soul ring, having this objective would undoubtedly inspire greater motivation during their future cultivation endeavors. Chapter 105. Encouragement. Douluo, accompanied by Qian Shao and Qian Renxue, arrived at the entrance of the academy, his demeanor solemn and grave. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the two, intoning with great seriousness, "Shao Shui the events of today must be etched deeply in your memories. Those 200,000-year soul beasts possess formidable strength. Although I have managed to repel them today, you must not entertain any notions of complacency. Nor should you let your guard down." Qian Shao, with unwavering resolve, respectfully replied, "Grandfather, we are acutely aware that what we have witnessed today has illuminated the long journey that lies ahead of us. We shall diligently pursue our cultivation with utmost dedication." ensuring that we do not betray your expectations. Qian Dao nodded slightly, then directed his gaze towards Qian Rinxue, solemnly stating, Shuer, shower. You possess extraordinary talents and should lead by example. On the path of cultivation, there must be no trace of complacency. You must strive to bring glory to our family. Both of you are the hope of our clan, and I have faith in your ample potential to surpass our predecessors. Do not fear adversity. Each challenge presents an opportunity for growth. Qian Rinxue and Qian Shaojin spoke with solemn expressions and resolute tones. Grandfather, rest assured. We shall spare no effort and shall not betray your trust. Though the 10,000-year soul beast is formidable, we will take you as our goal. Relentlessly forging ahead and striving to improve ourselves. Qian Dao spoke earnestly. You must remember that the path of cultivation is fraught with arduous challenges. Yet, with unwavering faith and indomitable will, no obstacle is insurmountable. Within the academy, approach your teachers with humility and strive for collective progress with your peers. You possess boundless potential. As long as you persevere diligently, a radiant future shall undoubtedly await you. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue replied in unison, Yes, grandfather. We shall certainly hold your words close to our hearts. Qian Dao revealed a gentle smile of satisfaction and slowly said, Well, now I can rest assured. Devote yourselves to your cultivation. I eagerly anticipate the day of your growth. With those words, Qian Daolu turned and departed, his figure gradually fading into the distance. After bidding farewell to Qian Daolu, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue turned and entered the academy. Their hearts brimmed with aspirations and determination for the future. While the recent experiences blazed within them like a fervent flame, igniting an eagerness to share with others, they arrived at a garden within the academy, where they fortuitously encountered Hu Laina, Xie Yu, Tuo Yun, Yi Lingling, and others. Upon seeing Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, the group eagerly gathered around them. Qian Shao exclaimed excitedly, Do you know? We have just experienced a thrilling adventure in the starry forest. Hu Laina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, Do tell. What transpired? Qian Rinxue took the lead in the conversation, vividly recounting their experiences in the stellar forest. She subsequently described the colossal figures and formidable presence of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, transporting the listeners into the heart of the tale. Their faces reflecting astonishment. Xie Yu could not help but exclaim, A soul beast of 100,000 years, how immensely powerful it must be. Tuo Yun clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. I truly hope that one day we can possess such strength. Yi Lingling softly remarked, That sounds incredibly perilous. I'm so relieved that you all are safe. Qian Shao smiled, exclaiming, Grandfather's prowess has truly opened our eyes. He effortlessly vanquished those two formidable soul beasts. It was simply astounding. The crowd nodded in unison, filled with admiration for Qian Daoliu's strength. Observing the excitement in everyone's expressions, Qian Shao cleared his throat and solemnly declared, Dear companions, we are all journeying along the path of cultivation. While the powerful soul beasts we witness today are indeed awe-inspiring, they also serve as a reminder that with diligent practice and relentless self-improvement, we too can attain such formidable strength in the future. Qian Rinxue continued, Indeed. We must not cower in the face of adversity. We are the elite of the academy, brimming with boundless potential. If our grandfather could achieve greatness, so too shall we. Let us take him as our paragon and set our sights on those 200,000-year soul beasts, continually honing ourselves through rigorous training. Hu Laina, her gaze resolute, remarked, The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are correct. We cannot rest on our laurels. We must strive harder for our aspirations and our family's honor. Xie Yu clenched his fist with determination, declaring, From this day forth, I shall double my efforts in training, so as not to disappoint your expectations. Tuo Yun puffed out his chest and proclaimed, I too shall not lag behind. I aim to become stronger. Yi Lingling, with a gentle smile, added, I will wholeheartedly support everyone with my auxiliary abilities. Together, we shall advance and ascend to greater heights. In their eyes ignited a fervent spirit, as if they could envision their formidable selves in the future. Within the garden of the academy, the seeds of hope were quietly sown, awaiting the bloom of tomorrow. Qian Shao pondered for a moment, then solemnly addressed the gathering. Dear companions, in order to expedite our enhancement of strength, I have devised a training regimen. During the day, we shall immerse ourselves in theoretical knowledge within the academy, engaging in soul power cultivation and skill training. The instructors at the academy possess a wealth of experience, and we must fully utilize this invaluable resource to continually fortify our foundational prowess. Simultaneously, we can engage in mutual exchanges and sparring, fostering collective advancement. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qian Shao continued, in the evenings, we had initially planned to venture to the Grand Soul Arena in Soul City for practical combat. However, considering that we may require further preparation, we shall temporarily set this plan aside. Nevertheless, we can utilize this interval to refine our skills and strategies, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared for future confrontations. Qian Rinxue spoke up, affirming, indeed, we must resist the temptation of haste. Before we venture to the Grand Soul Arena, we must ensure that we possess sufficient strength and the ability to navigate various circumstances. Each of us should focus on our individual shortcomings and engage in targeted training to enhance our combat prowess. Hulaina, in a contemplative manner, added, this arrangement is quite sensible. We can solidify our foundations within the academy and await the opportune moment to challenge the Grand Soul Arena. Xiaoyu concurred, stating, exactly. We ought to prepare thoroughly and refrain from impulsive actions. Tuo Biyun and Yi Lingling also expressed their agreement. Thus, the group commenced their rigorous and orderly training at the academy, adhering to the cultivation plan devised by Qian Shao. Each day brimmed with enthusiasm as they diligently worked to elevate their capabilities, readying themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 106. Guidance time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away in the blink of an eye, and half a year had passed. Within the solemn yet vibrant academy, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Tuo Biyun, Yi Lingling, and others immersed themselves in their training, their figures resembling radiant stars striving to shine amidst the tapestry of knowledge and power. The occasional sparring sessions, though brief, ignited within them a fervent desire for growth, akin to the spark of a flame. Qian Shao, a young man of composed demeanor and profound gaze, resembles a radiant morning star, guiding others along their path. He gazes intently at Xiaoyu, his eyes brimming with anticipation and solemnity. Xiaoyu, your crescent blades indeed possess formidable power in their strikes. The flickering cold light with each swing seems capable of slicing through the very air, instilling a sense of dread. However, your approach to combat appears somewhat one-dimensional. Qian Shao pauses slightly, as if granting Xiaoyu a moment to contemplate his words. In battle, you must learn to vary your angles and rhythms of attack. Envision yourself as an exhilarating war anthem, at times swift and at others languid. After delivering a flurry of rapid strikes, consider an abrupt halt, akin to a rest in music, thereby enticing your opponent to counterattack. When they step into the trap you have meticulously set, unleash a more potent assault unexpectedly, like a tempest that overwhelms, leaving your adversary utterly unprepared. Qian Shao narrowed her eyes slightly and continued, moreover, your soul power can be utilized with greater precision. One must not solely pursue strength. At times, the artful control of soul energy can render your attacks far more effective. Power is not the sole criterion for measurement. Accuracy and ingenuity can equally become the keys to triumph over adversaries. Much like the sculptor's chisel in the hands of a master, each stroke is executed with perfect precision, neither excessive nor lacking. You must learn to weave your soul power as delicately as fine threads into your assaults, ensuring that every strike brims with wisdom and strategy. Xiaoyu listened intently to Qian Zhao's guidance, her eyes shimmering with contemplative brilliance. It was as if she glimpsed a new direction for herself in battle, a surge of fierce determination rising within her heart. Qian Rinxue, a graceful yet commanding figure, resembles a snow lotus blooming atop a lofty peak, exuding an air of cool nobility. She then directed her gaze towards Tuo Biyun, her voice ringing clear and resolute. Tuo Biyun, as a support-type soul master, you must not confine yourself to the traditional methods of assistance. In the midst of battle, learn to observe the dynamics of the battlefield, akin to a sagacious strategist, perceiving every subtle shift. At critical junctures, provide your comrades with timely support, much like a refreshing rain that nourishes their ardent desire for victory. For instance, when a teammate finds themselves in peril, you can utilize your soul skills to enhance their defense or speed, aiding them in extricating themselves from adversity. Though your power may not manifest as direct assault, it can become the most steadfast pillar for your allies. Qian Rinxue slightly lifted her chin and continued. At the same time, you must pay particular attention to your own safety. Your existence is of paramount importance to the team. You are akin to the logistical support on the battlefield. Should any misfortune befall you, the entire team's combat effectiveness would be profoundly affected. Learn to maximize your supportive role while ensuring your own protection, thereby providing a secure environment for your comrades. Tuo Biyun nodded earnestly, feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, and he understood his value within the team. Qian Shao cast a gentle gaze upon Yi Lingling and spoke softly. Yi Lingling, your healing abilities are indispensable within our team. You embody a tender angel, soothing the wounds of your companions with your hands. However, it is imperative that you do not wait until your comrades are injured to offer your care. Instead, you must learn to foresee the dangers that lie ahead in battle. Envision yourself possessing eyes that perceive the future, capable of discerning the imminent threats during combat, thereby administering preemptive healing effects to your allies. For instance, prior to the onset of battle, you could bestow upon your teammates enhancements to their constitution, fortifying their resilience against the onslaught of harm. In this manner, when the true confrontation unfolds, they will be as if clad in a robust armor, poised to confront the adversary's assault with greater composure. Qian Xiao's gaze was imbued with trust and encouragement. Furthermore, you must learn to maintain composure in urgent situations and administer care effectively. Do not allow anxiety to disrupt your focus. In the heat of battle, time equates to life, and every decision may sway the tide of the entire conflict. You should embody the tranquility of a serene lake, remaining steadfast within, regardless of the tumultuous storm outside, and wield your healing powers to instill hope in your comrades. Yi Lingling bit her lip tightly, acutely aware of her significant responsibilities, and silently resolved to endeavor even harder to elevate her own abilities. Qian Shao cast a steady gaze upon Yin, his voice imbued with a hint of authority. Yin, your fiery prowess possesses remarkable explosive potential. That blazing inferno seems capable of incinerating all adversaries. However, in the heat of battle, one must not solely rely on formidable offensive power. You must master the art of controlling the intensity and range of your flames, achieving a seamless ebb and flow. At times, an overly fierce conflagration may deplete your soul power excessively and render you vulnerable to your opponent's counterattacks. Much like a true master of fire, you should be able to manipulate the size and temperature of your flames at will. For instance, when confronting a nimble adversary, you might unleash small fireballs to create distractions, ensnaring your opponent in a veritable sea of flames, making escape a daunting task. This is preferable to unleashing an overwhelming blaze from the outset, which not only drains significant soul power but may also place you in a precarious position. Additionally, be mindful of the duration of your flames, judiciously distributing your soul power to ensure that you retain ample strength for a counterstrike at pivotal moments in battle. In Yan's eyes burned a fierce determination, as he envisioned the myriad possibilities that lay before him in the arena of combat. Qian Renxue gazed at Hu Laina, speaking earnestly. Hu Laina, your enchanting ability is indeed unique and formidable. Those captivating eyes seem capable of ensnaring enemies in an instant of confusion. However, one must not rely solely on this singular tactic. In combat, it is essential to learn how to integrate your soul power with agile maneuvers. When the effects of your charm are not pronounced, swiftly adapt your strategy, leveraging your speed advantage for guerrilla tactics to uncover your opponent's vulnerabilities. You must be like a nimble fox, weaving effortlessly through the battlefield, leaving your enemies perplexed by your movements. Moreover, your enchanting skills can be better coordinated with your teammates, creating more offensive opportunities for the team. For instance, during a joint confrontation with Xiaoyu, you could first use your charm to immobilize the enemy, allowing Xiaoyu to strike with a lethal blow. Such cooperation would resemble a seamless dance, leading the enemy unknowingly into the abyss of defeat. Hu Laina nodded slightly, comprehending her strengths and weaknesses and beginning to contemplate how to better harness her abilities. The others listened intently to the guidance of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue, as if enlightened by divine wisdom. Their hearts brimmed with reflections and realizations, prompting them to introspect on their own shortcomings. They understood that this council was not merely a summary of their past, but a beacon for their future. In the ensuing training, they resolved to improve, continually challenging their limits, fervently anticipating their transformation into greater strength. During their time at the academy, they embarked on a more rigorous regimen of training. Xiaoyu dedicated considerable time each day to practicing the angles and rhythms of his moonblade attacks, persistently experimenting with various techniques to discover the combat style that suited him best. At times, he would strike repeatedly at a tree, exploring different angles of approach, attuning himself to the flow of soul power within the moonblade. Other times, he would engage in mock battles with fellow students, testing his progress in real combat scenarios. Tuo Biyun, on the other hand, placed greater emphasis on training his observational skills concerning battlefield dynamics. He would watch the battles of his peers, analyzing every detail and contemplating how he would make decisions if he were on the battlefield. Yi Lingling diligently worked to enhance her predictive abilities and calm demeanor under pressure, She would meticulously observe her opponent's characteristics and fighting styles before engagements, pondering potential dangers that might arise. Additionally, she undertook psychological training to ensure she could maintain composure in emergencies. Throughout combat, she remained attuned to her teammate statuses, preemptively applying healing effects to ensure they consistently maintained optimal conditions during battles. Yin also persistently explored methods of controlling the power of flames. He would conduct flame experiments in an open area, adjusting the intensity and range of the fire. He released fireballs of varying sizes, experiencing the differences in soul power consumption and effects. Furthermore, he engaged in combat with his classmates, testing his control abilities in practical scenarios. When confronted with agile opponents, he would carefully select his attack methods, initially using smaller fireballs to create distractions before seizing opportunities to unleash more powerful strikes. Hulaina, in turn, intensified her training on her soul power and agility. She engages in rapid movement exercises on the training grounds to enhance her speed and agility. Additionally, she collaborates with Xiaoyu in coordinated training, experimenting with her enchanting skills and offensive techniques in various scenarios. They simulate a multitude of combat situations, continuously refining their synergy to improve their combat efficiency. As time progresses, their efforts gradually yield rewards. Their strength consistently elevates, and their performances within the academy become increasingly remarkable. Their coordination becomes more harmonious, establishing them as a formidable force within the institution. They are aware of the long journey ahead, yet they are filled with confidence. Believing that under the guidance of Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue, they will undoubtedly continue to grow and emerge as true warriors. In the days to come, they shall persist in their diligent cultivation, ready to embrace further challenges. Their tale shall shine like radiant stars, illuminating the historical tapestry of the Douluo continent with its unique brilliance. Chapter 107, The Grand Soul Arena of Soul City after a period of rigorous training at the academy. The group's strength has seen remarkable enhancement. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue have decided to lead the team to the Soul Arena in Soul City, allowing everyone to further hone their skills in actual combat. Upon the announcement of this news, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Tuobayun, Yilingling, and others felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. They are acutely aware that the Soul Arena is the true proving ground for their abilities, teeming with unknown challenges and opportunities. Qian Xiao gazed at the eager faces of the crowd and calmly proclaimed, "Our journey to the Soul Arena in Soul City serves as a significant evaluation of your training achievements during this period. Within the arena, you shall confront formidable opponents hailing from diverse regions, each possessing unique strengths that cannot be underestimated. Yet, do not succumb to fear. Trust in your abilities and harness your advantages." The audience listened intently, their eyes brimming with resolve. Qian Renxue continued, "In the arena, teamwork is paramount. You must maintain synergy, support one another, and collectively tackle various challenges. Remember, you are a team. Only through unity can you achieve victory in battle." The crowd nodded in understanding. Subsequently, they gathered their belongings and embarked on their journey to the Soul Arena in Soul City. Along the way, they remained vigilant, their hearts filled with anticipation for the impending battles. Hulaina, with unwavering determination, declared, "In this arena, I shall demonstrate my progress to everyone." Xiaoyu smiled faintly and replied, "Let us strive together, ensuring our team becomes the focal point of the Soul Arena." Tuobayun added, "I will exert my utmost effort to provide the best support for everyone." Yilingling gently stated, "I will safeguard all of you, allowing you to fight without worry." Yin boldly proclaimed, "My fiery power will blaze even brighter within the arena." At last, they arrived at the Soul Arena in Soul City. The arena stood majestically, exuding an imposing presence, its colossal structure reminiscent of a slumbering giant, radiating an aura of ancient authority. Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. The cheers and shouts of the spectators intertwined like surging waves, resonating through the air. At the center of the arena lay a vast circular battleground, its surface composed of solid rock, etched with an array of enigmatic runes and patterns. Surrounding the arena were towering stands filled with an eager audience from all corners, eagerly anticipating breathtaking battles. The competition rules of the Soul Arena were stringent and intricate. First, participants were categorized into different tiers based on their strength, ranging from the lowest iron soul to the highest gold soul, with each tier presenting corresponding challenges and rewards. Contestants could opt for various formats, including solo battles, duos, or team contests. During the matches, the use of any prohibited weapons or items was strictly forbidden. Combatants were to rely solely on their martial souls and soul power. Furthermore, referees would diligently oversee the proceedings to ensure fairness and justice. Any violation of the rules would result in severe penalties. Xian Xiao led the group to the registration desk, resolutely signing them up for the team competition. Puliana, Xie to Bayan. Yi Lingling and Yin stood to the side, their expressions a blend of anxiety and anticipation. They were acutely aware that the team competition not only tested individual prowess, but also demanded a high level of synergy among team members. Xian Xiao gazed at them and spoke with composure. Since we have chosen to engage in a team competition, we must unite more closely than ever. During battle, we must constantly monitor each other's conditions, leverage our individual strengths, and compensate for one another's shortcomings. The group nodded in agreement, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within them. After completing their registration, they made their way to the resting area, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Hulaina furrowed her brow, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. We do not know what adversaries we will face, but we must give our all. Xiaoyu patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. We have endured so much training together and will not be easily defeated." Tua Bayan added resolutely, "I will provide the strongest support when it matters most." Yi Lingling's gentle voice chimed in, "I will ensure the safety of everyone's lives." Yin clenched his fists, declaring, "My flames will carve the path to victory for us." As time passed, their match drew ever closer. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air as each individual adjusted their state, preparing for the impending fierce battle. They understood that this team competition would serve as yet another significant milestone on their path of cultivation, and they must give their utmost to fight for the honor of their team. At last, the announcement for their match reverberated through the speakers. The 7 of them rose, their eyes filled with determination. They strode forward with resolute steps towards the center of the Soul Arena. Awaiting them, there were unknown challenges and opportunities, and they were prepared to embrace the battle that belonged to them. Chapter 108, The Battle Within the Soul Arena of the Soul Master City. The atmosphere was charged with tension and fervor. The protagonists, Feng Wu and his companions, stood poised against a team composed of 7 Soul Masters of the 4th Ring. Both sides slowly unleashed their martial spirits, ready to commence this intense battle. The opposing 7 sparkled with radiant light as their yellow and purple soul rings emerged sequentially, emanating powerful fluctuations of soul energy. However, when Feng Wu and his companions revealed their soul rings, the entire arena was instantly engulfed in astonishment. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, Tuabayun, and Yu Lingling displayed their yellow, purple, and black soul rings in succession, with the profound black soul ring exuding an air of mystery and formidable power. The expressions of the opposing team grew solemn, clearly taken aback by the unexpectedly powerful configuration of their opponent's soul rings. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in gasps of amazement, eager to witness the brilliance this battle would unfold. The opposing team launched the first assault, with a powerful Bear Spirit Master executing a heavy slam. Charging fiercely towards Xiaoyu. Unfazed, Xiaoyu unleashed her first soul skill, Crescent Moon Slash, clashing against the heavy slam with a resounding impact. Seizing the opportunity, Hulaina cast Fox Charm, attempting to bewitch several opponents, but the adversaries were evidently on guard, rendering the charm's effect minimal. The Gale Demon Wolf Spirit Master employed Wind Blade Assault, sending numerous wind blades flying towards the group. Yin promptly conjured a flame shield to block the blades. Simultaneously, he invoked his first soul skill, Hellish Magma Surge, summoning magma from beneath the ground to counterattack. The Lightning Leopard Spirit Master lunged at Yin with a Thunderclaw strike. Yin sidestepped adeptly while invoking his 4th soul skill, the True Flame of the Sun, launching a colossal fireball towards the Thunder Leopard Soul Master. The opponent hurriedly summoned a lightning shield for defense, yet was still repelled by the force of the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Shiyu and H. Lien unleashed their assaults. Shiyu executed a series of crescent blade strikes aimed at the mighty Diamond Bear and the ironclad Rhino Soul Masters, while H. Lien invoked the Fox Fire Command, summoning ethereal flames that soared towards the Vine Snake and Ice Crystal Bird Soul Masters. 2BYN remained vigilant, closely monitoring the battlefield. Observing the synchronized attacks by Shiyu and H. Lien, he promptly employed his 3rd soul skill, Amplification of Attack, to augment their offensive power. Simultaneously, he activated his 2nd soul skill, Swift Shadow Enhancement, to elevate his allies' speed. Meanwhile, YLNGL anxiously observed her companions, poised to deploy her healing soul skill at a moment's notice. As the battle escalated to a fevered pitch, both sides exchanged fierce blows without yielding. The mighty Diamond Bear Soul Master let out a thunderous roar, executing the bear paw strike aimed squarely at Shiyu. In a swift motion, Shiyu dodged the powerful blow, countering with a crescent moon slash. Lin, not to be outdone, took advantage of the enemy's evasion to cast Fox Charm, successfully momentarily stunning the ironclad Rhino Soul Master. The Gale Wolf Soul Master, witnessing this, swiftly employed Wolf Shadow Flash to close in on Lin. Intent on interrupting her skill, Wyan reacted in time, launching a Hellfire Lava Surge directly at the Gale Wolf Soul Master, forcing him to abandon his assault on Lin to evade the Molten Onslaught. The Thunder Leopard Soul Master seized the moment to launch a flanking attack, its lightning claws lunging towards 2B Wyan. Wyan bellowed a warning, instantaneously appearing before 2B Wyan, shielding him with a wall of flames. Concurrently, Wyan unleashed a Molten Surge, transforming the ground into searing lava, thereby restricting the enemy's movement. Shiyu capitalized on this opportunity, executing a new Moon Assault, rapidly closing in on the Vine Snake Soul Master. Enveloped in potent soul energy, he delivered a devastating blow, severing the serpent's binding attempt. Lin, targeting the Ice Crystal Bird Soul Master, unleashed the Fox Fire Command once more, sending the flames streaking like meteors towards her adversary. Despite the Ice Crystal Bird Master's attempt to counter with Ice Feather Barrage, the tracking nature of the Fox Fire ensured that some of it struck true. At that moment, the Fire Lion Soul Master unleashed a fiery roar, a powerful wave of flames surging towards the group. 2B Wyan immediately activated Shield Fortification, enhancing the defensive capabilities of Wyan's fiery barrier. Lin Jieling, in turn, employed her Healing Soul skill to mend the wounds of her injured teammates. As the battle reached a stalemate, both factions sought to exploit each other's vulnerabilities. Qian Shio and Qian Rin-Su anxiously observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering guidance to the five warriors. Shiyu and Lin exchanged a resolute glance, determined to unleash their full potential. Shiyu summoned the Red Moonstorm, spinning gracefully as he wielded his crescent blades with fervor, conjuring a formidable tempest of soul energy that swept towards their opponents. Hyena unleashed the Fox Demon Flame, a heart-shaped fire imbued with formidable destructive power, surging towards their adversaries. The opposing team hastily employed various defensive measures. However, they struggled to withstand the potent assaults from Shiyue and Hyena. Seizing the opportunity, Tuobayan amplified their offensive might, further enhancing the force of Shiyue and Hyena's attacks. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the opposing team gradually found themselves in dire straits. Ultimately, with Yan's coordinated assault and Yi Lingling's healing support, the five of them triumphed after a grueling battle, vanquishing their foes. The arena resonated with fervent cheers as they celebrated their hard-won victory through their strength and teamwork. Chapter 109. Post-battle reflection. In the Seoul arena of Wuhan City, the clamor slowly subsided as the participants stood in the center of the arena. Having just endured an intense battle, the joy of victory, akin to a faint glimmer of dawn, illuminated their fatigued faces, yet the profound weariness was unmistakable. Sweat drenched their garments, and disheveled strands of hair clung to their foreheads, each pair of eyes revealing the intricate emotions that followed combat. At this moment, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue approached with measured strides. Their expressions were grave, and their gazes, piercing, seemed capable of penetrating the souls of those present. Revealing all the shortcomings of the battle, Qian Shao broke the silence first, his voice steady and resonant, echoing throughout the arena. Though you have achieved victory in this battle, numerous issues have come to light. His words struck each heart like a hammer. Firstly, in the early stages of combat, Hyena's Fox Charm failed to exert its intended effect. This indicates a significant underestimation of the enemy's psychological defenses. In future engagements, you must conduct a more profound analysis of your opponents, comprehending their martial spirit characteristics, combat styles, and potential counter-strategies. Only then can you devise a more targeted operational plan. Hyena slightly bowed her head, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. She was acutely aware that her Fox Charm ought to have played a pivotal role in the battle, yet due to her oversight, it had not succeeded. She silently resolved to thoroughly understand her opponents before the next confrontation, ensuring that her enchanting powers would unleash their maximum potential. Qian Ringshu continued, addressing Qianshao Shiyue. While your assaults are indeed formidable, your evasive maneuvers appear somewhat passive in the face of the relentless attacks from the great strength Diamond Bear Soul Master. You possess a potent martial spirit and an array of skills. You must not rely solely on evasion to counter your adversary's strikes. It is imperative to employ your abilities with greater agility. Consider utilizing other skills to disrupt or retaliate whilst dodging. For instance, when the Great Strength Diamond Bear Soul Master launches an assault, you can harness the unique attributes of your Moon Blade to execute control-oriented techniques, thereby diminishing his attack velocity and crafting a more opportune moment for your counterstrike. Shiyue gripped the Moon Blade tightly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. He recognized the truth in Qian Ringshu's words. There lay substantial room for improvement in his combat performance. He silently vowed to place greater emphasis on the agile application of his skills in future training, no longer relying solely on the potency of his attacks, but rather learning to employ wisdom and strategy to overcome his foes. Qian Xiao shifted his gaze towards Yan, his eyes reflecting both affirmation and critique. Yan, your reaction speed is commendable, and you have performed admirably in safeguarding Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling. This merits praise. However, during offensive maneuvers, your skill execution can sometimes be overly hasty, rendering you vulnerable to your opponent's counterattacks. Combat is not merely about relentless aggression. It necessitates a rhythmic approach. You must learn to better control the tempo of your assaults and enhance your synergy with your teammates. For instance, when unleashing skills such as Hellfire Lava Burst and True Flame of the Sun, you should remain vigilant to the positions and conditions of your allies, ensuring that they are not inadvertently harmed. Additionally, it is crucial to synchronize your offensive rhythm with Shiyue and Hulaina to form a more effective attack combination. A hint of shame flickered across Yan's face as he recognized that his impulsiveness in battle had indeed posed unnecessary risks to the team. He resolved to focus more on adjusting his mindset in future training, learning to calmly analyze the battlefield dynamics and collaborate more effectively with his comrades. Qian Rinxue gazed at Tuoba Yun, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tuoba Yun, your support skills have played a pivotal role in our battles. Your soul power resurgence, swift shadow enhancement, attack amplification, and shield fortification have provided formidable support to your comrades. However, you could refine the timing of your skill releases with greater precision. For instance, before Xiaoyu and Hulaina launch their full-on assault, you might foresee the situation and activate the attack amplification earlier, maximizing their offensive prowess. Simultaneously, when your teammates are under attack, you should promptly invoke the shield fortification to offer them enhanced defense. The accurate deployment of your support skills will significantly impact the overall combat effectiveness of our team. Tuoba Yun attentively absorbed Qian Rinxue's analysis, a sense of responsibility swelling within him. He recognized the importance of his support skills to the team and acknowledged his shortcomings in the timing of their release. He resolved to exert himself in future training to enhance his predictive abilities and reaction speed, ensuring that he could provide his teammates with the most timely and effective assistance during combat. Finally, Qian Xiao addressed Yi Lingling, saying, Yi Lingling, your healing has been remarkably timely, ensuring the sustained combat capability of our teammates. Your presence allows them to fight without concern. However, you must also be mindful of your own safety. Do not become so engrossed in healing that you neglect your own defense. Remain vigilant during battle, seeking appropriate positions to administer your healing. Furthermore, you could coordinate with Tuoba Yun, applying defensive healing effects when he activates shield fortification, thereby further enhancing your teammate's survival capacity. Yi Lingling's gentle gaze revealed a resolute determination. She understood her significance in battle and recognized her own limitations. She vowed to prioritize her safety in future training, learning to protect herself while providing superior healing support to her comrades. The five of them listened intently to the analyses from Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, nodding in agreement. They knew that this victory was merely a new beginning, not an endpoint. In the challenging and opportunity-filled world of Douluo continent, they had a long journey ahead. Only by continually reflecting on their experiences and lessons could they grow stronger for future battles. Xiaoyu raised his head, his eyes sparkling with fighting spirit. We will remember this lesson and strive harder in our upcoming training. Next time, we will perform even better. Hulaina affirmed resolutely, indeed. We will not allow the same mistakes to occur again. We will grow stronger and fight for the honor of our team. Yin clenched his fists and declared loudly, I will manage my offensive rhythm better and coordinate more effectively with everyone. Tuoba Yun calmly stated, I will endeavor to improve the timing of my support skill releases, providing even greater assistance to all. Yi Lingling softly asserted, I will protect everyone and ensure my own safety as well. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue gazed upon the spirited appearance of the five individuals, a smile of satisfaction gracing their faces. They recognized the boundless potential within these young souls. With relentless effort, they were destined to illuminate the Douluo continent with even greater brilliance in the future. Chapter 110, the second battle as a new day dawned. Sunlight cascaded over Seoul Master City. Yet, within the towering arena of the Seoul Arena, an atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation enveloped the space once more. In the center of the arena, the 5 protagonists stood tall, resolutely gazing ahead. Their eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Although they understood that today's challenge would be even more formidable, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Xiaoyu gripped his moon blade tightly, the sharp edge seemingly articulating his resolve. Hulaina narrowed her eyes slightly, an elusive charm emanating from her presence. Yan's flames danced around him, poised to erupt at any moment. Tuoba Yun maintained a calm demeanor, the white-armored dragon spirit subtly radiating a mysterious power, while Yi Lingling stood quietly to the side, her gentle gaze revealing a steadfast intent to protect. At that moment, a heavy thudding of footsteps drew near, resonating through the arena like distant thunder. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where their opponents, a formidable team of 7 Soul Kings, strode in with an imposing presence. Each of these 7 individuals stood tall, resembling 7 unshakable mountains. Their steps were steady and powerful, each footfall seemingly striking the chords of the audience's hearts, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Radiance shimmered around them, akin to brilliant stars. As they began to reveal their soul rings, the yellow, purple, and black rings emerged sequentially, their dazzling brilliance rivaling that of the blazing sun. The powerful fluctuations of their soul power rippled outward like waves, allowing the spectators to feel the depth of their strength. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, whispers filling the air as they exchanged astonished remarks. 5 Ring Soul Kings. Their might must not be underestimated. Today's battle promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The 5 protagonists wore solemn expressions, fully aware of the formidable nature of the 5 Ring Soul Kings. Each soul ring represented a profound accumulation of soul power and a wealth of combat experience, each one a seemingly insurmountable peak. Yet, they showed no sign of retreat. Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened, Hulaina bit her lips slightly, Yan's flames flared more fiercely, Tuoba Yun clenched his fists tightly, and Yu Lingling took a deep breath, preparing to offer healing support to her teammates at a moment's notice. Just then, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue approached with an air of divine grace. Their steps were light yet steady, each movement conveying an indescribable majesty. Qian Xiao made a slight motion, and his soul power surged forth in an instant. 6 soul rings, 3 purple and 3 black, shot upwards. The mysterious purple rings shimmered like ethereal amethyst, radiating a profound and enchanting glow. The black rings exuded an aura reminiscent of an endless abyss, sending shivers down the spine. The interplay of the 6 rings created a dazzling spectacle, akin to a resplendent painting that left onlookers entranced. Qian Rinxue followed suit, also manifesting her soul rings in the same configuration. The audience was instantly enveloped in a wave of astonishment upon witnessing this remarkable display. A collective gasp echoed through the arena, as if the entire battleground had been muted. Enveloped in an eerie silence, the spectators were filled with astonishment and bewilderment, having never witnessed such an extraordinary configuration of soul rings. Whispers floated through the crowd. What is happening? This configuration is utterly unheard of. Another individual, eyes wide with disbelief, inquired, "Who are these 2? What is the extent of their prowess?" All gazes were riveted on Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, as if entranced by the allure of their soul rings, unable to look away. In this hush, Hulaina and her companions were equally awed by the soul rings of Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. A surge of fierce determination welled up within them. With such formidable allies by their side, they were resolute in giving their all. Xiaoyu mused inwardly, with them here, we shall surely triumph over our adversaries. A glimmer of light sparkled in Hulaina's eyes. She recognized that this battle would be a pivotal opportunity for their growth. Yin clenched his fists, resolved to showcase his abilities with greater composure in this skirmish. Tuoba Yun inhaled deeply, understanding that his supportive skills would play a crucial role in the confrontation. Yu Lingling's gentle gaze radiated steadfastness. She was determined to protect every teammate. Meanwhile, the opposing team of 7 Soul Kings, adorned with 5 rings, displayed a grave demeanor. Their previously confident expressions had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of vigilance. They realized that today's encounter would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The presence of these 2 individuals with their unique soul ring configurations imposed immense pressure upon them. Yet, as 5 Ring Soul Kings, they possessed their own pride and dignity, unwilling to retreat easily. The 7 Soul Kings exchanged resolute glances, recognizing a shared determination within one another's eyes. This impending clash was destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of the Seoul Arena's history. The audience's anticipation heightened, their hearts racing with excitement as they yearned to witness this breathtaking confrontation. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to crystallize, with only the subtle pulsation of soul power reminding all that a monumental battle was about to unfold. In this tense ambience, Xiaoyu and his companions began to attune themselves. Xiaoyu gently wielded his moon blade, sensing the flow of soul power. Hulaina closed her eyes, focusing her mind to unleash her enchanting abilities. Flames danced upon Yin, as if warming up for the impending conflict. Tuoba Yun silently contemplated the timing of his supportive skills. Yilingling slightly raised her hands, ever ready to employ her healing techniques. They understood that this battle would not only test their strength, but also challenge their teamwork and courage. Meanwhile, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue stood quietly to the side, their eyes reflecting trust and anticipation for the five. They believed that following their reflections and insights from the previous day, these young warriors would undoubtedly deliver an even more remarkable performance in today's battle. Their existence serves not merely to provide support to the five, but to facilitate their continual growth in battle, transforming them into true warriors. Chapter 111. Unleashing the Sea. In the Seoul Arena of the martial Seoul City, a tense atmosphere enveloped the venue like a heavy fog, casting a somber shadow over the entire space. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue stood side by side, their heads slightly inclined as their gazes met, a silent understanding passing between them without the need for words. This time, they resolved to hold back slightly, providing their five comrades with a splendid opportunity to showcase their abilities. As the battle horn was about to sound, the seven formidable Soul Kings opposing them stood ready, exuding an extraordinary presence, their immense pressure radiating like surging waves. The soul power coursing through these seven warriors was relentless, as if they could unleash devastating soul skills at any moment, delivering a lethal blow to their adversaries. The clash was imminent when one of the Soul Kings, wielding the spirit of the rampaging giant ape, initiated the attack with his first soul skill, the Mighty Strike. His colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power akin to a meteor, hurtled towards them. Observing this, Qian Xiao remained composed and unruffled, merely raising a hand, and instantly deployed his second soul skill, the Rock Shield, conjuring an incredibly sturdy stone barrier that steadfastly intercepted the fierce onslaught. The Rock Shield emanated a stable and weighty aura, silently proclaiming Qian Xiao's formidable control over the situation. Following this, another Soul King, channeling the Frost Phoenix, unleashed his first soul skill, the Ice Featherstorm, with countless icy feathers slicing through the air like sharp blades, rapidly targeting the group. Hulaina's enchanting eyes sparkled with quicksilver light as she promptly cast the Fox Charm, attempting to disrupt the rhythm of the enemy's assault. Although the effect was not significantly pronounced, it successfully granted her teammates a brief respite. At that moment, Yin decisively summoned the Flame Shield, a blazing wall of fire that served as a solid barrier against the furious barrage of ice feathers. Seizing the opportunity, an opposing Soul King, embodying the Shadow Leopard, executed a shadowy ambush, his form flickering like a phantom as he swiftly closed in. Xiaoyu reacted with remarkable swiftness, brandishing his moon blade to perform the crescent slash, which clashed fiercely with the Shadow Leopard's attack, producing a sharp sound that resonated throughout the arena. Tuoba Yun remained ever vigilant, his gaze focused and calm as he monitored the battlefield dynamics. Recognizing the opportune moment, he cast the swift shadow enhancement, enveloping his teammates in an invisible energy that dramatically increased their speed, making them as agile as lightning. At this juncture, Yilingling also employed her healing soul skill, a gentle radiance cascading over her allies, mending their wounds. This light resembled a warm spring breeze, soothing the weariness that weighed upon them. Qian Xiao then unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. With a forceful stomp, he triggered a powerful tremor of the Earth's energy. Enemies caught within the wave's reach were immediately struck by a surge of impact, damage, and disruption, their movements becoming sluggish, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Qian Rengshu moved with an elegance reminiscent of a goddess descending from the heavens, unleashing her first soul skill, Angel Assault, which concentrated the sacred energy of the six-winged angel upon her sword. At the moment of attack, a golden light shield simultaneously materialized, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. The divine energy possessed the ability to erode and suppress the soul power of its target, successfully striking a Soul King and demonstrating formidable might, its brilliance dazzling and awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this, the opposing Soul King, whose martial spirit was the blazing lion, widened his eyes in fury and unleashed a fiery roar. sending forth a powerful wave of flames that surged violently towards the group. Tuo Baiyun immediately activated the shield enhancement, augmenting the defensive strength of the shields protecting Qianshao and Yin. The shield stood as impregnable as fortified walls, rendering the enemy's assault ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu executed the moon blade slash, her blades dancing with radiant light as they struck fiercely at several Soul Kings. Meanwhile, Hulaina called upon the Foxfire command, summoning ethereal flames that pursued the enemies with relentless intensity. The opposing Soul King, whose martial spirit was the Earth Bear, unleashed Earth's fury, causing the ground to tremble violently and unsettling the group's footing. In response, Qianshao swiftly employed her fifth soul skill, Rock Prison, instantly conjuring a solid rock enclosure at the location of the Earth Bear Soul King, confining him within. This rock prison was unyielding, emanating an overwhelming aura of suppression, akin to an inescapable cage. Qian Renxue unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent, summoning a colossal angelic apparition that loomed behind her. Sacred soul power transformed into a golden sword, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards her adversary. In response, the opponent, a Soul King wielding the Storm Eagle Spirit, activated Storm Wings in an attempt to evade the onslaught. However, he was ultimately struck and sustained severe injuries. The battle escalated into a fervent clash, with both sides exchanging blows, refusing to yield. Yin unleashed true flame of the sun, hurling a massive fireball ferociously towards his foe. The opponent, a Soul King with the Toxic Mist Spider Spirit, deployed a Toxic Haze in a bid to obstruct Yan's assault. Seizing the moment, Hulaina executed her third soul skill, Enchanting Skull, amplifying its mesmerizing effect and successfully ensnaring several Soul Kings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoyu unleashed Red Moon Storm, spinning his body and wielding the moon blade with great velocity, creating a formidable tempest of soul power that surged towards the ensnared Soul Kings. Qianshao unleashed her sixth soul skill, the Emperor's Guardian Seal, enveloping herself and all her allies in a protective shield while restoring their soul power. Qian Renxue unleashed her sixth spirit ability, Angelic Radiance, transforming the sacred energy of her angelic spirit into a mental onslaught that struck at her opponent's very souls. With seamless coordination among her allies, the adversaries, comprised of 7 5-ring Spirit Kings, found themselves gradually ensnared in a predicament. Ultimately, after a grueling and extraordinary battle, Qianshao led her team to a hard-fought victory over their opponents. The arena resounded with exuberant cheers as they celebrated their splendid triumph, achieved through their prowess and teamwork. Chapter 112. 3 strikes. The atmosphere in the arena was vibrant and bustling, with spectators still reveling in the joy of Qianzhao's team's remarkable 3 consecutive victories. "Look at that team. They are truly formidable," exclaimed audience member A, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, their displayed strength and impeccable synergy are nothing short of astonishing." Audience member B chimed in agreement. At that moment, the previously defeated team, composed of 7 5-ring Spirit Kings, re-emerged with a fierce determination. Spirit King A, wearing an expression of defiance, scoffed, "Humph, our last defeat was merely a lapse in judgment. This time, we shall avenge our dishonor." Spirit King B clenched his fists, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Exactly. We cannot afford to lose again." Meanwhile, Qianshao and Qian Renxue exchanged knowing glances upon their appearance. Qianshao softly remarked, "It seems they are still unwilling to accept their defeat." Qian Renxue tilted her chin slightly, responding with unwavering confidence. "Let us allow them to witness our true strength once more." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qianshao declared with commanding authority, "If they dare to come again, we shall resolve them within 3 moves." He then leaned toward Tuo Baiyun and instructed in a hushed tone, "When it's our turn, bestow upon me and Shui Er an enhancement of offensive power. I will first disrupt their formation with my 3rd soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. And Shui Er shall follow with her 6th soul skill, the Angelic Divine Light, delivering a decisive blow to eliminate them in 1 strike." Tuo Baiyun nodded solemnly, affirming, "Understood." There was a palpable sense of anticipation on the faces of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, and Yi Ling, who firmly believed in the formidable prowess of Qianshao and Qian Renxue, eager to witness yet another resplendent victory. As the battle horn was poised to sound, the atmosphere in the Soul Arena intensified dramatically, with all eyes eagerly awaiting the commencement of this fierce confrontation. Curious to see if Qianshao could truly fulfill his promise of vanquishing the formidable 5-ring Soul King team in merely 2 moves. On the arena floor, the 14 participants stood ready for battle. The audience's gaze was riveted to the center of the field, where the tension was so thick it felt almost suffocating. With the referee's command, begin. Tuo Bayun wasted no time, instantly channeling the power of his martial soul. A brilliant radiance surged forth from the armored dragon, striking precisely upon Qian Xiao and Qian Shui. The enhancement soul skill took effect instantaneously, causing a noticeable surge in the soul power fluctuations surrounding Qian Xiao and Qian Shui, as an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Qian Xiao's gaze sharpened, and with a forceful stomp of his foot, he unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. The formidable power of the earth surged forth in an instant, emanating from Qian Xiao as the epicenter and radiating outward in a shockwave spanning a radius of 25 meters. The 7 five-ring Soul Kings caught within the shockwave were instantly struck by a wave of damage and disruption, their movements slowing and their soul energy spiraling into chaos. At that moment, Qian Shui shouted, invoking her 6th soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. The sacred energy of the angel transformed into a potent mental assault, surging forth like an overwhelming tide toward the 7 five-ring Soul Kings opposite. Bolstered by an increase in attack potency, the might of the Angelic Divine Light intensified, its brilliance dazzling and blinding. The 7 five-ring Soul Kings, still reeling from Qian Zhao's Earthvein Shockwave, were struck by the Angelic Divine Light. They felt a tremendous mental force assailing their very souls, their soul energy suppressed in an instant, and their consciousness began to fade into obscurity. In mere moments, all 7 five-ring Soul Kings collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. The arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous cheers. The team led by Qian Xiao had once again secured victory with overwhelming dominance, substantiating their formidable strength. This battle would undoubtedly etch itself into the annals of history at the Soul Arena of Wuhuan City as a legendary tale. As the cheers gradually subsided, Xiaoyu found himself unable to quell the tumult within his heart. Standing alone in the center of the arena, he surveyed his surroundings, the scenes of the previous battle replaying in his mind. It dawned on him that the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had been intentionally holding back, and he lamented not having perceived it sooner. They had quietly sacrificed for their sake, honing their combat awareness through battle after battle. He had believed his own strength was steadily advancing, only to realize the immense burden they had shouldered behind the scenes. He vowed silently to never again indulge in pride and complacency, resolving to exert greater effort in his training in order to repay their earnest intentions with tangible actions. Standing beside him, Hulina's eyes sparkled with a complex luminescence. She had always thought their victory stemmed solely from their own prowess, unaware of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden laying the groundwork for them. Their generosity and guidance had catalyzed their growth in combat. No longer could she overly rely on their leniency. She must strengthen herself to truly deserve this victory. With her lips tightly pressed, her heart brimmed with unwavering determination. Yin clenched his fists, filled with reflective emotion. He had often rushed to showcase his abilities, neglecting the profound implications of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden's actions. They had imparted the lesson that combat is not merely a contest of strength but a battle of wisdom and awareness. He resolved to learn control over his impatience, to think more calmly during battles, and to live up to their earnest expectations. Tuo Bayun bowed his head in contemplation, his heart suffused with deep respect. The actions of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had profoundly illuminated his own shortcomings. He could not be content merely to assist his teammates. He must continuously enhance his own strength, striving to make a more significant contribution to the team at crucial moments. Their efforts have enlightened me to the realization that growth is a protracted journey, and we must cherish every opportunity to engage in battle. Yu Lingling's gentle gaze also revealed a resolute spirit. I have been solely focused on healing my comrades, oblivious to the intentions of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Their release of the sea was a means for us to learn to confront challenges independently, fortifying our strength in combat. I must enhance my defensive capabilities and not burden my teammates with worry. I aspire to wield my healing powers to bring forth greater victories for the team. Each of the 5 individuals was immersed in their own inner world, filled with gratitude and respect for Qian Xiao and Qian Shui. They understood that on the path ahead, they would fight with an unwavering belief and a diligent attitude, striving for the honor of their team. In Chapter 113, titled Martial Soul Fusion Technique, within the legendary arena of Martial Soul City, the team led by Qian Xiao shone like a brilliant star, radiating glory and gaining widespread acclaim. Xiaoyu, Hulina, Yan, Tuo Bayun, and Yu Lingling embarked on a journey filled with challenges and honor under the guidance of their formidable leaders, Qian Xiao and Qian Shui. Half a year passed like a fleeting moment, yet it was filled with fervor and struggle. During this time, they navigated through the arena, overcoming obstacles. Every battle was a trial, and each victory represented a step toward growth. 70 battles, 70 victories, this astonishing record etched a vivid chapter in the annals of the arena's history. Xiaoyu and Hulaina, two young and promising soul masters, continuously transcended their limits in these fierce encounters, significantly enhancing their prowess. Their evolution encompassed not only an increase in soul power, but also refinement in combat skills and maturation of their minds. The comprehension of the martial soul fusion technique became a pivotal milestone in their remarkable ascension. When Xiaoyu and Hulaina resolved to execute this fusion technique, the atmosphere of the arena became charged with tension and anticipation. Amidst flickering lights, the two merged into one, transforming into an androgynous figure with flowing hair. This enigmatic presence seemed to emanate from ancient deities, exuding a powerful and captivating aura. In the fusion technique, Xiaoyu took command of the battle. Wielding the moon blade as if it had been infused with new life, each swing imbued with cataclysmic force. Hulaina, on the other hand, adeptly controlled the battlefield. Her enchanting power greatly amplified within the fusion technique, like invisible threads ensnaring the minds of their adversaries. Their soul power surged to the sum of their combined levels, granting them formidable strength capable of confronting any formidable foe. The crimson mist they unleashed from their very essence plunged their enemies into despair. This red haze, akin to a mysterious veil, gradually enveloped the battlefield. Within its confines, all senses were dulled by 50%, the enemy's vision blurred, and their hearing dulled. As if they were adrift in a chaotic realm. Their soul power was suppressed by half, rendering their once mighty abilities feeble, akin to a ferocious beast bound in chains. The 50% delay in their actions rendered them slow and clumsy, hindering their ability to respond effectively in a timely manner. Within the crimson mist, only the sinister Yu and Hulaina, who wielded the soul fusion technique, could perceive their surroundings. They shone like beacons in the darkness, keenly discerning every movement of their adversary. Meanwhile, the enemy found themselves ensnared in a labyrinth of shadows, utterly incapable of glimpsing the circumstances within the red fog, let alone unraveling its mysteries. This stark contrast afforded them an undeniable advantage in battle. The creation of the soul technique, Moonslaughter, further amplified the strengths of Sinister Yu and Hulaina to an extraordinary degree. This technique, rooted in Sinister Yu's original skill, Round Moon, seamlessly integrated Hulaina's enchanting prowess. When unleashed in a seductive state, its potency was truly remarkable. They could manipulate their foes to attack one another within the crimson mist as the enemy's minds, influenced by the allure of enchantment, became vulnerable and easily controlled. Like marionettes, they were directed by Sinister Yu and Hulaina, compelled to strike at their own comrades or descend into despairing struggles. Their mental fortitude reached astonishing heights, leaving the enemy defenseless against their onslaught. In the heat of battle, foes often found themselves ensnared by the power of Moonslaughter before they could even react. Their minds were corroded, their wills shattered, and they could do nothing but await the inevitable arrival of defeat and despair. The breakthroughs achieved by Sinister Yu and Hulaina signified not only personal glory but also constituted a pivotal enhancement of the team's overall strength. With their growth, the entire team's prowess ascended to new heights. Yan's fiery power became increasingly ferocious in combat. Oba Yun's supportive skills grew more precise and formidable, and Yi Lingling's healing abilities became swifter and more effective. Under the leadership of Qian Xiao and Qian Ruxue, this team had transformed into an indomitable force within the soul arena. Their names echoed like legends, celebrated among the populace. In every battle, they faced challenges with unparalleled courage and wisdom, triumphing over adversity. Chapter 114. Formidable foes as nightfall silently descended. A serene stillness enveloped the surroundings of the Soul Arena in Wuhuan City. However, within the quarters occupied by Qian Zhao's team, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed as if it could drip with tension. The group sat together, their expressions gravely serious, for they were all acutely aware that the morrow would herald a most arduous battle. Qian Xiao was the first to shatter the silence, speaking in a grave tone. Tomorrow's adversaries are exceedingly formidable, composed of 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings. This undoubtedly represents the most formidable challenge we have encountered thus far. We must meticulously devise comprehensive strategies if we are to stand a chance of victory. Qian Ruxue nodded slightly and added, "Indeed, we must not harbor the slightest sense of complacency. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, your martial soul fusion technique is crucial in battle. Yet we must remain vigilant against any countermeasures our opponents may devise." Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Our martial soul fusion technique, demonic charm, is indeed powerful. However, it requires a certain amount of time to unleash. Should our opponents launch an assault during our fusion process, we may find ourselves in a passive position. Thus, we require someone to provide cover during our fusion. Hulina interjected, moreover. While the Crimson Mist domain can impose significant restrictions on the enemy, we cannot rely on it entirely. We must maintain heightened vigilance to prevent our foes from discovering a means to counter it. Yin interjected at this moment, saying, my flame power can, to some extent, disrupt the enemy's line of sight, buying time for Xiaoyu and Hulina's fusion. In battle, I will also exert my full strength against the enemy, creating immense pressure. Tuoba Yun also expressed his intent, stating, my support skills will be prioritized for Xiaoyu and Hulina to bolster their strength. Simultaneously, I will remain attentive to the status of my teammates, ready to provide timely assistance. Yilingling spoke softly, I will be prepared to heal everyone, ensuring we maintain optimal conditions during the battle. However, we must also take care to protect ourselves and avoid being the focus of enemy attacks. Listening to everyone's remarks, Qian Shao nodded slightly, saying, excellent, everyone is well aware of their responsibilities. In tomorrow's battle, we must work in close coordination to fully unleash the maximum potential of our team. No matter how powerful our opponents may be, we must not retreat. The group nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve and determination. They understood that the battle ahead would be a grueling contest, yet they were unafraid. For they were a team imbued with glory and courage. The following day, the atmosphere in the soul fighting arena was as tense as if it had solidified. Qian Shao led his teammates resolutely to the center of the arena, facing a formidable lineup of 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings. Taking a deep breath, Qian Zhao's eyes brimmed with determination as he began to swiftly arrange their tactics. Listen closely, we must adhere to the plan. Tuoba Yun, be ready to provide support for the shield at any moment. Hulina, Xiaoyu, seize the opportunity to deploy your martial soul fusion technique, aiming to swiftly defeat the 4 Soul Kings. Yin, your task is to fully protect Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling, ensuring their safety. Qian Rinxue and I will confront the 3 Soul Emperors together, seeking opportunities to take them down one by one, Qian Shao said calmly. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Qian Shao quickly unleashed his 6th soul skill, enveloping himself and his teammates in an incredibly sturdy shield. Following this, Tuoba Yun unhesitatingly activated his 4th soul skill, further enhancing the shield's strength. At this moment, Hulina and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, synchronously preparing to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Flames enveloped Yin, who vigilantly guarded the sides of Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling. His gaze was keen, constantly attuned to the surroundings, ready to strike at any approaching enemy without hesitation. The atmosphere in the battle arena was thick with tension, akin to a heavy shroud of dark clouds. Qian Shao and Qian Wanxue stood resolutely side by side, their eyes unwavering as they faced 3 formidable Soul Emperors. Qian Shao clenched his fist slightly, the power of his soul surging within, poised to counter any assault. Meanwhile, Qian Wanxue gracefully unfurled her angelic wings, hovering in the air, exuding a divine aura reminiscent of a goddess descending to the mortal realm. The 3 Soul Emperors exchanged glances, and the leading Soul Emperor initiated the attack, unleashing the 1st soul skill, Stormblade. In an instant, a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades howled forth, threatening to slice everything into fragments. Observing this, Qian Shao swiftly activated his 2nd soul skill, Earth Shield, conjuring a sturdy rock barrier that effectively withstood the onslaught of wind blades. Qian Wanxue, in turn, wielded her Angel Sword, executing her 1st soul skill, Angel Strike, where her golden light shield collided with the wind blades, producing a series of thunderous echoes. Immediately following, another Soul Emperor unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Earth Spike Assault. The ground trembled violently as countless sharp earth spikes erupted from the soil, aiming directly at Qian Shao and Qian Wanxue. Qian Shao quickly stomped the ground, activating his 3rd soul skill, Earth Pulse Shockwave, which shattered the earth spikes and simultaneously disrupted the Soul Emperors. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Wanxue unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Holy Radiance Break Evil Strike, as the orb of light in her hand shot towards the Soul Emperors like a meteor, leaving a trail of golden luminescence in its wake. Upon witnessing this, the 3rd Soul Emperor promptly invoked his 3rd soul skill, Flame Storm. A colossal tempest of flames surged forward, its intense heat seemingly igniting the very air around them. Qian Shao responded with calm composure, executing his 4th soul skill, Meteoric Impact. As a brilliant light streaked across the sky, and small meteors descended, precisely striking the flame storm. The collision between the meteors and the fiery tempest produced an earth-shattering explosion. Qian Rinxue promptly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent, summoning a colossal angelic apparition behind her. Sacred soul energy transformed into golden blades, piercing towards the soul emperors. They swiftly evaded, yet still found themselves grazed by the golden swords, sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Hulaina had successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique, Enchantress. As crimson mist enveloped the four soul kings, instantly they were ensnared in a predicament, their senses dulled, soul power suppressed, and movements rendered sluggish. Xiaoyu wielded the moon blade and unleashed his first soul skill, Crescent Slash, sending a formidable crescent-shaped wave of soul power hurtling towards the soul kings. Hulaina, in turn, released her first soul skill, Fox Enchantment, as the alluring energy permeated the crimson mist, inducing illusions that diminished the soul king's vigilance and combat prowess. One soul king attempted to break free from the mist's influence, casting his first soul skill, Frost Blade, forming a frigid ice blade aimed at the enchantress. She reacted swiftly, employing her second soul skill, Moonblade Barrage, shattering the ice blade in an instant. Continuing her assault, the enchantress invoked her second soul skill, Foxfire Command, summoning ethereal flames that surged towards the soul kings. Observing this, another soul king unleashed his second soul skill, Storm Fist, a powerful gust of wind imbued with tempestuous energy aimed at the enchantress. Undeterred, she executed her third soul skill, New Moon Strike, swiftly closing in on the Soul King to launch a surprise attack. Subsequently, she employed her third soul skill, Enchanting Skull, amplifying the allure of her enchantment. The remaining two Soul Kings endeavored to combine their powers, casting their third soul skills, Earth Barrier and Water Shield, in a bid to thwart the enchantress's onslaught. In response, she unleashed her fourth soul skill, Crimson Moon Storm and Fox Flame, as storm and fire intertwined, crashing against the Soul King's defensive barriers. Yan, enveloped in flames, vigilantly positioned himself beside Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling. Tuoba Yun tirelessly provided support to Qian Xiao, Qian Rinxue, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, casting his first soul skill, Soul Power Surge, to rapidly restore their soul energy. Following this, he invoked his fourth soul skill, Shield Enhancement, fortifying Qian Xiao's sixth soul skill's defenses. Yi Lingling remained acutely aware of the battlefield, prepared to heal her comrades at any moment. When Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue sustained minor injuries amidst their clash with the Soul Emperors, Yi Lingling promptly employed her healing soul skill to mend their wounds. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue displayed an exquisite synergy as Qian Xiao unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Rock Prison Spell, instantaneously conjuring a formidable rock prison at the enemy's location, ensnaring one Soul Emperor within its confines. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue executed her fifth soul skill, the Angelic Judgment, directing a sword forged from holy flames towards the imprisoned Soul Emperor. Through their harmonious cooperation, the battle escalated into a fervent climax. Despite the formidable strength of their adversaries, the team led by Qian Xiao gradually gained the upper hand, buoyed by their unwavering conviction and flawless coordination. Chapter 115. Victory in the Arena of Soul Master City. The air was thick with smoke, and the tense atmosphere hung like a heavy cloud over the entire venue. The team led by Qian Xiao was embroiled in a breathtaking clash against 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings, the battle having now reached an intense stage. In their past endeavors, Qian Xiao's team has forged ahead through numerous challenges, amassing a wealth of combat experience and solidifying their formidable strength. However, they now face an adversary of unparalleled might, consisting of 3 Soul Emperors and 4 Soul Kings, undoubtedly the most formidable challenge they have encountered thus far. Although they gradually gain the upper hand in battle, they remain acutely aware of the peril that lies ahead, for any moment of negligence could lead to their ultimate demise. On the battlefield, Qian Xiao stands resolutely alongside Qian Rinxue, their gazes unwaveringly vigilant as they monitor every movement of the enemy. Qian Xiao clenches his fist slightly, his soul power surging within, ever prepared to counter any sudden assault. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue elegantly unfurls her angelic wings, hovering gracefully in the air, exuding a divine aura that ripples outwards, akin to a goddess descending upon the mortal realm, bestowing boundless confidence and courage upon her comrades. As the team remains wholly focused on their immediate foe, a cunning Soul Emperor seizes the opportunity while Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue are momentarily distracted, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He calculates that if he can severely injure one of their ranks, he could shatter the current stalemate. Thus, He concentrates all his soul power, unleashing his most potent soul technique. The overwhelming surge of soul energy crashes forth like a tempestuous wave, aimed directly at Yin. Yin, keenly aware of the imminent danger, reacts in an instant. He understands that retreat is not an option, for behind him stand Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling, who rely on his protection. In a flurry, Yin activates his third soul technique, the Flame Shield, forming a formidable barrier of fire around himself in an effort to withstand the Soul Emperor's onslaught. Simultaneously, Tuoba Yun springs into action, employing his fourth soul technique, Shield Reinforcement. His white armor Earth Dragon Spirit roars skyward, unleashing a powerful force that adds an extra layer of robust defense for Yin. Yet, despite the triple layers of protection, Yin sustains significant injuries. The Soul Emperor's attack proves overwhelmingly potent, its impact piercing through the Emperor's Guardian and the fortified Flame Shield. Yin stifles a groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remains as steadfast as granite. He knows he cannot falter. His team still requires his strength. Upon witnessing Yin's injury, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue were consumed by a surge of wrath. They could scarcely fathom the treachery of their adversary, who had resorted to unleashing the most formidable sixth soul skill, clearly intent on taking a life. Their gazes blazed with an inferno of indignation, as if they aimed to incinerate their foe. Exchanging a glance, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue required no words to comprehend each other's resolve. They understood that it was imperative to deliver a crushing blow to their enemies, instilling in them the knowledge that their team was inviolable. At that moment, Tuoba Yun also grasped the gravity of the situation. She resonated with the fury of Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, sharing their indignation. Recognizing the critical juncture they faced, she swiftly summoned her martial soul's power, manifesting her third soul skill, Attack Amplification. A brilliant radiance emanated from the body of the white-armored Earth Dragon, precisely illuminating Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. This soul skill significantly enhanced the potency of her allies' offensive soul techniques, augmenting the lethality of their assaults. Qian Xiao immediately unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. By stomping his foot, he triggered the tremors of the Earth's power, radiating a shockwave with himself as the epicenter, extending across a radius of 25 meters. Enemies caught within this shockwave would suffer impact damage and disorientation. Following this, he activated his fourth soul skill, the Meteoric Strike. The heavens shimmered with light as countless small meteors, imbued with destructive force, descended from the sky, aimed directly at the three Soul Emperors. The meteors streaked through the air with a howling sound, resembling the wrathful hammer of the divine. Qian Rinxue unleashed her fifth soul skill, Angel's Judgment, with unwavering resolve. A long sword, forged from sacred flames, manifested in her grasp, exuding formidable power accompanied by a purifying effect. With a swift motion, she swung the long sword, striking down upon the Soul Emperors with a force akin to thunder. The blade carved through the air, leaving a golden trail in its wake, as if it sought to cleave through the very fabric of space. Under the might of this attack, the three Soul Emperors had no time to evade. The combined force of the meteor and the longsword overwhelmed them in an instant. The sheer impact sent tremors through the ground, with dust swirling into the sky. Moments later, as the dust settled, the three Soul Emperors lay on the ground, battered and breathless, stripped of their combat capability. Their eyes reflected shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated such a swift and powerful counterattack from Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. Simultaneously, the enchanting figures of Xiaoyu and Hulaina held an undeniable advantage in their battle against the four Soul Kings. They adeptly utilized various soul skills through their martial soul fusion, unleashing techniques such as Crimson Mist, Crescent Moon Slash, Fox Charm, and Moonblade Barrage in succession, plunging the Soul Kings into a chasm of despair. Ultimately, the enchanting duo triumphed over the four Soul Kings. With a flash of brilliance, Xiaoyu and Hulaina dispelled their martial soul fusion technique. Though exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory, for they understood that their success was a testament to their seamless teamwork and collective effort. Seeing that the battle had concluded, Yi Lingling swiftly approached Yan's side. Her gaze was focused, hands gently raised, as soul power began to flow, initiating her healing soul skill. A soft glow emanated from her hands, enveloping Yin in its warmth. As the healing energy coursed through him, his wounds visibly began to mend at an astonishing rate. Yi Lingling concentrated intently on regulating the output of her soul power, ensuring the efficacy of her healing reached its zenith. Beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead, yet she showed no signs of faltering. After a considerable effort, Yan's injuries were significantly alleviated. Although he still appeared somewhat weakened, most of his wounds had healed. Yi Lingling exhaled gently, smiling at Yan as she said, You are no longer in grave danger. With a few days of rest, you will fully recover. Yin looked at Yi Lingling with gratitude, nodding slightly. Thank you, Lingling. Without you, I fear my recovery would not have been so swift. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinshui, along with others, gathered around, gazing at the gradually recovering Yin. Their hearts filled with solace. Qian Xiao remarked, though we emerged victorious from this battle, the price we paid was substantial. Everyone must take the time to recuperate, preparing ourselves for the impending challenges. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence as the team led by Qian Xiao triumphed over formidable adversaries through unwavering determination and impeccable coordination. They stood at the center of the arena, radiating a luminous aura of glory, becoming the focal point of all eyes. This battle was not merely a contest of strength, but a resounding victory of teamwork. Chapter 116. After the battle, the clamor of the arena gradually faded away as Qian Zhao's team returned to their temporary quarters. Inside the room, the atmosphere was heavy with contemplation as everyone sat in a circle, delving into an in-depth analysis of the recently concluded, heart-stopping battle. Qian Xiao was the first to break the silence, his gaze revealing a profound contemplation. Although we achieved a resounding victory in this battle, it also unveiled some significant issues that cannot be overlooked. Qian Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on the unexpected ambush by the Soul Emperor that caught us off guard, undoubtedly ringing a heavy alarm bell for us. In combat, we must maintain a heightened state of vigilance at all times, allowing not the slightest hint of complacency. Even a momentary lapse in focus could result in a devastating blow to us. The group listened intently to Qian Zhao's words, each lost in deep thought. Qian Rinshui nodded gently, echoing Qian Zhao's sentiments. Indeed, our reaction speed to unforeseen circumstances requires further enhancement. The Soul Emperor's ambush during this battle rendered us passive. Had we reacted more swiftly, perhaps Yin would not have suffered such severe injuries. Furthermore, we cannot rely solely on established tactics. We must adapt our strategies in real time to the actual conditions on the battlefield. The dynamics of combat are ever-changing, and we must possess the ability to respond with agility. Xie Yu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Although our martial soul fusion technique is immensely powerful, there remains a risk of interruption during its execution. Had it not been for your efforts to buy us time in this battle, we might have failed to successfully execute the fusion technique. We need to enhance the speed of our fusion or find better protective measures to ensure we can unleash our full strength at critical moments. Hu Laiyan nodded slightly, adding, in our battle against the Soul King, we must not overly rely on the Red Mist domain, while it imposes significant limitations on our enemies. Should they discover a means to counter it, we may find ourselves in a precarious position. We must continuously enrich our combat strategies and enhance our adaptability. We cannot place all our hopes on a singular tactic. At this moment, Yin also expressed his viewpoint, his eyes filled with determination. I indeed have deficiencies in defense. Had it not been for the timely support of Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling, the consequences would have been dire. I need to bolster my defensive capabilities while paying closer attention to protecting my teammates. In battle, we are a team, and the safety of each member is paramount. Tuoba Yun listened attentively to everyone's remarks and then said, my support skills played a crucial role at critical moments. But I also recognize that my reaction speed can improve. I must become more familiar with everyone's combat styles to provide the most effective assistance at the earliest opportunity. Only in this way can we maximize our strength in battle. Yi Lingling softly remarked, my healing soul skill was pivotal in this battle. Yet I also noticed that my soul power consumption was considerable. I need to find better methods to control the output of my soul power to enhance healing efficiency. This way, I can continuously provide healing support in battle, ensuring everyone's safety. The group engaged in a thorough analysis of every detail pertaining to the battle, each contributing their insights. They reminisced about every moment of the battle, meticulously analyzing each decision and action taken. No trivial issue escaped their scrutiny, for they understood that only through continuous reflection and improvement could they emerge stronger. As the discussion deepened, they began to contemplate matters from the perspective of teamwork. Qian Xiao remarked, our coordination during combat could be more harmonious. For instance, had we been able to swiftly establish a defensive structure in response to the Soul Emperor's ambush, Yin might have avoided injury. We must enhance communication and collaboration among our team to elevate our overall combat effectiveness. He and Ringshan nodded in agreement, affirming the importance of emphasizing teamwork in our routine training. By simulating various combat scenarios, we can enhance our responsiveness and coordination in emergencies. Only through such preparation can we unleash our utmost potential in actual battles. Shi Yue proposed a suggestion, We could establish specific signals and codes to facilitate swifter communication during combat, thereby minimizing errors caused by miscommunication. Hulaina then added, we should also conduct regular tactical drills, continuously refining our strategic framework. It is vital for each individual to understand their roles and positions in battle, thus elevating our combat efficiency. As the discussion progressed, everyone gained a clearer understanding and vision for future confrontations. They recognized that only through continuous reflection and improvement could they achieve superior outcomes in the battles to come. Qianshao ultimately concluded, this battle represents a significant opportunity for our growth. We must glean lessons from our experiences and continuously enhance our strength and teamwork. Numerous challenges lie ahead. Yet I firmly believe that as long as we stand united and strive diligently, we shall overcome all adversities. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve and confidence. They recognized that this confrontation was merely a milestone in their journey, with more challenges awaiting them. Undaunted, they stood as a team imbued with honor and courage, determined to advance together towards loftier aspirations. In the days to come, Qianshao would lead the team with renewed fervor and unwavering conviction, immersing themselves in training. They would ceaselessly reflect upon and refine their combat strategies, bolstering their capabilities in collaborative efforts. They believed that in the forthcoming battles, they would undoubtedly achieve even more illustrious accomplishments. Chapter 117, Breaking the Cocoon. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, a year had swiftly passed. Throughout this long and fulfilling year, Sheyue, Yellingling, Hulaina, Yin, and Tuoba Yun steadfastly engaged in rigorous training, demonstrating remarkable perseverance and indomitable spirit as they ardently pursued strength. During the day, the classrooms of the academy were steeped in an atmosphere of profound learning. Sunlight poured through the windows, illuminating their focused faces. They attentively absorbed the instructor's teachings, each word resonating like a precious treasure etched deeply in their hearts. The theoretical knowledge of martial spirits, combat techniques, and tactical strategies served as the bedrock of their development. They eagerly raised their hands to pose questions, a testament to their thirst for knowledge. While engaging in discussions with classmates, sparks of wisdom flickered in their eyes, illuminating the exchange of ideas. They seized every opportunity for self-improvement, diligently taking notes and gathering post-class to delve deeper into the intricate and nuanced theories. Within this sanctuary of knowledge, they continuously enriched their minds and broadened their horizons, laying a solid theoretical foundation for the imminent practical combat. As night fell, the spirit arena transformed into their battleground. Brilliant lights illuminated the entire venue, and the cheers of the audience echoed like a symphony. Shiyue and his companions strode purposefully into the arena, their gazes alight with fighting spirit. Here, they would face formidable opponents, each battle a test of life and death. As the clash commenced, Shiyue wielded his moon blade with fierce momentum, akin to a ferocious leopard charging towards its foe. Yellingling remained vigilant, ready to unleash her healing soul skill at a crucial moment. Hulaina, employing her enchanting prowess, disrupted the enemy's mental fortitude. Yin stood firm as an unyielding fortress, safeguarding his teammates, while Tuoba Yun provided robust support from the rear. Throughout the skirmish, they continually honed their teamwork, enhancing their responsiveness to unforeseen circumstances. After each battle, they would gather together, weary yet resolute, to earnestly reflect upon their experiences and lessons learned. They meticulously analyzed their shortcomings and engaged in discussions on how to enhance their tactics, aiming to perform at a higher level in future encounters. The intertwining of sweat and effort marked their continuous growth within the arena of combat, as they amassed invaluable battle experience. In the stillness of the night, with the world enveloped in silence, they returned to their quarters after a day of learning and practical engagement. They quieted their minds to meditate and cultivate their soul power. The room was infused with a tranquil atmosphere as they sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, concentrating on the enhancement of their inner strength. In this serene moment, they could distinctly sense the flow and transformation of soul power within their bodies. With intent, they guided their energy, striving for greater purity and stability. Each meditation became a dialogue with the self, as they continuously explored their potential through this process. By meditating, they gained better control over their soul power, preparing to harness a more formidable force for future battles. Throughout a year of arduous training, they invested countless hours of sweat and effort. They faced setbacks and failures, yet they never yielded. Supporting and encouraging one another, they traversed this challenging journey together. At long last, their perseverance bore fruit. One day, as the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, Xiaoyu and his companions felt a surge of soul power coursing through them. To their astonishment, they discovered that their soul power levels had finally surpassed the significant threshold of level 50. Standing in the academy's courtyard, Xiaoyu embraced the gentle breeze on his face, his heart brimming with excitement and determination. Grasping the moon blade tightly, its keen edge seemed to echo his resolve. He envisioned the more intense battles that awaited him, fully prepared to face them. Yi Lingling, in contrast, exhibited a serene demeanor. With her eyes gently closed, she attuned herself to the changes brought by her heightened soul power. She understood that her healing abilities would play an increasingly critical role in forthcoming battles, necessitating a more precise control over her power output to provide sustained and effective support to her teammates. Hulaina radiated her usual charm, yet her gaze revealed an unprecedented sharpness. She recognized that an elevation in soul power entailed greater responsibility. She must lead her team forward through the trials of combat. Yin exuded a fervent aura, his defensive capabilities having significantly improved over the year of training. Standing tall and confident, he was ready to better protect his comrades in the battles to come. Tuoba Yun's face was aglow with joy, for his supportive skills had also grown stronger with the rise in his soul power. He silently contemplated how to better coordinate with his teammates, maximizing his contributions to their collective efforts. Upon learning of their breakthrough, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui felt a profound sense of pride and accomplishment. With a smile, Qian Xiao gazed at them and remarked, "Your dedication and efforts have borne fruit, yet let us not succumb to hubris. The challenges that lie ahead will be even more formidable. We must continue to uphold our unity and diligence." Qian Renshui nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Reaching level 50 is merely a new starting point. We must strive towards loftier ambitions." The others, including Xiaoyu, nodded in unison, fully aware of the long journey that still awaited them. Chapter 118. The fifth soul skill of the group after successfully hunting a 2,000-year-old soul beast, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, Tuoba Yun, and Yu Lingling embarked on the journey of absorbing their new soul rings, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. This endeavor was a profound test of their limits and a pivotal step towards greater strength. Tuoba Yun sat quietly on the ground, wholly immersing himself in the absorption of the soul ring. He could distinctly feel the immense power from the 2,000-year-old soul beast coursing through him, merging with his white-armored earth dragon martial soul. After a strenuous effort, Tuoba Yun successfully completed the absorption process. As he rose to his feet, a powerful wave of soul power emanated from him. He fully activated his white-armored earth dragon martial soul, and the soul power expanded outward like ripples. The fifth soul skill, Soul Power Resonance, significantly enhanced the recovery speed of his teammate's soul power, doubling it compared to before. What once resembled a gentle stream of recovery had transformed into a roaring river. His companions could distinctly feel their endurance in battle greatly amplified, no longer needing to constantly worry about depleting their soul power. Furthermore, the stability of their soul power reached an unprecedented height. Now, they executed their soul skills with greater ease, untroubled by fluctuations that might affect their efficacy. Moreover, the unique waves generated by the resonance not only interfered with the enemy's perception of soul power, making it difficult for them to accurately gauge the strength and intentions of the group, but also weakened the enemy's soul attacks to a certain extent. When faced with an assault from the enemy's soul power, these special waves acted like a soft shield, gradually dissipating the force of the attack and providing formidable protection for their allies. Xiaoyu stood nearby, clutching his moon blade tightly. Following the absorption of his new soul ring, a powerful confidence shone in his eyes. He unleashed his fifth soul skill, Moon Eclipse Slash, and the ethereal blood moon became vividly apparent in the sky, resembling a true blood moon suspended in the firmament. A blood-red crescent-shaped slash soared forth, imbued with even greater soul-corroding power. As this slash passed through the air, it appeared to cleave the atmosphere, producing a sharp whistling sound. This strike not only inflicted substantial damage upon the enemy's body, but also delved deeper, attacking their very souls. Enemies struck by this slash would find themselves plunged into a prolonged state of soul confusion, their consciousness blurred, and their combat abilities and reaction times severely diminished. In this state, the enemy resembled a flock of lost lambs, utterly at the mercy of the malevolent Xiaoyu and his companions. Moreover, Xiaoyu discovered a notable enhancement in his speed while employing this soul skill, moving like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing in on adversaries to deliver lethal strikes. In the realm of combat, speed is often one of the pivotal determinants of victory or defeat. This transformation rendered Xiaoyu a formidable presence on the battlefield, morphing him into a veritable nightmare for his foes. Hulaina stood gracefully behind her, 9 resplendent foxtails emerged, each radiating an enchanting luminescence and formidable allure. Her 5th soul skill, Nine-Tailed Enchantment, allowed her tails to dance, exponentially amplifying the power of her charm. The captivating glow seemed capable of piercing through the very souls of her enemies, ensnaring them in an irresistible trance. The Nine-Tailed Enchantment, which could broadly influence the minds of foes, plunged the enchanted adversaries into profound confusion and chaos, compelling them to heed Huaina's commands and turn against their own allies. Such potent control often yields unexpectedly advantageous effects in battle. Imagine the turmoil and devastation wrought when enemies unwittingly become instruments of their own destruction, attacking their comrades. Simultaneously, the Nine Tails bestowed upon allies a formidable augmentation of soul power and mental fortitude. Beneath the radiance of the Nine Tails, comrades felt their soul energy surging, their fighting spirit emboldened. They became increasingly valiant and fearless in battle, as if imbued with boundless strength. Yin was enveloped in searing flames, akin to the descent of a fire deity. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal firestorm that transformed the ground into a blazing inferno. This was his 5th soul skill, Inferno of the Abyss. The temperature within the firestorm soared, and its destructive capabilities intensified. The roaring flames seemed capable of reducing everything to ashes. Once ensnared by the firestorm, enemies would suffer grievous burns and, due to the suffocating heat, rapidly find themselves in dire straits. In this torrid blaze, their vitality would be swiftly drained, and their defenses would crumble under the relentless assault of the high temperatures. Furthermore, Yin discovered he could exercise greater precision in directing the firestorm's trajectory and extent. In combat, he adeptly adjusted the firestorm's attack direction based on the enemy's positions and movements, maximizing its effectiveness in the fray. This remarkable control rendered Yin a formidable bastion of firepower on the battlefield. Yi Lingling danced with her hands, emanating a verdant light that blossomed around her. The glow was reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, warm and brimming with vitality. Wherever the light reached, her allies' wounds healed instantaneously, and their soul energy restored at an astonishing pace. Her 5th soul skill, Revival of Vitality, after absorbing a new soul ring, not only healed external and internal injuries but also eradicated more stubborn negative afflictions within her comrades, such as potent toxins and curses. In combat, adversaries often resorted to insidious tactics, employing toxins and curses to undermine their opponent's strength. The revival of Yi Lingling's vitality resembled a formidable purifying light, capable of dispelling these negative states one by one, ensuring her companions remained in optimal fighting condition. The 5 individuals felt the immense power bestowed by the new soul abilities, their hearts brimming with confidence. They understood that in the battles to come, these potent soul techniques would become their crucial weapons in overcoming adversaries. Their conviction strengthened. They resolved to continually enhance their strength, striving toward loftier goals. They began to mentally simulate various combat scenarios, contemplating how to better utilize these new soul skills. Xiaoyu envisioned himself swiftly maneuvering across the battlefield, delivering a lethal strike to the enemy with his moon-eclipsing slash before rapidly retreating to await the next opportunity. Huaina pondered on how to effectively employ her nine-tailed charm to control foes, creating favorable conditions for her teammates. Yin contemplated maximizing the destructive force of his infernal blaze, inflicting the greatest harm upon their adversaries. Tuoba Yun focused on optimizing his soul power resonance to bolster his allies, enhancing the overall strength of the team. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling considered how to activate her vitality revival at critical moments to rescue her comrades from peril. They recognized that only through relentless practice and refinement could they truly master these formidable soul techniques. In the days ahead, they would continue their efforts, ready to embrace further challenges. They firmly believed that as long as they stood united and persevered, they would triumph over all obstacles and achieve their aspirations. Chapter 119. The Soul Master Tournament approaches, having successfully absorbed new soul rings and mastered powerful new soul techniques. Xiaoyu, Huaina, Yin, Tuoba Yun, and Yi Lingling reveled in the joy brought by their remarkable growth and strength. However, this exhilaration was short-lived. As an electrifying announcement struck their hearts like a thunderclap, the triannual Soul Master Tournament was about to commence. Upon hearing this news, a wave of excitement surged through them. They were acutely aware that the Soul Master Tournament represented an unparalleled stage, a pivotal opportunity to showcase their abilities and affirm their self-worth. In this grand event, they would engage in fierce competition against exceptional Soul Master teams from all corners, a rigorous test of both their individual prowess and their capacity for teamwork. According to the rules of the tournament as established in the original work of Douluo continent, the Soul Master Tournament is divided into several stages. The first is the preliminary round, where participating teams will fiercely compete in various divisions, with only the most outstanding teams advancing to the next stage. The preliminary round primarily assesses the team's overall strength and combat performance, encompassing aspects such as soul power levels, soul technique application, and tactical coordination. Following this is the advancement round, where the successful teams will face even more daunting challenges. The difficulty and intensity of the competition will significantly escalate, with opponents becoming increasingly formidable. In this round, teams must continuously adjust their strategies and fully leverage their strengths to stand out among many powerful rivals. Finally, the tournament culminates in the grand finals, the pinnacle of the entire Soul Master Tournament. The teams that have advanced to the finals are truly the elite among elites. They are set to engage in a climactic confrontation upon a stage that has garnered the attention of the masses. The finals not only test the team's prowess, but also challenge the psychological resilience and adaptability of the players. Upon learning of their direct qualification for the finals, Xiaoyu, Hulai Na, Yin, Tuo Bayun, and Yilingling felt a surge of excitement, tempered by the weight of responsibility. They understood that while they were spared from the preliminary and qualifying rounds, entering the finals directly meant confronting the most formidable opponents, necessitating unwavering dedication. Gathered together, the atmosphere was heavy yet charged with anticipation. Xiaoyu broke the silence, his gaze radiating a resolute light. Though we possess a direct qualification, we must not allow ourselves to relax. The adversaries in the finals will undoubtedly be seasoned warriors who have overcome numerous challenges. We must train with even greater diligence to elevate our strength to its zenith. Hulina nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a similar determination. Indeed, we must utilize this time to further refine our teamwork, ensuring we can perform at our utmost in the finals. Yin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. We must treat each training session as a genuine battle, relentlessly uncovering our potential. Only then can we triumph over those powerful foes in the finals. Tuo Bayun solemnly added, I will familiarize myself with everyone's combat styles to provide the most timely and effective support during the finals. I am acutely aware of the gravity of my responsibilities, and I will give my all. Yilingling softly proclaimed, I will remain ever ready to offer healing support, ensuring that everyone is in optimal condition for the finals. I shall exert every effort to ensure that my comrades can fight without concern. Thus, in the days that followed, their training intensified. On the training grounds, they poured forth their sweat, engaging in simulated battles with unwavering commitment, as if they were truly on the battlefield of the finals. They devised tactics for various potential scenarios, continuously adjusting and refining their strategies to achieve perfection. Xiaoyu focused on honing the precision and might of his lunar eclipse slash. Again and again, he wielded the moonblade, sensing the surge of soul power within him. With each strike, he aimed for flawlessness, sharpening the blood-red crescent cut to make it more lethal, fully aware that this move would be pivotal in delivering a fatal blow to their enemies at a critical moment. Hulina sought to enhance the control range and effect of her nine-tailed enchantment. She stood quietly, her 9 fox tails swaying gently behind her, exuding an enchanting glow. She persistently aimed to expand the area of influence and amplify the power of her enchantment, striving to better command the battlefield. She understood that only by maximizing the enchantment's potential could she create more opportunities for her teammates. Yin relentlessly refined his mastery of the Inferno's wrath. Enveloped in searing flames, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal storm of fire. He endeavored to unleash this soul skill across various scenarios, amplifying the destructive power of the flame storm. He understood that only by demonstrating maximum devastation under diverse circumstances could he deliver a significant blow to his adversaries in the finals. Tuo Bayun diligently sought to enhance the stability and range of his soul power resonance. He fully activated his white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul, with soul power radiating outward like ripples. He continuously adjusted the output of his soul power, striving for a more stable resonance effect and a broader area of impact. He was acutely aware that providing robust soul power support to his teammates was essential for their collective strength in battle. Yilingling, on the other hand, delved into the more efficient application of her vitality revival. With graceful movements of her hands, green luminescence blossomed from her being. She persistently sought to shorten the healing duration while enhancing its efficacy. She recognized that restoring her teammates' condition in the shortest time possible was crucial for maintaining their enduring combat capability. Simultaneously, they remained vigilant about the circumstances of other competing teams. They gathered intelligence through various channels, analyzing their opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Every piece of information was meticulously examined and discussed, leading to the formulation of corresponding strategies. Qian Ruxue and Qian Xiao frequently offered guidance and suggestions, helping them to refine their tactics. Drawing from her vast experience and keen insight, Qian Ruxue highlighted deficiencies in their training and proposed avenues for improvement. Qian Xiao, approaching from a strategic perspective, analyzed the competitive landscape and devised an overarching battle plan. As the day of the finals approached, a palpable tension mingled with eager anticipation filled the air. They understood that this final battle would be the most significant of their lives. With unwavering resolve and utmost preparedness, they would confront this pinnacle duel, fighting for honor. In their hearts, they silently vowed that no matter the strength of their opponents, they would unite, exert their utmost efforts, and strive for victory. They believed that as long as they worked in harmony, they would undoubtedly achieve brilliance in this final match, inscribing a remarkable chapter in their lives. Chapter 120, 1 through 7. As time progressed steadily, the triennial Seoul Master Tournament finals surged forth like a grand tempest. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, Tuobayun, and Yilingling stood quietly at the edge of the arena, their eyes reflecting a blend of nervousness and fervent expectation. Qian Xiao and Qian Ruxue approached them with solemn expressions, commencing a formal introduction to the rules of the finals. In this championship, the initial round would be determined by a drawing of lots. One fortunate team would receive a bye, while the remaining teams would engage in fierce individual duels. With 7 matches to contend, each match would feature one participant from each team, aiming to defeat all members of the opposing team sequentially. The defeated team would then face the team that received the bye in a group contest, with the victors ultimately clashing with the winners of the first round to determine the supreme champion. Qian Xiao's voice resonated with a steady and powerful cadence, akin to a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the audience. All present were wholly engrossed, mentally calculating the various scenarios that might unfold. Xue narrowed her eyes slightly and resolutely declared, "This is undoubtedly a formidable battle, yet we possess ample confidence to triumph over any adversary." Pollyanna nodded gently, her beautiful eyes radiating unwavering determination. "Regardless of the draw, we must exert our utmost effort." The drawing ceremony commenced swiftly, with a tense atmosphere enveloping the air like dense fog. The audience's gazes were intently fixed on the drawing box, their hearts fervently praying for an auspicious outcome. When the results were revealed, their team had not drawn the enviable bye. This signified that in the first round, they would directly confront the intense individual arena matches. "In that case, let us bravely embrace the challenge," Yin proclaimed loudly, the flames upon him seeming to blaze more fervently in tandem with his spirited resolve. Tuobayan calmly analyzed, "We need to organize our appearance order judiciously based on our opponent's circumstances." Yilingling softly interjected, "I will support everyone from the rear, ever ready to heal any injured teammates." They began to delve deeply into an analysis of potential adversaries, earnestly discussing the order of appearance. Xiyue, with her formidable offensive prowess and astonishing speed, was unanimously regarded as an excellent candidate to take the lead. Pollyanna's enchanting powers often yielded unexpected results at critical moments, placing her prominently in the lineup. Yan's destructive capabilities would serve as a decisive trump card in the latter stages. Yilingling remained ever prepared to employ her healing soul technique the moment a teammate was injured. During the tense preparations, they continually encouraged one another, reminding each other of crucial details for the competition. Qian Rengshu and Qian Xiao also offered their final guidance and encouragement from the sidelines. Finally, the clarion call of the competition resounded. Xiyue strode confidently onto the stage, tightly gripping the moonblade, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. He understood that this confrontation was not solely for his own glory, but for the honor of the entire team. With his formidable strength, he aimed to secure a promising start for their collective victory. Behind him, Pollyanna, Yin, Tuobayan, and Yilingling watched intently, their hearts filled with anticipation and confidence. They understood that regardless of the challenges ahead, they would stand united, fiercely striving for the glory of the championship. Xiyue stood on the arena, facing a formidable team from the Star Luo Empire. At the referee's command, the curtain of battle was instantly drawn. With unwavering resolve, Xiyue exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. Unfazed by his first opponent, he swiftly unleashed a ferocious assault. The moon blade in his hand sliced through the air with a fierce grace, each strike imbued with potent soul power. Though his opponent was indeed formidable, they gradually succumbed to Xiyue's tempestuous onslaught. After several exchanges, Xiyue astutely identified a flaw in his adversary, delivering a decisive blow. Then, the second opponent ascended to the stage. The malevolent Yu showed no signs of respite, continuing to unleash a torrent of attacks upon his adversaries with the ferocity of a tempest. His speed was akin to lightning, leaving onlookers in a daze. Opponents, overwhelmed by his relentless onslaught, quickly succumbed to defeat. Thus, through sheer might and indomitable spirit, Yu carved his path to victory, vanquishing foes one after another. His strikes grew increasingly incisive, and his mastery over soul power became more adept and fluid. Despite the valiant resistance of the Star Luo Empire's team, they could not impede Yu's resolute advance. One by one, adversaries fell beneath the edge of Yu's moonblade, until the seventh challenger took the stage. At that moment, Yu's aura had reached its zenith. His gaze was piercing, unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent. In this final bout, he showed no signs of relaxation, pouring forth every ounce of his strength. After a fierce clash, Yu triumphed once more, successfully defeating 7 challengers in succession. Below the arena, Hu Laina, Yin, Toba-Yun, and Yu Lingling were beside themselves with excitement, cheering for Yu's spectacular performance. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Standing atop the arena, Yu wore a confident smile, having drawn ever closer to the coveted throne of champions. In a corner of the spectator area, Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiao exchanged knowing smiles of satisfaction, aware that Yu and his companions' hard work and dedication had finally borne fruit. Ahead lay new challenges, and they would continue to fight for the ultimate glory of victory. Chapter 121. Despair. When the day of the finals finally arrived, the entire arena was enveloped in a palpable tension and fervor. Yu, Hu Laina, Yin, Toba-Yun, and Yu Lingling stood quietly in the contestants' area, their eyes resolutely fixed on the center of the arena. Beside them, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue appeared relaxed. All were acutely aware that today they would face one of the most formidable opponents on the Douluo continent, the Shrek team. As the members of the Shrek team entered sequentially, they radiated an aura of immense confidence and extraordinary prowess. The gazes of both teams met in the air, reminiscent of countless brilliant sparks colliding fiercely. The audience's cheers rose and fell in waves, eagerly anticipating this climactic confrontation. The referee strode onto the arena, his demeanor solemn as he announced the rules of the match. This final battle would be conducted in a team format, with both sides engaging in intense competition within a designated arena. Victory would hinge on which team could eliminate all members of the opposing side or incapacitate them within the allotted time. In the finals arena, the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed to freeze the very air. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue led Yu, Hu Laina, Yin, Toba-Yun, and Yu Lingling, all maintaining a relaxed demeanor as they gazed across at the illustrious Shrek team. The Shrek 7 monsters were already renowned across the Douluo continent, having triumphed through unique tactics and formidable strength, captivating the attention of all. The Shrek 7 monsters took their positions, with Tang San firmly at the core of the formation, his expression calm and resolute. His blue-silver grass swayed slightly, as if acutely attuned to everything around him. Daimyo Bai's towering figure exuded an aura of dominance, his white tiger martial soul poised for action. Xiaowu moved with the grace of a swallow, her agile eyes revealing both determination and resolve. Zhu Zhiqing, akin to a phantom of the dark night, exuded an ethereal chill that enveloped the surroundings. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun stood poised, their collaboration seamless, reminiscent of a singular, formidable entity. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Without hesitation, Qian Xiao unleashed his sixth soul skill, the Emperor's Guardian. A radiant shield instantly enveloping Xieyu, Hu Laina, Yin, Toba-Yun, Yu Lingling, and Qian Rinxue. It was as if an impenetrable armor had been donned upon them. The Shrek 7 monsters, upon witnessing this, promptly launched their counterattack. Tang San initiated with blue-silver prison, an abundance of blue-silver grasses surged forth from the ground, rapidly ensnaring Qian Xiao and his companions. However, upon contact with the luminous barrier, they were violently repelled, unable to penetrate its defenses. Daimyo Bai then executed the White Tiger's radiant wave. A powerful energy force surged forward, yet it merely caused the light to flicker momentarily. Xiaowu employed the explosive 8 strikes, darting towards her opponents like a bolt of lightning, only to be rebuffed by a formidable force as she neared the glow. Zhu Zhiqing attempted to breach from multiple angles using her phantom shadow clone, but her efforts proved futile. Oscar conjured an array of sausages to bolster his teammates. Yet even he found himself at a loss against Qian Zhao's sixth soul skill. Ning Rongrong exerted her utmost strength to activate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Amplifying her ally's soul power, Yet the Shrek 7 monster's assaults remained ineffectual against the protective barrier. Ma Hongjun unleashed the phoenix, crying to the heavens. A torrent of blazing flames surged forth, yet it too could only burn outside the radiant shield, failing to harm those within. Subsequently, Daimubai and Zhu Qing joined forces to execute their martial soul fusion technique. With a mere glance from Qian Shao, Xiaoyu and Hu Laina understood and initiated their own martial soul fusion technique. As the crimson mist dissipated, it revealed Daimubai and Zhu Qing, pale and collapsed on the ground, clearly having sustained severe injuries from the recent fierce clash. Their martial soul fusion had been forcibly disrupted, rendering them incapable of further combat. The referee swiftly declared Daimubai and Zhu Qing eliminated from the match. A momentary silence enveloped the Shrek team. They had not anticipated their opponent's overwhelming strength, capable of dismantling their powerful assault in such a brief interval. Meanwhile, Qian Shao and his compatriots felt their morale surge, acutely aware that the scales of victory were tilting in their favor. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Following the elimination of Daimubai and Zhu Qing, the remaining 5 members of the Shrek team did not falter. Rather, they ignited a more formidable fighting spirit. Led by Tang San, they swiftly initiated their 5-man fusion technique. In an instant, a radiant glow illuminated the arena, summoning the true form of the Haotian. A massive silhouette emanated an aura of authority and immense pressure, causing the entire arena to tremble. Upon witnessing the formidable counterattack from the Shrek 7 monsters, Qian Shao and his companions' expressions grew solemn. However, they remained composed. With unwavering determination, Qian Shao fixed his gaze upon Qian Renxue and subtly nodded. Understanding his intent, Qian Renxue immediately unleashed her 5th soul skill, Angelic Judgment. A longsword forged from sacred flames materialized once more, radiating an aura capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth as it sliced towards the true form of Haotian. Concurrently, Tuoba Yun promptly augmented Qian Renxue's power with his 3rd soul skill, Attack Amplification. The radiance enveloping Qian Renxue intensified, elevating the might of her angelic martial soul to its zenith. The clash between Haotian's true form and angelic judgment reverberated through the air, producing a thunderous sound. The overwhelming energy waves radiated outward, capturing the audience's attention as they anxiously observed this fierce confrontation. The forces of both sides were evenly matched, rendering it difficult to discern a victor. Tang San gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to manipulate Haotian's true form in search of an opportunity for breakthrough. Qian Renxue, undeterred, continuously amplified her soul power to sustain the potency of angelic judgment. On the sidelines, Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, and others closely monitored the battle, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and their companions steadfastly offered ongoing support to the Shrek 7 monsters. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Observing the stalemate between Haotian's true form and angelic judgment, Tang San resolutely decided to alter his strategy. With a focused gaze, he executed the chaotic cloak hammer technique. With each strike, immense power and momentum surged forth, each blow surpassing the last in strength. Qian Renxue felt the immense pressure brought on by Tang San's chaos wind hammer technique, and resisting it became increasingly arduous. Her brows furrowed tightly, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. However, as the inheritor of the angel goddess legacy, she would not concede easily. In a pivotal moment, Qian Renxue resolved to stake everything and unleashed her 6th soul skill. A pure radiance erupted instantaneously, and a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, directly interrupting the fusion technique of the Shrek 7 devils. Oscar, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong were instantly gravely injured, their faces ashen and their bodies swaying precariously. The fusion technique was thus dismantled. Tang San's heart tightened as he gazed upon his wounded comrades, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. Upon witnessing the sudden reversal of the situation, Qian Shao and his companions were filled with immense joy. Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, and others also breathed a sigh of relief, aware that victory in this battle was nearly within their grasp. However, Tang San did not relent. Grasping the Haotian hammer tightly, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes. He thought to himself, "You dare to harm my Xiaowu? You have chosen the path to your demise." As Qian Renxue beheld Tang San ensnared in a predicament of utter isolation, she unrelentingly continued her assault. Her figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, radiating a divine luminescence and formidable pressure as she advanced upon Tang San. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's approach, Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he resolutely activated his external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. In an instant, The resplendent 8 spider lances extended from his back, emanating a mysterious and potent aura. The lances shimmered with brilliance, their sharp points seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Qian Rinxue, undaunted, wielded a long sword forged from sacred flames, striking fiercely at the 8 spider spear time and again. Each collision unleashed a potent wave of energy. Though the 8 spider spear was resilient, it began to show fractures under Qian Rinxue's formidable onslaught. Tang San gritted his teeth, striving to maneuver the 8 spider spear for both defense and counterattack. However, Qian Rinxue's assaults came like a tempest, causing the fractures on the spear to multiply. Ultimately, with a decisive slash, Qian Rinxue shattered the spear beyond endurance. Fragments scattered across the ground, and Tang San suffered a violent backlash, spitting blood. Yet, he remained steadfast, his gaze filled with indomitable spirit. The atmosphere in the arena reached an apex of tension. In the face of despair, Tang San unleashed the bat wing reincarnation. As the shattered fragments of his external soulbone soared towards Qian Rinxue like meteors, imbued with piercing momentum and resolute power. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Rinxue promptly activated her second soul skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian. A shield, imbued with a resplendent holy light, slowly enveloped Qian Rinxue, resembling an indomitable bastion. Simultaneously, Tuoba Yun skillfully employed his fourth soul skill, Shield Enhancement, to further bolster Qian Rinxue's defenses. The brilliance of the shield intensified, elevating its protective power to unprecedented heights. Fragments of the bat wing reincarnation struck the shield like a torrential downpour, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Yet, under the dual fortification of Sacred Radiance Guardian and Shield Enhancement, Qian Rinxue remained utterly unscathed. Tang San, observing that his all-or-nothing assault had failed to inflict any harm upon Qian Rinxue, was engulfed by a wave of despair. Qian Rinxue gazed at Tang San's expression of despair, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips, revealing a hint of derision. Coldly, she declared, "Tang San, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Look at your current state, so disheveled, so utterly defenseless. Your companions have all fallen. How much longer can you endure? Surrender." Her words cut through Tang San's heart like sharp blades. Qian Rinxue continued, "Your so-called persistence, your so-called glory are nothing but a farce in my presence. Do you think your meager strength can alter the outcome? Today, I shall ensure you comprehend what true power entails." On the arena, Qian Rinxue's gaze was devoid of warmth as she unhesitatingly unleashed her first soul skill. A divine radiance coalesced into a formidable force, striking towards Tang San like a bolt of lightning. Already in a dire predicament, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, the blow rendering him barely conscious, devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, a flicker of defiance remained in Tang San's eyes. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly, and her 6 teammates exchanged glances, disregarding the rules and decorum of the competition. They surged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon Tang San. His heart brimmed with anger and resentment, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Under the brutal onslaught, his fury surged, and his resolve shattered. The unwavering belief he once held seemed to crumble at that moment, ultimately leading to his collapse under the immense burden. The referee, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of reluctance, yet the competition must yield a conclusion. With a heavy heart, he raised the flag in his hand, declaring the victory of Qian Rinxue and her team in this final match. The jubilant cheers of Qian Rinxue and her companions echoed in the air, their hearts alight with the thrill of a hard-won victory. Meanwhile, the members of the Shrek team could only watch in despair as Tang San endured such an unjust fate, their hearts heavy with sorrow and indignation. The audience surrounding the arena was equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Some celebrated the triumph of Qian Rinxue's team, while others expressed regret for the plight of the Shrek team. Thus, the finals concluded in an utterly unexpected manner. Chapter 122. Seeds. At the moment the referee declared Qian Rinxue's team the victors, a tumult of complex emotions surged within the hearts of the Shrek team. Oscar bit his lip fiercely, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination and anger. The countenance that usually bore a hint of jest was now marked by solemnity and resolve. He gazed at the unconscious Tang San, his heart tumultuous with anguish, recalling how his sausages had failed to make a significant impact during the battle. The very creations meant to bolster his teammates now felt utterly impotent against the formidable defenses of their adversaries. He silently vowed, "The disgrace of this day shall not be forgotten. I, Oscar, shall train with unparalleled diligence, enhancing my soul power and developing more potent and formidable sausage skills. In the next battle, my sausages shall become the sharpest weapons for my comrades." ensuring that today's humiliation is thoroughly avenged. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her usually proud gaze now filled with pain and determination. Her flowing hair danced gently, as if echoing the turmoil within her heart. She understood all too well that her Seven Treasures glazed tower had failed to provide her teammates with the robust support they needed in this fight. Deep within, she vowed, "Our Shrek team cannot falter here. We must rise anew. I shall double my efforts in training, ensuring my support abilities become an unwavering pillar for my companions. I will let the radiance of the Seven Treasures glazed tower illuminate our path to vengeance." Dai Mubai lay nearby, his imposing presence somewhat diminished by his injuries. Yet the fierceness in his eyes remained undiminished. Though his robust form appeared weakened, his fighting spirit blazed like an unquenchable fire. He clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging with intensity. He silently swore to recover swiftly and train with renewed fervor. Reflecting on how his white tiger martial spirit had not unleashed its full potential during the battle, a sense of frustration welled within him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, today's defeat shall be avenged in due course. I, Dai Mubai, shall not allow such a situation to recur. I will ensure my white tiger martial spirit once again reigns supreme across the Douluo continent. Zhu Zhuqing's serene visage bore a newfound determination. Her ethereal presence stood resolute, exuding an air of defiance. Witnessing the plight of her comrades ignited a fierce flame of anger within her. She resolved to transcend her limits through rigorous training, elevating her speed and offensive prowess to new heights. The steadfast light in her expressive eyes seemed to proclaim to the world that Zhu Zhuqing would never yield easily. She whispered to herself, "We shall return in a stronger guise." Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened, his fist clenched tightly, and a fierce blaze of anger surged within him. His chubby frame trembled slightly, fueled by rage. He despised himself for failing to unleash greater power at a critical moment, which led to his companions enduring such heavy blows. He silently vowed to strengthen himself, declaring that in the next battle, he would ensure they paid a bitter price for their actions today. He would make his phoenix martial soul burn even more fervently, illuminating the path to their victory. Tears welled in Xiaowu's eyes, her delicate and charming visage now etched with pain and fury. Her long hair danced in the wind, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Gazing at Tang San's battered form filled her with sorrow and wrath. A resolute light flickered in her eyes as she vowed to train harder, to enhance her strength, and to avenge Tang San. She cried out within her heart, "You shall wait, for our Shrek team will rise again, and you will deeply regret your actions today." Meanwhile, Tang San, engulfed in unconsciousness, felt his consciousness submerged in an endless abyss of darkness. His soul writhed in agony, haunted by the pains of failure. As if countless sharp thorns pierced his heart, he recalled his helplessness in battle, the countless attacks effortlessly countered by Qian Renxue and others, filling him with resentment and fury. He seemed to see the shadowy figures of his injured companions flickering in the darkness, a burden of responsibility he had failed to protect. In that darkness, a black flame ignited within Tang San, a manifestation of his anger and determination. He roared internally, "I, Tang San, shall not allow such failure to recur. I will grow stronger, powerful enough to instill fear in all. Those who have harmed us will pay 1,000-fold for their transgressions. This darkness shall not consume me. Instead, it will become the source of my resurgence. I will emerge from this abyss, fueled by unending wrath and strength, ensuring that the entire Douluo continent knows the vengeance of the Shrek team is unstoppable." The members of the Shrek team, despite experiencing unprecedented setbacks in this painful defeat, did not crumble. On the contrary, their fighting spirit surged even more fervently, resolved to train diligently in the days to come, fully committed to enhancing their strength, quietly awaiting the arrival of their day of vengeance. Chapter 123, Graduation. Amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers, Qian Xiao, Qian Renxue, Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Tuoba Yun, and Yu Lingling returned triumphantly, laden with the glory of victory, to the academy they held dear in their hearts. The moment their figures crossed the threshold of the academy gates, a fervor ignited among the faculty and students, erupting into an overwhelming wave of excitement. Colorful banners fluttered joyfully in the wind, and the cheers surged like roaring ocean waves, each wave louder than the last. The roads of the academy were lined with enthusiastic students and teachers, their faces radiant with exhilaration and joy, welcoming these heroes home with the warmest applause and exuberant cheers. With proud smiles adorning their faces, Qian Xiao and her companions strode forward with heads held high, savoring the hard-won glory and joy of the moment. The esteemed dean of the academy, a figure of great respect, emerged from his office to greet them at the entrance. His face radiated satisfaction and pride, a genuine delight at witnessing the remarkable achievements of his students. Approaching with steady strides, he extended his hand to each individual, and with every handshake, a palpable energy seemed to transfer, a commendation and encouragement for their efforts. "You have brought unparalleled honor to our academy. You are its pride," the dean proclaimed, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor with its solemnity. Subsequently, a grand and ceremonious celebration was held at the academy. The venue was adorned exquisitely, with flowers and ribbons intertwined to create a festive atmosphere. Faculty and students gathered together to witness this moment of honor. During the ceremony, the dean stood gravely upon the stage, his gaze sweeping over Qian Shao and her peers before he solemnly declared, "You have demonstrated exceptional prowess and indomitable spirit in this final competition. You possess the capability to venture into a broader world. Today, on behalf of the academy, I hereby announce the graduation of Qian Shao, Qian Renxue, Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Tuobayun, and Yilingling. May you continue to shine brilliantly on your future paths, bringing greater glory to our world." The dean's voice reverberated across the plaza, lingering in the air like the deep toll of a bell, resonating within the hearts of all present. Qian Shao and his companions stood upon the stage, their hearts brimming with emotion. Their gaze slowly swept across the teachers and classmates below, revealing profound affection and reluctance in their eyes. They reminisced about their time at the academy, the arduous days of training flashing before their minds like scenes from a film. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the training grounds as they poured their sweat into enhancing their skills. Amidst fierce competition, they faced formidable foes with unwavering courage, striving valiantly for the glory that resided in their hearts, and the deep friendships forged during challenging times, as they supported one another and advanced together. These memories had become the most treasured wealth of their lives. They understood that graduation was not an end, but rather a new beginning. With the academy's hopes and blessings, they would embark on a new journey, pursuing loftier goals and grander dreams. After the celebration ceremony concluded, Qian Shao, Qian Renxue, Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Tuobayun, and Yilingling stood in the academy square, surrounded by teachers and classmates. The square was enveloped in an atmosphere of both excitement and melancholy. Everyone was aware that a farewell was imminent, their hearts filled with reluctance. A younger student, his eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed intently at Qian Shao and his companions as if they were his idols. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Seniors, you are incredible. We have watched your competitions. You are our role models. We will strive to follow in your footsteps." Qian Shao responded with a smile, "Work hard, junior. You too will achieve great success. As long as you persevere, nothing is impossible." The junior nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with resolute belief. Nearby, a female junior, her eyes glistening with tears, looked at Hulaina and the others, her voice trembling with emotion. "Seniors, are you really leaving? I will miss you all so much. What will we do without seeing you in the academy?" Hulaina gently patted the junior's head, softly reassuring her, "Do not be sad. We will continue to strive outside. You must also keep pushing forward. Believe in yourselves. You will undoubtedly become even more exceptional." The junior bit her lip tightly, fighting back the tears. A classmate, who shared a close bond with them, stepped forward, his face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. He gazed at Xieyu and the others, slowly saying, "I never expected the time for parting would come so swiftly. We studied, trained, and played together. Those days feel as if they are still before us. I wonder when we will meet again." Xieyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, we will return to visit everyone. Our friendship will never wane. No matter where we go, we will always remember our days at the academy and cherish our bonds." The classmate's eyes shimmered with tears as he clasped Xieyu's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. A teacher approached, his eyes filled with pride and sorrow. This educator had once guided Qian Renxue and the others, and witnessing their current achievements filled him with immense pride. He gazed at Qian Renxue and remarked, "You are the pride of the academy. As you step into the world, continue to strive and fight for your dreams. Never forget the nurturing you have received from the academy, nor the original intentions that brought you here." Qian Renxue nodded solemnly and replied, "Teacher, we will. Your teachings will forever remain etched in our hearts. We shall carry your expectations and forge ahead on our future paths." A look of satisfaction graced the teacher's face as he gently patted Qian Renxue's shoulder. Yin addressed his companions, those with whom he had trained, saying, "Brothers, we are departing. You must not grow complacent. When we return, I hope to see you all stronger." We will also strive to enhance ourselves, ensuring we do not disappoint you. The companions nodded in unison, affirming, "Rest assured, we will work hard. We shall use you as our inspiration to continually surpass ourselves." A resolute light sparkled in Yan's eyes, for he believed these friends would surely achieve greater success in the future. Tuoba Yun expressed his gratitude to a teacher who had guided him, saying, "Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Without you, I would not have attained my present accomplishments. Your teachings will remain in my heart, and I will continue to strive to meet your expectations in the days to come." The teacher smiled and replied, "These are the fruits of your own efforts. Once you step outside, make full use of your talents. I believe you will achieve even greater success." Gratitude filled Tuoba Yun's eyes as he deeply bowed to the teacher. Yi Lingling surveyed her classmates, her gaze imbued with warmth and concern. She softly spoke, "Everyone must take care of yourselves. I hope we all shine brightly on our respective paths. No matter the challenges we face, we must confront them with courage and never surrender." The classmates responded in unison. "Sister Yi, you must take care of yourself too. We will miss you." A warm smile illuminated Yi Lingling's face, knowing her classmates would strive to grow in the days ahead. The 7 of them embraced their teachers and classmates in farewell, tears shimmering in their eyes. Each embrace was laden with profound emotion, and every blessing was imbued with hope for the future. In that moment, they were no longer heroes of the battlefield, but a group of students on the cusp of departure, filled with affection and reluctance for the academy, their teachers, and their peers. Ultimately, they shouldered their burdens and slowly turned towards the academy's gates. Their figures, illuminated by the fading light of the setting sun, grew distant, appearing both resolute and solitary. Meanwhile, the cheers and blessings from within the academy lingered in the air, as if bidding them farewell and encouraging them to forge ahead with bravery. Chapter 124, The Promise at the Academy's Entrance. The hearts of all were enveloped in a tapestry of complex emotions. The golden sunlight cascaded upon them like a gentle veil, adorning them with a faint, luminous glow, yet it could not dispel the melancholy of impending separation. Xiaoyu slightly raised his head, the sunlight illuminating his resolute visage. His gaze was steadfast and fervent, as if a blazing flame danced within. "Beloved son and holy maiden, as we part ways today, the uncertainty of our next meeting lingers in the air, yet our ambition remains steadfast, to continuously fortify ourselves. Hulaina, Yan, and I have resolved to venture into the Death Canyon for our training. This realm, a true crucible of life and death, is precisely why it serves as an exceptional venue for our ascension. We shall courageously confront every challenge that awaits us, pushing the boundaries of our potential at the precipice of existence." Hulaina gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, her gaze revealing tenacity and determination. As Xiaoyu rightly stated, we cannot remain complacent. While the Death Canyon is fraught with peril, it is only through enduring the most harrowing trials that we can truly evolve. Beloved son and holy maiden, when we return, we shall undoubtedly command the respect and admiration of all. Yin clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms subtly taut, his voice resonating with fervor and resolve. "Indeed, Death Canyon, here we come. We shall carve out our own destiny there, allowing the world to witness our formidable strength." Qian Shao gazed at them, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. He stepped forward, gently patting the shoulders of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin in succession. "Excellent. You possess such courage and determination. I firmly believe you shall undergo a profound transformation within the Death Canyon. The challenges there are indeed formidable, yet they present a remarkable opportunity for your ascent. Remember, no matter the difficulties you encounter, you must persevere." Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, responding, "Rest assured, holy son, we shall not fail our mission. In the Death Canyon, we will exert ourselves to the utmost, continually challenging our limits." Hulaina affirmed resolutely, "We will strive to become stronger, and upon our return, we shall make everyone proud." Qian Renshue smiled gently and remarked, "Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, I am deeply impressed by your choices. May you navigate your trials smoothly and return safely." Yin grinned broadly and replied, "Rest assured, Saintus, we are not so easily vanquished. The Death Canyon awaits our conquest." Subsequently, Tuoba Yun stepped forward slowly, his expression slightly grave, yet his eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for the future. "Esteemed colleagues, I have resolved to return to the sect to continue my studies and cultivation. Within the sect lies a wealth of ancestral wisdom and secret techniques, which are invaluable resources for enhancing my strength. I must return to the sect to reflect deeply and absorb more knowledge and power." Qian Shao nodded, gazing at Tuoba Yun with understanding. "Tuoba Yun, Your choice is indeed commendable. The heritage of the sect will greatly aid your cultivation. I hope you achieve remarkable progress within the sect and continuously surpass yourself. Tuoba Yun replied resolutely, Indeed, I shall exert myself. In the sect, I will diligently practice and strive to meet everyone's expectations. Yilingling stood quietly to the side, her eyes reflecting a gentle affection. She softly remarked, I plan to return home to bid farewell to my grandfather before proceeding to Tuoba Yun's sect to study and cultivate alongside him. My grandfather is the person I hold dearest, and I wish to visit him before embarking on my journey of cultivation. Qian Ringshu gazed tenderly at Yilingling, as if she saw a reflection of her former self in her. Yilingling, your thoughts are truly commendable. Family will always be our most steadfast support. After visiting Grandpa, return and devote yourself to your cultivation. Yilingling nodded slightly and replied, Thank you for your concern, holy maiden. I will diligently pursue my training, and 3 years hence we shall meet again. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui exchanged a glance before addressing the crowd. We are preparing to traverse the continent for training, to challenge formidable opponents. 3 years hence, we shall reconvene at this very spot. Xiaoyu gazed at Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui, saying, Saint son, saint daughter. As you embark on your journey across the continent, you shall undoubtedly encounter numerous powerful adversaries. Yet, I am confident that with your strength, you will triumph over them. Hulaina added, Indeed, exercise caution. I eagerly await the sight of your enhanced selves in 3 years' time. Yin waved his hand and proclaimed loudly, Haha, by then we shall all become exceptionally formidable, making those who once underestimated us deeply regret their misjudgment. Qian Shao smiled and said, Very well, we must all strive. In 3 years, let us see who has made greater progress. Subsequently, the group embraced each other in farewell. Within those tight embraces lay the reminiscence of the past, the reluctance of the present, and the anticipation for the future. Their eyes shimmered with tears, yet those tears were predominantly filled with determination and resolve. Xiaoyu, Hulai Na, and Yin turned, resolutely making their way towards the Death Canyon. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared particularly steadfast, as if nothing could hinder their forward march. As they walked, Yin proclaimed, Brothers, the Death Canyon awaits our conquest. We must become stronger. Xiaoyu concurred, Indeed. We shall prove ourselves there. Hulai Na added, Let us strive together for our aspirations. Meanwhile, Tua Bayun hastened towards her sect, her figure swiftly vanishing into the distance, leaving behind only a vague outline. Yilingling cast a final glance at the group before embarking on her journey home. Her steps were light yet steady, her heart brimming with visions of the future. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui gazed at the receding figures, their hearts brimming with emotions. Qian Shao spoke softly, This farewell serves to pave the way for a more splendid reunion in the future. Shuer, it is time for us to embark on our journey. Let us first return to visit grandfather, and then set forth to explore the continent and confront those formidable adversaries. Qian Ringshu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she slightly raised her chin, radiating an enchanting confidence. Very well. Let us embark on a journey to encounter the myriad of heroes and champions across the continent, continually enhancing our own prowess. 3 years hence, we shall return to the academy to compete with them on equal footing. Qian Shao nodded and said, In the coming 3 years, we shall encounter numerous challenges. Yet I firmly believe that we will triumph over adversity and emerge stronger. Qian Rushui remarked, Indeed, we must not cower in the face of adversity. Only by perpetually challenging ourselves can we truly become formidable. After speaking, Qian Shao and Qian Rushui turned and departed, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 125, Angelic Divine Armor. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui walked side by side, gradually making their way toward the spirit hall under the radiant sunlight. The familiar outline of the architecture slowly came into view, yet their hearts were entwined with a complex and tumultuous array of emotions. On one hand, the warmth of impending reunion with loved ones surged within them. On the other hand, a sense of melancholy loomed due to the forthcoming farewell. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the spirit hall, the familiar solemn atmosphere washed over them like a tidal wave. Qian Daolia's tall and dignified figure stood quietly within the hall, akin to a stabilizing force, instilling a sense of calm and reassurance. Upon seeing Qian Shao and Qian Rinshui return, a look of gratification blossomed across Qian Daolia's face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, soothing the heart and dispelling the lingering shadows within them. You have returned, Qian Daolia's voice resonated with a steady strength, as if it could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. In this final competition, you have brought unparalleled glory to the Spirit Hall, and your grandfather could not be prouder of you. Qian Renshue swiftly stepped forward, gently grasping Qian Daolia's hand, her eyes brimming with warmth and reverence. Grandfather, seeing you in good health fills our hearts with immense joy. Qian Shao respectfully bowed and said, Grandfather, you have always been our exemplar. This victory is inseparable from your diligent guidance over the years. Qian Daolu nodded slightly, his gaze filled with affection. During this period spent outside, you have endured much hardship. Have you sustained any injuries? Are you adapting well to life? Qian Renshue replied with a smile, Grandfather, we are all doing well. Although the competition was arduous, we have gained a wealth of invaluable experience. Qian Daolu gently patted Qian Renshue's hand and then turned his gaze towards Qian Shao. You have all grown up and become increasingly remarkable. Grandfather feels a profound sense of contentment. Qian Shao earnestly remarked, Grandfather, we shall persist in our endeavors and will never betray your expectations. After exchanging words of concern and care, Qian Renshue and Qian Shao exchanged a glance. Qian Renshue slightly pressed her lips together and spoke, Grandfather, there is something we wish to discuss with you. Qian Daolu gazed at them, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. What is the matter? Qian Shao took a deep breath and solemnly declared, Grandfather, we have resolved to traverse the continent and confront formidable opponents. We do not wish to remain complacent. Rather, we yearn to continuously enhance our abilities through practical experience. Qian Daolu paused for a moment, then fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he spoke slowly. To traverse the continent and challenge formidable adversaries is indeed a daring choice. However, you must understand that the world beyond is fraught with peril. Qian Renshue resolutely declared, Grandfather, we fear not the perils that lie ahead. We are acutely aware that it is only through facing genuine challenges that we can emerge ever more formidable. Qian Daolu gazed into their resolute eyes, feeling a mix of pride and reluctance within his heart. Your courage and determination bring me great comfort, but you must exercise utmost caution. Qian Shao said, Grandfather, rest assured, we shall take good care of ourselves. Through our experiences, we will continually grow and strive to live up to your expectations. Qian Daolu sighed and said, I understand that you have grown up, harboring your own thoughts and aspirations. Though I feel reluctant, as your grandfather, I must support your endeavors. Tears glistened in Qian Rushue's eyes as she spoke. Grandfather, we shall miss you. When we become stronger, we will undoubtedly return to be by your side. Qian Daolu gently patted Qian Renshue's hand and said, Good child, your grandfather awaits your return. While you are out there, be sure to look after one another and never succumb to despair in the face of adversity. Qian Shao nodded and said, Grandfather, we shall remember. Please take care of your health until our return. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue stood quietly before Qian Daolu, acutely aware of the reluctance reflected in his gaze. After a moment of silence, Qian Daolu slowly spoke, Shuer, as the inheritor of the angel martial soul, your grandfather has something to bestow upon you. Qian Renshue was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes. Qian Daolu turned and strode deeper into the hall, and after a brief moment, he emerged, cradling an exquisite box in his hands. Qian Daolu gently opened the box, and an ethereal radiance immediately emanated forth. Within the box lay a set of soul bones. Exuding an aura of mystery, the angel set. Shuer, this is the angel set passed down through our family lineage. This collection of soul bones comprises 6 pieces, each possessing formidable power. The head soul bone enhances your abilities in all aspects. The left arm, left leg, and right leg soul bone significantly augment your strength, while the torso soul bone bestows upon you the extraordinary ability of disguise. Upon your successful completion of the 9 trials of the angel, this angel set will evolve into the divine angel armor, at which point your prowess will experience a remarkable enhancement. Qian Daoliu's voice resonated with solemnity and anticipation. In Qian Renshue's eyes sparkled a fervent light of excitement as she gently extended her hand, tenderly caressing the fragments of soul bones. Grandfather, I shall not betray your expectations. I will strive to become stronger. Qian Daolu nodded slightly and said, Shuer, as you and Qian Shao embark on your journey across the continent, you shall undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges and obstacles. Remember, regardless of the circumstances you face, maintain unwavering faith and forge ahead with courage. Qian Shao gazed at the angelic ensemble, her heart brimming with emotion. Grandfather, we shall certainly safeguard Shuer and flourish together through our trials. Qian Daolu gazed at them, his eyes brimming with trust. Shuer, absorb the soul bone first, and then depart, allowing your grandfather a little more time to behold you. Qian Rengsha solemnly accepted the angel set and sought a tranquil spot to commence the absorption of the soul bones. A radiant light enveloped her, and a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from her being. Before long, the brilliance gradually receded, signifying Qian Rengshu's successful assimilation of the angel set. Her aura now more steadfast and formidable. Qian Renshue and Qian Shao once again stood before Qian Douluo, whose eyes shimmered with a blend of pride and reluctance. They bowed deeply to him and resolutely turned away, stepping through the grand doors of the Spirit Hall, embarking on a journey across the continent fraught with challenges. Chapter 126. Arrangements. Shortly after Qian Shao and Qian Renshue had crossed the threshold of the Spirit Hall, the air lingered with the faint traces of their departure. At that moment, the figures of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo emerged like two enigmatic shadows, manifesting silently yet exuding an indescribable gravity and solemnity. The chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo stood before Qian Douluo, their expressions imbued with utmost seriousness. They bowed slightly, resembling fiercely loyal sentinels, respectfully awaiting their master's command. Sunlight streamed through the towering windows of the Spirit Hall, cascading over them, yet failing to dispel the profound aura of solemnity that enveloped them. Breaking the silence, the chrysanthemum Douluo spoke with a steady and respectful tone. "Great Elder, with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter venturing forth on their journey, should we continue to provide our clandestine protection?" A flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes. For the safety of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter was of paramount importance to the Spirit Hall, directly influencing its future trajectory. Qian Douluo slightly narrowed his eyes, plunging into a moment of profound contemplation. His gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space. Perceiving the myriad dangers that Qian Shao and Qian Renshue might encounter outside, while simultaneously glimpsing the boundless potential that awaited them in the future. After a considerable pause, he spoke with an unwavering conviction. "Shuai and Shao represent the very hope for the rise of the Spirit Hall. We must not allow any unforeseen incidents to occur. You must exert every effort to safeguard them, without a trace of negligence." His words resonated with authority and earnest expectation, as he fully comprehended the immense significance these two young individuals held for the Spirit Hall. However, Qian Douluo paused momentarily before continuing. "Yet, it is imperative that we do not excessively interfere with their journey of cultivation. They must grow through real combat and break through their limits amidst challenges. Only in moments of life and death should we extend our assistance." A glimmer of wisdom shone in Qian Douluo's eyes, as he recognized that overprotection could very well rob them of invaluable opportunities for growth. The ghost Douluo solemnly nodded in response. "Understood, Grand Priest. We shall exert our utmost to ensure the absolute safety of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden." His voice was deep and resonant, filled with steadfast determination. Fully aware of the weighty responsibility resting on his shoulders, resolute in his commitment to prevent any misfortune from befalling the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Qian Douluo's thoughts once again drifted towards Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. A slight furrow in his brow revealed a flicker of concern in his gaze. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin had ventured into the Death Canyon for training, a locale fraught with peril. Qian Douluo's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the Death Canyon, a veritable realm of life and death, teeming with ceaseless challenges and dangers. "You must swiftly command the deployment of 2 Soul Douluo elders to safeguard them," Qian Douluo asserted decisively. "They represent the future of the Spirit Hall and must not encounter any misfortune." His tone was resolute, for he understood the immense potential harbored within these 3 individuals, who would undoubtedly become the bedrock of the Spirit Hall in the future. Zhu Douluo immediately replied, "Rest assured, Grand Priest, we shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith." A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhu Douluo's eyes, for he recognized the urgency of the situation and the need to expedite their protective measures. Qian Douluo continued. "Tuo Yun has returned to the sect, and for the time being, there should be no danger. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. As for Yi Lingling, let us dispatch a Soul Douluo to safeguard her. We must ensure her safety. Yet, in the absence of any life-threatening peril, we must refrain from intervening. They will undoubtedly become formidable allies for Shuai and Shao in the future." Qian Douluo's considerations were exceptionally thorough. He profoundly understood the potential and worth of these young individuals. Their development would undoubtedly bring even greater strength to the Spirit Hall. The ghost Douluo responded. "The High Priest has considered everything meticulously. We shall make all necessary arrangements." His tone was imbued with deep admiration, reflecting his strong agreement with Qian Douluo's decisions. Subsequently, The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo accepted their orders and swiftly vanished down the corridors of the spirit hall. They were acutely aware of the significant responsibilities they bore and the urgent need to organize protective measures to ensure the safety and growth of this new generation. Chapter 127, The Kingdom of Tajik. Qianshao and Qian Ringshu embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Tajikistan. Along the way, the scenery was enchanting and picturesque, and both of their spirits were remarkably light and joyful. Qianshao gazed tenderly at Qian Ringshu beside him, his eyes filled with affection as he softly spoke. Schwer, do you understand? This journey with you by my side makes me feel like the happiest person in the world. Qian Rinshu's cheeks flushed with a captivating shade of crimson as she playfully chided. Xiao, you are always so adept at uttering sweet nothings. Qianshao gently took Qian Ringshu's delicate hand. Speaking with profound sincerity, these are not mere sweet words, but rather the innermost sentiments of my heart. Shuo, you are akin to a brilliant ray of light in my life, illuminating the path that lies ahead. A warm surge of emotion welled up within Qian Rinshue as she gazed into Qianzhao's eyes. Softly, she spoke, Xiao, I too feel immensely fortunate to have you by my side. In the days to come, we shall undoubtedly continue to walk hand in hand. Qianzhao nodded gently, a tender smile gracing her face as she spoke. Indeed, once we arrive in the Kingdom of Tajikistan, I shall undoubtedly take you to behold its most exquisite landscapes and savor its most delectable cuisine. In Qian Ringshu's eyes shimmered with a profound sense of yearning as she inquired. That sounds wonderful. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xiaogu, could you share what makes the Tajik kingdom so remarkable? Qianshao pondered for a moment and remarked, I have heard that it is a place brimming with exotic charm, adorned with ancient castles and a distinctive culture. We can embark on a journey together to explore those mysterious lands, creating beautiful memories that are uniquely ours. Qian Rinshue gently leaned against Qianzhao's shoulder and said with joy, as long as you are by my side, every place becomes the most beautiful scenery. Qianzhao gently caressed Qian Rinshue's hair and said, Schwer, you are truly the epitome of cuteness. I shall undoubtedly protect you with all my might, ensuring your eternal happiness and joy. Qian Rinshue lifted her head, gazing at Qianzhao, and resolutely declared, Xiao, I shall stand by your side unwaveringly, offering you my utmost support. Together, we shall grow stronger and strive tirelessly for the future of the Spirit Hall. Qianzhao tightly grasped Qian Ringshu's hand and solemnly declared, Indeed. Let us advance hand in hand. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that the future may hold, we shall face them together. Amidst this sweet exchange, the two continued their journey, steadily progressing towards the enchanting realm of the Tajik kingdom. Qianzhao and Qian Ringshu, brimming with anticipation, finally arrived at the enchanting kingdom of Tajikistan. The moment they set foot on this land, a wave of rich exoticism enveloped them. The ancient city walls gleamed under the sun, radiating the luster of years gone by, as if the weathered stones were recounting tales of yore. Above the walls, vibrant flags fluttered gracefully in the gentle breeze, as though warmly welcoming distant travelers. As they ventured into the kingdom's streets, the narrow, winding cobblestone paths stretched out in a harmonious array of directions. Flanking the streets were charmingly antiquated buildings, their wooden doors and windows adorned with intricate carvings, some depicting mysterious totems, others portraying vividly lifelike animals. The walls of these structures were painted in a dazzling array of hues, with reds, yellows, and blues intertwining to create a magnificent tapestry of color. Along the roadside, vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares. Handcrafted, exquisite trinkets sparkled in the sunlight, with silver necklaces and bracelets glistening brilliantly, their embedded gemstones radiating enchanting colors. An array of local delicacies wafted alluring aromas, captivating the senses. Qianzhao grasped Qian Ringshu's hand and paused before a quaint food stall. The proprietor, a jovial elderly man, warmly extolled the delights of his culinary creations. Qianzhao purchased a portion of the local delicacy for Qian Ringshu, who gently took a bite, and the sweet flavor blossomed in her mouth, eliciting a radiant smile of happiness upon her face. The streets were alive with people adorned in traditional attire, vibrant in color and distinctive in style. Women donned long skirts embellished with exquisite embroidery, their heads adorned with ornate headdresses, moving gracefully as they walked. The men, clad in loose-fitting robes cinched with colorful sashes, exuded an air of majesty and vigor. Qianzhao and Qian Ringshu gazed in admiration at these culturally rich garments, marveling at the unique heritage of the Tajik kingdom. At the heart of the kingdom stood a magnificent square, dominated by a colossal statue of a heroic figure from Tajik lore, sword in hand, gazing steadfastly into the distance. as if guarding this cherished land. Surrounding the square were ancient edifices, some palatial, others sacred temples. The palaces boasted a solemn architectural style, their golden roofs shimmering in the sunlight. From the temples arose melodious chimes, instantly calming the spirit and bringing tranquility to the soul. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu entered a temple, where a gentle fragrance permeated the air. The walls of the temple were adorned with exquisite murals that narrated the history and mythos of the Tajik kingdom. They quietly admired these artworks, immersing themselves in the profound cultural heritage of the realm. An elderly monk approached them, smiling as he shared the temple's rich history and cultural significance. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu listened attentively, their hearts brimming with reverence for this kingdom. Upon departing the temple, they arrived at the outskirts of the kingdom. There lay an expansive prairie, an endless sea of verdant grass interspersed with a riot of colorful blossoms. In the distance, a herd of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely, framed by a picturesque sky adorned with azure and white clouds, creating a beautiful pastoral tableau. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu reclined on the grassy expanse, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, relishing this serene and splendid moment. As night fell, the Tajik kingdom was transformed into a dreamlike spectacle illuminated by lights. Streets were adorned with vibrant lanterns, casting a warm glow across the entire city. People emerged from their homes to partake in various celebratory festivities. In the square, joyous revelers danced and sang, their merry melodies resonating in the night sky. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu were also captivated by the vibrant atmosphere, joining the throng in their dance. Hand in hand, they moved gracefully to the joyous melodies, their faces radiant with blissful smiles. Amidst this lively ambience, Qian Shao held Qian Rengshu's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tenderness and delight. Qian Shao softly remarked, "Shuer, this place is truly enchanting, akin to the realm of our dreams." Qian Rengshu smiled in response, "Indeed, Shao, everything here is so unique. It is truly wonderful that we can experience this together." After dancing with the crowd for a while, they retreated to a quiet corner to take a brief respite. Qian Shao gazed at Qian Rengshu and earnestly remarked, "Shuer, do you realize that wherever I go, as long as you are by my side, I feel an unparalleled sense of security?" In Qian Rengshu's eyes sparkled a light of profound emotion as she spoke. "Shao, I too. With your companionship, I fear nothing." Qian Shao gently draped an arm over Qian Rengshu's shoulder, gesturing towards the resplendent lights adorning the night sky. "Shuer," he said, "behold. The night of the Tajik kingdom resembles a magnificent tapestry, and you are the most exquisite scenery within this masterpiece." Qian Rengshu gently tapped Qian Zhao's chest and playfully chided, "You, once again, have begun to utter sweet nothings." Qian Shao smiled and said, "These are not mere sweet words. They are the sincerest expressions of my heart. Shuer, I hope we can continue like this, exploring the breathtaking beauty of the world together." Qian Rengshu leaned gently in Qian Zhao's embrace and softly said, "Shao, I share that sentiment. Together, we shall traverse every corner of the world, leaving our footprints behind." They quietly relished this exquisite moment, basking in each other's warmth. After a while, Qian Shao proposed, "Shuer, let us venture to explore that ancient castle tomorrow. I believe it holds countless stories awaiting our discovery." Qian Rengshu exclaimed with excitement, "That sounds wonderful. I am truly looking forward to it. Perhaps we may even uncover some enigmatic treasures." Qian Shao playfully rubbed Qian Rengshu's nose and smiled, saying, "You always think of treasures. However, with you by my side, even in the absence of riches, this journey is imbued with significance." Qian Rengshu embraced Qian Zhao's neck and said, "Shao, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Regardless of the challenges that the future may hold, we shall confront them together." Qian Shao nodded resolutely and declared, "Indeed, we shall never part ways." Chapter 128, The Kingdom of Tajikistan. The following day, warm sunlight cascaded gently over the vast expanse of the Kingdom of Tajikistan, resembling a golden veil. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu, filled with anticipation and longing, strode purposefully towards the ancient castle. The castle stood as a silent yet imposing guardian, having weathered the trials of time, quietly towering in its majesty. Upon the heavy and solemn gates of the castle, exquisite carvings appeared as enigmatic imprints left by the passage of time, silently narrating tales of past splendor and glory. Qian Shao tightly held Qian Rengshu's hand as they slowly stepped into the castle. Upon entering, a wave of ancient yet mysteriously alluring air enveloped them. The corridors within the castle were dim and elongated, with torches on the walls flickering softly, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, illuminating their path forward. They arrived at the castle's library, where numerous ancient historical tomes were meticulously arranged. Qian Shao cautiously picked up one of the volumes, gently turning the yellowed pages. And in an instant, A profound sense of history surged towards them like a tidal wave. Swear, look, these historical texts may hold the chronicles of the Tajik kingdom. And the history of the Tajik kingdom is intricately intertwined with the evolution of the Douluo continent. Throughout this lengthy historical river, the powers of soul masters and their martial souls have always played a vital role. Qian Xiao spoke softly. Qian Renxue picked up a book, her gaze absorbed in the words inscribed within, and she spoke softly. Xiao, there must be countless fascinating tales hidden within these pages. Throughout the extensive history of the Douluo continent, kingdoms and factions shimmer like brilliant stars, each illuminating the world with its unique brilliance. Soul masters, wielding their respective martial souls, inscribed their own legends upon this land fraught with challenges. They sat side by side in a corner of the library, quietly immersed in the historical texts. The records within recount the establishment of the Tajik kingdom, a narrative of a valiant nation that relentlessly fought for survival and glory amidst the tumultuous changes of the Douluo continent. In the early days of this realm, soul masters had just begun to rise, and the power of martial souls was gradually being recognized and valued. The ancestors of the Tajik kingdom, through their courage and wisdom, established their homeland in this challenging expanse. Among them were many soul masters endowed with formidable martial souls, who defended their kingdom with their might. The smoke of war has often lingered over this land. The fierce competition among various factions and the clash of martial souls left profound imprints in the annals of history. Within the chronicles of the Douluo continent, numerous large-scale wars unfolded as soul masters fought for their beliefs and interests. The Tajik kingdom was no exception, and during these conflicts, the powerful soul masters became the backbone of the realm. Some obliterated enemy defenses with their overwhelming offensive capabilities, while others protected the kingdom's citizens through their exceptional defensive skills. The Tajik kingdom has also experienced periods of prosperity, characterized by flourishing commerce and vibrant culture, a time when the kingdom was alive with vitality. Trade within the Douluo continent became increasingly frequent, and the Tajik kingdom, with its unique geographical position and abundant resources, emerged as one of the commercial hubs. The presence of soul masters further contributed to the kingdom's prosperity as they safeguarded caravans, ensuring the secure flow of trade. During this era, culture flourished immensely, with remarkable works emerging in the realms of art, literature, and music. Among these, legends and tales of soul masters became integral to the cultural fabric. However, as time progressed, the Tajik kingdom inevitably faced decline. External threats and internal discord rendered the kingdom's path arduous amidst adversity. Many kingdoms throughout the history of the Douluo continent have encountered similar fates. The rise and fall of the mighty, the inheritance and transformation of martial souls, all influence the destiny of a nation. While the power of soul masters is formidable, it cannot halt the relentless march of history. Qian Xiao gazed contemplatively at the records within the tome and remarked, Schwer. These historical accounts deepen our understanding of this kingdom and illuminate the fact that every nation on the Douluo continent experiences its own rise and fall. The lineage of martial souls, the emergence and demise of formidable individuals, all significantly influence the fate of a nation. As soul masters, who hold a unique position on the Douluo continent, their responsibilities extend beyond the mere pursuit of personal strength. They must strive diligently for the peace and stability of the continent. Qian Renxue, lost in thought, nodded contemplatively. Indeed, Xiao. We can glean insights from these historical accounts to devise a more sagacious blueprint for the future of the Spirit Hall. As a formidable force on the Douluo continent, the Spirit Hall bears the weighty responsibility of upholding the order of martial spirits and nurturing exceptional soul masters. We must draw upon history, continually fortifying the Spirit Hall to contribute to the peace and stability of the Douluo continent. Simultaneously, we must emphasize the inheritance and evolution of martial spirits, cultivating a greater number of powerful soul masters. As they perused the texts, they exchanged their reflections. In this ancient castle, time seemed to stand still, with only their soft murmurs and the gentle rustle of turning pages reverberating through the air. After a considerable duration, Qian Xiao set down her book and gazed tenderly at Qian Renxue. Schwer, these historical volumes have bestowed upon us abundant knowledge. We must carry this invaluable wisdom back to share with everyone at the Spirit Hall, enabling all to draw from history's wellspring of insight, and collectively strive for the advancement of the Spirit Hall. With a gentle smile, Qian Renxue remarked, Certainly, Xiao. This journey to the castle has been incredibly meaningful. It has allowed us to glimpse the past of the Douluo continent, reinforcing our resolve to strive for the future of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 129, The kingdom of Tajik as they slowly emerged from the ancient castle's library. Qian Zhao's gaze tenderly settled upon Qian Rinxue, her eyes brimming with anticipation and longing. The sunlight cascaded like golden threads, delicately enveloping them, as if bestowing upon them a resplendent veil. Qian Xiao slightly lifted the corners of her mouth and softly suggested, "Shuer, let us indulge in the local delicacies. I have heard that the cuisine of the kingdom of Tajik is uniquely exquisite, promising us an extraordinary experience." A radiant excitement illuminated Qian Rinxue's face, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, I can hardly wait to savor the culinary delights here," she exclaimed. The two of them strolled hand in hand along the streets of the Tajik kingdom. The shops lining the streets were a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, their signs glistening under the sun's warm embrace. The air was infused with the tantalizing aromas of various delicacies, wafting into their nostrils and awakening their appetites. Their first stop was a charming little eatery renowned for its grilled meat. Before they even approached, the rich scent of barbecued meat enveloped them. A massive grill stood at the entrance, flames dancing fiercely as succulent lamb skewers sizzled and released their savory juices. The grill master, clad in traditional attire, skillfully turned the skewers, occasionally sprinkling a medley of spices that released an enchanting fragrance under the heat. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue found a cozy spot to sit, and the proprietor greeted them warmly, his face aglow with genuine hospitality. "Dear guests, please indulge in our grilled meat, a true specialty of the Tajik kingdom," he beamed. Qian Xiao nodded, her eyes brimming with expectation. Before long, a plate of aromatic lamb skewers was presented before them. The skewers gleamed golden, the fat shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Qian Rinxue picked up a skewer and took a delicate bite. The tender, juicy lamb melted in her mouth, and the rich flavors instantly enveloped her palate. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and a look of surprise graced her features. "Xiao, this grilled meat is exquisite. The flavor is incredibly rich," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Qian Xiao smiled at her and took a skewer for herself. "Indeed, the grilled meat here is truly distinctive. The blend of spices is impeccable, enhancing the lamb's natural succulence while adding a delightful complexity that lingers on the taste buds." After relishing the grilled meat, they were drawn to a nearby pastry shop. The establishment was adorned with an array of exquisite pastries, some charmingly shaped like small animals, while others dazzled with vibrant colors, reminiscent of a magnificent tapestry. Qian Xiao meticulously selected a delightful pink pastry adorned with delicate blossoms for Qian Rinxue, which appeared irresistibly tempting. As Qian Rinxue took a bite, the sweetness unfurled in her mouth, the sugary flavor seemingly capable of melting her heart. "Xiao, this pastry is wonderfully sweet, yet not cloying," Qian Rinxue exclaimed with joy. Observing her expression, Qian Zhao's heart brimmed with delight. The pastries here are crafted from local specialty ingredients, each offering a unique texture. "We should purchase a few more to enjoy on our journey," he suggested. They continued to stroll down the street like two inquisitive children, occasionally drawn by the enticing aromas of various delicacies. Their wanderings led them to a small noodle shop, bustling with patrons and lively chatter. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue curiously entered, finding an empty table to settle down. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of soup noodles were served. The broth, rich and robust, presented a deep brown hue, exuding an inviting fragrance. The noodles were perfectly chewy, uniform in thickness, garnished with fresh vegetables and tender slices of meat. Qian Xiao savored a spoonful of the soup, marveling at its exquisite flavor, the richness dancing upon his palate. "Shuer, this noodle soup is quite remarkable. The broth is flavorful, and the noodles possess a delightful chew," he remarked. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the culinary offerings here are truly surprising. Each dish has its own distinctive taste. As they indulged in the local cuisine, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue engaged with the residents, learning about the culinary culture of the Tajik kingdom. An amiable elder seated beside them enthusiastically shared insights into Tajik culinary traditions. They discovered that the cuisine of the Tajik kingdom emphasizes the authentic flavors of the ingredients, with a keen ability to utilize the region's abundant produce to create delectable dishes. Moreover, Tajiks skillfully employ various spices to enhance the culinary experience. These spices not only enrich the flavors but also possess medicinal properties. As night gradually enveloped the Tajik kingdom, the streets remained vibrant and bustling. The glow of lights illuminated the throngs of people, teeming with the essence of life. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue found an outdoor restaurant to savor the enchanting evening. The establishment was adorned with warm lanterns, their gentle glow fostering a romantic ambience. They ordered an assortment of local specialties, including roasted chicken, grilled fish, and a vegetable salad. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table. The roasted chicken gleamed with a golden hue, its skin crispy and fragrant. The grilled fish was tender and succulent. Complemented by unique seasonings, the vegetable salad was fresh and crisp, adding a refreshing touch to their sumptuous dinner. As Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha savored delectable cuisine, they reveled in the enchanting beauty of the night. The streetlights twinkled like scattered stars, while the joyful laughter of people resonated in the air, suffusing it with warmth and happiness. Xiao, today has truly been delightful. We have indulged in so many exquisite dishes and gained insights into the culture of the Tajik kingdom. Qian Ringsha remarked, her eyes sparkling with contentment. Qian Xiao clasped Qian Ringsha's hand, expressing with heartfelt sincerity, your happiness is my happiness. In the future, we shall explore more places together and taste even more culinary delights. On this splendid evening, the love between Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha was akin to the sweet and joyous flavors of the Tajik kingdom's cuisine. Chapter 130. Boliri Province. After spending an unforgettable time in the exotic land of the Tajik kingdom, Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet they were filled with anticipation for their new journey as they resolutely embarked on the long road to Boliri Province of the Tiando Empire. In the early morning, gentle sunlight cascaded over the vast earth like a delicate veil, adding a warm and vibrant hue to their departure. Holding Qian Ringsha's hand tightly, they stood quietly at the gates of the Tajik kingdom, gazing back at the realm that had bestowed upon them countless cherished memories. In Qian Xiao's eyes, a blend of deep affection and dreams for the future shimmered as he softly stated, Shuer, the days spent in the Tajik kingdom are truly unforgettable. But a new journey awaits us ahead. Qian Ringsha nodded slightly, her gem-like eyes reflecting a deep nostalgia for the kingdom of Tajik. Indeed, Xiao, everything here is so delightful. The ancient castles, bustling streets, delectable cuisine, and warm-hearted people all tug at my heartstrings. Yet, I also eagerly anticipate the landscapes of Bolirihang province. It is said that there, mountains and waters coexist in breathtaking harmony. With simple yet hope-filled bundles upon their backs, they tread with resolute steps along the winding paths. A gentle breeze caresses their faces, bringing with it the refreshing essence of nature. Wildflowers sway gracefully by the roadside, as if bidding them farewell, their vibrant petals resembling tiny sprites dancing to the melody of life. As they venture further away, the distinctive silhouette of the kingdom of Tajik gradually fades from their sight, replaced by vast, boundless fields and undulating mountains. Golden waves of grain ripple in the breeze, akin to the earth's smile. The majestic mountains stand tall, resembling the backbone of the land. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha walk on, reveling in the picturesque scenery along the way, their spirits soaring with joy. They seem to merge with nature itself, savoring the tranquility and beauty of this land. After a while, they arrive at a serene little village. The villagers lead simple and peaceful lives, devoid of the clamor and splendor of the city, embodying authenticity and tranquility. Upon seeing the two unfamiliar travelers, the villagers greet them with friendly and warm smiles. A kind elderly woman warmly invites them into her home to rest, preparing for them some simple yet homely dishes accompanied by refreshing water. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha graciously accepted the elderly woman's invitation. Within the warmth of her abode, they experienced the kindness and warmth of humanity. Engaging in heartfelt conversation with the elder, they gleaned insights regarding the routes and considerations for their journey to the province of Palalai. With a gentle smile, the woman remarked, the province of Palalai is a breathtaking realm where mountains and rivers intertwine in a picturesque harmony, resembling a paradise on earth. You shall undoubtedly be enchanted by the beauty that awaits you. After a brief respite, Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha resumed their expedition, following the path indicated by the elderly woman, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the province of Palalai. With each step, it felt as though they drew ever closer to that enchanting destination. After days of arduous travel, they finally reached the outskirts of Palalai. From a distance, a magnificent vista unfolded before their eyes like a grand tapestry. The undulating emerald hills harmonized exquisitely with the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, as if nature had painted a masterpiece in the most exquisite hues. The crystal-clear streams flowed serenely, glistening in the sunlight like a shimmering river of stars. The air here was remarkably fresh, imbued with a subtle sweetness that captivated the senses. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringsha were profoundly captivated by the breathtaking scenery as they eagerly ventured into the province of Balalai. Strolling alongside the stream, they immersed themselves in the tranquility and splendor of nature. The trees lining the banks were lush and verdant, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, akin to a magnificent symphony performed by the natural world. Birds sang joyfully from the treetops, infusing this picturesque landscape with a sense of vitality and exuberance. They arrived at a majestic waterfall cascading from great heights, with droplets splattering like a myriad of pearls scattered upon the earth. Under the radiant sun, the waterfall created a beautiful rainbow, resembling an ethereal bridge connecting heaven and earth. Standing before the waterfall, Qianxiao and Qian Ringshu felt the refreshing mist enveloping them, their hearts filled with awe. They seemed to be transported into a fairy tale realm, surrounded by the wonders and beauty of nature. Xiao, this place is truly exquisite. It's as if we are gazing upon a natural masterpiece, Qian Ringshu exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with wonder and enchantment. Qianxiao nodded, her eyes filled with wonder. Indeed, Shuer, the scenery here is enchanting. We must fully appreciate the beauty that surrounds us. The mountains, the waters, and everything here are gifts from nature. They lingered for a moment by the waterfall, quietly admiring this masterpiece crafted by the natural world. Then, they continued to follow the stream. Along the way, they encountered numerous breathtaking sights. Blooming flowers, their vibrant hues reminiscent of the most exquisite pigments on an artist's palette. Peculiar rocks, each uniquely shaped, as if sculpted by nature itself. Ancient bridges, bearing the weight of time and witnessing the history of this land. Each vista captivated them, as though they had stepped into a dreamlike realm. As evening approached, the golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the earth, draping the world in a shimmering golden cloak. Qianxiao and Qianren Shui found a tranquil spot to camp. Qianxiao skillfully kindled a campfire, its warm flames dancing in the darkness, resembling a beacon of hope. Qianren Shui then unpacked the provisions they had acquired in the Tajik kingdom. They gathered around the fire, savoring their meal while gazing at the starry night sky. The stars twinkled above, as if recounting ancient tales. The resplendent night sky resembled a cosmic canvas, allowing them to feel the vastness and mystery of nature. Xiao, our journey has only just begun. There are countless more wonders awaiting us. Qianren Shui gazed at the stars, her heart brimming with anticipation. Qianxiao grasped Qianren Shui's hand and said with deep affection, "Yes, Shuer. Together, we shall traverse every enchanting place, leaving our footprints behind. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as we hold hands, we shall undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and behold even more splendid vistas." Chapter 131. The province of Palalai. After immersing themselves in the picturesque scenery of the province of Palalai for a while, Qianxiao and Qianren Shui never lost sight of another significant purpose of their journey, to explore the potential existence of mysterious relics. Shuer, do you remember the enigmatic relics we spoke of before? I believe it is time for us to commence our search for their traces. Excitement and anticipation sparkled in Qianxiao's eyes. Qianren Shui nodded slightly, her eyes ignited with an equally fervent desire for exploration. Indeed, Xiao. I have been pondering this as well. Perhaps we might truly uncover precious treasures or formidable soul master manuals. They commenced their inquiries amongst the local inhabitants regarding the enigmatic relics. After extensive questioning, they learned of a location deep within the Boliri province, a place referred to as the Mysterious Valley, where it was rumored that ancient ruins might be concealed. Qianxiao and Qian Ringshu promptly resolved to venture into the enigmatic valley. They progressed along a secluded path, meticulously observing their surroundings with each careful step. The surrounding mountains and forests were lush and vibrant, teeming with vitality yet concealing unknown perils. After traversing a distance, they arrived at the edge of a small stream. The water was crystal clear, flowing with a melodious sound. Qianxiao knelt down, gently touching the stream with his hand, savoring its refreshing coolness. Shuer, this stream is truly pristine. Perhaps it will guide us to the mysterious relics. Qianxiao remarked with a smile. Qianren Shui crouched down, gazing at the small fish darting through the stream, her heart brimming with tranquility. Let us hope so, Xiao. Yet, we must remain vigilant, for we may encounter various dangers along our journey. They continued their trek beside the babbling brook, and soon they stumbled upon some peculiar markings. These engravings, etched into the stones, appeared to be ancient symbols. Qianxiao meticulously examined the markings, endeavoring to decipher any clues. Shuer, observe these inscriptions. I believe they may indicate the direction towards a mysterious relic, Qianxiao exclaimed with excitement. Qian Rushui gazed intently at the markings, pondering their significance. It seems plausible. Let us follow these signs and see if we can uncover the entrance to the ruins. They advanced in the direction indicated by the markings, encountering numerous challenges along the way. At times, they faced steep slopes that required them to climb. At other moments, they navigated through dense jungles, moving with utmost caution. Yet, their resolve never wavered, as the belief in their quest propelled them onward. At last, they arrived at the mouth of a valley. A delicate mist enveloped the area, imparting an air of mystery and tranquility. Qian Shao and Qian Rushiwei exchanged a glance, and then cautiously stepped into the valley. The scenery within the valley was strikingly different from that outside. Here, the trees stood taller and more ancient, while the flora exhibited an extraordinary beauty. They felt as though they had entered a mystical realm, brimming with unforeseen wonders. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they soon stumbled upon an ancient stone gate. The gate was adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions, emanating an aura of enigma. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue stood before the stone gate, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They understood that this might very well be the entrance to the enigmatic relic they had long sought. Shao, this stone gate appears to be shrouded in mystery. How shall we unlock it? Qian Renshue inquired. Qian Shao meticulously examined the stone gate, pondering the method to unlock it. I believe these intricate patterns and inscriptions might constitute a cipher, and we must uncover the clues to decipher it. They commenced their search for hints in the vicinity, and soon after, they stumbled upon a stone tablet. The tablet bore inscriptions that contained hints regarding the cipher of the stone gate. However, these clues were exceedingly vague, necessitating their careful contemplation for comprehension. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue sat before the stone tablet, diligently studying the inscriptions etched upon its surface. After much contemplation, they finally discovered the key to unlocking the stone door. Following the instructions, they pressed several specific patterns onto the door, which then creaked open slowly. An ancient aura wafted forth, and they cautiously stepped into the ruins. Within the ruins, a mysterious radiance enveloped them, and the walls were adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns and inscriptions. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue observed these designs and texts meticulously, striving to unearth any valuable insights. They discerned that these patterns and writings seemed to document an ancient method of cultivating martial souls. The illustrations on the walls came alive, as if recounting a legendary tale long buried by the sands of time. One particular depiction showcased a tall and poised soul master, surrounded by ethereal light that appeared to harbor enigmatic power. The adjacent text, archaic and obscure, required careful interpretation, and gradually, they began to grasp its profound meaning. This ancient cultivation method emphasized the fusion with the forces of nature. It posited that the martial soul is not merely a tool for combat, but rather a bridge connecting one to the myriad elements of the universe. Practitioners are encouraged to attune themselves to the rhythm of nature at specific times and locations, drawing upon its vitality to nourish their martial souls. For instance, on a full moon night, one might stand atop a mountain, bathing in moonlight, allowing their martial soul to resonate with the moon's mysterious energies. Unlike the methods they were familiar with, this ancient approach placed greater significance on inner cultivation and enlightenment. It demanded that practitioners cast aside distractions, entering a state of ethereality to truly feel the presence and transformation of their martial souls. In combat, the focus shifted from solely relying on the martial soul's power to harmonizing with the opponent's soul, identifying their weaknesses, and ultimately achieving victory through strategy. Furthermore, this cultivation method underscored the importance of teamwork, suggesting that different martial souls could complement one another to unleash a more formidable force. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue were profoundly captivated by this unique cultivation approach, recognizing that it would offer them an entirely new perspective and opportunities on their journey of martial soul refinement. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue were exhilarated as they delved into the ancient records, acutely aware that this could be the greatest boon of their journey. They resolved to bring these documents back for thorough examination, hopeful that they might unlock new advancements in their martial spirit cultivation. During their exploration of the ruins, they also stumbled upon several invaluable treasures, ancient weapons, exquisite gemstones, and venerable tomes. Each artifact radiated a formidable aura, imparting a palpable sense of their worth. After a considerable period of exploration within the ruins, they decided it was time to depart. Laden with their bountiful discoveries, they emerged from the remnants of the past. The stone door gradually closed behind them, as if sealing their enigmatic experience within. Having exited the valley, they returned to the outer world, where the sunlight bathed them in warmth and a profound sense of reassurance. This exploration has been remarkably significant, Qian Renshue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Not only have we unearthed precious treasures and powerful martial spirit manuals, but we have also embarked on an unforgettable adventure. Qian Shao nodded, her eyes brimming with joy. Indeed, Shuer, this experience has further solidified our belief in the pursuit of exploration. Chapter 132, Heaven Do City 1. Qian Shao and Qian Renshue, bearing the invaluable treasures acquired from the enigmatic ruins, stepped into the capital of the Tiando Empire with hearts brimming with anticipation. This grand empire's core resembled a resplendent jewel, radiating an inexhaustible allure and an air of mystery. From a distance, the towering city walls stood majestically, akin to an insurmountable fortress. Constructed from colossal stones, these walls, though weathered by the passage of time, remained unyielding. Upon the ramparts, the sentinels displayed solemn expressions, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, their weapons glinting with a frosty gleam under the sun's embrace. The city gate, grand and expansive, could accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side. Above the gate, the bold characters spelling Tiando City proclaimed the city's majesty and glory. As they entered the capital, a wave of bustling vibrancy enveloped them. The wide, straight thoroughfares thronged with pedestrians, the clamor of carriages echoing throughout. Flanking the streets, shops lined up in an orderly fashion, bustling with merchants. A plethora of goods dazzled the senses: precious gemstones, exquisite garments, finely crafted artifacts, and an array of materials and tools essential for the cultivation of martial spirits. The shop signs varied in style. Some were opulent and ornate, while others exuded a rustic elegance, each reflecting the unique tastes and characteristics of their proprietors. Yet, beneath this facade of prosperity lay a stark disparity between the nobility and the common folk. The aristocrats adorned themselves in resplendent finery, traversing in luxurious carriages, frequently frequenting high-end establishments. They possessed immense wealth and wielded absolute power, ruthlessly exploiting the impoverished populace. In stark contrast, the commoners donned simple attire, toiling tirelessly to make ends meet. Under the weight of noble oppression, their lives were fraught with hardship and despair. At the heart of the capital stood the political epicenter, the imperial palace. Situated centrally within the city, the palace sprawled across a vast expanse, its architecture both grand and magnificent. The palatial buildings shimmered in gold and jade, the glazed tiles casting a brilliant glow under the sunlight. Encircling the palace was a formidable wall and a broad moat, heavily guarded. Within its confines, the emperor of the Tiando Empire and his ministers deliberated over national affairs, formulating policies to govern this vast realm. The political structure of the Tiando Empire is intricate and nuanced. The emperor, as the supreme ruler, possesses absolute authority. He relies on the support of the aristocracy to maintain his reign, yet must also deftly balance the competing factions. The nobility wields significant political influence, leveraging their familial power and vast wealth to dominate key positions within the state. Conversely, the common people are largely devoid of political rights, passively subjected to the rule of the aristocrats and the emperor. In matters of political decision-making, the Tiando Empire often prioritizes the interests of the nobility. To preserve their status and wealth, the aristocrats incessantly pressure the emperor to enact policies favorable to them. In turn, the emperor, in a bid to solidify his control, is compelled to acquiesce to the demands of the nobles. This dynamic results in the neglect of the commoners' interests, rendering their lives increasingly arduous. While the Tiando Empire's economy flourishes, such prosperity is predominantly concentrated in the hands of the nobility and affluent merchants. The capital, as the economic heart of the empire, gathers wealth and resources from all corners of the nation. The commercial activities here are exceedingly vibrant, attracting not only domestic merchants but also traders from foreign lands. They engage in trade and exchange, significantly propelling economic growth. The soul weapon industry stands as one of the crucial pillars of the economy of the Tiando Empire. Numerous soul academies within the capital cultivate a vast number of soul masters. These soul masters play vital roles in combat, exploration, and commerce. Concurrently, industries related to soul weapons have experienced rapid development, including the manufacturing of soul weapons, the sale of soul manuals, and the production of soul-enhancing tools. These sectors not only yield substantial tax revenue for the nation but also bestow immense wealth upon the aristocracy and affluent merchants. However, the common people find themselves in a disadvantaged economic position, primarily engaged in arduous physical labor with meager incomes. The nobility monopolizes resources and markets, controlling prices, which continuously escalates the living cost for the common populace. Additionally, the nobility frequently imposes exorbitant taxes on the commoners, further exacerbating their burdens. Agriculture also constitutes a vital segment of the Tiando Empire's economy. The fertile plains surrounding the capital, with their suitable climate, are ideal for crop cultivation. Farmers toil diligently here, planting various staple and cash crops. The state places great emphasis on agricultural advancement, implementing a series of policies and measures to encourage farmers to cultivate wasteland and enhance yields. Furthermore, irrigation facilities have been constructed to improve water management, ensuring stable agricultural development. Nonetheless, the nobility continuously deprives farmers of their lands through consolidation tactics, leading many to lose their properties and become tenants of the aristocracy, enduring severe exploitation. Their livelihoods are precarious, often struggling to secure even basic sustenance. The handicraft industry in the capital of the Tiando Empire is also remarkably developed. Many skilled artisans reside here, creating exquisite crafts and everyday items such as ceramics, silk, wood carvings, and metal products. These handcrafted goods not only thrive in domestic markets but are also exported to foreign nations, earning acclaim for the Tiando Empire. However, the artisans' lives are far from easy. The nobility often purchases their creations at meager prices, only to resell them at inflated costs, reaping substantial profits. Consequently, artisans receive paltry compensation, rendering their existence quite challenging. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu leisurely strolled through the streets of the capital, absorbing the juxtaposition of opulence and despair that characterized the city. They witnessed the lavish lifestyles of the nobility while also beholding the suffering of the common folk. Their hearts brimmed with sentiment, and they were filled with trepidation regarding the future of this empire. Shu'er, the capital of the Tiando Empire, truly embodies a coexistence of prosperity and hardship. Qianshao remarked with profound emotion. Qian Rengshu nodded slightly, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Indeed, the oppression from the nobility has plunged the common folk into a life of suffering and despair. What action should we take on their behalf? Chapter 133. The city of Tiando. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu strolled leisurely along the streets of the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, gradually shifting their gaze from the bustling commercial scenes and magnificent architecture to reflect upon the cultural state of the city. The culture of the Tiando capital resembles a complex and resplendent tapestry, showcasing both the opulent and refined aspects of the nobility and the simple yet resilient lives of the common folk. However, a vast chasm exists between these two worlds, akin to an insurmountable divide. The cultural life of the nobility epitomizes luxury and exquisite taste. They reside in spacious and ornate mansions adorned with invaluable works of art and antiques. The walls are embellished with masterpieces from renowned artists, while elegant sculptures grace the corners. In the courtyards, an array of exotic flowers and plants are artfully arranged, with fountains gently cascading, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. The aristocrats revel in hosting grand banquets and balls. In such gatherings, they don resplendent attire and don dazzling jewels, eagerly displaying their noble status. The banquets offer a cornucopia of delicacies, meticulously prepared by top chefs, with rare ingredients sourced from distant lands to satisfy the discerning palates of the elite. As the enchanting music fills the air during the balls, the nobles dance gracefully, embodying an air of sophistication. Education is also a crucial component of noble culture. From a young age, the children of the aristocracy receive the highest quality education under the attentive guidance of private tutors, immersing themselves in literature, art, history, and philosophy. They also learn etiquette, dance, and music, social skills essential for excelling in future social engagements. The educational focus is on cultivating well-rounded individuals with noble character, aiming to shape them into cultured and discerning elites. Moreover, the nobility is passionate about collecting rare books, artifacts, and artworks. They spare no expense in acquiring rare manuscripts, renowned paintings, and antiques, using these collections as a means to showcase their wealth and cultural refinement. These treasures not only symbolize their affluence but also reflect their cultural sophistication. In stark contrast to the opulent culture of the nobility, the cultural life of the common people appears exceedingly simple and arduous. The commoners inhabit modest dwellings, furnished with only the bare essentials for daily living. They lack the financial means to acquire artworks or decorative items, nor do they have the leisure to indulge in music and dance. The daily existence of the common folk revolves primarily around their livelihoods. Engaged in strenuous physical labor, such as farming, manual work, and trade, their spare moments are often spent in simple recreational activities like singing, dancing, and storytelling. Though these pursuits are humble, they are imbued with the essence and joy of life. For the common people, education is a luxury. Most families lack the resources to send their children to formal schools, relying instead on oral traditions to impart basic life skills and moral values to the younger generation. Only a fortunate few among the common children are afforded educational opportunities through diligence and chance, yet the education they receive is vastly inferior to that of the noble offspring. The cultural heritage of the common folk primarily relies on folklore, legends, and traditional customs. These narratives and practices encapsulate the history, values, and wisdom of the common people, forming an essential part of their culture. However, due to a lack of systematic preservation and organization, this cultural legacy is at risk of gradual extinction. In the cultural arena of the capital of the Tiando Kingdom, the disparity between nobles and commoners manifests not only in material terms, but, more profoundly, in the spiritual realm. The nobility aspires to elegance, refinement, and luxury, placing great emphasis on personal enjoyment and the elevation of status. In contrast, the commoners are more attuned to the practical necessities of life and the happiness of their families, with their culture being more sincere, authentic, and closely aligned with everyday existence. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue deeply felt the disparity. They recognized that to transform this world, it was essential not only to address the inequalities in politics and economics, but also to dismantle the cultural barriers. They resolved to begin with themselves, striving to foster cultural exchange and integration between the nobility and the common people. Their first stop was a school for the underprivileged, established by passionate volunteers to provide basic education for children from impoverished families. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue brought books and stationery to the school and engaged warmly with the children, encouraging them to study diligently, to boldly pursue their dreams, and not to relinquish their thirst for knowledge due to humble beginnings. Subsequently, they participated in a cultural event within a commoner community. During this gathering, the commoners showcased their traditional crafts and artisanal creations, such as weaving, embroidery, and wood carving. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue were effusive in their praise of these handcrafted items and engaged in profound discussions with the artisans. They learned about the history and cultural significance of these traditional skills and were deeply moved by the diligence and wisdom of the common people. In the memorable moments spent in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue resembled two perceptive observers, profoundly appreciating the formidable cultural chasm that separated the nobility from the commoners. With fervent enthusiasm, they explored various avenues to promote cultural exchange and integration between the two factions. However, the harsh reality loomed like an immovable mountain, leaving them feeling powerless. Their hearts were filled with joy as they delivered books and stationery to the school. Witnessing the eager eyes of the children, which seemed to embody the hope of the future, gently they encouraged the children to courageously chase their dreams, assuring them that persistent effort would lead to a brighter tomorrow. In that modest classroom, the children's focused expressions and their thirst for knowledge stirred a warm current within their hearts. Yet, upon exiting the school and gazing at the opulent mansions and boundless wealth of the nobility in the capital, they could not help but feel a profound sorrow. They understood that the challenges faced by these children could not be alleviated by mere books and words of encouragement, for such gestures were woefully insufficient. During the cultural event in the commoner community, the traditional skills and crafts displayed by the commoners left Qian Shao and Qian Renxue in awe. The exquisitely woven items, lifelike embroidery, and masterfully crafted woodwork all exemplified the hard work and ingenuity of the common people. They praised these handcrafted treasures and sought to deepen their understanding of commoner culture through conversations with the artisans. However, in this process, they increasingly recognized that while the culture of the commoners was vibrant and filled with life, it faced the imminent threat of fading away due to a lack of resources and support. Meanwhile, the nobility indulged in a plethora of precious cultural resources, and this stark contrast filled their hearts with a sense of helplessness. Qian Shao stood on the bustling streets of the capital, gazing at the juxtaposition of opulence and simplicity. Filled with profound reflections, he slowly turned to Qian Renxue beside him and said, "Schwerer, it seems we truly cannot alter this reality in a short span of time. The luxurious lives of the nobility and the arduous circumstances of the common folk resemble an insurmountable chasm. Our endeavors appear utterly insignificant in the face of such a vast societal divide." Qian Renxue furrowed her brows slightly, and a trace of disheartenment flickered in her beautiful eyes. She replied softly, "Indeed, Shao. Although we possess unwavering determination, we are truly at a loss as to where to commence in the face of such a convoluted situation." After a period of painful contemplation, they ultimately resolved to temporarily depart from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire and continue their journey across the continent. They were acutely aware that only through relentless exploration and experience could they discover more effective ways to transform this world. Before their departure, a profound sense of reluctance filled their hearts. They returned once more to the commoner school, gazing into the eager eyes of the children. Their hearts nodded as if by 1,000 ants. Qian Shao gently caressed a child's head and softly spoke, "Children, always strive for knowledge, for the future holds promise." The children nodded in unison, their eyes shimmering with the light of hope. Though faint, this radiance resembled the spark of a star, bestowing upon Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui boundless motivation. Subsequently, they arrived at the commoners' community, bidding farewell to each artisan. The craftsmen clasped their hands tightly, their eyes brimming with gratitude. They expressed their heartfelt appreciation for Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui's regard for and respect towards the culture of the common people, a sentiment that fortified their resolve. Observing the weathered faces of the artisans, Qian Xiao silently vowed to discover a means to transform this world. With heavy hearts, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui slowly exited the capital of the Tiando Empire. Glancing back, the majestic city walls and vibrant metropolis appeared particularly resplendent under the sun's embrace. Yet their hearts were laden with reflection. This city, abundant in wealth and opulence, simultaneously bore the weight of unspeakable suffering and injustice. Although we depart now, we shall undoubtedly return, Qian Renshui resolutely declared, her gaze filled with anticipation for the future. Qian Xiao nodded, her eyes equally imbued with determination. Indeed, Shuer, we shall continuously evolve through our journeys, seeking ways to transform this world. We must not falter, for the children and artisans are still awaiting our return. Although they have temporarily departed from the capital of the Tiando Empire, within their hearts lies a resolute seed. This seed symbolizes their fervent desire for change, embodying their unwavering commitment to bridging the chasm between nobility and commoners. They firmly believe that in the days to come, this seed will take root and flourish, ultimately blossoming into a towering tree that shall bestow genuine fairness and justice upon this world. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui embarked on a new journey, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 135, The Province of Tox. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu, fueled by their belief in transforming the world, departed from the capital of the Tiando Empire. Their arduous journey led them to the province of Tox, a realm resembling a tranquil pastoral painting, starkly contrasting with the hustle and bustle of the capital. The expansive fields swayed with the wind, resembling a golden ocean, pulsating with the vitality of life. In the distance, villages were artfully scattered, with wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, as if narrating the tales of time, evoking a sense of warmth and serenity. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu entered a village, instantly captivated by its unpretentious atmosphere. The villagers, clad in simple garments, bore the marks of life upon their slightly faded fabrics. Their faces radiated the warmth of hard work and kindness, akin to the gentle sun of spring, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. The villagers greeted Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu with heartfelt enthusiasm, inviting them warmly into their homes. Within the villagers' abodes, Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu began to delve deeper into the agricultural lifestyle of the province of Tox. The inhabitants subsisted through cultivation, rising with the dawn and returning at dusk. They poured their heart and sweat into the nurturing of the land. The villagers elaborated on various methods of crop cultivation and their growth cycles. For instance, wheat must be sown in the appropriate season, requiring meticulous watering, fertilization, and weeding to thrive robustly. As the harvest season approached, the golden heads of wheat bowed heavily, embodying a year's worth of hopes for the farmers. Furthermore, the cultivation of vegetables demanded various conditions. Some thrived in abundant sunlight, while others required more moisture. As the villagers shared their agricultural wisdom and techniques, they spoke with fervor. They instructed Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu on how to assess soil fertility, using observations of soil color, texture, and plant growth to adjust the quantity and type of fertilizers accordingly. Water management proved equally vital. It must neither be excessive nor insufficient, and should be judiciously tailored to the whims of weather and the needs of the crops. For pest and disease control, they employed their own strategies, utilizing natural herbs and implementing sensible crop rotation to mitigate the incidence of such adversities. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui listened with rapt attention, as if they had unlocked a portal to a new world. They profoundly felt the wisdom and diligence of the farmers, these seemingly ordinary individuals who crafted a beautiful life with their own hands. It became evident that agricultural life is far from easy. These farmers are truly remarkable. Qian Xiao remarked with deep emotion. Qian Renshui nodded. Indeed, while their lives may be simple, they are imbued with profound significance. There is much we can learn from them. To immerse themselves further in the agricultural lifestyle, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshui decided to join the labor force of the villagers. With a blend of excitement and nervousness, they followed the villagers into the fields, grasping the farming tools in their hands. The rough wooden handles and heavy iron implements made them acutely aware of the weight of labor. Initially, their proficiency in using the tools was lacking. Qian Xiao, wielding a hoe, intended to loosen the soil but inadvertently sent dirt flying everywhere, leaving him covered in dust. Qian Rinxue attempted to sow seeds, yet she struggled with the spacing, either sowing too densely or too sparsely. They often found themselves in a flurry of activity, eliciting bursts of laughter from the villagers. However, rather than mockery, the villagers offered patient guidance. An elderly farmer approached Qian Xiao, teaching him hand in hand how to properly grip the hoe and apply force for efficient and effective tilling. Another woman came to Qian Rinxue's side, gently explaining the nuances of sowing, instructing her to place the seeds delicately in the soil and to cover them without burying them too deeply or leaving them too exposed. Under the villagers' patient tutelage, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue gradually mastered the techniques. They began to cultivate with confidence, as the hoe rhythmically struck the earth, producing a harmonious sound. Seeds were evenly scattered into the soil, akin to planting seeds of hope. Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked through their garments. The sunlight beat down upon their backs, unrelenting. Yet they uttered not a word of complaint. As they gazed upon the land they had personally cultivated, a profound sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. Each drop of sweat seemed to narrate tales of their effort and perseverance. During breaks in the fields, the villagers would gather together, sharing homemade food and tea. The simple fare possessed the most genuine flavors. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue savored the delectable cuisine, immersing themselves in the warmth and kindness of the villagers. They listened intently as the villagers recounted amusing anecdotes from the fields and tales of daily life, with laughter resonating across the meadows. Chapter 136. In the province of Tox, the vast fields of Tox province enveloped Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, as they wholeheartedly embraced the experience of agricultural life. The blazing sun poured its radiant light upon the earth, as if intent on gilding all with a golden sheen. The waves of wheat, caressed by a gentle breeze, swayed gracefully like undulating golden seas, seemingly cheering on their diligent efforts. Qian Xiao wielded the hoe with vigor, loosening the soil time and again, each exertion infused with reverence for the land and hope for the future. His forehead was adorned with fine beads of sweat, glistening like pearls under the sun's radiant glow. His garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, yet there was no trace of fatigue in his gaze, only steadfast determination and unwavering dedication. Qian Xiao paused her actions, turning her head to cast a gentle gaze upon Qian Ruxu, who was diligently sowing seeds not far away. Her posture was both elegant and focused, each movement light and precise, as if she were engaged in a sacred ritual. A tender smile graced Qian Xiao's face, imbued with affection and satisfaction. "Are you tired, Xue?" Qian Xiao inquired with concern, her voice resonating with warmth and worry. Qian Rinxue straightened her posture, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. With a smile, she replied, "I am not weary, Xiao. I find it profoundly fulfilling. Here, I can truly sense the essence of life and the significance of existence." Qian Xiao approached Qian Rinxue, squatting beside her to observe the seeds she had just sown. Those tiny seeds lay quietly in the soil, as if imbued with boundless hope. And Qian Xiao's eyes shone with anticipation as he softly spoke. "These seeds resemble our hopes. When they mature, they will surely bestow bountiful harvests upon the villagers. They shall also become the wellspring of our power to transform the world." Qian Rinxue nodded, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Her gaze fell upon the seeds, as if envisioning a future filled with splendid possibilities. "Indeed, Xiao, witnessing these lands and seeds, I am suddenly struck by the profound significance of our efforts. Perhaps one day, we shall enable more individuals to lead such tranquil and beautiful lives. No longer shall there be the oppression of the nobility, nor the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished. Every person will be free to dwell upon this land, pursuing their own dreams." Qian Xiao grasped Qian Rinxue's hand, his palm warm and strong. With unwavering conviction, he proclaimed, "We shall prevail, Xue. We will persevere in our endeavors, for our beliefs, and for these benevolent souls. We must strive to render this world fairer and more beautiful." They persisted in their toil, their tools transforming into weapons in their struggle against fate, fighting for hope. Occasionally, they exchanged visions of the future, each word imbued with strength and hope. Qian Xiao spoke of the yearning gazes of the children he witnessed in the capital of the Tiando Empire, his voice imbued with both compassion and resolve. "We must ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn and to pursue their dreams. These children should not be deprived of their right to seek knowledge due to the circumstances of their birth. It is our duty to create a better world for them, allowing them to grow freely and realize their full potential." Qian Rinxue's gaze was imbued with tenderness and unwavering resolve. Her voice flowed like a crystalline spring within Qian Zhao's heart. "Indeed, we shall prevail. Just as these farmers do, we shall forge a better world with our own hands." We can impart the agricultural knowledge we have acquired in the Toques province to a greater number of people, allowing everyone to lead a self-sufficient life, free from the shackles of noble patronage and the scourge of hunger and poverty. During their moments of respite, they would sit beneath the shade of trees at the edge of the fields, savoring fleeting moments of tranquility. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrance of the fields and the essence of nature. As they gazed upon the boundless expanse of farmland, their hearts swelled with emotion. This land was breathtakingly beautiful and teeming with vitality, harboring the hopes and dreams of countless souls. Xiao, do you believe we will encounter individuals as kind-hearted as the villagers here in the future? Qian Rinxue inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and yearning. Qian Xiao smiled gently, his smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. He replied, certainly, Shuer. There are countless kind-hearted souls in this world, and our journey has only just begun. We will encounter even more warmth and hope in the days to come. We must believe in the inherent goodness of humanity and trust that our endeavors will not be in vain. Each kind individual is like a star, and when we unite, we can illuminate the entire world. They discussed their future plans, contemplating how to apply the agricultural knowledge acquired in the province of Toques to transformative actions. Xianxia remarked, we can impart these cultivation techniques to a greater number of people, enabling them to master agricultural skills and elevate their standard of living. We could organize training sessions and invite experts to elucidate agricultural knowledge, allowing many to benefit. Qian Rinxue expressed her agreement. Indeed, we can assist those farmers oppressed by the nobility, enabling them to reclaim their lands and lead lives of dignity. We can unite with righteous individuals to collectively combat the oppression of the aristocracy and advocate for the rights of the farmers. Their dialogue brimmed with hope and vigor, as if they were sowing seeds of dreams in the tranquil fields. As time progressed, these seeds would take root and flourish through their relentless efforts. They firmly believed that with perseverance, they would realize their aspirations and usher in genuine fairness and justice to this world. During their days in the province of Toques, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue not only endured the hardships of agricultural life, but also cultivated invaluable friendships and life insights. They toiled alongside the villagers, sharing in the joys and sorrows of life, and relished many beautiful moments together. They learned to cherish each effort and every harvest, which further solidified their resolve to change the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the fields, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue rose, gazing at the land they had cultivated with their own hands, their hearts brimming with emotion. They understood that this land represented not only the fruits of their labor but also their hopes for the future. With this hope in their hearts, they would continue to forge ahead, striving diligently to realize their dreams. Chapter 137, the province of Toques III in the vibrant land of Toques within the Douluo continent. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue cherished an unforgettable period. They labored alongside the villagers in the fields, attuning themselves to the pulse of the earth and the essence of life. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware that their time in Toques was limited, preventing them from accompanying the people here for long. Yet, they harbored a fervent wish to leave behind greater hope and transformation before their departure. On a summit day, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue resolved to gather the villagers to discuss the future development of the province of Toques. They chose the village's central square as the venue for this assembly, a vital space for the villagers' daily interactions and activities. As the villagers gradually assembled, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. They understood that the proposals they were about to present could alter the village's destiny and might also face skepticism and challenges. Qian Xiao stepped forward first, his expression solemn and resolute. Dear, kind villagers, he began, during our time together, laboring and living alongside you, we have profoundly sensed the beauty and potential of the Toques province. His voice resonated throughout the square, clear and powerful. However, we cannot linger here, for we have a greater journey ahead and more souls in need of our assistance. Yet, before we depart, we wish to offer some developmental suggestions in hopes of bringing renewed hope to the Toques province. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both a sense of loss for Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue and a burgeoning anticipation for the future. They understood that these two visitors from afar had imparted numerous new ideas and perspectives, illuminating for them the myriad possibilities of life. Qian Rinxue stepped forward, her gaze gentle yet resolute. We discovered that the province of Toques possesses abundant agricultural resources, with its soil and climatic conditions exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of unique crops. For instance, there are fruits that are sweet to the palate, imbued with faint ripples of spiritual energy, as well as plants that hold medicinal properties and can aid in the refinement of martial souls. We propose that everyone fervently develop specialty agricultural products, selecting high-quality seeds and employing scientific cultivation methods to enhance both yield and quality. An elderly villager furrowed his brow, a look of concern etched upon his face. However, we remain uncertain about how to promote these agricultural products. The elder's apprehension echoed the sentiments of many villagers who, accustomed to traditional farming practices, felt unfamiliar and uneasy about the promotion of specialty agricultural products. With a gentle smile, Qian Xiao reassured everyone, urging them not to worry. Together, they could design unique packaging and branding for these distinctive agricultural products, thereby enhancing their added value. Subsequently, they could promote these products in nearby towns, introducing their characteristics and advantages to merchants and soul masters alike. As long as they united in their efforts, they would undoubtedly help more people appreciate and cherish their specialty agricultural offerings. Qian Xiao then turned her attention to the development of rural tourism. The province of Toques is blessed with breathtaking natural scenery, vast fields, charmingly scattered villages, crystal-clear streams, and lush forests, all of which serve as natural tourist attractions. They could renovate the village roads and houses, creating accommodations and restaurants imbued with local flavor. Organizing various rural tourism activities such as hands-on farming experiences, culinary festivals, and nature appreciation events would draw more visitors and soul masters to their community. The villagers began to whisper among themselves, contemplating the feasibility of these suggestions. Their faces reflected a blend of excitement and anticipation, though some exhibited hesitation and concern. After all, rural tourism was a wholly new realm for them, and they were uncertain whether they could excel in it. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu patiently awaited the responses of the others. They understood that transformation is not an instantaneous process. It requires time and perseverance. After a while, a young villager rose to speak, expressing, "We are willing to try, yet we harbor concerns about our ability to succeed." The courage and determination of the young villager inspired the others, who soon expressed their willingness to support these proposals. Qian Ruxue encouraged, "Do not be afraid, everyone. We can learn and progress together. We will organize training courses to impart agricultural techniques, business acumen, and tourism service skills. As long as we unite our efforts, we can undoubtedly make Toques province a better place." Qian Xiao gazed into the hopeful eyes of the villagers, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that the endeavors of himself and Qian Rinxue were merely the inception. Genuine transformation necessitated the villagers' own diligence and perseverance. Although we may not always be present to accompany you, we firmly believe that with your unwavering efforts, the province of Toques will undoubtedly usher in a new era of development. From afar, we shall bestow our blessings upon you, and we aspire that one day, upon our return, we shall witness a more prosperous Toques. Chapter 138, The Province of Mugyozer. After bidding farewell to the villagers of the Toques province, Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu embarked on a journey towards the Mugyozer province, filled with anticipation for the new adventures that awaited them. They had heard tales of the province's flourishing commerce, igniting within them a profound curiosity and longing to experience the unique allure of trade, eager to absorb a wealth of knowledge and experience. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived in the Mugyozer province. As soon as they set foot on this vibrant land, they were captivated by the bustling scene before them. The streets were alive with a throng of pedestrians, the clamor of carriages, and an array of shops displaying a dazzling variety of wares. Their colorful signs showcasing the prosperity of this commercial hub. The architectural style here differed significantly from what they had encountered before. Tall storefronts stood in harmonious arrangement, adorned with exquisite decorations and splendid facades that instantly caught the eye. Some shops even featured dedicated display areas, showcasing an assortment of precious goods that captivated the attention of passers-by. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue strolled down the street, immersed in the vibrant commercial atmosphere that envelopes them. They observed merchants bustling between various shops, engaged in negotiations, their faces radiating confidence and astuteness. Some merchants engage in spirited yet courteous haggling with customers, while others eloquently present their goods to passers-by, captivating them and compelling them to pause and watch. They enter a large commercial association, a significant hub for business activities in the Mugyozer province. Inside the association, people come and go, creating a lively scene. Some are conducting transactions, others exchanging information, and yet more are deliberating on potential collaborations. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue curiously observe everything around them, their hearts brimming with wonder. A warm-hearted staff member from the association notices them and approaches with a friendly greeting. "Welcome to our association. How may I assist you today?" The staff member inquires with a smile. Qian Xiao politely responded, expressing their keen interest in the commercial trade of the area and their desire to comprehend the intricacies of its business operations. The staff member nodded and began to elaborate. Our Mukuozer province is renowned for its thriving commerce, attracting merchants from various regions. We possess a well-established commercial system encompassing procurement, transportation, and sales. The Chamber of Commerce plays a pivotal role in this framework, offering a myriad of services to merchants, such as informational consulting and financial support. Qian Renxue inquired, surely. The variety of goods here must be quite extensive? The staff responded with pride, indeed, we offer a diverse array of precious soul materials, weaponry, medicinal concoctions, and exquisite crafts. Additionally, we feature distinctive products from foreign lands, which are immensely popular among our patrons. Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue listened with rapt attention. Continuing to inquire, are there any particular techniques or strategies in commercial trade? The staff member chuckled softly and replied, the cornerstone of commercial trade lies in integrity and vision. Integrity is fundamental. Only by earning the trust of customers can one achieve enduring development. Vision, on the other hand, dictates your choices and decisions. One must be adept at identifying market demands and opportunities, promptly adjusting one's business strategies. They lingered in the Chamber of Commerce for an extended period, engaging in profound discussions with the staff and other merchants. Through these exchanges, they gained a more profound understanding of the commercial trade in the Mukuozer province. After departing from the chamber, they visited several renowned shops. In a store specializing in soul weapon materials, they beheld an array of precious items, such as the inner cores of millennium soul beasts and rare ores. The proprietor warmly introduced them to the uses and values of these materials, vastly broadening their horizons. In a weapons and armor shop, they beheld exquisite weaponry and protective gear, not only splendid in appearance but also exceptional in performance. The shopkeeper informed them that these weapons and armor were crafted by renowned blacksmiths, highly favored by soul masters. During their time in the province of Mukuozer, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue engaged in continuous learning and exploration. They participated in various commercial activities, such as auctions and trade negotiations, immersing themselves in the intense competition and boundless allure of commerce. At one auction, they witnessed an array of precious items being sold at exorbitant prices, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. They also gained insight into the operational mechanisms and regulations governing auctions, deepening their understanding of the high-end realm of commercial trade. At the Trade Negotiation Conference, they observed merchants fervently negotiating and deliberating to forge partnerships. They learned how to assert their interests during negotiations, while also mastering the art of collaboration to achieve mutual benefits. As time passed, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue amassed a wealth of knowledge and experience in Mukuozer. They profoundly felt the prosperity and power of commerce, recognizing its significant role in societal development. Swear, the commercial landscape here is remarkably advanced. We have learned so much. Qian Xiao remarked with a sense of awe. Qian Renxue nodded and said, indeed, Xiao, we can apply this knowledge and experience to our future endeavors. Chapter 139, The Province of Mukuozer. In the province of Mukuozer, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of commerce, gradually nurturing an audacious notion to embark on their own business venture. They sought to delve into the intricacies of commercial operations, aspiring to amass invaluable experience and resources for their future endeavors. Initially, they conducted a thorough investigation of the market in Mukuozer. During this process, they uncovered a vast demand for commodities such as soul materials, weaponry, and exquisite handicrafts. Consequently, they resolved to commence with distinctive soul materials, leveraging the knowledge and connections they had cultivated during their travels to source high-quality supplies. After considerable effort, they successfully forged partnerships with several reliable suppliers, meticulously selecting a batch of premium soul materials poised for sale in the Mukuozer market. To effectively promote their products, Qian Xiao and Qian Renxue designed elegant packaging and established a judicious pricing strategy. They rented a quaint shop on a bustling street, thus embarking on their commercial journey. Initially, their business flourished remarkably, as their soul materials, renowned for their superior quality and reasonable pricing, garnered significant attention from customers. Merchants and soul masters flocked to their store, which soon buzzed with activity. However, as their enterprise expanded, they began to encounter unforeseen challenges. Most notably, they were taken aback by the exorbitant taxes imposed in the region. They discovered that each transaction was burdened with substantial tax obligations, significantly eroding their profits. Upon further investigation, They realized that the majority of these taxes lined the pockets of the aristocracy. The nobles, through the implementation of oppressive tax policies, mercilessly siphoned the wealth of merchants, exacerbating the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming sense of anger and helplessness. They came to the realization that beneath the veneer of commercial prosperity in this affluent province lay grave social issues. The greed and exploitation of the nobility not only hindered the healthy development of commerce, but also rendered the lives of ordinary citizens increasingly arduous. The taxes are simply exorbitant, Qian Shao remarked, furrowing his brow. Most of the fruits of our labor are seized by the nobility. Qian Rinxue's eyes were filled with concern. Indeed, Shao, this unjust taxation system must be reformed. We cannot allow the nobility to continue their unchecked excesses. They began to contemplate how to address this issue. On one hand, they sought to convey the burden of excessive taxes to the Chamber of Commerce and the Empire through legitimate channels, hoping to capture their attention and prompt remedial action. On the other hand, they also considered how to devise more reasonable business strategies within the existing tax framework to mitigate its impact on their enterprises. However, their endeavors yielded no immediate results. The Chamber of Commerce and the Empire appeared indifferent to their pleas, while the nobles expressed dissatisfaction and vigilance towards their actions. Some nobles even began to covertly suppress their businesses, attempting to compel them to retreat in despair. Confronted with numerous obstacles, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue felt acutely aware of their own insignificance. Their efforts were akin to small pebbles cast into the ocean, failing to stir significant waves. Qian Shao gazed at the exquisite soul materials within the shop, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping her heart. Shuer, it appears that we are indeed powerless at this moment. The indifference of the merchant guild and the empire, coupled with the oppression from the nobility, has rendered our situation increasingly arduous. Qian Rinxue bit her lip, a glimmer of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. Dawn, shall we truly surrender like this? The common people here continue to suffer under the oppression of the nobility. This unjust taxation system ought not to persist. Qian Shao gently grasped Qian Rinxue's hand, her tone resolute as she declared, "No, we are not surrendering. We are merely retreating for the time being. Once we have acquired the necessary strength, we shall undoubtedly return to alter the course of events. Remaining here now will only subject us to further blows, and may even jeopardize our very lives." Qian Rinxue fell into a moment of silence before finally nodding in agreement. "You are right, Shao. We should conserve our strength and await the opportune moment. One day, we will establish a fair taxation system here, allowing commerce to flourish healthily." Thus, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue began to prepare for their departure from the Mugiozer province. They meticulously organized the goods in their shop and settled their accounts. Although the profits were meager, they bore no grievances. They understood that this was the best outcome they could achieve in such an unjust environment. Before their departure, they returned to the Chamber of Commerce, hoping to make one final attempt to capture its attention. However, the staff of the chamber remained indifferent to their appeals, even mocking their audacity. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue were not filled with anger, but rather a profound sense of disappointment. They departed from the merchant association in silence. Their resolve to transform the circumstances in the future deepened. They then paid visits to several former clients and partners, bidding them farewell. These individuals expressed their understanding and regret at their departure, while also admiring their courage and determination. "You must return. We eagerly anticipate your ability to change everything here," said an elderly merchant, grasping Qian Zhao's hand firmly. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue solemnly nodded, then set forth on the path away from the province of Mugiozer. As they glanced back, the bustling streets and towering edifices remained unchanged. Yet, they perceived the lurking darkness and injustice that lay beneath. "We shall undoubtedly return," Qian Rinxue declared with unwavering resolve. Qian Shao gazed into the distance, her eyes shimmering with the light of hope. "Indeed, Shuer. We shall become stronger and return to bring true fairness and justice to the people here." Chapter 140. Silvis I Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue departed from the province of Mugaozha with hearts laden with regret, yet resolute in their determination. Embarking on a journey towards the province of Silvis, they had heard whispers of the rich artistic atmosphere that Silvis province harbored, and their hearts brimmed with anticipation, yearning to embrace the allure of art and seek a tranquil haven for their souls. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived in Silvis province. The moment they set foot on this land, they were enveloped by a profound artistic ambience. The streets were adorned with exquisite sculptures and vibrant murals, as if they had stepped into a sanctum of creativity. The architectural style here resonated with artistic elegance. Towering edifices embellished with intricate reliefs and colorful paintings captivated the eye and delighted the spirit. Some buildings even featured dedicated exhibition spaces, showcasing the remarkable works of local artists. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu wandered through the streets, enchanted by the breathtaking scenery before them. They beheld artists pouring their souls onto canvases, crafting exquisite masterpieces at every turn. Some painters were intently capturing landscapes, revealing the splendor of nature in all its glory, while sculptors meticulously chiseled their creations, each detail radiating artistic allure. They ventured into an art gallery, showcasing an array of painting styles. From traditional realism to abstract modern art, each piece emanated a unique charm. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu carefully admired these works, absorbing the creativity and emotional expression of the artists. The gallery owner warmly introduced them to the background and creative concepts behind each artwork. Our Silvis province is renowned for its artistry, he proudly declared, where passionate and imaginative artists express their love for life and pursuit of beauty through their creations. Qian Ringshu inquired, the artistic atmosphere here is so profound. There must be numerous art academies and training institutions, right? The proprietor nodded in agreement. Indeed. We are home to many renowned art schools that have nurtured a plethora of exceptional artists. Additionally, there are various art training institutions that offer learning opportunities for those fascinated by the arts. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu decided to visit the esteemed art academy. Upon arriving at this renowned institution, they were greeted by a picturesque campus that exuded an artistic ambience. Students diligently engaged in the study of painting, sculpture, and music within the classrooms, while instructors patiently guided their endeavors. In the academy's exhibition hall, they encountered the creations of the students. Though these works bore a certain youthful naivety, they brimmed with creativity and vitality. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu could not help but be captivated by the talent of these young artists. The students here truly possess extraordinary gifts. Their works are indeed striking. Qian Xiao remarked with heartfelt admiration. Qian Ringshu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Xiao, the power of art is truly formidable. It has the ability to resonate with the human soul and reveal the beauty of life. During our time in the province of Silvis, Qian Xiao and I participated in various artistic endeavors. We attended a magnificent concert where the musicians captivated the audience with their enchanting melodies and poignant vocals. We also visited a sculpture exhibition, where we admired an array of sculptural works in diverse styles, appreciating the artist's remarkable craftsmanship. Throughout this journey, we forged friendships with several artists, who welcomed us warmly and generously shared their creative experiences and life insights. From them, Qian Xiao and I gleaned invaluable knowledge and developed a deeper understanding of art. Xiao, the artistic atmosphere here is truly intoxicating. We can draw inspiration from the art around us, infusing our future endeavors with renewed vitality, Qian Ringshu remarked. Qian Xiao expressed her agreement. Indeed. Swear, art has the capacity to ignite creativity and imagination within individuals. We can harness the power of art in our endeavors to transform the world. Perhaps through the dissemination of art, we can draw greater attention to societal issues and collectively strive towards creating a more splendid world. As time passed, Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu garnered profound artistic insights in the province of Silvis. They deeply felt the allure and potency of art and recognized its significant role in people's lives. Swear, our artistic journey here has been immensely enriching. We ought to convey the spirit of art we have encountered, allowing more individuals to experience its beauty. Qian Xiao remarked with heartfelt emotion. Qian Ringshu nodded slightly. Indeed, Xiao. Our journey continues. The Silvis province is but a brief interlude in the grand tapestry of our lives. Yet, the artistic ambience and the fervor and creativity of its people will forever reside in our hearts. Chapter 141. Silvis 2 times spent in the Silvis province resembled a vibrant and enchanting dream. Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu found themselves deeply immersed in this land. Rich with artistic spirit, their souls were stirred by every painting and sculpture, igniting a profound desire within them to delve into the intricacies of artistic creation. They aspired to draw upon the formidable power of art, hoping to infuse their grand endeavor of transforming the world with a fresh and vibrant hue. With reverence and anticipation, they first sought out a renowned master painter, celebrated throughout the Silvis province and the entire Douluo continent. The master's artwork served as a portal to a fantastical realm, with delicate brushstrokes akin to a gentle breeze that captured the essence of all things. The profound emotional expressions surged like tumultuous waves, resonating deeply with the viewer's soul. The master warmly welcomed Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. as if he could perceive their yearning for artistic expression. In painting, one must feel the world with the heart and depict each stroke with the soul, he stated, his voice steady and resonant, reminiscent of ancient bells echoing in their ears. Only by pouring one's emotions unreservedly into their creations can one craft art that truly possesses vitality. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue listened intently to the master's teachings, their gazes filled with devotion, as if they were receiving divine revelations. They picked up their brushes and gently touched the canvas, their hearts brimming with a quest for the unknown and a pursuit of beauty. Under the master's meticulous guidance, they began to explore their surroundings from new perspectives, expressing their innermost emotions in unique ways. Their painting skills gradually flourished, each stroke seemingly imbued with endless stories, and their works became increasingly vibrant and evocative, as if they could step forth from the canvas to engage in a soulful dialogue with the viewers. Subsequently, they embarked on a journey to learn from a distinguished sculptor. This sculptor, akin to a wondrous magician, had the ability to transform an ordinary stone into a breathtaking masterpiece with his hands. He unveiled the mysteries of sculpture to Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, revealing it as an art form that converses with matter, urging them to attune their hearts to the texture and essence of the stone, to discover its inner soul. His words resonated like enchanting incantations, guiding them into the enchanting realm of sculpture. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue attentively embraced the warmth and strength of the stone, their fingers delicately caressing its surface as if they could hear its whispers. With their tools in hand, they meticulously sculpted, each strike akin to awakening the slumbering life within the stone. Their movements were gentle yet resolute, as if engaging in an intimate dialogue with the stone, allowing its soul to radiate vibrant hues through their craftsmanship. Throughout the prolonged journey of mastering artistic techniques, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue never lost sight of the soul power they bore. They keenly sensed a mysterious and enchanting connection between art and soul power. One day, while immersed in their painting within a tranquil and picturesque garden, an indescribable sensation quietly enveloped them. They suddenly felt a powerful force surging between them, as if an invisible thread bound them closely together. To their astonishment, they discovered that their soul powers began to resonate with one another, creating an unprecedented harmony. Qian Shao possesses the soul of the Rock King, a manifestation imbued with boundless strength and majesty, reminiscent of a towering mountain that instills a sense of steadfastness and tranquility. In contrast, Qian Rinxue wields the soul of the six-winged angel, endowed with formidable offensive prowess, akin to the radiant stars glittering in the sky, emanating a brilliant luminosity. When their souls intertwine, an overwhelming force erupts instantaneously, akin to a magnificent firework display unfurling around them. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue were brimming with excitement, as though they had unearthed a hidden treasure, eagerly embarking on an exploration of the formidable power of their martial soul fusion technique. The inspiration of artistry flowed through their hearts like a crystalline spring, igniting their emotions and creativity. The strength of the martial soul surged like a torrential river, imbuing them with immense prowess. Perhaps this encapsulates the wondrous amalgamation of art and martial spirit, Qian Shao reflected, stating that art has the power to evoke our emotions and kindle our creativity, sharpening and enriching our souls, while the martial soul bestows upon us formidable strength, enabling us to effect change in the world. When these two forces converge, we can conjure even greater miracles. Qian Rinxue nodded, her eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. We must harness this power diligently, striving for our mission. We shall wield this strength to shatter the injustices and evils of the world, bringing hope and beauty to the people. As their mastery of the martial soul fusion technique deepened, the confidence of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue blazed like an unquenchable flame. Before departing from the Silvis province, they approached the esteemed master painter once more, filled with gratitude. They presented their artistic creations in the martial soul fusion technique, hoping to receive the master's final guidance and blessing. The master gazed upon their works and the formidable power they exhibited, his eyes alight with astonishment and satisfaction. "You have discovered your own artistic path and the source of your strength," he proclaimed, his voice rich with emotion and anticipation. "May you, in your future endeavors, use your martial souls to bring forth even more beauty and hope into this world. Remember, art is the wings of the spirit, while the martial soul is the wellspring of strength." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue deeply bowed to their master, their hearts brimming with reverence and gratitude. Thereafter, they resolutely embarked on a new journey. Chapter 142, The Fascist Province. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue departed from the artistically vibrant province of Silves, embarking on a journey toward the province of Fasces. They harbored a fervent desire for new knowledge and power, alongside an unwavering determination to transform the world through the might of their martial souls. Along the way, they traversed numerous breathtaking landscapes and faced a myriad of challenges. Gazing into the distance, Qian Xiao's mind was awash with thoughts. Swear, on this expedition to the province of Faskes, we shall undoubtedly acquire deeper insights into military strategies, thereby enriching our mission with newfound strength. Qian Ruxuan nodded slightly, a resolute expression gracing her exquisite countenance. Indeed, Xiao, we must continually strive for self-improvement to better combat the injustices and malevolence of the world. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fascist province. This province stood in stark contrast to the Silvis province, permeated by an air of solemnity and tension. Towering city walls loomed before them, and the guards atop the walls bore grave expressions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Upon reaching the city gates, Qian Xiao and Qian Ruxue presented their identification and were granted passage into the city. The streets within were spacious and immaculate, with passers-by hurrying along, each seemingly on a mission of their own. They soon inquired about the most renowned military academy in the fascist province, the Glory Military Academy. It was said that this institution had produced numerous distinguished military leaders and strategists, making it an exceptional place for the study of military strategy. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengsha made their way to the illustrious Glory Military Academy without a hint of hesitation. The grand entrance of the academy stood majestically, adorned with intricate carvings of war scenes and heroic statues. Upon entering the academy, they were immediately enveloped by a profound academic atmosphere. Students clad in immaculate military uniforms engaged in various military drills on the parade ground, their rallying cries resonating powerfully through the air. They soon encountered the esteemed headmaster of the academy, an imposing figure named Rex. As he regarded Qian Xiao and Qian Rengshu, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in his eyes. "What brings you two young individuals here?" he inquired. Qian Xiao respectfully bowed and replied, "Headmaster, we have heard that Glory Military Academy is a sanctuary for the study of military strategy, and we have come seeking your guidance. We aspire to acquire deeper military knowledge and contribute meaningfully to our mission." Headmaster Rex narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "Given your resolute determination, I shall present you with an opportunity. However, mastering military strategy is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. You must navigate through a series of rigorous trials." Qian Xiao and Qian Renshua readily accepted the challenge. Dean Rex first assigned them a military theory examination, encompassing various aspects such as military strategy, tactics, and warfare principles. Leveraging their intelligence and extensive experience, Qian Xiao and Qian Renshua successfully passed the examination. Subsequently, they were assigned to participate in a simulated war, where they were divided into different factions, necessitating the application of their acquired military strategic knowledge to lead their respective teams to victory. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshue swiftly immersed themselves in the situation, meticulously analyzing the battlefield dynamics to formulate a judicious strategic plan. Qian Xiao led his team in executing a tactical maneuver of encirclement, while Qian Renshua harnessed the advantages of her martial spirit to launch aerial assaults. As the battle ignited, both factions engaged in a fierce clash upon the field. Under Qian Zhao's command, his team moved with remarkable agility and seamless coordination, swiftly breaching the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Qian Renshua's aerial incursions proved immensely successful, inflicting significant damage upon their adversaries. Ultimately, their forces triumphed in victory. Dean Rex observed their performance with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. "Your display was truly commendable. However, genuine military strategy extends beyond mere victories on the battlefield. It must also encompass considerations of political, economic, and diplomatic dimensions." Consequently, Dean Rex assigned them a series of tasks aimed at deepening their understanding of the political, economic, and diplomatic landscape of the fascist province. Qian Xiao and Qian Rengsha began to delve deeply into various aspects of the fascist province. They discovered that the military might of this province was formidable, yet it faced several challenges. Politically, there were internal conflicts and disputes. Economically, resources were unevenly distributed, leading to a significant wealth gap. Diplomatically, relations with neighboring provinces were strained. They reported their findings to Dean Rex, who nodded thoughtfully. "Your observations are astute. These indeed are the challenges confronting the fascist province. A distinguished military strategist must not only comprehend how to achieve victory on the battlefield, but also address these issues, contributing to the stability and advancement of the nation." In the following days, under Dean Rex's guidance, Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu began to learn how to formulate comprehensive military strategies. They studied various fields, including politics, economics, and diplomacy, acquiring the skills to make sound decisions in complex situations. Simultaneously, they did not neglect their martial spirit powers. Throughout their studies of military strategy, they continuously explored the connection between their martial spirits and military tactics. They discovered that the powers of their martial spirits could play a significant role in military strategy. For instance, Qian Xiao's martial spirit, the Rock King Emperor, could provide formidable defensive capabilities for the army, while Qian Ringshu's six-winged angel martial spirit could conduct aerial reconnaissance and surprise attacks. As time passed, Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu's proficiency in military strategy steadily improved. They began to engage in actual military operations, contributing to the stability and development of the fascist province. In a conflict with a neighboring province, they successfully averted a crisis by employing their acquired military strategic knowledge, earning the admiration of the populace. Chapter 143. The fascist province. The two journeyed to a bustling metropolis known as the City of Starlight. This city served as the cultural and academic exchange center of the fascist province, attracting scholars and sages from various regions. Within the City of Starlight, they heard tales of a mysterious military research institution known as the Hall of Wisdom. It was said that this place gathered numerous top military theorists, strategic analysts, and martial spirit research experts dedicated to exploring new directions in military strategy and the profound integration of martial spirits with military endeavors. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, Qian Xiao and his companions resolved to venture into the Hall of Wisdom. Upon crossing the threshold of this esteemed sanctuary, they were immediately awestruck by the grand architecture and the palpable atmosphere of scholarly pursuit within. Towering bookshelves brimmed with rare military texts and treatises on the study of martial souls, while scholars engaged in deep contemplation and earnest discussions in the tranquil study rooms. They soon encountered the hall's esteemed director, a sagacious woman named Elena. With a warm smile, she welcomed them, her eyes shimmering with a fervent love for knowledge and an unquenchable desire for discovery. "Welcome to the Hall of Wisdom, young warriors," she said. Qian Xiao, with utmost respect, bowed and replied, "Madam Elena, we yearn to acquire deeper insights into military strategy, particularly on how to employ military wisdom to benefit our nation and its people during peacetime." Elena nodded gently and guided them through the various research areas of the Hall of Wisdom. In the research chamber dedicated to the fusion of martial souls and military strategy, experts were engaged in discussions on harnessing the unique abilities of martial souls to enhance the training efficacy and operational efficiency of the armed forces. The martial spirits of Qian Xiao, the Rock King Emperor, and Qian Ringshu, the six-winged angel, have captivated the profound interest of experts, who have inundated the discourse with a plethora of inquiries and hypotheses in an endeavor to unearth the latent potential of these martial spirits within the realm of military applications. Within the strategic planning chamber, scholars congregate, meticulously analyzing the intricate tapestry of geopolitical landscapes and prospective crises. They employ cutting-edge simulation technologies and sophisticated data analysis methodologies to formulate scientifically sound strategic proposals. Qian Xiao and his companions attentively absorbed the insights and wisdom emanating from their discussions, gleaning invaluable experience from the exchange. Qian Xiao pays particular attention to the Intelligence Analysis Center within the Hall of Wisdom. The analysts here employ cutting-edge information technology and intelligence networks to gather and analyze intelligence data from around the globe. Qian Xiao realized that precise intelligence is crucial for formulating military strategies. He actively engaged with intelligence analysts, learning their methods of information gathering and analysis. During his days in the Hall of Wisdom, both Qian Xiao and Qian Ringshu devoted themselves wholeheartedly to study and research. They attended various academic seminars and lectures, engaging in profound discussions with experts and scholars. They also participated in practical projects, applying their acquired knowledge to propose solutions for real-world military challenges. As time progressed, their understanding of military strategy became increasingly profound and comprehensive. They recognized that military strategy is not merely the art of warfare, but also a means to maintain peace and promote development. The power of martial souls extends beyond combat. It plays a significant role in military training, intelligence gathering, and strategic planning. During an academic exchange event, Qian Xiao articulated his insights. "We should integrate the power of martial souls with military strategy, guided by the pursuit of peace. to create a brighter future for the empire and its people. By enhancing the quality and capability of the military and strengthening the empire's foundation, we can effectively safeguard the security and stability of the empire. Simultaneously, we can leverage the wisdom of military strategy to engage in cooperation and dialogue with neighboring empires, contributing to the resolution of issues on the Douluo continent. Qian Rengshu further elaborated, stating that the unique abilities of martial souls could present myriad possibilities for military endeavors. However, we must exercise caution in wielding such power, ensuring it is utilized for just purposes. Their views received high recognition and appreciation from the esteemed experts and scholars present. Elena gazed at them with a sense of comfort, remarking, "You have matured into thoughtful and responsible military strategists. I hope that on your future journeys, you will continue to uphold the ideals of peace and justice, employing your wisdom and strength to make even greater contributions to the prosperity and stability of the Douluo continent." Before departing from the Hall of Wisdom in the fascist province, Qian Shao, Qian Rengshu, Elena, and the other scholars bid a heartfelt farewell. They embarked on a new journey, filled with abundant insights and confidence for the future. Chapter 144 Hakwa. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu departed from the Hall of Wisdom in the fascist province, laden with abundant gains and a renewed confidence in their future, embarking upon a new journey. As they traveled onward, their destination was the Ahakua province of the Stellar Empire. Shao, do you truly believe that the Ahakua province of the Stellar Empire is as vast and boundless as the legends suggest? Qian Rengshu inquired as they walked. Qian Shao nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. It must be right. It is said that the vast grasslands there are breathtakingly expansive, surely capable of broadening our horizons. During our time in the Hall of Wisdom, although we have gained much, we have also grown somewhat weary. It is the perfect opportunity to unwind amidst the grasslands. Qian Rinxue revealed a faint smile. Indeed, upon that vast expanse of grassland, we may uncover new insights. Moreover, distinct regions boast unique martial soul characteristics and cultures. Who knows what new discoveries await us? As they conversed, they quickened their pace. The scenery along their journey transformed continuously, evolving from the bustling cityscape to serene countryside, and finally to boundless fields. At last, after days of arduous travel, they beheld, from a distance, the legendary grassland. The verdant meadow stretched like an immense carpet, extending to the horizon. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to undulate, as if nature itself were performing a magnificent symphony. Qian Shao inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp air of the prairie. How beautiful! Qian Shao exclaimed in admiration. Qian Rinxue was also captivated by the breathtaking scenery before her. Indeed, the beauty of this place was intoxicating. In such an environment, one's spirit expands, embracing a broader perspective. As they stepped onto the meadow, the grass beneath their feet was soft and resilient. Not far away, a herd of magnificent horses galloped across the plains, stirring up clouds of dust. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue paused to admire the view, their hearts brimming with affection for this vast expanse of grassland. Shao, do you think there might be powerful soul beasts lurking within this prairie? Qian Rinxue suddenly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shao responded, "It is quite possible. The soul beasts on the prairie are generally formidable and diverse in nature. However, there is no need for excessive worry, given our current strength. As long as we remain cautious, we should encounter no significant issues." As they spoke, a melodious flute tune echoed across the grassland, seemingly a summons from afar. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances and decided to proceed in the direction of the sound. After walking for a while, they came upon a young boy seated on the grass, playing the flute. Surrounding him were several adorable small animals, seemingly captivated by his enchanting melody. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue approached the young man, who, sensing their proximity, ceased his melodious playing. He lifted his gaze, curiosity illuminating his features as he regarded them. "Who are you? What brings you here?" the young man inquired. With a smile, Qian Shao replied, "We are travelers, drawn by tales of the breathtaking grasslands of the Ahakua province, and we have come to behold its beauty. Your flute melodies are enchanting. Have these little creatures gathered here lured by your music?" The young boy nodded. "Indeed, I often play my flute here, and these animals seem to be quite fond of my tunes. Where do you hail from?" "We come from the Tiando Empire." Having recently departed from the Hall of Wisdom in the fascist province, Qian Rinxue responded. The boy's eyes sparkled with interest. "The Hall of Wisdom? I have heard of that place, renowned for being a gathering of many scholars and sages. You must have acquired a wealth of knowledge during your time there." Qian Shao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, our time in the Hall of Wisdom has been immensely rewarding. Are you familiar with the concept of martial souls? The youth's face lit up with longing as he replied, I am aware of martial souls, yet I have yet to awaken my own. I eagerly anticipate the moment I awaken a formidable martial soul and subsequently become a powerful soul master. Qian Shao encouraged, as long as you put forth the effort. Success is assured. The power of the martial soul is boundless, yet it must be wielded with wisdom. They conversed with the young boy for an extended period, uncovering numerous tales and legends about the vast grasslands. The boy revealed that the plains held many enigmatic locations, some of which concealed formidable soul beasts and precious treasures. Exercise caution, the boy warned, for while the grasslands are indeed beautiful, they also harbor numerous perils. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue expressed their gratitude to the young man and continued their exploration across the vast grasslands. They encountered a myriad of individuals and spirit beasts, and faced a series of minor challenges. However, they consistently maintained their composure and courage, utilizing their intellect and strength to navigate through crises. During their sojourn on the grasslands, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue not only reveled in the breathtaking scenery, but also forged numerous new friendships. Their understanding of martial souls and military strategies deepened significantly. Qian Shao, I believe this expanse of grassland has imparted us with profound insights, Qian Renxue remarked. Qian Shao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that the vastness of the grasslands has enlightened us to the notion that our horizons must not be confined to a singular locale. In the Douluo continent, numerous uncharted territories await our exploration. Moreover, the harmonious coexistence between the inhabitants and the soul beasts here evokes the realization that the power of martial souls extends beyond mere combat. It can also be harnessed for protection and construction. Qian Renxue continued her discourse. Qian Shao deeply resonated with the notion, indeed, we ought to amalgamate the power of our martial souls with the ideals of peace and justice, thereby contributing significantly to the prosperity and stability of the Douluo continent. Chapter 145. Ahakua. The following morning, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue strolled hand in hand across the vast grasslands. Qian Renxue, filled with aspirations, remarked, the boundless expanse of the prairie always captivates the heart. Here, we can run freely and fully immerse ourselves in the enchanting allure of nature. Qian Shao gazed gently at Qian Renxue, responding with a smile. Indeed, this vast meadow seems to possess a marvelous enchantment that effortlessly captivates one's spirit, making it difficult to extricate oneself from its allure. They continued their leisurely stroll as a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it the invigorating scent of fresh grass. Qian Renxue slightly narrowed her eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility and beauty. Shao, do you recall those days we spent in the Hall of Wisdom? Qian Renxue suddenly inquired. Qian Shao nodded softly. Of course, I remember. During that time, we acquired a wealth of invaluable knowledge regarding military strategy and martial souls. However, now, as we stand on this meadow, everything seems to differ from the past. Yes, while in the Hall of Wisdom, we were wholly immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, tirelessly contemplating how to utilize the formidable power of martial souls for the benefit of the empire and its people. Yet here, in this moment, we can momentarily set aside those burdens and fully relish the wonders bestowed upon us by nature, Qian Renxue whispered. Qian Shao clasped Qian Renxue's hand tightly and said gently, you are absolutely right. Sometimes we indeed need to unwind appropriately, for it allows us to forge ahead more effectively. This meadow serves as our sanctuary, granting us the reprieve to momentarily forget all our worries. The delicate cheeks of Qian Renxue were adorned with a charming blush. She did not resist Qian Zhao's grasp, but rather allowed him to hold her hand firmly. They continued their journey forward, where a crystal-clear brook meandered nearby. How utterly breathtaking! Qian Renxue exclaimed in admiration. Qian Shao gazed at the brook, his heart equally filled with joy. Indeed, this stream resembles a silvery ribbon, adding a unique brilliance to this vast meadow. Let us sit over there, he suggested. They approached the brook and settled upon a flat stone. The water was so transparent that one could distinctly see the fish joyfully swimming about. Qian Renxue extended her hand, gently touching the water, savoring its refreshing coolness. Shao, look at these fish, how blissfully free they are, she mused. Qian Shao smiled at her. They are indeed remarkably free. Perhaps we too should emulate their spirit, shedding all constraints and fully embracing the beauty of life. Qian Renxue nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with a bright light. Indeed, we have tirelessly labored for our responsibilities and missions, scarcely pausing to appreciate the beautiful scenery that surrounds us. From now on, we must seek out such places to allow ourselves a moment of relaxation. Qian Shao softly draped her arm over Qian Rinshue's shoulder and replied resolutely, "Very well. I promise you, no matter where our journeys may take us, we shall endeavor together to discover those enchanting locales and collectively experience the wondrous allure of nature." Qian Rushue leaned against Qian Zhao's shoulder, her heart brimming with happiness. They sat quietly by the stream, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, Qian Rushue suddenly straightened up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Shao, let us have a race. Let us see who can reach that hill first." Qian Shao chuckled and nodded in agreement. "All right, but you mustn't resort to any tricks." With a playful grin, Qian Rushue retorted, "Who has to say who might cheat? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go." With that, Qian Rushue darted off like a delicate butterfly, soaring towards the hillside. Qian Shao, unwilling to be outdone, closely followed her. They ran freely across the meadow, their joyous laughter resonating in the air. Qian Rinshuei ran swiftly, her long hair dancing freely in the wind, appearing exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. Qian Shao gazed at her silhouette, his heart brimming with deep affection. He quickened his pace, gradually closing the distance between them. Finally, they reached the summit simultaneously. Qian Rinshuei turned to Qian Shao with a smile, saying, "I didn't expect you to be quite fast." Qian Shao replied with a grin, "You're not slow either. How about we call it a tie this time?" Qian Rinshuei nodded. "All right, let's consider it a draw for now. Next time, I shall surely triumph over you." They stood atop the hill, overlooking the vast expanse of the grassland. The verdant meadow stretched endlessly into the distance, merging with the azure sky and fluffy clouds, crafting a breathtaking masterpiece. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshuei quietly admired the enchanting scenery, their hearts filled with profound emotions. "This grassland is truly magnificent," Qian Rinshuei exclaimed earnestly. Qian Shao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it allows us to feel the grandeur and wonder of nature intimately. Here, we can forget all our worries and relish this beautiful moment." Qian Rinshuei turned her head, gazing tenderly at Qian Shao, her eyes brimming with deep affection. "Shao, having you by my side fills me with immense happiness." A stirring within Qian Shao prompted him to gently grasp Qian Rinshue's hand, expressing earnestly, "I too feel fortunate to share this beautiful scenery with you. In the future, let us explore many more places together and create even more delightful memories." Qian Rinshuei nodded, her face radiant with a blissful smile. They lingered on the hillside for quite some time, until the sun began its gradual descent. "Shall we head back?" Qian Shao softly inquired, with a hint of reluctance. Qian Rinshuei gazed at the prairie. "Yes, all right. However, I truly do not wish to leave this place." Qian Shao reassured her with a smile, "Fear not. We can return here again. For now, let us rest and continue our exploration of this vast prairie tomorrow." Nodding in agreement, they descended the hillside hand in hand, making their way towards their campsite. During their days on the prairie, Qian Shao and Qian Rinshuei shared countless joyous moments. They reveled in the beauty of the landscape, forged new friendships, and deepened their understanding of one another. This prairie became a cherished memory in their hearts, instilling in them boundless anticipation for the future. Chapter 146. Fulton. Since their enchanting farewell from the prairie, Qian Shao and Qian Rinshuei embarked on their journey towards the province of Fulton, filled with dreams and aspirations. In Qian Zhao's eyes shimmered a blend of determination and anticipation as she spoke. "Next, we shall venture into the province of Fulton to explore its industrial advancements and technological innovations. On the Douluo continent, the might of industry must not be underestimated. Perhaps we might uncover entirely new weapons or equipment there." Qian Rinshuei nodded slightly, a look of curiosity gracing her exquisite features. After an arduous journey, they gradually approached the province of Fulton. In the distance, numerous chimneys towered upright, with wisps of smoke ascending, creating a stark contrast to the previous landscapes of natural beauty they had traversed. This place seemed to embody a new world brimming with boundless power and extraordinary creativity. Upon entering the province of Fulton, the thunderous roar of machinery immediately enveloped them. On the streets, vehicles laden with goods traversed back and forth, while industrious workers moved about with fervor. Qian Rinshuei gazed at the lively and vibrant scene before her, exclaiming, "This place is truly unlike any we have encountered before." Qian Shao nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, the rapid industrial advancement on the Douluo continent is astonishingly transforming the lives of its inhabitants. This might very well open a new door for us." Their first stop was a grand blacksmith shop. The blazing furnace illuminated the darkened faces of the blacksmiths, who diligently swung their hammers, meticulously crafting exquisite weapons. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshuei observed the weapons being forged, contemplating the potential fusion of martial souls with these creations. Look, these weapons are already of exceptional quality, but if they could harness the power of martial souls, their might would be truly boundless, Qian Shao remarked. Qian Renxue fixed her gaze on a longsword, thoughtfully stating, indeed, the unique abilities of martial souls can bestow entirely new attributes and functions upon these weapons. They engaged in conversation with the blacksmiths, gaining insights into the craftsmanship and techniques of weapon making. The blacksmiths expressed keen interest in their notion of merging martial souls with weaponry, yet lamented, "It would indeed be splendid if a soul master were willing to collaborate with us, but soul masters have always regarded themselves as superior. How could they deign to acknowledge the humble work of mere blacksmiths?" Subsequently, they ventured to a machinery manufacturing plant. Enormous machines operated incessantly, producing a myriad of intricate components. As Qian Shao observed the complexity of these mechanical structures, a profound desire for exploration surged within her. The precision of these machines is truly astonishing. Might we be able to harness them to create even more formidable equipment to assist soul masters in battle? Qian Shao exclaimed with excitement. An engineer from the machinery manufacturing plant responded, "This is precisely the direction we have been striving towards. Currently, we are endeavoring to develop mechanical devices that can enhance the defensive capabilities and speed of spirit masters. However, if we could have spirit masters participate and provide the unique power of their martial souls, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Regrettably, most spirit masters disdain collaborating with individuals from our industrial sector." Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu engaged in profound research and discussions alongside the engineers, continuously proposing numerous innovative ideas. For instance, they envisioned the design of a mechanical weapon capable of autonomously tracking adversaries, or the creation of a device that could swiftly repair damaged equipment. Through their interactions with workers and technicians, they came to understand that industrial development faces several challenges. The scarcity of resources, technological bottlenecks, and fierce market competition all, to a certain extent, impede the further advancement of the industry. Qian Shao furrowed her brow, contemplating a strategy. On the Douluo continent, the power of martial souls is omnipresent. Perhaps we can harness the unique abilities of these martial souls to address our challenges. For instance, soul masters possessing earth attribute martial souls could assist in excavating minerals, while those with wood attribute martial souls could expedite the growth of plants, thereby providing essential raw materials for industry. Qian Renxue, however, wore a troubled expression. Although the idea was commendable, soul masters held themselves in high esteem and would not readily engage in industrial matters. They promptly took action, reaching out to the local Soul Master Association in search of collaboration. Yet, the association's response was markedly indifferent. What does industry have to do with the glory of soul masters? Our esteemed soul masters would never stoop to such menial tasks, scoffed the association's leader. Despite encountering numerous obstacles, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue remained undeterred. They understood the immense potential in the fusion of industry and martial souls, and they knew they must persevere in their quest for breakthroughs. As time gradually passed, the integration of industry and martial souls continued to progress at a sluggish pace. The development of new weapons and equipment faced significant challenges due to the lack of participation from soul masters. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue observed the unfolding events, their hearts tinged with a sense of loss, yet predominantly filled with unwavering conviction. They understood profoundly that their endeavors were silently reshaping this world, despite the arduous path ahead. They would forge ahead with resolute determination. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that this was merely the commencement of their journey. On the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, countless uncharted realms awaited their courageous exploration. They would persist in their quest, tirelessly striving for the perfect amalgamation of industry and martial spirits. Chapter 147, Fulton 2. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue gazed upon the ever-tightening integration of industry and martial spirits, their hearts brimming with satisfaction and pride. However, they were acutely aware that the journey ahead remained long. Although we have achieved certain successes, the development of industry still harbors vast potential waiting to be unearthed. Qian Shao looked at the bustling factory, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Qian Rengshu nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, we must not be complacent with the status quo. We must continue to explore, striving for a more harmonious integration of industry and martial spirits." They resolved to delve into every facet of industrial production to uncover further opportunities for synergy with martial spirits. Their first destination was the raw material extraction site, where laborers toiled diligently, mining ores and felling timber. These raw materials formed the bedrock of industry, Yet the extraction process is arduous and inefficient. Qianshao frowned as he observed the weary figures of the workers. He and Rengshu, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "We can harness the power of martial spirits to ameliorate this situation." She continued, "For instance, soul masters with strength-type martial spirits could assist in transporting heavy loads, while those with control-type martial spirits could enhance the organization of raw materials." Qian Zhao's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim soon after. The notion was splendid, yet how could the esteemed soul masters, perched high above, ever deign to assist us mere mortals in our industrial endeavors? They endeavored to reach out to several soul masters, yet the majority dismissed their entreaties with disdain. Some soul masters even mocked them for their fanciful aspirations, deeming industrial pursuits utterly unrelated to the glory of a soul master. How absurd to suggest we engage in such menial labor. It is a grave affront to our dignity as soul masters, declared a haughty soul master. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue felt profoundly disheartened, yet they did not surrender. They resolved to explore alternative avenues. Subsequently, they arrived at the Research and Development Department of the factory. Here, engineers were diligently striving to innovate new technologies and products. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue engaged in dialogue with the engineers, seeking to comprehend their thoughts and challenges. The most pressing issue we currently face is the technological bottleneck. Some designs, although remarkably creative, remain unfeasible due to technological constraints, remarked one of the engineers. Qianshao pondered for a moment and remarked, "The power of martial souls may indeed assist us in overcoming these technological limitations. For instance, a martial soul endowed with unique abilities could provide a novel energy source for mechanical devices or alter the properties of materials." Qian Rinxue also put forth her suggestion. "We could collaborate with the Soul Master Academy of the Xinghua Empire, inviting a number of experts in soul research to jointly tackle the technical challenges." However, when they approached the academy to seek cooperation, they were met with rejection. The instructors at the academy believed that industrial matters were too mundane and should not involve the students, lest it distract them from their soul cultivation. "Our students are the future elite soul masters. How can we allow them to squander their time on such industrial affairs?" remarked a professor from the academy. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue found themselves once again ensnared in a predicament, grappling with doubts about the viability of their aspirations. Yet, their resolve to persevere remained unyielding. During this tumultuous period, they unearthed a pressing issue. While industrial advancement bequeathed formidable weapons and equipment, it concurrently inflicted considerable harm upon the environment. "We cannot solely pursue industrial growth while neglecting the imperative of environmental preservation," Qianshao asserted solemnly. Qian Rinxue concurred, adding, "The power of martial spirits can also be harnessed for the restoration and safeguarding of our surroundings. For instance, soul masters possessing plant-type martial spirits can expedite the growth of vegetation and purify the air and water." Determined to make a difference, they resolved to establish an environmental protection group composed of passionate ordinary citizens. This group's mission was to explore methods of safeguarding the environment while fostering industrial progress. They commenced planting diverse flora around factories, experimenting with traditional techniques to cleanse the environment. Despite the absence of Soul Master's assistance, they persevered in their endeavors, buoyed by the belief that relentless effort would ultimately yield solutions. As time unfolded, the industrial development in the Fulton province, though beset by numerous challenges, gradually advanced. The commendable efforts of Qianshao and Qian Rinxue garnered recognition and admiration from the local populace. Nevertheless, they did not rest on their laurels. Fully aware that many regions in the Douluo continent awaited their advocacy for a harmonious blend of industry and martial spirits, they resolved to depart from Fulton province and embark on a journey to other areas, continuing their quest for exploration. Before their departure, they bid farewell to the people of Fulton province, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude and reluctance. "Your arrival has bestowed upon us newfound hope and opportunities. We hope that in your future endeavors, you will continue to contribute to the development of the Douluo continent," remarked a factory manager. Qianshao and Qian Rinxue replied with smiles, "We certainly will. We believe that as long as we work together, the Douluo continent will undoubtedly become a better place." Filled with abundant gains and confidence in the future, Qianshao and Qian Rinxue embarked on a new journey. Chapter 148. Starluo City. Upon Qianshao's suggestion to journey to the capital of the Starluo Empire, he and Rinxue nodded slightly in agreement. With hearts brimming with anticipation and dreams, the two embarked on their expedition towards the imperial city. Along the way, their minds were flooded with vivid imaginations of what awaited them in the capital, yearning to gain fresh insights and inspiration. After a protracted and arduous journey, They finally arrived at the capital of the Douluo Empire. The grandeur of the city unfolded before them like a magnificent tapestry. The towering city walls resembled the ramparts of giants, and the majestic palaces emanated an air of authority and solemnity. The bustling streets were thronged with people, and the myriad shops displayed a cornucopia of goods. Yet, beneath this facade of prosperity, they keenly sensed the hardships endured by the common folk. Despite the city's vibrancy, the ordinary citizens seemed to bear their own burdens. Qian Rengshu spoke softly, her gaze betraying a hint of concern. Qianshao nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, along our journey, we have witnessed too many commoners who, while managing to fill their stomachs, constantly suffer under the oppression of the nobility. Such a situation appears to be all too common on the Douluo continent, yet we cannot turn a blind eye to it." Resolutely, they decided to delve into the political system and social structure of the Douluo Empire, aspiring to gain a deeper understanding of the predicaments faced by its people. They first ventured into a district inhabited by commoners. The dwellings here were humble and dilapidated, and the narrow, crowded streets starkly contrasted with the opulence found elsewhere in the capital. "Look, the lives of these commoners are truly arduous," Qianshao remarked, pointing to an elderly man laboring diligently. The lines etched on the old man's face told tales of time, his movements slow and laborious, as if each effort drained the last remnants of his strength. Observing the elderly man's weary figure, Qian Rengshu was overcome with a profound sense of compassion. They approached several commoners, engaging in conversation to glean insight into their living conditions. These individuals toiled from dawn till dusk, striving merely to make ends meet. Meanwhile, the nobility indulged in opulence, arbitrarily oppressing the commoners, seizing their lands, and compelling them to work under duress. These myriad injustices left the common folk in utter despair. "The nobles frequently usurp our land and force us into labor. Our lives are incredibly difficult," lamented one commoner, his eyes filled with resignation and hopelessness. Upon hearing this, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu were filled with indignation. They could not endure the perpetuation of such injustice. "This inequity must be rectified," Qianshao declared resolutely, his gaze imbued with an unwavering strength. Qian Rengshu concurred, stating, "We must find a way to assist these commoners, enabling them to lead better lives." With a flicker of hope, they endeavored to engage with the nobility, hoping to draw their attention to the plight of the common people. However, reality dealt them a heavy blow. No noble would deign to acknowledge them, despite their relentless efforts. They encountered insurmountable obstacles at every turn. When they sought an audience with a certain aristocrat, the gatekeeper callously barred their entry. "Humph! Who are you to disturb the esteemed lord? Begone!" The gatekeeper snarled, his gaze brimming with arrogance and disdain. Qianshao and Qian Renshue endeavored to elucidate their intentions, yet the gatekeeper offered them no opportunity to speak. They attempted to reach out to other nobles, only to be met with indifference. "What concern do we have with the plight of the commoners? Do not disturb me," a noble disdainfully remarked, his tone rife with contempt for the lower classes. Qianshao and Qian Renshue found themselves engulfed in despair, having exhausted all manners of approach, yet remaining powerless. They wandered the streets of the capital, their hearts heavy with helplessness and disappointment. They observed the suffering of the common folk, yet felt utterly incapable of rendering assistance. This sense of impotence filled them with anguish and confusion. "Is there truly no way forward for us?" Qian Renshue lamented, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Qianshao too fell into deep contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. He began to question his abilities and choices, pondering whether they ought to have ventured here at all, or if they could ever instigate change in this world. Throughout this ordeal, they gained profound insights into the political system and social structure of the Xinglua Empire. They discerned the grave flaws within its governance, the excessive power wielded by the nobility, and the lack of protection for the rights of the common people. The prospect of altering such a status quo appeared insurmountable. They began to reflect on their actions, considering whether alternative avenues might exist to aid the commoners. However, the more they contemplated, the deeper their despair grew. Lacking the strength to confront the formidable nobles, they felt powerless to alter the unjust societal framework. Aimlessly, they traversed the streets of the capital, their hearts fraught with conflict and turmoil. They were reluctant to surrender, yet uncertain of how to advance. Gazing at the opulent palaces and the extravagant lives of the nobles, then turning their eyes to the meager abodes and arduous labors of the common folk, they were consumed by a sense of inequity. "We cannot simply relinquish our efforts," Qianshao suddenly declared, a flicker of hope igniting within his gaze. "Though we may currently feel powerless, we must not abandon our cause. We shall continue to seek opportunities and strive for the happiness of the common people." Qian Renshue gazed at Qianshao, and a surge of courage welled up within her. Indeed, we must not surrender. We must believe that one day, we shall discover a way to transform this world. Chapter 149, Starry City 2 with Heavy Hearts. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue wandered slowly through the streets of the capital of the Douluo Empire, filled with reluctance yet unsure of how to proceed. As they stood engulfed in confusion, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Upon lifting their gazes, they beheld a man and a woman making their way toward them, surrounded by a throng of admirers. As they drew nearer, Qian Shao and Qian Renxue were taken aback to discover that the approaching figures were none other than Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai retained his characteristic flamboyance, his visage radiating arrogance, while Zhu Qing, with an air of aloofness, followed closely beside him, her expression tranquil. Dai Mubai soon noticed Qian Shao and Qian Renxue, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, brimming with provocation. Ah, are these not the esteemed son and daughter of the Spirit Hall? What brings you to the capital of the Douluo Empire? He remarked with a tone laced with disdain. Qian Shao furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly irritable at Dai Mubai's provocation. Dai Mubai, we are merely passing through this place and have no desire to engage in conflict with you, Qian Shao retorted coldly. However, Dai Mubai had no intention of letting the matter rest. Merely passing through? I suspect you harbor ulterior motives. What is it? Unable to make your mark in the Spirit Hall, you have come to the imperial capital of the Douluo Empire to embarrass yourselves? Dai Mubai continued his taunting. At this moment, Qian Renxue's face displayed a look of anger. Dai Mubai, do not go too far. Dai Mubai burst into hearty laughter. Go too far? What if I do? What can you do about it? Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, and in that instant, the flames of fury ignited within them. With a swift motion, Qian Shao darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards Dai Mubai. Before Dai Mubai could even comprehend the situation, Qian Shao had already arrived before him. Qian Shao suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, and an immense surge of soul energy erupted in an instant. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to defend himself, but it was far too late. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying by Qian Shao's blow, crashing heavily to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving those around them in utter shock. Zhu Zhuqing's face mirrored the astonishment of the crowd, as she could scarcely believe that Qian Shao would dare to resort to violence in such a setting. Qian Renxue gazed coldly at Zhu Qing, warning, tend to your people, and refrain from provoking us again. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, remaining silent as she quietly approached Dai Mubai to assess his injuries. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue chose not to linger any longer, turning away from the scene. The unexpected altercation weighed heavily on their hearts. After being knocked unconscious by a punch from Qian Shao, Dai Mubai was taken back to the palace by Zhu Zhuqing. Upon regaining consciousness, Dai Mubai's face was etched with anger and grievance as he hurried to seek an audience with his father, the emperor. Fuming, Dai Mubai confronted the emperor, exclaiming, "Father, I have been wronged." The emperor furrowed his brow, observing his son's distressed demeanor, and inquired, "What has transpired? Who dares to bully my son?" With clenched teeth, Dai Mubai recounted, "Father, I encountered the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shao, and the holy maiden, Qian Renxue, in the capital. I merely exchanged a few words with them, and without hesitation, Qian Shao attacked me, leaving me utterly defenseless and unconscious." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened immediately. How audacious, to act so brazenly within the capital of the Xingluo Empire. With that, the emperor raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Dai Mubai's face. Stunned, Dai Mubai clutched his cheek in bewilderment and protested, "Father, why have you struck me?" The emperor glared at him, "You insufferable fool. While you may have been arrogant in the past, now you have dared to provoke the holy son and holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. Do you comprehend the extent of their power? They are not to be trifled with." Dai Mubai, feeling indignant, retorted, "They are merely from the Spirit Hall. Should our Xingluo Empire truly fear them?" Enraged, the emperor raised his hand once more. "What do you understand? The Spirit Hall is filled with formidable experts and possesses profound influence. Although our Xingluo Empire is not weak, we cannot recklessly engage them. Do you not recognize your error?" Though Dai Mubai felt a twinge of defiance, he replied, "But father, they have gone too far." The emperor shot him a piercing glare. "Then tell me, what led to your confrontation with them?" Hesitating, Dai Mubai stammered, "I simply found them displeasing and uttered a few harsh words." The emperor's fury flared anew as he delivered another sharp slap. "You reckless fool. Your indiscreet tongue has brought calamity upon the empire. The holy son and holy maiden represent the dignity of the Spirit Hall. By provoking them, Do you not fear their retaliation? Now utterly subdued, Dai Mubai lowered his head. Fully aware that he had stirred up significant trouble, the emperor took a deep breath, striving to quell his rage. From this day forth, reflect deeply upon your actions. You are forbidden to leave the palace without my command. Should you cause further trouble, I shall not be lenient. Dai Mubai, resigned, replied, Yes, father. I understand my mistake. The emperor waved his hand, dismissing him. He then settled back onto his dragon throne, lost in contemplation. He understood that the trouble stirred by Dai Mubai must be addressed with utmost care. Otherwise, it could potentially plunge the Douluo Empire into a dire crisis. He resolved to dispatch individuals to investigate the particulars of the matter, while simultaneously contemplating ways to ease relations with the Spirit Hall to avert an unnecessary conflict. In Chapter 150, the emperor sat in deep contemplation upon his dragon throne, ultimately deciding to send envoys to ascertain the whereabouts of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue within the capital. Before long, intelligence agents returned with precise information. After a brief moment of reflection, the emperor promptly ordered the preparation of lavish gifts, intending to extend an apology to Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. The predicament caused by Dai Mubai was not to be underestimated. The influence of the Spirit Hall was formidable, and it was imperative that the situation be handled with caution to prevent further escalation. The emperor addressed the ministers beside him, who nodded in agreement, fully aware of the stakes involved. Soon, an array of precious treasures, rare herbs, and exquisite crafts were meticulously packed into ornate chests. Escorted by a contingent of guards to the residence of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue were deliberating their forthcoming actions within their residence when they were suddenly startled by a cacophony from outside. Filled with curiosity, they opened the door to find a group of guards standing respectfully at the entrance, surrounded by a plethora of gifts. The captain of the guards stepped forward and, with utmost deference, stated, Esteemed lords, we have been dispatched by His Majesty to convey our sincerest apologies. Our young prince, in his impetuousness, has inadvertently offended you both. Upon learning of this, His Majesty was exceedingly enraged and has ordered us to present these offerings as a token of contrition. We earnestly hope that you will overlook this past slight and that it will not adversely affect the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, feeling quite astonished. They had not anticipated the emperor's response to be so prompt. As he had taken the initiative to send someone to deliver gifts and express his apologies, Qian Shao furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Please convey to your sovereign that we shall not pursue this matter further. But we hope he will diligently educate his prince to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. The captain of the guards nodded vigorously, assuring, I will certainly relay your esteemed words to His Majesty. With that, he departed, accompanied by his guards. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue gazed at the gifts, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. They understood that the emperor's actions were born of necessity, after all. The formidable power of the Spirit Hall compelled the Douluo Empire to tread cautiously. The emperor of the Douluo Empire is indeed a wise individual. Aware of the importance of halting losses in a timely manner, Qian Renxue remarked. Qian Shao nodded in agreement, stating, however, We must not let our guard down as a result. In this Douluo continent, the interplay of various forces is intricately complex, and we must remain ever vigilant. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue began to meticulously arrange the gifts. As they opened a delicate box, a small tower emanating an ancient aura came into view. Qian Shao picked up the tower and examined it closely, a profound sense of familiarity washing over her. Qian Renxue, intrigued, leaned in to observe the tower and inquired with curiosity, What is this? Qian Shao's eyes sparkled with surprise as she slowly remarked, This is the Tower of Xian Yin. I never expected to find it here. Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback. She was aware of the tower's rarity and understood the immense significance it held for Qian Shao. Qian Shao explained that this obsidian tower harbors immense geological soul power. Should I manage to absorb it, I would undoubtedly enhance my cultivation and mastery of my martial spirit, significantly amplifying the potency of my soul abilities. Qian Renxue nodded, her heart swelling with joy for Qian Shao. They understood well that in the Douluo continent, the enhancement of one's strength was of paramount importance. The emergence of the Xianyin Tower undoubtedly presented Qian Shao with an exceptional opportunity. Qian Shao no longer hesitated and immediately began to attempt to absorb the obsidian tower. He seated himself on the ground, placing the tower before him, and gradually released his soul force to envelop the small structure. As his soul energy continued to flow into it, the obsidian tower began to emanate a brilliant radiance, and the surrounding earth-type soul force grew increasingly potent. Qian Renxue stood quietly to the side, safeguarding Qian Xiao. She understood that Qian Xiao was at a pivotal moment, one that must not be disturbed. Qian Xiao was fully engrossed in channeling the formidable power of the obsidian tower into his being. The mighty rock-based soul energy coursed through his meridians, relentlessly battering his body. Gritting his teeth, Qian Xiao endured immense agony, yet his heart was steadfast, resolute in his belief that he would successfully absorb the essence of the obsidian tower. After what felt like an interminable period, Qian Xiao finally succeeded in completely assimilating the tower's power. He slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, emanating a powerful aura. Feeling the surging soul energy within him, his heart brimmed with joy. He unleashed his first soul skill, its potency significantly enhanced compared to before. Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "With the obsidian tower at our disposal, our endeavors on the Douluo continent will proceed with greater ease." Qian Rinxue smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we must seize this opportunity and continue striving towards the realization of our goals." Chapter 151. Coastal City. Qian Xiao turned to gaze at Qian Rinxue beside her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Shuer, do you still recall what transpired at the auction in Heaven-Do City last time?" Qian Rinxue nodded gently, a glimmer of reminiscence shining in her beautiful eyes. She recalled that unforgettable auction event, a moment etched in her memory. A look of exhilaration blossomed on Qian Zhao's face as he pointed ahead and declared, "We shall embark from this very spot. A mere 50 miles forward lies Binhai City. Let us rent a vessel there and set sail for the island mentioned by the old fox Ningfingxi." Qian Rinxue gazed tenderly at Qian Xiao, her smile radiant as she replied, "Very well, Xiao, I shall follow your lead." Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue hurriedly made their way towards the coastal city. A gentle breeze caressed the air, lifting Qian Rinxue's hair, her beauty rendered even more enchanting by the sunlight's embrace. Qian Xiao frequently glanced back at Qian Rinxue, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. Before long, the outline of the coastal city gradually revealed itself before them. This city lay adjacent to the sea, with a subtle salty tang wafting through the air. "Shuer, we are almost there," Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. As they drew nearer to the coastal city, the majestic city walls became increasingly distinct. Constructed from massive stone blocks, the walls stood firm and imposing, as if narrating the ancient history of this place. Flags fluttered atop the walls, and the guards, with solemn expressions, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Upon entering the coastal city, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped them. The streets bustled with throngs of people, the shouts of vendors echoing in a lively chorus. Qian Xiao held Qian Rinxue's hand tightly, fearful of losing her amidst the crowded masses. Observing Qian Zhao's anxious demeanor, Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Xiao, there is no need to be so tense. I will not get lost," she softly reassured him. Qian Xiao scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I merely fear you might be jostled by the crowd." As they strolled, they admired the picturesque scenery of coastal city. The architecture along the streets was diverse. Some buildings stood tall and majestic, while others were quaint and delicate. Various shops displayed an array of marine specialties at their entrances, such as vividly colored shells, lustrous pearls, and uniquely shaped corals. Qian Rinxue was captivated by these exquisite treasures and paused to closely examine a stall adorned with pearls. "Xiao, these pearls are truly beautiful," she exclaimed in admiration. Qian Xiao gazed into Qian Rinxue's eyes, filled with affection, and without a moment's hesitation addressed the vendor, "Sir, I shall take all of these pearls." Upon hearing this, the vendor's face blossomed with joy as he hastily wrapped the pearls and handed them to Qian Xiao. Qian Rinxue looked at Qian Xiao, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Xiao, why are you purchasing so many pearls?" Qian Xiao gazed gently at Qian Rinxue and said, "It is because you adore them. Adorning yourself with these pearls will undoubtedly enhance your beauty even further." Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart brimming with emotion. They continued their journey and arrived at a square. In the square, a group of children was frolicking, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue gazed at these children, smiles gracing their faces. "These children are so adorable," Qian Rinxue remarked. "Indeed, their smiles radiate warmth," Qian Xiao replied. Suddenly, a little girl stumbled and fell. Qian Rinxue hurried over to help her up. The little girl looked at Qian Rinxue, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, sister," the little girl said. Qian Rinxue gently caressed the little girl's head and said, "No need to thank me, but do be careful in the future." The little girl nodded and then ran back to her companions. Qian Xiao observed Qian Rinxue's kind gesture, her heart swelling with affection. "Shuai, you truly possess a heart of gold," Qian Xiao remarked. Qian Rinxue smiled gently and remarked, "This is merely a trifling effort." They strolled through the coastal city, savoring its unique charm. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the seaside. The waves crashed against the shore, producing a resonant thunderous sound. The sea breeze howled past, lifting Qian Rinchue's long hair. Qian Shao gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him, his heart brimming with emotion. "Shuer, this place is truly magnificent," Qian Shao expressed. Qian Rushue nodded and said, "Indeed, the vastness of the ocean humbles one's existence." They strolled along the coastline, hand in hand, savoring this tranquil moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow cast a golden shimmer upon the sea. Qian Shao and Qian Rushue stood in serene silence, watching the sun gradually descend. "Shao, let us always remain together like this," Qian Rushue expressed. Qian Shao tightly grasped Qian Ringshu's hand and said, "We certainly will, my dear Shuer. We shall remain together, no matter the challenges we face." During their time in Binhai City, Qian Shao and Qian Ringshu shared countless delightful moments. They savored the local delicacies, reveled in the breathtaking scenery, and cherished innumerable sweet instances. This city, too, grew more enchanting with their presence. Yet, their journey was far from over. They were destined to venture to the island spoken of by Ning Fengji, to explore that enigmatic realm. Before departing from Binhai City, Qian Shao and Qian Ringshu returned to the seaside. They gazed out at the vast ocean, their hearts brimming with anticipation. "Shuer, are we ready?" Qian Shao inquired. Qian Rinshue nodded firmly and said, "I am ready, Shao. Let us embrace the new challenges together." Chapter 152, The Second City by the Sea. Qian Shao and Qian Rinshue resolved to procure supplies in coastal city, preparing for their journey to the enigmatic island. They arrived at the largest market in coastal city, where throngs of people bustled about, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Qian Shao tightly grasped Qian Ringshu's hand, fearful of being separated in the throng of people. Observing Qian Xiao's anxious demeanor, Qian Ringshu smiled and reassured her, "Xiao, there is no need to be so tense. I will always be by your side." Qian Xiao shyly smiled back, saying, "I'm merely concerned that you might get jostled by the crowd." Their first stop was at a stall selling food. The display was abundant with an array of dried seafood, fruits, and provisions. Qian Xiao picked up a bag of dried seafood, inhaled its aroma, and remarked, "This smells delightful. It should be suitable for our journey on the boat." Qian Ringshu nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Yes, let us purchase some more, just to be safe." The vendor, witnessing their generosity, beamed with joy and enthusiastically introduced the features of various foods. While selecting fruits, Qian Shao picked a bright red apple and handed it to Qian Ringshu, saying, "Shuer, do try this apple, it appears very fresh." Qian Ringshu took a bite, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. "It's quite sweet, Shao," she said with a smile. Qian Shao, enchanted by Qian Ringshu's satisfied expression, felt a surge of joy within. Next, they ventured into a shop selling everyday items. The store was a treasure trove, filled with various water bottles, tints, ropes, and more. Qian Shao selected a sturdy water bottle, declaring, "This can hold a substantial amount of water. It will surely be useful on the boat." Qian Ringshu chose a compact tent, saying, "This tent looks lightweight and easy to carry." The shopkeeper, noticing their meticulous selection, couldn't help but exclaim, "You two are such a thoughtful couple, considering every detail." Qian Ringshu's cheeks flushed slightly, while Qian Shao smiled at the shopkeeper, expressing gratitude for the compliment. As they passed a stall selling special tools, Qian Shao discovered a luminous signal flare designed for use at sea. He examined it closely and said to Qian Ringshu, "Shuer, this signal flare might prove invaluable if we encounter danger." Qian Ringshu nodded in agreement. The vendor, seeing their interest, eagerly promoted the product. "This signal flare is a remarkable item. In the vast ocean, should you face any situation, it will ensure you are swiftly spotted." Without hesitation, Qian Shao purchased several flares, placing them into their sole guide device. Continuing their journey, they encountered a stall selling exquisite maps. Qian Shao considered that a more detailed map might be essential for their expedition to the mysterious island. So he approached for a closer look. The map detailed various maritime conditions and potential danger zones. Qian Ringshu, contemplating the map, remarked, "With this map, our journey may proceed much more smoothly." After some haggling with the vendor, they acquired the map. During their shopping adventure, Qian Shao and Qian Ringshu met an adorable little boy selling handmade trinkets. The boy's eyes lit up upon seeing Qian Ringshu, and he exclaimed, "Beautiful sister, this ornament is perfect for you." Touched by the boy's innocence and sincerity, Qian Ringshu purchased the trinket. Qian Shao chuckled, saying, "Shuer, you will look stunning wearing it." Qian Ringshu smiled gently, her heart brimming with warmth. After a flurry of bustling procurement, they had carefully stowed various supplies into the soul-guiding device. Once everything was in order, they made their way toward the dock, eagerly anticipating the enigmatic journey to the mysterious island that awaited them. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue made their way towards the dock. The dock was bustling with a multitude of vessels, while the waves crashed against the shore, creating a symphony of sounds. They searched diligently for a suitable ship. Qian Zhao's gaze swept over the various boats as he contemplated their sizes, sturdiness, and speed. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood quietly beside him, gazing at Qian Shao with unwavering trust. At last, they stumbled upon a robust ship nestled in a corner of the dock. Its hull was crafted from thick timber, the mast soared high, and the sails were as white as snow. Qian Shao approached the captain to engage in conversation. "Captain, we wish to rent your vessel to journey to a mysterious island," Qian Shao stated. The captain, a seasoned sailor with a wealth of experience, scrutinized Qian Shao and Qian Renxue, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "A mysterious island? That is not an easy destination. Are you certain you wish to embark on this journey?" Qian Shao nodded decisively, affirming that we had compelling reasons to proceed. The shipowner remained silent for a moment before responding. "Very well. Seeing your determination, I shall rent you the vessel. However, be forewarned, the conditions at sea are unpredictable, and you must be prepared." Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a knowing smile, fully prepared to embrace the challenges ahead. After negotiating the rental fee and itinerary with the ship's owner, they boarded the vessel. Although the amenities on board were modest, they were impeccably tidy. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue arranged their supplies and then stood at the bow, gazing out at the endless expanse of the sea. "Schwer, we are about to embark on a new adventure," Qian Shao remarked. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Indeed, I firmly believe we shall succeed." At the captain's command, the crew untied the ropes and unfurled the sails. The grand vessel gradually departed from the dock, steering towards the enigmatic island. The sea breeze caressed their faces, carrying a hint of briny flavor. Qian Shao grasped Qian Renxue's hand tightly, her heart brimming with courage and resolve. After half a day's voyage, they finally beheld a small black dot emerging in the distance. Qian Shao excitedly pointed at the dot and declared to Qian Renxue, "Schwer, that must be the mysterious island we seek." In Qian Renxue's eyes, there was a glimmer of joy. They eagerly anticipated the adventures and surprises that awaited them on this enigmatic island. Chapter 153, The Island Adventure. The vessel gradually approached the mysterious isle. With Qian Shao and Qian Renxue standing at the bow, their hearts racing with a blend of tension and exhilaration as they gazed ahead. As they drew nearer, the island's full visage became increasingly distinct. This isle, akin to a solitary cloud, was adorned with towering rock formations, while the relentless waves crashed against the crags, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. The terrain was strewn with peculiar stones, some resembling fearsome beasts, others akin to graceful sculptures. The sea breeze swept over them, carrying a damp, briny essence and an elusive air of mystery. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue leapt from the vessel, setting foot upon the island's rugged terrain. The ground beneath them was uneven, compelling them to tread with caution. The surrounding atmosphere bore an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the rhythmic crashing of waves and the occasional cries of seabirds, which shattered the silence. "Schwer, this place feels decidedly unusual," Qian Shao murmured. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her enchanting eyes glimmering with vigilance. "Caution is paramount, Shao." They advanced along a narrow path, flanked by steep cliffs and tumultuous seas. Occasionally, peculiar plants clung to the cliffs, emanating a faint luminescence, as if whispering the island's enigmatic history. Qian Shao scrutinized these flora, pondering whether they possessed any extraordinary properties. As they pressed onward, they arrived at a broad expanse of land. The ground was strewn with colossal stones, each etched with ancient symbols and patterns. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue paused to observe, striving to decipher the meanings behind these inscriptions. Yet, their antiquity and mystery rendered them inscrutable at that moment. "Shao, could these symbols perhaps serve as some form of guidance?" Qian Renxue suggested softly. Qian Shao contemplated for a moment before responding, "It is possible. Let us continue our exploration. We may uncover further clues." Traversing the open land, they entered a valley shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring the path ahead. Qian Shao harnessed his soul power, cautiously probing the way forward. Qian Renxue followed closely, weapon in hand, ever ready to confront any lurking dangers. Within the valley, they encountered peculiar soul beasts. These creatures bore unusual shapes, some resembling colossal insects, others akin to diminutive soul beasts. They flitted about the valley, seemingly guarding something of significance. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu exchanged knowing glances, understanding the necessity of proceeding with utmost care around these beings. Schwer, those soul beasts appear formidable, Qian Shao whispered. Qian Rengshu nodded in agreement, stating, we should strive to avoid direct confrontation and seek alternative paths. Silently, they circumvented the creatures, delving deeper into the valley. In its depths, they stumbled upon an ancient edifice. The structure exuded an aura of antiquity and gravity, its walls adorned with exquisite bas-reliefs. As they approached, they sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from within. There must be something of great importance here, Qian Shao remarked. Qian Rengshu inclined her head slightly, and they cautiously entered the building. The interior was dim and enigmatic, filled with ancient artifacts and tomes. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu examined the items meticulously, hoping to uncover insights about the island. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths of the structure, sending chills down their spines. Gripping their weapons tightly, Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu warily advanced towards the source of the sound. In a vast chamber, they beheld a formidable soul beast. Its massive and muscular form radiated a terrifying presence. Its eyes glowed with a crimson luminescence. Fixating intently on Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu. Schwer, be cautious, Qian Shao shouted, charging forward. Qian Rengshu swiftly reacted, unleashing her martial soul to confront the soul beast alongside Qian Shao. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Shao unleashed her fourth soul skill, Meteoric Strike. Instantly, a swarm of miniature meteors appeared in the sky, cascading like shooting stars towards the soul beast below. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the soul beast hastily attempted to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rengshu invoked her first soul skill, Angelic Assault. The sword in her hand radiated a resplendent golden light, its divine energy concentrated upon it. While the golden light shield formed during her strike further enhanced her protection. Like a bolt of golden lightning, Qian Rengshu charged towards the soul beast, initiating a close-range assault. Enraged, the soul beast opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a tempest of dark soul power. Reacting swiftly, Qian Rengshu employed her second soul skill, Radiant Guardian, conjuring a shield interwoven with blue and gold before her. This shield not only deflected the soul power storm but also bestowed healing effects upon herself and Qian Shao. Qian Shao swiftly unleashed her third soul skill, the Earth Pulse Shockwave, emanating a tremor from herself as the epicenter, expanding in a radius of 25 meters. The soul beasts caught within the shockwave's domain experienced a jarring impact and disruption, their movements momentarily stalling. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Rengshu executed her fifth soul skill, Angelic Judgment. Wielding a longsword forged from sacred flames with forceful precision, cleaving towards the soul beast. The tremendous power of her assault, coupled with its purifying effect, elicited anguished roars from the creature. In a frenzy, the soul beast retaliated with its enormous claws swiping towards them. Without hesitation, Qian Shao invoked her fifth soul skill, Rock Prison Binding Spell, instantly conjuring a robust stone cell at the position of the soul beast, imprisoning it within. The soul beast writhed violently within the confines of the rock prison, on the verge of breaking free. Qian Rengshu again summoned her first soul skill, Angelic Assault, intensifying her offensive prowess to restrain the soul beast. Qian Rengshu subsequently unleashed her sixth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light, transforming the sacred power of the angelic spirit into a potent mental shock that directly assailed the soul of the soul beast. Through their seamless coordination, the formidable 80,000-year soul beast could no longer endure and collapsed with a resounding thud. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu stood there, panting, their eyes brimming with the joy of victory and mutual admiration. Through their harmonious collaboration, they successfully vanquished the mighty soul beast, continuing their exploration of the enigmatic secrets on the mysterious island. Chapter 154, The Island Adventure 2. Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu, after triumphantly vanquishing the 80,000-year soul beast, settled down on the spot to recuperate and restore their soul power. Leaning against one another, they savored each other's breath, their hearts brimming with a profound sense of tranquility. Qian Shao gently closed her eyes, channeling the soul energy within her body, allowing it to flow slowly through her meridians, mending the minor injuries sustained during battle. Qian Rengshu was equally focused on her recovery, her exquisite features illuminated by a serene expression, as the sacred soul energy shimmered softly around her. After a period of rest, their soul energy gradually returned to a state of vigor. Qian Shao opened her eyes, gazing at Qian Rengshu with tenderness and resolve. "Schwer, let us continue our exploration," she said. Qian Rengshu nodded, rising to her feet, her weapon firmly grasped in hand. They cautiously pressed onward across the mysterious island. As they delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly enigmatic. Ancient trees towered above, their lush foliage blocking much of the sunlight, casting an air of shadowy gloom. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step eliciting a faint rustle. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette emerged ahead, resembling a massive boulder, radiating a powerful wave of soul energy. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue immediately halted, alertly observing this unfamiliar presence. "What is that?" Qian Shao whispered. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. Having never encountered such a peculiar soul beast, its aura distinctly unusual. The immense rock-like soul beast began to move, its surface shimmering with an odd glow, as if encased in a formidable shield. It approached Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath them. Qian Shao swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, the rock gun barrage, manipulating the earth to form rock projectiles that surged towards the soul beast. The rock spears shot forth like lightning, yet upon striking the surface of the soul beast, they produced a crisp sound of impact before being deflected away. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Rinxue immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Angel Assault. The sword in her hand radiated a resplendent golden light, concentrating divine energy upon its surface. The golden light shield formed during her attack also provided her with an additional layer of protection. She charged towards the monster, engaging in an intense battle with the soul beast. Infuriated by Qian Rinxue's onslaught, the soul beast suddenly emitted a blinding brilliance, unleashing a barrage of rock spikes. In response, Qian Shao swiftly activated her second soul skill, Rock Barrier, raising a sturdy stone shield to deflect the soul beast's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue unleashed her third soul skill, the Holy Radiance Breaking Evil Strike, hurling the condensed sphere of light towards the spirit beast. The sphere traversed the air like a meteor, erupting into a brilliant explosion upon impact, its formidable purifying force and shockwave causing the spirit beast to stagger backwards. In retaliation, the spirit beast began a frenzied assault, its body crashing against the ground, generating intense tremors. Qian Shao invoked her third soul skill, the Earth Pulse Shockwave, emanating a wave of disturbance from her being, extending its reach within a radius of 25 meters. Those caught within the area of the shockwave experienced impact damage and disorientation. Their movements momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Rinxue unleashed her fifth spirit skill, Angel's Judgment. With a powerful swing of the long sword forged from sacred flames, she struck fiercely at the soul beast. The formidable might of her attack, coupled with its purifying effect, elicited a pained roar from the creature. Yet, the soul beast proved to be no easy adversary. Its form began to reconstitute, growing ever more resilient. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, both acutely aware that this battle was far from over. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at the colossal rock spirit beast before them, which was continuously restructuring and growing more formidable. A profound sense of vigilance surged within them. They understood that they must swiftly identify the beast's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, this confrontation would devolve into an interminable stalemate. Qian Shao fixated intently on the soul beast, his mind racing as he devised a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled having encountered a description of a peculiar rock-type soul beast in an ancient tome, which typically harbored a core. By shattering this core, one could vanquish it. Schwerer, I suspect this soul beast possesses a core, akin to some of the unique soul beasts we have previously encountered. If we can locate and destroy its core, we shall triumph over it, Qian Shao murmured. Shui Rinxue slightly nodded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with contemplation. They began to scrutinize the soul beast's movements with greater diligence. The soul beast relentlessly launched its assaults, with rock spikes and the tremors of its ground strikes compelling them to remain ever vigilant. Yet, amidst this turmoil, they discerned a clue. Each time the soul beast executed a ferocious attack, a certain part of its body would emit a faint glimmer of light. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue swiftly realized that the radiant area was likely the core of the soul beast. They began to devise a battle strategy, with Qian Shao drawing the beast's attention while Qian Rinxue sought opportunities to strike at the creature's core. Qian Shao once again unleashed his first soul skill, the rapid-fire rock spear, relentlessly launching rock spears towards the soul beast while deftly evading its assaults with agile movements. Infuriated by Qian Shao's onslaught, the soul beast charged at him with wild ferocity. Taking advantage of the moment, Qian Rinxue circled behind the soul beast, meticulously observing the luminous area. She discovered that this part was shielded by a layer of hard rock, yet during the beast's movements, brief openings would momentarily present themselves. Qian Rinxue patiently awaited her opportunity. At last, following a forceful collision of the soul beast against the ground, a fleeting gap appeared in its body. Without hesitation, Qian Ringshu unleashed her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. A magnificent angelic silhouette manifested behind her, and sacred soul power transformed into a golden sword that pierced toward the heart of the soul beast. The golden blade struck true, hitting the core of the creature, which let out an anguished roar. Its body began to tremble violently before gradually disintegrating. Qian Shao and Qian Ringshu watched as the soul beast fell, their hearts brimming with the joy of victory. Chapter 155, Adventures on the Isle 3. Qian Shao and Qian Ringshu stood beside the colossal, crumbling spirit beast, the elation of victory still lingering on their faces, yet swiftly supplanted by profound bewilderment. This formidable spirit beast, after being vanquished through great effort, failed to yield the anticipated spirit rings and bones, an enigma that left them perplexed. However, amidst their confusion, an unexpected discovery quietly emerged. At the site where the spirit beast had fallen, two objects lay in repose. One was the obsidian tower, previously absorbed by Qian Shao, its familiar form stirring within him a complex array of emotions. The other was a round, yellow stone, emanating a gentle glow that instantly captivated Qian Zhao's attention. Notably, he felt an inexplicable, intense yearning from his martial spirit towards this yellow stone. Shao, what is the meaning of this? Why are there no spirit rings or bones? Yet these items appear? Qian Ringshu furrowed her brow, her exquisite features marred by confusion. Her gaze flitted between the fallen spirit beast and the two items in Qian Zhao's hands, seeking answers. Qian Shao, equally filled with perplexity, slowly shook his head. I'm uncertain. Yet this stone appears to possess a peculiar allure towards my martial spirit. Perhaps we should delve into a thorough examination of it. His gaze was intently fixed on the yellow stone in his hand, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. They carefully picked up the obsidian tower and the yellow stone. Qian Shao scrutinized the yellow stone, its smooth surface emanating a gentle glow, as if recounting an ancient tale. The martial spirit in his grasp seemed to quiver slightly, conveying a profound yearning that filled Qian Shao with both excitement and trepidation. Schwerer, I sense an intensifying desire for my martial spirit towards this stone. I wish to attempt to absorb its essence. Qian Shao looked at Qian Ringshu, his eyes reflecting a blend of hope and caution. He understood that this unknown power could yield immense benefits, yet it might also harbor unforeseen dangers. Qian Ringshu nodded slightly, her gaze imbued with concern. Be cautious, Shao. If anything feels amiss, seize immediately. She gripped her weapon firmly, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Qian Shao took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes, and concentrated his soul power on the yellow stone in his hand. He could sense a warm energy emanating from the stone, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine, gradually permeating into his martial soul. This energy felt both foreign and familiar, stirring a peculiar sensation within Qian Zhao's heart. As the soul power guided him, the brilliance of the yellow stone intensified, resembling a resplendent star. Qian Zhao's martial soul began to undergo a transformation, seemingly coated in a layer of golden radiance that shone dazzlingly, making it difficult to gaze directly upon. The power of the earth's veins also grew more robust, and Qian Shao felt as if the ground beneath him resonated with his martial soul, continuously bestowing upon him immense strength. Qian Xiao was wholly absorbed in the transformation of this power, realizing that his soul force was continuously ascending, and his body was imbued with an unprecedented strength. This enhancement exhilarated him, yet he remained ever vigilant, attentive to any potential anomalies. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only Qian Xia, the yellow stone in his hand, and the ever-evolving martial spirit in his focus. After a while, the radiance of the yellow stone gradually dimmed, ultimately merging completely with Qian Xia's martial spirit. He opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Schwer, I have succeeded. The power of this stone is extraordinary. My soul force has been significantly amplified, Qian Xia exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy and pride, akin to a child who has just received their cherished toy. Qian Ringshu revealed a gratifying smile, her eyes brimming with warmth and joy. Wonderful, Shao. It seems the stone indeed possesses extraordinary power. However, we must exercise caution, for we cannot foresee the consequences this power may bring. Her words instilled a sense of calm in Qian Shao. He understood that while this newfound strength was formidable, it might also harbor unforeseen dangers. Qian Shao nodded, fully comprehending the underlying principle. They resolved to persist in their exploration of the enigmatic island, while remaining vigilant to the changes wrought by this mysterious force. They were acutely aware that this arcane harbored countless secrets, yearning to be unveiled. Throughout the ensuing journey, Qian Shao distinctly sensed a heightened mastery over his soul energy. He could effortlessly manipulate the rock spears, rendering them as agile as his own limbs. The power of the seismic waves had also intensified, capable of inflicting formidable shock damage and disruption across a broader expanse. Chapter 156, The Kingdom of Queel. After successfully absorbing the mysterious powers of the Yellowstone, Qianshao and Qianrengshu continued their exploration of the enigmatic island. However, as time passed, they gradually sensed that the secrets of this island could not be unraveled in a fleeting moment. Shuer, we have been exploring this island for some time now. Although we have made considerable gains, it seems there are still many unknowns awaiting us, Qianshao remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the still inscrutable surroundings. Qianrengshu nodded gently, her exquisite visage appearing even more enchanting in the dim light. Indeed, we cannot remain ensnared here indefinitely. Perhaps we should depart for now and seize the opportunity to explore further at a later time. Qianshao contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Very well, let us depart from this place. I recall having heard of a nearby kingdom called Queer, where we can immerse ourselves in vibrant energy and the rich tapestry of local customs. It promises to be quite fascinating. Qianren Shui revealed a gentle smile. Very well, Shao. Let us venture to the kingdom of Queer. Thus, they packed their belongings and made their way towards the island's edge. Along the journey, they cautiously steered clear of potentially perilous areas while remaining vigilant for any overlooked clues. Upon finally reaching the edge of the island, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, a surge of ambition welled up within Qianshao. Shuer, we are about to embark on a new journey once again. Qianrengshu grasped Qianshao's hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, Shao, let us embark on a journey to uncover the unknown together. They located the vessel that had been awaiting them, and after negotiating with the ship's captain, they set sail towards the kingdom of Queer. Aboard the ship, Qianshao and Qianrengshu reveled in the breathtaking beauty of the ocean while reminiscing about their experiences on the mysterious island. Shao, the power of that yellow stone was truly remarkable. I wonder if we shall encounter new discoveries in the kingdom of Queer? Qianrengshu murmured softly. Qianshao smiled faintly. Perhaps there is indeed a possibility. The kingdom of Queer is said to possess a unique culture and powerful soul masters, where we could learn and exchange ideas, and perhaps even discover more ways to enhance our strength. After several days of sailing, they finally beheld the outline of the kingdom of Queer. It was a vast and thriving nation, with towering city walls and fluttering banners. At the port, ships came and went in a bustling spectacle. Qianshao and Qianrengshu disembarked from the ship, immediately captivated by the vibrant spectacle of the kingdom of Queer. The streets teemed with a bustling crowd, the vendors' calls rising and falling like a melodious symphony. A myriad of shops adorned the thoroughfare, showcasing the distinctive wares of the Queer kingdom. The atmosphere was truly lively. As Qianrengshu surveyed the throng around her, a joyful smile graced her face. Qianshao nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us first find a place to settle down, and then gradually immerse ourselves in the culture of this nation. They located an inn, and after making themselves comfortable, began to stroll through the streets of the Queer kingdom. They encountered a myriad of spirit masters, some showcasing their unique abilities, while others engaged in trade. Qianshao and Qianrengshu occasionally interacted with various spirit masters, seeking to understand the spirit master culture of Queer kingdom. In a bustling square, they witnessed a captivating spirit master competition. Two formidable spirit masters were locked in an intense battle, their techniques clashing and producing a dazzling display of light. Qianshao and Qianrengshu were profoundly captivated by the spectacle, meticulously observing the combat skills of the two masters and absorbing invaluable lessons from their confrontation. They possess remarkable strength, Qianrengshu whispered softly. Qianshao nodded. Indeed, the soul masters of the Queer kingdom are formidable and should not be underestimated. We must remain vigilant and continually enhance our own capabilities. As they delved deeper into the Queer kingdom, they discovered that this nation boasted not only powerful soul masters but also a rich tapestry of culture and tradition. They visited the museums of Queer kingdom, where they gleaned insights into the nation's historical and cultural legacy. They also participated in various folk activities, experiencing the warmth and vitality of the Queer people. On an unexpected occasion, Qianshao and Qianrengshu encountered a renowned soul master named Alex. Alex, a distinguished figure in the Queer kingdom, expressed deep admiration for the strength and courage exhibited by Qianshao and Qianrengshu. Where do you hail from? What brings you to the Queer kingdom? Alex inquired with curiosity. Qianshao briefly introduced their experiences and remarked, "We have heard that the kingdom of Quell is home to numerous formidable soul masters and possesses a unique culture, which is why we wish to come here to learn and exchange." Alex nodded in agreement. Your choice is indeed commendable. The Kingdom of Quell is a vibrant land brimming with opportunities. If you are interested, I can escort you to several locations that will provide you with a deeper understanding of this remarkable nation. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue readily agreed. Under the guidance of Alex, they explored some of the enigmatic locales of the Queer Kingdom, uncovering the nation's hidden secrets. They also engaged in a friendly competition with Alex, learning from one another and enhancing their own abilities. Chapter 157, The Queer Kingdom 2. During their sojourn in the Queer Kingdom, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue fully immersed themselves in the unique charm of this land. One day, they learned of an impending grand festival, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Shuai, I have heard that the festival celebrations here are exceedingly lively. We must immerse ourselves in their exuberance, Qian Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Qian Rinxue smiled and nodded, her exquisite features glowing with heightened allure and anticipation. Indeed, I too am looking forward to it, Xiao. As the day of the celebration approached, the entire Queer Kingdom was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. The streets were adorned with colorful flags and lanterns, their vibrant hues shimmering under the sun, as if heralding the forthcoming delight. The townsfolk busily prepared, their faces alight with joyful smiles, brimming with anticipation and excitement for the festivities ahead. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue strolled along the bustling street, enraptured by the vibrant atmosphere that enveloped them. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying with it a delightful sense of joy. The shops lining the street had adorned themselves festively, showcasing an array of exquisite goods. As Qian Xiao gazed upon these displays, a sense of admiration welled up within her for the creativity and fervor of the people of the Queer Kingdom. At long last, the day of celebration had arrived. Early in the morning, a throng of people gathered in the city square. The air was filled with the sounds of music and cheers, creating a scene of unparalleled liveliness. Upon their arrival at the square, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue were immediately struck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. A grand stage had been erected in the center, where performers adorned in splendid costumes presented a dazzling array of acts. The performances included singing, dancing, and acrobatics, captivating the audience with their brilliance. The singers resonated with powerful voices, recounting the history and glory of the Queer Kingdom, while the dancers elegantly showcased the culture and charm of their land. Meanwhile, the acrobats thrilled the crowd with their daring feats, drawing forth waves of applause from the spectators. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue stood amidst the crowd, captivated by the splendid performances that unfolded before them, their hearts brimming with admiration. The performances here are truly magnificent, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Qian Xiao nodded. Indeed, the people of the Queer Kingdom are remarkably talented. They express their passion for life and their aspirations for the future in their own unique ways. During the intermissions of the performances, various food stalls abound. These stalls are laden with the distinctive delicacies of the Queer Kingdom, their aromas wafting enticingly through the air. There are golden, crispy roasted meats, succulent and exuding rich fragrances, delectable cakes adorned with an array of fruits that tantalize the taste buds, and an assortment of delightful snacks, such as golden fries and grilled corn, leaving an indelible impression on one's palate. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue savored the delectable dishes, relishing the diverse flavors. This cake is truly delightful, sweet and luscious, Qian Rinxue remarked, a look of satisfaction illuminating her face. Observing Qian Rinxue's joyful demeanor, Qian Xiao felt a surge of happiness within. Moreover, this roasted meat is exquisite, its flavor rich and profound, he added while savoring the succulent morsels. Beyond the performances and culinary delights, the celebration featured an array of games and activities. Laughter echoed throughout the city as people frolicked in the square. Various sporting events, including archery contests, tug-of-war, and races, were complemented by intellectual games such as riddles and lotteries. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue eagerly joined in, participating in an archery competition. With his remarkable marksmanship, Qian Xiao triumphed in the competition. Standing on the podium, clutching his prize, he was filled with a profound sense of pride. Xiao, you are truly impressive, praised Qian Rinxue, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Qian Xiao modestly smiled, attributing his success merely to luck. As the celebration reached its zenith, the King of Queer Kingdom graced the stage. Adorned in a resplendent robe and crowned with a majestic tiara, he exuded an air of authority and solemnity. The king delivered an impassioned speech, expressing gratitude for everyone's participation and wishing for the continued prosperity of the Queer Kingdom. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout every corner of the square. Subsequently, the king announced a series of rewards and honors. recognizing those who had made significant contributions to the nation over the past year. Brave warriors, diligent farmers, and astute scholars were among those lauded, receiving the king's commendation and the respect of the populace. Qianshao and Qian Rengsha gazed upon the king's address, their hearts brimming with admiration. They sensed the unity and cohesion of the queer kingdom and felt a profound joy for the nation's prosperity. The celebration continued into the evening. The night in the queer kingdom was even more enchanting, illuminated by a myriad of lights, resembling a fantastical realm. The lanterns lining the streets emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the smiles of the people. On the stage in the square, lights flickered, and the melodies of music resonated beautifully. Qianshao and Qian Renxue stroll along the streets, reveling in the breathtaking nocturnal scenery. "Shuer, I am truly elated today," Qianshao remarked, his eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The warmth of the people here is remarkable, and this celebration allows us to experience the unique allure of the kingdom of Queer." Her voice, soft and melodious, seemed to weave a tapestry of beautiful memories. On this special day, both Qianshao and Qian Renxue not only felt the fervor of the kingdom of Queer, but also forged bonds with numerous new acquaintances. They engaged in heartfelt conversations with other celebrants, sharing their stories and joys. These newfound friends hailed from diverse locales, each bearing distinct backgrounds and experiences. Yet together they discovered a shared delight and profound emotion amidst the festivities. Their journey became ever more vibrant, etching precious memories into the fabric of their lives. However, they understood that their adventures were far from over. Beyond the kingdom of Queer, countless unknowns awaited their exploration. With unwavering confidence, they pressed onward, eagerly anticipating further challenges and delightful surprises. Qianshao tightly grasped Qian Rengshu's hand, feeling her warmth and strength. "Shuer, no matter what the future holds, we shall face it together." Qian Rengshu gazed at Qianshao with a smile, her eyes brimming with resolve and trust. "Indeed, Shao, we certainly will." Their figures gradually receded into the splendidly illuminated kingdom of Queer, leaving behind cherished memories and boundless anticipation. Their journey of adventure continued, awaiting them with even more excitement and challenges. Chapter 158, Province of Maigila. The adventures of Qianshao and Qian Rengshu in the kingdom of Nili have reached a temporary conclusion. With their hearts brimming with harvest and growth, they embark on a new journey. This time, their destination is the province of Maigila. Having heard of Maigila's renown for its flourishing agriculture and mining, Qianshao and Qian Rengshu are filled with anticipation. They yearn to understand the wisdom of the hard-working people and to experience the unique charm of this land. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrive at the borders of Maigila province. The sight before them is breathtaking. Vast expanses of farmland stretch out like a verdant ocean, with waves of grain swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance, majestic mountains loom, resembling the spine of the earth. As they step into the fields, they observe the diligent farmers at work. Some are sowing seeds, others watering the crops, while many are weeding, each face radiating genuine smiles. Qianshao and Qian Rengshu are deeply moved by this industrious atmosphere and eagerly approach the farmers to engage in conversation. "Uncle, this farmland is truly beautiful. How do you manage to cultivate such splendid crops?" Qianshao inquires with curiosity. An elderly farmer pauses his work and, with a warm smile, responds, "Young man, we rely on the wisdom passed down through generations and the toil of our hands. We understand the temperament of the land. We know when to sow, when to water, and when to fertilize. Only by nurturing this land with care can it reward us with abundant returns." Qian Renxue gazed upon the endless expanse of golden wheat fields and remarked, "The ingenuity of the laboring populace is truly boundless. With their own hands, they have fashioned such a picturesque rural landscape. Amidst the fields, they acquired a wealth of agricultural knowledge, understanding that diverse crops require distinct soil and climatic conditions. Through ingenious irrigation systems and judicious fertilization methods, the farmers ensured the robust growth of their harvests." Both Qianshao and Qian Renxue were profoundly impressed by the wisdom of the farmers. Upon departing from the fields, they arrived at a mining site. There, the miners toiled industriously. Some were excavating ore, others were transporting it, while still others engaged in its processing. Qianshao and Qian Renxue were awestruck by the grandeur of the mine. "There is such an abundance of ore here. How did you discover these mines?" Qianshao inquired. A miner replied, "We rely on experience and exploration. Our ancestors have dwelled upon this land for generations, gradually uncovering these mines. Through relentless digging and exploration, we have unearthed even more mineral resources." Qian Renxue gazed at the miners laboring diligently, her heart brimming with admiration. They truly faced immense challenges, exerting such effort for their livelihoods. Within the mines, they became acquainted with various types of ores and their applications. They witnessed how the miners skillfully utilized tools and techniques to extract ores from the depths of the earth, processing and refining them with precision. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue were astounded by the miners' exceptional craftsmanship. During their time in the Magro province, they delved deeply into the evolution of agriculture and mining. They observed the wisdom and diligence of the working class, feeling the vitality and vigor of the land. As time passed, their journey was nearing its conclusion. They resolved to visit the cities of Magro province one last time, to immerse themselves in the local customs and culture. The city was bustling with activity. The streets were lined with an array of agricultural products and mineral goods. People thronged the avenues, each wearing a contented smile. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue strolled through the city, absorbing the vibrancy of their surroundings. It was indeed lively here. The lives of the people appeared to be filled with happiness, remarked Qian Shao. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the inhabitants of this land have forged a splendid life through their ingenuity and diligence. In the city, they also visited various exhibitions on agriculture and mining, which showcased the developmental journey of agriculture and mining in the Magro province, along with the innovative achievements of the laboring populace. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue greatly benefited from this experience. After a period of exploration, they resolved to conclude their journey and return to Seoul City, cherishing the beautiful memories of the Magro province as they embarked on their homeward path. Along the way, they reminisced about the highlights of their travels. They experienced warmth and joy in the kingdom of Queer, challenged themselves in the kingdom of Nili, and marveled at the wisdom of the laborers in the Magro province. This journey enriched them immensely, not only enhancing their strength but also broadening their horizons. At last, they returned to Seoul City, which remained as magnificent and awe-inspiring as ever. Enveloped in an air of mystery, as they gazed upon the familiar city, their hearts swelled with emotion. We are finally back. This journey has fostered our growth in numerous ways, Qian Shao remarked. Qian Rinxue smiled as she gazed at Qian Xia. Indeed, we have faced numerous challenges and reaped many rewards. Now, we must dedicate ourselves even more fervently to our training, striving for our future. Chapter 159, Return. Upon their return to Spirit City, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue took a brief respite before eagerly making their way to the Spirit Hall. They were eager to share with their grandfather, Qian Douluo, the myriad experiences they had gathered during their travels across the continent over the past 3 years. Within the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo sat upon the throne, his demeanor both imposing and tinged with anticipation. As he witnessed Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue enter, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "Grandfather," they exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy. Qian Douluo nodded slightly and, with a smile, remarked, "You have returned. These past 3 years have caused me considerable concern. Pray, share the remarkable experiences you have encountered along your journey." Qian Shao spoke up first. "Grandfather, over the past 3 years, we have traversed numerous lands. Our journey began in the kingdom of Queer, where the inhabitants are remarkably warm-hearted and hospitable. The festive celebrations there are exceedingly vibrant, with streets adorned in a kaleidoscope of colorful flags and lanterns, creating a dazzling spectacle. The joyous smiles on the faces of the people encapsulated the rich atmosphere of delight that enveloped us." Qian Rinxue continued, "Indeed, grandfather, in the kingdom of Queer, we were treated to a splendid array of performances, encompassing singing, dancing, acrobatics, and various other spectacles. The vocalists, with their resounding voices, recounted the history and glory of the kingdom of Queer, while the dancers, with their graceful movements, beautifully illustrated the culture and charm of that land." Qian Douluo nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. "That sounds quite promising. And then what transpired?" "Subsequently, we journeyed to the province of Megra," Qian Rinxue remarked. Qian Douluo nodded, inquiring about the Magro province. He had heard that it was renowned for its flourishing agriculture and mining industries. Qian Shao remarked, "Grandfather, the Magro province is indeed as the rumors suggest. Vast expanses of farmland stretch before us, where diligent farmers toil tirelessly, cultivating bountiful crops with the wisdom passed down through generations in their industrious hands. During our time there, we acquired a wealth of agricultural knowledge, gaining insights into the soil and climatic conditions required for various crops, as well as the ingenious irrigation systems and judicious fertilization methods." Qian Rinxue elaborated, "Moreover, there are the mines where the miners toil diligently. Through their experience and exploration, they have unearthed the treasures of the earth and, with remarkable skill, extracted the ores from the depths below, engaging in processing and refinement. In the province of Magra, we witness the ingenuity and industriousness of the laboring populace, as well as the palpable vitality and exuberance of the region. Upon hearing this, Douluo remarked with a sense of reflection, "Your experiences over the past 3 years have truly been a vibrant tapestry. Not only have you enhanced your abilities, but you have also broadened your horizons, gaining insight into the diverse customs and the wisdom of the working people from various regions. This will undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for your future development." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue spoke in unison. "Grandfather, we shall strive even harder in our cultivation, living up to your expectations." Douluo smiled and nodded. "Very well. You are all the pride of my spirit hall. The road ahead is long. You must continue to strive and fight for the glory of the spirit hall." The three engaged in conversation for a considerable time, sharing their insights and experiences. Through their dialogue with their grandfather, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue became even more resolute in their beliefs. They understood that future adventures awaited them, and with unwavering determination, they would etch their own legends upon the Douluo continent. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Qian Shao spoke first. "Grandfather, throughout our journey, we have continually honed our skills, and now we have both attained level 70. Qian Rinxue continued, "Grandfather, the experiences we have encountered on this journey have fostered our growth significantly, and we have come to appreciate the paramount importance of strength." Douluo nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. In truth, he had sensed the formidable fluctuations of their soul power the moment they entered. Yet, he chose to allow them to articulate it themselves. "Excellent," he remarked. "Your growth fills me with pride. Level 70 marks a new beginning. The journey ahead is still long." Qian Shao spoke earnestly. "Grandfather, we shall persist in our endeavors, continually enhancing our own strength." Douluo gazed at them with earnestness and said, "In the Douluo continent, the strong are as numerous as clouds. You must not become arrogant or complacent. While attaining the 70th level is indeed a mark of proficiency, there exist even higher realms awaiting your pursuit." Qian Rinxue nodded and said, "Grandfather, we understand. During our travels, we have encountered many formidable opponents and are acutely aware of our numerous shortcomings." Douluo pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Now that you have reached level 70, the subsequent cultivation becomes even more crucial. You must continuously refine your martial souls and master more formidable soul skills." Qian Shao spoke with unwavering determination. "Grandfather, we shall indeed. We will seek out more formidable soul beasts to acquire soul rings that are suited to us." Douluo nodded, acknowledging your commendable courage. "But there is no need to search for the soul rings. Let us simply utilize the 2 10,000-year soul beasts from the Stardow forest that we encountered last time." Qian Rinxue said, "Thank you, grandfather. Let us take a few days to recuperate." Douluo gazed at them, his heart brimming with anticipation. "You are the future of the Spirit Hall, and I firmly believe that you shall undoubtedly become formidable powerhouses. Should you encounter any difficulties during your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at Douluo with gratitude, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, grandfather. We shall not disappoint you." Chapter 160. Growth. The passage of 3 years has quietly elapsed, and once again, the entrance of the academy has become the focal point in the hearts of many. The melancholy and anticipation that accompanied their parting have now transformed, in this moment of reunion, into a complex and ineffable sentiment. The golden sunlight continues to bathe everyone as gently as it did 3 years prior, as if time had stood still. Yet, each individual now carries a newfound composure and resilience, shaped by the trials of the years. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin were the first to arrive at the academy's entrance. Xiaoyu crossed his arms, a glimmer of eagerness and expectation in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the familiar structures of the academy, and remarked, 3 years have passed. We have finally returned. I wonder what everyone has become." Hulaina gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a confident smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Xiaoyu, I believe everyone has made significant progress. After all, we have faced numerous life and death challenges in the Death Canyon over these 3 years." Yin pounded his chest with vigor, proclaiming, Those who once underestimated us will now have to witness our true strength. We have conquered the Death Canyon, and now we shall make the entire Douluo continent aware of our names." As they spoke, Tuoba Yun and Yi Lingling also arrived at the academy's entrance. Tuoba Yun's gaze carried a newfound depth as he smiled at Xiaoyu and the others, saying, "Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, it has been a long time. It seems your experiences in the Death Canyon have proven fruitful." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, responding to Oba Yun. Your cultivation in the sect must have yielded substantial gains as well. Yilingling offered a gentle smile, saying, everyone has worked hard these past 3 years. However, seeing you all become so formidable truly brings me joy. While the group conversed, a powerful aura suddenly swept over them. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue appeared at the academy's entrance, instantly capturing the attention of all. In Qian Xiao's eyes sparkled a glimmer of wisdom as he smiled at everyone and spoke. It has been a long time since we last met. It seems that over these past 3 years, each of you has grown immensely. Shi Yue stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he said, Holy Son, Holy Maiden. We have long awaited the arrival of this moment. For the past 3 years, we have persistently challenged ourselves in the Death Gorge, all in hopes of one day fighting alongside you once more. Qian Rinxue nodded slightly and said, Excellent, your courage and determination bring me great comfort. It appears we have not squandered these 3 years. Hu Laiina gazed at Qian Rinxue, her eyes filled with admiration. Saintess, you and the saint have surely endured much over these 3 years. We are all eager to hear your tales. Qian Xiao smiled and remarked, Let us take our time to converse in the future. For now, what truly matters is that we are reunited. Yin expressed with enthusiasm, Indeed. Now we can embark on adventures across the Douluo continent together once more. Tuo Ba Yin added, During these past 3 years, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge within the sect. I am now eager to set forth on a journey with all of you, to confront even greater adversaries. Yilingling nodded in agreement, stating, I feel the same. The days spent cultivating alongside you all have filled me with immense motivation. Qian Xiao gazed at the crowd and proclaimed, Over the past 3 years, we have all toiled in various corners. Now that we are reunited, let us strengthen our unity and strive together towards our shared aspirations. Qian Rinxue then declared, Indeed, we must let the glory of the Spirit Hall resonate throughout the entire Douluo continent. Shi Yue clenched his fists and affirmed, Rest assured, Holy Son and Holy Maiden. We shall exert our utmost effort. Hu Laiina added, We will demonstrate our worth through our strength. Yin exclaimed loudly, Haha, let us together create brilliance once more. The group engaged in spirited conversation, sharing their experiences and insights from the past 3 years. Sunlight cascaded upon them, as if enveloping them in a radiant golden aura. Qian Xiao sighed, reflecting on the past 3 years filled with numerous difficulties and challenges. Yet, it is precisely these experiences that have rendered us more resilient. Tuo Ba Yin added, Indeed, during my time in the sect, I too encountered various hardships. However, the thought of all of you has always fueled my determination to persevere. Yilingling spoke softly, I feel the same. Whenever I face adversity, I recall our past promises, which instills me with the courage to confront them. Xiaoyu gazed at everyone and remarked, Although we have been apart for 3 years, our hearts have remained united. Now, we can once again fight side by side. Hu Laiina nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, we must grow stronger together. Yin raised his fist and exclaimed, Haha, from now on, if anyone dares to underestimate us, we shall silence them with our strength. Qian Xiao smiled and said, Very well, let us strive together and fight for our future. Qian Rinxue gazed at the crowd, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This time, we shall leave the entire Douluo continent in awe of our prowess. The assembly responded in unison, their voices resonating at the academy's entrance, as if proclaiming their return to the entire Douluo continent. In this moment, their hearts swelled with joy and expectation. For they knew a new journey was about to commence, and together, they would forge a more glorious future. Chapter 161. Experienced Shi Yue was the first to speak, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Holy Son, Holy Daughter, our experiences in the Death Canyon over the past 3 years have been nothing short of harrowing. Hu Laiina nodded slightly, echoing Shi Yue's sentiments. Upon our initial entry into the Death Canyon, the atmosphere of impending doom enveloped us. The towering cliffs stood as silent sentinels, and eerie sounds echoed through the gorge, sending chills down our spines. Yin raised his fist, adding, Indeed, we were exceedingly vigilant at the outset, each step taken with utmost caution. The terrain was treacherous, fraught with peril. Shi Yue recalled their first encounter with a formidable soul beast, his expression grave. Soon after, we encountered a massive tiger-like soul beast, its claws sharp and teeth menacing, exuding an overwhelming aura of soul power. That battle was particularly arduous. A glimmer of determination shone in Hu Laiina's eyes. We approached it together, never daring to underestimate our foe. Yin charged forward first, his flames transforming into a fire dragon that lunged at the soul beast. The beast nimbly evaded, countering with a gaping maw. Yin exclaimed, at that moment, I truly exerted all my strength, nearly falling victim to its attack. However, we ultimately discovered its weakness in its abdomen, and after a fierce struggle, we triumphed. Xie Yue continued. As we delved deeper into the Death Canyon, we encountered increasingly powerful soul beasts. On one occasion, we faced a flying soul beast. Its speed astonishing and capable of spewing fire, making it an arduous adversary. Hualina remarked, we devised a strategy, utilizing the terrain to set traps to lure it in. Although it initially fell for our ruse, it soon broke free, forcing us into another intense confrontation. Yin furrowed his brow. That battle felt interminable. Yet we grew stronger through the fight, identifying its vulnerabilities and ultimately defeating it. Xie added, in the Death Canyon, not only were the soul beasts formidable, but the environment was also exceedingly harsh. During one encounter with a torrential downpour, the waters surged violently, compelling us to seek higher ground to avoid the flood. Hualina reflected. That deluge was quite a trial for us, yet we refused to be vanquished by adversity, pressing onward once the rain ceased. Yin nodded, affirming, indeed, we cannot falter. These challenges are but trifles. Xie Yue's gaze grew resolute. Later, we confronted an extraordinarily powerful soul beast, its strength far surpassing any we had encountered before. That terrifying surge of soul power sent shivers down our spines. Hualina took a deep breath, fully aware that this was the greatest challenge we faced. Yet we did not waver in the slightest. The battle commenced with ferocity as we continuously evaded its attacks. Yin clenched his fists, and we unleashed our most formidable martial soul techniques, engaging in a grueling war of attrition. Both sides sustained injuries, but we persevered. Excitedly, Xie Yu proclaimed. At a crucial moment, I recalled the martial soul fusion technique. United in purpose, Nana and I concentrated our powers, executing the fusion technique that ultimately vanquished the formidable soul beast. Hualina smiled, remarking, in that instant, we realized we had undergone a significant transformation within the Death Canyon. Yin proudly stated, throughout this process, we also forged bonds with like-minded friends, standing shoulder to shoulder as we faced various challenges together. Our team has grown increasingly robust, both in numbers and strength. Xie Yu concluded, Holy Son, Holy Maiden. The trials of these past 3 years have fostered our growth and deepened our appreciation for one another's friendship. We are now prepared to embrace the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue listened to their narration, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Qian Shao nodded and remarked, your courage and perseverance are truly commendable. I believe that in the days to come, you will emerge even stronger. Qian Rinxue smiled and said, your experiences will become your invaluable treasure. I look forward to your continued brilliance in the future. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue sat quietly, eagerly awaiting Tuo Yun and Yi Lingling to recount their experiences over the past 3 years in the sect. Tuo Yun spoke first, his eyes reflecting a profound reminiscence. As the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, these 3 years in the sect have been incredibly enriching. Upon my return, I was enveloped by a profound atmosphere of cultivation. The elders within the sect, each possessing extraordinary strength, imparted wisdom and guidance that struck me like a revelation. Yi Lingling gently nodded, continuing, indeed. The sect is replete with abundant cultivation resources and a rich heritage. Upon entering, it felt as though we had opened a gateway to an entirely new realm. Tuo Yun continued, every day in the sect was marked by rigorous training. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight descended, we commenced our arduous practice. From fundamental soul power cultivation to intricate martial skill studies, every aspect demanded unwavering diligence. Reflecting on those days, Yi Lingling's face bore a hint of resilience. We not only sought to enhance our soul power, but also endeavored to master various auxiliary skills. I devoted considerable effort to medical arts, hoping to provide assistance during crucial moments. Tuo Yun remarked, the sect houses numerous ancient texts and techniques, and we dedicated ample time to their study. At times, in pursuit of understanding a single mystery, we would go sleepless for days on end. Yi Lingling smiled, recalling, throughout this journey, we encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. On one occasion, while attempting a new medical technique, I nearly made a critical error. Fortunately, an elder's timely guidance helped avert disaster. Tuo Yun reflected, yet, it was precisely these challenges that spurred our growth. We learned to maintain composure under pressure and to glean lessons from our failures. Yi Lingling added, as time progressed, our strength gradually increased. The sect regularly organized competitions, fostering our continuous improvement through rivalry. Tuo Yun recounted, during one competition, I faced a formidable opponent whose strikes were fierce, plunging me into a predicament. However, I persevered, and ultimately triumphed through tenacity and clever tactics. Yi Lingling's eyes sparkled as she remarked. That competition illuminated our shortcomings and propelled us to strive harder in our cultivation. Tuoba Yun concluded, over these 3 years, we have faced countless challenges and adversities within the sect, yet we have also reaped growth and advancement. We are now prepared to move forward together with everyone, striving diligently toward our goals. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, upon hearing their narrative, displayed smiles of satisfaction. Qian Xiao remarked, we have witnessed your efforts and growth. I am confident that in the days to come, we shall together create even more remarkable achievements. Qian Rinxue nodded and remarked, your experiences have fortified our resolve to advance. Let us embrace the challenges of the future together. Chapter 162, the moment of the hunt after a few days of recuperation at the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo resolutely decided to lead Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue on a quest to hunt the 10,000-year-old Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python for their soul rings. This endeavor was indeed a gathering of formidable forces. The golden crocodile Douluo from the Hall of Offerings, along with the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, also joined the expedition. These 4 individuals, renowned as top-tier powerhouses on the Douluo continent, undoubtedly formed an indomitable bastion of strength for this undertaking, enhancing the odds of success immensely. Qian Douluo, serving as the Grand Priest and acting Pope of the Spirit Hall, possesses unfathomable strength, akin to a mysterious and majestic summit. Qian Douluo deeply understands the paramount importance of this mission for Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue to acquire their soul rings. This endeavor not only impacts their futures but also pertains to the honor and legacy of the Spirit Hall. He bears a significant responsibility and must exert all his efforts to ensure the success of this undertaking. The golden crocodile Douluo, a towering figure akin to a majestic iron tower, instills a profound sense of security. His resolute visage seems forged from steel, each line imbued with an aura of strength. His eyes emanate a fierce battle intent, embodying a thirst for combat and an unwavering dedication to victory. His martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile King, grants him formidable power and defense, rendering him an invincible deity of war in the heat of battle. Esteemed within the Offerings Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo possesses unparalleled combat experience, having survived countless life and death encounters, thus accumulating precious martial wisdom. In this mission, he shall devote himself entirely to safeguarding Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue, paving a path to victory with his might and courage. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, possesses striking features and an elegant demeanor, resembling a celestial being emerged from a painting. His finely chiseled features appear as if meticulously crafted, with each detail radiating artistic brilliance. His deep, luminous eyes seem to harbor an infinity of stars, while his lips, perpetually curved in a gentle smile, evoke warmth and familiarity. His martial spirit, the enigmatic chrysanthemum, bestows upon him remarkable control and offensive capabilities. Proficient in the use of toxins, his skills render him unpredictable in battle, often delivering a fatal blow to his adversaries with unexpected precision. Every movement he makes is graceful and composed, akin to a splendid dance. The addition of the chrysanthemum Douluo imbues this mission with an air of mystery, fostering high expectations for his contributions. The ghost Douluo, Gue Mei, possesses an elusive presence, akin to a specter, making him difficult to discern. He appears and vanishes in the blink of an eye, as though he does not belong to this realm. His pallid and austere countenance bears no expression, evoking a profound sense of dread. His martial spirit, the phantom, grants him extraordinary speed and stealth capabilities. Skilled in launching attacks from the shadows, he is often imperceptible to his foes. His seamless cooperation with the chrysanthemum Douluo yields a fusion technique of immense power, capable of annihilating any adversary. The very existence of the ghost Douluo keeps enemies in a constant state of tension and unease, ever wondering when and where he may strike with lethal precision. Upon learning of this undertaking, Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. They recognized that this was a rare opportunity to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring, which would significantly enhance their prowess. However, they were acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python were extraordinarily powerful spirit beasts, their strength surpassing that of ordinary spirit beasts, even rivaling that of super Douluos. They understood that this expedition was not solely for their personal gain, but also for the glory of the Spirit Hall. After formulating their strategy within the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, the group embarked on their quest to capture the spirit rings, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity as they advanced. Qian Douluo strides at the forefront, his gaze resolute and his step steady. Each movement seems imbued with immense power, conveying his determination and strength, leading the group forward. Genie Douluo follows closely behind, ever vigilant. His eyes are sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings and missing not a single suspicious sign. His hands firmly grip his weapon, poised to confront any imminent danger. Zhuge Douluo flanks the sides, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Their figures resemble ethereal phantoms, elusive and difficult to grasp. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue trailed behind, their hearts brimming with admiration and confidence as they beheld the figures of the four formidable warriors ahead. They understood that with the protection of these four stalwarts, their mission would undoubtedly culminate in success. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the depths of the Starry Forest, a realm that served as the habitat for the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. A place fraught with peril. Qian Dalu paused in his steps, gazing at the dense forest before him, a trace of solemnity evident in his eyes. This woodland was imbued with an air of enigma. The towering trees obscured the sun, creating a stifling atmosphere. Intermittently, peculiar sounds echoed through the forest, sending chills down one's spine. Qian Dalu was acutely aware that countless perils lurked within this realm. Yet he also comprehended that it was here they would encounter the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. This was indeed their destination. Everyone must exercise caution. Both the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python are exceedingly formidable soul beasts, and we cannot afford to be complacent, he stated with solemnity. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, as if proclaiming the arduous nature of their undertaking to all present. The group nodded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. They recognized the challenges that lay ahead, yet they brimmed with confidence. They firmly believed that, with their strength and courage, they would undoubtedly succeed in fulfilling this mission. Stepping forward, the golden crocodile Douluo inquired, "Great Deacon, how shall we proceed?" His voice was robust and resolute, imbued with profound respect and trust in Qian Dalu. Qian Dalu pondered for a moment and said, "Let us disperse and seek the traces of the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Upon discovering our targets, signal immediately to unite our forces for the attack. Elders Zhuge, you two shall be responsible for the protection of Shower and Schwer." His gaze was filled with wisdom and decisiveness, exuding a palpable sense of leadership. The group, adhering to Qian Daolu's command, cautiously spread out and ventured into the forest. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue followed closely behind, their hearts racing with anticipation of battle. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance, scanning their surroundings for any suspicious signs. They understood that in this forest, a single oversight could lead to dire consequences. A mysterious aura enveloped the woods, instilling a sense of oppression. Towering trees loomed overhead, filtering sunlight into scattered specks that danced on the forest floor, which was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. Various strange sounds echoed through the woods, sending shivers down their spines. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue treaded carefully, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. They recognized the inherent dangers surrounding them. Yet they also understood that retreat was not an option. They must confront every challenge with courage for their future and the glory of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 165. Absorbing the 100,000-year soul rings in the Stardow Forest. The 200,000-year soul rings hovered above the corpses of the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python, resembling brilliant yet perilous whirlpools, quietly suspended in the air. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood before this formidable power, their hearts brimming with a yearning for strength, yet simultaneously awestruck by the monumental challenges that lay ahead. Qian Shao slowly extended his hand, and the moment he summoned the soul ring of the Titan Great Ape, a torrent of ferocious power, akin to a devastating tsunami, surged forth and engulfed him entirely. Qian Shao felt as though he had been engulfed by an endless abyss of darkness, with every cell in his body enduring an unimaginable weight. The force bore down upon him like countless heavy mountains, causing his bones to creak under the unbearable burden. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat poured from his forehead like a torrential rain, swiftly soaking his garments. His body trembled violently, each convulsion seeming to engage him in a desperate struggle against the specter of death. Qian Shao gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the anguished groans that threatened to escape his lips, yet the excruciating pain still contorted his features. The situation on Qian Rinxue's side was equally dire. The moment she made contact with the Azure Bull Python's soul ring, an overwhelming force, potent enough to rend the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, surged forth. Her body was struck as if by a colossal hammer, propelling her violently backward until she collided forcefully with the trunk of a massive tree. Leaves cascaded to the ground, seemingly expressing concern for her plight. The energy of the 100,000-year soul ring surged like a rampaging storm within their bodies, recklessly clashing. Their meridians felt as though they were seared by molten lava, each inch radiating excruciating pain. Their souls were mercilessly sliced by countless sharp blades. A torment so intense that it nearly rendered them unconscious. Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo anxiously observed them from the sidelines, their hearts laden with worry akin to heavy clouds pressing down upon them. In Douluo's eyes, anxiety was palpable, his aged yet imposing visage now etched with profound creases. He was acutely aware that the process of absorbing 100,000-year soul ring was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Although these two children possessed exceptional talent, the uncertainty of their success in the face of such formidable power was indeed daunting. The Grand Priest, his voice trembling slightly, noted the unease in his own towering frame. He fixated intently on Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, his hands clenched into tight fists, the veins on the backs of his hands protruding ominously. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the two individuals before him. And he spoke in a low, resolute tone, "They must succeed. This is their mission, and it is inextricably linked to the future of the Spirit Hall." Though his voice resonated with conviction, the anxiety within him remained unabated. Zhu Douluo Yuguan and Gue Doa Gui exchanged a glance, the concern in their eyes burning like an unquenchable flame. The once composed visage of Zhu Douluo had lost its tranquility. His lips pressed together in silent prayer for Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue. Gue Douluo's pallid countenance appeared even more austere, his gaze flickering like a wraith. Yet it remained steadfastly fixed upon Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, as if he were prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of peril. As time progressed, the potency of the soul rings intensified, and the predicament of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue grew increasingly dire. Their bodies teetered on the brink of collapse, each breath accompanied by an unfathomable agony. Qian Shao felt as though his body was on the verge of being utterly shattered by this overwhelming force, while his soul struggled in the depths of torment. Yet, within his gaze, an indomitable spirit continued to blaze, as he incessantly reminded himself that he must never surrender. Qian Rinxue resolutely persevered, her heart consumed by a singular conviction, to successfully absorb the soul ring, thereby becoming more formidable in her fight for the Spirit Hall. She bit down on her lip, blood trickling incessantly from the corner of her mouth, yet she remained oblivious to her plight. Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, with the pain serving as her motivation to endure. Just as Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue felt on the brink of collapse, the power of the soul ring erupted once more, akin to a ferocious dragon unleashed. Their bodies were abruptly hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. As they coughed up a mouthful of blood, the hearts of Qian Douluo and the others soared to their throats as they anxiously watched the two, fearing their imminent failure. Yet, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue resolutely rose once more, their eyes ablaze with unwavering determination and indomitable spirit. Qian Shao began to summon every strand of soul power within him, engaging in a desperate struggle against the might of the soul rings. Each exertion of soul energy felt akin to a life-and-death battle, with anguish surging upon him like relentless waves. Yet, he stood undaunted. Within his heart burned an unquenchable flame, the fire of his conviction sustaining him in his relentless fight. Qian Rinxue manifested her own martial spirit, and the ethereal figure of an angel emerged. Although the radiance of the angel appeared somewhat diminished under the influence of the spirit ring's power, it continued to shine with unwavering brilliance. She harnessed the strength of the angel to withstand the onslaught of the spirit ring. Each collision sent tremors through her body, yet she resolutely refused to surrender. Through their indomitable efforts, the power of the spirit ring gradually came under their control. Their bodies and souls began to acclimate to this formidable force. The ferocious energy commenced a harmonious flow within them, mending their damaged meridians and souls. After an arduous and protracted struggle, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue ultimately succeeded in absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring. When they opened their eyes, an overwhelming aura emanated from them, and their gazes were filled with confidence and determination. Their bodies seemed to have undergone a sacred baptism, emerging more resilient and powerful than ever before. Qian Douluo and the others beheld their success, their hearts brimming with joy and satisfaction. They understood that the resolve of these two children was remarkably steadfast, and their future accomplishments were boundless. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Douluo and the others, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Chapter 167. The True Form of Martial Soul. After successfully merging the left arm bone of the Titan giant ape with the head soul bone of the azure bull python, Qian Shao eagerly began to explore the novel abilities imparted by these two precious soul bones. The left arm bone of the Titan giant ape endowed Qian Shao with an extraordinary power amplification skill, Upon activation, his left arm was enveloped in a mysterious radiance. His muscles swelling as his strength surged exponentially. In combat, he could unleash formidable attacks with this newfound power, capable of shattering solid rock and breaching the defenses of his foes. Moreover, the Titan giant ape's left arm bone granted Qian Shao unique skill in gravity control. He could emanate a powerful gravitational field from his left arm, exerting tremendous pressure on nearby enemies and restricting their movements. This ability proved to be a tactical advantage in battle, ensnaring adversaries and creating favorable conditions for himself and his companions. Conversely, the head soul bone of the Azure Bull Python bestowed upon Qian Shao formidable psychic abilities. He could unleash potent mental shockwaves through this soul bone, assaulting the souls of his enemies and inducing a temporary state of disorientation. This skill was particularly lethal against those of weaker mental fortitude. Simultaneously, the head soul bone provided Qian Shao with a specialized perception skill, allowing him to sense the environment around him, detecting the positions, movements, and soul power fluctuations of his adversaries. This capability enabled Qian Shao to anticipate enemy actions in battle, facilitating the formulation of more effective combat strategies. Upon becoming acquainted with the capabilities of these two soul bones, Qian Shao was imbued with a profound sense of confidence. He recognized that these skills would serve as formidable weapons in his battles, aiding him and the members of the Spirit Hall in overcoming their formidable adversaries. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue have resolved to demonstrate their newly acquired formidable strength to Qian Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Qian Shao stood solemnly at the center of the arena, his expression grave. He gently closed his eyes, channeling the soul power within him, preparing to unleash his seventh soul skill, the Emperor's true body, the Titan of the Earth. As the soul power surged, Qian Shao experienced a tremendous transformation. He morphed into a colossal form resembling the Titan of the Earth, his rocky physique emanating a formidable aura. With an enhancement of all attributes by 180, Qian Shao resembled an unyielding mountain. Surrounding him was a shield of rock elements, shimmering with an unwavering light. He raised his massive rocky arm and struck the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, creating a vast crater. The sheer power of his strike sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Qian Shao continued to wield her rocky arm, her attack radius instantaneously encompassing an area with a radius of 12 meters. A formidable force conjured a tempest, rendering it nearly impossible for onlookers to keep their eyes open. The damage reached an astonishing 120 of her soul power, showcasing incredible destructive capability. Qian Shao deliberately controlled her strength, launching a massive boulder into the air, thereby demonstrating the skill's ability to send enemies flying. The distance of the projectile allowed everyone present to vividly perceive the overwhelming power of this technique. Qian Renxue stood to the side, observing Qian Zhao's demonstration, her spirit ignited with determination. She slightly lifted her chin, and the soul power within her began to surge. In an instant, Qian Renxue unleashed her seventh soul skill, the angelic golden body. A radiant golden light shimmered, revealing the true form of the six-winged angel. Qian Renxue's strength escalated to a level rivaling that of a tidal Douluo, and the overwhelming aura she exuded made every individual present acutely aware of the terrifying power of a divine martial soul. The angelic domain unfolded entirely, enveloping the entire arena in a golden glow. With a gentle flap of her wings, a beam of golden light shot forth, striking a distant target. The target was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Qian Renxue's display of power left the onlookers in awe. Qian Douluo observed the performance of Qian Shao and Qian Renxue, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Your growth fills me with pride. Both soul skills have demonstrated formidable power. In the battles that lie ahead, you must wield these strengths wisely and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Douluo Genie also expressed his admiration, stating, "Indeed, the prowess of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter is remarkable. With you both, the future of the Spirit Hall is destined to be even more resplendent." Douluo Ju, with a smile, added, "The speed of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter's growth is truly astonishing. The might of these two soul skills is most impressive." Douluo Gue, known as Ghostly Charm, nodded silently, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue were filled with pride upon hearing the praises of the crowd. They realized that their efforts had been acknowledged. Bowing to Qian Douluo and others, they vowed, "We shall not disappoint your expectations and will fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." In the depths of the Stardow Forest, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The golden crocodile Douluo stood proudly, towering like an iron tower. Clad in a magnificent robe that fluttered gently in the breeze, he exuded an air of authority. His resolute face and piercing gaze revealed a fierce battle intent. Though his hair was grizzled, it was meticulously arranged, each strand seemingly infused with immense power. His eyes locked onto the front, where the Titan giant ape roared into view. The Titan giant ape loomed several dozen meters tall, its muscles bulging with explosive strength. Its eyes, akin to two enormous lanterns, glimmered with a furious light. Each breath it took seemed to send tremors through the surrounding air. Unfazed, the golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward, unleashing a surge of soul power. His martial spirit, the golden crocodile king, materialized behind him, a colossal golden crocodile apparition radiating formidable pressure. Beast, today marks your demise. The golden crocodile Douluo thundered, his voice echoing like thunder through the forest. He swung his staff, sending a beam of golden light hurtling towards the Titan giant ape. Enraged by the assault, the Titan giant ape roared and swung its massive fist to collide with the light. The impact resounded with a tremendous noise, uprooting trees in the vicinity. In an instant, the golden crocodile Douluo appeared before the Titan giant ape, relentlessly attacking with his staff. Despite its immense size, the Titan giant ape moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading the golden crocodile Douluo's strikes while counterattacking. A fierce battle ensued, their figures flickering through the forest, each clash resonating loudly. Thanks to his vast combat experience and potent soul power, the golden crocodile Douluo gradually gained the upper hand. He unleashed a powerful soul skill, a beam of golden light shooting forth from his hand, morphing into a gigantic golden crocodile that lunged at the Titan giant ape. Sensing the imminent threat, the Titan giant ape let out a furious roar, its aura becoming even more ferocious. It activated its innate skill, its body swelling in size and power. With a mighty swing of its fist, it struck towards the golden crocodile Douluo. Remaining calm, the golden crocodile Douluo once again waved his hands, releasing an even more dazzling beam of golden light that collided with the Titan giant ape's fist. The force of the impact caused the surrounding space to quake, sending both the golden crocodile Douluo and the Titan giant ape staggering back a few steps. However, the golden crocodile Douluo quickly regained his footing and charged once more at the Titan giant ape. Throughout the battle, he continuously sought out the Titan giant ape's vulnerabilities. He discovered that although the Titan ape possessed immense strength, its movements were constrained by its size, rendering it somewhat clumsy. Thus, the golden crocodile Douluo began to exploit his speed advantage, deftly darting around the Titan ape in search of an opportunity to strike. At last, golden crocodile Douluo discerned a moment of vulnerability. He unleashed his most formidable soul skill, a radiant beam of golden light emanating from his hand, transforming into a colossal golden sword that lunged towards the Titan ape's eye. Sensing the impending peril, the Titan ape attempted to evade, but it was too late. The golden sword struck true, piercing its eye, eliciting a pained roar from the Titan ape. Seizing the moment, golden crocodile Douluo launched another assault, sending forth a barrage of golden light towards the Titan ape. Gradually, the Titan ape found itself ensnared in a dire predicament under the relentless onslaught of golden crocodile Douluo. Nevertheless, the Titan ape refused to concede, fiercely resisting. It summoned its final attack, its body igniting into a fiery crimson hue, as if ablaze. It charged at golden crocodile Douluo, intent on perishing together. Observing the Titan ape's desperate maneuver, golden crocodile Douluo's expression hardened. He invoked his defensive soul skill, enveloping himself in a golden light that coalesced into a formidable shield. The Titan ape collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, yet the barrier remained unbroken, leaving golden crocodile Douluo unscathed. The clash between golden crocodile Douluo and the Titan ape had escalated to a fervent crescendo. After a fierce exchange, the Titan ape began to falter under the relentless pressure of golden crocodile Douluo's might. Its body bore numerous wounds, and its breath grew labored and rapid. Despite the unwavering spirit reflected in its eyes, its physique could no longer retaliate with the agility it once possessed. Golden crocodile Douluo, keenly aware of the Titan ape's fatigue, seized the opportunity to employ a powerful soul-binding skill. A golden light shot forth from his hand, swiftly ensnaring the Titan ape. The Titan ape struggled, but could not break free from this formidable binding. It roared in fury, helplessly watching as golden crocodile Douluo exerted control over it. At that moment, the azure bull python, lurking in the shadows, sensed an opportunity. Silently, it maneuvered its massive form, launching a surprise attack while golden crocodile Douluo was preoccupied with the Titan ape. The azure bull python struck like a bolt of azure lightning, creating a powerful gust of wind. However, Qian Daolu had been closely monitoring the battlefield. The instant the Azure Bull Python initiated its ambush, Qian Daolu sensed the shift. With a sharp gaze, he summoned forth a divine radiance that erupted from his being. In an instant, Qian Daolu appeared like a shooting star, positioning himself before Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Daolu extended a hand, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power. The assault from the Sky Blue Bull Python collided with Qian Daolu's soul barrier, producing a resounding thud. The Sky Blue Bull Python was repelled, its massive form tumbling through the air several times before regaining its stability. Qian Daolu gazed sternly at the Sky Blue Bull Python, coldly declaring, "Today, you were destined to be unable to escape." The Sky Blue Bull Python emitted a low, rumbling roar, seemingly expressing its unwillingness to submit. Yet, in the face of Qian Daolu's formidable power, it refrained from making any rash movements. The Golden Crocodile Douluo, witnessing Qian Daolu's intervention, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He continued to tighten the restraints on the Titan giant ape, ensuring it remained bound. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the Sky Blue Bull Python to prevent any further surprise attacks. At this moment, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue anxiously observed the battle from the sidelines. They were awestruck by the immense strength of their grandfathers and were filled with concern for the fierce confrontation. They understood that the outcome of this battle was crucial not only for their potential acquisition of the powerful 100,000-year soul ring, but also for the honor of the Spirit Hall. In the depths of the Stardow Forest, Qian Daolu stood in confrontation with the heavenly Azure Bull Python, the air thick with palpable tension. Although the battle was far from over, Qian Daolu's appearance undeniably infused the Spirit Hall's side with formidable confidence. They believed that under Qian Daolu's leadership, they would surely overcome these two powerful 100,000-year soul beasts, securing invaluable soul rings for Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue. Chapter 164, The Heavenly Azure Bull Python. In this secluded part of the forest, Qian Daolu faced the colossal serpent, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in anticipation. His hair, as white as snow, framed a visage that exuded boundless authority and unwavering confidence. His robe fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a deity's descent. The immense body of the heavenly Azure Bull Python radiated potent waves of soul power, its gaze brimming with wariness and defiance. It recognized the extraordinary strength of the human before it, yet as a 100,000-year soul beast, it possessed its own dignity and pride, unwilling to yield easily. Qian Daolu narrowed his eyes slightly, the divine radiance surrounding him shimmering once more. Without a hint of hesitation, he launched his attack in an instant. His figure moved like lightning, appearing before the Sky Blue Bull Python in the blink of an eye. In his hand, he conjured a formidable blade of soul power, aimed directly at the Sky Blue Bull Python. Sensing the imminent danger, the python swiftly twisted its body to evade. However, Qian Daolu's speed was simply unparalleled. Although it managed to avoid a fatal strike, it still felt the impact of the blade against its side. The Sky Blue Bull Python emitted a roar of anguish, its massive form trembling slightly. Qian Daolu did not afford the Sky Blue Bull Python a moment's respite. He launched yet another assault. Waves of formidable soul power rained down upon the Sky Blue Bull Python. Although the creature fought valiantly against the onslaught, it gradually found itself ensnared in a predicament under Qian Daolu's overwhelming offensive. The onslaught of Qian Daolu was as ferocious as a tempest, gradually dismantling the defenses of the Azure Bull Python. Multiple wounds appeared upon its form, with blood incessantly flowing forth. Yet, the Azure Bull Python continued to resist with unwavering tenacity, emitting fierce roars in an attempt to counterattack Qian Daolu. However, the might of Qian Daolu was simply overwhelming. After a fierce clash, the Azure Bull Python was ultimately brought to the brink of collapse. Its massive body fell to the ground, breath shallow. Yet its gaze remained resolute and unyielding. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue beheld the Azure Bull Python vanquished by Qian Daolu, their hearts a tumult of astonishment and complexity. They recognized that this was their opportunity to acquire the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, yet they were also imbued with profound reverence for these two formidable spirit beasts. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue approached, gazing at the critically wounded Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan giant ape, which was under the control of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Shao spoke softly, "You have already been defeated. Now, if you willingly offer yourselves to us, you may retain a flicker of your souls. Otherwise, you shall inevitably face our relentless pursuit." Qian Rinxue stated, "We are aware of your formidable strength, yet before us, you are left with no alternatives. A voluntary sacrifice may indeed be the most favorable outcome for you." However, the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python resolutely shook their heads. Though bound, The Titan giant ape unleashed a furious roar, conveying its indomitable spirit. The azure bull python, in a feeble voice, declared, "We are soul beasts of 100,000 years, bearing our own dignity and pride. We shall never willingly offer ourselves as sacrifices. Even in death, we shall not submit to you humans." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, a sense of helplessness settling in their hearts. They understood that these two soul beasts were exceedingly stubborn. Yet they could not relinquish the opportunity to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. Qian Douluo approached, observing the defiant spirits of the two soul beasts with a slight furrow of his brow. He spoke, "Do not tempt fate by refusing the wine offered. If you willingly offer your sacrifice, I can assure you that your soul shall find peace. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by our forces, and in that eventuality, you shall retain not even a fragment of your essence." The Titan great ape and the azure bull python remained unmoved. Their resolute gazes fixed upon Qian Douluo and Qian Shao Qian Rinxue, as if to convey, "We would rather perish than submit to your will." Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of the two soul beasts, Qian Douluo felt a surge of irritation within him. He declared, "Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Golden Crocodile intensified the restraints on the Titan giant ape, Schwerer and Shower, prepared to forcibly hunt down these two soul beasts. Deep within the Star Doe forest, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed palpable enough to draw water from the air. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, having endured a fierce battle against the Spirit Hall's members, were now on the brink of collapse. Utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate, Qian Shao slowly approached the Titan great ape, observing the once formidable soul beast in its current state of weakness. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her. The titanic form of the ape appeared utterly helpless at this moment, though its eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness. They were predominantly filled with resignation. Qian Shao gripped his weapon tightly, fully aware that with a mere flick, he could extinguish the life of the Titan great ape and claim the formidable 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, his hand trembled slightly, his heart engulfed in turmoil. "Titan great ape, I do not wish to do this, but for my future, for the glory of the Spirit Hall, it appears I have no alternative." Qian Shao's voice emerged hoarse, laden with conflict. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue faced the sky blue bull python, similarly ensnared in profound inner turmoil. The massive form of the sky blue bull python lay on the ground, its breath faint. A flicker of reluctance passed through Qian Rinxue's gaze, yet she was acutely aware that this was a crucial opportunity for her to enhance her power. "Heavenly blue bull python, I recognize your formidable strength and your stubbornness. However, fate has positioned us on opposing sides." Qian Rinxue spoke softly. Qian Douluo observed the hesitation of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, his brow slightly furrowing. "What are you waiting for? This is a pivotal moment for you to enhance your strength. Do not allow emotions to sway your judgment." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they perceived the same struggle and helplessness. Yet, they understood that they bore the expectations of the Spirit Hall and could not falter. At last, Qian Shao gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and struck towards the Titan great ape. In that moment, his heart was filled with anguish and remorse. Yet he recognized that this was a choice he had to make. In the final moments of its life, the Titan great ape seemed to reveal a glimmer of relief in its eyes, aware that its fate was irrevocably sealed. Qian Rinxue had resolutely made her decision. She swung her longsword, aiming it at the sky blue bull python. The creature emitted a faint sigh, as if resigning itself to its fate. As the lives of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python faded away, two resplendent crimson soul rings, each spanning 100,000 years, slowly ascended. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue gazed at the soul rings, their hearts filled with both a yearning for power and a sense of guilt towards the soul beasts. Silently, they approached the soul rings, closed their eyes, and began to absorb their essence. Chapter 166. The 100,000-year soul bone. After Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul rings of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, these formidable soul beasts also yielded precious 100,000-year soul bones. The gaze of the onlookers was instantly captivated by the two soul bones emanating a mysterious radiance. As Qian Shao beheld the soul bone of the Titan giant ape, a profound resonance surged within him. He understood that, having absorbed the Titan giant ape's soul ring, this soul bone was indeed the most harmonious match for him. Qian Rinxue gazed at the soul bone of the heavenly blue bull python, lost in contemplation. She understood clearly that, having already acquired the angelic divine armor, she was unable to merge with this particular soul bone. Turning to Qian Douluo, she spoke, "Grandfather, I find it most fitting to present this soul bone of the heavenly blue bull python to you." as I am unable to assimilate it myself. Qian Dao gently shook his head, his gaze filled with affection and profound meaning. Shuer, your grandfather is advanced in years. This soul bone holds far greater value for the younger generation, like you and Shower. I have faith that you both will carry forth the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue insisted once more, Grandfather, you are the pillar of the soul hall. With this soul bone, your strength will be greatly enhanced, enabling you to better safeguard the soul hall. Qian Daolu remained resolute in his refusal, asserting firmly, Shuer, your intentions are understood by your grandfather. Yet I cannot accept this. This soul bone ought to be bestowed upon one who is in greater need. In a state of helplessness, Qian Rinxue turned her gaze toward the golden crocodile Douluo. Grandfather Golden Crocodile, please accept this soul bone from the sky blue bull python. The golden crocodile Douluo promptly waved his hand, his expression a blend of respect and determination. Your Highness, I absolutely cannot accept this soul bone. You and the Saint's son represent the future of the Spirit Hall. Such a precious item should be utilized by you to enhance your strength and guide the Spirit Hall toward a more illustrious future. Qian Rinxue cast her gaze once more towards the Spirit Douluo, Elder Ju and Elder Gue, saying, you may take the soul bone. The Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts brimming with trepidation and reverence. The Ju Douluo hastily replied, Your Highness, we cannot accept such a precious item. You and the Holy Son are the hopes of the Spirit Hall. We shall devote ourselves entirely to supporting you. This soul bone should be bestowed upon the Holy Son. The Gue Douluo nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Your Highness. Our mission is to safeguard the Spirit Hall, and you along with the Holy Son are its future. This soul bone from the sky blue bull python should be fused by the Holy Son to enhance his strength. The attention of the crowd once again centered on Qian Shao. He looked upon them, his heart filled with gratitude. Aware that their intentions were for the future of the Spirit Hall, wishing for him and Qian Rinxue to grow even stronger, Qian Shao took a deep breath and declared, Since everyone believes that this soul bone should be merged by me, I shall not decline. I will strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to everyone's expectations and fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue smiled and nodded. Shao, I have faith that you will undoubtedly harness the full potential of this soul bone's power. Let us strive together for the future of the Spirit Hall. Qian Dao Lu gazed at them, a look of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. Excellent. You are all the pride of the Spirit Hall. I hope you can join hands and advance together, allowing the glory of the Spirit Hall to echo throughout the entire Douluo continent. The group decided to entrust the 200,000-year soul bones to Qian Shao for fusion. Standing before the soul bones that radiated a mysterious light, Qian Shao felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation within his heart. The first was the left arm bone of the Titan Great Ape. Qian Shao fixed his gaze upon this soul bone, acutely aware of the formidable power it contained. According to the records, the skills bestowed by the left arm bone of the Titan Great Ape were often powerful and domineering. Slowly, he extended his hand, gently touching the soul bone, and a surge of intense resonance flooded his heart in an instant. He understood that, having absorbed the soul ring of the Titan Great Ape, this left arm bone had a natural affinity with him. Qian Shao closed his eyes and began to summon the soul power within him, preparing to merge with the bone of the left arm. As the soul bone made contact with his left arm, a torrent of searing energy surged into his body. Qian Shao felt as though his left arm had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain radiating throughout his entire being in an instant. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he continued to guide the fusion of his soul power and soul bone. As the merging progressed, Qian Shao sensed his left arm growing increasingly powerful. His muscles swelled, brimming with explosive strength. He could almost hear the roar of the Titan Great Ape echoing in his ears, spurring him onward with unwavering determination. Next came the head soul bone of the Azure Bull Python. The head soul bone of the Azure Bull Python emanated a profound and mysterious radiance, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. Qian Shao understands that the head soul bone is an exceedingly precious entity on the Douluo continent, often bestowing upon its possessor formidable spiritual power and unique abilities. Qian Shao took a deep breath, bringing the soul bone of the Azure Bull Python close to his forehead. The moment the bone made contact with his brow, a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth, overwhelming him like a relentless tide. Countless images instantaneously surged into Qian Shao's mind, depicting the majestic figure of the Azure Bull Python commanding the starry forest, as well as the fierce battles it waged against its foes. Qian Shao endeavored to maintain his clarity, resisting the mental onslaught with his formidable willpower. He gradually began to channel his soul energy into the head soul bone, seeking to merge with the power contained within. This endeavor was fraught with challenges. Each step demanded his utmost concentration and meticulous control over the flow of his soul energy. Throughout the process of integrating the head soul bone, Qian Shao experienced a significant enhancement in his mental acuity. He could perceive his awareness expanding, and his thoughts became increasingly astute. It seemed as though he could discern everything around him. No subtle rustle of leaves or whisper of wind escaped his notice. After a protracted and arduous journey, Qian Shao ultimately succeeded in merging the 200,000-year-old soul bones. The moment he opened his eyes, he emanated a powerful and enigmatic aura. His gaze imbued with confidence and resolve. Douluo and the others anxiously observed Qian Shao from the sidelines. Upon witnessing his successful fusion with the soul bone, their hearts swelled with joy and relief. They understood that Qian Shao had grown significantly stronger, destined to become the future hope of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao rose to his feet, feeling a newfound strength coursing through his body, his heart brimming with gratitude. He proclaimed, "I extend my heartfelt thanks for your trust and support. I shall endeavor to cultivate my abilities and fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Douluo smiled and nodded, expressing his approval. "Very well, Shaoer. You have taken a significant step forward. The road ahead is long, but I am confident that you will lead the Spirit Hall towards a more splendid tomorrow." In that moment, the hearts of those present brimmed with anticipation for the future of the Spirit Hall. They understood that with the rise of young talents like Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly shine even brighter on the Douluo continent. Chapter 168, The Battle of the Tidal Douluo. In the Stardow Forest, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue had just showcased their newly acquired formidable strength, and the echoes of admiration still lingered in the air. A surge of fierce determination welled up within Qian Shao as he turned to face Qian Rinxue, his gaze imbued with a spirit of challenge. Qian Rinxue slightly raised her chin, her eyes equally shimmering with the fervor for battle. "Why not challenge Douluo?" Qian Zhao's voice resonated with unwavering strength. Qian Rinxue's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of confidence. "That is precisely my intention." Their decision immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Douluo furrowed his brow slightly, yet a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. The golden crocodile Douluo exhibited an expression of keen interest, while the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuegwan, appeared momentarily taken aback before graciously accepting the challenge. "Since the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden possess such refined enthusiasm, I shall gladly accompany you," Yuegwan articulated with elegance. In the martial arts arena of the Spirit Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could precipitate. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood side by side. Their gazes ignited with unwavering determination, while the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuegwan, maintained a calm demeanor, albeit with an undercurrent of seriousness. The surrounding spectators watched anxiously as the fierce battle was about to unfold, the air seemingly solidified by the palpable tension. The clarion call of battle resounded instantaneously. With Qian Shao launching the first assault, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Meteorite Strike. In an instant, brilliant streaks of light streaked across the sky, as small meteors, imbued with remarkable force, hurtled toward the chrysanthemum Douluo. Yuegwan's gaze sharpened, and with a gentle wave of his mystical chrysanthemum, he activated his third soul skill, the Aura Barrier. A formidable soul power barrier erupted, rising like an indomitable fortress. The meteors collided with the barrier, producing a series of thunderous roars, yet they could not penetrate its defenses. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Rinxue promptly unleashed her first soul skill, Angelic Assault. The sacred energy of the six-winged angel surged forth like a tidal wave, rapidly coalescing upon her sword. At the moment of attack, a resplendent golden light shield radiated brilliance as it charged fiercely toward Douluo, embodying both offense and defense. Sensing the formidable power rushing toward her, Douluo gracefully inclined her body, skillfully evading the assault with an elegant poise, while simultaneously wielding her exquisite sky-soaring chrysanthemum once more. Invoking her second soul skill, Golden Radiance Exhalation, a stream of golden essence erupted forth like a piercing arrow, racing toward Qian Rinxue. Qian Shao, with remarkable agility, swiftly employed his sixth soul skill, the Emperor's Guardian Seal, instantly bestowing upon Qian Rinxue a radiant rock element guardian seal that shimmered with golden light. This guardian seal resembled an indomitable barrier, immediately absorbing a portion of the damage emanating from the golden aura. Furthermore, upon sustaining an attack, it triggered a counterattack effect, unleashing a formidable rock element shockwave that surged menacingly toward Douluo. Douluo effortlessly evaded the rock element shockwave, and subsequently activated his fourth soul skill, Solitary Bloom in the Self-Appreciation. Instantly, a dazzling array of chrysanthemums burst forth around his body, layering upon one another to form a powerful defensive barrier. Qian Renxue, undeterred, exuded an unwavering resolve as she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Angelic Judgment. A long sword, forged from sacred flames, radiated a searing brilliance as it descended fiercely upon Zhu Douluo. Yet it was steadfastly repelled by Zhu Douluo's formidable defensive barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, Qian Shao unleashed his third soul skill, the Earth Vein Shockwave. With a forceful stomp, he triggered a violent tremor in the Earth's energy, emanating shockwaves from himself as the epicenter, spreading across a radius of 50 meters. Within the area affected by the shockwave, Zhu Douluo immediately felt the intense impact and disruption. However, drawing upon his formidable strength, Zhu Douluo swiftly stabilized his form. Resisting the effects of the shockwave, Zhu Guan, the Zhu Douluo, slightly furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of pressure, and promptly activated his sixth soul skill, Golden Petal Radiance. A resplendent and dazzling light radiated from the Qirong Tantian Zhu, enveloping him in a layer of brilliant glow akin to a shimmering sunset. This radiant light successfully mitigated the effects of the Earth Vein shockwave and surged back towards Qian Shao and Qian Renxue in retaliation. Qian Renxue swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, Holy Radiance Guardian, summoning a shield woven from blue and gold that materialized before her, successfully deflecting the counterattack from the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Qian Shao simultaneously activated his second soul skill, Rock Fortress Sovereignty, conjuring a colossal defensive barrier that stood protectively in front of both him and Qian Renxue, bestowing upon them additional safeguarding. The battle had reached a stalemate, with both sides meticulously searching for vulnerabilities in one another's defenses. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that they must swiftly shatter the Chrysanthemum Douluo's defenses. Qian Shao unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Rock Prison Incantation, which instantaneously conjured an impregnable rock prison at the location of Zhu Douluo, confining him within its formidable walls. The walls of the prison possessed an extraordinary hardness, emanating a suppressive aura of rock elements that significantly diminished Zhu Douluo's soul power's operational speed, inflicting damage equivalent to 5 times his own soul power every second. Caught within the rock prison, Zhu Douluo felt a flicker of alarm in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated his seventh soul skill, the true body of his martial soul, causing his form to swell dramatically into a colossal, magnificent chrysanthemum. The might of the true body was unparalleled, and in an instant, the rock prison was shattered. Fragments of rock erupted in all directions, filling the arena with a cloud of dust and debris. Upon witnessing the situation, Qian Renxue immediately unleashed her seventh soul skill, the Angelic Golden Body. The manifestation of the six-winged angel radiated brilliance, instantly elevating her power to a level rivaling that of a tidal Douluo. The angelic domain was fully unveiled, as golden light enveloped the entire arena like an overwhelming tide. Exuding a sense of divinity and majesty, Qian Shao unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true body of Zhongli, the Titan of Rock. In an instant, his form transformed into a colossal rock deity, with all attributes elevated by 180. Surrounding him was an indomitable shield of robust earth elements, impervious to harm. He swung his massive earthen arm, striking the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Douluo Zhu felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, prompting him to activate his fifth soul skill, the Gathering of Cold Blossoms. The ethereal chrysanthemums radiated brilliance, with countless petals swirling gracefully, advancing towards Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. Qian Shao swiftly unleashed his fourth soul skill, Starfall Impact, summoning small meteors to plummet from the heavens, striking the petals with precision. Similarly, Qian Renxue invoked her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent, as a magnificent angelic apparition emerged behind her, its divine soul power coalescing into a golden sword that pierced toward the petals. Through their combined efforts, they successfully thwarted the assault of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. However, the battle was far from over. The Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, launched another offensive, employing his eighth soul skill, Gate of Sacred Light. A colossal gate of light materialized behind him, from which surged an overwhelming force of divine energy, hurtling towards Qian Shao and Qian Renxue. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue were beset by an unprecedented pressure, prompting them to swiftly invoke their sixth soul skills, the Emperor's Guardian Seal and the Angelic Divine Light. Qian Shao cast a radiant golden rock element Guardian Seal upon both himself and Qian Renxue, a protective mark capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 120 times his own soul power. Qian Rinxue transformed the divine essence of the angelic soul into a mental shockwave, launching a widespread assault that directly targeted the soul of Zhu Douluo. Together, they managed to successfully fend off Zhu Douluo's 8th soul skill, but at a significant cost, depleting their soul power and leaving their bodies utterly exhausted. Zhu Deyuiguan also sensed the mounting pressure. He understood that this battle could not be prolonged any further. He resolved to unleash his most formidable soul skill. The 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemum's Remnant, where the ground is strewn with wounds and blossoms fall, leaving hearts shattered. The extraordinary Tianjuchang chrysanthemum instantly burst forth in a dazzling display of brilliance, enveloping the entire forest in its luminous glow. The overwhelming surge of soul power sent ripples of trepidation through those nearby. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue felt an immense sense of peril. They realized that this was a formidable battle ahead. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue clasped each other's hands tightly, their gazes infused with unwavering determination. They resolved to unleash their most powerful combined attack. Qian Shao unleashed the 5th soul skill, Rock Prison Binding Spell, empowered by the true form of his martial soul. A colossal rock prison materialized around Zhu Douluo, reinforced by the formidable strength of the Rock Guardian's body. Qian Rinxue unleashed her 5th soul skill, Angel's Judgment. Enhanced by the true manifestation of her martial soul, the long sword, forged from sacred flames, grew in size and power. Simultaneously, both combatants launched their assaults. The rock prison ensnared Zhu Douluo tightly, while the sword of Angel's Judgment descended fiercely upon him. Zhu Douluo felt an overwhelming pressure as he fought desperately to resist. Yet under the combined might of their onslaught, his defenses began to crumble. Ultimately, through the tenacious efforts of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, Zhu Douluo was vanquished. His martial soul's true form dissipated, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The arena fell into silence. As the spectators were left in awe of the fierce battle they had just witnessed, Qian Delu nodded slightly, admiration evident in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Your growth fills me with immense pride. In this battle, you have demonstrated tenacious fighting spirit and exceptional strength. In the future battles, you must continue to strive, fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall. The golden crocodile Douluo remarked in awe. Indeed, the power of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter is formidable. With you both, the future of the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be even more splendid. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, rose from the ground, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he smiled and said, the performance of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter has truly impressed me. In this battle, I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue bowed to the crowd, resolutely declaring, we shall not disappoint your expectations. We will fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. This battle once again showcased the strength and potential of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, instilling greater hope and confidence for the future of the Spirit Hall. After the battle concluded, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue sat on the ground, weary yet filled with joy and pride. This confrontation represented not only a formidable challenge for them, but also an invaluable opportunity for growth. Chapter 169, The Dark Shadow Wolf. After vanquishing the formidable Moonlight Douluo, Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue resumed their arduous training. However, their diligent progress was interrupted by exhilarating news. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yan, Yilingling, and Tuo Baiyun had successfully ascended to the esteemed rank of level 60. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding that it was imperative to procure suitable soul rings for their 5 companions without delay, they promptly convened with Xiaoyu and others to deliberate on their expedition to the Douluo forest. Xiaoyu's gaze radiated determination and anticipation as he clasped his hands and declared, Your Highness, the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, we shall spare no effort in bringing further glory to the Spirit Hall. Hulaina nodded slightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with confidence. On this journey to the Douluo forest, we shall undoubtedly acquire formidable soul rings. Yen cracked his knuckles, eager for action. Those soul beasts shall not escape our grasp easily. Yi Lingling, gentle and serene, softly proclaimed, I will do my utmost to provide healing support for everyone. Tuo Baiyun also solemnly affirmed, we shall not disappoint the expectations of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao nodded slightly and solemnly remarked, This journey to the Starry Forest is fraught with peril. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. We must support one another and collectively confront the challenges that may arise. Qian Rinxue then spoke. Our objective is to locate the most suitable soul rings for everyone, thereby enhancing our collective strength. The group, fully equipped, set forth on their journey to the Douluo forest. They proceeded cautiously, ever vigilant of the sounds surrounding them. The air within the Douluo forest was thick with an aura of mystery and danger. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, and the occasional roar of soul beasts echoed through the foliage. After half a day's tense searching, their pace slowed near a secluded valley. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the valley, prompting immediate alertness among the group. From the shadows of the valley emerged a sinewy soul beast known as the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf. Its imposing figure, reminiscent of a small carriage, was cloaked in a coat of jet-black fur that shimmered with a metallic luster in the dim light. Its eyes glowed like two burning azure flames, exuding an air of enigma and peril. Its sharp claws grazed the ground, leaving deep grooves as if to proclaim its formidable power. A long tail, akin to a steel whip, flicked behind it, poised to strike at any moment. A chill ran through the group. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged glances, and Qian Shao narrowed his eyes, his formidable spiritual energy enveloping the soul beast. After a moment, he spoke gravely. This is a 50,000-year-old Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf, closely aligned with Xiaoyu's martial soul. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing a profound resonance between himself and the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue shared a knowing nod, recognizing the compatibility of the soul beast with Xiaoyu. Clenching the moon blade tightly, Xiaoyu declared, "This soul beast is mine to claim." Hu Laiina and the others swiftly prepared themselves, ready to provide support for Xiaoyu. The Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf seemed to sense their intentions, unleashing a furious roar that radiated a potent aura. Combat was imminent. The wolf lunged at the group like a bolt of black lightning. Unfazed, Xiaoyu charged forward with the moon blade, while Hu Laiina immediately cast her charm skill, attempting to disrupt the wolf's advance. However, the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf, formidable in strength, merely hesitated momentarily before continuing its assault on Xiaoyu. At that moment, Yin let out a fierce shout, flames erupting around him as he thrust forth a colossal pillar of fire towards the wolf. The soul beast was forced to sidestep. And in that instant, Tuobayun swiftly activated his first soul skill, enveloping Xiaoyu in a radiant glow that instantaneously augmented his speed. Yilingling stood at the rear, her hands shimmering with light as a healing aura enveloped Xiaoyu, mending the minor injuries he sustained in battle. Frustrated by the disruption of its attack, the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf howled in rage and charged once more at the group. With the assistance of Tuobayun and Yilingling, Xiaoyu grew even bolder, engaging in fierce combat with the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf as he wielded the moon blade. Hu Laiina continuously employed her enchanting skills to disrupt the judgment of the soul beast. Seizing the opportunity, Yin launched another attack, flames roaring fiercely, imposing immense pressure upon the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf. Under the collective assault of the group, the wolf's aura gradually diminished. At last, Xiaoyu, seizing the moment, unleashed his most potent strike. The moon blade radiated brilliantly, striking fiercely at the vital point of the Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf. The soul beast emitted a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground. Once the battle concluded, Xiaoyu approached the fallen wolf, beginning the absorption of its soul ring. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue stood guard nearby, vigilant against any interference from other soul beasts, while Hu Laiina and the others remained alert, scanning their surroundings. As time passed, Xiaoyu successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 50,000-year-old Dark-Blade Shadow Wolf. Rising to his feet, he felt the surge of power within, his eyes brimming with excitement and confidence. The group rejoiced for Xiaoyu, aware that this was merely the beginning of their journey through the Douluo forest, with many more challenges and opportunities awaiting them. Chapter 170. The spirit-infused ancient vines. After Xiaoyu successfully absorbed the soul ring, the group took a brief respite before continuing their exploration of the Douluo forest. They understood the importance of finding suitable soul beasts for everyone. Proceeding cautiously, they maintained a constant state of alertness. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, and the surrounding trees flourished with vibrant life. However, at that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from across the lake. As they focused their gaze, they beheld a graceful soul beast emerging slowly. This creature, known as the enchanting fox spirit shadow, possessed a slender form akin to an elegant fox. Its fur is white as snow, exuding a gentle radiance. Its eyes sparkled like two brilliant purple gemstones, shimmering with a mysterious light that seemed to captivate the soul. A fluffy tail swayed gently behind it, infused with a sense of vitality and grace. Qian Shao and Qian Renxue exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with surprise. Qian Shao softly remarked, "This alluring fox spirit is a soul beast of 50,000 years, remarkably in harmony with Hu Laiina's martial spirit." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Hulaina's beautiful eyes as she fixated on the alluring fox spirit, a powerful yearning surging within her. Xiaoyu and the others promptly prepared themselves, ready to offer Hulaina support at any moment. The alluring fox spirit seemed to sense their intentions, emitting a soft cry as the radiance surrounding it intensified brilliantly. The battle was imminent. Hulaina was the first to launch an attack. Her figure shimmered as she darted towards the alluring fox spirit like a phantom. Simultaneously, she unleashed her charm skill, attempting to manipulate the soul beast's movements. A hint of confusion crossed the alluring fox spirit's eyes, but it quickly regained clarity, nimbly evading Hulaina's strikes. Yin immediately conjured flames, sending waves of fire towards the alluring fox spirit in an effort to restrain its actions. Tuoba Yun released his soul skills, bestowing various enhancements upon Hulaina to augment her strength. Yilingling stood in the rear, ever ready to provide healing to her comrades. Under the relentless assault from the group, the alluring fox spirit gradually found itself in a precarious position. However, it was unwilling to concede defeat. Suddenly, it emitted a sharp cry, and its brilliance surged even more, unleashing a formidable mental shockwave. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness, Hulaina included. Yet, bolstered by her indomitable will, she swiftly steadied herself. Taking a deep breath, she invoked her charm skill once more, engaging the alluring fox spirit in a battle of wills on a mental plane. Amidst the fierce combat, Hulaina gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, seizing the opportune moment, she unleashed her mightiest strike. The short sword in her hand glimmered fiercely as it plunged towards the vital point of the alluring fox spirit. The soul beast let out a reluctant cry before collapsing to the ground. After the battle concluded, Hulaina slowly approached the alluring fox spirit, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshua stood guard nearby, ensuring no other soul beast would interfere. Xiaoyu and the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. As time passed, Hulaina successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 50,000-year alluring fox spirit. With her triumph, the group's confidence soared, and they continued their quest within the Stardow forest to find a suitable soul beast for Tuoba Yun. They navigated through the dense thicket, maintaining a heightened sense of alertness. After a period of exploration, they arrived near an ancient ruin. A mysterious aura enveloped the area. The ancient stone pillars were cloaked in moss, seemingly recounting the vicissitudes of time. As the group curiously examined the relics, a deep rumbling echoed from within the depths of the ruins. Instantly, everyone became alert, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the ruins. Before long, a peculiar soul beast emerged slowly. This soul beast was known as the Lingyan Ancient Vine. Its form resembled thick, interwoven vines, exhibiting a deep green hue that emanated a rich vitality. Strange patterns adorned its body, hinting at the presence of enigmatic power. At the apex of the Lingyan Ancient Vine blossomed a colossal flower, its petals displaying a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating a gentle glow. Qian Xiao and Qian Renshua exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Qian Xiao softly remarked, "This spirit essence ancient vine is a 50,000-year-old soul beast, whose characteristics are exceptionally suitable for an auxiliary soul master like Tuoba Yun." A flicker of excitement flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the spirit essence ancient vine, his heart brimming with anticipation. Xiaoyu and the others promptly prepared themselves, ready to provide support for Tuoba Yun at a moment's notice. The spirit essence ancient vine seemed to sense their intentions, subtly swaying its body while emanating a mysterious aura from its blossoms. The battle was imminent. Tuoba Yun initiated the attack, releasing her martial soul and casting a gentle radiance in an attempt to establish a connection with the spirit essence ancient vine. However, the vine remained unmoved, instead wielding its tendrils to launch an assault on the group. Hulaina immediately employed her charm skill, striving to disrupt the actions of the spirit essence ancient vine. Yin unleashed his fire skills, sending waves of flames toward the vine in an effort to incinerate its tendrils. Xiaoyu brandished his moonblade, poised to strike at any moment. Yilingling stood at the rear, her hands shimmering with light as she provided healing and enhancement effects for her comrades. Through their collective efforts, the attacks of the spirit essence ancient vine were gradually neutralized. Unwilling to surrender easily, the spirit essence ancient vine suddenly let out a deep roar, releasing a multitude of pollen from its blossoms that filled the air and induced a sense of dizziness among the group. They found themselves in a predicament, but Qian Xiao swiftly conjured a protective barrier to shield them from the pollen assault. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed her first soul skill to stun the soul beast, allowing Tuoba Yun to deliver a decisive blow. After the battle concluded, Tuoba Yun slowly approached the spirit essence ancient vine to begin absorbing its soul ring. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood guard nearby, vigilant against any interference from other soul beasts. Xiaoyu and the others remained alert, observing their surroundings with caution. As time passed, Tuoba Yun successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 50,000-year-old spirit essence ancient vine. Chapter 171. Camping. Once Tuoba Yun had successfully assimilated the soul ring, the sky gradually darkened. The Stardow forest, shrouded in the veil of night, appeared even more enigmatic and perilous. Qian Shao gazed up at the sky and spoke solemnly. As the day wanes, we shall camp here to rest, continuing our quest for soul beasts tomorrow. The group nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu and the others swiftly set about finding a suitable location to establish their camp. They halted in a relatively open area, beginning to clear away the surrounding weeds and branches. Yin harnessed the power of fire, quickly igniting a pile of firewood, the warm glow flickering in the darkness, bestowing upon them a sense of safety. Hu Lai Na observed the bustling group and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. Today's battle was truly thrilling." Xiaoyu, while organizing the camp, replied, "Indeed, but fortunately, we have made some gains. I hope we can successfully locate suitable soul beasts for the others tomorrow." Yi Lingling took charge of arranging their supplies, laying out food and water. Gently, she encouraged everyone, "Come and replenish your strength with some food." The group gathered around, and Hu Lai Na picked up a piece of dry rations, softly saying, "Yi Lingling, we are incredibly grateful for your presence, always ready to heal us. Without you, today's battle would have been far more challenging." Yi Lingling smiled and shook her head. "It is my duty. We all fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall." Tuoba Yun looked at his hands, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he declared, after absorbing the soul ring from the spirit essence ancient vine, "I can feel a significant enhancement in my strength. I will certainly be able to assist everyone even better in the future." Yin patted Tuoba Yun on the shoulder and chuckled, "Haha, indeed. Our battles will be much easier from now on." Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue stood at the edge of the camp, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Qian Shao whispered, "The starry forest is even more perilous at night. We must not let our guard down." Qian Rinxue nodded slightly, assuring, "Rest assured, with us here, no one will be in danger." The group gathered around the campfire, savoring their food while discussing the day's battle. Shi Yue remarked, "Today's confrontation with the Dark Blade Shadow Wolf was truly perilous. Had it not been for our collective efforts, I might have struggled to successfully absorb the soul ring." Hu Laina concurred, "Indeed, our cooperation has grown increasingly harmonious. I hope we can continue to fight side by side in the future." Yi Lingling gazed at the wounds on her companions, her eyes filled with concern. "Everyone has sustained some injuries. Let us rest well tonight. I will tend to your wounds." As she spoke, a radiant light flickered in her hands as she cast healing spells on her injured teammates. Shi Yue looked at Yi Lingling with gratitude. "Thank you, Yi Lingling. With your healing, we can recover more swiftly." Qian Shao gazed at the group gathered around the flickering campfire. And just as she was about to express that she and Qian Rinxue had taken the night watch, Xiaoyu rose to his feet. With a solemn countenance, Xiaoyu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Holy Sun, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, you have sought the soul beast for us today and exerted yourselves in battle. It is imperative that you do not burden yourselves with the night watch any longer. We have now reached level 60 and possess the capability to share more of the responsibilities within our team." Qian Shao furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head, saying, "No, the starry forest at night is far too perilous. It is much more prudent for Qian Rinxue and me to take the night watch. Our strength is superior, enabling us to better handle unforeseen circumstances." Hu Laina also rose, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unwavering determination as she smiled and said, "Your Highness, you and His Holiness have sacrificed so much for us. We too wish to contribute to the team. We cannot always rely on your protection. Besides, with the two of us working in tandem, we can certainly ensure everyone's safety." Yi Lingling gently interjected, "Your Highness, everyone is immensely grateful for the sacrifices you and the Holy Maiden have made. However, we cannot always remain sheltered beneath your wings. Allow us the opportunity to contribute to the team as well." As Qian Rinxue was about to speak, Yin boldly interjected, "Holy Sun, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, please rest assured. Shi Yue and Hu Laina will guard the first half of the night, while Tuoba Yun and I will take the latter half. We assure you that no danger shall approach you. Our strength is formidable, and we are confident in our ability to fulfill the duty of keeping watch." Tuoba Yun nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we are eager to contribute to our team." It is through our united efforts that we shall better accomplish this mission. Moreover, we wish to prove our worth and dedicate our strength to the glory of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao and Qian Renshua exchanged a glance. Witnessing the unwavering determination and unity reflected in the eyes of those around them, Qian Shao nodded slightly, his voice resonating with solemnity as he remarked, "Very well. Since you are so insistent, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, should danger arise, it is imperative that you inform us immediately." Xiaoyu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we will exercise utmost caution." Hulaina added with a smile, "Everyone should rest well. The first half of the night is entrusted to us." Chapter 172. What is happening upon entering a tent together? Qian Shao and Qian Renshue left Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, Yi Lingling, and Taoba Yin outside, where they exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. Each face reflected varying degrees of astonishment and confusion, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. Xiaoyu's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. He had always held the son and daughter of the sacred hall in deep reverence. In his heart, Qian Shao and Qian Renshue embodied the future hope of the Spirit Hall, and their demeanor should align with their esteemed identities. Yet, the scene before him was utterly unexpected. He pondered, the son and daughter of the sacred hall entering a tent together is quite perplexing, though they are siblings. Do they not fear inciting speculation among others? Or is there a particular reason for their actions? Xiaoyu's mind brimmed with questions as he began to recollect the moments spent with the son and daughter, seeking clues within those memories. He recalled how, during battles, they exhibited a remarkable synergy, supporting one another, their bond seemingly transcending ordinary sibling affection. Yet, he hesitated to fully embrace his conjectures. Aware of their significant roles and the weight of their responsibilities within the Spirit Hall, conflicted, Xiaoyu yearned to uncover the truth, while fearing that his speculations might bring unnecessary trouble to the son and daughter. He stood silently, his gaze occasionally darting toward the tent, hoping to catch a sound or glimpse that might assuage his curiosity. In Hulaina's beautiful eyes, a flicker of complex emotions danced. As one of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, she had always looked up to the son and daughter with admiration and reverence. She understood their strength and wisdom, as well as their crucial positions within the Spirit Hall. However, upon witnessing Qian Shao and Qian Renshue enter the tent together, an overwhelming curiosity surged within her. She wondered, what could they possibly be discussing inside? Is there something of great importance that cannot be shared in our presence? Or is there another reason altogether? Various speculations flooded her mind as she imagined the conversations that might be unfolding within the tent, contemplating significant plans under discussion. Her heart ignited with the flames of gossip, compelling her to uncover the truth. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not act rashly, after all. The decisions made by the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter must surely possess their own rationale. Hulaina furrowed her brow slightly, resolutely deciding to pay closer attention to the movements of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter in hopes of uncovering some answers. A glint of cunning shone in her eyes, as if she were plotting something. Yin, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. A man of forthright character, he found the scene before him utterly shocking. He scratched his head and murmured, "What in the world is happening? The Holy Son and the Holy Daughter are sleeping together? How bizarre. What are they up to? Is there a secret we are unaware of?" Filled with curiosity and confusion, Yin could not comprehend the actions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. In his view, they should maintain a certain distance to preserve their dignity and image. His nature compelled him to rush into the tent to seek answers, yet he dared not defy the commands of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. He could only speculate silently, hoping to find a reasonable explanation. A look of anxiety crossed Yan's face as he paced back and forth, as if awaiting some event to unfold. His heart brimmed with unease, fearing that the actions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter might cast a negative light upon the Spirit Hall. Yulingling's gentle visage also bore a hint of surprise. She had always been a kind-hearted and thoughtful individual, filled with respect and gratitude for the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, as they consistently protected everyone in battle. Upon witnessing Qian Shao and Qian Renshue enter the tent together, her first thought was that they must have some important matters to discuss. She mused, "The Holy Son and the Holy Daughter must have their reasons for this. Perhaps it is to better safeguard everyone, or there is an urgent matter at hand." Yet, regardless of the reasoning, it was indeed unexpected. Yulingling's heart was laden with concern. Anxious that the actions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter might lead to misunderstandings among others, she silently prayed for everything to proceed smoothly, hoping that no misfortunes would arise. A trace of tenderness and care shone in Yi Lingling's eyes as she resolved to strive harder in her healing efforts, contributing her strength to the glory of the spirit hall. Tuoba Yun, however, remained relatively calm. She had always been a composed and introspective individual, contemplating matters with depth. Though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind upon witnessing the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter enter the tent together, she did not display the same level of astonishment as the others. She thought, the actions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter must be driven by their considerations. We ought not to speculate baselessly, but rather trust their decisions. Perhaps they are planning for our future. Into Oba Yun's gaze, there flickered a hint of resolve. She resolved not to dwell excessively on the matter at hand, but rather to concentrate on her mission of safeguarding the collective safety. She held unwavering faith in the wisdom and capabilities of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, convinced they would undoubtedly make the right decisions. With a slight bow of her head, Tuoba Yun began to ponder how she might better serve the team in her forthcoming actions, and how to fight for the glory of the Spirit Hall. The 5 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, occasionally cast their eyes towards the tent, their hearts brimming with curiosity and doubt. They spent a night steeped in speculation within this enigmatic atmosphere. Xiaoyu tirelessly analyzed various possibilities in his mind, striving to uncover a reasonable explanation. Hulaino plotted ways to draw closer to the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, yearning to grasp their true intentions. Yin, in contrast, who anxiously awaited an answer to satiate his curiosity. Yi Lingling gently prayed, hoping for a smooth unfolding of events. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yun remained composed, contemplating her duties and preparing for the team's future. As time slipped by, the tent remained shrouded in silence, heightening the intrigue within the hearts of the 5. They were left wondering what the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter were engaged in within. Xiaoyu began to feel restless, longing to approach the tent and listen for any sounds within, yet fearing discovery and subsequent reprimand. Hulaina schemed in her heart, resolved to seize any opportunity to inquire of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, seeking clarity for her own uncertainties. Yin could not contain his impatience, stomping his feet in frustration, filled with anxiety and unease. Yi Lingling sighed softly, knowing she must quell her errant thoughts and trust in the decisions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. Tuoba Yun, steadfast as ever, exuded a quiet determination, confident that the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter had their justifications. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. The 5 individuals found their thoughts further scattered by the caress of the wind. They remained oblivious to what might transpire next, and how the actions of the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter might affect them. All they could do was silently pray for a favorable outcome, wishing for the Spirit Hall to grow ever stronger. On this night, filled with uncertainty and curiosity, the hearts of the 5 were awash with myriad thoughts. Chapter 173. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, illuminating the camp and rousing the slumbering individuals. Birds chirped joyfully from the branches, as if heralding the arrival of a new day. One by one, they awoke, stretching and yawning as they began to organize their belongings. Yin, tormented throughout the night by curiosity and doubt, could no longer contain his impulses upon waking. He strode boldly to Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, scratching his head, his face alight with eagerness, and inquired, "Holy Son, Holy Daughter, what transpired yesterday? You've left us utterly curious." Qian Shao gazed at Yan's eager expression, playfully delivering a light slap and chiding, "You, my friend, are far too impatient." Yin, clutching his head, muttered, "Oh, Your Highness, I am merely curious. Your actions yesterday were truly baffling." At that moment, others gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation and intrigue. Shi Yue furrowed his brow slightly, pondering privately. The relationship between the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden is indeed surprisingly unique. However, their choice to keep it concealed must be for a reason. As a subordinate, I shall wholeheartedly support them. Shi Yue offered a slight bow and remarked, "Your Highness, we are indeed perplexed. Your entrance into a tent alongside the Holy Maiden was unexpected." Juliana nodded, her captivating eyes shimmering with curiosity, while inwardly calculating. The relationship between the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden is a significant secret. If I can leverage this information wisely, it may yield greater advantages in the future. Yet for now, discretion is paramount. Juliana spoke, "Indeed, Your Highness. We are all eager to understand what transpired." Yi Lingling gazed gently at Qian Shao and Qian Rengshu, softly saying, "Your Highness, Holy Maiden, if there are special reasons, please share them with us. It would enhance our understanding." Yi Lingling's heart brimmed with tender wishes. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are such a perfect match. Their bond must be lovely. I hope they find enduring happiness. and that we can contribute to their joy. Tuoba Yun remained silent, yet a flicker of doubt glimmered in his eyes. Calmly, Tuoba Yun analyzed, what impact will the relationship between the Holy Son and Holy Maiden have on the Spirit Hall? It seems wise for them to keep it hidden for now. My duty is to ensure the safety of all and to fight for the honor of the Spirit Hall. Qian Shao cleared her throat and, with a serious demeanor, gazed intently at Xieyu, Hulaina, Yin, Yilingling, and Tuoba Yun. She spoke slowly, in truth. There is no blood relation between Schwerer and myself. The revelation elicited expressions of astonishment from the gathered individuals. Xieyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? The Holy Son and the Holy Maiden are not related by blood? How can this be? The shock within him lingered, prompting a reassessment of the connection between the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, as well as the implications this revelation held for the future of the Spirit Hall. Hulaina, equally taken aback, covered her mouth in surprise and remarked, This is truly unexpected. The flames of gossip ignited within her. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for inquiries and thus suppressed her curiosity. Qian Shao continued, I am the child adopted by grandfather Qian Douluo, and he has long been aware of this matter. Presently, Schwerer and I are in a romantic relationship. The crowd was once again taken aback, left momentarily at a loss for words. Yin gaped in astonishment, eventually managing to utter, This is simply astounding. The Saint Prince and the Saintess are actually a couple. Filled with disbelief, he had never envisioned such a connection between the Saint Prince and the Saintess. However, he soon reconciled with this revelation. A wave of inexplicable excitement surging within him. Xieyu, regaining his composure, remarked, Saint Prince, Saintess, this indeed comes as a surprise. But if you share such a bond, why did you not inform us sooner? While Xieyu comprehended the choices made by the Saint Prince and the Saintess, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Qian Shao elucidated, At present, we prefer to keep our relationship discreet to avoid unnecessary complications. While we strive for the glory of the Spirit Hall, we also wish to safeguard this bond. Hulaina, deep in thought, replied, I understand. His Highness the Saint Son and Her Highness the Saintess are considering the stability and development of the Spirit Hall. In her heart, Hulaina secretly admired the foresight and responsibility exhibited by the Saint Son and Saintess. Yilingling smiled and said, Congratulations to His Highness the Saint Son and Her Highness the Saintess. May your affection flourish perpetually. We shall keep your secret. Filled with blessings for the Saint Son and Saintess, Yilingling resolved to work even harder in the days to come, ensuring their happiness through her healing. Tuoba Yun solemnly declared, We shall faithfully adhere to His Highness's instructions and will never divulge this secret. With unwavering determination, Tuoba Yun committed to protecting the honor of the Spirit Hall and the secret of the Saint Son and Saintess through his actions. Qian Shao gazed gratefully at the crowd and said, Thank you for your understanding and support. We firmly believe that with your presence, the future of the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be even more glorious. Qian Rinxue gazed gently at everyone and declared, We shall fight together for the glory of the Spirit Hall. Shi Yue clasped his hands and reassured, Your Highness the Holy Son, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, rest assured. We shall exert ourselves fully to contribute to the Spirit Hall. Hulaina smiled and remarked, With the Holy Son and Holy Maiden leading us, we are bound to achieve even greater accomplishments. Yin pounded his chest and exclaimed, Haha, we shall be even more motivated from now on. For the Spirit Hall, for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, let us charge forth. The fervor of Yin inspired everyone, and laughter filled the air. On this hopeful morning, their hearts brimmed with aspirations and confidence for the future. They knew that under the leadership of Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue, and with their unity and cooperation, the glory of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly continue to thrive. This secret would, at the appropriate moment, be revealed to more individuals. As the sun ascended, they gathered their belongings, ready to continue their quest in the Star Doe forest in search of suitable soul beasts for their remaining companions. Chapter 174. 9 Heart Si Tang. The group pressed onward through the Star Doe forest, seeking an appropriate 6th soul ring for Yin and Yilingling. Yan's heart was filled with yearning. His Flame Lord's spirit required a more formidable power to support him in battle. Qian Shao and Qian Rinxue led the team, attentively sensing the fluctuations of soul power around them. Suddenly, a powerful heat wave surged from the distance, as if the very air was ablaze. The group exchanged glances and hurried towards the source of the heat. Before them stood a colossal flame demon ape, roaring in fury, its flames pulsating as if tangible, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Qian Zhao's eyes lit up. This flame demon ape possessed formidable strength, likely around 50,000 years of cultivation. making it highly suitable for Yin to obtain his sixth soul ring. The group swiftly devised a battle plan. Shiyue, Hulaina, and Tuoba Yun launched harassment attacks on the flame demon ape from different directions to divert its attention. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue acted opportunely, providing protection and assistance to their companions. Yin, meanwhile, gathered his strength, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. The battle erupted in an instant as the flame demon ape, enraged by the onslaught of attacks, wildly swung its enormous fists, flames erupting in all directions. Xiaoyu and the others nimbly dodged the assaults, continuously retaliating. With the aid of Tuoba Yun's amplification soul technique, they engaged the flame demon ape in a fierce struggle. Yin kept his gaze fixed on the beast, awaiting the perfect opportunity. At last, when the flame demon ape exposed a flaw, Yan's flames surged dramatically, propelling him towards the creature like a shooting star. He unleashed his most powerful soul technique, clashing violently with the flame demon ape. After an arduous battle, Yin triumphed, successfully defeating the flame demon ape and beginning to absorb its soul ring. Subsequently, the group continued their relentless search in the Douluo forest, determined to find a suitable sixth soul ring for Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial soul was exceptionally unique, requiring a soul beast with formidable healing abilities to elevate her power to new heights. After a prolonged and arduous search, they finally encountered a spirit spring celestial deer in a valley that resembled a paradise. The celestial deer radiated a dreamlike, gentle glow, and the air was filled with a vibrant life essence that seemed intoxicating. Its cultivation was estimated to be around 50,000 years. Clearly a match made in heaven for Yi Lingling. The group approached cautiously, fearful of disturbing this immensely precious soul beast. Yi Lingling, both nervous and filled with anticipation, gazed at the spirit spring celestial deer, her heart overflowing with emotions. She took a delicate step forward and softly spoke. "Hello, spirit spring celestial deer. I am Yi Lingling, bearer of the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Our martial souls both encompass healing powers, and perhaps we share a sacred mission to protect life. In this vast Douluo continent, there are countless lives that need our care. I have been striving to improve myself, solely to save more people in critical moments. I know you two have your own story and mission. If you are willing, let us join hands and work together for the beauty of life." The spirit spring celestial deer gazed at Yi Lingling, its lively eyes seemingly pondering her words. Yi Lingling continued, "Spirit spring celestial deer, you dwell in this beautiful Douluo forest and must have witnessed many miraculous lives. I yearn, like you, to use my strength to bring hope to life. Our martial souls share a similar essence. Perhaps this is fate's design. Let us grow stronger together and bring more warmth and healing to this world." The celestial deer appeared to be touched by Yi Lingling's sincerity, nodding slightly. Sensing the deer's response, Yi Lingling's heart soared with joy as she continued, "Spirit spring celestial deer, I can feel your kindness and strength. I believe we can create a brighter future together. Will you become my partner and walk alongside me?" The celestial deer gazed quietly at Yi Lingling, then gracefully approached her with delicate steps. Suddenly, the radiance emanating from the celestial deer became even more resplendent, and a powerful and awe-inspiring wave of soul energy rippled outward. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. The spirit spring deer gently lowered its head, pressing its forehead softly against Yi Lingling's. In that instant, Yi Lingling felt a profound stirring within her, as if she comprehended the deep significance of the celestial deer's actions. The spirit spring deer was willingly offering itself as a sacrifice to empower her, enabling her to better protect life itself. Tears welled in Yi Lingling's eyes as she tenderly caressed the spirit spring deer, softly asking, "Spirit spring deer, are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for us?" The celestial deer responded with a gentle, melodious call, as if affirming her inquiry with unwavering resolve. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the spirit spring deer began its sacrificial act. The brilliance was blinding, and the formidable soul energy surged into Yi Lingling's being like a torrent. Closing her eyes, she wholeheartedly embraced this invaluable gift. Once the sacrifice was complete, Yi Lingling's martial soul underwent a transformative change. The 9-heart begonia blossomed into an even more vibrant spectacle, akin to a flower blooming in a dream. Its healing powers magnified to the extent that it could soothe all worldly pains. The crowd felt genuine joy for Yi Lingling, their hearts filled with deep reverence for the spirit spring deer. Gazing at the spot where the celestial deer had vanished, Yi Lingling vowed to safeguard everyone with this newfound strength, determined to tirelessly strive for the glory of the martial soul hall and the beauty of life. Chapter 175. Sixth soul skill, having successfully acquired the sixth soul ring for Yin and Yi Lingling in the Stardow Forest. The team experienced a notable enhancement in their powers. They now stood in an open area, prepared to showcase their newly acquired sixth soul skills, aiming to better understand each other's capabilities and adequately prepare for future battles. Tuoba Yun stepped forward first, her gaze resolute and brimming with confidence. With a commanding shout, her white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul was unleashed, sending forth a powerful wave of soul energy that rippled outward. Special strands of soul energy shot forth from her martial soul, resembling agile silver serpents, swiftly connecting her teammates. This is my sixth soul skill, Soul Energy Link. Tuoba Yun's voice was steady and robust. In this state, we can share a portion of our soul energy. Thus, during battle, if one teammate runs out of soul energy, they can draw support from others, preventing them from falling into dire straits. Furthermore, when one is under attack, the others can instantaneously transfer a portion of their soul energy for defense. The group experienced the extraordinary sensation brought about by the soul energy link, feeling their connections grow ever more profound. Tuoba Yun continued, simultaneously, the soul power link enhances the perception and communication of soul energy among team members, allowing for a more harmonious cooperation during battles. In a complex combat environment, we can accurately gauge each other's positions and states, enabling us to make more astute decisions. To better illustrate the effects of the soul power link, Tuoba Yun procured a massive stone. He instructed Xiaoyu to strike the stone with his moon blade while he stood aside, attuning to Xiaoyu's intent through the soul power link. Just as the moon blade was about to collide with the stone, Tuoba Yun swiftly transferred a portion of his soul energy to the stone, substantially fortifying its defenses. The moon blade struck the stone, leaving but a shallow mark, failing to shatter it as anticipated. Behold, Tuoba Yun proclaimed, this is the might of the soul power link. In battle, we can support one another and collectively withstand enemy assaults. Xiaoyu then strode forward with confidence and authority, his presence illuminated as if imbued with the essence of the moon god. As his soul energy surged, the moon blade radiated a mysterious glow, my sixth soul skill. Moon God's Descent, Xiaoyu intoned, his voice deep and resonant. In this state, my attack power, speed, and defense are significantly augmented. The potency of the moon blade intensifies, each strike carrying the oppressive force of the moon god, rendering it difficult for adversaries to withstand. With a flourish, Xiaoyu swung the moon blade, unleashing a powerful crescent-shaped beam that soared toward a distant grove. As the light passed, trees were severed with surgical precision, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. The onlookers were left awestruck by Xiaoyu's formidable attack power. Xiaoyu continued, furthermore, within a certain radius, I can manipulate the power of moonlight to disrupt and assault foes. The moonlight can obscure the enemy's vision and slow their movements, thus creating more opportunities for our offensive. To demonstrate the full extent of Moon God's Descent, Xiaoyu gathered several dummies and positioned them strategically. He then unleashed Moon God's Descent, directing the power of moonlight to strike the dummies. The moonlight pierced through like arrows, toppling the dummies with ease. Hulaina approached gracefully, her gaze imbued with a captivating allure. As she released her soul energy, a potent aura of enchantment enveloped the surroundings. My sixth soul skill, Enchanting Illusion. Hulaina spoke softly yet enchantingly, allows me to unleash powerful enchanting energy, creating a phantasmal illusion. Enemies who enter this illusion will confront their deepest desires or fears, plunging them into chaos and confusion. Hulaina conjured a small enchanting illusion, placing a tiny rabbit within it. The rabbit darted about in the illusion, seemingly lost. Within the illusion, Hulaina explained, I can manipulate the perceptions and actions of enemies at will, turning them against each other or bending them to my command. Meanwhile, allies within the enchanting illusion receive a boost in soul energy and mental protection. In order to better demonstrate the formidable power of the enchantment illusion, Hulaina summoned several relatively weaker spirit beasts. She unleashed the enchantment illusion, enveloping the spirit beast within its grasp. The spirit beasts, ensnared in the illusion, began to attack one another, completely losing their sanity. Meanwhile, Hulaina stood aside, effortlessly controlling the situation within the illusion. Yin, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward, his body ablaze with fierce flames. With a roar, the power of the flame god enveloped him. My sixth spirit skill, Flame God Possession, Yin declared, his voice resonating with authority. In this state, the potency of my fiery power reached its zenith, with an expanded range and enhanced might. As the temperature of the flames soared even higher, Yin swung his fist, sending a massive fireball soaring into the distance, instantly reducing a patch of grassland to ashes. He continued, I can also summon the shadow of the flame god to deliver devastating attacks upon my foes. Furthermore, the shadow can provide my allies with a degree of fire resistance and an increase in their offensive capabilities. To showcase the might of the flame god possession, Yin procured a massive block of metal. He invoked the flame god possession, summoning the shadow of the flame god to assault the metal block. The shadow's fist struck the metal with a resounding crash, leaving a deep dent in its surface. Finally, Yilingling approached, her gaze imbued with warmth and kindness, radiating a powerful healing energy. My sixth spirit skill, life revival, she spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. I can unleash a formidable healing force, creating a domain of life revival. Within this realm, my allies' wounds will heal at an astonishing pace, including severe internal injuries and soul wounds. As Yilingling invoked life revival, a green luminescence enveloped everyone. They immediately felt a wave of warm energy surging within, as if all fatigue and pain had been swept away. Yilingling continued, simultaneously. The life revival domain enhances my allies' vitality and endurance, allowing them to endure longer in battle. To illustrate the efficacy of life revival, Yilingling found an injured little bird. She placed the bird within the life revival domain, and it was astonishing to witness its injuries healing at a visible rate. Before long, the little bird regained its health and soared into the sky. As everyone beheld each other's sixth spirit skills, their hearts brimmed with confidence. They understood that with such powerful spirit abilities, they would become even more formidable in future battles. Qian Shao and Qian Renshua looked at the group, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Qian Shao remarked, each individual's sixth soul skill is immensely powerful, which will undoubtedly enhance the glory of our spirit hall. In the battles that lie ahead, we must fully harness our respective strengths, collaborate harmoniously, and together strive for the honor of the spirit hall. Qian Renshue also stated, indeed, we are a united team. Only through solidarity and collaboration can we unleash our greatest potential. Let us strive together for the future of the spirit hall. The crowd echoed in unison, for the glory of the spirit hall, we shall give our utmost effort. Subsequently, they engaged in numerous practical drills within the Douluo forest, continuously enhancing their combat prowess. During one such exercise, they encountered a formidable group of soul beasts. These creatures, both powerful and numerous, imposed immense pressure upon them. However, the team did not falter. They swiftly devised a tactical plan. Tuabayon initiated a soul power link, connecting his comrades, thereby allowing them to share their spirit energy and bolster their defenses. Xiaoyu invoked the moon goddess descent, utilizing the power of moonlight to disrupt the movements of the soul beasts. Hulaina cast the alluring illusion, causing a portion of the soul beasts to fall into disarray. Yin summoned the flame god's embodiment, conjuring the shadow of the flame god to unleash devastating assaults upon the soul beasts. Meanwhile, Yilingling provided healing and support from the rear with her life revival technique. Through their coordinated efforts, they successfully vanquished the group of soul beasts. This battle deepened their understanding of the significance of teamwork and filled them with confidence for future encounters. Chapter 176. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger within the Douluo forest. The team, having honed their skills through rigorous drills, became increasingly attuned to one another, their confidence flourishing like young saplings in spring. Yet, serene moments are often fleeting, like the ephemeral bloom of a night flower. As they vigilantly scanned their surroundings, an ominous and overwhelmingly powerful presence surged upon them like a tempest. A colossal dark demon evil god tiger roared into existence, its fearsome visage reminiscent of a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. The terrifying aura it exuded instantly thrust the team into a heightened state of combat readiness. The dark demon evil god tiger radiated an intense energy of darkness and malevolence, its eyes glimmering with the cruelest of lights. With a thunderous roar directed at the heavens, its sound waves rippled outward like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. This is the dark demon evil god tiger, Qian Shao declared gravely. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. The soul beast is exceedingly powerful. With a commanding shout, Qian Renshue initiated the angelic assault, channeling the sacred energy of the six-winged angel into her sword. The moment of attack conjured a golden light shield, a radiant barrier that seamlessly melded offense and defense, striking fiercely towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu wasted no time unleashing his fourth soul skill, the Red Moonstorm. He spun rapidly, wielding the moon blade with great speed, instantly generating a formidable tempest of soul power. Hulaina coordinated closely with Xiaoyu. Casting the fox demon flame, the heart of the heart-shaped fire was imbued with immense destructive force. Merging with the red moonstorm as they surged towards the dark demon evil god tiger, Yin, unwilling to lag behind, entered a state of flame god possession. Summoning the flame god as shadow, charging forward with fiery intensity towards the dark demon evil god tiger. He then unleashed his fifth soul skill, the flame prison of heaven. Enveloping himself in roaring flames and thrusting forth a colossal firestorm, transforming the ground into an inferno. The dark demon evil god tiger roared in fury. Nimbly evading the onslaught of attacks, it violently lashed its tail, colliding with the flame goddess shadow, the tremendous impact causing Yin to stagger. At that critical moment, Qianshao swiftly invoked the Emperor's Guardian Seal, bestowing upon Yin a radiant rock element Guardian Seal. The seal triggered a counterattack effect, releasing a powerful rock element shockwave that struck the dark demon evil god tiger with great force, momentarily stunning it. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba connected the team through his soul power link, greatly enhancing their mutual perception and communication of soul power. He then cast the Shadow of Speed, enveloping the group in an invisible energy field that heightened their velocity. Xiaoyu executed another assault, the moon eclipse soul/materializing as he raised the moon blade high. A phantom blood moon appeared in the sky, and a blood-red crescent slash, infused with potent soul-corroding energy, cleaved towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Hulaina also unleashed the nine-tailed enchantment, summoning 9 ethereal foxtails that radiated an alluring glow and formidable charm, further disorienting the dark demon evil god tiger's mind. The beast roared, expelling a wave of dark energy. Observing this, Qianshao unleashed the Earth Vein shockwave, stopping to invoke the tremors of the Earth's power, creating a shockwave that radiated outward for a radius of 50 meters. Not only disrupting the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger, but also diminishing the potency of the dark energy wave. Yi Lingling, positioned at the rear, continuously cast life revival, enveloping her allies in a verdant glow, providing substantial healing support that visibly accelerated the recovery of their wounds and swiftly replenished their soul power. Infuriated by the relentless assaults, the dark demon evil god tiger leaped ferociously towards the group. Tuoba swiftly activated the shield enhancement, his white-armored earth dragon martial soul roaring skyward, augmenting the defensive capabilities of his teammates' protective soul skills. Qianshao unleashed the formidable rock barrier of the world, conjuring an impenetrable shield that steadfastly withstood the assault of the dark demon god tiger. Xiaoyu and Hulaina exhibited remarkable synergy. Xiaoyu activated his third spirit ability, Crescent Ambush, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. The Moonblade, enveloped in potent soul energy, swiftly approached the dark demon god tiger to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Hulaina invoked the Foxfire command, summoning ethereal flames that inflicted persistent burning damage upon the dark demon god tiger. Yin once more manifested a flame shield, enveloping himself in a powerful barrier of fire before charging at the dark demon god tiger, engaging it in close combat. Qianshao summoned the meteorite strike, calling forth small meteors to plummet from the heavens, accurately striking the dark demon god tiger. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined efforts, the dark demon god tiger found itself increasingly beleaguered, bearing numerous wounds as its dark power began to wane. Yet, it was not willing to succumb to defeat. A glint of cunning flickered in its eyes as it suddenly unleashed a mysterious force, lunging towards Qianshao. Qianshao immediately reacted, activating the fifth soul skill, the rock prison spell, which instantaneously conjured a robust rock prison at the location of the dark demon evil god tiger, confining it within. The interior of the prison exuded a suppressive aura of rock elements, significantly slowing the soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger and inflicting damage equivalent to 5 times its own soul power every second. Seizing the opportunity, the others launched their assaults. Xiaoyu's moon blade relentlessly struck the rock prison, further augmenting the damage inflicted upon the dark demon evil god tiger. Hulaina also unleashed the bewitching illusion, crafting a phantasmal realm of enchantment to further disrupt the mental state of the dark demon evil god tiger. Yin, in turn, invoked his fourth soul skill, the true flame of the sun, unleashing an unparalleled force of fire that coalesced into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Qianshao transformed into the true form of Zhongli, the rock deity, entering a massive rock deity state that enhanced all of his attributes by 180, and swung his enormous rock arm to strike at the dark demon evil god tiger. Amidst the onslaught from the group, the dark demon evil god tiger, sensing its impending defeat, let out a furious roar and summoned a formidable force, abruptly pulling Qianxiao into a mysterious arena of death. Before Qianxiao could even react, he and the dark demon evil god tiger were drawn into the death arena. The others watched in horror as Qianxiao was dragged into the arena, their hearts heavy with concern. Qianren Shue's face turned pale as she shouted, "Xiao!" Shiyue and the others were equally anxious, yet they understood the necessity of maintaining composure to devise a plan to rescue Qianxiao. They fixed their gazes on the spot where the dark demon evil god tiger had vanished, poised to launch an attack at any moment. At that moment, the group clustered around Qian Renshue, offering words of comfort. "Your Highness, the Saint Sun is immensely powerful. He will surely be fine. Let us wait here." Believing that the Saint Sun will return safely, Qian Renshue bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry, yet she could only silently pray for Qianxiao's safe return. Chapter 177. Victory. Upon being drawn into the death arena by the dark demonic god, Qianxiao found herself immersed in an environment that transformed instantaneously. As if she had stepped into a secluded and enigmatic realm, where an air of mystery intermingled with an oppressive sensation. Qianxiao suddenly found himself transported back to the tender age of 6. However, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Instead, it radiated an unyielding determination and an abundance of confidence. In this moment, confronted by the formidable dark demon tiger, Qianxiao resolutely decided to showcase his extraordinary prowess once more. He observed the movements of the dark demon tiger with calm precision, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the beast too had reverted to its juvenile state. The dark demon tiger roared, exuding an aura of malevolence. It clearly underestimated Qianxiao, viewing him as a mere child, believing it could easily vanquish him. Yet, Qianxiao had not granted such an opportunity. He swiftly unleashed his first soul skill, the rock spear barrage, commanding the stones to instantaneously morph into rock spears that shot forth like arrows towards the dark demon tiger. The rock spears, imbued with tremendous force, traced a graceful arc through the air, targeting the creature's vital points. The dark demon tiger hastily attempted to evade. Nevertheless, Qianxiao's assault was as swift as lightning, and it was struck by the rock spear. The pain only fueled the tiger's fury as it bared its gaping maw and unleashed a wave of black energy, surging menacingly towards Qianxiao. Qianxiao, undeterred, swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, Rock Barrier, conjuring an impenetrable shield that instantly materialized, steadfastly repelling the assault of the dark demon evil god tiger. The shield shimmered with the luminescence of stone, unyielding and invincible. Perceiving the futility of its previous strike, the dark demon evil god tiger launched a ferocious counterattack. It leaped with ferocity, pouncing towards Qianxiao, its claws sharp as razors, imbued with formidable strength. Qianxiao deftly evaded the onslaught of the dark demon tiger, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of rock spears to mount a formidable counterattack. Each thrust of the rock spears struck the dark demon tiger, inflicting numerous wounds upon its formidable form. Gradually, the beast began to experience trepidation. Utterly unprepared for the strength of this youthful adversary, it attempted to flee, yet Qianxiao remained unwavering, fixating intently on the creature, denying it any chance of escape. Qianxiao once again unleashed the rapid-fire assault of rock spears, skillfully manipulating the earth to conjure an abundance of jagged projectiles, encircling the dark demon evil god tiger. With no avenue for escape, the creature had no choice but to brace itself against Qianxiao's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, under the weight of Qianxiao's formidable attacks, the dark demon evil god tiger succumbed, collapsing to the ground and surrendering its fighting spirit. Qianxiao emerged victorious, a testament to her undeniable prowess. At that moment, the death arena began to transform. A radiant light enveloped her, and Qianxiao was transported back to the starry forest. Upon being transported back to the starry forest, the joy of the crowd upon witnessing Qianxiao's safe return was palpable. Standing there with a victorious smile adorning his face, he basked in the sunlight, which seemed to envelop him in a resplendent glow. Upon catching sight of Qianxiao, Qian Renshue could no longer contain the tumult of emotion swirling within her. A blend of concern and exhilaration. Like a radiant beam of light, she dashed towards him and enveloped him in an embrace, collapsing into his arms. Qian Renshue's body trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Xiao, you frightened me to death. I was so worried that something might happen to you." Qianxiao gently embraced Qian Renshue, softly patting her back as he comforted her. "Shuer, do not be afraid. I am perfectly well. Have I not returned safely?" His voice, akin to the warm spring breeze, instantly soothed the unease within Qian Renshue's heart. Qianxiao raised her head, gazing at the crowd surrounding her, their eyes brimming with concern and admiration. With a gentle smile, she addressed them, saying, "I apologize for causing you worry. The dark demon evil god tiger has been vanquished, and we may proceed." The crowd quickly converged around her. As Shiyue remarked, "Your Highness, the Saint Child, you are truly remarkable. We are all immensely proud of you." Yin excitedly chimed in, "Hee, with you here, Your Highness, we fear nothing." Yi Lingling looked tenderly at Qian Shao and Qian Rushua and softly expressed, "Your Highness, the Saint Child, and Your Highness, the Saintess. Seeing you both safe brings me great relief." Tuoba Yin solemnly added, "Your Highness, the Saint Child, your courage and strength command our respect. We shall follow you steadfastly." Fighting for the glory of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shao gazed at everyone with heartfelt gratitude and said, "Thank you all for your trust and support. We are a united team, and only by standing together can we overcome any obstacle." He then embraced Qian Rinchua tightly once more and continued, "Swear. No matter what dangers we may face in the future, I will always protect you. Together, we shall strive for the future of the Spirit Hall." Qian Rinchu gently nodded in Qian Zhao's embrace, her face radiant with a blissful smile. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the starry forest, as if celebrating their victory. Chapter 178. Divine Guidance. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Qian Shao suddenly felt a peculiar force surging within him. This power seemed to emanate from a distant realm, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. In an instant, Qian Shao comprehended that this force was undoubtedly intricately linked to his martial soul. As this power continued to amplify, his Emperor martial soul began to awaken. It was revealed that the remnants of the primordial Emperor's soul had traversed to the Douluo continent, becoming Qian Zhao's martial soul, which had remained in a dormant state. Through his indomitable courage, extraordinary wisdom, and unwavering conviction during the fierce battle against the dark demon evil god tiger, Qian Shao successfully roused the remnants of the Emperor's soul within his martial soul. As the Emperor martial soul stirred to life, the space around Qian Shao seemed to freeze. An overwhelming pressure emanated, leaving everyone in a state of unprecedented astonishment. Qian Rinchua lifted her head from Qian Zhao's embrace, her face a canvas of surprise. Her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Qian Shao gently closed his eyes, allowing himself to deeply sense the formidable power bestowed by the Emperor's martial soul. Within the depths of his consciousness, a momentous dialogue quietly unfolded. The voice of the Emperor's lingering soul resonated like a great bell. "This is the reunion of destiny. My strength is now at your disposal. However, the path ahead is long and fraught with innumerable challenges. What do you intend to do?" In her consciousness, Qian Shao responded with reverence. "Your Majesty, I shall face challenges with courage and resolve crises with wisdom, ensuring that I do not betray your strength." The faint echo of the Emperor's soul nodded slightly. "Well said. On the continent of Douluo, where fortunes shift like the winds, you must steadfastly uphold justice and protect the lives of the people." Qian Shao solemnly declared, "As a junior, I shall exert every effort to fight for justice and live for glory." The remnants of the Emperor's soul responded, "Strength must be wielded judiciously, not recklessly. Remember, all things adhere to their own principles. One must not act in haste." Qian Shao nodded, acknowledging, "The younger generation understands and will exercise caution in wielding the Emperor's power, adhering to the established laws." The Emperor's residual soul responded, "Though my essence is diminished, I can still lend you a hand. However, you must continually grow in order to truly master this force." Qian Shao resolutely declared, "As a junior, I shall diligently cultivate my abilities, continuously enhancing myself until I truly master the power of the Emperor." The remnant soul of the Emperor replied, "Excellent. I hope you remain true to your original aspirations and forge ahead with unwavering determination." After a moment of contemplation, Qian Xiao inquired in her mind, "Your Majesty, I yearn to understand the path to divinity. I humbly request your guidance." The remnants of the Emperor's soul fell silent for a while before gradually responding. "In this Douluo continent, there exist 3 avenues to attain godhood. The first is the inheritance of a divine position. However, this method is the weakest among all paths to divinity. Opportunities for the transmission of divine positions occasionally arise in the Douluo continent. If fortune smiles upon you, you may receive such an inheritance. Yet, these divine positions often come with limitations and possess relatively weaker powers. Although one may achieve the form of a deity, reaching the pinnacle of divinity remains elusive. This is but a facade of godhood. Nevertheless, it can serve as a foundation upon which to build further development. Qian Shao listened attentively, gesturing for the emperor to continue. The emperor's lingering soul then spoke. You may first attain such a false divinity. Upon your initial ascension to godhood, actively disseminate acts of kindness throughout the Douluo continent, aiding the populace in resisting formidable soul beasts and safeguarding their safety. Impart unique skills and knowledge to assist soul masters in enhancing their prowess. In doing so, you shall earn the respect of the masses and accumulate a formidable reservoir of faith. Once the strength of this faith reaches a certain threshold, and you comprehend its essence, merging it with your own power will further amplify your might. Qian Shao, deep in thought, inquired, Your Majesty, what distinguishes a false god from a true deity? The remnants of the emperor's soul elucidated. The power of a false god is contingent upon external faith. Should that faith wane, so too does their strength. In contrast, a true god possesses formidable power that is independent of external influences, impervious to the beliefs of others. When confronted with formidable challenges, a false god may find themselves ensnared by the instability of their faith. A true god, however, can adeptly navigate various crises through their inherent strength and wisdom. Qian Shao furrowed her brows and inquired, Is this path of the pseudo-god truly worth pursuing? The remnants of the emperor's soul shook his head and replied, Not at all. The path of the pseudo-god serves as the initial step towards your ascension to divinity. You may first attain the status of a pseudo-god through the inheritance of divine positions. Subsequently, by accumulating the power of faith, you will gain a deeper understanding of the human heart and the dualities of human nature. Moreover, this journey will lay a robust foundation for your future path to godhood. Throughout this process, you must continually reflect upon your actions and rectify your missteps, striving to become a more perfect being. Qian Shao suddenly enlightened, saying, I understand now. What is the third path to godhood? The remnants of the emperor's soul replied. The third path involves merging the powers of contracts and rules after becoming a false deity. I, as the god of contracts in Li Yue, possess profound knowledge of the rules. Here, one can integrate the powers of contracts and rules into the divine position, establishing the title of god of contractual rules by formulating regulations. One can bind adversaries while simultaneously leveraging the power of rules to enhance one's own strength, rendering battles more effortless. This unique divine capability will allow you to stand out distinctly in the divine realm of Douluo continent. Qian Shao pondered for a long time before responding. As a junior, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the path of ascension as you, esteemed emperor, have advised. The remnants of the emperor's soul replied. The path to divinity is fraught with challenges and perils, requiring a resolute heart. Once you attain your divine status, you must continually seek deeper understanding, transcending the confines of this realm. With the power of contractual rules, you shall reshape order and protect all living beings. Qian Shao inquired, Your Majesty, how should the powers of contract and rules be specifically employed? The remnant soul of the emperor responded, The power of contracts can serve to bind others, as well as oneself. In interactions with others, establish fair and reasonable agreements, ensuring that both parties adhere to them. Simultaneously, one must honor the contracts one has set, never to transgress them. The power of rules, on the other hand, may be utilized to formulate combat regulations and world principles. Through the establishment of such rules, you can seize control of the situation, compelling your adversaries into a passive stance. However, one must exercise caution, for the misuse of the power of rules may incite resentment and resistance from others. Qian Shao inquired, Your Majesty, what should one be mindful of during the process of merging the powers of contracts and rules? The remnants of the emperor's soul replied, The amalgamation of the powers of contracts and rules necessitates formidable mental fortitude and control. You must continuously cultivate your mental strength, enabling it to withstand the onslaught of these forces. Simultaneously, it is essential to master the art of controlling this power, ensuring it does not spiral out of control. Throughout this merging process, you may encounter various difficulties and challenges. Thus, it is imperative to maintain composure and employ wisdom to navigate these obstacles. Qian Shao nodded and said, I understand, esteemed emperor. Thank you for your guidance. The remnant soul of the emperor continued, On the path to divinity, you will encounter numerous formidable foes. They may harbor jealousy towards your strength and seek to thwart your ascension. You must confront these adversaries with courage, employing both your power and wisdom to overcome them. Additionally, learn to unite with others to collectively combat these powerful enemies. In the Douluo continent, there are many like-minded individuals. You can forge alliances with them in the shared pursuit of divine realms. Qian Shao resolutely proclaimed. I shall forever cherish the teachings of the Emperor and bravely confront every challenge that lies ahead. The lingering spirit of the Emperor replied, "Well said. I fervently hope that you will soon attain divinity and bring forth peace and prosperity to the Douluo continent. Qian Shao, your majesty. I shall certainly remember your teachings and strive to embark on the path to divinity. However, I cannot help but feel an array of trepidations within my heart, uncertain of the myriad challenges and perils that lie ahead. The remnant soul of the sovereign, fear not, for with your courage, wisdom, and faith, you already possess the strength to forge ahead. I shall continue to slumber, replenishing my power. As long as you are not in mortal danger, I shall not awaken easily. Qian Shao, the younger generation understands and shall act with utmost caution, striving not to disappoint the Emperor's expectations. However, if I encounter confusion along the journey, what should I do? Emperor's remnant soul, you must rely on your own thoughts and decisions. I have already provided you with guidance. The remainder of the path is for you to explore. Trust in your abilities, and you shall undoubtedly overcome numerous challenges. Qian Shao, thank you, your majesty, for your trust. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of divinity, striving to safeguard the Douluo continent. The remnant soul of the Emperor, excellent. I eagerly anticipate your swift ascension to divinity, which shall usher in newfound hope for this realm. I shall succumb to slumber, and when the time truly calls for my presence, perhaps I shall awaken once more. Qian Shao slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of reluctance, yet predominantly a resolute determination. He understood profoundly that he must rely on his own strength to continuously advance along the path to divinity. Chapter 179 Prologue. After experiencing the profound revival of the Emperor's martial soul and engaging in a deep dialogue with the remnants of the Emperor's spirit, Qian Shao and his companions resolutely embarked on the path to divinity, fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The arduous journey and struggles they faced transformed into a driving force. Fueled by their unwavering belief, at long last, they returned to the towering and majestic martial soul palace, with a heart intertwined with reverence and anticipation. Qian Shao approached his grandfather, Douluo, with measured steps. Douluo gazed upon his grandson, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction, as if his penetrating gaze could see deep into Qian Zhao's soul, witnessing the growth and transformation he had undergone along his journey. Grandfather, I have something of great importance to report to you, Qian Shao declared, his voice solemn and resonant, echoing through the vast hall. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if proclaiming his readiness to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Douluo nodded slightly, a subtle gesture imbued with an undeniable authority. He gestured for Qian Shao to proceed, his profound gaze revealing a blend of trust and anticipation for his grandson. Qian Shao took a deep breath and began to recount, in a slow and measured tone, the harrowing battle against the dark demon evil god, who, his words flowed like a meandering river, vividly depicting the exhilarating scenes of conflict and the enigmatic guidance of the remnants of the Emperor's soul before Douluo. Qian Shao elaborately delineated the path to divinity as indicated by the remnants of the Emperor's soul, where three routes brimming with challenges and opportunities unfurled like a grand tapestry within Douluo's mind. Douluo listened intently, his expression shifting between gravitas, as though contemplating the arduous and treacherous journey towards divinity, and deep introspection, as if strategizing the future trajectory of the spirit hall. Each line etched upon his weathered visage seemed to encapsulate boundless wisdom and experience. Child, he inquired with a furrowed brow, concern evident in his voice. This path to godhood is undoubtedly fraught with thorns. Do you possess sufficient courage and determination? Qian Shao nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with determination. Grandfather, I shall strive with all my might. I am aware that this path is fraught with difficulties, yet I shall not waver. With my courage, wisdom, and perseverance, I will conquer every challenge that lies ahead. His words resonated with confidence, as if he were proclaiming his resolve to the world. Douluo turned his gaze towards Rinxue, his eyes brimming with affection and hope. Swear, you possess a seraphim martial soul, which inherently connects you with the divine essence of the angel god. As far as I am aware, you are eligible to participate directly in the trials of the angel god. This is your opportunity. You must seize it with great determination. Douluo's words resonated with unwavering trust and anticipation for Rinxue. Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an opportunity. However, she soon ignited with a resolute light in her eyes, akin to a blazing flame. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall not betray your expectations. I will give my utmost effort, for the glory of the spirit hall and in pursuit of my own dreams. Qian Rinxue's voice was crisp and resolute, resonating through the hall like the chime of silver bells. Qian Daolu turned to Qian Xiao, speaking with earnest sincerity. Qian Xiao, you must exercise caution on this path. When faced with challenges, do not act recklessly. Instead, take time to reflect and consult with your companions. Qian Xiao gratefully remarked, Thank you, grandfather. With the support of the Spirit Hall, I firmly believe that our journey towards divinity will be considerably smoother. In her eyes shone a profound respect and gratitude for her grandfather. Qian Daolu then addressed Qian Xiao, saying, As for the information regarding the other divine positions, the Spirit Hall will dispatch individuals to diligently gather it. You need only to concentrate on your cultivation and exploration. Should any new clues arise, we will inform you promptly. Qian Daolu's words are imbued with profound care and unwavering support for Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue replied in unison, Yes, grandfather. Qian Daolu gently waved his hand, a gesture imbued with an air of grace and composure. This is not solely for your benefit, but also for the future of the Spirit Hall. The Douluo continent is rife with tumult and change. We must possess greater strength to safeguard our realm. You must remain ever vigilant and not allow complacency to take root. Qian Daolu's words were laden with concern for the future and hopes for Qian Xiao and Qian Rinxue. He then inclined his head slightly, his gaze firmly fixed on Qian Rinxue. Shuerer, the angel divine test is of paramount importance. You must prepare thoroughly. From this day forth, you shall cast aside distractions and devote yourself to your cultivation, adjusting your state to its utmost perfection. Qian Rinxue, with a solemn expression, respectfully replied, Grandfather, rest assured. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. I will approach this divine examination with the utmost rigor, living up to your expectations in the trust of the Spirit Hall. In Qian Daolu's eyes, a look of satisfaction emerged. Very well. During this period, you may visit the Scripture Pavilion of the Spirit Hall to peruse the records of our ancestors regarding the angelic divine examination, drawing upon their experiences and wisdom. Meanwhile, I shall also arrange for formidable individuals within the Spirit Hall to guide you and elucidate any uncertainties you may encounter during your cultivation. In Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled a resolute light. Thank you, grandfather. I shall cherish this opportunity and strive to enhance my abilities. Qian Daolu gently waved his hand, urging them to depart swiftly, for time was of the essence. The future of the Spirit Hall rests upon your shoulders. Qian Rinxue turned away, her steps resolute and steady. Chapter 180, Conclusion. In the divine realm of Douluo continent, the magnificent Hall of Gods towered majestically, golden radiance cascading from the vaulted ceiling like a resplendent waterfall, enveloping the entire space in a dreamlike, sacred glow. The deities gathered here, their forms exuding an aura of mystery and formidable power, each embodying a distinct essence of ultimate strength and law. The rock god, towering and imposing, resembled an unshakable mountain peak. His ancient rock armor tightly encased his robust physique. The armor's intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient marks meticulously carved by time, silently narrating a tale of enigmatic pasts. His facial features were sharply defined, as if sculpted with a keen blade, revealing a visage of unwavering determination and strength. His sword-like brows arched elegantly, adding an air of heroic boldness. His eyes, deep as an endless abyss, seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and immense power, evoking awe in those who beheld him. Long, raven-black hair casually tied at the back of his head fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding an unrestrained and carefree demeanor. The rock goddess' voice, deep and resonant as thunder, reverberated through the hall. I observed the myriad dawns of Douluo continent, where one endowed with a unique martial soul emanates a distinctive aura of rock attribute power. This individual has endured numerous tribulations, embodying both courage and resilience. After careful consideration, I have decided to bestow upon him the rock goddess assessment, to determine his worthiness to inherit my divine position. The auxiliary god, a goddess of gentle demeanor, possessed an elegant stature, akin to the soft breeze of spring. Draped in a light blue robe that fluttered gracefully, her attire shimmered with mysterious runes, seemingly infused with boundless magic. Her waterfall-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, smooth and radiant. Her gaze, tender yet resolute, seemed capable of offering endless solace and formidable strength. She smiled and spoke. I have also taken note of Tuoba Yun, whose support in battle proves to be pivotal. Should she pass the divine examination, she shall undoubtedly become a significant asset to the divine realm. In the myriad battles of Douluo continent, the role of auxiliary martial souls should not be underestimated. Tuoba Yun is astute and perceptive, her supportive techniques capable of turning the tide in critical moments. I believe she deserves an opportunity to undergo the auxiliary goddess assessment. The reviving god, with a benevolent countenance, donned a pristine white robe, radiating a soft and sacred light, reminiscent of an angel descending upon the earth, bringing forth boundless hope and vibrant life. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a delicate white flower, enhancing her dignified grace. Her eyes brimmed with compassion, as if capable of healing all worldly pains and reviving all beings. She spoke softly, that Yulingling possesses formidable restorative powers, if guided appropriately. She could bring blessings to all. I wish to bestow upon her the reviving goddess assessment. Yulingling is kind-hearted, always risking her own safety to heal the wounded in battle. Her restorative martial soul holds immense potential, and should she succeed in the assessment, she will undoubtedly become a warm and powerful force within the divine realm, invigorating the world with new life and vitality. The fire god, of robust stature. A head of fiery red hair blazed like a burning flame, captivating all who beheld it. Clad in crimson armor, adorned with flickering flames that seemed capable of incinerating any adversary, his visage was resolute, with sharply defined features. His eyes gleamed with an intense brilliance, as if they could melt the very fabric of the world. He declared with a booming voice, "This child, Yan, possesses a power of flames that is both fierce and formidable. If he can withstand the trials of the fire god, he will surely master the might of fire." On the Douluo continent, Yan's fiery martial soul displayed astonishing prowess. His character was fiery and valiant, making him well-suited to undertake the fire goddess challenge. I believe he harbors the potential to become a new generation's fire god, bringing fresh glory to the divine realm. The fox goddess, with her graceful form, was elegantly draped in a purple gown that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her beauty was enchanting, and her eyes sparkled with a mischievous light, as if she could peer into the hearts of others. Cascading locks of hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an alluring sheen. With a playful laugh, the fox goddess remarked, "That girl, Hulaina, with her alluring fox martial soul, has immense potential. My fox goddess trial shall undoubtedly elevate her to new heights." Hulaina was clever and adept at leveraging her martial soul's advantages. Her enchanting abilities often yielded unexpected results in battle. I eagerly anticipate her performance in the trials, confident she will not disappoint me. The moon god, tall and imposing, wore a silver robe that shimmered with a mysterious radiance beneath the moonlight. His countenance was handsome yet austere, with an expression that conveyed a chilling detachment, as if untouched by mortal affairs. His silver hair danced in the breeze, reminiscent of the cool, solitary moon in the night sky. He spoke in a measured tone. "Siyu bears the moon blade martial soul, agile and sharp. The moon god trial shall assist him in achieving greatness." Siyu was swift and possessed a fierce combat style. His moon blade martial soul resonated with my moon god power. Should he pass the trials, he is destined to become a brilliant star within the divine realm. Upon hearing each other's declarations, the gods fell into contemplative silence. After a moment, they nodded in agreement. The earth gods spoke once more, as deities. "We bear the responsibility to select exceptional talents from the Douluo continent, guiding them on their path to divinity. These young individuals possess potential worth exploring." The auxiliary god concurred. "Indeed, the Douluo continent is rife with talent. We should afford them the opportunity to showcase their strength and potential." The resurgence god smiled, saying, "May they remain true to themselves during the trials, unleashing their utmost potential to bring prosperity to all beings, allowing life to flourish under the power of revival." The fire god laughed heartily. I eagerly await their magnificent performances in the trials, where the power of flames shall shine through them." The fox goddess smiled enchantingly and added, "That girl, Hulaina, had better not let me down." The moon god, still cold in demeanor, remarked, "Siyu, I hope you can pass the trials and become the inheritor of the moon goddess power." After deliberation, the gods resolved to bestow divine trials upon these promising young souls. Qian Xiao, Tobayun, Yilingling, Yin, Hulaina, and Siyu embarked on the arduous path of assessment. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue was also striving valiantly in her divine trial. With an upright posture, her golden hair shone brilliantly like the sun, and her exquisite features radiated beauty, her eyes revealing unwavering determination and resilience. In the trials set by the god of angels, she continuously challenged herself, never faltering in the face of numerous adversities. Amidst the fierce battles, she exhibited formidable strength and noble grace, akin to a goddess descended to the mortal realm, illuminating everything around her. In the face of the rigorous assessment by the rock deity, Qian Shao found himself amidst towering mountains, enduring the immense pressure of colossal stones with unwavering willpower, continuously grasping the essence of the Earth's elemental force. Armed with fearless courage and indomitable spirit, he transcended his limits time and again, ultimately mastering the quintessence of the rock deity's power. Meanwhile, Tuo Baiyun faced the daunting trials of the auxiliary deity, navigating through numerous combat scenarios. She needed to provide precise assistance to her teammates at critical moments, maximizing the efficacy of her supportive martial spirit. With her keen insight and meticulous nature, she deftly turned the tides in perilous situations, successfully passing her assessment. Yi Lingling, under the scrutiny of the revitalizing deity, bravely ventured into treacherous, mysterious realms to rescue injured beings. Ignoring her own safety, she poured her energy into her restorative martial spirit, allowing life to blossom in radiant splendor through her powers. Her kindness and perseverance enabled her to triumph in the evaluation. Yin, during the fire deity's trial, resolutely immersed himself in raging flames, fiercely battling the ferocious fire element. With a bold and resolute character, he gradually harnessed the formidable power of fire, successfully passing the fire deity's test. Hulaina, in the fox deity's assessment, fully utilized the enchanting powers of her fox martial spirit. Clever and astute, she skillfully leveraged her martial spirit's advantages to resolve crises time after time, ultimately passing her evaluation. Xiyu showcased agile movements and a fierce combat style in the moon deity's trial, perfectly merging with his moon blade martial spirit. He comprehended the secrets of the moon deity's power and successfully passed the assessment. Upon their successful evaluations, their strength surged. At this juncture, Tang San, embodying the duality of the gods, initiated warfare, intent on dominating the Douluo continent. Fully aware of Tang San's formidable prowess, the group, undeterred, resolutely decided to challenge him. In a breathtaking battle, Qian Shao erected a formidable defense with the strength of the rock deity to withstand Tang San's fierce assaults. Tuo Baiyun provided robust support from the rear, bolstering her teammates' capabilities. Yi Lingling tirelessly healed her injured comrades, ensuring their continued engagement in battle. Yin unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames, launching a relentless offensive against Tang San. Hulaina employed her enchanting influence to disrupt Tang San's mental focus, while Xiaoyu, with his nimble agility and sharp moon blade, sought out Tang San's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, wielding the power of the angel deity, launched a powerful aerial assault, engaging Tang San in an intense confrontation. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, their seamless cooperation and formidable strength ultimately led them to vanquish Tang San, who embodied the duality of the gods. They unified the Douluo continent, ushering in a new era of hope and order for the land. Henceforth, the Douluo continent flourished under their reign, and they became legends, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue strength and glory. In the ancient Douluo continent, martial spirits serve as the wellspring of human power, with each individual possessing a unique martial spirit from birth, determining their fate and future. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the strong can command the elements, while the weak are left to suffer. The protagonist of the tale is named Qian Shao,